February 30th, 2029. Strong winds. My name is Chu Ye, a survivor in the aftermath of the apocalypse. It is now the first month of global desertification, and I have begun to document my thoughts, hoping that if I perish, someone might discover this diary. March 5th, 2029. High temperatures. Yesterday, several individuals in the community succumbed to thirst. I feel my own time is limited. That my sister, Chu Ye, remains unaccounted for, and outside, mutated creatures have begun to appear. I hope Ye travels safely and returns without harm. March 19th, 2029. High temperatures. Water. 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 Who can provide me with a sip? I am on the brink of collapse. I have drained nearly every liquid that can be filtered. My girlfriend, Chu Ye, has gone with the supply team, and I have heard they discovered a new water source. Wait, someone is knocking. It must be Chu Ye returning. March 20th, 2029. Night. Run away. Do not return. Do not trust that wretched person. They're all beasts. Buzzing the phone on the bedside table vibrated incessantly. Chu Ye abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up in bed, gasping for breath, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Only after a moment did he come to his senses, staring at the familiar bedroom around him. His gaze locked onto the water dispenser next to him, and he instinctively rushed over. Without even pausing to fetch a cup, he turned on the tap and tilted his head back, pouring water directly into his throat. It was only when he began to choke violently that he slowly slid down against the wall and onto the floor. This most ordinary mineral water tasted like heavenly nectar at this moment. What was happening? Hadn't he died? Just moments ago, he had watched helplessly as his hands were severed, his blood flowing into a bottle. Unknowingly, tears welled in his eyes. At this moment, he realized a profound truth. He had been reborn. A shiver ran down Chu Ye's spine. The tormenting memories were still vivid in his mind. The sky was dim, wind-swept sands enveloped the land, and the terrifying heat swept across the globe. Before him lay a desolate city reduced to ruins, surrounded only by desiccated corpses and twisted figures. It was a calamity akin to hell. Buzzing the phone vibrated once more. Upon seeing the caller ID, Chu Ye's pupils constricted and his fingers clenched tightly. Chu Ye, that vile woman. He had never imagined that the woman he once loved most would betray him, even bringing her lover to watch him being dismembered. Recalling Chu Ye's cold, disdainful smile ignited an uncontrollable rage within his chest. Hello, Chu Ye. Where have you been? I've called you countless times, and now you decide to answer? You must be feeling quite bold. As soon as the call connected, familiar yet sharp insults poured forth. Veins throbbed at Chu Ye's temples, and the most venomous words nearly escaped his lips in a fit of rage. Yet moments later, he inhaled deeply and attempted to respond in a calm tone. I just dozed off. Dozed off? All you do is sleep all day. Are you a pig? Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. I might have to work late tonight, so I may not return until tomorrow. You can have dinner by yourself. Hearing those familiar words from the other end of the line, Chu Ye's gaze turned increasingly frigid. Working late. In his previous life, he had never suspected any ulterior motives behind this. Only later did he discover that her so-called late shifts were merely an excuse for her clandestine meetings with her lover. Is it really working late? Because I think I heard a stranger's voice on your end? Chu Ye feigned ignorance as he inquired. Sure enough, Chu Ye's voice trembled with a hint of panic. You must be referring to a new colleague in our department, right? No. Chu Ye, what do you mean by that? Are you doubting me? What else would I do besides working late? No, I was just asking. Just asking. What gave you the right to question me? Anyway, I have to go now. Be gentle. Before the call ended, Chu Ye caught her last words, clearly not directed at him. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ye slowly opened his eyes and reined in the murderous intent in his gaze. He could not afford to alert the snake in the grass just yet. When that vile woman returned, it would be time for slow and deliberate revenge. Since fate had granted him this opportunity for rebirth, he intended to make those beasts suffer, one by one, until they wished for death. Glancing at the time displayed on his phone, he noted the date was January 28th, 2029. Current temperature, 27. Almost instinctively, Chu Ye looked out the window. The sunset painted the sky with fiery hues as the sun was gradually swallowed by the horizon. Indeed, although Jiangsheng is situated in the south, winter had evidently arrived, Yet this unusual temperature spoke volumes. Ironically, in his previous life, he had believed the so-called experts who claimed it was merely an abnormal weather phenomenon. Was it truly a mere weather anomaly? If Chu Ye had not experienced the apocalypse firsthand, and now, based on his previous timeline, the onset of the apocalypse was less than 24 hours away. Initially, no one paid attention to this unusual weather, dismissing it as just a sandstorm. Within just 2 days, widespread water shortages began to plague the city, and global temperatures rose abruptly without warning. In what should have been a frigid winter, temperatures skyrocketed past 47 degrees, with some areas even reaching 54 degrees. And this terrifying heat would continue to intermittently rise. Magnetic fields destabilized, planes crashed, and electronic communications failed utterly until the Jialing River, a tributary of the Yangtze, inexplicably transformed into a desiccated riverbed overnight. Humanity finally plunged into panic, for coincidentally, 70% of Earth's surface water had vanished without a trace. All surface water seemed to evaporate into thin air, reducing the landscape to a barren desert. As for the cause, no one knew. Chu Ye was equally unclear about the source of the calamity. He only knew he had to act swiftly. In the time ahead, he would gather all necessary supplies and construct a makeshift shelter, for he never wished to endure the torturous existence of his past life again. At that moment, ding, host threshold change detected. Canghai space has been activated. Would you like to open it? The cold, mechanical prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Chu Ye paused, completely stunned. A system? Though he had been reborn, this unexpected delight made him swallow hard. Open, he tentatively affirmed in his heart. Ding! Canghai space activated. Remaining capacity, 1 billion cubic kilometers flow valve. 0-100 controllable. Pressure valve. 0-100 controllable. Almost immediately, a brand new interface appeared before Chu Ye's eyes. His consciousness transported him to an endless expanse of space. Chapter 2. I Miss You. Chu Ye found himself utterly astonished by the scene before him. It was an endless expanse of ocean. A vast and pristine azure sea stretching as far as the eye could see, with no horizon in sight. In the very center of this watery realm lay a colossal metallic platform, sprawling across tens of thousands of square kilometers. Yet, even such an immense structure, akin to an island, appeared merely as a speck against the backdrop of the boundless waters. The sheer volume of water was staggering. As a thought crossed his mind, Chu Ye withdrew his consciousness, sitting on the sofa, momentarily lost in reverie. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, various survival resources had become exceedingly rare commodities. For a morsel of food, some would willingly sell their souls. Water, the essence of life, was particularly precious. With terrestrial water sources nearly exhausted, the human stockpile of drinking water had transformed into the most valuable currency on the planet. Chu Ye had experienced firsthand the madness that extreme dehydration could provoke. But now, 1 billion cubic kilometers. It was a superlative expanse of water, rivaling that of the Pacific Ocean. Shock, elation, and disbelief surged forth, causing the corners of Chu Ye's mouth to lift in a wild grin. More importantly, he could manipulate the water volume at will through the system interface. With a mere thought, it was as if a tap had been turned on before him, and a gentle stream of water flowed forth. As he gradually opened the flow valve, the stream swelled in size. With a crash, the water from the coffee table poured forth, flooding the room. Chu Ye stepped on shards of glass, ignoring the chaos around him, his eyes wide with astonishment. Was this terrifying force merely at a flow rate of 10? What would it be at 100? The thought was unfathomable. Of course, this was under normal pressure conditions. What if he maintained the flow while simultaneously increasing the pressure? Chu Ye squinted as he observed the stream narrowing visibly while its velocity intensified. Initially the size of a fist, the water stream gradually transformed to that of a car wash nozzle, yet he did not halt. He continued to amplify the pressure. Finally, a flash of silver light appeared as the floor tiles shattered, revealing a thumb-sized pit in the living room and Appo's surface. This, Chu Ye's mouth fell open in disbelief. He had merely adjusted the pressure to 10, and such destructive power had been unleashed. Did this mean that, should he desire, he could carry with him a weapon comparable to a super high-pressure water gun? Excited, Chu Ye and Appo's face trembled with exhilaration. With the vast oceanic space at his disposal, his fears regarding the apocalypse began to dissipate. However, his moment of relief was short-lived, for his phone rang once more. The caller ID read, Enin. Chu Ye and Appo's His expression froze, his eyes reddened, and his fingers trembled slightly as he held the phone. Brother, I just got out of class. You won't believe it. The weather in the Northeast this year is so strange. At this time, everyone would usually be wearing down jackets, but today, hearing his sister's familiar voice, Chu Ye nearly choked up. Ineen? What's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Is something the matter? Only when he sensed the urgency in Chu Ineen and Appo's tone did he force himself to regain composure, taking a deep breath and smiling. It's nothing. Hearing your voice is just wonderful. Ineen was his only family, now studying at university in the Northeast. After the apocalypse struck, Chu Ye had frantically tried to reach her. But communication was soon cut off, leaving him unaware of her fate. He lamented that he had not been able to see her one last time before his demise. Oh, why are you suddenly being so sentimental? I'll be on break tomorrow. I bought a plane ticket for the day after. When I return, remember to treat me to some delicious food. The day after? Chu Ye's heart felt as if it were being squeezed. Yes, in his previous life, Ineen had been caught in the outbreak on her way back, leading to a series of tragic events. Realizing this, he quickly interjected, the day after is too late. How about the day instead? Pack your things and get the earliest flight back. Huh? But I still have. Brother misses you. Chu Ye interrupted Ineen, unconsciously clenching his fingers. He could not reveal the truth about the apocalypse. Unless witnessed firsthand, no one would believe him, and time was of the essence. Fortunately, Ineen finally sensed the oddity in his tone. All right, I'll change my ticket. Brother, is there really nothing you want to tell me? Let us discuss it when you get back. After hanging up, Chu Ye finally exhaled in relief. At the very least, the worst-case scenario had been averted. His sister was his only remaining kin, and in his past life, he had failed to protect her. This time, he vowed to spare no effort in ensuring her safety. There was no time to waste. He needed to prepare thoroughly before Ineen's return. While the issue of water was now resolved, other supplies still needed to be amassed, with the foremost priority being to establish a discreet and secure shelter. The apartment he resided in was on the 17th floor of an ordinary complex. Clearly, in the event of an apocalypse, this location was unsuitable for refuge, whether for stockpiling resources or for privacy and security. As he stroked his chin in contemplation, an idea suddenly struck him. How could he have forgotten? He quickly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Brother-in-law, is there something you need? I'm busy with renovations right now, so please make it quick. On the other end, his impatient brother-in-law, Chen Xiaoguang, responded. The mention of renovations made Chu Ye's face twitch involuntarily. The Chen family was notorious for their lack of integrity, especially Chen Xiaoguang, who was not only reckless but often spoke to him with disdain, failing to acknowledge his presence. Yet, Chen Xiaojia, his sister, had unashamedly used family funds to support this brother, and Xiaoguang, instead of feeling grateful, believed it was all deserved. Recently, they had even taken Chu Ye's years of savings to serve as a down payment for a villa as a wedding gift. Wasn't it absurd? He still resided in the dilapidated home left by his parents, while his brother-in-law enjoyed a villa. In his past life, after being subjected to relentless persuasion by the Chen family and with Xiaojia throwing tantrums about divorce, Chu Ye had ultimately chosen to relent. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but smile wryly. He had been foolish to willingly serve as their cash cow, though he felt a deep loathing within. Chu Ye's voice remained even and unaffected. Xiaoguang, is the renovation budget sufficient? I heard from your sister that you're still lacking quite a bit. Are you free to come by and collect it? Really? I'll be there right away. Xiaoguang's voice rose several octaves in excitement. Sure, come on over. I've prepared a surprise for you. After hanging up, Chu Ye smirked, ready to set his plans in motion. Chu Ye set down his phone, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his lips. A fierce intent to kill gleamed in his eyes. Chapter 3. You better not deceive me, brother-in-law. Has our home been burgled? What on earth has happened here? Upon hearing of an opportunity for gain, Chen Xiaoguang, who had previously been too apathetic to even acknowledge him, arrived post-haste. Yet, upon entering, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Appo's, nothing, just a burst pipe. Chu Ye casually dismissed. Oh, fine then, Chen Xiaoguang nodded, seemingly unconcerned, and rather bluntly extended his hand, saying, Aran and Appo's, do you suppose to give me money? Hand it over now. I have engagements tonight and must leave soon. Chu Ye's lips twitched, but he feigned nonchalance, replying, Oh, there's no rush. Come, take a seat, and let's talk. What do you mean? You aren't trying to deceive me, are you? Don't think I don't know. It was definitely my sister who asked you to give it to me. If you dare to refuse, I swear I'll call her to have you divorced. Chen Xiaoguang and Appo's expression shifted, anger creeping into his demeanor. I said, sit down. Chu Ye interjected, his brow furrowing. Do you want the money or not? Fine. You better not be lying to me. Chen Xiaoguang reluctantly plopped down onto the sofa. Seeing Chen Xiaoguang and Appo's unwary demeanor, Chu Ye finally smiled with satisfaction. He leisurely pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and after taking a drag, inquired, I must ask. Do you have anything to say about your sister's infidelity? Chen Xiaoguang's face paled in an instant, his eyes widening in shock, before he nervously chuckled, brother-in-law. Surely you've heard some nonsense? My sister would never betray you. Yet when he looked up, he found Chu Ye merely squinting at him with a smile, which only fueled his irritation. Indeed, my sister has been unfaithful, and you, Chu, summoned me here just for this trivial matter? Fine. Now that you know, what do you plan to do about it? Chu Ye fell silent. He had long been aware of the sordid affair, remaining the only one in the dark while the Qin family feigned ignorance, treating him like a fool. Chen Xiaoguang, emboldened by Chu Ye's silence, continued. Your sister marrying you should be a cause for celebration. It's just a little infidelity. What's the big deal? Besides, haven't you always been a spineless coward? Indeed. This encapsulated Chen Xiaoguang's true sentiments. In his eyes, Chu Ye was perpetually a failure, deserving of the humiliation he endured, and fitting to be exploited by their family. In his past life, it was Chen Xiaoguang who first betrayed Chu Ye, thrusting the knife into his back. Chu Ye shook his head, a self-deprecating smile forming. It's nothing. I merely wish to confirm. Confirm what? Suddenly, without warning, as Chen Xiaoguang lounged with his legs crossed, anticipating Chu Ye's reaction, a fruit knife plunged into his thigh. Ah! Chen Xiaoguang screamed in agony, blood gushing forth. He could scarcely believe that Chu Ye would resort to violence. Yet, when he looked up, he met the glinting eyes of Chu Ye, who wore a manic smile. Hush now, your life is still of use to me. But if you make a commotion, I shall have no choice but to end you right here, Chu Ye warned, raising a finger with a deranged grin. He's gone mad. Absolutely insane. Chen Xiaoguang was utterly petrified, the pain from the knife in his thigh rendering him nearly senseless. His lips trembled as he stammered. Chu Ye. I advise you against being impulsive. Murder carries grave consequences. With a resounding slap, Chu Ye struck him hard across the face. Prison? In just a few hours. The world will descend into chaos. Who will care about one man's fate then? He sneered coldly. Now hand over the keys to your villa. Chen Xiaoguang, momentarily dazed from the slap, quickly regained composure and shouted, You bastard, that villa is mine. Ah! With a swift motion, Chu Ye withdrew the fruit knife and drove it into Chen Xiaoguang's other leg. The words he intended to utter morphed into a harrowing scream as excruciating pain tore through him, ultimately causing him to lose consciousness. Pathetic, Chu Ye scoffed, his lips curling in disappointment. Reluctantly, he began to search through Chen Xiaoguang's pockets. Before long, he produced the keys, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. He had already covered half the down payment. Moving in now would surely draw no objections. Observing the unconscious Chen Xiaoguang, the blood oozing from his 2 leg wounds, Chu Ye realized that if this continued, the man would soon bleed out. Thus, he swiftly procured some rope, binding Chen Xiaoguang's limbs and mouth, even wrapping his wounds for good measure. There was no choice. Chen Xiaoguang could not die just yet. He needed to wait for that wretched woman to return, so he could savor the torment of her brother right before her eyes. After all, a family should remain intact. Shun and Amp, Appos, Tiet. Subsequently, he descended to purchase several large containers of drain cleaner, an ideal substance for dissolving and disposing of a corpse. Although the apocalypse was imminent, Chu Ye preferred not to attract the attention of the authorities beforehand. In the dead of night, Chu Ye stood on the balcony, cigarette in hand, gazing at the cityscape of Jiangqing. The air remained oppressively hot, the bustling streets showed no signs of impending disaster, and all appeared deceptively tranquil. Finally, just then, the sound of a lock turning echoed from the entrance. Chu Ye discarded his cigarette and turned, a smile gracing his face. Excellent. That wretched woman has returned. Chapter 4. I was contemplating life on the balcony when the door swung open, and Chen Xiaojie staggered in, reeking of alcohol. She stumbled a few steps, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor, a sound jarringly out of place in the stillness of the night. Casually tossing her bag onto the sofa, it landed with a muffled thud, and she rubbed her temples, mumbling, My head is killing me, damn this alcohol. Her gaze wandered around the room, bleary and unfocused, as she drunkenly called out, Chu Ye? Chu Ye? Receiving no response, her impatience grew, and she frowned, swaying her way to the refrigerator, opening its door. She retrieved a bottle of ice water and tilted her head back, gulping down a generous mouthful. The icy liquid slid down her throat, offering a modicum of clarity. That useless fool, where could he possibly be? Qin Xiaojie scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. Humph, if it weren't for the money. Who would bother with this pathetic wretch? She rummaged through her bag, pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, and inhaling deeply, exhaling a series of smoke rings. Her eyes glinting with a greedy light. Qin Xiaojie, still under the influence, surveyed her surroundings, blissfully oblivious to the disarray in the once spotless living room. On the balcony, Chu Ye gently slapped Chen Xiaowang and Appo's face, lowering his voice. So this is how you two siblings perceive me. One considers me a worthless fool, the other a simpleton. Quite amusing. ISN and Appo's. T it? I wonder what more you have to say. Bound tightly, Chen Xiaowang jolted awake at the sound of Chu Ye and Appo's voice. A sharp pain shooting through his legs, causing him to gasp. He struggled to open his eyes, his blurred vision gradually sharpening, revealing Chu Ye and Appo's face. A twisted semblance of a smile hovering upon it. He suddenly recalled the moment when Chu Ye had stabbed him. Chen Xiaowang and Appo's eyes widened in terror, nearly popping from their sockets. A chilling fear surged from his feet to the crown of his head, and he writhed desperately, attempting to break free from his bindings, only managing to emit muffled whimpers. No, please, he tried to scream, but his voice failed him. He could only watch as Chu Ye and Appo's face loomed ever closer. This brother-in-law had lost his mind. He truly was a lunatic. Thoughts of his sister, Qin Xiaojie, flooded his mind. Where was she now? Hearing his sister's complaints about Chu Ye in the living room intensified his struggles. He felt a palpable malice from Chu Ye. A desire not just for simple revenge, but to utterly annihilate both siblings, to take their lives. He could not fathom how the once submissive Chu Ye had transformed into this monstrous figure. Chen Xiaowang regretted underestimating him. If only he could turn back time. But alas, there were no remedies for regret. He watched helplessly as Chu Ye stood, opening the glass door leading from the balcony to the living room. In the living room, Qin Xiaojie, seated on the sofa, quickly extinguished her cigarette upon hearing the commotion. What? You're home? Her voice carried a hint of surprise. Why didn't you respond when I called? With a faint smile, Chu Ye approached her. I was contemplating life on the balcony. Qin Xiaojie looked up at him, her eyes flashing with confusion. Contemplating life? What life? Chu Ye offered no answer, but merely smiled, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. I was pondering how to deal with you. Qin Xiaojie froze, bewildered by his insinuation. Deal with me? What do you mean? Sighing, Chu Ye continued. May I hear a single truth from you? Doesn't it tire you, this charade you put on every day? Her eyes flickered as she feigned composure. Charade? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Chu Ye's gaze bored down on her face, laden with mockery. Speak, who is the man? Panic surged within Qin Xiaojie at his question, yet she fought to conceal it. What man? Which man? I don't know what you're talking about. Chu Ye. What do you mean? Chu Ye replied coldly, the man you're seeing on the side. As he pressed her, Qin Xiaojie's demeanor shifted from panic to indignation. She sprang to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Chu Ye, exclaiming, How dare you slander me? What proof do you have? On what grounds do you accuse me? Chu Ye looked at her frantic state with growing disappointment and calmly stated, Proof? The scent of your perfume, the flirty text on your phone. The missed calls at midnight, aren't these sufficient? Qin Xiaojie's face drained of color. She protested weakly, Those are just my friends. How can you claim they are men? You're making baseless accusations. With a disdainful laugh, Chu Ye responded, Aren't you fond of money? Here's the deal. If you tell me one truth, I'll give you all the money you desire. I just want to hear one honest word. Seeing Chu Ye's determination, Qin Xiaojie resolved to make one last profit. She smirked coldly, Yes, I do have someone outside, and what of it? You, a useless coward, cannot provide me with the life I want. Why shouldn't I seek someone else? Just look at yourself. All you do is laundry and cooking, like some housekeeper. Are you even a man? Chu Ye struggled to maintain his composure. So, from the very beginning, you saw me merely as an ATM, a servant? Qin Xiaojie scoffed, glancing at him dismissively. What else? Did you think I genuinely liked you? Don't be ridiculous. You're nothing but a worthless waste. Chu Ye closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he opened them again, his gaze was icy. Very well, since you've said that, we have nothing more to discuss. Qin Xiaojie, her vision blurred with alcohol, muttered incoherently. Indeed, there's nothing left to say. Where's my money? With a blank expression, Chu Ye pointed toward the bedroom. It's all in the bedroom. Go see for yourself. Chen Xiaojie staggered to her feet and wobbled toward the bedroom. She pushed the door open, only to be confronted by the sight of her brother, Chen Xiaowang, bound and tossed onto the bed. Instantly, the alcohol-induced haze cleared from her mind, and her eyes widened in shock. Xiaowang, what is happening? Chu Ye slowly approached her from behind, his tone frigid. You love money, don't you? I'll give it all to you, burn it for you. Chen Xiaojie whirled around, her face contorted with rage, oblivious to the fleeting glint of murderous intent in Chu Ye's eyes. You're insane. He is my brother. What do you intend to do? As she raised her hand to strike him, he seized her wrist with an iron grip, rendering her powerless. Chen Xiaojie cried out in pain, struggling futilely against his hold. Let go of me. You're hurting me. Glaring at Chu Ye, her eyes filled with fury and fear, he regarded her calmly. I warned you long ago. Do not challenge my limits. Limits? What limits do you have? You are nothing but a coward. What has happened to my brother? On what grounds do you dare to bind him? Chen Xiaojie remained relentless, unleashing a torrent of invective. Chapter 5. Do you know the feeling of being dismembered? Chen Xiaoguang was bound tightly, his mouth gagged, allowing only muffled sounds to escape. Desperately shaking his head, he attempted to warn his sister of the imminent danger. Unfortunately, Chen Xiaojie was facing Chu Ye and could not see the terror etched in her brother's eyes. Instead, she continued to shout defiantly, You coward, let my brother go. Otherwise, I will call the police. Chu Ye let out a cold laugh, dismissing her outcry. He stepped forward, slightly turned, and placed his leg against the back of Chen Xiaojie's knee, then pressed down. With a sharp crack, her leg buckled. She fell to the ground, her knee crashing against the floor with a dull thud. Tears streamed down Chen Xiaojie and Apos' face as pain jolted her awake from her drunken stupor. It dawned on her that Chu Ye was not jesting. Struggling to rise, she found herself pinned down by Chu Ye's leg. He seized her wrist, twisting it behind her back, while with his other hand, he yanked her hair to force her head up. My dear, Chu Ye whispered coldly in her ear, his tone as frigid as the depths of hell. Surprised to see me back from the abyss? Unexpected, isn't it? With that, he yanked her hair and slammed her head against the wall. The impact echoed, and Chen Xiaojie screamed in agony as blood seeped from her forehead. Released, she collapsed helplessly to the ground, only to have Chu Ye's polished shoe mercilessly crush her shoulder blade. The excruciating pain elicited a low whimper from her lips. He grasped her slender wrist and yanked it upward with a swift motion. A sharp crack resonated, and her arm hung limply, dislocated. The intense pain forced a scream from her throat, her cries reverberating in the room. Do you know what it feels like to be dismembered? Chu Ye and Apos' voice slithered like a whisper from hell. To have your body sliced apart, dismembered. I do not fear telling you, he crouched down, drawing closer to Chen Xiaojie's face. In the future, I died once, you know. It was at the hands of your sister and her wild man. Then, I experienced the sensation of being torn apart. Standing, he approached a box and retrieved a sharp boning knife. The blade glinted ominously in the dim light, exuding a chilling aura. They cut me into pieces. Chu Ye's voice was low and hoarse. My insides were removed. He stood before Chen Xiaojie, gently tracing the knife's tip along her cheek, leaving a thin line of blood. Trembling in fear, she could not muster the strength to resist. Do you know? He continued. That feeling is akin to being flayed alive, every inch of skin ablaze, every bone screaming. He raised the boning knife, pointing it at her chest. Now, I shall allow you to experience this sensation as well. Chu Ye's gaze turned icy and frenzied, the knife slowly descending. My dear. This sudden tenderness caught Chen Xiaojie off guard, halting her struggles as she gazed at Chu Ye in terror. Yet, this softness was fleeting. In the next moment, his expression twisted violently. His voice morphed into a roar. Laugh. Did you not enjoy watching me get dismembered? Laugh. Let me see you smile. The knife's cold gleam flickered as the tip gently grazed her skin. Chu did not relent at her screams. The blade danced across her pale flesh. Ah, please, no. She pleaded as he continued to slice her skin. Blood gushed forth, staining the floor and Chu Ye's hands. He retrieved an ice pick from the box, weighing it in his hand before squatting beside Chen Xiaojie, who was now on the brink of unconsciousness, her eyes vacant, only able to emit faint groans. Chu Ye flipped her over to face upward. He then slowly directed the ice pick towards her eyes. Do you know? I once came here, watching my own death, his voice dripped with mockery. The tip of the pick grazed her eyeball, and a surge of pain jolted her awake. She widened her eyes in horror, yearning to struggle, yet found herself utterly powerless. All she could do was watch as the cold tip gradually pierced her eye. A piercing scream erupted from her lips, reverberating throughout the room as her left eye was instantaneously drenched in blood. The eyeball ruptured, white fluid mingling with crimson, cascading down her face to paint a ghastly streak. She did not cease. He plunged the ice pick deeper into her skull, stirring it violently. I want you to witness it, to see how you perish. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaowang mumbled incoherently, madness, madness. His voice trembled with fear. Hearing this meaningless babble stirred an inexplicable irritation in Chu Ye. He swung the hammer in his hand, striking Chen Xiaowang's mouth with a resounding thud. With a sickening crunch, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, Chen Xiaowang's teeth were smashed, embedding themselves in his mouth. Blood mixed with fragments of teeth erupted from his lips, and he emitted a painful whimper, his body convulsing violently. I do not fear telling you, you are quite fortunate. In the future, if souls exist, you will thank me for the hell that will descend upon this world starting tomorrow. Chen Xiaowang's eyes widened in terror. Unable to grasp Chu Ye and Appos' words, Chu Ye chuckled softly. People will endure the torment of extreme heat. Thus, though I am reluctant to admit it, I am saving you two beasts. Thank me. With that, he raised the hammer once more, unhesitatingly bringing it down upon Chen Xiaowang's head. A dull thud resonated as his skull burst open like a watermelon, brains and blood splattering everywhere. Just then, a crackling sound emanated from outside. Initially, Chi thought it was rain, but soon he realized the sound was amiss. It resembled countless tiny particles striking the glass, rapid and relentless. He approached the window, abruptly pulling back the curtain. The sight before him made his pupils constrict. The once clear sky was now shrouded in a yellow haze. The howling winds whipped up a storm of dust, resembling a monstrous beast poised to devour everything. The distant skyscrapers flickered in and out of sight, like a mirage. It has begun, Chu Ye murmured, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. In his past life, he had witnessed the apocalypse unfold helplessly. Extreme heat, drought, sandstorms. Within mere months, human civilization crumbled, descending into hell. And he too was dismembered in his own home. But this time, it was different. System. Chu Ye silently intoned. Host, I am here. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Checking the ocean system. Ding. Remaining capacity. 1 billion cubic kilometers. Let it begin. A cold smile graced Chu Ye's face. All is prepared. Now, all that remains is to await the safe return of my one and only sister. Chapter 6. The chaos of the airport. The lingering scent of blood clung to his nostrils as Chu Ye hastily washed away the stains from his body and donned a fresh set of clothes. Time was of the essence. He needed to retrieve his sister before the impending tempest engulfed them. The thought of leaving her alone in the outside world was unbearable. As for the two lifeless bodies within the house, who would mourn them when the apocalypse loomed? Outside, a sandstorm had begun its rampage. The sky resembling a colossal hourglass mercilessly pouring forth its apocalyptic grains. He secured a dust cover over his vehicle and pressed the accelerator. The car roaring into the storm with visibility reduced to a mere 5 meters. The winds lashed against the windows like countless ghostly claws attempting to tear apart the last barrier of safety. Ineen, answer the phone, damn it. Chu Ye dialed his sister's number repeatedly, only to be met with the cold response of a busy signal. In this lifetime, he would not allow the tragedies that befell Een to repeat themselves. He recalled that the airport expressway should be at the end of this road. Yet now, all he could see was an expanse of yellow sand. Gritting his teeth, he relied on the memories of his previous life to navigate through the storm. Beep, beep. The fuel gauge flickered ominously. Damn it, I forgot to refuel. Een, you must wait for me. Chu Ye pounded the steering wheel in frustration. His vehicle a solitary vessel amidst the raging tempest, at risk of being swallowed by monstrous waves at any moment. Finally, just as the fuel tank threatened to run dry, the blurred outline of the airport emerged before him. He swiftly unbuckled his seatbelt and seized the backpack from the passenger seat, plunging into the storm without a backward glance. The wind howled ferociously, flinging grains of sand against his face, making each breath laborious. With visibility nearly non-existent, Chu Ye squinted and trudged toward the airport, feeling as though his body might be lifted by the gale. He tumbled into the terminal, as if he'd just been excavated from the sand. His appearance disheveled and covered in dust. Shaking off his clothes, a cascade of gravel fell away. He removed his goggles and wiped the sand from his face, revealing a visage caked in grime. Taking a deep breath, he coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of gritty air. The scene before him plunged his heart into despair. The airport hall was a sea of people, cries and curses echoing all around. The flight information board displayed alarming red notices of delays and cancellations. Flights were canceled. When would they resume? I must get home. A well-dressed man was angrily berating airport staff, spittle flying as he shouted, "What is this nonsense? My child is waiting for me at home. You must find a way to get me back. Voices of discontent filled the crowd. Silence. Everyone, be quiet, shouted a uniformed security guard, but he was quickly drowned out by the cacophony. Chu Ye navigated through the throng, anxiously seeking his sister's figure, dodging the chaos around him. In the turmoil, a shifty-eyed thief seized a young girl's backpack and made a run for it. The girl cried out, chasing after him, only to be knocked to the ground by the crowd. Chu Ye snorted in disdain and dashed forward, delivering a swift kick to the thief and Appo's backside. The thief stumbled and fell, the backpack flying from his grasp. Thank you, the girl exclaimed, retrieving her bag and casting a grateful glance at Chu Ye. He ignored her and continued his search for Yinyin. Time was running out. He had to find her quickly. At last, he spotted his sister's flight number, CXXX, on the information screen, diverted to a neighboring city. Relieved, he rushed to the airport service desk, only to be informed that all transportation to the nearby city had ceased operations. Damn it. His gaze swept across the hall. The service desk was swarmed with people. Sighing, he steeled himself and pushed through the crowd. Finally breaking through to the outer edge, he witnessed a confrontation unfolding. A rotund man, with a beer belly and a face full of rage, was yelling at a young female staff member, his finger nearly poking her face, saliva splattering on her name tag. What is your attitude? Do you know who I am? I'll have you fired. The woman's face drained of color as she recoiled, tears welling in her eyes, yet she dared not retort. Though bystanders were indignant, nobody wished to stir trouble amidst the chaos. They merely murmured among themselves. What a jerk. What did that girl do to deserve this? Exactly. Flaunting his authority in such a situation, he should reflect on his own conduct. Chu Ye watched in quiet fury, having narrowly escaped death himself, with his sister's fate uncertain. Witnessing such bullying ignited a fire within him. He seized the man's wrist and forcefully pushed him back. The man stumbled, nearly losing his balance, his bluster faltering under Chu Ye's icy gaze. It was despicable for a man to exert his power over a woman. If you wish to act tough, do it elsewhere. I'll teach you a lesson. Chu Ye's voice was low and menacing. The crowd fell silent, shocked that someone dared to stand against the bully in a moment of collective fear. The man, regaining his composure, turned red with rage, pointing a trembling finger at Chu Ye. Who the hell do you think you are? Chu Ye smirked, stepping closer. I don't care who you are. Now, apologize to this lady. The man, intimidated by Chu Ye's fierce demeanor, instinctively retreated a step, but he quickly rallied, defiantly shouting, Apologize? Why should I? It's her poor service that's the issue. Before he could finish, Chu Ye gripped his collar tightly. Last chance. Apologize. The man's face turned a deep shade of purple, struggling for breath as he gazed at Chu Ye in terror. It was clear his bravado had vanished. I'm sorry. I was wrong. With a disdainful toss, Chu Ye flung him to the ground like refuse. The man scrambled to his feet and fled the crowd in embarrassment. Chu Ye slammed his fist on the counter. At that moment, the young female staff member timidly approached him. Sir, do you need assistance? Chu Ye looked up at the girl, who appeared to be quite young, her delicate face revealing a hint of anxiety. The name tag on her chest read Linwan. I wish to go to the neighboring city. Chu Ye's voice was hoarse and deep. Chapter 7 finally reached. Sister Lin Wan bit her lip, feeling a surge of anxiety as all flights and ground transportation had come to a standstill. She nervously twisted her fingers, her gaze darting about restlessly. Chu Ye muttered a curse under his breath, his unease palpable. Not a moment of peace could be found without news of his sister. Was there truly no alternative? His voice, hoarse and low, carried a note of desperation. Lin Wan bit her lip again. After a brief pause, she lifted her gaze to meet Chu Ye's eyes. Perhaps I could attempt to contact the shuttle bus driver at the airport. Maybe someone would be willing to take a risk. A flicker of hope ignited in Chu Ye's heart, and he grasped Lin Wan's hand gratefully. I beg of you. Lin Wan, taken aback by the intensity of his gaze, quickly withdrew her hand, lowering her head to cough discreetly. I will give it a try. Chu Ye paced anxiously, like a caged beast. At long last, Lin Wan and Appo's phone rang. Hello? All right, I understand. Thank you. Lin Wan hung up, her face breaking into a radiant smile. I made contact. An experienced driver is willing to take you to the neighboring city. Wonderful. A weight lifted from Chu Ye and Appo's chest. Where is he? At the airport and Appo's logistics warehouse. He said to meet there. Thank you. Thank you so much. Chu Ye once more clasped Lin Wan's hand, his excitement overflowing. Lin Wan's cheeks flushed slightly. and she gently extricated her hand from his grasp. No need for thanks. It is what I ought to do. The logistics warehouse. Where is it? Chu Ye scratched his head, unfamiliar with the airport layout. Lin Wan smiled brightly, retrieving a ballpoint pen and a small notepad from her pocket. Allow me to draw you a map. Chu Ye accepted the paper and pen, watching as Lin Wan, her long eyelashes fluttering, concentrated on her task. She deftly sketched a simple map of the airport, encircling the terminal and Oppo's location. Then, she drew a winding route culminating in a box, with the words Logistics Warehouse inscribed beside it. You see, exit here, take a left, continue along this road, pass a gas station, and after a short distance, you'll find a blue tin building. That is the Logistics Warehouse, Lin Wan explained softly, pointing at the map. There may be some obstacles along the way, so do be careful. All right, thank you. After expressing his gratitude and bidding farewell to Lin Wan, Chu Ye set off for the Logistics Warehouse. Along the way, he dialed his sister and Oppo's number again, only to be met with a busy signal. Inin, you must be safe. Chu Ye silently prayed. Just as his worry deepened, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Inin. Chu Ye nearly trembled as he answered the call. Inin, how are you? Are you all right? On the other end, Yin's voice was tinged with fatigue, yet her tone remained lighthearted. Brother, I'm fine. I'm currently on my way back with a classmate. They're in Oppo's. No need to worry about me. Finally, the weight on Chu Ye and Oppo's heart lifted, and he exhaled deeply, his tense nerves relaxing. Yin, where are you? I'll come pick you up. No need. Brother, we'll be home soon. You should return first. Though her voice sounded somewhat weary, it maintained its levity. Chu Ye insisted once more. Brother, what's wrong with you today? You seem different. Yin's timid voice reached him through the phone. Is something the matter? A knot formed in Chu Ye's stomach. He could not reveal the impending doom that loomed over them. Nothing's wrong. Yin, just. I haven't seen you in a long time and miss you a bit. Really? Brother, you've never said such things before. A hint of suspicion laced Yin's voice. I miss you too, sister. Well then, be careful on the road. Stay safe. After hanging up, he immediately contacted the driver, altering his itinerary to return to the city. Chu Ye had more pressing matters to attend to. The apocalypse was approaching. He must prepare with utmost urgency. Water, although precious, would not suffice for survival alone. He needed food that could be preserved long-term, as well as various antibiotics, essential for survival in such dire times. Chu Ye hurried towards the shuttle bus station, where an old oil-powered missized bus sat forlornly. He rapped on the door, but the driver, visibly irritated, waved him off from within. We and Oppo's. Not operating. Find someone else. The windows were tightly shut, the driver clearly unwilling to let the dust and wind intrude. Lin Wan sent me, Chu Ye shouted toward the window. The driver paused, sizing him up before reluctantly opening the door. Come in from the side. As Chu Ye boarded, a wave of pungent sweat and tobacco assailed him. The driver, in his 40s, sported unkempt hair and a scruffy beard, clad in a filthy t-shirt, presenting an utterly disheveled appearance. The driver yawned widely, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. To the largest supermarket in the city, Chu Ye stated succinctly. The driver sluggishly pulled out a crumpled cigarette, lighting it and taking a deep drag before languidly replying, What and Oppo's? The rush? Kid, wait a moment. Lin and Oppo's, about to finish her shift, and I and Oppo's, promised to take her home first. The driver exhaled a cloud of smoke, annoyance etched across his face. In a fit of frustration, Chu Ye snatched the cigarette from the driver and Oppo's mouth and hurled it to the ground, extinguishing it with his foot. Listen, I don't have time to wait around. I'm in a hurry, and the sooner we leave, the better. The driver's expression darkened immediately. Kid, you're in a hurry, not me, so you can either wait or leave. With that, he pulled out another crumpled cigarette, preparing to light it. With swift reflexes, Chu Ye knocked the cigarette from the driver and Oppo's hand. I'll pay extra. It's not about the money, the driver retorted defiantly. I promised Lin I would take her home. You're just a side trip. I'll pay double. Chu Ye's voice turned icy. I said it's not about the money. Do you not understand? The driver's anger flared, and he glared at Chu Ye. Triple. Chu Ye gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. The driver inhaled deeply, seemingly struggling to contain his rage. You. 5 times. Chu Ye raised his voice, his tone brooking no argument. The driver wavered, considering. 5 times. Are you sure? Absolutely. Chu Ye affirmed decisively. Let us go now. No way. The driver suddenly changed his mind. 5 times is too little. I want 10. Chu Ye's patience finally snapped. He seized the driver by the collar, shouting furiously, "Are you messing with me?" The driver, undeterred, swung his fist toward Chu Ye and Apos' face. Chapter 8. Hurry home, Don and Apos. T waste time. The driver and Apos' fist, imbued with a strong scent of sweat, lunged toward Chu Ye's face. Chu Ye deftly sidestepped this ferocious blow and retaliated with a powerful punch to the driver's abdomen. The driver let out a muffled groan, doubling over and turning pale. Without hesitation, Chu Ye delivered a swift kick to the driver and Apos' chest, sending him crashing back into the driver's seat. Struggling to regain composure, the driver cursed, "You little brat, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" Seizing the driver and Apos' collar, Chu Ye retorted fiercely, "I Don and Apos, take care who you are. Now, drive me to the city, immediately." The driver remained defiant. "I want and Apos, I have to wait for Miss Lin to finish work. I promised her." Chu Ye, filled with fury, laughed derisively. "You can't even save yourself, yet you think of others? Do you believe I will let you off?" With that, he struck the driver squarely in the face, causing blood to spurt from the driver and Apos' nose. Despite the pain, the driver gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. Suddenly, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. He lunged forward, biting down on Chu Ye and Apos' arm, causing him to instinctively retract his hand. The driver seized the opportunity to kick at Chu Ye and Apos' abdomen, causing him to stagger back against the car door. From beneath the seat, the driver retrieved a wrench and swung it violently at Chu Ye. Chu Ye narrowly avoided the blow, causing the wrench to crash against the door with a loud clang. Seizing the moment, Chu Ye landed a punch on the driver and Apos' jaw, eliciting a cry of pain as the driver collapsed to the ground. Chu Ye pounced onto the driver, who struggled fiercely, flailing his arms in a desperate attempt to retaliate. Suddenly, a series of knocks broke the tension. Chu Ye looked up sharply. A girl in airport ground staff uniform entered the vehicle. It was Lin Wan. Seeing Chu Ye momentarily distracted, the driver pushed him off and kicked him away. As the car door swung open, hydraulic sounds echoed, sending Chu Ye tumbling out and crashing into Lin Wan. He let out a grunt, struggling to rise, instinctively reaching to help Lin Wan to her feet. Lin Wan, clad in her immaculate airport uniform, stood in stark contrast to the disheveled state of Chu Ye and the driver. She observed the dust covering both men and noticed the driver and Apos' bloodstained face, with blood still oozing from his nose. Concerned, she asked, "Uncle Chin, what happened to you two?" The driver rubbed his painfully bruised nose and feigned nonchalance. "Miss Lin, you and Apos, off work? I and Apos, take you home right away, so find a seat and settle in." He deliberately sidestepped Lin Wan's inquiry. Chu Ye brushed off the dust from his clothes and spoke with a serious tone. "Wait, I'm not leaving yet." The driver glared at Chu Ye, his voice firm. "Kid, you just hit me. This isn't over. Now get lost and don't delay me from taking Miss Lin home." Chu Ye chuckled coldly. "I paid 10 times the fare, and you think you can just throw me off before taking me to the city?" Lin Wan glanced between Chu Ye and the driver, utterly bewildered. "Uncle Chin, what's going on?" "You too." The driver, growing impatient, interrupted her. "Miss Lin, stay out of adult matters. Children shouldn't and Apos, pry into things that Don and Apos, concern them." Lin Wan, startled by the escalating tension, anxiously urged, "Uncle Chin, Chu Ye, please Don and Apos, argue. Let's discuss this calmly." Observing Lin Wan's worried expression, Chu Ye took a deep breath and turned to the driver, softening his tone slightly. "How about this? You take me to the city, and I and Apos, give you 5 times the fare." The driver hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. "Fine. For Miss Lin's sake, I'll let you off this time." Uncle Chin started the shuttle vehicle, heading towards the city. Inside the car, Lin Wan engaged in light conversation with Chu Ye, who responded with half-hearted comments. "Hey, just go straight to the supermarket," Chu Ye reminded the driver once more. The driver shot an angry glare through the rearview mirror. "You have no say here. If you want to tag along, fine. If not, get lost." Chu Ye smirked. 15 times the fare, and today you'll take me around every supermarket in the city." Lin Wan looked worriedly at Chu Ye and then back at the driver. "Uncle Chin, please Don and Apos, argue. Let and Apos, go to the supermarket. I need to buy some things too." The driver sighed. "Miss Lin, Don and Apos, worry about this kid. I'm taking you home." He shot Chu Ye a disdainful glance. "If it weren't for Miss Lin, I would have kicked you out long ago." Ignoring the driver's taunt, Chu Ye persisted, "Uncle Chin, let and Oppos. Just stop by the supermarket. I really need to buy some things. Lin Wan gently urged. Uncle Chin glanced at Lin Wan in the rearview mirror, hesitating, his tone still brusque. Miss Lin, this kid is clearly looking for trouble. Don't let him lead you astray. I'm taking you home. There's no need to waste time at the supermarket. Uncle Chin, it will only take a few minutes. Look, Chu Ye has already offered you a generous fare. Just consider it a favor for me. Lin Wan gently tugged at the driver's sleeve, unable to resist Lin Wan's pleading. Uncle Chin sighed, his tone softening. Miss Lin, it's not that I'm being unreasonable. It's just that the weather outside is dreadful. I suggest you go straight home instead of wandering around. Uncle Chin, please don't say that. Lin Wan interrupted, turning to Chu Ye. Chu Ye, you should also keep quiet. Uncle Chin is looking out for me. Chu Ye nodded, tacitly agreeing with Lin Wan and Oppo's plea. As they drove, the driver couldn't help but grumble about the younger generation. As they neared the supermarket, Lin Wan had indeed helped Chu Ye. He turned to her and remarked, it's wise to stock up on items, especially vacuum-sealed foods that won't spoil easily. Lin Wan chuckled, you're in such a rush, if I didn't know better. I and Oppos, do you think the apocalypse was upon us? It and Oppos, that's just a bit of dust storm. We and Oppos, we've seen worse these past 2 years. Once the vehicle parked steadily in the supermarket lot, Chu Ye dashed into the supplies section. Lin Wan paused, glancing at Uncle Chin, who was equally taken aback by Chu Ye's sudden urgency. After a moment, he muttered, is this kid ill? Why is he in such a hurry? Has he lost his mind? Lin Wan furrowed her brow, recalling Chu Ye's earlier advice to buy vacuum-sealed foods. A sense of unease crept in. He just told me to stock up on food. Lin Wan hesitated. Shouldn't we, buy some? Uncle Chin scoffed, by what? It and Oppos, that's just a dust storm. Is it really that serious? This kid is making a fuss like it and Oppos, that's the end of the world. Lin Wan bit her lip. But what? Uncle Chin interrupted impatiently. Don't join in the hysteria. Hurry home and stop wasting time. Chapter 9. Is this lad here to stock up from the supermarket? Lin Wan gazed towards the entrance of the supermarket, but Chu Ye's figure had long since vanished from sight. She recalled the seriousness in his tone, which did not seem like a jest, yet he appeared genuinely anxious. Uncle Chin sighed, his tone softening. Lin, I know you have a kind heart. However, this boy appears rather unusual. You should refrain from associating with him too much. Uncle Chin, but Chu Ye, he is actually quite a good person. Lin Wan instinctively defended Chu Ye for a moment, yet she ultimately decided to follow him to the supermarket to see for herself. Chu Ye had no intention of waiting for her. He had already spotted the shelves brimming with an array of instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and canned goods. Perhaps due to the weather, the supermarket was sparsely populated, with only a few customers scattered about. Under their astonished gazes, Chu Ye diligently filled his shopping cart with copious amounts of food. A young sales assistant clad in a red vest observed Chu Ye's frenzied shopping spree and nudged her colleague, whispering, Hey, look at that guy. Doesn't he seem a bit off? Can one possibly consume that much? Indeed, it's rather exaggerated, as if he were looting. Is he here to stock up? Just look at his cart. It's piled high. He seems to be hoarding supplies. Could it be he believes some apocalyptic rumors? What era are we in? Who still believes such nonsense? I suspect he is merely preparing for a gathering, needing to entertain many guests. A gathering? Which gathering requires so many instant noodles and sausages? Look, he has even taken an entire box of seasonings. I saw him grab several boxes of canned goods and vacuum-sealed meats. This doesn't resemble an ordinary gathering. The older sales assistant shook her head. Stop speculating and get back to work. Perhaps he is just affluent and whimsical. Lin Wan hurriedly caught up with Chu Ye, her curiosity piqued. Chu Ye, why are you buying so much food? Without turning around, Chu Ye casually tossed several bags of compressed biscuits into his cart, replying nonchalantly, It's prudent to stock up on food. You should buy more too. The more the merrier. Lin Wan felt even more bewildered, but, seeing the earnestness in Chu Ye's expression, she complied and added a few snacks to her own cart. Chu Ye's pace was astonishingly rapid. Nearly half the stock on any shelf he passed was swiftly emptied. Instant noodles, sausages, canned goods, chocolate. Any food with a long shelf life was unhesitatingly tossed into his cart. Besides food, he also feverishly gathered hygiene products and hardware tools, paper towels, sanitary napkins, soap, shampoo, kitchen knives, hammers, pliers, nails. Driver Uncle Chin finally caught up with them. Witnessing Chu Ye's frantic shopping, he could not help but grumble, Kid, why are you buying so much? Planning for the end of the world? Chu Ye shot him a glance, dismissing his complaint, and continued his enthusiastic gathering. Lin Wan too found Chu Ye's actions rather peculiar. Pushing a cart overflowing with goods, he maneuvered into a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. Taking advantage of the moment when the driver and Lin Wan were distracted, he silently murmured to activate his system space. A virtual interface, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. One by one, he began to store the items from his shopping cart into the system space, swiftly emptying the cart. Then, he proceeded to other shelves to continue his spree, returning to the blind spot to deposit the items into the system space. This cycle repeated several times as Chu Ye diligently pursued his monumental mission of emptying the supermarket. The system space was soon overflowing. Phew. Chu Ye let out a long sigh, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Chu Ye, where did you put all the things? When Lin Wan encountered Chu Ye again, she found his cart completely empty, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had distinctly seen it filled to the brim. How could it be empty in an instant? Chu Ye smiled and raised a finger, signaling for silence. It's a secret. Just then, driver Uncle Chin approached. Noticing the vacant cart, and inquired with confusion, "Kid, where are the things you bought?" Chu Ye shrugged, replying, "I suddenly lost interest and returned them." "Return them? I didn't see you do that." Uncle Chin regarded him skeptically. "Your eyesight must be poor." Chu Ye waved his hand dismissively. "All right, let us go. The goods here are mostly nearing expiration." Uncle Chin squinted, watching Chu Ye's retreating figure. He lowered his voice to Lin Wan, "Little Wan, do you think this lad might be a thief? He had so many items, and now they just vanished. In all my years, I've never seen anything so bizarre." Lin Wan chuckled helplessly. "Uncle Chin, what are you thinking? If he were a thief, where would he hide so many things? The supermarket is filled with cameras. He couldn't possibly make them disappear into thin air, could he? I think he simply acted on a whim. Later feeling embarrassed to admit it, so he claimed to have returned them." Uncle Chin remained skeptical, stroking his chin in contemplation. "But I distinctly saw him pushing a fully loaded cart. How could it be empty now? Those items couldn't just vanish." Upon exiting the supermarket, Lin Wan remained curious about the mysteriously vanished cart. As they waited for Uncle Chin to fetch the car, she could not help but ask, "Chu Ye, did you really put everything back?" Chu Ye replied coldly, "Yes, where else could I have stored them? Look, I don't have a single pocket to hold anything." Lin Wan scrutinized Chu Ye with suspicion but then took out her phone, saying, "Let us add each other on WeChat. Thank you for today." Chu Ye chuckled mysteriously. Waving his phone, though reluctant, he scanned Lin Wan's QR code. At that moment, Uncle Chin's car arrived. Throughout the drive, Uncle Chin occasionally glanced at Chu Ye through the rearview mirror, his eyes filled with doubt. After dropping Lin Wan off at her doorstep, Chu Ye turned to Uncle Chin and said, "Uncle Chin, let us visit 2 more supermarkets. I still need some items." Uncle Chin's eyes nearly bulged out. "Kid, why are you buying so much? Do you own a supermarket?" Chu Ye simply replied, "Stockpiling, a hobby." Uncle Chin's lips twitched as he suppressed a scoff. This lad can't possibly be part of some organization, can he? Hoarding so many supplies, what sort of scheme is he plotting? In the following supermarkets, Chu Ye continued his fervent collecting. By 10 o'clock at night, as the supermarkets began to close, he finally concluded his stockpiling expedition. Uncle Chin patiently awaited him in the parking lot. Were it not for Lin Wan, old Chin would have been quite an agreeable person. Chapter 10. A Man and Appos. S priority is his career exiting 3 supermarkets. Chu Ye found his system space filled to the brim with a plethora of supplies, enough to sustain him for several years. Yet, he deemed this insufficient. "Uncle Chin, please drive me back to the villa," he requested, rubbing his sore shoulders. As Chin started the car, he pondered over Chu Ye and Appos' peculiar behavior. Just as they approached the villa, Chu Ye inquired, "Uncle Chin, do you know any engineers?" "Engineers? Yes. I know one. Lin and Appos' daughter's father is an engineer. We were comrades in arms. But tell me, what exactly are you up to? If it and Appos' something illegal." "I won't let it slide," Chin responded with a serious expression. Chu Ye chuckled inwardly, appreciating Uncle Chin's sense of justice. "I just bought a villa and wish to renovate it," he casually replied. After paying Chin for the ride, he watched him leave, then took a deep breath. It was finally time to handle the bodies of Chen Xiaojie and Chen Xiaowang. Observing the gruesome scene in the bedroom, he felt no tremor of emotion. The advantage of having a system space was that he could dispose of the bodies discreetly, directly storing them within it. "Chen Xiaojie, Chen Xiaowang, this is your just retribution," he thought. Once finished, he returned to the living room and collapsed onto the sofa, feeling as if his bones had disassembled after a long day of labor. He pulled out his phone and texted Lin Wan. Miss Lin, your father is an engineer, correct? I wish to renovate the villa, reinforce the walls, and install a security system. Would he be able to assist? Lin Wan replied promptly, I'll ask my dad and get back to you shortly. While waiting for a response, Chu Ye began organizing the supplies he had purchased, looking at the mountains of essentials like food, water, and medicine in the system space. A sense of security washed over him. Then came Lin Wan's text. My dad agreed. See you at your villa tomorrow at 10. Great, thank you, Chu Ye responded. The night passed without incident. The following day at 10 in the morning, Lin Wan and her father, Lin Zhengwo, arrived punctually at Chu Ye's villa. Lin Zhengwo was a robust, middle-aged man with a square face and prominent eyebrows, clearly a military man by appearance. Mr. Chu, greetings. Lin Zhengwo extended his hand for a shake. I hear you wish to renovate your villa? Yes, Mr. Lin, Chu Ye nodded. I would like to refurbish the villa. Lin Zhengwo smiled. That's a minor matter. We have ample experience in this field. By the way, I heard you helped Lin Wan yesterday. Rest assured, I won't shortchange you on materials. Oh, are you married? Taken aback by the sudden question, Chu Ye instinctively asked, Mr. Lin, what do you mean by that? Lin Wan quickly pinched her father, chiding Dad. Lin Zhengwo laughed heartily. My apologies, it's a habit. Lin Wan is no longer a child, and both her mother and I are worried about her lack of a boyfriend. Seeing a young man around her age, I couldn't help but ask. If you're not married, perhaps consider it? I'd waive the bride price. Chu Ye rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking about the impending apocalypse and how such matters were hardly a priority. Thus, he firmly declined. A man must prioritize his career. Frankly, I haven't and Oppos. He considered dating yet. Initially embarrassed by her father's abruptness, Lin Wan felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment upon hearing Chu Ye's answer. Stealing a glance at him, she found him earnestly discussing the villa renovations with her father, seemingly unaffected by the earlier conversation. Seeing Chu Ye's resolute rejection, Lin Zhengwo wisely shifted the topic. All right. Since you are focused on your career, let us discuss the villa renovations. Do you have specific ideas in mind? Chu Ye guided him through the villa, carefully examining its structure and surroundings. Mr. Lin, while the exterior walls appear sturdy, they are actually quite vulnerable. I would like to add a layer of lead steel plate inside, perhaps 10 centimeters thick. Lin Zhengwo furrowed his brow. 10 centimeters? Young man, what are you planning? Is this a villa renovation or a civil defense project? Lead steel? Are you worried about radiation? Chu Ye smiled serenely. Cost is not an issue. Safety is paramount. In these turbulent times, one can never be too cautious. Should anything happen, he paused dramatically, lowering his voice, if tensions rise with the eagles. I'd like my home to withstand the storm. Lin Zhengwo chuckled. Mr. Chu, you are quite the worrywart. Back in our day, we drove the eagles away from our territory. They wouldn't and amp, Oppos, dare return. Better to be safe than sorry, Chu Ye replied. Besides, reinforcing the villa will ensure it and amp, Oppos, safer in everyday life. Although Lin Zhengwo found Chu Ye somewhat paranoid, he acknowledged the customer is always right and nodded. Very well. We can accommodate that, but the timeline may extend. I also want to install several high-capacity solar panels on the roof. Chu Ye pointed upwards. They should be powerful and durable. Our photovoltaic industry is quite impressive, after all. Lin Zhengwo mused internally. What is this young man's true background? With requests for lead steel plates and solar panels, it seems as if he is preparing for war. Additionally, I wish to install a rainwater collection system on the roof. Chu Ye continued. In case of water shortages, it would provide a backup. Lin Zhengwo nodded. That is feasible. We advocate for energy conservation and environmental protection. Chu Ye then pointed to the windows. I want to replace all the windows with shatterproof ones, ideally fully sealed with excellent sound insulation. Lin Zhengwo couldn't resist asking. Young man, are you attempting to turn your home into a fortress? Chu Ye chuckled but offered no reply. Continuing, in the basement level 2. I want to construct a swimming pool. On the first basement level, I wish to create a greenhouse for my floral pursuits. Moreover, for the main level, could we cover the fish pond with tempered glass and add a water circulation system? Lin Zhengwo was utterly flabbergasted. A swimming pool underground? A greenhouse? Young man, are you planning to ship this house to Mars? The way you're renovating, I believe it could be habitable on Mars. Perhaps I should arrange for a negative pressure buffer chamber and install a couple of doors. Chu Ye and Oppos' eyes lit up. Mr. Lin, is that truly possible? Chapter 11. Water supply interruption. Lin Zhengwo was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this young man truly intended to pursue this course of action. Is this really how one should spend money? He mused. Chu Ye paused for a moment before lowering his voice to inquire, By the way, Uncle Lin. Didn't and Oppos. Do you serve in the military? I wonder if you could procure some retired equipment. I believe such items would be of superior quality. Initially, Lin Jiangwo had perceived Chu Ye merely as an eccentric young heir with a penchant for bizarre designs. However, upon hearing the mention of retired equipment, he became instantly alert. Having served, he knew precisely what Chu Ye was referring to. Fixing a sharp gaze upon him, he asked, "Little Chu, when you speak of amp, Oppos, retired equipment, and amp, Oppos, what exactly do you mean?" Lin Jiangwo's voice was deep and serious, laced with an undertone of interrogation. With a faint smile and a casual tone, Chu Ye replied, "Just some decommissioned military supplies, such as bulletproof steel plates, explosion-proof glass, and high-intensity lighting equipment. I know these items are durable, reliable, and possess high safety standards." Lin Jiangwo fell silent, scrutinizing Chu Ye closely. Who exactly was this young man? What were his intentions in seeking such items? Did he possess knowledge beyond the ordinary? Honestly, it and Oppos, that's nothing much. I am simply an enthusiast of military affairs and have a fondness for this sort of thing, Chu Ye explained. Lin Jiangwo regarded him with suspicion, yet ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will reach out to some former comrades to see if I can procure what you need. With the matter largely settled, Chu Ye promptly retrieved his phone and stated, "Uncle Lin, I will transfer the deposit to you now. Let us commence work at the earliest opportunity." Lin Jiangwo was taken aback, offering an awkward chuckle. "Are you truly going through with this? I assumed you were merely here to discuss plans, and I haven and amp, Oppos, to even prepared a budget or brought a contract." Chu Ye replied with enthusiasm, "No worries. I'll transfer the funds now, and we can finalize the contract later. Since Lin Wan is involved, I can simply have her sign if necessary." "Uncle Lin, do you think we could start this afternoon? By evening at the latest, I can offer additional compensation." Listening nearby, Lin Wan stifled a laugh at her father and Oppos' unusual demeanor. Lin Jiangwo shot her a glare before turning back to Chu Ye, his expression complex. "Little Chu, it and Oppos, it's not that I am trying to avoid this. But the scale of this project is considerable, involving lead plates and solar panels, along with contacting former comrades. Even if we begin this afternoon, we cannot start immediately." Chu nodded in understanding. "I comprehend that some materials will need preparation. Let me transfer 1 million as a deposit. Do you think that will suffice?" Lin Jiangwo waved his hands repeatedly. "Too much, far too much. We won't require that much. Just 20,000 will do for now, and we can discuss the remainder once the materials are in place." Chu Ye insisted, "It and Oppos. That's fine, Uncle Lin. We can adjust the final amount later. You know how unstable things are these days. The sooner we can get this done, the better I will feel." As he spoke, he had already completed the transfer and presented the screenshot of the transaction to Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo gazed at the incoming funds on his phone and sighed. "Very well. Since you insist, I shall exert myself. I will contact my old comrades right away and urge them to deliver the supplies as swiftly as possible. I will arrange for the necessary demolition work this afternoon, aiming to commence as soon as feasible." Observing the 20,000 in his account, Lin Jiangwo couldn't and Oppos help but click his tongue in disbelief. This young man was indeed extravagant, transferring such a sum without a flicker of hesitation. Though the potential profit from this venture was significant, Lin Jiangwo felt a tinge of unease regarding the expenditure. He thought to himself, Chu Ye appears quite astute. Yet why the rush? Surely there are more prudent ways to allocate such wealth. Alas, I had hoped to facilitate a union between him and Wan. Could he possibly be reckless with his finances? If they were to become serious, I hope he doesn't squander their fortune. Chu Ye's urgency and seemingly extravagant spending were driven by a pressing motive. He was acutely aware that an apocalypse loomed, leaving him with little time. Moreover, this money was not truly his own, so he felt no remorse in its expenditure. Having been reborn, he recalled vividly the substantial funds stored on Chun Xiaojia's phone, left behind by her paramour. Rather than allowing this ill-gotten wealth to fall into her hands for frivolous spending, he resolved to utilize it for his own survival preparations in the impending chaos. After eliminating Chun Xiaojia, he had discreetly accessed her phone and transferred the funds to his account. Thus, the money he was now spending was, in essence, a rightful claim. Reaching into his pocket, Chu Ye produced a set of keys, presenting them to Lin Jiangwo. "Uncle Lin, here are the keys to the villa. I am entrusting them to you. You can have your team commence work directly. I may have other matters to attend to today and might not be able to return in time." Lin Jiangwo accepted the keys, puzzled. Why the haste? If today proves unfeasible, tomorrow will suffice. A day or two is inconsequential. He mused. What on earth is driving Chu Ye and Apos' urgency? Does he believe the world will collapse if this project is delayed by a day? Chu Ye shook his head, his tone resolute. This matter cannot be delayed. The sooner we act, the better. I am genuinely anxious. After bidding farewell to Lin Jiangwo and his daughter, Chu Ye exhaled deeply. Upon returning to his villa, he observed the sky outside, tinged with a sickly yellow hue, as the relentless wind showed no signs of abating. And the air was thick with an unsettling heat. The other matters he referred to were, of course, concerning his sister, Chu Ye. Since their last contact yesterday, she had been unresponsive, which caused him considerable distress. Approaching the window, he drew back the curtains to reveal the once verdant lawn now shrouded in a thin layer of yellow dust, resembling an eerie snowfall. He turned on the faucet, unsurprisingly finding the water supply interrupted. Grabbing his phone, he accessed the community's owner group chat. As expected, the chat was ablaze with chaos. Messages flooded in. What happened? Why has the water suddenly stopped? What is the property management doing? Where are they? They need to explain this. Property management. Does anyone know what Apos' going on? When will the water be restored? My child needs to drink. What are we to do? Could the management find a way to bring us some water? I have no reserves at home. Who has extra water to spare? Please share some. This management is utterly irresponsible. No warning whatsoever. Among the cacophony, one user named Coco sent a voice message exclaiming, "Oh, how utterly frustrating. What a dreadful place this is. Water has stopped flowing. I just had my nails done yesterday, and now I can't even wash my hands. Where's the management? Hurry and bring me some water. I want Evian. And Don and Apos, forget some food. I fancy Agendas." She had encountered this Coco at the community entrance yesterday. Her ostentatious appearance suggested she was a pampered pet of some wealthy individual. Witnessing her entitled demeanor in the group chat only intensified his disdain. Chapter 12, Traffic Paralysis with a Cold Smirk. Chu Ye mused to himself. She has yet to experience the worst. This is merely the beginning. Chu Ye observed Coco and Apos' haughty demeanor within the group chat. He deliberately tagged the homeowner who had previously mentioned that children needed water. I have some water left. I can share a bottle with you. Please send me your room number privately. Upon sending this message, the chat erupted in excitement. Big shot. Share a bottle with me too. I'll pay. I want one. I'll pay any price. Brother, please. We're almost out of water. Me too. The price is negotiable. Coco, feeling humiliated, sarcastically responded to Chu Ye. Oh. Some people are indeed quite generous. One bottle of water, and you'd think they were a philanthropist. Ignoring Coco's derision, Chu Ye replied, I'm sorry, but my water supply is limited as well. For those interested in purchasing, we can negotiate privately. This incited another wave of fervor within the group. Prices are negotiable. Big shot. Let us chat privately. I've added you on WeChat. Brother, I added you too. Please accept. Coco, infuriated, stomped her feet in frustration. Her initial intent to show off having backfired spectacularly. In this villa community, most residents only visited occasionally, making the sudden water shortage a significant inconvenience for them. Given the current weather conditions, it was not an exaggeration to say they were trapped in their villas. Though the water supply would soon be restored, they would have to endure a challenging period first. Chu Ye did not exploit the situation for exorbitant profit. He merely charged a nominal fee. For his primary aim was not financial gain. I'll pay double the price. Triple. Just sell it to me. 5 times. Just get me some water. 10 times. Just ensure I have water to use. Chu Ye smiled slightly at these messages, realizing the unexpected impact of the sudden water outage was greater than he had anticipated. He chose to engage with the more reasonable homeowners, selling the water at a price slightly above market value, refraining from price gouging. After all, he sought to make a modest profit rather than offend everyone. Understanding the importance of connections in this apocalyptic world, Chu Ye arranged a time to deliver water, starting with the family that had children. When he arrived, he was greeted by a woman in her 30s. Her disheveled appearance likely a result of the morning's unexpected water stoppage. The children she referred to were a pair of adorable siblings, around 5 or 6 years old. Amid their expressions of gratitude, Chu Ye left the water and casually suggested, if possible, consider storing a little more at home. His assistance to this family ended there. By midday, Chu Ye and Apos' phone finally rang. It was Chu Ye. Trembling, he answered, Brother, I'm stuck on the highway outside the city. We can't move at all. The background noise was filled with blaring horns and shouts from the crowd. Chu Ye's worst fears had materialized. Where are you exactly? He pressed. forcing himself to remain calm. I don't know. The highway is congested with cars. I think I see a sandstorm. Chu Yin's voice was shaky and intermittent. A wave of dread washed over Chu Ye. Inin, listen to me. Do not leave the car, lock the doors, and try to stay calm. I'll find a way to reach you. He endeavored to sound composed. Brother, it's fine. I'm with a few classmates. Just feeling a bit tired and uncomfortable in the car. Don't be afraid, Inin. I'll be there soon. Remember, stay in the car and don't go anywhere. Keep your phone on. Ending the call, Chu Ye grabbed his coat and dashed out the door, determined to reach Chu Yin as swiftly as possible. However, as he exited the villa community, he was met with a far worse situation than he had envisioned. The roads were completely blocked, filled with stranded vehicles, as the streets resembled a boiling cauldron, not of water, but of people and cars. Most companies had halted operations by morning, euphemistically labeling it a holiday, effectively squeezing employees onto the streets like sardines in a can. Those damn bosses couldn't have chosen a better time to take a break. Now look at the chaos. A burly man leaned out of his car window, hurling insults at a slowly moving BMW. The BMW driver, equally irate, rolled down his window, revealing his balding, greasy head. Who the hell are you cursing at? In a hurry to reincarnate? Yeah, I'm cursing you. Think you're so special just because you drive a BMW? As tensions escalated, Chu Ye cursed under his breath, thinking it foolish to argue when they could all use the time to head home sooner. Squeezing past the two belligerent drivers, he scanned the surroundings for a passable route. Suddenly, the raucous driver leaped from his vehicle, angrily pointing at Chu Ye. Hey kid, stop right there. You hit my car. Come back and apologize. The BMW driver wore a look of glee, relishing the impending confrontation. Chu Ye continued walking, unfazed. The large man slammed his car door and hurried after him, grabbing Chu Ye's shoulder and growling, Kid, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Slowly turning around, Chu Ye fixed the man with a cold stare. If you're looking for trouble, I suggest you focus on how to get out of this hellhole. The man was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a response, and then laughed in rage. You hit my car, and won't he admit it? Do you even know who I am? Chu Ye sneered dismissively. I don't care who you are. Now, remove your hand. Enraged, the man swung a fist at Chu Ye's face. Chu Ye had anticipated this, sidestepping to avoid the blow. In one swift motion, he struck the man's wrist, causing him to yelp in pain and crouch down, clutching his arm. Chu Ye cast a cold glance at him as he walked away, leaving behind a parting remark. In times like these, relying on these metal contraptions is far less effective than depending on your own two legs. Chapter 13. Troubles from seeking shelter. Witnessing Chu Ye take down a burly man left the BMW driver in a state of shock. He never anticipated that this seemingly refined young man could possess such formidable fighting skills. Had he joined in the earlier insults, it was highly likely that he would now be the one lying on the ground. Instinctively, he patted his greasy belly, silently grateful that he had refrained from meddling. This slight figure hardly appeared robust. How could he be so powerful? To topple someone in just a few moves? Truly, one should not judge by appearances. It seems that in this day and age, it is wiser to stay out of others and Oppo's affairs and quietly amass wealth. He glanced down at his polished leather shoes and then surveyed the distant street, muttering to himself, this world is becoming increasingly unstable, perhaps, as that young man suggested. I should just head back. Meanwhile, Chu Ye felt pressed for time. His sister, Chu Yin, was still stuck on the highway outside the city. The wind and sand whipped against his face like a multitude of tiny blades, causing him pain. Equipped with goggles, he trudged forward with great difficulty, tightening his coat around him and lowering his head against the onslaught of the storm. This wretched weather was utterly unbearable. Chu Ye cursed softly under his breath. After walking several kilometers, he felt on the verge of collapse, his legs heavy as if filled with lead, each step a monumental challenge. Visibility diminished, shrouding everything in a sickly yellow haze. He thought to himself that he needed to find shelter. Cursing the increasingly fierce sandstorm, Chu Ye pulled out his phone, the screen nearly obscured by sand. Damn! He wiped it vigorously, squinting to discern his location. The desolate surroundings revealed that the nearest structure was a logistics warehouse. Better than nothing, he thought, tucking the phone back into his pocket and gritting his teeth as he made his way in that direction. Perhaps due to outdated maps, the logistics warehouse had likely relocated long ago, leaving behind only a series of vacant buildings. The main gate was tightly shut and rusted, as if no one had opened it in decades. Chu Ye called out a few times, but his voice was swiftly swallowed by the wind and sand. Even he could not hear it. After circling the perimeter of the warehouse, he discovered a small door ajar, as if intentionally left open for him. Inside, The warehouse was eerily empty, cluttered with discarded cardboard boxes and debris, a thick layer of dust coating everything. The dim light barely illuminated his surroundings. Chu Ye entered cautiously. After confirming there was no immediate danger, he ventured deeper into the warehouse and found a corner to sit in, temporarily escaping the storm. He removed his goggles and wiped the sand from his face, feeling as though he had just crawled out of a grave. Before he could catch his breath, the raging wind was suddenly pierced by the roar of engines. Alarmed, Chu Ye quickly stood and followed the sound. Soon, voices echoed through the warehouse. "Hurry, unload the goods. We must make a few more trips while we have the chance. This is our opportunity to score big." A coarse voice reverberated in the warehouse. Chu Ye hid behind a stack of boxes, cautiously peeking out. He saw several young men carrying boxes into the warehouse. Among them was a lanky young man. Panting as he paused to wipe the sweat from his brow, he turned to a burly young man leading the group and said, "Brother, is this really a good idea? Stealing during this storm. If we get caught, what an oppos is there to fear? Who would catch us?" We disabled the surveillance cameras. The burly young man replied, casting an impatient glare at him. "The supermarket will be closed for days. Once this storm passes, if anyone asks, we'll just say the cameras malfunctioned." The burly man stopped and turned back, his irritation palpable. "Just say the wind broke them. We'll be careful. In this remote area, who would know? Move faster. You've seen how many valuable items are in that supermarket." The lanky youth still appeared apprehensive. But nothing. "Get to work and stop wasting time." The burly man interrupted, exasperated. "If this goes well, you'll reap the rewards. Want a new phone? Dreaming of a motorcycle? It all hinges on this." At these words, the lanky youth's eyes lit up. No longer hesitating, he quickened his pace, joining the others and moving the goods. Another young man sidled up, grinning at the burly man. "Brother Hu, you're brilliant. This sandstorm is a godsend. We're going to make a fortune." Brother Hu beamed with pride. "Of course. Once this storm passes, we'll sell everything. And the profits will keep us living lavishly for quite some time." Chu Ye, concealed in the shadows, observed the comings and goings of these individuals as they transported goods. He surmised that they were likely villagers seizing the opportunity to steal from some unknown supermarket amid the storm, transporting their ill-gotten gains into this warehouse. If fortune serves, it would be remiss of him not to seize this opportunity to benefit from their labor. "Brother Hu, it seems, there is someone here." A sharp voice shattered the cacophony of movement within the warehouse. The burly man, directing the operation, turned impatiently, spitting in annoyance. Who could possibly be here? This dilapidated warehouse has been abandoned for years. Not even rats frequent it. Are you losing your wits from moving boxes? The owner of the sharp voice, a shifty-eyed young man, pointed to a fresh set of footprints on the ground. "Brother Hu, look at these tracks. They weren't here the last time we came." Following the young man and Appo's finger, Brother Hu indeed spotted a series of clear footprints stretching into the depths of the warehouse, leading behind a pile of boxes. In this desolate wilderness, aside from their group, who else would venture into such a forsaken place? Chapter 14. A dark encounter. Everyone, gather your weapons. Bring that guy out. With a commanding shout, Brother Hu directed several young men to seize nearby iron rods and crowbars. They approached the pile of cardboard boxes with a palpable sense of urgency. Hidden behind the boxes, Chu Ye listened intently to the increasingly approaching footsteps, his heart racing faster by the second. Initially, he had intended to wait for them to leave before making his move to collect the items they had brought. However, it was evident that such a plan was no longer feasible. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ye activated the system. 40 pressure, 1 flow rate, parameters set. The nozzle of the water cutter, as fine as a needle, concealed immense power within. The cardboard boxes were abruptly shoved aside as Brother Hu led the charge, wielding a rusted iron rod and glaring menacingly at Chu Ye. "Who the hell are you? What are you doing hiding here?" Without a word, Chu Ye initiated his attack. A nearly invisible stream of water shot forth from his fingertip. Brother Hu, startled by the sudden movement, was left bewildered. Almost immediately, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he discovered a small puncture wound, followed by a gash that sliced through flesh and fabric alike. In disbelief, he raised his gaze to meet Chu Ye and Appo's, unable to utter a single word. You. Brother Hu clutched his wound, his eyes wide with terror. "How did you do that?" He had clearly seen Chu Ye merely wave his hand. How could he be injured? What sorcery was this? The pain overwhelmed him, causing his vision to blur, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Staggering back a few steps, he stared in horror at Chu Ye, as if witnessing a monstrous apparition. Chu Ye maintained an impassive expression, yet internally he was astonished. The system truly allowed for such lethal capability. This was a water-based cutting tool. Its power was unparalleled. Meanwhile, Brother Hu and Appos, as subordinates, remained oblivious to their leader and Appos, as distress, continuing their aggressive advance, iron rods and crowbars raised high, ready to teach Chu Ye a lesson. In a flash, Chu Ye evaded the incoming strike. Utilizing the mountains of clutter in the warehouse as cover, he deftly maneuvered through the chaos, dodging the attacks from the lackeys. A loud crash echoed as an iron rod smashed down upon the cardboard box where he had just hidden, flattening it instantly. Chu Ye let out a cold scoff, flicking his fingers to unleash another stream of water that struck one of the lackey's arms. With a pain scream, the young man clutched his bloodied arm and collapsed to the ground. It was only then that the others noticed Brother Hu's unusual state and their injured comrade. They halted their assault, uncertainty flickering across their faces as they glanced at Chu Ye. The remaining lackeys exchanged nervous glances, their grip on their weapons trembling. Just moments ago, they had been fierce, but now they were consumed by an inexplicable fear. What is happening? Why is Brother Hu? One lackey stammered, pointing at the pale-faced Brother Hu was clutching his abdomen. Blood. Brother Chong is bleeding. Another exclaimed, panic rising. What did that kid do? This is unnatural. Yes, clearly, Brother Chong had never even touched him. It must be sorcery. One lackey cried out in terror. They had never witnessed such an eerie occurrence, no physical contact. Yet Brother Hu was inexplicably wounded, and the wound continued to bleed profusely. Such an uncanny scenario sent shivers down their spines, causing them to instinctively retreat a few steps. Gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes filled with dread. What manner of person is this? Ignoring their bewilderment, Chu Ye launched another assault. The streams of water danced around the warehouse, tracing delicate arcs. One lackey brandishing a dagger lunged at Chu Ye, but with a flick of his finger, Chu Ye severed the blade with precision. The broken piece fell to the ground, leaving the lackey staring blankly at the hilt in his hand, still in shock. Before he could comprehend his predicament, a second stream of water struck his throat. Silently, he grasped at his neck and fell lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing their comrade's grim fate, the remaining lackeys were paralyzed with fear, turning to flee the warehouse. Chu Ye's gaze hardened. These individuals had witnessed his capabilities. Allowing them to escape would undoubtedly invite significant trouble. With a decisive thought, he dashed toward the warehouse entrance, blocking their escape. Having arrived, none would leave. His voice was cold and resolute. You, what are you? Brother Hu, supported by his lackeys, approached Chu Ye, a faint, mocking smile gracing his lips. Does it matter who I am? Brother Hu struggled to maintain his composure, clutching his still-aching abdomen, his complexion pale, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Using one hand for support, he forced out a smile that resembled a grimace, his voice trembling. This brother, we were blind and have offended you. Please, show mercy and grant us our lives. His companions nodded in agreement, faces drawn with dread, pleading, yes, brother, we were wrong. Please let us go. Chu Ye regarded them with icy disdain. Had you not sought trouble with me from the outset, I would not have intended to make things difficult for you. Brother Hu paused, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, prior to their encounter with this young man, he had posed no threat. Brother, you misunderstand. We merely wish to borrow this warehouse. All the items are yours. Please, spare us this once. Spare you? Chu Ye's eyes narrowed with intensity. You were just attempting to take my life, yet now you wish for my mercy with mere words? How naive. Brother Hu trembled in fear, hastily responding, Brother, we are willing to compensate. Whatever sum you desire, we shall pay. Money? She scoffed. Do you truly believe I am in need of money? Chapter 15. Eliminate him. Tiger Brother was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself that he was likely facing inevitable doom today. He could not fathom that the seemingly harmless young man before him possessed such cold-blooded ruthlessness, merely because they had glimpsed his appearance. He was intent on eliminating them to eradicate any potential threat. A wave of despair surged within him. If only he could turn back time. He would keep his distance and avoid provoking this harbinger of doom. Yet, it was too late for regrets. A fierce glint ignited in his eyes. Tiger Brother muttered a curse under his breath. Since this kid doesn't want us to live, let us fight back. He seized a crowbar and called out, Brothers, grab your weapons. Let us go. A few young men were momentarily taken aback before quickly reacting, arming themselves with their tools. With Tiger Brother leading the charge, they surged toward the door with ferocity. Eliminate him. The shouts and roars echoed through the warehouse, shattering the previous silence. Meanwhile, Chu Ye silently adjusted the water output and pressure of his system. The previously gentle trickle of water suddenly surged, transforming into razor-sharp jets. With a speed that was almost imperceptible, they swept forth. Tiger Brother, leading the charge, was momentarily blinded by a flash of light. A searing pain struck him as his body was cleaved in two at the waist. The tremendous force sent him crashing to the ground, blood gushing forth and instantly staining the floor. The young men trailing behind him, still reeling from confusion, were mercilessly sliced in half by the water blades. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies flew about, their screams reverberating throughout the warehouse. In an instant, the warehouse morphed into a hellish scene. With a mere flick of his hand, Chu Ye had dispatched this rabble and dealt with the petty thieves within the warehouse. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the various goods piled high, primarily electronic products, most of which had once held value but were now rendered useless in this apocalyptic world. Evidently, this group had not yet realized the sandstorm marked the onset of the end times. However, a few of the ruffians seemed to have a taste for the finer things. Among the electronic products, Chu Ye stumbled upon several boxes of canned goods. He picked one up, opened it, and was greeted by a rich aroma of meat. Canned beef? Quite delightful. Chu Ye nodded in satisfaction before placing the can back into the box. These cans were far more appealing to him than the heaps of electronic devices. I shall graciously accept these, he mused. Glancing at the corpses of Tiger Brother and his gang on the ground, Chu Ye paused. As for you, he said, trailing off, you may remain here. With that, he pulled down his goggles to obscure much of his face and stepped into the swirling sands. At the entrance of the warehouse stood two vehicles, a pickup truck and a black SUV. The driver of the SUV appeared to be dozing off. Chu Ye approached and knocked on the car door. The sudden noise startled the occupant awake. What is going on? Who is knocking? Mimicking the tone of the small-time thugs from the warehouse, Chu Ye feigned urgency as he replied, Tiger Brother wants you inside. Says he has something to discuss. The driver squinted suspiciously, sizing Chu Ye up. What is the matter? Why so secretive? I don't know. I'm just passing on a message, Chu Ye stammered, rubbing his hands together, portraying a timid demeanor. Tiger Brother, doesn't he look too pleased? You should hurry in and check. After a moment of hesitation, the driver turned off the engine and opened the door, making his way toward the warehouse. As he pushed open the heavy iron door, a wave of overwhelming stench filled his nostrils, causing him to grimace. The sight that met his eyes froze him in place. His pupils dilated, and his heart seemed to skip a beat. Scattered across the floor lay several bodies, dismembered limbs strewn about. Blood painted the ground in gruesome rivulets. The metallic scent of blood saturated the air, and the driver stared in disbelief, his mouth agape but unable to produce any sound. He instinctively took a step back, only to step on a severed hand. The sticky sensation sent his stomach churning, nearly inducing him to vomit. Terrified, he glanced around, searching for a living soul or an explanation. Yet, all he encountered were more corpses and pools of blood. The warehouse was engulfed in a deathly silence, save for the sound of wind and sand battering the iron door. The driver trembled, cold sweat soaking his clothes as he recalled someone had summoned him. Suddenly, he turned, only to see a figure behind him swinging an arm. A dizzying whirl ensued. And Chapter 16. The opportunist Chu Ye found himself ensnared within the contorted wreckage of a vehicle, the airbags having deployed and obscured his vision. The seatbelt constricted painfully against his chest. Struggling to lift his hand, he felt a sharp sting. Glancing down, he saw shards of glass embedded in his flesh, blood oozing profusely. Damn it! Chu Ye gritted his teeth, retrieving a knife pilfered from the hardware section of a supermarket from his system space. He slashed at the seatbelt with reckless abandon. As the constriction eased, he finally managed to catch his breath, leaning back against the seat for a moment. Chu Ye felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the world around him shrouded in a fog. He attempted to push open the car door, but it remained immovable. Upon closer inspection, he realized the door had been twisted and deformed by the impact. Cursed. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. He raised his foot and kicked violently at the already spider-webbed windshield. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of shattering glass echoed painfully through the desolate wilderness. After several kicks, the windshield finally gave way, flinging open under the force. A fierce wind, laden with dust, rushed into the car, choking him and forcing him to cough. Staggering out of the vehicle, he climbed atop the hood and surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a barren expanse of yellowed fields, lifeless and still. In the distance, the horizon melded seamlessly with the gray sky, rendering the road and the end indistinguishable. Damn this wretched place. Chu Ye wiped the blood from his face, feeling the sticky residue, utterly nauseated. Thankfully, his phone remained intact. He opened the map, noting that he had strayed from his intended route, yet was fortuitously closer to his sister and Appo's location. The time indicated he had been unconscious for nearly 2 hours. Frustration gnawed at him, This broken road, this battered car, this dreadful weather. He needed a place to rest and regain his strength. Scanning the map, he noticed a small village marked not far off, alongside a notation for a farm stay. A farm stay in this godforsaken land. He muttered to himself, but he had little choice. Any shelter from the wind and sand was better than none. He leapt from the car, trudging toward the village with a weary gait. After what felt like an eternity of laborious steps, he finally reached the marked village. The howling wind continued to rage, whipping the sand against his skin like razor blades. This accursed weather was unbearable. The village was shrouded in darkness, presumably due to the sandstorm's destruction of the power lines. Only one house emanated a flickering light, resembling a solitary eye peering out from the gloom. As Chu Ye approached the dwelling, he strained to listen. Intermittent voices drifted from within. "You promised to take me home. Didn't I say I would pay you? I'll pay whatever it takes." A woman's voice trembled, laced with tears. "Money? Do you think I lack for cash? Those people on the highway, unwilling to pay for a bottle of water or a loaf of bread. Heh, as long as you serve us well tonight, we'll drive you into the city," a lewd male voice responded. Chu Ye and Appo's brow furrowed as he leaned closer to the window. Inside, a dim oil lamp flickered, illuminating three burly men surrounding a young woman. Disheveled and desperate, she knelt before them, pleading, "Please, let me go. I have children at home." "Children? Ah, perfect. Once we tire of you, perhaps we'll even help you produce a son." One of the villagers leered, reaching for her torn clothing. She spat in disgust. "Damn it, a bunch of opportunistic scoundrels." He touched his wounds, a sharp pain radiating through him. The recent accident had left him in agony. And now, encountering this vile scene ignited a surge of rage within him. Taking a deep breath to stifle the pain, he raised his foot and kicked fiercely at the farmhouse's sturdy wooden door. Bang! The door flew off its hinges, crashing against the table inside with a dull thud. Splintered wood flew in all directions, and the oil lamp toppled to the ground, extinguishing the flame and plunging the room into darkness. The three men, startled by the sudden commotion, turned to the entrance, their gazes falling upon a shadowy figure silhouetted against the dim light outside. Chu Ye stood at the threshold, swaying slightly. Feeling lightheaded, yet he steadied himself and advanced into the room, his gaze sweeping over the three men as though they were mere corpses. Finally, his eyes landed on the disheveled young woman. Upon seeing him, her expression transformed into one of hope, as if she had glimpsed a savior. Who are you?" she stammered. One of the men, trembling, managed to ask, "What do you want?" She ignored him, instead steadying himself beside the table and feeling around until he found a match. He reignited the oil lamp. The feeble light barely illuminated the room, casting a ghastly glow on Chu Ye and Appo's bloodied face. He smiled, a chilling grin that appeared particularly sinister in the dim light. His unsteady steps reminiscent of a zombie from a B-grade horror film. "Ah!" The woman shrieked in terror. One of the men fainted, collapsing to the floor. What do you want from us?" Another man bravely asked, though his voice trembled with fear. "How do you wish to die?" Chu Ye and Appo's voice was hoarse and low, as if it emerged from the depths of his throat. The moment he spoke, the leader seemed to regain his composure. "Do you think we fear ghosts? We're not afraid of anything." He brandished a weapon, challenging Chu Ye. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Kid, you're courting death. Brothers, let us take him down." They brandished their clubs, charging at Chu Ye. He silently cursed under his breath. He had hoped to intimidate these miscreants without resorting to violence, especially given his injuries. But it appeared that violence was inevitable. With a swift motion, Chu Ye raised his hand and made a slight gesture. Two soft thuds echoed, and before the men could even scream, they collapsed, lifeless. Blood gushed from their necks, staining the ground crimson. The scene was grotesque and reeked of an eerie, sinister aura. The young woman, who had initially seen hope in Chu Ye's arrival, now found her hope extinguished, replaced by a terror that far surpassed her previous fears. She shrank into a corner, clutching herself tightly, her eyes wide with horror, as if she had encountered something far more terrifying than the men before her. She bit her lip, stifling any sound, terrified of provoking the man who now resembled a demon from the depths of hell. Chu Ye wiped his bloodied hands, muttering to himself, "Damn it, I've survived a car crash only to stumble into this mess." Chapter 17, Can You Take Me Away? Half of Chu Ye and Appo's visage lay shrouded in shadows, while the other half flickered in the dim light, rendering him particularly menacing, especially with the bloodstains adorning his face. Under the muted glow, these marks appeared even more alarming. His movements had been too swift. The woman had scarcely registered how he had struck. The two men collapsed as if their throats had been severed by an invisible blade, falling to the ground without a sound. This sight involuntarily conjured tales of malevolent spirits and monsters in her mind. Could it be that he is truly an inhuman entity? Her heart raced violently, and she let out a terrified scream. Chu Ye, irritated, rubbed his temples and retrieved a bottle of mineral water and a piece of bread from the system space, tossing them impatiently towards her. Stop. Can you quiet down for a moment? I just need a breather before I leave. The bottle of water landed squarely in her arms. Halting her screams, she stared blankly at the bread and water, realizing she must have been famished all day. Faced with the offerings from this monstrous man, she felt utterly bewildered. What could this devilish figure possibly want from her? Anxiously, she scrutinized him, her heart filled with trepidation. Was he intending to make her eat, only to meet the same fate as the three men before her? As this thought crossed her mind, she instinctively hugged her arms tightly, trembling with fear as she gazed at him. What do you want? Chu Ye waved his hand dismissively. I just want some peace. There was an accident, and I have no means to call for help. The woman felt a slight relief. At least he was human, and communication was possible. She cautiously inquired, Are you injured? With a huff of annoyance, Chu Ye replied, Do you think this red on my face is paint? After a moment of hesitation, she asked, Then, why don't you call the police or an ambulance? He shot her a sidelong glance. Do you think it's useful to call for help in this godforsaken weather? I don't even know where I am. Silence enveloped her as she surveyed her surroundings. Lowering her gaze, she clutched the bread and water tightly, whispering, Teach, thank you. Chu Ye sat at the edge of the table, wrestling with the painful glass shards embedded in his palm under the dim light. The searing pain made him gasp. After tending to his wounds, he remembered to ask her, How did you end up here? Her voice trembled as she replied in fragmented sentences, I was stuck on the highway. They said they could take me a shortcut into the city. The mention of the highway stirred concern within Chu Ye, recalling that his sister was also trapped on the same road. What is the situation like on the highway? Is traffic severe? The woman shuddered, speaking in a hushed tone. I was on a bus, and we've been stuck since this morning. The traffic hasn't budged an inch. The road stretches endlessly with cars, and the honking has been relentless. She paused, then added at noon. Some people were selling water and bread there, but it was exorbitantly priced. They charged $100 for a bottle. $100 for a bottle of water. Chu Ye frowned. This was nothing short of extortion. The woman nodded cautiously, glancing at him. I didn't have that much money, so they made me. She faltered, seemingly struggling to voice the rest. Chu Ye inhaled sharply. After a moment of hesitation, she continued, her words stuttering. They made me trade some personal items for food and water. Chu Ye pressed further. Were others treated the same? She nodded, her voice choked with emotion. I saw them, taking some girls away, and then, I don't know what happened. The wind and sand were too strong. Chu Ye could no longer contain his agitation. This village was not far from the highway. He pulled out his phone, checked the map, and glanced at the time. It was already evening, and darkness was creeping in. He hastily stuffed some food into his mouth and splashed his face with the remaining mineral water. If the highway situation was as dire as the woman claimed, time was of the essence. As Chu Ye pushed open the dilapidated wooden door of the farmhouse, a gust of wind laden with sand rushed at him, nearly blinding him. Just as he was about to step outside, someone tugged at his clothing. Turning around, he saw the woman, cowering behind him. Could you take me with you? Chu Ye furrowed his brow. I'm not heading into the city. I'm going to the highway to pick someone up. It's fine. I can go to the highway too, she replied timidly, but in her heart, she calculated that with someone as formidable as him, reaching the city should pose no problem. Remaining in this dreadful place, surrounded by two corpses, was unthinkable. Furthermore, what if other villagers appeared? In this sandstorm, she would surely not find her way back alone. Seeing Chu Ye hesitate, she implored, Please, take me with you. I'm scared. I can't stay here alone. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. With a sigh, Chu Ye relented. If you wish to leave, keep up with me. If you slow me down, you might as well stay here. I'm on a tight schedule. He retrieved a pair of goggles and a scarf from the system space and handed them to her. She accepted them eagerly, clumsily donning them as they stepped into the tempest of wind and sand, one following the other. Chu Ye activated the system map and trudged toward the highway. The woman followed closely behind, mirroring his every step, fearful that a moment's inattention might see her swallowed by the swirling sands. This wretched weather, Chu Ye muttered under his breath. The sand piled higher, now reaching his ankles, making each step increasingly arduous. This pre-apocalyptic sandstorm felt akin to a blizzard, relentlessly accumulating. impeding their progress. Can we still reach the highway? The woman asked, her voice quivering, nearing exhaustion. Chu Ye offered no reply, merely quickened his pace. The system map indicated they were still 3 kilometers from the highway. 3 kilometers, which would normally take half an hour, now loomed like an insurmountable chasm. Suddenly, the woman gasped and stumbled, nearly falling. Chu Ye reacted swiftly, catching her. "What's wrong?" My foot," she cried, tears brimming in her eyes. Looking down, Chu Ye noticed her shoe had sunk into the sand, the heel of her high-heeled shoe broken. In such conditions, high heels were nothing short of a hindrance. Chapter 18. Inin has been captured. Take off your shoes, Chu Ye commanded. The woman hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied, shedding her footwear. Barefoot, she stepped onto the sand. Though it was somewhat abrasive, it was far more manageable than traversing in high heels. After walking approximately another kilometer, Chu Ye began to feel fatigued. The wind and sand were more brutal than he had anticipated, showing no signs of abating. "Let us find a place to shelter from the wind," the woman gasped. Her complexion pale and her lips cracked. Chu Ye glanced at the system map, but there was no refuge in sight. He gritted his teeth. Urging himself to endure a little longer, they were almost there. Just then, his phone rang suddenly, the piercing ringtone nearly swallowed by the raging sandstorm. On the screen, the name Inin flashed. "Sister." Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ye answered the call. "Brother, help." Inin's voice was strained, mingled with chaotic noise and the howling wind. "Inin, what's wrong? What happened?" Chu Ye and Appo's voice quivered with urgency. We are trapped in the car. Outside there are many bad people. They are stealing things." Inin spoke in fragmented sentences. Chu Ye's heart sank, a chill cascading from his feet to the crown of his head. "Don't be afraid. Inin, tell me where you are. I'll come right away." Chu Ye endeavored to keep his voice steady. We intended to drive to the city, but we encountered a sandstorm on the way. The car broke down, then a group of people came. They had sticks, smashed our car, stole things. Inin's sobs grew louder, rendering her words nearly incomprehensible. "Inin, take a deep breath. Don't be scared. I'll be there soon. Share your location with me. And tell me the license plate number." Through her tears, she managed to relay her location and the vehicle's license plate. She mentioned that a few classmates were also trapped in the car with her. After ending the call, he clenched his teeth in frustration. Those despicable fiends dared to harm his sister. He would not let them escape unscathed. He abruptly turned to the trembling woman behind him. "You can either leave or stay. The choice is yours." Startled by his sudden shift in demeanor, the woman stared at Chu Ye in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how the previously amiable man had morphed into someone so fearsome. She parted her lips, wanting to speak, but he offered no chance for explanation. Swiftly turning away and striding toward the direction indicated on the map where Inin was located, the woman watched Chu Ye and Appo's retreating figure, hesitating for a moment before resolutely biting her lip and limping after him, though she was unaware of what had transpired with him in this apocalyptic world. Following a strong individual was far preferable to facing danger alone. Moreover, the wind goggles and scarf he had provided her were invaluable in this perilous weather. As the wind and sand intensified, Chu Ye's heart raced with anxiety. He yearned to reach his sister immediately. He climbed a nearby sand dune, squinting against the wind. The headlights pierced through the storm, illuminating the distant highway, partially obscured by sand. "You can stay here," he told the woman trailing behind him. "Or you can come with me, but it's certainly unsafe ahead. It's said that a gang of thugs has been spotted on the highway. My sister is there. I must go to her." The woman tightened the scarf around her, contemplating for a moment. The wind whipped at her face, making it difficult to see. She had witnessed Chu Ye's lethal prowess at the farmhouse. In this chaotic time, aligning with a formidable ally was far wiser than facing peril alone. "I will go with you," she declared, determination etched on her face. Chu Ye did not refuse, he simply nodded in acknowledgement. As they approached the highway, the chaos unfolded before them. The wind carried faint sounds of cries, curses, and shattering glass. The nearest private vehicle had its windows smashed, the interior in disarray, with sand rising halfway up the tires. Chu Ye realized that if this continued, even if traffic resumed ahead, these vehicles would remain immobile. Utilizing Inin's shared location, he quickly identified the target vehicle, a white SUV. However, upon arrival, the door stood ajar, and the interior was empty. Chu Ye anxiously rummaged through the car, hoping to uncover any clues about his sister's whereabouts, but found nothing of value. He approached a nearby vehicle, but before he could speak, the driver cursed in frustration. "What a stroke of bad luck. That gang just robbed me blind, even turned my trunk inside out, and now you come along. What is happening? Am I to die here today?" The driver's expression was one of sheer terror as he eyed Chu Ye, who appeared menacing. Raising his hands in surrender, he pleaded, "Brother, I truly have nothing left. I'm out of food and water. I haven't eaten or drunk anything for a day and night." Chu Ye suppressed his anger, speaking in a low tone. "Be quiet. I am not here to rob you. Have you seen where the people from that white SUV went?" The driver, finally calming down, trembled as he spoke. "I saw a group of people drag the occupants from the car. They went forward." He pointed shakily toward the highway ahead. The woman caught up with Chu Ye, gently patting his shoulder, offering comfort. "Don't worry. They were just taken. They should be safe for now. Let us move forward. We might find them soon." Chu Ye took a deep breath, surveying the area. The driver, still quaking, glanced nervously at Chu Ye, then toward the highway ahead. He swallowed hard, his voice shaky. "Brother, I understand your urgency, but that gang is truly dangerous. They are numerous and armed. You will be at a disadvantage if you go alone. They will do anything." The driver seemed to recall some horrifying scene, his face paling as he trembled. "I saw them drag a disobedient woman out of the car." He could not continue, waving his hands in terror. "It's too frightening. Please, don't go. It's too dangerous." Chu Ye replied with steely resolve, "It's not your concern. If they dare to harm my sister, they must pay." He turned to leave. But suddenly his gaze fell upon a stone by the roadside, seemingly stained with blood. He hurriedly approached, crouching down to examine it closely. The blood was dried and dark red, as if it had been exposed to the wind and sand for some time. A wave of dread washed over Chu Ye. If anything were to happen to Enin, those responsible would pay dearly. With that thought, he bolted toward the direction indicated by the driver. Along the way, most vehicles had shattered windows, their occupants wearing expressions of sheer terror. Many of those trapped inside cried out for help as they spotted Chu Ye approaching. Chapter 19. The Robbery Gang. "Brother, please have mercy. Give us some water. The children are about to perish from thirst. I beg you, spare some food. We haven't and appos to eaten for a day. Kind-hearted people, help us. We are willing to pay any price." The cacophony of pleas echoed like a mournful dirge. Yet, Chu Ye's steps did not falter. He merely shouted, "If you wish to survive, walk home on foot." At this moment, he had no inclination to save these people. His sister was his utmost priority. "But our home is too far. We can end appos to possibly walk back." Someone cried in despair. "No buts. Either die or hurry along." Chu Ye's voice was resolute, devoid of hesitation. A woman behind him, feeling sympathy, tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Are we really not going to help them?" Chu Ye did not turn back. "I have no obligation to save them. Self-preservation takes precedence." Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. A massive container truck loomed across the road. Chu Ye slowed his pace and crouched low, cautiously approaching, taking cover behind a car to assess the situation. Several guards loitered around the truck, wielding clubs and exchanging jovial banter. "This is the place," Chu Ye murmured. It appeared to be the hideout of those who had taken his sister, Enin. The truck had only one door, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Chu Ye signaled for the woman to stay put while he stealthily approached the vehicle. He deliberately tossed a soda can, which clanged loudly upon impact. One of the guards immediately turned, striding towards the source of the noise. As the guard drew near, Chu Ye sprang forth. The water blade activated in an instant, piercing through the guard's head with a sickening pop, blood splattering in all directions. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ye seized the guard's crowbar and charged at the remaining sentry. "Who goes there?" The last guard bellowed, swinging his club at Chu Ye. He deftly sidestepped, delivering a crushing blow to the guard's knee. With a sharp crack, the guard cried out, collapsing to the ground. Chu Ye showed no mercy, swinging the crowbar once more, striking the guard's temple. With the guards dealt with, Chu Ye swiftly approached the container's door. Taking a deep breath, he yanked open the heavy iron door. An overwhelming stench assaulted him, a foul odor that had festered in the confined space for far too long. Inside, the container was dim and cramped. Chu Ye fought against the nausea, quickly scanning the crowd for his sister, Enin. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was his beloved sister. Enin seemed to spot him too, raising her head abruptly. A flicker of surprise illuminated her eyes, but it quickly faded. She subtly shook her head, signaling him not to act recklessly. Following her gaze, Chu Ye noticed a burly man seated deep within the container, toying with a sharp dagger. Surrounding him were several intimidating brutes, their eyes glinting like hungry wolves, fixated on Chu Ye. A heavy weight settled in Chu Ye's chest. He realized his sister was being held captive. The man, noticing Chu Ye and Appos' stare, curled his lips into a cruel smile. "Ah, another fool who fears not death. It seems tonight's dinner is assured," he said, rising and kicking aside anyone in his path as he sauntered towards Chu Ye, the dagger glinting ominously in the dim light. Who are you? What brings you here? The man asked coldly. Suppressing his fury, Chu Ye replied, I have come for my sister. Sister? The man glanced contemptuously at Een in the corner, a smirk playing on his lips. So, you are the brother of this little girl. Since you've come, Don and Appos, do you expect to leave? Someone, find him. Two hulking men immediately lunged at Chu Ye, attempting to seize him. With a derisive laugh, he swiftly kicked one to the ground and delivered a crushing elbow strike to the other and Appos' face. Taking advantage of the momentary chaos, he retreated a few steps, creating distance. Not bad, the man remarked, raising an intrigued eyebrow. It seems you are more than just a meal. You are a toy to play with. He waved his hand. All of you attack. Don't kill him. We need a special treat for later. If you kill him now, he won't be fresh by evening. As the brutes charged at him, Chu Ye nimbly dodged and maneuvered, delivering swift and precise strikes. The men soon bore the marks of his assault, howling in pain. However, the confines of the container limited his mobility, gradually forcing him into a corner. The man observed Chu Ye's predicament, a mocking grin spreading across his face. What's the matter? Out of strength? Looks like tonight's feast will begin early. Just then, a woman burst into the container, wielding an iron rod. With a powerful swing, she struck one of the brutes at the back of the head. Chu Ye, I'm here to help, she cried. With the woman's arrival, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Though petite, she fought fiercely, each strike accompanied by a whooshing sound. The man's expression darkened, clearly taken aback by this unexpected intervention. Useless fools. You can't even handle a woman, he roared. Leaping from his chair, he drew his dagger and lunged at the woman. Seeing this, Chu Ye rushed to shield her, blocking the man's dagger with his crowbar. Your opponent is me, Chu Ye gritted through clenched teeth. The man sneered, you overestimate yourself. With a sudden surge of strength, the dagger clashed against the crowbar, producing a shrill metallic screech, sparks flying. Chu Ye felt a sharp pain in his hands as the crowbar nearly slipped from his grip. Die, the man bellowed, thrusting the dagger towards Chu Ye's chest. The blade glinted ominously before him, almost chillingly close to his skin. Chu Ye swiftly sidestepped, the dagger grazing his clothing and leaving a searing wound across his chest. The man, furious at his missed strike, unleashed a powerful kick to Chu Ye's abdomen. The impact sent Chu Ye reeling, his insides churning as a coppery taste filled his mouth. He staggered back, colliding heavily with the cold metal wall of the container, the crowbar slipping from his grasp with a dull thud. Boy, your time is up. The man advanced, the dagger poised against Chu Ye and Appos' throat. Chu Ye gasped for breath, the world around him darkening, his consciousness beginning to fade. Chapter 20. The rescue. With unwavering determination, the woman delivered a powerful strike, landing squarely on the man's back. He let out a muffled groan, causing the dagger to veer away from Chu Ye and Appos' throat and slice a gash across his shoulder. Seizing the moment, Chu Ye swiftly reversed his grip, wrested the dagger from the man's hand, and plunged it deeply into his abdomen. The man screamed in agony. The woman hurriedly supported Chu Ye, anxiously examining his wounds. Chu Ye, are you all right? Is it severe? Chu Ye waved his hand dismissively, gritting his teeth as he replied, I'm fine, I want to die. He approached Een, severed her bindings, and embraced her tightly. Een clung to Chu Ye, her fear and indignation spilling forth in tears. At that moment, a shrill voice pierced the air. Murderer! You are a murderer! Een, stay away from him. Chu Ye gently pushed Een aside, speaking softly. Een, please rest over there for a moment. I have some matters to attend to. She nodded, moving to stand beside the woman, clutching her hand tightly in search of comfort. Chu Ye turned to face the frail girl, his gaze calm and unyielding. The girl felt a twinge of fear from his steady stare, but mustered her courage to say, Why you are a murderer. You killed someone. Chu Ye did not dispute her claim, but simply inquired, What is your name? The girl was taken aback by the abrupt question. After a moment's hesitation, she replied in a whisper, I am Li Xiaoya. Xiaoya. Chu Ye lowered his voice. I have indeed killed. So what? I should have left them alive and given you to them. You fool. Fear permeated Li Xiaoya's eyes. She could not comprehend how Chu Ye maintained such composure after taking a life. But murder is illegal, she stammered. Illegal? If it protects my sister from harm, then it is a price I am willing to pay. As for you, your fate is of no concern to me. Chu Ye ignored her further protests. He scanned the surroundings. Within the container, several other bound women looked at him with hopeful eyes. Please, release us. One pleaded. Yes. We were also captured. We have done nothing wrong. Initially, Chu Ye had no intention of concerning himself with their fates. He only sought to escape this dreadful place with Yin. However, Yin tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Brother, they are so pitiful, we cannot leave them behind." Gazing into her innocent eyes, Chu Ye and Apos' heart softened. He handed her a dagger, saying, "If you wish to save them, take action yourself. But we are short on time. We must return home swiftly." Yin accepted the dagger. Chu Ye approached the container's entrance, vigilantly assessing the situation outside. He needed to find an escape route quickly. If those men realized something was amiss, trouble would surely follow. A chorus of grateful voices erupted within the container. The women, freed by Chu Ye, expressed their heartfelt thanks. Some even kneeling in overwhelming emotion. "Young man, thank you. We owe you our lives." One exclaimed, "You are incredibly brave. When we were captured, so many watched. Yet no one dared intervene, only you. You saved us all." Another woman, plump and bold, sidled up to Chu Ye, casting a flirtatious glance as she said, "Handsome boy, care to stay and have some fun with the sisters? I promise to make it worth your while." Chu Ye shot her a cold glance, dismissing her advances as he walked back to Yin. "Let us go." Yin nodded obediently, tightly clutching his arm. The woman who had previously assisted Chu Ye followed closely behind. He glanced back at her, his tone flat. "Thank you for earlier." The woman smiled, replying, "Back at the farmhouse, you saved me from those 3 men. Now, I consider this a favor returned." Chu Ye nodded. He had initially feared she would be a burden. To his surprise, she had proven herself capable in a crisis. In a world where the apocalypse loomed, those who could show gratitude were likely to perish quickly. "What is your name?" Chu Ye asked, accepting her presence. "I am Lin Xingya." She introduced herself, extending a slender hand. Chu Ye shook it briefly, responding simply, "Chu Ye." He tossed a jacket taken from a corpse to Lin Xingya, saying, "Put this on. It will be cold at night." She hesitated momentarily, then gratefully donned the warm garment. Chu Ye retrieved another jacket from a different bandit and handed it to Yin. "You should wear this too. We need to hurry home for safety." Yin nodded and obediently put on the jacket. Chu Ye led Yin and Lin Xingya out of the container, heading toward the city. As night fell, the temperature plummeted amidst the swirling sands, the cold wind howling and sending shivers through their bodies. Yin clutched Chu Ye's arm tightly. Her small face flushed from the cold. Lin Xingya wrapped her jacket tightly around herself, rubbing her hands for warmth. As they walked, Chu Ye remained alert, observing their surroundings. According to Yin and the other women in the container, there were surely more bandits lurking nearby. Others had likely fanned out along the highway, robbing those trapped in their vehicles of food and supplies. Sure enough, it wasn't long before they encountered a group of bandits wielding flashlights. "Halt!" barked the leader, a brutish man with a face full of flesh. Chu Ye stopped, his gaze icy as he regarded them. "Hand over anything valuable," another bandit shouted. Chu Ye remained silent, tightening his grip on the dagger. "Oh, and 2 lovely ladies." A tall, lanky bandit leered, his eyes roving over Yin and Lin Xingya. "Boss, these 2 are quite a catch. How about?" "Shut up," the brutish leader snapped, glaring at him. "Search them for their belongings first." Clearly enraged by Chu Ye and Apos' demeanor, he spat and cursed. "Damn it. You're asking for trouble. Brothers, get him. Don't let those 2 ladies escape either." Chu Ye positioned himself protectively in front of Yin and Lin Xingya. "Come on, all of you. Let and Apos' do this quickly. We're in a hurry to get home." The bandits charged forward, brandishing their clubs and pipes at Chu Ye. Remaining calm, he drew his dagger, sidestepping a swing aimed at his head. With a swift motion, he slashed the dagger across the bandit's throat. Blood gushed forth as the man clutched his neck, gasping for breath before collapsing in a convulsion. Another bandit swung a steel pipe at Chu Ye, but he evaded the blow, retaliating with another strike that cut across the man's thigh. The bandit howled in pain, collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg. Lin Xingya was not idle either. She picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it with force at one of the bandits, striking him on the head. The bandit grunted, momentarily dazed. And before he could recover, Lin Xingya delivered a swift kick to his chest. The bandit fell to the ground with a thud, rendered silent. The remaining assailants, witnessing Chu Ye's remarkable prowess, were filled with both fear and rage, brandishing their weapons as they encircled Chu Ye and Lin Xingya. With agile movements, Chu Ye darted between the bandits. Although Lin Xingya lacked Chu Ye and Apos' skills, she picked up a wooden stick from the ground and engaged the assailants, occasionally hurling stones at their heads to create openings for Chu Ye. Amidst the chaos, Yin trembling with fear, sheltered behind Chu Ye, repeatedly calling out to her brother. Upon hearing his sister's voice, Chu Ye's anxiety intensified, compelling him to strike with greater ferocity. Ultimately, the bandits succumbed to defeat, collapsing onto the ground, their blood staining the earth. Chapter 21. The source of the new blankets, brother. Are you all right? Ineen inquired with concern, raising her head. Chu Ye gently ruffled Ineen's hair, replying softly, I'm fine, brother is fine. Good. A voice unexpectedly shattered the night's silence. Drivers trapped on the highway began to lean out of their vehicles, cheers erupting all around. Young man, well done. Just now, those scoundrels stole 2 bottles of water and half a box of instant noodles from me. A bald uncle leaned out of his window, giving Chu Ye a thumbs up. Exactly. These murderous fiends are inhuman. My wife and children are waiting for me at home. Yet they even dared to steal my child's milk powder. Brother, don't worry. If anyone questions your actions later, we will all testify for you. This was undoubtedly self-defense. A cold smile crept across Chu Ye and Appo's face. The apocalypse had already begun. The constraints of law and morality were rapidly disintegrating. How could anyone possibly hold him accountable for dealing with a few opportunistic rascals? Everyone should make haste, Chu Ye urged. While you still have strength, quickly walk home. It won't be easy to clear the highway. If you continue to wait, you will soon be without water and food. The drivers exchanged glances. Chu Ye had scavenged some food and water from the bandits and pressed onward. Ineen clung tightly to Chu Ye's arm, too frightened to speak. Although she felt fear, she understood that Chu Ye was protecting her. In fact, the scent of blood emanating from him provided her with a sense of security, as if she had found a refuge. Lin Xingye watched the close bond between Chu Ye and Ineen, feeling a twinge of envy. She realized that her encounter with Chu Ye was merely a fleeting moment. There would be little opportunity for deeper connection. The trio continued their journey toward the city. Along the way, they began to notice abandoned vehicles scattered about. Clearly, those astute car owners had also realized that waiting would yield no result and had opted to return to the city on foot. On the highway, cars buried in sand stretched for miles. Chu Ye held Ineen and Appo's hand in one and carried a backpack confiscated from the bandits in the other, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Brother, I'm hungry. Ineen's voice was faint. Chu Ye rummaged through the backpack and produced a compressed biscuit, breaking it in half, 1 piece for Ineen and 1 for Lin Xingye. The wind and sand are fierce, if we can hold on. I will find us a sheltered place as soon as possible. Lin Xingye accepted the biscuit with a quiet thank you. This man, who appeared aloof and taciturn, demonstrated remarkable combat prowess and a profound sense of responsibility in times of crisis. He was protecting his sister while also caring for this stranger. As they drew nearer to the city, the number of buildings along the roadside gradually increased. Chu Ye noticed that Ineen and Lin Xingye's steps were slowing, their faces pale. We need to find a place to rest, Chu Ye declared, scanning the roadside structures. The highway is too crowded and chaotic. It's unsafe. He led them off the highway to an abandoned factory. The factory and Appo's entrance stood ajar, revealing a scene of disarray within, various items strewn about, graffiti covering the walls, and the air thick with dust and mildew. Be careful, Chu Ye cautioned, stepping inside first. After conducting a thorough inspection and confirming there was no danger, he beckoned Ineen and Lin Xingye to enter. Is it safe here? Lin Xingye asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Safer than outside. Chu Ye replied succinctly. At least it can shield us from the wind and rain. Though the factory was rudimentary, it offered some protection. Chu Ye found some discarded cardboard boxes and laid them on the ground. Let us make do for tonight. Ineen, we should be home by tomorrow. Ineen obediently sat on the cardboard, silent. Lin Xingye also found a corner to sit in, wrapping her coat tightly around herself to fend off the night's chill. Chu Ye wandered into a room that resembled a staff dormitory. When he emerged, he held 2 down blankets. Are there actually blankets here? Lin Xingye expressed her surprise. Unfazed, Chu Ye fabricated a lie. They were lying around. We might as well use them. He handed 1 blanket to Lin Xingye and another to Ineen. Ineen accepted the blanket with delight, wrapping it around herself and rubbing her face against the soft fabric. Thank you, brother. Perhaps due to a long day filled with fear. Ineen quickly fell asleep, cocooned in the blanket. Outside, the wind howled, and the dilapidated windows of the factory creaked ominously. Chu Ye leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to rest while remaining alert to the sounds around him. Lin Xingye, wrapped in her blanket, found herself unable to sleep, though her exterior appeared calm. Her mind was tumultuous. She couldn't help but recall the events at the farmhouse. Chu Ye had killed those 2 men who intended to assault her. and the manner in which he did so had been rather peculiar. She remembered how he merely waved his hand, and they had perished. Now, he had produced 2 pristine down blankets. This abandoned factory, filled with dust and debris, seemed an unlikely place for such clean, new blankets. Lin Xingya and Apos' gaze shifted to Chu Ye's serene face, her heart brimming with suspicion. Who exactly was he? Quietly, she observed Chu Ye as he rested against the wall, his grip firmly clutching a dagger. This man was shrouded in mystery, yet he inexplicably instilled a sense of comfort within her. Lin Xingya spoke softly. Chu opened his eyes and looked at her. What is it? What did you do before? Lin Xingya hesitated but ultimately voiced her curiosity. Chu offered a faint smile. Before? I was in business, I suppose. Lin Xingya clearly found this hard to believe, yet she did not press further. And you? What was your profession? Lin Xingya chuckled softly. Me? I was a lawyer. A lawyer? Do you think, considering my actions today, I could be sentenced for several years? Chu raised an eyebrow, jesting. Lin Xingya was amused by his sudden humor. If I were your defense attorney, she said lightly, I would argue self-defense and excessive defense. So you wouldn't be sentenced for long. She paused, as if recalling something, then added, Don't you firmly believe that the world is nearing its end? Chu raised an eyebrow. Do you believe it? Lin Xingya lowered her head, her gaze flickering. The term apocalypse felt utterly absurd. Just days ago, it had seemed like a plot from a science fiction film. I believe. Lin Xingya's voice was barely audible. She approached Chu Ye, grasping his hand and pressing it against her chest. Chu Ye, she whispered, her tone carrying a hint of urgency. Could you take me home? I have a daughter waiting for me. She's alone at home. Although she can cook for herself, I'm truly worried. Chu Ye's gaze fell upon Lin Xingya's delicate, fair fingers, tightly gripping his hand, pressing it against her heart. Chapter 22. The missing child, where is your home? Chu Ye inquired, his tone calm. Shuan Huiting, Lin Xingya replied, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Chu Ye quickly calculated in his mind. Shuan Huiting was not too far from their ultimate destination, just a slight detour. All right, he agreed. Lin Xingya visibly relaxed, her tense body unwinding. Thank you, Chu Ye. She said softly, her voice laced with gratitude. We and Apos, LL make to here for tonight and set off early tomorrow, Chu Ye stated. He gently withdrew his hand from Lin Xingya's grasp, advising her, get some rest. We have a long journey ahead, and the road will only grow more arduous. Lin Xingya's hand froze mid-air, a flicker of disappointment crossing her features as she nodded. I understand. With that, she quietly returned to her bedding, curling up. Chu sighed inwardly. Lin Xingya and Apos' daughter was an unpredictable variable in his plans. Although the detour to Shui and Apos and Huiting would not consume too much time in the apocalyptic world, even the slightest deviation could pose significant risks. He closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Having promised Lin Xingya, he would see it through. Just a woman, after all. She would not stir up much trouble. At dawn, the wind and sand continued to rage, visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. Chu roused Lin Xingya and Yin. The younger sister rubbed her sleepy eyes, still not fully awake. Chu had preemptively retrieved several cans of beef from the system space, and with water and bread, the 3 of them shared a simple meal. Yin devoured her portion ravenously, likely starved. Lin Xingya, however, appeared somewhat distracted, her gaze filled with concern. After departing the abandoned factory, they headed towards the city center. The sandstorm persisted for a day and a night without respite, the air thick with the acrid scent of dust. An increasing number of people began to sense something was amiss. On the streets, some braved the storm to scavenge for supplies, while supermarkets overflowed with panicked shoppers. Intermittent water supply had frightened many. On the roads, bulldozers and snowplows attempted to clear the way to restore traffic, but the sand would not simply dissolve, weighing far more than snow. Restoring transport was no simple feat. Those cumbersome machines seemed clumsy and powerless amidst the swirling dust. Shuan Huiting, once a wealthy district, now lay in ruins under the relentless assault of the sandstorm. The green spaces within the community were long buried beneath yellow sand. Vehicles lay haphazardly parked along the roadside, mostly buried in sand. Lin Xingya stumbled through the community, her eyes brimming with anxiety and fear. She constantly scanned her surroundings, seemingly searching for some landmark to ascertain her home's location. Chu Ye and Yin followed silently behind her. It should be that building. Lin Xingya pointed to a nearby structure. Chu followed her finger. The entrance door was already blocked by sand. Pushing it open from inside was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Let's take a look, he proposed, stepping forward. Lin Xingya hurried after him, reaching the entrance and attempting to pull the door open, but with her strength, It was futile. What do we do? Lin Qingya's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of tears. Seeing her at the doorstep, yet unable to enter, she suddenly knelt in the sand, frantically digging away at the sand blocking the entrance. Her slender fingers soon became chafed, blood seeping through. Chu Ye recalled acquiring a shovel from the hardware section of the supermarket. He rummaged through the system space and casually produced a folding shovel. "Stop crying. I'll handle it," he stated, kneeling beside Lin Qingya, beginning to clear the sand obstructing the entrance. Lin Qingya stared in astonishment at the folding shovel that had seemingly appeared in Chu Ye and Appo's hands, momentarily forgetting her tears. She had no recollection of him possessing such an item. Where did he find that? She wondered. Chu Ye unfolded the shovel. Its sharp edge easily cleared the sand. She opened her mouth to ask something, but found herself at a loss for words. Unaware of Lin Qingya's bewilderment, Chu Ye focused on his task, swiftly creating a passage at the entrance. Lin Qingya, unable to contain herself, rushed into the hallway. Chu Ye and Yin followed closely behind. The hallway was dimly lit, the atmosphere thick with dust, inducing a sense of suffocation. Lin Qingya's home was on the 3rd floor. She sprinted up the stairs and fished out her keys to unlock the door. "Sichen," Lin Qingya called out loudly as she entered. But only an empty room greeted her. Although somewhat disheveled, there were no signs of struggle or bloodshed. Panic-stricken, Lin Qingya began to search the room, repeatedly murmuring, "Sichen, where are you? Sichen." Chu Ye surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowed. Approaching the window, he gazed outside, witnessing a tumult of yellow sand and dismal visibility. "This damned weather. Don't panic. Perhaps she went out," he reassured her, his tone subtly detached. "She couldn't have gone out. This sandstorm is too severe." Lin Qingya and Appo's voice quivered as tears streamed down her face. She collapsed onto the floor, covering her face with her hands, sobbing quietly. "Sichen, my Sichen," she murmured, her voice hoarse. Observing Lin Qingya's despair, Chu Ye felt a pang of compassion. "Stop crying. Think, where does Sichen usually go? Does she have any close friends?" he urged, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. In this wretched weather, where could a little girl possibly run off to? Yin approached Lin Qingya, offering comfort. "Sister, Dawn and Appo's cry. The child will be all right." Lin Qingya lifted her head, her tear-streaked eyes meeting Yin and Appo's as she desperately recalled places Sichen liked to visit. The park? The supermarket? Or Shirhan? Sichen's best friend Shirhan lives on the 5th floor of this building. They are inseparable and often play together. Lin Qingya seized upon this revelation like a lifeline, springing to her feet. She grabbed Chu Ye and Yin, racing up the stairs. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Lin Qingya pounded on her neighbor's door. "Shirhan, Sichen, are you in there?" Yet, the only reply was silence. Chu Ye examined the door lock. It was an old-fashioned anti-theft lock, a trivial challenge for him. He retrieved a set of lock-picking tools from the system space and quickly unlocked the door. The room was empty, strewn with toys and remnants of snacks. A faint scent of milk lingered in the air. "Sichen has been here." Lin Qingya's voice quivered. She began to scour the room, hoping to find any trace left by Sichen. Suddenly, she spotted a folded note on the coffee table. With trembling hands, Lin Qingya opened the note, revealing scrawled handwriting. "Mom, Shirhan and I went to the underground garage to escape the sandstorm. Chapter 23. Do you dare to strike me?" Upon reading the note, Lin Qingya felt her heart plummet back to earth. She exclaimed with joy, "I and Appo's found them. Sichen and Shirhan are in the underground garage." Without delay, she dashed out of the room, her delicate feet unaware of the roughness of the concrete floor beneath them. She raced downstairs, heading straight for the underground parking lot, closely followed by Chu Ye and Yin. At the entrance of the garage, a throng of people crowded the space, the air thick with an unpleasant odor. The stench of sweat, instant noodles, and an indescribable medley of other scents filled the atmosphere, nearly inducing nausea. The stifling heat felt as though it had solidified, making it difficult to breathe. It seemed as if the entire community had taken refuge in the basement, jostling against one another in a chaotic sea of bodies. The cacophony of voices ebbed and flowed, brimming with various emotions. Lin Qingya pushed her way through the crowd, repeatedly calling out, "Excuse me, coming through." She endeavored to part the sea of people in search of her daughter. "Stop pushing. What is the hurry? Are you trying to get yourselves killed?" "Exactly. What are you pushing for at a time like this? Do you wish to head outside to meet your doom?" Finally, after much effort, Chu Ye and Yin managed to reach Lin Qingya's side. Recognizing her anxious demeanor, Chu Ye quickly explained to the surrounding crowd, "Apologies. We are residents too. Our child is in the underground garage, and we must find her. Despite Chu Ye's explanation, no one seemed inclined to make way. Fear and anxiety were etched onto every face. Suddenly, Lin Xingya collided with a woman sporting curly hair. The woman nearly lost her balance, her high heel wobbling precariously. She seized Lin Xingya's arm and shrieked, "What are you doing? Are you in such a hurry to meet your end?" Startled by the woman's abrupt action, Lin Xingya quickly apologized. "I and Oppos, am so sorry. I'm just really worried. Just being anxious gives you the right to shove people around? Do you know you stepped on my foot?" The woman persisted, her sharp voice echoing through the garage. She lifted her foot, revealing her dust-covered white high heel as if she had suffered a great injustice. "This is Italian custom-made. Do you have any idea how much it costs? Can you afford to compensate me?" At that moment, Lin Xingya was consumed with urgency, desperate to locate Xiqing, and had no time to engage with this woman. She apologized once more. "I truly apologize. It was unintentional. My daughter is still down there. I must go find her." Daughter? Who doesn't have a daughter? With so many people in the garage, who doesn't he have a child? Are you the only precious one? You think you can just run off after stepping on my shoe? Not a chance. The woman clung tightly to Lin Xingya, refusing to let go. Surrounding onlookers began to mutter amongst themselves, pointing at Lin Xingya. The youth nowadays have no manners. Indeed, such haste surely indicates poor upbringing. Just look at her. Does she seem affluent enough to cover the cost of those shoes? Tears welled up in Lin Xingya and Oppos' eyes. Observing this, Chu Ye stepped forward. Positioning himself protectively behind Lin Xingya, his gaze icy as he addressed the woman. "Madam, she has already apologized. What more do you want?" The woman, momentarily taken aback by Chu Ye's frigid stare, quickly regained her composure. "What do I want? She stepped on my shoe. She must compensate me. At the very least. 50,000. Without hesitation, Chu Ye delivered a punch squarely to the woman's heavily made-up face. She let out a piercing scream and fell backward, her white high heel flying off. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixed on the scene unfolding before them. Chu Ye, as if unfazed by the chaos, shook out his hand, tilting his head in mock pain, and lamented, "Ouch, that hurts. I've been injured." He pointed at his fist. "Your face collided with my fist. Shouldn't you compensate me for medical expenses? I want to ask for much, at least 50,000. The crowd gaped in disbelief. What kind of twisted logic was this? The assailant was now demanding compensation? How shameless could one be? The woman, covering her face, rose from the ground, disbelief etched across her features. Her meticulously applied makeup was now smudged, a bright red lip mark imprinted on Chu Ye's fist. Trembling, she pointed at him, nearly shouting, "You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? You even have the audacity to ask for money?" Chu Ye blinked innocently and replied, "I care not who you are. You injured me. Should you not compensate?" He turned to the crowd, seemingly seeking their agreement. "Tell me, is that not the truth?" The onlookers exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. How could this man be so unreasonable? And judging by the force of his punch, the woman would likely bear a scar. This was hardly a matter that could be settled for 50,000. Lin Xingya was also taken aback. She had not anticipated Chu Ye would resort to violence. Tugging at his sleeve, she whispered, "Chu Ye, let it go. We should find Xiqing first." However, Chu Ye firmly positioned Lin Xingya behind him, his tone resolute. "I'm giving this foolish woman a lesson. What time is it? Why are we still squabbling over trivial matters?" The crowd was left in astonishment at Chu Ye's audacity. Some covered their mouths, fearing they might unwittingly provoke trouble. Others whispered frantically among themselves, speculating on the unfolding drama. "This guy is something else. He actually dared to hit a woman." "Absolutely. This woman doesn't seem easy to deal with. This will be quite a spectacle. This man is incredibly arrogant. Does he think he has a justification for striking someone? Indeed, in broad daylight, hitting a woman, is there no law? This man must be insane. Who acts this way?" Conversely, some in the crowd began to empathize with Chu Ye's actions, even expressing admiration. "This woman is insufferable. At such a time, she is still nitpicking. She deserves to be struck." "Exactly. What time is it?" Still flaunting wealth, utterly oblivious to the situation. This young man is in the right. He should teach such people a lesson. Among the crowd, a bespectacled young man quietly observed the scene, adjusting his glasses as he muttered to himself, "This kid is quite intriguing." Before the woman's screams could fully subside, a lean, dirt-covered man squeezed through the throng, nearly stepping on the woman's hand. His eyes were ablaze with intensity. "Brother, what is happening outside? Is it safe? I have been summoned here by the property management. I haven't been out all day," he rambled, entirely disregarding the sobbing woman on the ground. Chu Ye chimed in, The wind and sand outside Haven Tea ceased. The accumulation of sand is considerable, and we exerted quite a bit of effort to enter the building. The traffic is cut off. I came from the highway. It seems there has been a robbery happening over there. Chapter 24. Chaos in the underground garage. As Chu Ye's voice faded, the previously murmuring crowd erupted into a cacophony. What? The sandstorm rages outside? The traffic has come to a standstill? Indeed. I just witnessed the fierce winds and blinding sand obscuring the road. So what should we do now? We can't remain here indefinitely, can we? Exactly. The property management can still deliver some food for now. But what happens if we linger too long? Robbery? Is it true? Is it that chaotic outside? However, staying here is not a viable solution. We must devise a way to escape. After clarifying the situation, Chu Ye disregarded the surrounding chaos, parting the crowd as Lin Qingya cleared a path. Those who had witnessed Chu Ye's fierce demeanor hastily stepped aside. Chu Ye could hear the woman he had knocked down frantically making a phone call. Her voice trembling as she cried, "Honey, someone hit me. Please come quickly. I'm in the underground garage." Chu Ye rolled his eyes, leading Chu Yin and Lin Qingya in search of the two little girls. The underground garage was dimly lit, with only a few emergency lights casting a faint glow on the terrified faces of the people present. "Sichun, Shirhan," Lin Qingya called out hoarsely, her voice barely penetrating the noise. Suddenly, Chu Yin's keen eyes spotted two small figures in a distant corner, accompanied by a gaunt woman. They were munching on some snacks, seemingly scavenged from nowhere, whispering to each other. "Sister, look over there. Isn't that Sichun and Shirhan?" Chu Yin pointed towards the corner. Lin Qingya followed Chu Yin and Appo's gaze and instantly recognized her daughter. Overcome with emotion, she rushed forward and enveloped Sichun in a tight embrace, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. "Sichun, my darling, you scared me to death." Lin Qingya and Appo's voice quivered as she wept uncontrollably. Sichun, upon seeing Lin Qingya, joyfully leaped into her mother and Appo's arms, calling out, "Mommy." Lin Qingya held her child tightly, showering her with kisses, terrified that they might vanish again. Her trembling hands caressed their hair. Observing this tender reunion, Chu Ye felt a sense of relief wash over him. He approached Lin Qingya and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "It's all right now. The child is safe." With Sichun confirmed to be safe, Lin Qingya's emotions gradually calmed. She looked up, her eyes brimming with gratitude towards Chu Ye and Chu Yin, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you both. I truly don't know what I would have done without your help." Chu Yin smiled, replying, "Sister, it's nothing. It's the least we could do." Chu Ye merely chuckled lightly, remaining silent. Surveying the crowded garage, he noted the oppressive air, thick with tension. Remaining in this chaotic environment was far from prudent. One could only speculate what might unfold. "We must return home. What are your plans?" Chu Ye inquired. Lin Qingya felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of returning home alone amidst the turmoil outside. Accompanying Chu Ye would ensure her safety. She quickly pulled Sichun closer, gently nudging her head. "Sichun, say thank you to Uncle for helping find you." Sichun shyly glanced at Chu Ye and quietly uttered, "Uncle." Lin Qingya looked at Chu Ye with hopeful anticipation. "Mr. Chu, I have no place to go with my child right now. Would it be possible for us to accompany you?" Chu Ye shrugged nonchalantly. "Suit yourself." Just as he turned away, his coat was tugged by a trembling hand. Wait. I want to go with you. Please, take us along. My daughter has and Appo's eaten much." Lin Qingya pleaded. Chu Ye halted, glancing back at her. In the dim light, her delicate features appeared somewhat haggard. He sighed inwardly, taking them along seemed manageable. "Fine," he conceded with a reluctant nod. "However, let me make this clear. You can join us, but please do not cause any trouble." Upon hearing this, a radiant smile broke across Lin Qingya's face. "I won't. I promise not to be a burden. Just a moment, I need to thank Shirhan's mother before we leave." At that moment, Sichun's stomach grumbled audibly, and she innocently announced, "Mommy, I'm hungry." Feigning to rummage through his coat, Chu Ye discreetly retrieved 2 packets of biscuits and several bottles of mineral water from his system space, handing them to Lin Qingya. "Here. Give these to the child to tide her over." Gratefully, Lin Qingya accepted the food and water, her eyes misting once more. She quickly broke the biscuits into small pieces, feeding Sichun and Shirhan, then sharing some with Shirhan's mother. "Eat slowly, don't choke," Lin Qingya advised gently. Watching the 2 children devour the food with delight, a satisfied smile graced Lin Qingya's face. The arrival of food sparked a glimmer of hope in the previously lethargic crowd. All eyes fixated on the provisions in Lin Qingya's hands. The property management had indeed distributed limited supplies to the residents. likely only enough to last a few days amidst the growing tension. Chu Ye cursed under his breath, realizing he had underestimated the allure of food in this apocalyptic setting. Exposing provisions in such a chaotic environment could spell disaster. Sure enough, a burly man, taking advantage of the disorder, lunged at the two women, attempting to snatch the biscuits from their grasp. Chu Ye had anticipated this. In a flash, he executed a fierce sidekick, striking the man squarely in the abdomen. The man let out a pained yelp, crashing to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. Damn it, this guy has some skills. Brothers, let us take him down and grab his stuff. The man struggled to rise, his voice laced with fury. This act of aggression stirred a hornet's nest, and the surrounding crowd surged forward like a tidal wave, plunging the underground garage into chaos. Chu Ye shielded Lin Qingye and her daughters, preparing to confront the encroaching throng. Having witnessed the events on the highway, Chu Ye understood that mere words would not suffice to deter the attackers. They needed to demonstrate their strength. Chu Ye, protect them. Chu Ye barked, pivoting to deliver a punch to a burly man attempting to ambush Lin Qingye. Be careful, brother, Chu Ye shouted anxiously, simultaneously kicking down a scrawny assailant trying to sneak in from the side. With a cold snort, Chu Ye surveyed the surrounding ruffians with a steely gaze. He recognized that this situation could not continue. They needed to find an escape route from this perilous place. Follow me, he shouted, guarding Lin Qingye and her daughters as they fought their way toward the garage exit. Chapter 25. Homeward bound Chu guarded Lin Qingye and her daughter, as well as Chu Ye, as they cautiously made their way toward the exit. Sikin clung tightly to Lin Qingye and Apos' leg, her small face ashen, while Shirhan trembled behind her mother, quaking with fear. Chu Ye scanned the surroundings vigilantly, prepared to confront any sudden danger. Do not fear, I shall protect you, Shud said in a low voice. Just as they were nearing the exit, a shrill female voice pierced through the clamor. Husband, it's him. This wretched brat just hit me. Chu Ye cursed inwardly, feeling a wave of misfortune wash over him. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. This was the very woman who had earlier attempted to entangle Lin Qingye, only to be knocked down by Chu Ye and Apos' fist. With her scream, a burly man with a brutish countenance emerged, wielding a rusted steel pipe, flanked by a gang of ferocious-looking thugs, all charging aggressively towards Chu. How dare you strike my wife? You must be seeking death. The hulking man roared, spittle flying from his mouth. To escape, they would need to break through this gang. Protect them. Chu Ye growled. Be careful, brother, Chu Ye shouted anxiously. Ignoring her, Chu Ye drew a deep breath, his gaze icy as he focused on the approaching brute and his cohorts. A direct confrontation was futile. He needed to outsmart them. The cramped confines of the underground garage actually played to his advantage. He skillfully dodged the attacks of the steel pipe, seizing opportunities to counterattack. With a resounding thud, Chu Ye's fist connected forcefully with the face of a wiry thug, blood gushing from his nose. Another rotund assailant attempted a sneak attack from the side, only to be sent sprawling to the ground by a swift kick from Chu Ye, groaning in pain as he clutched his abdomen. Seeing his comrades falter, the burly man, humiliated and enraged, swung the steel pipe with reckless abandon at Chu Ye. You little brat, you can fight. I'll finish you today. The pipe whistled through the air, striking towards Chu repeatedly. He remained calm, keenly observing his opponent's flaws. When the moment was right, he sidestepped the incoming blow, grabbing the man's wrist with his left hand and twisting it forcefully. With a sharp crack, the man's wrist shattered, and the pipe clattered to the ground. The man held in agony, retreating while clutching his injured arm. Rather than pursue him, Chu seized the opportunity to shout, take them and go. Quickly, recognizing the precious chance, Chu hurriedly helped Lin Qingye and the children toward the exit. The burly man, seeing his opportunity slipping away, charged at Chu despite the excruciating pain in his wrist. You little brat, don't even think about escaping. Chu sneered, swiftly delivering a knee strike to the man's abdomen. The brute groaned in pain, bending over, and Chu seized his hair, forcefully pulling his head down. Again, he raised his knee, crashing it into the man's face. With a dull thud, the man's nasal bone shattered, blood erupting forth. As the brute collapsed, Chu dashed towards the exit, ignoring the curses of the thugs behind him, his sole focus on escaping this hellish place. Bursting out of the underground garage, he was met with a tempest of wind and sand that nearly blinded him. The world appeared hazy, as if shrouded in a filthy filter. Squinting, he spotted Chu at the exit, anxiously waving at him. Brother, are you all right? Chu voice was almost lost in the wind. I'm fine, Chu replied, waving his hand as he hurried to her side. Lin Qingye and her daughter huddled together, their faces pale and eyes filled with terror. Siken clutched Lin Qingye and Apos' clothing tightly, her lips quivering. It and Oppos. S alright, it and Oppos. S alright. Chu Ye softly reassured Lin Qingya, gently patting her shoulder in an attempt to instill calm. We are safe now. Lin Qingya looked up, her eyes glistening with gratitude. A hint of redness forming around her eyelids. Thank you, Chu Ye. Chud smiled faintly. No time to waste. If you wish to leave with me, we must hurry. The wind and sand were fierce, making it exceedingly difficult for the children to move, as if every step was a struggle. Sikhin, her eyes stinging from the sand, could no longer hold back her tears. Mama, my eyes hurt. Seeing this, Chud immediately bent down and scooped Sikhin into his arms. The two children found solace in his embrace, gradually ceasing their cries. With Sikhin in his arms, Chud braved the harsh winds that felt as though they might strip away his skin, sprinting forward. Behind him, Chu Ye supported Lin Qingya. Both of them bowed against the gale, trudging onward. Lin Qingya attempted to speak several times, but the howling winds forced her to choke and cough. Finally reaching the entrance of the villa, Chud nearly tumbled inside. Quickly, shut the door. The world outside fell silent as the door closed behind them. Inside the villa, Uncle Lin's construction team was busily at work. When they saw Chud return unexpectedly, they froze, tools in hand. Isn't that Mr. Chud? How did he come back? Indeed. I thought he had fled already. With the chaos outside, it's a miracle he returned alive. Hush, keep your voices down. Don't let him hear. After all, he is the owner of this villa, and we work under him. Speak with discretion. Do you think the villa's owner has some secret weapon? Surviving out there for a day and a night? Seeing Chud return safely, Uncle Lin let out a sigh of relief. He pondered inwardly, where could this young man have been for a day and a night? To venture outside and return unharmed is no small feat. Uncle Lin approached with concern, asking Chu, where have you been? Did something happen? You all look utterly exhausted. He scrutinized Chu and the others, worry evident in his gaze. Uncle Lin, I just went to fetch my sister. Rest assured, how's the progress of the construction? Chu gently set Sikhin down. The little girl, still pale, clung tightly to Chu Ye's neck. Please help me settle them. Uncle Lin nodded, quickly calling over a few workers to assist. Chu Ye helped Lin Qingya into the villa. Scratching his head, Uncle Lin pointed to the construction area. The main structure is complete. We only have some internal decoration and equipment installation left. If we expedite the process, it will take about a week to finish. Chud frowned. A week was far too long. The situation outside was changing by the hour. Uncle Lin, it's dangerous out there. The work must be accelerated, aiming to complete everything within 3 days. Uncle Lin's expression turned troubled. 3 days? Mr. Chu, that's too tight. We lack manpower. Then bring in more workers. Chapter 26. The transaction with Lin Jiangwo. Chu Ye settled Chu Ye and Lin Qingya, mother and daughter, into a relatively quiet room in the villa. Chu Ye grasped his wrist tightly, her eyes filled with concern. Brother, you're not planning to go out again, are you? Out there right now. She bit her lip, unable to voice her lingering fears. I'm all right. Chu Ye gently patted her hand, his tone soothing. I'm just going to check on the progress of the project. I'll be back soon. You haven't slept well these past few days. Now that you're home, go and get some rest. Chu Ye wanted to say more, but ultimately she just nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chu Ye ruffled her hair and turned to leave the room. As he stepped outside, Lin Jiangwo quickly approached him, lowering his voice. Follow me. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow. Instantly alert, he followed Lin Jiangwo to a secluded storage room in the villa's corner, where no construction was taking place. Once inside, Lin Jiangwo promptly locked the door behind them. The room was dim and cramped, the air thick with the cold, hard scent of concrete and metal. Lin Jiangwo stood with his back to the door, arms crossed, his expression unusually grave. Chu Ye, Lin Jiangwo began, his voice low and slightly hoarse. Do you truly know things we don't? Chu Ye did not respond immediately. Instead, he lifted his chin slightly, confirming that no one was eavesdropping, maintaining an impassive demeanor. He replied, Uncle Lin, sometimes knowing too much isn't a blessing. Lin Jiangwo's brow twitched at this, his tone tinged with impatience. Stop playing mind games with me. You're just a young pup, yet you've come up with renovation demands for this villa that even we old-timers have never heard of. With the current storm outside, anyone can see something amiss. I refuse to believe you're just guessing. Speak up. Do you possess some intelligence? Chu Ye's pupils subtly contracted. He discreetly stepped aside to a table in the corner, his tone icy. Uncle Lin, some matters do not require excessive discussion. We have a contract. You need only fulfill your obligations as agreed. Understood? Lin Jiangwo was momentarily silenced, his frown deepening, clearly unsatisfied with the response. An irritable old soldier. He slammed his hand on the table and growled, "Stop with the vague talk. Your requests for steel plates and machinery aren't sourced through ordinary channels. Such high-grade materials cannot be procured without my manpower. If you want my assistance, you must be clear. Otherwise, I want to deliver anything that doesn't match." At this point, the atmosphere grew tense. Chu Ye narrowed his eyes, his tone remaining calm. "Uncle Lin, do you believe the end of days has truly arrived?" Lin Jiangwo's understanding deepened. Though Chu Ye appeared to say little, it was enough for him to realize his suspicions were correct. His breath quickened. Yet before he could discern an answer from Chu Ye's cold gaze, the latter suddenly turned to leave. Wait, Lin Jiangwo stepped forward, gripping Chu Ye's shoulder. "Did I say you could leave? Tell me, how much can I trust you? Is it worth sending my daughter Lin Wan to you? Give me a solid promise." Chu Ye's gaze flickered momentarily. He looked at Lin Jiangwo, his voice low yet tinged with mockery. "Uncle Lin, is your daughter's safety worth just that amount of steel and equipment?" Lin Jiangwo pressed his lips together, the lines of his face hardening further. After a moment of silence, he sighed. "Chu Ye, I know this transaction is unfair, but I have no other options. After my retirement, I managed to live decently. But this chaotic world caught me off guard. I can see you're not ordinary. It's not just a matter of capability, but you truly know something, understand?" Chu Ye's hand remained on the doorknob. "So," Lin Jiangwo looked up. "Lin Wan is my lifeblood. I'm a rough man with a foul temper and harsh words. Yet I ask you for just one thing. Can you protect her?" Chu Ye was silent for a few seconds before finally nodding gently. Yet he made sure to state his conditions clearly. "I can protect her. I only guarantee that she won't be wronged, but I ask why I should do this." Lin Jiangwo sensed the leeway in Chu Ye's words, but did not press the issue. "I can prepare some special rewards for you, absolutely what you desire." "I trust you know what I mean." Chu Ye raised an eyebrow. "Uncle Qin, can you truly procure that? If what you say is true, who would care? My old friends should be able to assist. And also, Chu Ye, to be honest, the roads are blocked. The steel plates and equipment you need cannot be delivered. My manpower almost got caught in a blockade." He lowered his voice. "I can arrange for someone to go. If you have a better solution, I hope you can consider it." Leaning against the doorframe, Chu Ye cast a casual glance at Lin Jiangwo. "In that case, I'll retrieve it myself." Chu Ye's words were nonchalant, but Lin Jiangwo's heart suddenly jolted. He focused on Chu Ye's face. "You'll go? Can you really bring it back?" Lin Jiangwo frowned, his voice low and laced with skepticism. Chu Ye replied, "You only need to tell me where to retrieve it, and the rest is my business." Lin Jiangwo was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter. After a brief silence, he pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and tossed it to Chu Ye. "All right, your word is enough. My and my wife's lives aren't worth much. It doesn't matter, as long as you can protect Lin Wan having spoken." He fished out a handwritten map filled with tightly packed text and 2 encrypted communication cards, handing them to Chu Ye. "The equipment and materials here are from my previous military stock, specially hidden after modification. They're neither cheap nor easy to obtain. Go to this address. The contact is Xiong Pai. He will arrange the subsequent connections. You promised me, and while you're at it, bring Lin Wan along. If anything happens to her, I want to spare you." Chu Ye folded the paper neatly and tucked it into his pocket. However, before leaving, he paused for a moment, lowering his voice. "Uncle Lin, I wonder if your old comrades can procure another batch of MREs." Lin Jiangwo narrowed his eyes, fixating on Chu Ye's retreating figure, his brow furrowing deeper. "Is the apocalypse real? Are you not joking?" Chu Ye's fingers brushed lightly against the dilapidated handrail in the corridor. "I'm not joking. By the way, when I go to gather your materials, please take care of my sister." He then departed quietly. His footsteps receded, echoing faintly yet distinctly in the narrow storage room. Chapter 27. Blocked as Chu Ye departed, his fingertips lightly brushed against the doorknob, closing the door with an almost imperceptible sound, leaving only a faint click behind. The corridor was already infiltrated by a tempestuous wind laden with grit, piercing his face like countless tiny needles. He swiftly hoisted his lightweight snow gear onto his shoulder. Carefully examining the map provided by Lin Jiangwo in the dim red glow of an emergency light, and without hesitation, plunged into the swirling sands. Once a bustling city, it now resembled a foreboding ghost town. Skyscrapers loomed in and out of visibility amidst the sandstorm, their colossal outlines appearing as silent giants, clawing at the gloom. The streets, once bustling with ceaseless traffic, were now utterly deserted, buried beneath layers of yellow sand, revealing only the tips of car roofs and hoods, like remnants of wreckage beneath dunes. Fortunately, his skis glided over the sandy terrain with surprising ease, far superior to trudging through the soft sand. The streets lay desolate and silent, the tightly shut doors seemingly sealed by the passage of time, as if cursed by the sand, keeping intruders at bay. Occasionally, flickering flames could be glimpsed through the windows of the villa district, swaying in the darkness like willow and apos, the wisps, adding an eerie charm to the lifeless city. The power grid lay in complete disarray under the fury of the wind, plunging the entire city into darkness and chaos. For Chu Ye, this disordered environment provided an excellent cover. As he passed by Shui and Apos, and Huiting, he paused, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze as he spat at the tightly locked door. He was well aware that those who usually strutted about with arrogance were now cowering like frightened mice in the underground garage, desperately hoping for the dreadful sandstorm to pass. A bunch of fools, he muttered to himself, pushing off forcefully as his skis carved a graceful arc across the sand. He had no time to squander in such a place. The cargo entrusted to him by Lin Jiangwo awaited. According to the map, the warehouse was situated to the north of the city, near the hills. Originally a civil defense project, the builders had displayed extraordinary determination, hollowing out an entire mountain to transform it into a secret storage base. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, a furtive figure had swiftly emerged from the shadows after he left Xuan Huiting, stealthily slipping into the community like a nimble cat. The figure was slight, shrouded in a heavy windbreaker, rendering their form indistinct. What Chu Ye did not anticipate was the rapid onset of trouble. Just as he rounded the corner of the community, a deafening roar of an engine erupted behind him, akin to an enraged beast violently tearing through the howling winds. Alarmed, he turned abruptly, witnessing beams of light slicing through the sandstorm, closing in at an astonishing speed. Damn it! Chu Ye cursed under his breath, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. He crouched low, his legs propelling him like springs on the skis, seeking to leverage the sand's resistance to shake off his pursuers. The skis traced two sinuous S-shaped paths in the sand, kicking up clouds of dust, resembling two soaring sand dragons. However, the vehicles traversed the sandy expanse with a speed that exceeded his expectations. The massive tires relentlessly crushed the dunes, producing a thunderous noise, akin to a demon's roar as they bore down upon him. The voices of those within the vehicle were frantically shouting, their words torn apart by the howling wind. But stop. Don't run. Still reached Chu Ye's ears with clarity. Go to hell. You think you can make me stop? In a fit of rage, Chu Ye ignored them and pushed himself to ski even harder. In this perilous environment, being caught would undoubtedly be akin to a lamb falling into the jaws of a tiger at their mercy. A modified off-road vehicle barreled through the sand like a frenzied rhinoceros, relentlessly pursuing Chu Ye. Shadows within the vehicle swayed, with figures occasionally leaning out, attempting to seize him, creating a scene of sheer terror. Stop right there. A gruff voice, laced with grit, bellowed from the vehicle. Chu Ye glanced back to see two off-road vehicles closing in on him. Gritting his teeth, he skied with all his might. After narrowly avoiding a collision with one of the vehicles, he understood that he had become their target. The wind and sand lashed against his face like knives, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. His lungs felt ablaze, and his legs began to weaken. Damn it. This won't do. Chu Ye's gaze swept across his surroundings, searching for an escape route. Not far ahead loomed a series of low dunes. If he could utilize the terrain to lose them, he abruptly changed direction, heading towards the dunes. The off-road vehicle adjusted its course as well, carving a massive arc in the sand and stirring up a storm of dust. As Chu Ye ascended the dune, his skis began to slip on the soft sand, causing his speed to plummet. A sense of dread washed over him as he realized the off-road vehicle was seizing the opportunity, roaring up behind him. Figures within the vehicle leaned out once more, a sturdy arm reaching towards him in an attempt to grab his backpack. In a split second, Chu Ye crouched down, narrowly evading the grasp. He pivoted his body, using the momentum to launch himself forward, and astonishingly, his skis flew off the dune. He arced through the air, crashing heavily onto the other side of the dune, kicking up a cloud of sand. Turning back, he saw that the so-called dune was merely a buried sculpture. On the sheltered side, the sculpture's form was still discernible. The off-road vehicle, unable to brake in time, collided with the dune, producing a deafening crash. The vehicle lurched violently, its front end sinking deep into the sand. The occupants cursed as they struggled to extricate themselves. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ye scrambled to his feet, disregarding the pain shooting through his body, snatched up his skis, and fled without looking back. Dawn and Apos, let that bastard get away. Chase him. The furious roars echoed behind him, but Chu Ye was already far gone. This was merely a temporary respite. Those individuals would not give up easily. He needed to locate Lin Jiangwo's warehouse swiftly to retrieve the supplies. Just when he thought he had evaded his pursuers and could afford a moment and Oppo's relief, a desolate construction site emerged ahead. The massive steel and concrete skeleton stood defiantly against the storm. Chu Ye crouched behind a pile of rebar, squinting to assess the situation. The wind and sand continued to rage, accompanied only by the angry curses of his pursuers. They outnumbered him, and they likely had weapons. A direct confrontation would spell disaster. Licking his cracked lips, Chu Ye contemplated his options. Sighing inwardly, he mused, "My system, if one were to put it kindly, is supportive. If unkindly, it's just a piece of junk." Besides conjuring water, it served little purpose. In the novels he had read, protagonists boasted systems that could soar through the skies or enhance their physical abilities, or at the very least, conjure weapons. But here he was, only able to produce water. If this were a different time, it would surely qualify as a living system skill. Yet now, it felt utterly useless. He sighed again, lamenting. At least I possess a golden finger. Why can't it have any offensive capabilities? Look at others, systems that allow them to bend steel rods barehanded, as if childish play. Meanwhile, I can hardly break a brick. Truly, the comparison was infuriating. Systems vary drastically. He cautiously peeked out, observing the movements of his pursuers. Fortunately, the construction site was littered with debris, steel bars, concrete blocks, and discarded pipes, ideal materials for setting a trap. With a barrel of oil and some ragged cloth, Chu Ye fashioned several Molotov cocktails, directly stuffing nylon mesh bags into the bottles. This contraption possessed formidable power, sufficient to incapacitate that group. He then employed rebar and tripwires to set traps throughout the construction site. These traps were rudimentary yet effective. Having completed all this, Chu Ye ascended a pile of rubble, quietly awaiting the arrival of his prey. Before long, 2 off-road vehicles barreled into the construction site. Due to the treacherous terrain, the speed of the vehicles diminished significantly, akin to turtles ensnared in a quagmire, clumsily maneuvering forward. Chapter 28. Ambush. The opportunity has arrived, Chu Ye whispered, igniting a Molotov cocktail and hurling it with great force. The bottle arced gracefully through the air, landing precisely on one of the SUVs. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, flames shooting skyward as the vehicle was instantly engulfed in a fireball. The occupants screamed in terror, scrambling out in a frantic rush. The remaining SUV came to a halt, its passengers thrown into a state of panic, unsure of what to do next. "What should we do, boss?" a wiry man resembling a monkey asked in fear. The burly leader spat in frustration. "Damn it. This kid is cunning and deceitful. Everyone get out and find him." The pursuers hurriedly abandoned their vehicles, cautiously searching the construction site. They spread out, each seeking cover, fearful that another incendiary device might fall upon them. A cold smile crept across Chu Ye and Oppo's lips as he thought, the moment has finally come. He deliberately dragged his foot along the ground, creating a noise, and then casually tossed a stone. The stone rolled down the sloped terrain, its clattering echoing hauntingly across the desolate site. Several pursuers instantly perked up, their gazes turning toward the sound. One sharp voice cried out, "Over there. He is in that building." Like a phantom, Chu Ye vanished into the heavy shadows of the abandoned structure. As expected, the pursuers fell for the trap, rushing towards the dilapidated edifice. The entrance was a chaotic pile of construction debris, broken concrete, twisted rebar, and scattered bricks formed a natural barrier. Chu Ye had meticulously prepared traps at the entrance. The pursuers cautiously stepped inside the derelict building, with the burly leader at the forefront, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, a dagger gripped tightly in his hand, its blade glinting ominously in the dim light. "Boss, it feels eerie here. Something seems off," the wiry man murmured anxiously. "What are you afraid of?" "It's just one guy. He can't cause that much trouble." The leader replied defiantly, though a sheen of cold sweat began to form on his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The interior of the abandoned building was dim, filled with a foul stench and dust. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. One of the pursuers had triggered a trap set by Chu Ye, a sharp rebar piercing through his foot, blood gushing forth. He fell to the ground, clutching his injury and wailing in agony. "Be careful. That kid has set traps here," the leader shouted, his voice ringing out. The remaining pursuers became instantly alert. Their wariness heightened. They slowed their pace, eyes glued to the ground, treading cautiously, fearful of further traps. Chu Ye concealed himself behind a broken wall on the second floor, observing the pursuers as they approached his carefully laid traps, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. "Damn it. This kid is like a rat, just hiding." The leader fumed, kicking a piece of debris in frustration. The continuous emergence of traps made him realize that a reckless charge would only lead to needless losses among his men. He waved his hand decisively, commanding, "Don't act recklessly. Pair up, cover each other, and move slowly." The pursuers swiftly adjusted their formation, 2 by 2, back to back, advancing with extreme caution. They occasionally used knives or iron bars to probe the ground, each step taken with the utmost trepidation, fearful of falling into another trap. On the second floor, Chu Ye watched intently through a gap in the wall. He saw one pursuer cautiously step onto what appeared to be a stable wooden board. Crack! The board suddenly flipped, catching the pursuer off guard, suspending him helplessly in midair. Below, a sharpened rebar glistened like a serpent's fang. With a horrifying scream, the rebar pierced his body. Blood gushed forth, pooling ominously on the ground, creating a shocking sight. The gruesome scene left the other pursuers pale with fear, retreating hastily, no longer willing to advance recklessly. What do we do now?" The wiry man stammered, his face ashen. The leader's expression darkened, his fists clenching tightly, silently lamenting their predicament. He realized they were up against a formidable opponent. This kid had set traps with impeccable intricacy. At that moment, another pursuer attempted to scale the wall, seeking to flank Chu Ye. However, halfway up, he triggered a rope trap set by Chu Ye. With a whoosh, a rope fell from above, ensnaring him and leaving him dangling helplessly. "Help! Boss, help me!" The pursuer screamed in terror, thrashing desperately, but to no avail. Chu Ye emerged from the shadows, a Molotov cocktail in hand, grinning malevolently at the suspended pursuer. "Goodbye." He ignited the cocktail and hurled it with force. Boom! An explosion rocked the building, flames engulfing the hapless pursuer in an instant, his chilling screams resonating throughout the abandoned structure. The leader watched in horror, his eyes twitching. If this continued, his men would inevitably be wiped out by this cunning adversary. "Retreat! Everyone fall back!" he ordered decisively, abandoning the pursuit. As Chu Ye observed the retreating pursuers, a new strategy formed in his mind. A cold smile crept across his face as he retrieved another Molotov cocktail from his backpack, weighing it thoughtfully. Since they enjoyed playing hide and seek, he would indulge them in a grand game. He ignited one and hurled it towards the gathering of pursuers. Boom! Another thunderous explosion erupted, flames soaring as thick smoke billowed within the abandoned building. The pursuers were caught off guard by the sudden blast. Scrambling in panic to shield their heads, coughing uncontrollably, they frantically sought cover amidst the chaos. Chu Ye seized the opportunity, skillfully maneuvering through piles of debris and twisted rebar. Pausing occasionally to listen intently, he could hear the frantic footsteps and curses of the pursuers. He noticed that the smoke and flames had effectively separated them. In the ashy ruins, the smoke enveloped the last remnants of light, the acrid scent of charred materials filling the air as the pursuers and Oppos movements grew increasingly chaotic. He crouched behind a charred concrete slab, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Suddenly, a familiar metallic scent invaded his nostrils, blood. An opportunity. A sly smile tugged at the corners of Chu Ye's mouth. He silently reached down, picking up a sharp rebar. In the next instant, he lunged forward, the rebar piercing the chest of one pursuer with a swift, lethal thrust, silencing his scream in an instant. Another pursuer, caught off guard, widened his eyes in terror. He barely managed to utter before Chu Ye swept the rebar with force, slicing through his throat. Having dispatched his target, Chu Ye swiftly rolled into the cover of another crumbled wall, his presence remaining undetected. In the distance, the leader glared with rage at the continuous losses of his men, the veins in his arms bulging. "This bastard is no human," he bellowed. "Spread out. Each one take a corner and trap him." The pursuers began to move swiftly under command, yet at that moment, they resembled a disordered mass. The smoke severed their line of sight, leaving no semblance of order. Chu Ye concealed himself behind the crumbling wall, a smile perpetually gracing his lips. He heard footsteps drawing nearer and, without hesitation, thrust a steel bar through the crevice of the wall, piercing the calf of one of the pursuers. "Ack!" The individual let out a wretched scream, collapsing to his knees, and staggered in an attempt to rise, inadvertently toppling another comrade behind him. "Fool!" A brawny man and Oppos' roar echoed from a distance, but in the next instant, that roar morphed into an expletive. "Watch your back." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chu Ye and Oppos' figure lunged from the side, seizing the nape of the pursuer who was attempting to assist his fallen companion, twisting with force, accompanied by a sickening crack, as the latter's eyes rolled back and he slumped lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 29, The Warehouse in an Instant. Chu Ye effortlessly seized the iron rod from his opponent's grasp, weighing it in his hand with a smirk. "Not bad. It fits well. Surround him. Surround this madman. The voice of the burly man grew increasingly frantic, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Ye. The sight of Chu Ye and Appo's dusty, sweat-soaked face infuriated him further. Don't let me down. He can't escape far. Yet, Chu Ye remained still, brushing aside the damp strands of hair clinging to his forehead and striking the iron rod against the ground, producing a low metallic clang. He then raised his gaze slightly, locking eyes with the burly man. You think I intend to flee? Chu Ye chuckled, his grin laced with mockery, arrogance, and a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. He slowly lifted the iron rod, pointing it at the burly man. You come here. The three succinct words momentarily stunned the burly man, only to ignite his rage. You little bastard, you and Appo's, re-asking for death. He bellowed, drawing a machete from behind his back and charging towards Chu Ye, accompanied by several of his subordinates. Chu Ye stood his ground, unflinching, until the burly man was nearly upon him. Then he moved. The iron rod seemed to come alive in his hands, slicing through the air with a whistling sound as it crashed down upon the burly man's knee. Crack! The sound of shattering bone rang clear, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from the burly man as his massive form collapsed to the ground. Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, Chu Ye swung the iron rod again, this time aiming for the man and Appo's chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the man and Appo's sternum caved in, blood gushing from his mouth. His eyes widened in disbelief as Chu Ye loomed over him. I told you, come here. He reiterated his earlier command. The burly man's breath grew increasingly shallow, his gaze fading. The remaining pursuers, witnessing the scene, had long since been struck with terror and turned to flee. Chu Ye did not pursue. He simply stood there, allowing the blood to stain the earth beneath him. The iron rod in his hand continued to drip with blood, appearing grotesquely menacing in the dim light. Nonchalantly, he tossed the bloodied iron rod aside, where it landed with a dull metallic thud. He walked slowly out of the derelict building, his silhouette elongated against the backdrop. The air was thick with dust and the scent of blood, the desolate street void of life. A rugged vehicle was parked a short distance away, its body coated in dust, the door ajar, evidently left behind by the fleeing pursuers. Chu Ye walked directly to the Jeep, pulling open the door and slipping inside. The keys were still in the ignition. He turned the key, and the engine roared to life, purring steadily thereafter. With a firm press on the accelerator, he skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, guiding the Jeep onto the street. As he drove through the emptiness, Chu Ye felt a surge of exhilaration. With this vehicle, he could reach his destination more swiftly. Accompanied by the crunch of tires on the ground, he headed northward. Chu Ye gripped the steering wheel, his expression stern. His gaze locked ahead. The faster, the better. I despise wasting time, he murmured, pressing the accelerator even harder. His target was clear, an underground warehouse located on the outskirts of the city. This was no ordinary civilian storage facility. Rather, it was a hollowed-out mountain, designed like a civil defense structure. The journey unfolded surprisingly smoothly. The sand barely reached the hood of an average sedan, and without a hint of hesitation, Chu Ye drove straight through. He encountered no real trouble, which offered him a sense of relief. As he approached the vicinity of the warehouse, dawn began to break. Standing before the apocalypse, Chu Ye had never been particularly concerned with the passage of time and nature. However, at this moment, he prudently parked the vehicle in a secluded spot, several hundred meters from the warehouse. He could not afford to expose himself, especially regarding such a military-grade reserve. After turning off the engine, he retrieved binoculars from the roof of the Jeep, scanning the surroundings. Indeed, he vaguely spotted several cameras and hidden rectangular recesses, clearly surveillance equipment or concealed weaponry. He refrained from acting impulsively and instead pulled out a communicator from his bag, dialing the number previously mentioned by Lin Jiangwo. Beep. Beep. After a few tones, the call connected. A deep, slightly wary voice responded. Who is this? I am Chu Ye. Lin Jiangwo asked me to contact you. He mentioned your code name is and Appo's, Bearskin and Appo's. After a brief silence, Bearskin and Appo's voice returned, tinged with caution. A friend of Lin Jiangwo? What proof do you have that you're not an imposter? Chu Ye chuckled coldly, replying with a hint of disdain. Do you think I have the leisure to impersonate this favor? Lin Jiangwo provided me with a string of numerical codes and a peculiar phrase, old bear eats pears without spitting out the pit. You decide for yourself. The other end of the communicator fell silent for a moment before Bearskin broke into a low chuckle. That is indeed something he would say. What do you want from me? I want to enter the warehouse and retrieve a few items. Chu Ye was blunt, not inclined to beat around the bush. You understand the nature of this place, right? Bearskin's voice turned icy. This is not merely a storage point. It's a military core facility. I'm in a hurry. Spare me the small talk. Just tell me if you can let me in. Chu Ye impatiently interrupted Bearskin and Appo's rambling. After a brief pause, a cold snort came through the communicator. What with your attitude? Even if you were introduced by Lin Jiangwo, you must adhere to the rules. Chu Ye let out a derisive laugh. Rules? You already promised Lin Jiangwo you would procure items for him, and now you and Appo's relecturing me on rules? All I know is that what I need is inside. Will you open the door or not? Bearskin and Appo's breathing grew heavy over the communicator, clearly agitated by Chu Ye and Appo's brazen demeanor. After a few tense seconds, he finally relented. I can help you get in, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Chu Ye replied, maintaining his indifferent tone. You can only take what you need from the warehouse. You must not damage any other items, nor can you disclose the location. Agreed. Chu Ye replied succinctly. For him, as long as he could obtain what he sought, that was sufficient. Bearskin provided a series of numbers and directions, then stated, the main door will automatically open in 10 minutes. After you enter, follow this route. At the end, you'll find what you're looking for. The code is. After hanging up, Chu Ye walked on foot towards the warehouse entrance. Just as Bearskin had indicated, the heavy metal door gradually swung open, revealing a darkened entrance. As the door closed behind him, it sealed out the light from the outside world. As he ventured further in, a vast underground space gradually unfolded before him. Supplies piled high, ranging from food and medicine to weapons and machinery, creating an enormous underground kingdom. Following the route provided by Bearskin, Chu Ye made his way deeper into the warehouse. Chapter 30. The test of Bearskin. A shadow suddenly leapt forth from the pile of accumulated supplies, launching itself at him with astonishing swiftness. Chu Ye had anticipated this and deftly sidestepped the attack, quickly retreating to create distance. In the dim light of the warehouse, he discerned the figure of his assailant, a robust middle-aged man, his physique broad and imposing, resembling a mobile square. Chu Ye surmised that this must be Bearskin. Chu Ye began, but Bearskin lunged at him once more, his massive fist slicing through the air towards his face. Chu Ye evaded again, mentally cursing. This damned fatso. He promised to let me in, yet here he is, playing tricks. Bearskin, thwarted in his initial attempt, roared in fury and charged again. Despite his clumsy movements, the sheer force behind each strike was formidable, each blow delivered with devastating intent. Chu Ye nimbly dodged, while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Old bear, what are you trying to accomplish? He inquired as he evaded. To teach you a lesson, Bearskin bellowed. That old bastard Lin Jiangwo dares to send you here. As if I am of no consequence. He merely sent me to collect some items, Chu Ye explained. Nonsense. Bearskin dismissed the explanation. The things here are not for you to take it well. As he spoke, Bearskin's attacks intensified, his colossal fists raining down upon Chu Ye like a deluge. Although Chu Ye was agile, he began to feel the strain. The brute's strength was overwhelming, and his endurance seemed boundless. Old bear, if you continue like this, I will not hold back, Chu Ye warned. Try it. Bearskin roared, charging once more. This time, Chu Ye did not evade. He seized the moment and retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding thud. Chu Ye felt an immense force reverberate through him, causing his arm to tingle. Bearskin fared worse. His hefty form was knocked back several steps, nearly toppling over. Bearskin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chu Ye, astonished that this seemingly frail young man possessed such strength. Rubbing his numbed arm, Chu Ye smirked. I warned you. Should you persist, I would not be merciful. Bearskin steadied himself, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. He inhaled deeply and resumed his aggressive stance, roaring once more as he charged. In the dim light of the warehouse, his rotund figure barreled forward like a raging bull. Chu Ye frowned, the odor reminiscent of someone who had not bathed for days, mingled with cheap cigarettes. He deftly sidestepped as Bearskin and Appo's punch crashed into a nearby metal shelf, producing a deafening clang. Damn, this fatso is incredibly strong. Chu Ye cursed under his breath, his feet moving constantly as he sought an opening in Bearskin's defense. Frustrated by his failure to land a hit, Bearskin grew even angrier, his roars echoing as he swung his fist with reckless abandon. He resembled an enraged beast, disregarding any form of defense. Chu Ye chuckled derisively. Bearskin's brute force left him exposed. No longer evading, he advanced, raining down punches and kicks upon Bearskin. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of impact reverberated throughout the warehouse. Damn it, Bearskin gasped, feeling as if his fists were striking cotton. He could not muster any force against this agile opponent. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ye executed a sweeping kick that sent Bearskin sprawling to the ground. Before Bearskin could recover, Chu Ye's fist descended like a torrential downpour, each strike landing squarely on Bearskin's vulnerable spots. "Arg!" Bearskin cried out, his massive body curling up like a cooked shrimp. Chu Ye halted, gazing coldly at the groaning figure on the floor. "Now, can we have a proper conversation?" Struggling to rise, Bearskin spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Chu Ye with malice. Who exactly are you?" Chu Ye replied nonchalantly. "I came to retrieve some items I require." After a brief silence, Bearskin suddenly burst into laughter. "Kid, you are quite amusing. I like you. No wonder old Lin sent you. However, these items are quite valuable." After catching his breath and wiping blood from his lips, Bearskin scrutinized Chu Ye. "Honestly, your skills do not resemble those of an ordinary person. Confess, where did you come from? Special forces? Armed police? Or perhaps some shadowy organization?" Chu Ye paused, momentarily taken aback, then a smile crept across his face. "Me? I have never served." Bearskin furrowed his brow in disbelief. "Nonsense. With your speed and strength, there's no way you could achieve that without years of military training. Don't try to fool me. Old Bear is not easily intimidated." "Believe what you will," Chu Ye shrugged, exuding an air of nonchalance. "I truly have not served. I merely have a tough life, which has granted me various skills." "Tough life?" Bearskin scoffed, seemingly skeptical of Chu Ye and Appo's mysterious aura. Quite the tale. Yet you are indeed ruthless, swift, and precise." He glanced down at his own fist and ribs, wincing in pain. "I can't fathom where you learned these skills." Chu Ye narrowed his eyes, his tone growing colder. "Old Bear, asking too many questions is unwise. I am here to collect items. You are a friend of Uncle Lin, so?" The subtle threat caused Bearskin to swallow hard, yet he maintained a facade of bravado. "TCH, kid, you are indeed quite arrogant. But you do not strike me as a petty thief." Chu Ye remained silent, fixing his gaze on Bearskin without a flicker of emotion. This unwavering stare unnerved Bearskin, reminding him of the eyes belonging to seasoned comrades who had faced the horrors of battle. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Ye stated, "I am indeed here to collect some materials, such as steel plates." Bearskin sighed, leading Chu Ye deeper into the warehouse. He gestured towards the mountain of supplies. Composite steel plates, power generation equipment, high-powered radios, and engineering components. All are here. By the way, what do you need these for? Planning a rebellion? Chu Ye shot him a glance, his tone icy. Renovation. Bearskin paused, then erupted into laughter once more. Renovation? Haha. You really know how to joke. Fine. Take whatever you need. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Ignoring his jests, Chu Ye meticulously examined the supplies. The thickness and quality of the composite steel plates met his requirements. The power generation equipment was brand new and unopened, and the radio and Appo's power was adequate. Satisfied, Chu Ye nodded in approval. Chapter 31. What is this young man's background? Xiangpai observed Chu Ye as he meticulously inspected the supplies, his mind increasingly perplexed. Just who is this young man? Brother, Xiangpai rubbed his hands together, tentatively inquiring, how do you plan to transport these items? This is no trifling sum. You would need an 8-wheeled heavy truck to move it all. Without raising his head, Chu Ye continued counting the steel plates. You need not concern yourself with that. Xiangpai was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, I was being overly cautious. Since Brother Chu has the capability to procure old Lin's goods, he must also possess the means to transport them. It seems my old eyes have failed me. He paused, then asked, however, with so many items, how do you intend to handle it? Dismantle and carry them away, or? Finally lifting his gaze, Chu Ye regarded Xiangpai with a bemused expression. What? Brother Xiang wishes to lend a hand? Xiangpai quickly waved his hands. No, I am merely curious, purely out of curiosity. Do you need me to find a vehicle for you? With a faint smile, Chu Ye's eyes flitted over him before he stood up. No need. You and Appo's VE assisted in keeping watch for long enough. You should take a break. Xiangpai hesitated, his expression somewhat awkward. ISN and Appo's. That inappropriate? With so many items. I should at least help you a bit, right? Chu Ye interrupted him. Who would dare come here? This is your territory, isn't it, Brother Xiong? His voice carried a hint of coldness, causing Xiangpai to instinctively scratch his neck before he nodded. All right then, since you say it's fine, I'll go have a drink. You carry on. Xiangpai did not linger in thought, exiting the warehouse. As he deliberately closed the door, he called out, Kid, don't be too reserved. Call me if you need anything. Chu Ye remained silent, inhaling gently. Once he confirmed Xiong Pai had moved away, his gaze turned icy. He then opened his palm, revealing a pale hand that shimmered with a faint glow, rippling outward like waves. The air before him abruptly warped into a swirling fissure, through which an abyss of boundless space could be glimpsed. With a swift motion, he waved his hand, and the towering pile of composite steel plates vanished without a trace. Along with the power generation equipment, radios, and various engineering components, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. After a brief survey, he noticed a few boxes of military rations and canned goods in the corner that had yet to be counted. His brow furrowed slightly as he reached out, swiftly drawing those supplies into his system space. That should suffice. Chu Ye clapped his hands, and the vortex gradually closed, restoring the air to its previous calm, as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, the warehouse door was thrust open, and Xiong Pai reappeared. "Hey, kid," he had initially called out casually. But upon seeing the empty warehouse, his voice faltered, and he stood frozen in place. Where are all the items? Where are the people? Stunned, Xiong Pai staggered forward a couple of steps, unable to believe his eyes. "I just saw all those supplies, and now they and Appos, V vanished." Leaning against the wall with arms crossed, Chu Ye wore a smirk that was half amused, half mocking. "Brother Xiong, you returned rather quickly. Are you reluctant to part with these items?" Xiong Pai snapped back to reality, gesturing around the now bare warehouse. His mouth moved, but it took him a moment to articulate. "How did you do it?" With a gentle sigh, Chu Ye brushed off the dust from his shoulders and turned to leave, leaving behind a single word, a secret. Xiong Pai stood dazed, muttering to himself, "What kind of monster is this guy?" As Chu Ye reached the warehouse door, 1 foot already crossing the threshold, he heard Xiong Pai's voice. He paused and glanced back. "Is there anything else?" Xiong Pai hurriedly approached, rubbing his hands together. "Wait, this is something old Lin requested. Please take it to him." Saying this, he handed Chu Ye a sizable metal box, which felt cold to the touch and exuded an extraordinary quality. Chu Ye accepted the box, weighing it in his hand without uttering a word. Xiong Pai then produced a smaller metal box from behind him, passing it to Chu Ye while lowering his voice. "Also, this is a small gift he asked me to prepare for you. It's contraband, so don't let anyone see it. Otherwise, I'll be in deep trouble. If it weren't for old Lin, there's no way I would hand this over to you." Raising an eyebrow, Chu Ye regarded Xiong Pai with interest. What could be so mysterious? Xiong Pai chuckled, feigning secrecy. "It's a good thing. You'll know once you take it back. But I must warn you. It's quite powerful, so be careful not to harm your own people." As Chu Ye accepted the larger box, its weight suggested something within was faintly vibrating. A playful smile crept across his lips. It seemed old Lin was quite generous. "Of course, old Lin holds you in high regard. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to come to me. I will do my utmost to assist you." At that moment, the warehouse door slowly swung open, revealing a figure at the entrance. "Old Xiong, what are you doing?" The newcomer was a young woman in military attire, her demeanor sharp and her expression stern. Upon spotting the unfamiliar Chu Ye in the warehouse, she quickly drew her weapon from behind her waist, aiming it at him. Her brows knitted in suspicion. The female officer cast a keen gaze over both Chu Ye and Xiong Pai. "Old Xiong, what is going on? Who is this person? Why is he in the warehouse?" Xiong Pai's smile instantly vanished. He hadn't anticipated the young officer's sudden arrival. Stammering, he began to explain. Li, this is old Lin and Appos, friend, here to collect some items." Old Lin and Appos, friend? The officer, identified as Li, clearly did not believe him, her gun still trained on Chu Ye. "I haven't heard that old Lin had such a friend. What is he here to collect?" Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Xiong Pai nervously glanced at Chu Ye. "Just some ordinary supplies. Old Lin instructed me earlier." "Ordinary supplies?" Li scoffed. "Does collecting ordinary supplies require sneaking into the warehouse? Old Xiong, you better come clean. Or don't blame me for being impolite." Facing Li's icy glare, Chu Ye maintained an air of calm composure. He raised his right hand, leisurely lifting the metal box in his grasp, speaking in a placid tone. "Li, I am merely here to retrieve what old Lin entrusted to brother Xiong, nothing more. No ulterior motives." Xiong Pai hurriedly wiped his brow and nodded in agreement. Yes, Li. That's exactly it. Old Lin specifically instructed me that Chu Ye, this young man, is his friend." "Old Lin?" Li and Appos' brows furrowed slightly as her gaze darted between Chu Ye and Xiong Pai, a hint of skepticism flickering in her eyes. "Which old Lin?" With a smile, Chu Ye replied, "Lin Jiangwo." Chapter 32. The relationship between old Lin and you upon the utterance of the name Lin Zhengguo. Captain Li's gaze instantly sharpened, her pupils contracting ever so slightly. Yet, after a brief moment, her expression returned to its cold and vigilant demeanor. Lin Zhengguo, Captain Li murmured, as if seeking confirmation or contemplating the implications. She pressed her lips together, her grip on the firearm unwavering, her eyes fixated on Chu Ye. What evidence do you possess to substantiate your connection with that old man? Chu Ye squinted, letting out a soft laugh. Evidence. His tone was languid, as though discussing a trivial matter. This metal box itself serves as the most compelling proof. Do you truly believe Brother Xiong would casually hand over old Lin's belongings to a stranger? Captain Li's eyes grew increasingly piercing, yet she remained cautious. You speak with such confidence, yet merely raising this box does not constitute evidence. Present a formal token according to protocol so that I may be convinced. Chi slightly tilted his head, offering a half-smile toward Xiong Pai. The latter's expression darkened as he wiped away beads of sweat. Evidently aware that the situation was escalating dangerously, he swallowed hard, forcing a conciliatory grin toward Captain Li. Captain, there is truly no issue. Chi is undoubtedly with old Lin. If you don't believe me, you can ask. Silence. Captain Li interrupted sharply, raising her firearm slightly. How can I trust that you aren't and Apos? T merely exploiting old Lin and Apos. S name, or that he hasn't and Apos. T been conspiring behind my back. You think you can deceive me so easily? Not a chance. Seeing this, Chi sighed, raising an eyebrow slightly. He appeared both resigned and somewhat weary of this futile exchange. Very well. Since we must waste time, he said, lifting his right hand and slowly moving it toward his left chest. Allow me to show you. Captain Li and Apos, S eyes narrowed instantaneously, her hand instinctively trembling around the gun. Her heightened alertness caused the barrel to rise slightly, gesturing threateningly at Chu Ye. Do not move. Slow down. Take it slower. Yet Chu Ye seemed oblivious to her warning, his demeanor exuding a calmness that was infuriating. In that fleeting moment, a thunderous crash erupted in the air. With lightning speed, Chu Ye swung the metal box in his grasp, the force creating a whistling sound as it struck the dark barrel of the gun, producing a sharp crack. The firearm flew from Captain Li and Apos' grip and landed on the ground beside her. Clearly taken aback, Captain Li stumbled back 2 steps before regaining her composure. A flicker of anger and shock crossing her features. Resistance. Holding the metal box aloft, Chu Ye gently set it down, the dull thud reverberating through the iron walls of the warehouse. He lifted his gaze, coldly regarding Captain Li, and spoke in a low tone. You may choose not to believe me, but do not carelessly aim your gun at anyone, especially not at me. His calm yet piercing tone rendered the vast expanse of the warehouse stifling. The atmosphere was taut with tension. Captain Li glared at Chu Ye, a flicker of rage igniting in her eyes, realizing that her earlier lapse had allowed the situation to spiral out of control. She now found regaining the upper hand increasingly daunting. Calm down, Captain Li. We are all on the same side here. Xiong Pai, seemingly holding his breath, rushed to smooth over the situation, waving his hands in a conciliatory manner. Chu, my brother, this is merely a misunderstanding. Absolutely a misunderstanding. Be quiet. Captain Li snapped, cutting off Xiong Pai and Apos' words. She turned her attention back to Chu Ye, letting out a derisive snort. It appears you have indeed exceeded my expectations. Your skills are commendable, but do not think you can act with impunity here. Chu Ye merely curled his lips into a smirk without replying. Instead, he bent down slowly to retrieve the firearm he had knocked from her grasp, brushing off the dust with casual indifference. He glanced at the gun, then back at Captain Li, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. This firearm is rather impressive, though regrettably misapplied. With that, he engaged the safety and tossed the gun back at Captain Li and Apos' feet, as though discussing an inconsequential matter. Standing upright, he addressed Xiong Pai. It is growing late, and I have no interest in further banter. The items are in my possession. From here on, whom you choose to verify with is your own affair. Having concluded his statement, he turned and walked toward the warehouse door. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, Captain Li's commanding voice resonated behind him. Halt. Chu Ye paused, but did not turn back. He remained silent, merely awaiting her next words. The air thickened with tension, as if the next moment would unleash a new wave of turmoil. Ultimately, she suppressed her fury and, in a low tone, inquired, Who exactly are you? Without looking back, Chu Ye chuckled lightly, the sound echoing in the cavernous warehouse, imbued with a hint of irreverence. An employer. Old Lin is assisting me with the renovation of my villa. With that, he departed the warehouse, his footsteps creating a rhythmic echo on the metallic floor. Captain Li watched his retreating figure, her expression complex. She despised Chu Ye's nonchalant demeanor and the air of superiority he exuded. Bending down, she retrieved the gun from the ground, its coldness momentarily calming her rising agitation. Cautiously, Xiangpai approached, tentatively asking, "Captain, what shall we do now?" Taking a deep breath to suppress her emotions, Captain Li commanded, "Immediately dispatch someone to follow him. We must ascertain his identity and origins. Furthermore, keep a close watch on Old Lin. I aim to uncover the true intentions behind their actions." After leaving the warehouse, Chu Ye drove directly back to his villa. The return journey proved uneventful. The villa, nestled on the outskirts of the city, offered a tranquil environment that starkly contrasted with the dilapidated desolation of the warehouse. Upon his arrival, he found the underground renovations nearing completion, with Old Lin directing the workers as they finalized their tasks, laying tiles for the expansive swimming pool. The clanging of tools and the boisterous calls of the laborers created a somewhat cacophonous symphony. Old Lin was pleasantly surprised by Chu Ye's arrival and quickly set aside his work to approach him. "Mr. Chu, what brings you here? Have you resolved the matters at the warehouse?" She handed the metal box to Old Lin. "Here's the item for you." "What is it?" He then succinctly recounted the events that transpired in the warehouse, maintaining a calm demeanor. Old Lin's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. "Captain Li? How did she become involved?" "That woman is quite formidable," he muttered under his breath. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh? Pray tell, who is this Captain Li? And what of Xiangpai? They seem to hold you in high regard." Old Lin hesitated momentarily, weighing his words carefully. Ultimately, he decided to divulge the truth. "Mr. Chu, you may not be aware, but both Captain Li and Xiangpai are affiliated with the Tianmu organization. Tianmu is a military organization reputed to control many of the city's hidden secrets." Chapter 33. The Canopy. To address the current predicament, Captain Li is the head of the warehouse, responsible for mobilizing supplies in response to extreme natural disasters. Xiangpai is one of her subordinates. "The Canopy?" Chu Ye softly echoed, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. "How intriguing. Mr. Chu, they do not belong to any department. They report directly to the highest authority." Old Lin urged with a worried expression. Chu Ye waved his hand, interrupting Old Lin. He scrutinized Lin's face. "So, Uncle Lin, who exactly are you?" Chu Ye inquired suddenly, his tone measured yet laced with a subtle probing, as if seeking some elusive flaw. Old Lin stiffened slightly, his expression momentarily frozen. He lowered his gaze, striving to conceal something. Yet that fleeting moment of distraction did not escape Chu Ye's notice. "Mr. Chu, please don't and oppose. Misunderstand. I'm merely—" Old Lin appeared somewhat flustered, offering a sheepish smile before feigning nonchalance. "I and oppose am just a retired old man. What significance could I possibly have?" However, Chu Ye was not easily swayed by this dismissive response. He tilted his head slightly, pressing further. "An ordinary retired man would not be addressed as Old Lin, Lin Go, nor would Captain Li regard you with anything other than the demeanor reserved for a subordinate or a person of little consequence." "Uncle Lin, are you perhaps omitting something?" Old Lin's smile faltered, and he attempted to speak. He produced a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Exhaling a smoke ring, he slowly remarked, "Mr. Chu, your powers of observation are remarkably acute. Let us not digress. Uncle Lin." Chu Ye's voice remained calm, yet his gaze hardened with intensity. "Since entering the warehouse, I have discerned that their attitude towards you is marked by both respect and wariness. This is not the demeanor afforded to an ordinary individual. What is your connection to the Canopy? Or rather, Uncle Lin, what is your true background?" Old Lin's hand trembled imperceptibly as he extinguished the cigarette, but against the ground. This action seemed a deliberate attempt to buy time, albeit clumsily executed. "Mr. Chu," his pace quickened, ready to divulge something, but then Chu Ye suddenly stepped forward, closing the gap between them. "Uncle Lin, you must understand, the world has changed. Trust has become a luxury, and my patience with people is limited. If you wish for me to protect your daughter, you must demonstrate some sincerity." Chu Ye and Oppo's low voice bore the weight of a warning. "To be frank, I can either rely on my methods to extract the truth from you, or you can choose to disclose it willingly." The air fell into an immediate silence, punctuated only by Lin Jiangwo and Oppo's heavy breathing. Finally, he sighed in resignation. "Mr. Chu, it's not that I intend to conceal anything, but knowing too much may not be beneficial for you." Lin Jiangwo's tone was complex, his expression conflicted. "Very well. Let us see if you can share something advantageous for me, Uncle Lin." Chu Ye responded with an unwavering calm, yet the pressure in his tone was palpable. Old Lin forced a bitter smile, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. There is no need for such tension. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intent. He gestured to his dusty jacket and trousers. You see, I am merely a contractor. With a sudden flash of intensity in his eyes, Old Lin quickly returned to his usual demeanor. Moreover, your approach with me is futile. Chu Ye released his hold on Old Lin, stepping back while maintaining his indifferent tone. Then speak, Uncle Lin. Who are you? After a moment of silence, as if finally resolved, Old Lin declared, Mr. Chu. I am also a member of the canopy. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, signaling for him to elaborate. Old Lin moved aside, retrieving a tattered piece of canvas from the scattered debris. Spreading it on the ground, he casually sat down and continued, or more accurately, I was once a member of the canopy, the head of this city. Unfazed, Chu Ye seated himself opposite Old Lin, listening intently. The inception of and Opos, the canopy and Opos, was to address extreme natural disasters, establishing warehouses across the nation to stockpile supplies for coordinated distribution during emergencies. I was responsible for managing the warehouse in this city and coordinating the resource allocation amongst several neighboring cities. Old Lin paused, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. Ironically, both Xiaoli and Xiongpai were once my subordinates. Chu Ye narrowed his eyes, lightly tapping the ground with his fingers. Then why did they? He left the question hanging, the implication clear. Old Lin sighed, a note of disdain creeping into his voice. This department wields considerable power, and as such, corruption runs rampant within. I grew weary of wallowing in that quagmire, so I voluntarily resigned. He lifted his gaze to Chu Ye, his eyes reflecting a complex turmoil. Before I left, I recommended Captain Li to succeed me, but her qualifications were deemed insufficient and rejected by the higher-ups. Later, I learned she was reassigned to a remote warehouse, tasked with trivial duties. As for Xiongpai, his smooth demeanor and silver tongue likely earned him some enemies, leading to his exclusion as well. So, you were unable to endure the canopy and became a contractor instead? Chu Ye summarized calmly. Old Lin chuckled bitterly. I suppose so. The world has changed, and so have people and Opos' hearts. Rather than struggle in that mire, I prefer to lead a simpler life. After being released, Old Lin inhaled deeply, coughing a few times as he steadied himself. Once his breathing normalized, he shot a glare at Chu Ye. You little rascal, you're quite ruthless. If you had applied any more pressure, I might have truly suffocated. Do you really think your Uncle Lin can't handle you? Chu Ye chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. Uncle Lin, I too am anxious. Your identity is far too enigmatic. I do not wish to harbor an unstable element by my side. Old Lin rolled his eyes at him. You little brat, I am a good person. One with integrity has nothing to fear from shadows. Chu Ye shrugged, indicating his caution. One should never harbor ill will, but it is wise to remain vigilant, Uncle Lin. The tension between them began to ease, and Old Lin commenced recounting his experiences after leaving the canopy. After my retirement, I used my savings to establish a small construction company focusing on minor projects. You know, even before the apocalypse, the construction industry was lucrative. Although the world has descended into chaos, rebuilding is an inevitability, so I took the initiative to prepare. A hint of pride colored Old Lin's tone, as if he relished his foresight. Just small endeavors, barely enough to get by. He sighed, his tone once again turning somber. Chapter 34. The canopy is just a joke. Chu Ye listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. Indeed, Old Lin hesitated for a moment, as if finally steeling himself, and said, Mr. Chu, I have a daughter who works as a ground staff at the airport. She is my precious daughter, and you, that troublesome brat, will protect her. Old Lin emphasized once more, his eyes filled with concern for his daughter. If you are willing, the contents of that box are yours. Following Old Lin and Opos' gaze, Chu Ye looked at the metallic box and inquired, what is inside? A military crossbow, immensely powerful and more than sufficient for self-defense. And it makes no noise, ensuring it won't draw unnecessary attention, Old Lin boasted slightly. This is a fine item. I wouldn't part with it for just anyone. Chu Ye weighed the metallic box in his hands, feeling its heavy, cold touch travel through his fingertips. He cast a sidelong glance at Old Lin, his tone laced with amusement. Uncle Lin, are you certain this thing is more important than your daughter's life? Old Lin's expression stiffened, his eyes flickering momentarily before he straightened his neck and replied, Of course my daughter is important, but this could also save a life in chaotic times. One and Opos' life is paramount. With a scoff, Chu Ye tossed the box back in front of Old Lin. You should take care of your daughter yourself. I would much prefer your assistance over that of anyone else. Old Lin was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Chu Ye and Appo's rejection. He had anticipated that, given Chu Ye and Appo's character, he would accept such a grand gift without hesitation. After all, a powerful military crossbow was a valuable commodity in the apocalypse. Observing Old Lin and Appo's bewildered expression, Chu Ye couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This old fox was calculating. He sought to exchange a crossbow for protection over his daughter? This old man was far more valuable than any crossbow. With such an ally, his future endeavors would be significantly easier. Old Lin quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat and forcing a smile. Look at me. I and Appo's become forgetful. Mr. Chu is right. One must care for their own daughter. However, my young subordinates are strong and capable. They might be able to assist you. Let us see how it goes. In times of extreme natural disasters, the canopy has contingency plans. Rest assured, normal order will likely be restored soon. The canopy? Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, a cold smile forming in his heart. He had not heard of such a thing in the future. Either it had been a joke from the outset or had been destroyed or hollowed out from within, rendering it incapable of aiding the city's recovery. Maintaining a poker face, he inquired, "What exactly is this canopy? I've never heard of it before." Upon hearing this, Old Lin's spirit lifted, as if he had found an opportunity to boast, and he eagerly began to explain, "The canopy is a state secret. This sandstorm was a result of the canopy activating its emergency plan, and I believe it will be restored shortly." Listening to Old Lin's grandiose claims about the canopy, Chu Ye grew increasingly cautious. "Uncle Lin, is this information reliable?" He probed nonchalantly. Old Lin thumped his chest in assurance. "Absolutely reliable. I used to be involved with the canopy." He suddenly paused, recalling the state of affairs when he departed, shaking his head involuntarily. Chu Ye regarded Old Lin with a knowing smile, choosing not to expose him. "Then let us wait and see." He did not linger on the subject with Old Lin, instead heading towards the basement with the box containing the military crossbow, not looking back. Old Lin watched his calm demeanor, feeling puzzled. He had initially thought Chu Ye was merely a wealthy second-generation offspring, but he had not anticipated that he would see through his scheme immediately. What kind of person remains so unfazed in such circumstances? After a moment of hesitation, he decided to organize his workers to fulfill Chu Ye's request for an underground swimming pool. The planting area on the lower level had yet to be fully renovated. The air was thick with the scent of lime and metal, which felt stifling upon entering. Chu Ye turned on the overhead light switch, illuminating the room with a warm glow. He decisively retrieved supplies stored in the system warehouse, stacking them in the basement. After Lin Jiangwo arranged the details of the construction, he headed upstairs and encountered Chu Ye at the basement door. Clearing his throat, he prepared to speak, but his gaze was drawn to the piles of steel plates, battery packs, and generators on the lower level. Furrowing his brow, he approached the steel plates and whispered, "Chu Ye, how did you bring these back? I remember you returned alone with just one vehicle." Leaning his head slightly, Chu Ye regarded Old Lin with a smirk, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "Uncle Lin, why concern yourself with how I managed it? The important thing is that you now have materials to reinforce the villa." Old Lin was momentarily taken aback, a forced smile freezing on his face. He lowered his voice. "Well, let us be serious. How did you do it? We're all family here. Can you share the details?" Shrugging lazily, Chu Ye replied, "Guess." Old Lin eyed him suspiciously, but realized it was futile to press further. He could only silently observe the abundance of equipment around him, hardly able to believe his own eyes. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride evident. "Uncle Lin, is this enough for you?" Old Lin instinctively nodded, but after 2 seconds, he abruptly reacted. Grabbing Chu Ye's shoulders, his voice betrayed his astonishment. "Wait, kid. With so much stuff, you..." His eyes widened, breaths quickening as he considered various explanations, all seeming absurd. "They're in Appo's. There's no need to ask too much," Chu Ye said, casually patting his arm and pushing him back a step, his tone neutral yet firm. "Now that we have the supplies, it's time to get down to business. Uncle Lin, bring your daughter over tomorrow morning." "My daughter?" Old Lin paused, a frown crossing his face. "What do you mean? Didn't you just say I should take care of her?" Chu Ye maintained his calm demeanor. "Uncle Lin, don't overthink it. You know as well as I do that the current world is dangerous outside." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangwo and Appo's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he sighed, "Little Chu, thank you. As long as my daughter is safe, I would give my life for you." "Uncle Lin, why would I want your life?" Chu Ye replied with a nonchalant tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Besides, you also understand that the canopy is unlikely to be of great assistance, right?" Since you believe this is the apocalypse, you should be aware of the reality. One must prioritize oneself. That is the gravest matter. Lin Jiangwo opened his mouth as if to argue, but his shoulders sagged slowly, fatigue evident as he rubbed his forehead and murmured, "You're right. In this world, having someone to help is a blessing. As long as you can take care of my daughter, even if it costs me my old bones, I will not hold back." Chu Ye nodded, his tone remaining icy. "That's good. And Uncle Lin, don't undervalue yourself. Ultimately, I seek your assistance not just for the resources you provide, but because I know you are not foolish." Old Lin was momentarily stunned by this remark, then forced a smile. "I hope you're correct, little Chu. Tomorrow morning, we will personally go to bring Wan back." Chu Ye said nothing further, merely nodding slightly. Chapter 35. Meeting Lin on the following morning. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, and the air was laden with the scent of dust. Chu Ye was driving the off-road vehicle he had seized from someone who had caused him trouble. In the passenger seat sat Lin Jiangwo, his face etched with anxiety. "Xiao Chu, that girl Wan has always been stubborn. When she gets angry, not even an ox can pull her back. But she has a good heart. So don't take her too seriously," Lin Jiangwo said, rubbing his hands together, his tone tinged with barely perceptible tension. She was frail as a child, often falling ill. Yet she always took care of stray cats and dogs, with one hand firmly grasping the steering wheel and the other casually resting on the window. She listened to old Lin's ramblings, occasionally responding with a nod. He understood that old Lin was worried about his daughter. And another thing, Wan loves to paint. She adores flowers and plants. If there's a chance in the future, Lin Jiangwo suddenly halted, seemingly realizing that discussing such matters at this moment was inappropriate, and sighed. "Never mind, it's of no use to think about it now. As long as she is safe." Glancing at old Lin through the rearview mirror, Chu Ye replied calmly, "Uncle Lin, rest assured, since I promised, I will bring her back." As they drove out of the community, the scene on the road was chaotic. Although the authorities had organized personnel to clear the streets, the thick layer of dust covered everything, and progress was slow. Many vehicles parked by the roadside were buried beneath the dust, leaving only a portion of their rooftops visible, resembling solitary islands in a sea of sand. "This cursed weather is truly bizarre," Lin Jiangwo remarked, frowning as he gazed out the window. "In the middle of winter, the temperature is nearly that of summer." Chu Ye remained silent, his gaze darkening. This was merely the beginning. Greater calamities lay ahead. He cautiously maneuvered the steering wheel, avoiding vehicles and debris partially obscured by the dust. Not long after, a man dressed in an orange work uniform and wearing a dust mask blocked their path. The man, robust in stature, held a small red flag, signaling them to stop. "The road ahead is closed for cleaning. Please take a detour," he said in a deep voice muffled by the mask. Lin Jiangwo rolled down the window, leaning out. The dust choked him, prompting a fit of coughs. "Comrade, hello. I live in the Jinxiu Huayuan community. Is it possible to get through now?" The man glanced at them, then looked up at the dust-covered road ahead, his tone becoming impatient. "I said the road is closed. Didn't you hear? Take a detour. No one is allowed to pass until the area is cleared." Lin Jiangwo forced a smile. "Comrade, please make an exception. My daughter is waiting at home. Her health isn't good." The man remained unmoved. "Who doesn't have their own issues? Everyone is in the same boat. Hurry up and take a detour." "But," Lin Jiangwo tried to say more, but Chu Ye placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Uncle Lin, let it be." Chu Ye then turned to the man. "Comrade, could you kindly inform me which road nearby can serve as a detour?" The man scrutinized Chu Ye, his voice softening slightly. "Head east, bypass the Canghai bridge. Then go north for a while." Chu Ye nodded, expressed his gratitude, and rolled up the window, turning the vehicle around. Just as he was about to accelerate away, a raspy shout from behind rang out. "Hey, wait a moment." The voice was laced with suspicion, and the man appeared determined to prevent their departure. Chu Ye glanced in the rearview mirror, and indeed, the man hurried to the side of the vehicle, striking the door with force. His eyes, visible above the mask, bore into Chu Ye. "Where did you get this car?" he demanded, lowering his voice, yet brimming with an air of interrogation. Chu Ye furrowed his brow slightly, casting a sidelong glance at him. Under the murky light of dust, the vehicle and Oppo's dark exterior stood out starkly. This was the car he had taken from the person pursuing him. It was clear that the man recognized the vehicle. "It's my car," he replied flatly, maintaining an unruffled demeanor. "You bought it yourself?" The man's eyes narrowed sharply, skepticism etched across his face. Seated in the passenger seat, Lin Jiangwo sensed the tension and quickly interjected with a forced laugh. "Oh, this car belongs to Xiao Ye. He runs a business and is quite well off." "Haha. However, the man was not swayed. His gaze remained fixed on Chu Ye, his tone growing increasingly hostile. Where are your driving license and ID? Show them to me. Chu Ye pressed the horn lightly, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. You seem to be quite thorough. Which department are you from? Is this a new regulation? Regulation? The man sneered, his teeth clenched. The rule is that whoever has the bigger fist has the say. Stop stalling. Hurry up and present your documents. Or else. Before he could finish, he gestured toward a group of men in identical orange work uniforms loitering nearby, who immediately converged on the vehicle in a fan-like formation. Chu Ye's gaze swept over them, noting their posture and the subtle tension in their bodies, indicating they were not mere road workers. Lin Jiangwo frowned, realizing something was amiss, and glanced at Chu Ye, whispering, Xiao Yi, what on earth is going on? What happened when you went out yesterday? And how did you acquire this car? What's the rush? Chu Ye muttered coolly, feigning a search for documents while his right hand tightened around the steering wheel. His left hand stealthily reached for a short dagger hidden beside the driver's seat. Hey, hurry up. What is taking so long? The man who had initially stopped them grew impatient, slapping his palm against the window with force. The sharp sound nearly startled Lin Jiangwo out of his seat. Chu Ye turned to him, a slight smirk playing on his lips, maintaining a calm demeanor. There's no need to rush. In this day and age, even retrieving documents takes time. It's truly troublesome. The man, evidently caught off guard by Chu Ye and Appo's nonchalance, scowled deeply, raising his hand as if to force the issue. Enough chit-chat. Get out, boom. At that moment, a tremendous thud echoed from a distance, reminiscent of a heavy object crashing to the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Dust was stirred up by the shockwave, enveloping the surroundings in a fog-like barrier. What is happening? The men surrounding the vehicle turned their expressions of cold vigilance into fleeting uncertainty as they glanced toward the source of the noise. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ye discreetly concealed the dagger in his sleeve and lowered his voice to Lin Jiangwo. Hold on tight and don't move. He then leaned slightly forward. In the midst of the dust, Chu Ye's eyes sharpened as he slammed down on the accelerator. Roar! The off-road vehicle surged forward like a long dormant beast, forcefully barreling through the group of men blocking its path. Chapter 36. You truly are mad, and the man standing directly in front was caught completely off guard, sent tumbling by the force of the vehicle's front. The instant he struck the ground, he emitted a muffled cry of agony. His body curled unnaturally, twitching once before falling still. The surrounding thugs, startled by the sudden eruption of violence, scattered in all directions. Some attempted to swing iron rods to smash the car windows. But it was too late. The off-road vehicle charged forth like a battering ram. Chu Ye, you've lost your mind, Lin Jiangwo exclaimed from the passenger seat, gripping the door handle tightly. His fingers trembled slightly from the strain, and his rapid breathing was almost audible. Be quiet, hold on tight, Chu Ye replied calmly, as if the chaotic scene had no impact on him whatsoever. His hands gripped the steering wheel firmly, pushing the vehicle to its maximum speed, the roar of the engine melding with the shouts of their pursuers behind them. Through the rearview mirror, Chu Ye caught sight of several thugs attempting to keep pace. But it was evident that the off-road vehicle and Appo's speed far surpassed theirs. He let out a cold chuckle, a hint of derision shadowing his smile. The dust cloud trailing behind them gradually obscured their pursuers, leaving them in a hazy distance. For a moment, I thought you were sending us both to hell, Lin Jiangwo remarked sarcastically, though his tone was notably subdued. Yet, his simmering anger was unmistakable. Yet you are alive, are you not? Chu Ye and Appo's voice was as calm as a still pond, as he unbuckled his seatbelt and glanced at Lin Jiangwo. The latter offered no reply, but the tightness of his lips and the rapid rise and fall of his chest spoke volumes. He harbored many questions but was at a loss for how to voice them. These men clearly came for us. Do you truly believe that groveling will save us? Chu Ye's words hung in the air. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Jiangwo could no longer contain himself. The question is why? Those men were clearly after you. Chu Ye, what did you do to offend them? Chu Ye fixed Lin Jiangwo with a penetrating stare for 2 seconds. This matter is rather complex. Complex? Lin Jiangwo and Appo's brows knitted in skepticism. Well then, could you at least provide a reasonable explanation? Don't leave me in the dark like a fool. After a brief silence, Chu Ye opened the small glove compartment and retrieved a bottle of mineral water that had been shaken and was now bubbling. He twisted off the cap and took a swig. Uncle Lin, who do you think we can rely on to survive at this moment? The question seemed absurd. Yet Lin Jiangwo instinctively replied, of course it's the authorities. No, Chu Ye, don't change the subject. The authorities? A chilling smile deepened at the corners of Chu Ye and Appo's lips. Can they be trusted? Lin Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the statement. He understood what Chu Ye was about to say, yet he reluctantly nodded in agreement. At least the government is organizing a debris clearance team, this project of labor for relief. Labor for relief? Chu Ye scoffed, his eyes sparkling with amusement, as if he were hearing the most ludicrous joke. Those yellow-skinned individuals are all wolves in sheep's clothing. The very men who chased us claimed to be the clearance team, did they not? Did you see the murderous intent in their eyes? Would those truly engaged in clearing debris block our path with such hostility? You mean? Lin Jiangwo's gaze faltered slightly. They are thugs, a small gang from Water's Edge Villa. A few days ago, when I picked up Lin Xingya's daughter, I had a slight altercation with them in that community. Chu Ye paused, a distinctly mischievous grin spreading across his face. In fact, I had quite a fight with them. Lin Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression incredulous. You little brat, do you think I'm an idiot? What does fighting have to do with this vehicle? You call that a slight altercation? You better come clean about what is going on with this car. With a gentle sigh, Chu Ye's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness. Uncle Lin, please calm down and allow me to explain. Here is what happened. Later, when I went to fetch some steel plates, I encountered that group again. Lin Jiangwo seized Chu Ye and Appo's arm, gripping it tightly as if to crush his bones. Did you escalate the situation? He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts, his tone growing somber. They were numerous and armed. I was outnumbered and had no choice but to. But to what? Lin Jiangwo glared at Chu Ye. You can't possibly mean. Cough, cough, Chu Ye feigned nonchalance, chuckling lightly. I had to act in self-defense. Unfortunately, I ended up being a bit too forceful and accidentally killed a few of them. Then their vehicle became available and I thought, rather than let it go to waste, why not use it for our journey? Lin Jiangwo was left speechless, his mouth agape, struggling to find words. He could never have anticipated that Chu Ye's casual mention of a slight altercation encompassed such a harrowing tale. You, Lin Jiangwo pointed at Chu Ye. You truly are a madman. Chu Ye spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. Uncle Lin, times are tough. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Let us not dwell on these details. The important thing is that we are safe now, is it not? The atmosphere suddenly fell into a heavy silence, with only the sound of their labored breathing and the wind whipping up dust outside the vehicle. After a moment, Lin Jiangwo managed to squeeze out a question. Was it clean? Did you leave any survivors? Otherwise, we could face trouble later. The interior of the vehicle was silent, save for the low rumble of the engine and the crunch of tires over gravel. Chu Ye focused intently on the pothole-riddled road ahead, acknowledging the undeniable fact that he had taken lives. While in this apocalypse, lives were as insignificant as grass, those individuals had once been part of the official clearance team. If the truth were to come out, trouble would surely follow. He needed to find a secure location quickly to plan their next moves. Lin Jiangwo, with a grave expression, gazed out at the desolate landscape rushing by outside the window, his brow furrowed. Though he verbally condemned Chu Ye as a madman, he could not shake the worry gnawing at him. This kid had acted too ruthlessly, and he had no idea if any loose ends remained. Should those men come after them, given their current predicament, they would likely be unable to withstand the onslaught. He quietly contemplated what options he might have to assist Chu Ye in case things truly went awry. After all, this kid harbored far too many secrets. As long as he was around, he could ensure the safety of his daughter. The off-road vehicle bounced along the rugged terrain, dust swirling outside like a shroud. At that moment, Chu Ye caught sight of a black SUV in the rearview mirror, maintaining a steady distance behind them. He narrowed his eyes, observing closely for a moment, noting that the vehicle was neither overtaking nor falling behind, simply tailing them closely. Chapter 37. Hand over the key with a gentle nudge of his elbow. Chu Ye prompted Lin Jiangwo, in a nonchalant tone. Uncle Lin, do you recognize the car behind us? Lin Jiangwo turned his head for a brief glance, a flicker of confusion crossing his murky eyes. I don't recognize it. It looks quite ordinary. What is the matter? Chu Ye chose silence, pressing the accelerator as the off-road vehicle roared to life, its speed surging instantly. What on earth are you doing? Are you racing toward your next life? Lin Jiangwo exclaimed, startled by the sudden acceleration. Hold on tight, uncle. We're about to play a game. A glint of mischief sparkled in Chu Ye's eyes, his voice laced with excitement. The off-road vehicle tore down the uneven road, gaining speed like a frenzied beast rampaging through the wilderness. The black sedan behind was equally relentless, closely tailing them, as the two vehicles engaged in a dusty pursuit. Chu Ye frequently glanced at the rearview mirror, deliberately steering the car onto treacherous paths, exploiting the off-road vehicle and Oppo's superior capabilities to shed the pursuing SUV. Yet, no matter how he accelerated or changed lanes, the black sedan remained steadfastly glued to their tail. Damn it, this kid is quite persistent, Chu Ye cursed inwardly. What he had initially believed to be a simple following now seemed to indicate that their pursuers were well prepared and had a clear objective, targeting them. Chu Ye, what is going on? Who was in that car behind us? Lin Jiangwo's tone grew tense as he sensed the gravity of the situation. I'm not sure. But they're definitely not friendly, Chu Ye replied, his expression sharpening. Uncle Lin, brace yourself. I'm going to accelerate. Before his words faded, he slammed the accelerator down hard, the off-road vehicle emitting a deafening roar. Just then, a loud crash echoed from behind. The black SUV violently collided with the rear bumper of the off-road vehicle, sending it lurching. Lin Jiangwo nearly slammed into the windshield. Holy hell, these bastards are serious. Lin Jiangwo cursed, gripping the overhead handle tightly. A cold glint flashed in Chu Ye's eyes as he yanked the steering wheel, trying to shake off the SUV behind them. However, it seemed their adversaries had anticipated this move, and the SUV rammed into them once more. If this goes on, this damn car will fall apart, Lin Jiangwo shouted. Chu Ye clenched his teeth, his gaze darting between the rearview mirror and the road ahead. He needed to devise a plan to escape the SUV. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes, the off-road vehicle screeching as its rear swung violently. The SUV, unable to react in time, scraped past the side of the off-road vehicle. Now it's our chance. A spark of determination ignited in Chu Ye's eyes as he swiftly turned the steering wheel, directing the vehicle down a narrow, rugged path. The path was perilous, flanked by towering rocks, utterly unsuitable for ordinary vehicles. Are you insane? Can this road even be traversed? Lin Jiangwo's face paled in fear as he tightly shut his eyes. Ignoring Lin Jiangwo's protests, Chu Ye pressed the accelerator to the floor, the off-road vehicle barreling down the narrow trail like a wild stallion. The black SUV followed closely, attempting to keep pace. But the constricted road and rugged terrain severely hampered its speed, rendering it helpless as Chu Ye pulled further ahead. As Chu Ye navigated the treacherous path, he occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror. The black SUV lurched behind, struggling to maintain its pace, its speed evidently diminishing. Damn it. This kid actually has some skills. The burly man in the SUV slammed his fist against the steering wheel, seething with rage. Boss, we can't catch up. This road is too difficult, the slender man in the passenger seat said. Chase him. Even if it means wrecking the car, we must catch up, the burly man shouted. The black SUV swayed precariously on the narrow road, laboriously moving forward. The off-road vehicle jolted violently, its body scraping against the rocks on either side, producing a cacophony of grinding sounds. Chu Ye gripped the steering wheel tightly, teeth clenched, striving to maintain control over the vehicle. The road conditions were dire. One misstep could lead to catastrophe. In the rearview mirror, the black SUV pursued tenaciously, almost colliding with the off-road vehicle's bumper on several occasions. The SUV driver was evidently familiar with the terrain, maintaining an astonishing speed over the rugged mountain path, even resorting to ramming the rocks to close the gap with Chu Ye. With a thunderous crash, the SUV slammed into the rear wheel of the off-road vehicle. The immense force caused the off-road vehicle to lose balance, tilting dangerously to one side, nearly flipping over. Chu Ye swiftly adjusted the steering wheel, attempting to stabilize the vehicle. But it was too late. The off-road vehicle careened off the narrow path, skidding across a barren patch of land before finally coming to a halt. The vehicle sustained significant damage, with the rear wheel severely deformed, rendering it immobile. Damn it! Chu Ye cursed under his breath, unbuckling his seatbelt and turning to Lin Jiangwo. Uncle Lin, are you all right? Lin Jiangwo's complexion was ashen. I'm fine, just feeling a bit dizzy. The two quickly exited the vehicle, scanning their surroundings warily. Almost instantly upon their exit, the door of the black SUV swung open violently. A group of burly men clad in camouflage uniforms surged out, swiftly encircling them. Each held a weapon, their expressions fierce and menacing. At the forefront stood a towering man, his face marred by a grotesque scar. He approached Lin Jiangwo with a cold smirk, his tone dripping with derision. Director Lin, you seem to be doing well. Lin Jiangwo's expression shifted abruptly but was quickly masked. He lowered his voice, addressing Chu Ye. Xiao Chu, I've put you in danger this time. These men belong to the Tianmu organization. I retired because of them years ago. Tianmu? A chill ran down Chu Ye's spine, though he maintained an impassive facade. The burly man stepped closer to Lin Jiangwo, his gaze sharp as a blade. Director Lin, let us dispense with the pleasantries. We are here to reclaim what belongs to us. What is it? Lin Jiangwo feigned calmness. The key, the burly man replied coldly. Hand over the key, and we can spare your lives. The key? What key? Lin Jiangwo feigned ignorance. Confusion etched on his face. The burly man scoffed. Director Lin, don't play dumb. You know very well what I'm referring to. That key is crucial to our organization's resource reserves and research facilities. You must hand it over. Chu Ye silently absorbed their conversation, pondering the significance of this so-called key. What could it possibly be that warranted such fervent pursuit from the Tianmu organization? Chapter 38. When Laozi faced the monkey, you were yet to be born. The scarred man approached Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo with a menacing smile. His imposing henchmen surrounding them like ravenous wolves. He cast a disdainful glance at Chu Ye. Director Lin, your choice in bodyguards is becoming increasingly questionable. Is this frail figure truly your new protector? What, do you expect him to shield you from bullets? His tone dripped with mockery. Kid, I suggest you step aside before you find yourself drenched in blood. A tense atmosphere enveloped the air, and the onlookers began to stir. Whispers of disbelief echoing through the crowd. How brazen they are, daring to rob in broad daylight. Indeed, what era are we in? Such lawlessness is simply outrageous. Observing their demeanor, it was evident that these thugs were professionals, armed and vicious, instilling fear in ordinary citizens. This is Xia country. How can anyone be so audacious as to provoke conflict so openly? It seemed they were taking advantage of traffic disruptions, with law enforcement unable to respond promptly. The world had descended into chaos. The wind kicked up dust, swirling it around the crowd. The scarred man stood before Lin Jiangwo. Raising his hand and speaking gruffly, "Old man, I respect you enough to address you as Director Lin. After all these years, don't cling to your position. Hand over the keys to avoid unnecessary suffering." Lin Jiangwo furrowed his brow tightly, but showed no sign of retreat. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Who are you working for? We have enough supplies. What do you want with the keys to the treasury?" The scarred man erupted in a mocking laugh, laced with derision. "Old man, are you still playing the fool? Do you think we are unaware of your intentions? Delaying for time in hopes of rescue? Dream on. Do you have any idea of the current state of this city? Communications are down. Traffic is paralyzed. Rescue? Huh. They can't even save themselves." He leaned closer to Lin Jiangwo, his voice chilling. "Your time has passed. This city now belongs to us, the Tianmu. Your previous authority is now worthless. Be smart and hand over the keys, or we one and oppose. Hesitate to take action. We, the Tianmu, are not to be trifled with." Suppressing his anger, Lin Jiangwo locked eyes with the scarred man, enunciating each word with clarity. "Who exactly are you? The Tianmu's previous objective was never about supplies. What do you truly seek?" The smile on the scarred man's face gradually faded, replaced by a cold fury. "Old man, it seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since you refuse to heed my warning, don't blame us for being ruthless." He stood tall, gesturing with his hand. "Charge. Take down this old man, and capture that pretty boy too." The hulking figures surged forward, weapons raised, aiming for Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo. Observing this, Chu Ye stepped forward decisively, colliding with the leading scarred man. With all his might, he knocked the scarred man to the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the scarred man stared at Chu Ye in disbelief, his eyes blazing with rage. "This kid hits hard. Boss. You were thrown by him? How is that possible? You're the strongest among us." The henchmen looked at each other, concern creeping in. "This kid is peculiar. We should all attack together, lest we falter." "Attack together to handle a mere kid? Have you no shame?" The scarred man roared in humiliation, struggling to rise, spitting defiantly. "Stand back and watch how I deal with him." However, the scarred man was seasoned in battle. He quickly regained his footing, glaring at Chu Ye with murderous intent. With a roar, he launched a massive fist towards Chu Ye. Chu Ye deftly shifted his weight, narrowly evading the forceful blow. Seizing the moment, he retaliated with a swift kick to the scarred man's abdomen. The impact resounded like thunder, sending the scarred man crashing to the ground, groaning in pain. Struggling, he rose, wiping the blood from his mouth, his eyes filled with fury. He charged at Chu Ye once more, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Each blow exchanged in a relentless struggle. Though young and vigorous, Chu Ye found himself evenly matched against the scarred man's seasoned experience. Meanwhile, the remaining henchmen encircled Lin Jiangwo, taking advantage of the distraction. "Old man, surrender quietly." One of them sneered, swinging a metal rod towards Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo's eyes sharpened. He nimbly dodged the strike and countered with a powerful punch to the henchman's nose. The sickening crack of bone echoed as blood gushed forth, and the man fell, howling in agony. The remaining thugs froze, astonished that this seemingly frail elder possessed such agility and ferocity. Lin Jiangwo snorted derisively. You think you can capture me with mere lackeys? When I fought the monkeys in the south, Yuan and Appos, to even born yet, with fists and feet. He fought like a tiger descending a mountain, taking down his attackers with lethal precision. The remaining henchmen hesitated, realizing the gravity of the situation. In a swift maneuver, Lin Jiangwo broke through their ranks, joining Chu Ye in combat. Uncle Lin, you really fought in the south? I never would have guessed you had such skills. Chu Ye asked curiously, dodging another blow from the scarred man. Lin Jiangwo grunted, delivering a fierce elbow strike to a thug attempting to ambush Chu Ye. The man cried out, clutching his nose as he collapsed. In the 80s and 90s, during the rounds, I was there. I was just over 20, brimming with youthful vigor. And enlisted. I spent over 3 years amidst gunfire, witnessing every kind of scene. Against these petty thugs back then, I could take them down with one shot. Chu Ye was taken aback, realizing that the unassuming Lin Jiangwo had once lived a life of remarkable valor. Chapter 39. The late protector as the scarred man. Since Chu Ye's momentary distraction, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful blow to Chu Ye's chest. Chu Ye let out a muffled groan and staggered back a few steps. Xiao Yi, be careful, Lin Jiangwo shouted, rushing forward to shield Chu Ye with his own body. With a resounding thud, the scarred man and Appos' fist struck Lin Jiangwo and Appos' back forcefully. Lin Jiangwo grunted, retreating a few steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Witnessing this, Chu Ye charged forward, his voice filled with fury. If you have the guts, come at me. Your opponent is me. With eyes ablaze, he swung his fist, landing a crushing blow to the scarred man's face. The impact echoed in the air, and the scarred man reeled back, blood streaming from his nose as he cried out in agony. Chu Ye did not relent. He continued to rain down punches upon the scarred man, each strike infused with his pent-up rage and concern. The sounds of flesh meeting flesh resonated, and the scarred man was rendered defenseless, ultimately collapsing into unconsciousness. The remaining burly men, witnessing the scene, were paralyzed with fear and began to retreat, not daring to advance any further. They had not anticipated that this seemingly frail young man could be so ferocious. Chu Ye discarded the scarred man like a ragged sack, then turned to support Lin Jiangwo, concern etched on his face. Uncle Lin, are you all right? Lin Jiangwo waved his hand, suppressing the pain. I'm fine, just a minor injury. Nothing serious. Chu Ye's gaze fell on the blood at the corner of Lin Jiangwo's mouth. Uncle Lin, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that you got hurt. Lin Jiangwo patted Chu Ye's shoulder. Silly boy, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, I might not have made it through today. You saved me, and I owe you my gratitude. As Chu Ye assisted Lin Jiangwo while scanning the surroundings for any remaining threats, he barked at the others. What are you all standing there for? Get lost. The burly men exchanged glances before choosing to flee in disarray. Supporting Lin Jiangwo, Chu Ye gradually made his way out of the alley. Uncle Lin, let us go to the hospital, Chu Ye said with worry. There's no need. It's just a small injury. A little medicinal alcohol will suffice, Lin Jiangwo replied dismissively. But you, Xiao Yi, were truly impressive today. I didn't expect you to possess such skills. Chu Ye helped Lin Jiangwo to the side of a dilapidated SUV, which bore numerous scratches from the earlier scuffle. Just as Chu Ye was about to unlock the door, several figures dashed out from around the corner, forcefully pushing Chu Ye aside and positioning themselves protectively in front of Lin Jiangwo, their eyes scanning the area warily. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Chu Ye nearly stumbled. Before he could speak, Lin Jiangwo chuckled. Hey, it's all right, everyone. This is Xiao Chu, scrutinizing Chu Ye with lingering suspicion. Uncle Lin, who are these people? Chu Ye inquired, rubbing his injured shoulder. Before Lin Jiangwo could respond, one of the buzz-cut youths hastily pointed at Chu Ye. Uncle Lin, we received orders from Captain Li to investigate this guy's background. When we saw you in a scuffle, we rushed over, fearing for your safety. Captain Li? How is that rascal Xiong Pai doing lately? Lin Jiangwo asked. Brother Xiong is still guarding the warehouse under Captain Li and Appos' command. He has been sidelined, and we have all been marginalized as those currently holding power in the Sky Curtain, the buzzcut youth explained. She suddenly realized that these were the people arranged by the woman named Li he had encountered at the warehouse. He silently scoffed. This woman is quite cautious, sending someone to tail me. However, judging by the young men's demeanor towards Lin Jiangwo, they were likely not foes. How's the situation with Captain Li? Has there been any trouble? Lin Jiangwo asked with concern. No news yet, but Captain Li is always thorough in her work. There shouldn't be any issues. The buzz-cut youth assured him. That's good to hear. Just stay out of these matters and take care of yourselves, with the chaos they're causing. It's only a matter of time before something serious happens, Lin Jiangwo advised, nodding. All right, you all should head back. Xiao Chu and I can manage. Tell Captain Li not to worry. I'm fine here, Lin Jiangwo instructed the young men. They exchanged hesitant glances, seemingly unsure. But Uncle Lin, they're and Oppos. No and Oppos. But, and Oppos. I know my own safety, Lin Jiangwo insisted, waving his hand dismissively. Hurry back, and there's no need for further investigation. Also, there are some minor matters to attend to. Xiao Chu, where did you deal with those ruffians? I'll have Xiao Li and the others clean up. In that dilapidated building up ahead, Chu Ye pointed to a skeletal structure looming ominously in the dim twilight. Lin Jiangwo glanced in the indicated direction, nodding before addressing the young men. Xiao Li, take a few people over there and make sure it's clean. Xiao Li. The buzz-cut youth looked conflicted. Uncle Lin, is that really a good idea? What if? What if what? Can't you handle this minor task? Lin Jiangwo's tone sharpened. But, Xiao Li attempted to protest, but Lin Jiangwo interrupted him. No more buts, go quickly. I still need to pick up my daughter. Lin Jiangwo waved his hand, visibly impatient. Those supplies are for Xiao Chu's villa renovation. And my daughter will be living there, so rest assured, it's quite safe. If anything arises, you can find me there. Seeing Lin Jiangwo's resolute demeanor, the young men nodded in agreement. As they departed, Xiao Li reminded, Uncle Lin, if anything happens, please notify us immediately. We'll remain in the shadows to protect you. After watching the young men vanish into the night, Lin Jiangwo finally climbed into the vehicle with Chu Ye. As Chu Ye started the SUV, the aging engine roared to life, akin to a weary beast growling softly. The vehicle slowly exited the alley, merging into the cacophony of the city. Uncle Lin, you're retired, right? How did those people find you? Chu Ye asked curiously as he drove. Lin Jiangwo sighed, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. Though I am retired, I am still A and AMP, Oppos, keykeeper, and AMP, Oppos, always at the ready to return. A keykeeper? Chu Ye and AMP, Oppos, confusion deepened. Lin Jiangwo did not immediately explain, falling into silence. The interior of the vehicle became enveloped in stillness, broken only by the engine and Oppos' rumble and the sound of tires whispering against the pavement. Chapter 40. The heatwave approaches. The keeper of the keys, in essence, is the custodian of the master key to the central repository in the eastern region of Xia country. Lin Jiangwo's tone bore a hint of self-deprecation. Fingerprint, voice print, iris scan, password. Each is indispensable, and I must be present in person to unlock that damned door. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow. This did not sound like a trivial task. Given the significance of such a responsibility, how did it come to rest upon your shoulders? Lin Jiangwo scoffed. It's precisely because of my exemplary reputation in the military, honest, reliable, and fiercely loyal. This resource is only deployed in dire circumstances. With so many warehouses across the nation, capable of sustaining billions for years, who would dare to tamper with the central repository? Chu Ye nodded in understanding. The existence of the central repository served as a form of ultimate assurance, only to be activated in the gravest of emergencies. And what of this and AMP, Oppos, Sky Curtain Project and AMP, Oppos? What is its essence? 10 years ago, Lin Jiangwo recounted, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Scientists predicted a cataclysmic disaster that could lead to a significant global food shortage. Thus, the and Oppos, Sky Curtain Project and Oppos, was initiated. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. In simple terms, a vast network of underground warehouses was constructed nationwide, stocked with food and supplies for unforeseen circumstances. The scale of this endeavor is staggering. Yet it was completed in secrecy within an astonishingly short time. The reserves are sufficient to sustain the populace for several years. Chu Ye listened, astonished. The magnitude of this operation was nearly unimaginable. Such a colossal undertaking, and not a whisper of it leaked? Of course not. Had it been revealed prematurely, chaos would have ensued. Imagine if someone pilfered or wasted the supplies beforehand. How could we respond to the crisis then? As he spoke, Lin Jiangwo lit another cigarette. Thus, the military is tasked with overseeing and safeguarding these warehouses, with layers of security ensuring their integrity. He sighed, a note of nostalgia in his voice. To be honest, even I find the scale and efficiency of the Sky Curtain Project astonishing. Without this unforeseen crisis, it might have forever remained concealed from the public eye. Chu Ye remained silent for a moment, absorbing the weight of this information. The journey ahead was marked by an uncomfortable stillness, replacing their earlier conversation. Outside the car window, the apocalyptic scenery unfolded, a thick layer of yellow sand blanketing the streets and buildings like a bizarre frosting. In the distance, several olive-green military trucks struggled to navigate the terrain. Soldiers diligently assisting in the removal of sand while distributing food and water to stranded residents, striving to restore order to the city. It appears this situation is graver than we had anticipated, Chu Ye remarked. Lin Jiangwo nodded in agreement. Indeed, no one foresaw the sandstorm's abrupt and ferocious arrival. As they approached an intersection, heavily armed soldiers halted their progress. No passage ahead. Please present your pass, a young soldier stated with a salute, his tone serious. Chu Ye shrugged helplessly. We don't have a pass. The soldier explained, the area is temporarily sealed off to ensure the smooth clearance of the streets. Without a pass, private vehicles are prohibited from proceeding. Lin Jiangwo rubbed his hands together. A smile plastered across his face as he leaned forward towards the young soldier. Chu Ye glanced at Lin Jiangwo in surprise. The old man was adept at changing his demeanor. Just moments ago, he had embodied the archetype of a hardened survivor. Now he was effusively polite to a mere soldier. Young comrade, could we perhaps make an exception given the circumstances? My daughter is home alone, and I must return to fetch her. The world is rather unstable. The young soldier's expression remained impassive, his tone resolute. No exceptions. Without a pass, no vehicle may pass. That is the order. Lin Jiangwo's urgency intensified. Oh, come on, young comrade. I truly am in a hurry. In these tumultuous times, I worry for my daughter left alone. Please, consider making an exception. I promise to treat you to a meal later. Chu Ye chimed in, this young man. We genuinely have an emergency. Could you possibly make an exception? We assure you we will pass through promptly without hindering your work. The young soldier remained unmoved. I apologize, but please do not place me in a difficult position. Without a pass, no one may proceed. If you are in such a hurry, you may walk through. Lin Jiangwo and Appo's face soured, and he sighed. Well, how long would it take to walk? After a moment and Appo's hesitation, he nodded to Chu Ye. All right then. Thank you for your understanding, young comrade. Chu Ye patted Lin Jiangwo's shoulder. Let us go, old Lin. Time is of the essence. With a resigned sigh, they exited the vehicle, bracing themselves against the increasingly scorching sun as they made their way towards Lin Jiangwo and Appo's home. The sand crunched beneath their feet like an eerie march. As noon approached, the temperature surged dramatically, akin to the opening of an oven, waves of heat enveloping them. The very air seemed to warp. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chu Ye glanced at the soldiers standing guard and couldn't he help but quietly ask, Old Lin, having served in the military, don't you have any privileges? Lin Jiangwo's expression darkened at the remark. It is precisely because I have served that I understand the importance of adhering to rules during such trying times. Privilege is no justification for disrupting others' duties. Furthermore, I am retired now. I cannot impose upon them. Chu Ye smirked. Come on, old Lin, spare me the act. Lin Jiangwo shot him a stern look, cutting him off. What time is it? We are in the midst of an apocalypse. In times of disaster, unity and order are paramount for survival. If everyone acted as you do, seeking privilege, this world would descend into chaos. Chu Ye fell silent, taken aback by Lin Jiangwo's words, sheepishly rubbing his nose with a wry smile. All right, old Lin. You're right, I concede. But honestly, this heat is unbearable. How much further do we have to walk? Lin Jiangwo sighed, glancing at the endless expanse of yellow sand ahead. There is no choice but to walk. After all, we lack a pass. Let us hurry. We must reach our destination before nightfall. Chu Ye felt his breath becoming labored, dizziness creeping in. Lin Jiangwo's condition was similarly dire. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and his complexion had turned pale. Uncle Lin, are you all right? Chu Ye asked with concern. Lin Jiangwo waved a hand dismissively. I'm fine, just a little heat exhaustion. This infernal weather is more grueling than any mission I undertook in the desert. Chapter 41. Wild dogs. They sought refuge in the shadow of a building. Yet the sweltering heat remained unbearable, as if they were ensconced within a steamer. Lin Jiangwo rummaged through his backpack and produced 2 bottles of water. Offering one to Chu Ye. Have a drink, he urged. The water was lukewarm, but it was better than nothing. Chu Ye twisted off the cap and gulped down a few mouthfuls, feeling slightly rejuvenated. Lin Jiangwo gazed at the city in the distance, shrouded in yellow dust. I hope this calamity passes swiftly, he murmured. Chu Ye, lips pressed tightly together, tilted his head and silently scrutinized the sky. The azure expanse was devoid of clouds, however. Such splendid weather felt utterly incongruous amidst the apocalyptic atmosphere. The sandstorm was not the conclusion of this disaster. Rather, it merely heralded the opening act of the end times. Uncle Lin, do you believe this and Amp, Appos, Heavenly Canopy Project and Amp, Appos, will truly save us? Chu Ye inquired unexpectedly, his voice resonating with clarity in the silent surroundings. Lin Jiangwo paused momentarily, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. I am uncertain, but it is our sole hope for survival. After a brief respite, the two resumed their arduous journey. The relentless sun scorched the earth without mercy, each step proving to be an immense struggle. The sweltering air clutched at their throats like an invisible hand. Beads of sweat cascaded down their foreheads, evaporating before they could touch the ground, leaving behind sticky streaks of salt on their faces. Chu Ye licked his chapped lips, feeling as though his tongue was as coarse as sandpaper. The water he had just consumed felt akin to a mere drop in a boiling pot, vanishing without a trace. Unable to alleviate the fire raging within him. Old Lin, can you still hold on? Chu Ye and Appos, as concerned gaze fell upon Lin Jiangwo and Appos, as somewhat faltering steps. Lin Jiangwo wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a semblance of a smile. I'm managing. This wretched weather is more unbearable than what I endured on the Gobi Desert. It's almost New Year, and for the first time in my life, I am experiencing the trials of a summer celebration. He gasped for air, each step taken with excruciating effort. The two trudged through the oppressive heat, their figures dwarfed like ants struggling for survival in the desert. Suddenly, a low whimper emanated from the nearby ruins. Moments later, a pack of stray dogs emerged from the shadows, their eyes bloodshot, fermented and emitting a foul stench. The searing heat seemed to have stripped them of their sanity, leaving only their primal instincts. Be careful. Chu Ye reacted swiftly, seizing Lin Jiangwo's arm and retreating hastily. The stray dogs bared their teeth, growling ominously as they advanced step by step. Chu Ye bent down to pick up a piece of broken brick and hurled it with all his might at the lead dog. The brick struck its head with a dull thud, eliciting a pained yelp. Instead of scaring off the other dogs, this cry only served to further incite their fury. The pack lunged forward, claws bared, ready to attack Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo. Chu Ye positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Jiangwo, wielding the brick and a piece of wood to fend off the frenzied assault. Despite his age, Lin Jiangwo still possessed remarkable agility from his younger days, and he too picked up a stone to retaliate. The lead dog launched another attack, propelling itself off the ground, its filthy claws aimed directly at Chu Ye and Appos' throat. Chu Ye sidestepped just in time, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow, but the dog and Appos' claws grazed his arm, tearing through his sleeve and leaving a deep gash. Beast! Chu Ye shouted in fury, raising the brick and striking the dog's head with all his strength. The impact produced a resounding thud, and the dog yelped in agony, crashing to the ground. Chu Ye, watch out! Lin Jiangwo's anxious voice rang out. The remaining strays, emboldened by the leader's distress, surged forward with renewed ferocity, their eyes gleaming with menace, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves intent on tearing Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo apart. Chu Ye shielded Lin Jiangwo with his body, swinging the steel pipe to repel the advancing dogs. Uncle Lin, are you all right? He asked urgently. I'm fine. These beasts are less frightening than the wolves I encountered on the Gobi Desert, Lin Jiangwo replied. Though a smaller stray dog seized the opportunity to dart in from the side, sinking its teeth into Chu Ye's calf. He barely managed to evade it, but the dog bit down hard, shredding his pants and causing blood to flow instantly. Chu Ye inhaled sharply, kicking the stray dog away with force. Uncle Lin, be careful. These animals have gone mad. He fought while retreating, searching for a chance to counterattack. We must find a way to break through. This cannot continue. Suddenly, Chu Ye spotted a pile of discarded rebar nearby, and an idea surged in his mind. Uncle Lin, cover me. As Lin Jiangwo distracted the stray dogs, Chu Ye dashed toward the rebar, grabbing a rusted piece and wielding it fiercely, forcing back several dogs that attempted to approach. Come on, you beasts, he challenged, swinging the rebar with the ferocity of a warrior. Lin Jiangwo seized the moment to pick up another piece and join Chu Ye in their fight. After an intense struggle, they finally managed to drive the strays away. Both Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo bore injuries. Lin Jiangwo was gasping for breath, his face pale. Chu Ye's left arm and right leg were bitten, blood streaming down. Old Lin, are you all right? Chu Ye asked with concern. Lin Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively, feigning calmness. Just these old limbs, they aren't and Appos, as useful as they once were. They dared not linger any longer and pressed onward. Before long, a supermarket came into view. Should we go in and take a look? Chu Ye suggested. Lin Jiangwo squinted toward the distant store, hesitating for a moment before slowly responding, "All right, let us check inside. Perhaps we might find something useful." "Uncle Lin, did you bring any money?" Chu Ye inquired as they approached the supermarket. Lin Jiangwo paused, patting his empty pockets. "No. How was I to know I do need money just to step outside?" Chu Ye chuckled. "And yet you speak of following the rules?" Lin Jiangwo blinked in surprise, then quickly grasped the jest, playfully slapping Chu Ye on the back. "You rascal, waiting here for me to make a fool of myself. But honestly, in this world, borrowing a little wood and oppos, TB amiss." Chu Ye refrained from further comment, and the two supported each other as they entered the supermarket. The shutter door was partially open, revealing a scene of chaos within. Shelves lay toppled, and merchandise was strewn across the floor, evidence of a prior raid. Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo cautiously stepped inside, searching the surroundings. In a corner of the supermarket, they discovered some unopened bottles of water and compressed biscuits, treasures amidst the wreckage. "It seems luck is on our side," Chu Ye remarked, grasping a bottle of water and uncapping it to drink deeply. Lin Jiangwo seized a pack of biscuits, devouring them ravenously. Just as they prepared to leave, the supermarket's shutter door suddenly crashed down with a resounding boom, trapping them inside. A cacophony of footsteps and shouts erupted from outside. "There are people inside. Capture them." Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo exchanged alarmed glances. "Damn it." Chu Ye muttered a curse under his breath, tightening his grip on the water bottle. Outside the rolling shutter door, individuals began to strike it forcefully, producing a deafening cacophony. Chapter 42. I am the master here. Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo stood back to back, vigilantly watching the rickety roll-up door. The sounds of impact from outside resonated like a drum, striking their nerves with each hit. The air was thick with tension, taut as a string that could snap at any moment. "Old Lin, if it really gets too much, run to the back of the supermarket. There's a small door. Perhaps you can escape," Chu Ye whispered, lowering his voice. Lin Jiangwo gasped, replying quietly, "What nonsense are you spouting? If we're leaving, we leave together. You're not in good shape. Staying behind would just be a burden." Enough chatter. Lin Jiangwo interrupted Chu Ye, asserting, "Even if I have to crawl, I will make it out." Before Chu Ye could respond, the roll-up door crashed down with a thunderous roar, sending dust flying. Leading the charge was a burly man, his face adorned with excess flesh, a thick gold chain glinting around his neck, casting a garish glow in the dim supermarket. He grinned menacingly at Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo. "Hand over your goods if you know what's good for you, and I might let you live." The brute spat, his words laced with venom. Chu Ye scoffed, meeting his gaze unflinchingly. "If you want something, let us see if you have the ability to take it." Before the words had fully left his lips, Chu Ye seized a water bottle and smashed it against the brute's head. Caught off guard, the man howled in agony as the glass shattered, sending water spraying. Seizing the moment while the brute clutched his forehead in pain, Chu Ye lunged forward, delivering a brutal knee strike to the man's abdomen. The brute doubled over in agony, and Chu Ye grasped his hair, forcefully driving his head downwards while lifting his right leg to deliver a fierce knee strike to the man's face. A sickening crack echoed as the brute's nasal bone shattered, eliciting a cry reminiscent of a wounded animal. The man dropped his club, crumpling to the ground, clutching his face. Without hesitation, Chu Ye picked up the fallen weapon and unleashed a flurry of blows against the brute and Oppo's ribs. The man writhed in pain on the floor, his cries piercing the air. Suddenly, a timid female voice called out, "Hey you, stop, don't do this. This is someone's store. How can you be so brazen?" Chu Ye abruptly looked up to find a group of men, women, and children standing behind the brute, all gazing at him in terror. The woman hid partially behind an elderly lady with graying hair, her eyes darting nervously as she wrung her fingers. "The big guy is the owner of this store. He noticed the water had stopped, and with no food, he kindly wanted to share what was left with us neighbors. How could you?" Chu Ye furrowed his brow, pausing his assault. He surveyed the frightened residents, then glanced back at the howling brute on the ground. "He's the owner of this supermarket?" An older man stepped forward cautiously, affirming, Yes, young man, we are all local residents." We had no choice but to." Chu Ye turned back to the brute, who was still rolling on the ground, muttering incoherently, "You dare hit me? You're dead." The onlookers exchanged furtive glances, yet they timidly nodded in confirmation of the brute's identity. Chu Ye was taken aback. This hulking figure, resembling a bandit chief, was indeed the supermarket owner? He scrutinized the brute, who was now pressing his hands against his nose, blood seeping through his fingers, looking quite disheveled. The brute continued to mumble curses, akin to a wounded beast. Chu Ye scanned the supermarket shelves, noting the scant supplies, instant noodles, bottled water, all but cleared out, leaving only some unsold canned goods and snacks. The echoes of their earlier struggle resonated in his mind, leading him to a conclusion. He stepped back, coldly observing as the brute struggled to rise. Li Chang staggered to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Chu Ye, his voice laced with fury. "You're asking for trouble. Do you know who I am? I'll call the police and have you imprisoned for life." The surrounding residents hurriedly intervened, urging him to reconsider. "Li boss, calm down." This young man misunderstood the situation. A bespectacled middle-aged man explained cautiously. "Indeed, Li boss, the world is perilous. Thanks to this young brother, we might have lost everything." "Exactly. This young man has quite the skill. He can protect us." Though still seething with anger, Li Chang was swayed by the clamor of voices, ultimately deciding against calling the authorities. He rubbed his swollen nose, glaring at Chu Ye like an enraged bull. It was then that Chu Ye learned this brute was named Li Chang. Despite his rough exterior, he was a kind-hearted individual, always assisting the local residents. After the water and power outages, he had distributed the remaining supplies in the supermarket, leaving little for himself. Chu Ye felt a flicker of respect for Li Chang, accompanied by a twinge of remorse for his earlier recklessness. He approached Li Chang, sincerity in his tone. "Li boss, I apologize. I misunderstood you. I was a bit too rough just now." Li Chang grunted, irritation evident. "Is an apology all it takes? You nearly broke my nose." I can help treat your injury," Chu Ye offered awkwardly. Li Chang shot him a sidelong glance. "You can treat injuries? You're no doctor." "I know some massage techniques that can alleviate pain and promote healing," Chu Ye explained. Li Chang regarded him with skepticism but eventually nodded reluctantly. Chu Ye gently pressed on Li Chang's nasal bridge, and the latter felt the pain diminish noticeably, causing his impression of Chu Ye to shift slightly. "Kid, you've got some skills. Have you trained before?" Li Chang inquired, his voice gruff yet curious. "I learned some self-defense techniques," Chu Ye replied nonchalantly. "In this world, it's good to have some skills on hand," Li Chang sighed, continuing, "Things have been unstable lately. A gang has been robbing supermarkets in the area. They've had their sights on my store for a while. If you hadn't shown up today, everything might have been taken." Chu Ye and Appo's expression hardened. "How many of them are there? What kind of weapons do they carry?" "There are about 20 of them, armed with knives," Li Chang said gravely. "They are ruthless and have already robbed several supermarkets, injuring people, some even killed. Those beasts." A glint of cold fury flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. "Li boss, rest assured. I will help protect the supermarket and the residents." Chapter 43. Time is running out as Chu Ye recalled the purpose of their journey. He turned to Lin Jiangwo and said, "Uncle Lin, do you think we could rest here for the night and continue our journey tomorrow?" Lin Jiangwo surveyed the surroundings. The supermarket was filled with residents still in shock. He recognized that assistance was needed here as well. "Of course, I can see that the situation is dire. We should stay and lend a hand." Chu Ye nodded in agreement. "That suits me perfectly. I wish to contribute my part." Li Chang glanced at him with a scoff. "You? Don't get yourself into trouble." "Rest assured, I want to overextend myself," Chu Ye replied with a smile. "However, I will need your cooperation." "What kind of cooperation?" "We need to prepare defenses, transforming the supermarket into a fortress." Chu Ye's eyes gleamed with determination. "We should seal the windows, create barriers at the entrance, and prepare some weapons, such as gasoline bottles and pepper spray." Li Chang paused for a moment. Then a spark of excitement lit up in his eyes. "Kid, you've got some tricks up your sleeve. All right, let us do it your way. I've never been afraid of anyone. We'll also need some additional items, ropes, bamboo poles, wooden sticks, and the like," Lin Jiangwo added. Li Chang was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Brother Lin, what do you need those for?" Chu Ye chuckled and explained, "Uncle Lin spent some time in the south, and he has quite the expertise in dealing with monkeys there." Li Chang's eyes brightened with realization. "So that's it. Brother Lin learned his skills in the jungle. My apologies." Lin Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. "I merely learned from those unruly monkeys. It's not much of a skill. Nevertheless, it should come in handy against these thugs." Thus, under Chu Ye's guidance, the residents of the supermarket began to busy themselves. They moved shelves, tables, and chairs to barricade the doors and windows, reinforced the rolling shutter door with wire mesh, and crafted some rudimentary weapons. As night fell, the supermarket's lights dimmed, and the atmosphere grew tense. Chu Ye stood at the entrance, peering through the gaps to observe the movements outside. Suddenly, he noticed several dark figures swaying in the shadows, slowly approaching the supermarket. Chu Ye narrowed his eyes. Although the shadows moved stealthily, they were not concealed from his keen gaze. "They're coming," he hissed, turning and rushing back into the supermarket. The atmosphere inside the supermarket immediately shifted to one of heightened tension, as if the air had solidified. Women clutched their children tightly, while men gripped their makeshift weapons, mop handles, wrenches, even kitchen knives. They're here. Prepare for battle. Chu Ye and Appo's voice resonated throughout the supermarket. As soon as he spoke, a series of dull thuds echoed from the rolling shutter door, causing the entire supermarket to tremble. Bang, bang, bang. The thugs began to assault the shutter door furiously, the sound of twisting metal grating on the nerves. Quick, push the shelves against it, Chu Ye commanded, and the men joined forces to shove the heavy shelves in front of the shutter door, creating a makeshift barricade. The shutter door groaned under the strain, on the verge of being breached. Chu Ye seized a gasoline bottle, ignited it, and hurled it towards the shutter door. Boom! A deafening blast erupted, flames shooting high into the air, accompanied by a chorus of screams. Pepper spray. Now, Chu Ye shouted again. The residents, having prepared in advance, sprayed pepper solution through the gaps in the shutter door. Instantly, a cacophony of coughing and curses erupted from outside. Sharpened bamboo poles were thrust into the sandy ground at the supermarket entrance, forming a field of spikes. Some thugs, caught off guard, stepped onto them with piercing wails. Chu Ye also fashioned simple traps from ropes and sticks, concealing them in the darkness, lying in wait for unsuspecting prey. The thugs, clearly unprepared for such fortified defenses, faced severe losses in their assault. They had anticipated an easy robbery, only to meet an iron wall. The hidden leader of the thugs cursed in frustration. Damn it. These peasants dared to fight back. Realizing that a direct assault would not suffice, he devised a new plan. Go, find some flammable materials and burn them out. Soon, the thugs gathered cardboard boxes, plastic bags, and other flammable items, piling them up at the supermarket entrance in preparation to ignite them. The residents inside the supermarket panicked. What should we do? They're going to set us on fire, cried a woman in terror. Stay calm, Chu Ye bellowed, striving to stabilize their frayed nerves. He had anticipated that the thugs would resort to desperate measures, so he had prepared some gasoline in advance. He swiftly filled several glass bottles with gasoline, transforming them into makeshift Molotov cocktails, igniting them, and aiming at the pile of flammable materials the thugs had amassed. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued, the flames spreading more ferociously than the thugs had anticipated, engulfing them in a fiery embrace. Some thugs were consumed by the flames, emitting heart-wrenching screams. Retreat! Quickly! The leader of the thugs, now terrified, ordered a hasty withdrawal. The thugs fled in disarray, leaving behind chaos and raging flames. The residents of the supermarket, having survived the ordeal, erupted in joyous cheers. Chu Ye, you are truly remarkable, Li Chang exclaimed, excitedly patting Chu Ye on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, the lights within the supermarket flickering erratically. The crowd looked around in alarm, unsure of what was happening. Is it an earthquake? Someone gasped. No, it's not an earthquake. Chu Ye's expression darkened. His pupils constricted as an inexplicable chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. It was not an earthquake, far from it. His mind flashed with images from the apocalypse of his previous life, the same tremors, followed by a sky that turned an ominous shade of crimson. Then came the sandstorm that blotted out the sun, devouring everything like a tsunami. It's not an earthquake. Chu Ye's voice was low and hoarse. He gripped Lin Jiangwo's arm with startling force. Uncle Lin, time is of the essence. We must leave immediately. Go find your daughter. Lin Jiangwo was taken aback by Chu Ye's sudden urgency, barely processing what was happening as he was pulled towards the exit. Chu Ye, what is going on? What do you mean time is running out? Chapter 44. The storm arrives early. Chu Ye dragged Lin Jiangwo, sprinting through the sand-laden streets, almost pulling him along. Lin Jiangwo gasped for breath, nearly stumbling over debris scattered on the ground. Chu Ye, what on earth are you doing? You must be out of your mind, he complained between breaths. Uncle Lin, if we delay any longer, it will be too late, Chu Ye shouted back without looking, his tone laced with an unmistakable hint of fear. Too late for what? You need to clarify. Lin Jiangwo, unable to comprehend Chu Ye's frantic actions, was increasingly worried about his daughter's safety. This is the apocalypse, the real apocalypse. Did you think the sandstorm from a couple of days ago was the disaster? That was merely the beginning. What follows will be far more terrifying than you can imagine. Sandstorms, extreme heat, radiation, the scale exceeds your wildest dreams. Chu Ye gritted his teeth, quickening his pace. Uncle Lin, have you ever witnessed a tsunami? This sandstorm is even more exaggerated than that. Staying outside means certain death. Even if you hide at home, with no electricity or water, you won't last long. Lin Jiangwo's expression grew grave, He had suspected that Chu Ye knew something more. It seemed his hunch was correct. This young man appeared to have experienced such horrors firsthand. Chu Ye offered no reply, focusing intently on running, his speed unwavering. Upon reaching a relatively open stretch of road, Lin Jiangwo could no longer contain himself and seized Chu Ye's arm, forcing him to halt. Stop pretending to be clueless. You must know something. What do you mean by Endopos, the apocalypse Endopos? Chu Ye paused, inhaling deeply, and gazed up at the darkening sky. Uncle Lin, once we reach a safe place, I will explain everything. Right now, we must hurry to find Lin Wan. Suddenly, Lin Jiangwo seemed to recall something and asked tentatively, Did you hear about the Heaven's Canopy organization back then? In his current state of urgency, Chu Ye was oblivious to the probing tone in Lin Jiangwo's voice. I have never heard of them, never seen them. They have done nothing. His response confirmed Lin Jiangwo's suspicions. With a clearer understanding, Lin Jiangwo ceased his inquiries and kept pace with Chu Ye. At last, they arrived at the entrance of Lin Wan's apartment complex. Quick, up the stairs, Chu Ye urged, pulling Lin Jiangwo as they dashed into the corridor. Lin Jiangwo and Appos, as hand pounded against the door with increasing urgency, sweat trickling down his forehead and dampening his graying temples. Chu Ye stood beside him, brow furrowed, scanning the corridor for any signs of danger. Finally, after a flurry of hurried footsteps, the door swung open, revealing Lin Wan in a light blue loungewear, confusion etched on her face from just removing her headphones. Dad, why are you knocking so urgently? Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Jiangwo yanked her inside. Wan and Appos, hurry. We need to leave immediately. He swiftly locked the door behind them. Lin Wan stood there, bewildered, her eyes wide with confusion. What are you talking about? Chu Ye, have you two gotten into trouble? Wana, no time for chatter. Lin Jiangwo urged, listen to Xiaoqiu. We can discuss this later. Lin Wan hesitated, glancing at her father, wondering what could have transpired in just 2 days. Had Appos, the wind and sand ceased? Quick, Chu Ye urged in a hushed tone. Lin Wan turned to gather her belongings. But Chu Ye seized her arm. There's no time. Leave everything behind. His voice was filled with urgency. But, to survive, you must listen to me. Chu Ye and Appos' tone was sharp, and he shot her a cold glare. She ceased her struggle, biting her lip, and after a few tense seconds, hastily grabbed her phone from the sofa and a small bag by the door. Let and Appos, go. As the trio reached the corridor, a fierce gust nearly slammed the security door against Lin Wan's face. In mere minutes, the winds had intensified. Lin Jiangwo felt a shock of disbelief. The winds had not been so fierce when they returned home moments ago. Debris swirled violently in the air, producing a disconcerting cacophony of crashes. Lin Wan's face drained of color as she clutched her father's arm, fear evident in her eyes. Dad, what is happening? Lin Jiangwo, having witnessed the horrors of war and death, now felt dwarfed by the raw power of nature. He too was struck with terror at the apocalyptic scene unfolding outside. Chu Ye cursed under his breath. The sandstorm had arrived sooner than he had anticipated. He quickly grasped Lin Wan's hand. We cannot go outside. It is far too dangerous. And we can't even drive. We must find a safe place to hide. Lin Jiangwo snapped back to reality and quickly agreed. Yes, Xiaoqiu is correct. We need to find shelter. Let's head back to your home, Uncle Lin, and ride out the storm there. Chu Ye pulled Lin Wan, almost pushing her into the apartment. As they ascended the staircase, the wind howled, battering the corridor windows with a deafening roar, as if the entire building would be consumed in the next moment. Once inside, Chu Ye immediately took charge. Uncle Lin, quickly, use duct tape, plastic sheeting, anything you can find to seal the windows. Lin Jiangwo, a contractor by trade, rummaged through their supplies frantically, muttering, how could it go from calm to chaos so suddenly? Lin Wan, equally terrified, clung tightly to her father's shirt. Wana, stop dawdling. Seal the windows with the tape. Chu Ye shouted. Startled by his tone, Lin Wan complied without hesitation. While Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo dismantled furniture, Chu Ye rapidly scoured the room for any materials to reinforce their shelter. His past experiences warned him that this storm was far more sinister than it appeared. Outside, the wind screamed, and the sounds of crashing debris echoed ominously, as if threatening to breach their defenses at any moment. As all the windows were securely sealed, darkness enveloped the room, illuminated only by the faint glow of their phones, casting anxious shadows on their faces. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chu Ye dialed his sister. Chu-in. Hello, brother? Came her anxious voice. In, immediately gather everyone in the basement. The villa is stocked with ample food and water. No one is to step outside until I return. His tone was urgent and serious. What is happening, brother? Outside. Chu Yin's voice trembled with concern. Don't ask questions. Just do as I say. Chu Ye interrupted sharply. Remember, no one is allowed outside. All right, I understand. Chu Yin's voice quivered. As soon as Chu Ye hung up, he barely had a moment to breathe before a thunderous crash resonated through the air. Chapter 45, The Malicious Neighbor. A stone, swept up by the howling wind, shattered the living room's glass. Fortunately, it had been reinforced with tape beforehand. The shards did not scatter completely, but rather formed a series of terrifying cracks. Damn it! Chi cursed under his breath, hastily using a mattress to block the broken window. The wind roared like 1,000 wild beasts howling outside. The mattress used to seal the window bulged ominously. Lin Jiangwo and Appo's face turned pale, his lips quivering. Memories of his comrades, those soldiers who had been out clearing debris and distributing supplies, flooded his mind. In the face of such a natural disaster, human strength seemed so minuscule, so powerless. No wonder the heavens offered no protection. This is simply beyond human endurance. Lin Jiangwo murmured, his voice hoarse. Those children, they must hold on. Seeing this, Ji patted his shoulder, speaking with calm assurance. Uncle Lin, the fortunate are always protected by fate. All we can do now is safeguard ourselves and our families. Beside them, Lin Wan trembled in fright, clutching her father and Appo's arm tightly. Ji retrieved a small hand-crank generator and an emergency lamp from the system space, beginning to charge them. A glimmer of light pierced the darkness of the room, dispelling some of the fear. After a brief moment of tranquility, a greater crisis loomed. The temperature in the room began to rise rapidly, the fierce wind bringing with it oppressive heat. The indoor atmosphere became akin to a vast steamer. Before finishing her words, Lin Wan suddenly collapsed beside Lin Jiangwo, clutching her head and gasping for air. Dad, I feel so dizzy. Wanner. Lin Jiangwo panicked, quickly gathering her into his arms. Ji furrowed his brow. He recognized the signs of heat stroke immediately. He swiftly produced a bottle of water from the system space and handed it to Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo hurriedly twisted off the cap, carefully assisting Lin Wan to sip a few mouthfuls, but it was not long before the bottle was empty. Ji then retrieved a special heat relief medication from the system space, prying open Lin Wan's mouth and placing the pill inside. Next, he gently wiped her forehead and neck with a damp cloth, attempting to cool her down. Is it still winter? It's hotter than summer. Lin Jiangwo couldn't help but curse, wiping the sweat from his brow. Just as Ji finished wiping Lin Wan's neck, a sharp cracking sound shattered the momentary peace within the room. Bang, crash. The sound of breaking glass continued, as if a chain reaction had been triggered. Initially, the noise emanated from outside the room, but soon, the entire apartment building was engulfed by the chilling explosions. Chu Ye's brow furrowed tighter as he picked up a wooden chair from the ground, quickly propping it against the opposite window. He turned to issue a warning. Uncle Lin, take care of Lin Wan and watch out for the falling glass shards. He then hurried to the window, cautiously peering through the narrow gap between the mattress and the wall. Below, the once orderly street was now littered with glass fragments, swirling in the gale. These shards glimmered like a shattered sea of reflections, shimmering yet laden with danger. Some fragments were swept into the air, only to crash down with a crisp sound. Let us hope this is merely a wind disaster. Lin Jiangwo gritted his teeth, refraining from voicing further thoughts. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the floor below, causing the entire building to shudder. Ji suddenly turned, his expression growing more grave. At that moment, a frantic knocking sounded at the door. Bang! 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 Lin Jiangwo nearly dropped Lin Wan, his gaze frozen on the door. The tension in the room escalated instantly. Lin Jiangwo instinctively stepped forward to open the door, but was halted by Chu Ye. Uncle Lin, don't act rashly. We don't know the situation outside. Opening the door recklessly could be perilous. Ji lowered his voice, his tone resolute and unyielding. Lin Jiangwo paused. Anxiety etched deeper across his face. I recognize their voices. It's those guys from the third floor. They usually seem honest. Xiao Chu. Ji did not respond immediately, instead straining to listen to the commotion outside. Amidst the howling wind and shattering glass, cries tinged with fear pierced through. Uncle, open the door. It's too dangerous outside. We can end Appo's hold on much longer. The young man and Appo's voice was indeed laced with terror. He reached for the doorknob again, but Chu Ye swiftly prevented him once more. Uncle Lin, in this world, hearts are hard to read. Opening the door recklessly could put us all in jeopardy. One can never truly know another's intentions. Chu Ye's tone grew more urgent. Outside, the voices intensified, nearly transforming into wails. Uncle, please, open the door. We're going to die. A flicker of struggle crossed Lin Jiangwo's face. He trembled as he tried to formulate a response, but ultimately swallowed his words. He glanced at Chu Ye and Appo's steadfast gaze, then at the firmly shut door. Just then, the tone outside abruptly shifted, morphing from pleading to vitriol. Lin Jiangwo, you old bastard. Not opening the door, huh? Letting us die. If we perish, we'll haunt you as ghosts. This sudden change left Lin Jiangwo stunned, disbelief clouding his expression as he turned to Chu Ye, seemingly seeking an explanation. Chu Ye crouched down, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the shadowy movements beneath the door. Uncle, the Haven tea left. Chu Ye rose, his voice chillingly cold. And from the sound of it, they don't appear to be good kids. Lin Jiangwo's face flushed with anger, a surge of indignation swelling within him. These ungrateful brats. They seemed so innocent before, and now they dare. He clenched his fists tightly, then weakly released them. Xiao Chu, even if they were putting on an act before, they are genuinely in danger now. We cannot turn a blind eye to our neighbors. Chu Ye regarded Lin Jiangwo as conflicted expression. But this is not the time for compassion. Uncle, I understand your kindness, but now is not the moment for softness. In times like this, we must exercise caution. We need to ascertain their true safety. Just then, a series of violent knocks echoed from outside, accompanied by curses. Old man, we know you're home. Open the door. If you don't, I'll break it down. The banging grew louder, the door beginning to tremble. Lin Wan screamed in terror. Xiao Chu, what should we do? They're going to break in. Lin Jiangwo looked to Chu Ye, who inhaled deeply. He retrieved a fire axe from the system space, gripping it firmly as he spoke in a deep voice. Uncle, protect Lin Wan. If they truly break in, then... He left the sentence unfinished. But the murderous intent reflected in his eyes made Lin Jiangwo acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Chapter 46, The Mob with a Resounding Bang. The door finally succumbed to the relentless assault, splintering at the lock with a fissure. A young man, his face twisted in a grimace, wielded a steel pipe as he attempted to force the door wide open. Just as the gap was about to widen, a tempestuous wind, laden with dust, surged into the room, causing Chu Ye to stagger. The glass in the corridor had presumably shattered, and a searing heat flooded the building, raising the room's temperature dramatically. The swirling dust obscured his vision, prompting Chu Ye to instinctively squint, brandishing the fire axe in his hand. He swung fiercely, striking the young man's arm attempting to intrude. A piercing scream sliced through the air as blood gushed forth, staining the door panel. The young man's hand was severed at the wrist, the steel pipe clattering to the ground. He clutched his severed wrist, emitting a wretched howl. The others outside seemed momentarily paralyzed by this sudden turn of events. The banging ceased, leaving only the injured man's cries and curses. Without a shred of hesitation, Chu Ye swung the fire axe again, forcefully kicking the door open. Outside stood three young men, their faces obscured. One writhed on the ground, clutching his severed wrist, while the other two stared at Chu Ye, their expressions rife with fear and incredulity. You. The two were evidently paralyzed with terror, their legs trembling, yet they dared not utter a sound. Chu Ye advanced menacingly towards one lanky figure, who retreated step by step, his eyes darting around in search of an escape. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, tracing clear lines on his dusty face. What do you want? The lanky man stammered, his voice barely audible. Chu Ye offered no reply, merely raising the fire axe, the blood on the blade glistening ominously in the dim light. The lanky man, overwhelmed by fear, collapsed to the ground, his pants quickly darkening with fear. The other, slightly heavier set, seized the moment, eyes darting. He suddenly shouted, "Quick, call for help. This old coot and amp, Appo's, has got to have something good hidden away." Without a second thought, he turned to flee, disregarding his incapacitated companion. Chu Ye scoffed, not pursuing the fleeing man. Instead, he crouched beside the trembling lanky figure, his voice icy. "Tell me, who are you? Why are you here?" The lanky man trembled as he lifted his head, terror etched across his features. We are." Before he could finish, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by shouts. Where are you? Where are you?" The third said someone was here. Chu Ye tightened his grip on the fire axe, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He slightly tilted his head, attuned to the commotion in the corridor. The sounds were not those of a typical disturbance. The languid, lanky man sensed a glimmer of hope, emboldened by the approaching noise. He struggled to rise. Albeit still marred by fear, he mustered a pitiable semblance of courage. We and Amp, Appo's, not here for you. We and Amp, Appo's, We and Amp, Appo's, looking for our neighbor. This has nothing to do with you. Why are you attacking us?" Chu Ye cast a cold glance, silencing the lanky man's words, leaving them lodged in his throat. "Why? Chu Ye murmured to himself, a smirk playing on his lips. He glanced at the bloodied axe, his voice growing ominous. Why? Simply because. I desire it. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the axe was raised high, crashing down with ferocity. The lanky man let out a brief, sharp scream before silence enveloped him. Chu Ye kicked the lifeless body aside, seizing the steel pipe from the ground, and approached the doorway. Third, where are you? A gruff voice echoed in the corridor. The lanky man instinctively recoiled, but at that moment, hurried footsteps surged forth, accompanied by the familiar, frantic shouts of the heavier-set man. Brother, hurry. There's really something valuable here. He is hoarding this large space all to himself. Isn't that excessive? Before he could finish, 5 or 6 burly men rushed in, each brandishing a variety of weapons. Chu Ye cast a fleeting glance at them, quickly discerning their state. They appeared to be a ragtag group, likely residents of the building organized for looting amid chaos. He weighed his options internally, revealing no hint of trepidation despite being outnumbered. The newcomers noticed their moaning companion on the ground and the trembling lanky figure beside him. Their steps faltered, and their gazes shifted between Chu Ye and the pool of blood. The leader squinted, his voice dark. Hey kid, who are you? What are you doing here? Lao Lin is our neighbor. Why are you meddling? His tone dripped with sarcasm. Neighbors can just barge into other people's homes, can they? Your rules are rather tyrannical. Chu Ye retorted, his tone laced with disdain. The leader's expression shifted, but he stubbornly countered. We help each other out in this building. It's nothing unusual. There is something valuable here. We'll share it. Who do you think you were to stop us? Chu Ye shook his head lightly, as if he had heard a joke. His voice was soft yet icy. Helping each other? How quaint. Is this how you help? He gestured to the body he had kicked aside and the quaking lanky man. I don't recall any rule stating whether others are willing to assist you. And you lot can decide that. The burly man was momentarily speechless at Chu Ye's confrontational tone, although he stammered in response. His eyes betrayed his surprise at Chu Ye's decisive demeanor. Chu Ye narrowed his eyes. The mirth completely vanished. Do not waste my time with your hollow rhetoric. Do you truly believe you can manipulate everyone? His tone grew progressively colder. Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong target today. The steel pipe struck the ground with a heavy thud. The heavier-set man emerged, unable to contain his rising fury at Chu Ye and Apos' calm demeanor. He pointed accusingly, his voice dripping with malice. Brother, it's this guy. Old Lin's house must have something valuable, well sealed to keep the wind out. That's why this brat is in such a hurry. I bet he is a thief trying to steal from Old Lin. Chapter 47. Hitting a brick wall thief? How audacious of you to label others as such. A group of marauders here to plunder. Chu Ye chuckled darkly, his voice hoarse, yet laced with scorn. He arched an eyebrow, letting his gaze linger on the rotund man before sweeping over the half-dozen burly figures armed with weapons. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions, he thought, his eyes sharp as blades, ultimately fixing on the leader among them. There is nothing here that you seek, and we shall depart once the storm subsides. After that, what transpires is of no concern to me. His tone was steady and unhurried. Yet, before the tempest abates, you scoundrels have but 2 choices, leave or face death. The leading brute faltered, evidently taken aback by Chu Ye's audacity despite the precarious situation. His expression darkened. Damn it, he's just one man. What's he trying to prove? The rotund man bellowed impatiently, seemingly rallying the leader's spirits. With our numbers, he cannot possibly prevail. Brother, he regards us with utter disdain. If we do not deal with him today, how shall we maintain our standing in this place? Upon hearing this, the leader's face turned stormy, his iron rod rising slightly. A mocking laugh escaped him as he spoke in a low growl. Kid, you are quite arrogant. Don't blame us when we teach you a lesson in humility. Humility? Those who wish to remain humble shall soon meet their demise. Only beings like you or I shall endure. Chu Ye scoffed, taking a deliberate step back. However, the hulking men around him did not rush in recklessly. They began to close in, the narrow corridor rapidly filling with their imposing figures. The rotund man, emboldened by their numbers, grinned. Oh, are you frightened? I advise you to surrender anything of value. Chu Ye remained silent, leaning back against the doorframe, his axe resting at his side. At that moment, the leader raised his hand suddenly and barked, enough chatter, attack. With his command, the burly men lunged at Chu Ye. The confined corridor transformed into his hunting ground. In the cramped space, he dodged and weaved as steel pipes whistled through the air. The first brute rushed forward, but before he could swing his machete, Chu Ye struck fiercely with his steel pipe, connecting with a resounding thud that sent the man crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his forehead. Damn, the leader cursed, shocked by Chu Ye's ferocity. One man wielding a pipe evaded another's swing, and with a flash of his axe, he cleaved down upon another's thigh. A shrill scream pierced the corridor's silence as the man fell, clutching his profusely bleeding leg and writhing in agony. The pungent scent of blood permeated the air. They had anticipated an easy robbery, yet it had devolved into a nightmare. Chu Ye's ruthlessness and composure instilled a sense of dread in them. Hesitation crept in, and they no longer dared to advance recklessly. Stop dawdling. Surround him. This kid may be strong, but he cannot withstand our onslaught. The Hulk snapped out of their stupor and fanned out, encircling Chu Ye. They took turns probing, attempting to tire him out and expose his weaknesses. Chu Ye leaned against the door, vigilantly observing his foes. He wielded his steel pipe and axe, blocking their assaults time and again. Each clash resonated like a metallic roar, sparks flying in the dim light. His strength waned rapidly, yet he resolutely defended the door, refusing to allow anyone to breach his barrier. Just then, the door creaked open. Lin Jiangwo emerged, trembling and clutching a mop handle. "Xiao Chu, let me handle the rest." Chu Ye was taken aback, not expecting Lin Jiangwo to appear at such a critical moment. "Uncle Lin, retreat. It's dangerous here." Lin Jiangwo shook his head. "Xiao Ye, you have done your utmost. Now, allow me to introduce myself to my neighbors." With that, Lin Jiangwo thrust the mop handle forward like a striking serpent, piercing the throat of one burly man. The man's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his neck, collapsing to the ground. Chu Ye stood in stunned silence, astonished by Lin Jiangwo's unexpected prowess. Ignoring Chu Ye's surprise, Lin Jiangwo struck again, sending another brute to the ground. "In my youth, I too have spilled blood on the battlefield," he roared. It suddenly dawned on Chu Ye that Lin Jiangwo had once mentioned participating in a campaign in the south during his younger days, with several brutes falling in succession. The remaining men were thoroughly unnerved. They had not anticipated that this seemingly frail elder was, in fact, a harbinger of death. The leader's face turned ashen, the realization dawning that they had hit a brick wall. He recoiled in terror, attempting to flee. "Flee? Do you truly believe you can escape?" Lin Jiangwo's voice was frigid. The last remaining brute fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Uncle Lin, spare me. I was wrong. I shall never dare again." Lin Jiangwo gazed at him impassively, raising the mop handle high. At that moment, the corridor erupted with hurried footsteps, accompanied by a woman's piercing scream. "Stop. Everyone, cease at once." The woman's shrill voice echoed in the confined space as a middle-aged woman clad in a cheap suit stumbled forward, her poorly applied foundation running down her face in rivulets of sweat. She threw herself upon the kneeling brute, wailing inconsolably. "Xiaodong, my Xiaodong, what has happened to you?" Chu Ye narrowed his eyes, still gripping his steel pipe and axe, remaining ever vigilant. The woman in Apos' appearance was too coincidental, and amidst her panic lay a glimmer of shrewdness that belied her status as a mere housewife. He murmured to Lin Jiangwo, "Uncle Lin, be cautious. This woman does not seem genuine." Lin Jiangwo snorted, the mop handle still aimed at the whimpering Xiaodong. "Who are you? What connection do you have to these beasts?" The woman lifted her tear-streaked face to Lin Jiangwo, her voice trembling with emotion. "Uncle, I am his sister. My name is Lu Mei. My brother acted foolishly and offended you. I apologize on his behalf. I beg of you, show mercy and let him go." With that, she struck Xiaodong sharply. "Xiaodong, apologize to the elder at once." Chu Ye stepped forward, his tone laced with warning. "Do not heed her nonsense. These thugs intended to kill us." Lin Jiangwo fixed his gaze on Lu Mei. "Your brother stormed into another's home brandishing weapons, and you say he acted foolishly? Do you have any idea what they have done?" Chapter 48. The secret room of the Lin family. Lu Mei's expression stiffened, her gaze flickering momentarily before she erupted into tears once more. "Uncle, I truly had no idea. The stones were blown into my window by the wind, and this lad insisted on inquiring with the neighbors about who could shield from the wind. When he didn't and Apos' return, I grew worried for his safety, which is why I came here. I had no inkling that he would." As she spoke, her words became interspersed with intermittent sobs, portraying a visage of profound sorrow. However, Chu Ye noted that as she spoke, her eyes were surreptitiously darting towards the depths of the corridor. There seemed to be faint footsteps approaching from behind. Alarm bells rang in Chu Ye's mind as he seized Lin Jiangwo's arm and whispered urgently, "Uncle Lin, something's amiss. There are people behind us." Almost simultaneously, Lu Mei suddenly bowed her head, a gleaming military knife sliding from her wide sleeves. With a speed that was almost blinding, she lunged towards Lin Jiangwo. "Be careful," Chu Ye shouted, yanking Lin Jiangwo behind him. He swung the steel pipe with all his might. The resounding clash of metal echoed as Lu Mei and Apos' knife was deflected by the pipe, the force sending her staggering backward, crashing to the ground. The military knife slipped from her grasp, clattering against the wall with a sharp ring. From the depths of the corridor, several figures emerged, brandishing weapons. Chu Ye let out a cold laugh. I knew it would and Appos. T'd be so simple. He switched the axe to his right hand, positioning the steel pipe defensively across his chest. Adopting a combat stance. Come on, show me what you're capable of. The wind and sand howled like a furious beast, pouring into the corridor through the broken door, causing discomfort to the eyes and making them water. Chu Ye, still catching his breath, observed Lu Mei and her subordinates, only to find their faces betraying a sense of dread. Damn it, this is unfortunate, Lu Mei muttered under her breath, shielding her face from the stinging wind that threatened to obscure her vision. Her subordinates began to fidget, a bald man tightening his grip on an iron rod, murmuring, Sister, the wind is picking up. If this continues, we might not endure much longer. Lu Mei shot him a fierce glare, wanting to retort something. But the ferocity of the sandstorm was crushing her resolve. Enough. Retreat, she snapped, casting a resentful look at Chu Ye. You brat. Don't think this is over. We shall see. With that, she signaled her subordinates. They fled like frightened birds, their panicked footsteps echoing away in the stairwell. Chu Ye watched their figures vanish until silence enveloped the space, allowing him to exhale slowly. He yearned to pursue them, yet the temporary refuge was too precarious to abandon. First, let and Appos barricade the door. That breach practically invites the sand to come in for tea. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, he glanced at Lin Jiangwo, who nodded in agreement, silently picking up the scattered wooden planks and broken furniture. The two swiftly collaborated, nailing the fallen chair legs, door panels, and some leftover wooden strips to seal the breach. As the boards were secured, a fleeting sense of safety returned to the cramped corridor. Having completed their task, both Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo slumped to the ground. Chu Ye released a long breath, wiping his face, only to feel more beads of sweat trickling down his neck, clinging to his clothes uncomfortably. Lin Jiangwo fared no better, his face glistening with perspiration. He tugged at his collar, breathing heavily. This dreadful weather. If it doesn't end Appos, suffocate you, it end Appos, LL surely steam you alive. You couldn't end Appos, help but chuckle. If Uncle Lin could joke, it seemed he was recovering well. However, the fleeting smile on his lips did little to ease the tension in his heart. He raised his gaze toward the murky window. The wind and sand did not appear to be mere transient visitors. Uncle Lin, do we have enough water? Chu Ye inquired suddenly. Lin Jiangwo paused, then shook his head with a bitter smile. The drinkable water is nearly gone. Over the past few days, even the tap has barely dripped. As for what has been sitting nearby, they might be called water, but drinking them would likely shorten our lives. He quietly stepped into an empty room, and with a thought, a bottle of mineral water appeared in his hand, along with more. The water from the system's space could ensure they had more than enough, even enough for swimming. Yet, he was uncertain whether Lin Jiangwo would have any ulterior motives upon discovering the fresh water he could provide. Returning to Lin Jiangwo with the water, Chu Ye wore a faintly relaxed smile, casually handing the bag to him, feigning nonchalance. Here, Uncle Lin, make do with this for now. Don't neglect yourself. We still rely on you for the heavy lifting. Lin Jiangwo was taken aback, his hand pausing as he accepted the bag, looking up at Chu Ye with a mix of emotions. Kid, where did you get this water? Although he did not voice outright suspicion, a note of inquiry lingered in his tone. Chu Ye maintained an air of indifference, shrugging. I salvaged it from outside earlier, rationing it since I didn't and Appos, dared to drink it all. Just pure luck, really. After all, who knows if I and Appos, LL survive another outing? Lin Jiangwo scrutinized Chu Ye for several seconds. A hint of a smile gradually surfaced on his weary face as he patted Chu Ye's shoulder. All right, that's a straightforward explanation. I want to pry further. Whatever the source, it's a lifesaver. Thank you, Chu Ye. Chu Ye merely smiled in return, choosing not to elaborate further. Resources as scarce as water, once known to too many, could lead to perilous consequences. After pondering for a moment, he initiated a suggestion. Uncle Lin, to be honest, I'm not entirely at ease with the recent commotion from Lu Mei and her crew. Your home ISN and Appos, particularly fortified. If a more ruthless group were to come, it could easily topple us. How about we discuss ways to reinforce this place? Lin Jiangwo nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same concerns. We should have done this sooner. However, our conditions are limited. Not everyone can fortify their home like yours. We'll manage for now, and once the storm passes, we can leave. They delineated their roles. Chu Ye would gather materials, while Lin Jiangwo would handle the repairs leveraging his sturdy physique for the laborious tasks. As Chu Ye rummaged for supplies in Lin Zhengwo's bedroom, his gaze fell upon a wall-mounted wardrobe. Tentatively, he pushed it aside, revealing a dilapidated iron door hidden behind it. "Uncle Lin, what is this place?" he inquired, knocking on the door, the sound echoing dully. He then glanced at the axe in his hand, testing its strength against the door with a cautious pry. Chapter 49. Hidden wealth, this stubborn thing, he muttered, having unsuccessfully pried it open several times. Lin Zhengwo approached, chuckling at Chu Ye's struggle. "Honestly, had you not discovered it, I might have completely forgotten about this little room we partitioned off when we bought the house. Step aside. Let an old arm like mine give it a try." He grasped the axe, inhaled deeply, and with a low roar, the veins in his arm clearly visible, he struck. With a crack, the door finally succumbed to the pressure and swung open entirely. Behind it lay a dim, damp storage room, cluttered with various discarded tools and damaged materials. It was uncertain whether any of these items were still usable. After inspecting the space thoroughly, Zhengwo sighed, somewhat disheartened. "Uncle Lin, you didn't create this small room just to store all this junk, did you?" Chu Ye remarked, eyeing the heap of scrap metal and debris with disdain. Lin Zhengwo laughed heartily, feigning mystery as he winked. "Of course not. This place can also conceal some hidden wealth." As he spoke, he bent down and rummaged through the pile, and indeed, he unearthed a locked metal box. Well, there really is something." Chu Ye leaned in, intrigued. Zhengwo wiped the dust off the box with his sleeve, then retrieved a small key and fumbled with it for a while before finally unlocking it. When the box opened, Chu Ye was taken aback. Inside, alongside a few crumpled old banknotes, lay a uniquely shaped key. This key was significantly larger than a standard one and entirely black. "What is this?" Chu Ye asked, curiosity piqued as he pointed to the key. Lin Zhengwo picked it up, examining it closely, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "Have you forgotten? I am the custodian of the Sky Vault's keys. This is one of them. The other is in the hands of those who obstructed us. Both keys are required to access the main vault of the Sky Vault." "The main vault of the Sky Vault?" Chu Ye echoed, perplexed. "Indeed," Zhengwo confirmed with a nod. "The Sky Vault's main storage is the most crucial resource repository in this post-apocalyptic world. Whoever controls the resources there has the chance to alter the current state of affairs. However, access to this vault necessitates the cooperation of two individuals. The other key is likely in the possession of those who previously impeded us." Furrowing his brow, Chu Ye and Appo's gaze fell upon the black key. "Uncle Lin, this ISN and Appo's entirely useless. Let us take what we can actually use. Items like these iron nets and wires are precisely what we need. As for the toolbox, having it is better than not having it at all." He quickly gathered the items and pointed them out to Lin Zhengwo. Zhengwo raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. "All right, kid, you have quite the keen eye. Let us move out immediately." The two returned to the hallway, organizing the valuable supplies they had found. As Chu Ye contemplated how to utilize these resources, a faint clicking sound emanated from the depths of the storage room, reminiscent of a finely tuned mechanical trigger being activated. His muscles tensed at the sound. Grabbing Lin Zhengwo's sleeve, he signaled for silence. Zhengwo paused, carefully returning the key to the metal box. Chu Ye leaned down, his eyes scanning the disordered pile of old items. Although they appeared haphazardly placed, upon closer inspection, they seemed to be deliberately arranged to conceal something. He stepped lightly, edging closer to the source of the sound. Another soft click echoed, accompanied by a slight vibration. Chu Ye crouched, cautiously moving aside several rusted metal plates. Before long, his fingers brushed against a nondescript metal panel in the corner. Its surface was coated in years of dust, with dried mud lodged in the crevices. If one did not look closely, they would never realize it was a cover for a hidden compartment. Using the end of the pry bar, he gently probed around the panel, eventually discovering a slight angle to pry it open. "Uncle Lin, I could use your help with this. It's a bit tricky," Chu Ye whispered, remaining vigilant. Lin Zhengwo let out a quiet sigh and patted Chu Ye and Appo's shoulder. "I thought you were referring to something serious. There's no need to be so cautious. My home doesn't have that many traps. It's merely an ordinary hidden compartment." He stepped forward and pressed on the metal panel. With a click, the cover sprang open, revealing a small concealed storage room. Inside lay a few rolled-up old maps and several evidently aged documents. Zhengwo casually picked one up and shook it. "See? It's nothing significant, just some maps and documents. I used to keep these around in case the outside door was breached. This place could hold for a while and trigger an alarm to self-destruct. With me here, you can take whatever you find useful." Furrowing his brow, Chu Ye stared intently at the documents. Self-destruct? Are you implying that if someone were to break in, this place would explode? His voice lowered, clearly not dismissing the gravity of such self-destruct mechanisms. Lin Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. Don't be so dramatic. It's not going to explode. This is an apartment building, not a critical facility. It would just self-combust, destroying the documents with high temperatures. After all these years, it's likely all deteriorated. At most, it would just make some noise and light. If you find these materials useful, take them all. Yet, Chu Ye felt uneasy. He pointed to the concealed metal structure within the compartment. If there's a triggering mechanism, there must be a way to deactivate it, right? Uncle Lin, are you hiding something else? The smile on Lin Jiangwo's face faltered slightly before he shrugged nonchalantly. You truly are one to dig deep, aren't you? He pulled a small metal square from his pocket and tossed it to Chu Ye. Look, this is the key to deactivate the mechanism. However, it only temporarily disables the alarm and self-destruct feature. After someone leaves, it must be reactivated. Chu Ye did not respond immediately. He retrieved the document, flipping through it casually, only to find the word Sky Vault Plan emblazoned in bold red on the cover. The lettering appeared to have been specially printed, still vibrant despite the ravages of time. The Sky Vault Plan. Chu Ye and Appo's gaze sharpened. He continued to peruse the document, the beam of his flashlight illuminating the faded text and annotations. This was a route map concerning various abandoned facilities, with several key locations specifically marked. Simple notes were scrawled in thick black ink. Some of these geographical points appeared to be potentially linked to the Sky Vault's main repository. All these points were labeled as abandoned facilities, or at least, they seemed to be on the surface. With focused intent, Chu Ye continued to study the information, while Lin Jiangwo remarked, if there's anything unclear, feel free to ask me directly. Chapter 50. This place is not suitable for long stay. Chu Ye swiftly folded the documents pertaining to the Sky Curtain plan and stowed them deep within his backpack. His mind raced. More pressing than studying these documents was the imperative of survival. The increasingly raucous sounds emanating from the corridor heightened his anxiety. He needed to fortify the apartment immediately. Uncle Lin, let's set these documents aside for now and focus on reinforcing the door, he suggested. Lin Jiangwo nodded in agreement. You're right. In these times, preserving life takes precedence. I used to work as a carpenter in my youth, so this task should not prove too challenging. From his system backpack, Chu Ye retrieved several rolls of high-strength fiber tape and a few leftover steel plates acquired from bearskin. As Lin Jiangwo observed the glinting steel plates, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. This young man harbored many secrets. Chu Ye was far from the simpleton he appeared to be. However, in these perilous times, possessing secrets might not be a disadvantage. At least this young man had pledged his assistance. These secrets could be the key to survival for both him and his daughter. Was the steel from the basement brought back in a similar manner? Lin Jiangwo casually inquired. Chu Ye replied ambiguously, offering no further explanation. Noticing this, Lin Jiangwo refrained from pressing the matter, smiling instead. Rest assured, it's your secret. And I want to pry. After years in the confidentiality business, I understand. He patted Chu Ye on the shoulder, his gaze imbued with trust. As time passed, the temperature within the apartment soared, and sweat soaked their clothing. Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo opted to remove their shirts, exposing their bare skin. Lin Wan, observing the two perspiring men, felt a moment of discomfort and quietly retreated to her room. This dreadful weather is unbearable, Lin Jiangwo grumbled, wiping his brow. Chu Ye remained silent, fully engrossed in reinforcing the windows with the steel plates. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps accompanied by urgent shouts surged from outside. Akin to a tidal wave. Someone, an imp, Appo's, is coming. Chu Ye hissed, his voice urgent. He swiftly grasped a sturdy iron rod and wedged it diagonally within the doorframe, creating a makeshift barricade in an instant. What is happening? Lin Jiangwo's expression tightened as he gripped the wooden rod, emanating an air of vigilance. Immediately, a thunderous banging on the door erupted, accompanied by frantic cries. Open the door. Let us in. Chu Ye peered through the peephole, his gaze intense. Outside, a throng of panicked residents had gathered. Their faces were etched with terror, eyes wide, sweat cascading down their foreheads, resembling a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. At that moment, the crowd outside scattered like startled birds, the previous shouts morphing into terrified screams. Upon closer inspection, Chu Ye noticed another group, brandishing iron rods and knives, menacingly pursuing the fleeing residents. Among the pursuers, he recognized several familiar faces, the very same thugs who had attempted to invade Lin Jiangwo and Appo's home previously. Their expressions were now twisted with bloodthirsty grins, more savage than before, resembling wolves in pursuit of their prey. What on earth is happening? Why is it so chaotic outside? Lin Jiangwo's heart raced, his grip on the wooden rod tightening. It appears to be an internal conflict. It's possible that those who sought to invade earlier have now turned their aggression toward the entire building, Chu Ye stated solemnly. An internal conflict? Even now? They're still fighting amongst themselves? Lin Jiangwo's disbelief was palpable, his eyes brimming with anger and confusion. The world had changed, and so had the hearts of men. In the struggle for survival, some would resort to anything. It seems the situation within the building is worse than I anticipated, Chu Ye inhaled deeply, turning to Lin Jiangwo. Uncle Lin, please check the vents and ceiling for any other vulnerable points. Lin Jiangwo understood immediately and began to scrutinize every corner of the room. Meanwhile, Chu Ye continued to fortify the door, his ears attuned to every sound beyond it. As time wore on, the crowd outside grew larger, and the incessant banging intensified, threatening to shatter the door at any moment. The existing defenses were woefully inadequate against this frenzied mob. Chu Ye held his breath, pressing his ear against the door, striving to catch every subtle sound. Gradually, the banging subsided, replaced by sporadic footsteps, as though the enraged assailants had finally exhausted their strength and begun to retreat. Have they left? Lin Jiangwo whispered, uncertainty evident in his eyes. For the moment, yes, Chu Ye replied, his brow furrowed, though his worry remained unabated. This lull was likely temporary. Once they regrouped, they might return with even greater ferocity. Chu Ye quickly surveyed the dimly lit room, acutely aware that this was no place for a prolonged stay. The wind outside had begun to calm, heralding a brief respite from the apocalyptic weather. For Chu Ye, this represented both a crisis and an opportunity. Uncle Lin, our defenses cannot hold much longer. We must leave at once, he declared decisively. We need to hurry back to the villa while the storm subsides. Lin Jiangwo frowned slightly, contemplating before nodding resolutely. I know you have made a promise to protect Wanwan as long as you live, and I will do everything in my power to assist you. Chu Ye's voice was calm yet firm, bringing Lin Jiangwo a measure of comfort. Lin Jiangwo paused in his actions, meeting Chu Ye and Appo's gaze. And the complexities of his emotions began to settle. He sighed. Chu Ye, I trust you. I have only one daughter. She is my sole hope for survival. As long as you can keep her safe, I will do whatever it takes to support you. Chu Ye smiled faintly, his eyes bright with unwavering determination. Uncle Lin, I am not merely fulfilling a promise. You are among my few remaining family. Regardless of the danger, I will not abandon you. Lin Jiangwo stared momentarily. Then a joyful smile spread across his face. What a beautiful sentiment, Chu Ye. Even if I were to perish, it would be worth it for this bond of family. Very well, I believe in you. Let us make a desperate dash toward the villa. It may offer us a chance to weather this storm. Chu Ye nodded. Refraining from further words, actions spoke louder than rhetoric. After a brief exchange of glances, the two began to gather essential supplies, preparing for the imminent danger. Suddenly, Lin Jiangwo paused and added, but we must ensure every precaution is taken. I do not wish for Wanwan to face any danger. I know you have your methods and plans, but remember, her safety must come first. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye glanced at Lin Wan, who remained tucked away in her room. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Of course, none of you can afford to come to harm. Lin Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction but then added, Chu Ye, I must be honest with you. My daughter is frightened. Please, be gentle with your words. She may not handle them well. Chu Ye offered no rebuttal, merely acknowledging with a soft Chapter 51. The escape route is blocked. The three individuals descended the staircase with urgency, with Chu Ye leading the way, gripping his blade and cautiously surveying the surroundings. Lin Jiangwo reached the door of the corridor and pushed against the heavy door with all his strength, but it remained immovable, furrowing his brow. He attempted to shoulder it several times, only to hear the faint sound of sand slipping outside. The gap they had momentarily created was swiftly filled by fresh sand. Damn it, the outside is entirely blocked by sand, Lin Jiangwo whispered to Chu Ye, his expression growing grave. Chu Ye crouched down at the door, inspecting the crevice, and confirmed that grains of sand were seeping in from the edges. The only exit had been completely sealed. Curse it, Lin Jiangwo muttered under his breath. This sandstorm is exceedingly troublesome. Are we truly trapped? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ye quickly scanned their surroundings, his gaze finally settling on the staircase. If the first floor is inaccessible, we shall leap out. His voice was low yet resolute. Lin Jiangwo hesitated, then furrowed his brow. Leap out? From where? Chu Ye gestured towards the staircase. We can ascend to the second floor and jump out through the window. Though it is risky, it is our only option at present. Lin Jiangwo remained silent for a moment, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, he nodded. All right, that is indeed a plan. The sand outside is likely as deep as a floor. With that, he turned and led the way up the stairs, with Lin Jiangwo closely following. The trio hurried to the second floor, where the glass in the stairwell had shattered. Chu Ye glanced outside. The yellow sand resembled a roiling sea, obscuring their vision. The jagged remnants of the broken glass littered the window, and the wind carried in the swirling sand, which had already formed a small puddle in the corridor. Chu Ye's eyes swiftly darted to the left and right. He noticed that nearly all the doors on the second floor were ajar, revealing empty rooms. The former occupants had evidently not left voluntarily. Scattered bloodstains adorned the corridor floor, some of which had darkened with age. Those were the signs of past resistance. Turning to Lin Jiangwo and Lin Wan, Chu Ye lowered his voice. We must move quickly. Do not linger for too long. The residents who banded together to raid might still be nearby. It's best not to alert them. Lin Jiangwo nodded, assisting the weary Lin Wan towards the window. Lin Wan clutched her father's arm, her body slightly swaying. Chu Ye cast another glance around the corridor, and his peripheral vision suddenly caught a fleeting shadow in the distance. A chill ran down his spine, but he did not immediately reveal his alarm. Instead, he quietly alerted the others. Quickly, climb through the window. But be cautious of the sharp edges. Obediently, Lin Wan approached the window, gripping the ledge tightly as the wind and sand lashed against her face. She shut her eyes, instinctively gasping for breath, summoning her courage to leap out. Just then, a shout echoed from the end of the corridor. Wait, who was there? Chu Ye's expression shifted, his grip on the blade tightening as he turned abruptly. Lin Jiangwo pushed Lin Wan's shoulder, half dragging her towards the window. Magia, it's that old man Lin's brat. A coarse male voice boomed, laced with malice. A heaviness settled in Chu Ye's heart. He realized they had been discovered. He quickly turned to Lin Jiangwo, bellowing, Get Lin Wan out of here. I will hold them off. Lin Jiangwo hesitated for a moment before comprehending the urgency of the situation. Without further delay, he forcefully propelled Lin Wan towards the window. Almost simultaneously, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached from the corridor's end, growing ever nearer. Chu Ye inhaled deeply, gripping his knife tightly as he fixed his cold gaze on the corridor's entrance. A tall woman, her face smeared with garish makeup, appeared in his line of sight. She was flanked by several disheveled men wielding clubs and steel pipes, their eyes glinting with ferocity. This woman was Li Mei, a notorious figure who had gathered a number of desperate individuals, ruling her territory with an iron fist. Oh, ISN and Oppos. This the pretty boy from the Lin family? Li Mei mocked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. What is this? Alone and trying to leap to safety? Her gaze bore into Chu Ye, a smirk playing on her lips. You think you can run after hurting us? Wherein and Oppos, you quite the tough guy a moment ago? Planning to flee now? Chu Ye scoffed, his eyes sharp as blades. I have no time to waste with you. Before the next sandstorm hits, I have much to accomplish. Li Mei's laughter was tinged with disdain. Oh, you believe you can escape? This is not a place where you can simply come and go as you please. Chu Ye remained unfazed, his tone unwavering. I have no desire to engage with you, but should you insist on blocking my path, do not blame me for being ungracious. Li Mei's expression darkened, the club in her hand rising slightly. Very well, I shall see what you're capable of. Chu Ye subtly shifted his stance, preparing to strike at any moment. The group before him was formidable, yet he had to buy time for Lin Jiangwo and Lin Wan to escape safely. I will say this only once. Step aside. Oh, quite the tough talker, aren't you? Li Mei cackled. Today, I will show you just how mistaken you are. You think these lackeys of yours can stop us? Do you fear that I will bring you all down? Panicking, Li Mei shouted, Charge. Whoever captures Chu Ye will be rewarded with 2 days' worth of food. At the mention of food, several burly men surged forward. Chu Ye met them with his blade, engaging in a fierce melee where each strike resulted in either a severed arm or a gaping wound upon the faces of his assailants. Chu Ye, take them down one by one. Do you think you're some kind of hero? Li Mei seethed, her eyes narrowed in fury as she drew a knife from behind. Chu Ye glanced back. Lin Jiangwo had successfully aided Lin Wan out of the window. Encouraged, he felt a slight relaxation, yet he remained vigilant. The threat was far from over. Li Mei, brandishing her short knife, advanced menacingly. Chu Ye, I advise you to drop your weapon. Those theatrics won't intimidate me. Do you truly believe you can handle us all? With a cold chuckle, Chu Ye retorted, Whether I can handle you is another matter altogether. However, if you possess the courage, then come and test me, and we'll see who falls first. Your bravado is impressive. Li Mei sneered, lifting her knife slightly, quickening her pace as she sought to provoke an error from him. Chu Ye's gaze remained locked onto her, his words as sharp as the blades they wielded. I was merely waiting for the sandstorm to pass. Your fate is of no concern to me. Yet, you have chosen the wrong opponent today. At his words, Li Mei's smile faltered. She hesitated momentarily before lunging forward, her knife aimed directly at Chu Ye's chest. Chapter 52. The quicksand. Chu Ye had long been prepared. He sidestepped, wielding his knife in a reverse grip, and clashed it against the short blade, producing a sharp metallic clang. Enough of your nonsense. Even if it costs me my life, I will take you down today. Lu Mei shrieked, relentlessly attacking with her knife. Her strikes were ferocious but lacked any form, completely driven by murderous intent. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ye deflected her attack with his blade while simultaneously executing a swift spin. He retaliated with a decisive slash to Lu Mei's wrist. Pain surged through her, causing the short knife to fly from her grasp, her expression transforming into a more menacing snarl. Chu Ye, don't think this means you've won, she bellowed, lifting her foot to kick him viciously in the abdomen. Chu Ye was pushed back a step but leveraged the force to swiftly retreat to the window. Regaining his footing, he regarded the panting Lu Mei and grinned. Lu Mei, farewell. I am no longer worthy of your game. With that, he was yanked out the window by Lin Jiangwo. Lu Mei clutched her bleeding hand, gritting her teeth as a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. You shall not escape. Even if I perish, I will not let you off easily. She lunged forward, attempting to grasp Chu Ye, but at that moment, he delivered a powerful kick to her face. A fierce sandstorm rushed in, and Chu Ye landed securely on the elevated sand mound beneath the window. He cast one last glance back. Lu Mei was struggling to reach him, but the ferocity of the sand forced her to retreat repeatedly. Chu Ye snorted coldly and turned to disappear into the sea of sand with Lin Jiangwo and Lin Wan, never looking back. The winds howled like a ferocious, invisible beast, rampaging through the sand dunes. Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo supported Lin Wan between them as they stumbled forward. Buffeted by the sandstorm, he had no time to wipe the grains of sand from his face. Although the storm was gradually calming, the residual winds still stole their breath away. The air was a scorching dryness, and each deep inhale felt like flames searing down his throat. The yellow sand, propelled by fierce gusts, lashed against their faces like a myriad of invisible daggers. Painful, yes, but it felt more like 1,000 needles pricking at once. Chu Ye, I can't go on. Lin Wan's voice was faint, nearly drowned by the wind, her eyelids drooping. Her cracked lips were lined with white dead skin, and she appeared on the verge of fainting. Chu Ye tightened his hold on her arm, his tone steady. You will be fine. Trust me, stay awake. Keep your eyes closed, and don't inhale too much sand. Lin Wan nodded tremulously, yet she could not help but lean against Chu Ye's shoulder. Lin Jiangwo panted heavily, occasionally glancing around to assess their surroundings. The terrain had become unrecognizable, familiar landmarks buried beneath the yellow sand. Chu Ye squinted into the storm, but all he could see was desolation. He cursed inwardly, this damned world. The sandstorm was not merely a natural disaster, but a trial of survival for all. We can't delay any longer. Chu Ye gritted his teeth, shaking his head vigorously. Just a few steps later, a faint tremor beneath his feet suddenly heightened his alertness. He halted abruptly, lowering his gaze to observe intently. Beneath the sand, a patch of gravel was rapidly collapsing, revealing a dark, gaping pit. Lin Jiangwo's face turned pale as his body was abruptly drawn into the hole. What the hell? Is this a trap or just a product of the storm? The sand surged like a monstrous beast, roaring as it dragged Chu Ye, Lin Jiangwo, and Lin Wan towards an abyss. Yellow sand rushed into Chu Ye's collar, stinging his skin, while the sound of Lin Wan and Appo's cries echoed in his ears. Lin Jiangwo, grab my hand. Chu Ye shouted through gritted teeth, gripping Lin Jiangwo and Appo's hand tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging from the effort. Lin Jiangwo shielded his face from the sand with one hand while desperately clutching Chu Ye's wrist with the other. But the immense suction rendered him nearly helpless. Chu Ye, let go of me. Lin Jiangwo and Appo's legs flailed in the sand, helplessly shouting. You'll drag me down with you. Shut up. If you die, who will look after your daughter? I need you alive to take care of her. Chu Ye retorted coldly, his grip unwavering despite the tremors coursing through his arm. Just then, Lin Wan screamed in terror. Chu Ye, I can't hold on. Chu Ye whipped around, his mind racing. He pushed off with both feet, attempting to stabilize all three of them. But the sand surged like a living entity, becoming more frenzied, and in the next moment, it engulfed them entirely. Accompanied by Lin Wan's desperate scream, the three figures were swallowed beneath the rolling yellow sands. Chu Ye felt a wave of dizziness, as if he had been spun in a washing machine 1,000 times. His body crashed heavily onto the hard ground, expelling nearly all the air from his lungs. Ouch! Lin Jiangwo and Appo's voice came from nearby as he struggled to sit up, clutching his waist. Did this sand carry me at high speed? That impact nearly cost me my life. Then came Lin Wan's faint whimper. She lay on the ground, coughing incessantly, her face pale, clearly unaccustomed to the current environment. Chu Ye took a deep breath, slowly steadying his ragged breaths. His muscles felt as if they had been torn. Yet he forced himself to sit up. He quickly retrieved a flashlight from his waist, and a beam of bright light pierced through the darkness before them. Where are we? Lin Wan asked weakly. The abrupt shift from the scorching heat to this coolness even made Chu Ye shiver. As the light swept across the surroundings, it revealed rows of vehicles, their exteriors cloaked in thick layers of dust. In just 2 days, this place seemed to have aged a millennium. Is this an underground parking lot? Chu Ye's gaze sharpened slightly. Doubt crept into his mind, yet he cautiously probed. Lin Jiangwo, is this near your home? Lin Jiangwo shook his head, rubbing his neck as he replied, it's hard to say. There are several underground parking lots near my place. But how would I know if this is one of them? Given the current situation, it's quite difficult to discern. Chu Ye cursed softly, feeling no closer to an answer. Enough noise, at least it's not as hot here, right? Lin Wan exhaled a sigh of relief, appearing weak. But the drop in temperature seemed to revive her slightly. Chu Ye frowned, casting a glance at Lin Wan's current state. Her lips were even more cracked. Her once beautiful face had lost its color from prolonged exposure to the storm. Let us not speak for now, conserve your strength. After a moment of contemplation, he surveyed their surroundings and finally whispered, we can rest here for a bit, wait until the storm subsides before continuing our journey. As he spoke, he retrieved several bottles of water and cans of food from his backpack, carefully handing them to Lin Jiangwo and Lin Wan. Lin Wan's hand trembled as she accepted the water, lifting her gaze to Chu Ye, her voice hoarse yet filled with gratitude. Thank you, Chu Ye. Really, this is wonderful. She frowned as she twisted the bottle cap open, tilting her head to drink a few sips, only to cough lightly as she choked a bit. Chapter 53. Exploring the underground parking lot. Chu Ye furrowed his brow, gazing intently at her. Drink slowly, Don and Amp, Appos, tea, gulp it down. If you and Amp, Appos, read too thirsty, just moisten your throat first, don't harm your stomach. His tone hinted at a subtle concern. However, Lin Jiangwo was less cautious, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand before taking a hearty swig and smacking his lips. Ah, finally alive again. It's unbearable outside. Who knows how long this cursed weather will last? He sighed, yet his hands continued their work. Skillfully, he pried open a can, leaned in to sniff it, and found it surprisingly fresh. Cautiously, he scooped a piece of meat and offered it to Lin Wan's lips. Lin Wan, weak and barely able to open her eyes, took a small bite, forcing herself to swallow, her pale cheeks gaining a faint flush. Uncle Lin, was the sandstorm always this severe? Chu Ye and Appos' gaze was steady, yet concealed a hint of probing. Seeing his daughter was not in grave danger, Lin Jiangwo tilted his head back to drink some water. Wiping his mouth, he sighed. When I was in the northwest, I encountered sandstorms. But no matter how fierce the sandstorm, I had never witnessed anything as bizarre as this. It feels as if the entire sky is collapsing. Let alone here in the south, it has been years since I've heard of such phenomena. His voice was tinged with astonishment. Chu Ye listened quietly, his gaze slightly narrowed as he checked the flashlight's battery once more. Leaning against the wall, he spoke with a somber tone. Uncle Lin, surely you must believe it now. This is the apocalypse. The apocalypse. Lin Jiangwo murmured, repeating the words before shaking his head vehemently. We once devised every conceivable disaster for ourselves. Who could have anticipated it would manifest in this form? We had considered floods, plagues, solar magnetic storms, but never a sandstorm. One like this might just bury the people of the Sky Curtain organization, trapped within warehouses, unable to escape for rescue. How could past experiences compare to the present? Chu Ye fixed his gaze upon him, his tone unwavering. I Don and Appos, to know if you were still deceiving yourself. But the evidence is right before us. Uncle Lin, look at the sand at your feet. If the apocalypse hadn't and Appos, come, then explain what this is? Lin Jiangwo was rendered speechless, his mouth moving yet no words emerged. In a fit of frustration, he scooped up a chunk of meat with the can lid and stuffed it into his mouth, nearly choking as he swallowed. He coughed twice, then bowed his head in contemplation. Lin Wan gently tugged at his sleeve. Dad, let and Appos, not dwell on this. Let Chu Ye think of a solution. Hearing her, Lin Jiangwo sighed. Then, shifting his thoughts, used the can lid to scoop up some meat paste, softly saying, "You should eat more. Don't mind your old father's ramblings." He cautiously fed her, his movements clumsy yet filled with tender affection. Chu Ye observed this scene quietly, refraining from further comment, his gaze drifting towards the depths of the parking lot. Lin Wan gently pulled at her father's sleeve again. "Dad, let's not talk anymore," allowed Chu Ye to think. She leaned weakly against the wall, her complexion alarmingly pale. Lin Jiangwo awkwardly scratched his head, mumbling, "All right, young man Chu, you take the lead. I'll follow your guidance." Chu nodded, his eyes sweeping over the two of them as he spoke in a hushed tone. "The road we were swept in on is undoubtedly blocked. We must seek an exit upwards. You two rest here for a moment while I assess the situation." Without waiting for a response, he rose and ventured further into the parking lot, the beam of his flashlight wavering in the darkness, illuminating a small area ahead. The parking lot was eerily quiet, save for the sound of Chu Ye's footsteps echoing against the concrete floor. Suddenly, the beam of light landed on a conspicuous metal door. This door was more concealed than the area designated for parked vehicles, surrounded by scattered debris of wood and steel. Chu Ye approached, grasping the doorknob to test it. However, the door remained steadfast, reinforced with a metal lock. "I hope this cursed place still harbors something useful," he muttered to himself. He began to survey his surroundings, casually tossing aside lighter debris. Ultimately, he selected a relatively intact iron rod. Kneeling before the metal door, he gripped the rod tightly, wedging its tip into the lock and Oppo's crevice. Taking a deep breath, with all his strength, he pried upwards. The iron rod and lock emitted a piercing screech, reverberating through the parking lot. Sweat dripped from his forehead into his eyes, the salt irritating his tear ducts, blurring his vision. Chu Ye gritted his teeth, mustering every ounce of his strength. With a decisive click, the lock finally yielded. The darkness beyond the door rushed toward him, and he shone his flashlight inside. He beheld a narrow metal staircase leading upwards, seemingly extending into an unknown abyss. Just as he stepped forward, preparing to ascend the first rung, a loud voice suddenly rang out from above. "Hey, who the hell is down there making a fuss?" Chu Ye's foot froze midair, and he quickly retreated a step, extinguishing the flashlight. The parking lot was plunged into absolute darkness, with only the sound of his heartbeat faintly audible. "I saw something. Whoever's down there, don't think you can hide." The voice carried a tone of suspicion and anger. Chu Ye held his breath, striving to diminish his presence. The existence of other living beings in this place was indeed surprising, but it was impossible to ascertain their intentions or allegiance immediately. Footsteps echoed on the metal staircase, heavy and sharp, as someone approached the entrance. Chu Ye drew a small dagger, positioning himself behind the door. The individual reached the metal door and scanned the area, mumbling. "With so much sand outside, how could anyone possibly get in? Perhaps I'm just seeing things?" From the murmuring, Chu Ye discerned the sound of additional footsteps on the staircase. It couldn't be just one person, it might be a group. "Hey, what's going on down there? That little brat isn't still alive, is he? It's been 2 days. He should be dead by now." A rugged voice called from above, tinged with skepticism and impatience. "There is nothing down here, boss. We've searched so many times, it can't be that little ghost. The sand outside is so thick, how could he get in?" Another voice chimed in from above, weary and filled with doubt. "But I clearly heard movement down there. Could it be a rat? How could there possibly be rats in this cursed place?" The first voice remained skeptical, unwilling to concede easily. "Maybe it was just the wind, boss. This decrepit parking lot is riddled with gaps. It's normal for noises to occur. Stop scaring yourself. Let us hurry up. I'm starving." The second voice urged, impatience creeping into his tone. "No, I need to go down and take a look. What if it really is that little brat?" The first voice hesitated but ultimately decided to descend for a closer inspection. Chapter 54. This is a Mal Chu Yeshin sensed that this group of people harbored malicious intent. Yet it was evident they were not targeting him specifically. It appeared that a child within the building had offended them and was now being pursued. What exactly had transpired here? However, considering that Lin Jiangwo and Lin Wan were still downstairs, Chu made a decisive move and forcefully pushed open the metal door. "Who?" The sudden sound of the door swinging open, accompanied by Chu's low growl, startled the two individuals who were preparing to descend the stairs. In the dim light, Chu noticed 2 figures standing on the stairs. One was a burly man with a brutish face, wielding a thick iron rod, clearly the owner of the earlier coarse voice. The other was small yet agile, with flickering eyes, brandishing a gleaming dagger. "Who are you?" the burly man barked, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Chu was about to utter a word when he was abruptly interrupted by the burly man. Stop with the nonsense. Who are you? What are you doing lurking here? Chu silently cursed. Big brothers, I'm just passing through. You can search me if you don't believe me. With that, he voluntarily spread his arms wide. The smaller man eyed him skeptically and leaned closer to the burly man's ear, whispering, Boss, this kid, doesn't he look harmless, should we? He made a gesture across his throat. The burly man smacked the back of his head. Are you foolish? We need all the hands we can get right now. If this kid is willing to join us, it would and Appos, be a loss. Search him. At the burly man's command. The smaller man roughly searched Chu's entire body, uncovering only a small dagger and a flashlight. Is this all? The burly man asked, taking the dagger and weighing it in his hand before disdainfully tossing it back to Chu. Just this? Kid, consider yourself lucky. With that sandstorm raging outside, how did you manage to survive? The burly man scrutinized Chu from head to toe, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. This kid appeared weak and feeble, yet had somehow survived in such treacherous weather. A stroke of extraordinary luck. Chu feigned calmness and smiled. Just fortunate, I suppose. I found refuge in a sheltered spot and survived by chance. The burly man chuckled heartily. Luck is a skill in itself. You've got quite the luck. Those sands outside are no joke. Many have been buried alive. He paused before inquiring, What's your name? Where are you from? With a quick flicker of his eyes, Chu fabricated a name. I'm Chu Ming. I was just trying to return home when I encountered this sandstorm halfway through. I accidentally stepped into quicksand. And to my surprise, it turned out to be the entrance to an underground parking lot. Chu Ming? The burly man squinted, pondering. Home, you say? After a moment and Appos, as contemplation. He continued, Since you've come from outside, you must have some information. What is happening out there? Chu felt a stir of interest. The burly man seemed eager for news from the outside world. He pretended to reminisce. Not good at all. Sandstorms are everywhere. The sand is as deep as a floor. I thought I was done for. Before the storm hit, I saw some people clearing the streets, but I reckon those machines are now buried under the sand. Clearing? The burly man scoffed. At this point, who still expects someone to come to our rescue? He turned to the smaller man. What do you think? Does this kid speak the truth? The smaller man shook his head. Not sure, but he doesn't seem to be lying. The burly man deliberated for a moment. Regardless of truth or falsehood, let us keep him around. He might be useful later. He clapped Chu on the shoulder. Kid, you're in luck. You've met us. Stick with us, and I guarantee you'll live well. Chu internally scoffed while maintaining a facade of gratitude. Thank you, big brother. Thank you. The burly man pondered briefly before suddenly recalling something. By the way, kid, have you seen a child in the underground parking lot? About 10 years old. Wearing a red jacket? A jolt ran through Chu's heart, but he remained impassive. He struggled to recall the scenes in the parking lot, affirming that he hadn't seen any child, and shook his head. No, big brother, I only saw some abandoned vehicles. I didn't see anyone else. The burly man furrowed his brow, puzzled. That kid should be nearby. He muttered a few words under his breath before waving his hand dismissively. Forget it. If he is not here, he is probably hiding in some corner. After a brief pause, he added, Kid, since you've joined us, you're one of us now. Let me make it clear, our leader is not someone to trifle with. If you dare pull any tricks, I won't spare you. Chu nodded vigorously, assuring him that he would never dare. As they followed the two back to the upper level of the parking lot, Chu discovered that it was, in fact, a mall. The spacious area was strewn with various goods, shelves askew, and in disarray. Following the two deeper into the mall, Chu was enveloped in an eerie silence. The power had long been cut, plunging the entire space into darkness, save for the flickering beams of their flashlights illuminating the path ahead. Occasionally, the beams would sweep over display counters and scattered remnants of products, casting a desolate atmosphere. What happened here? Chu inquired, frowning. The burly man snorted. What else? The sandstorm hit, and this is the result. When the storm first began, many people got trapped here. We were the mall's security and initially thought to help maintain order. But then, he seemed reluctant to elaborate and waved his hand dismissively. The smaller man picked up the thread. Eventually, more and more people arrived. No food, no water. The outside was filled with sand. In desperation, they began to fight for resources. In the end, our captain decisively laid down the law. We provide food and water. And those who don't comply will face the consequences. About 100 people? Chu murmured, curiosity lacing his tone. Where do they find food? There should be plenty in the mall. Huh. The smaller man sneered, glancing back at him. Plenty. Brother, this isn't a supermarket. There's only a bit of stock in some restaurants. Mostly, it's just luxury goods. And food is one thing. The real problem is there's no water. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Chu and Apos' face, seemingly evaluating his reaction. Chu and Apos' mind raced, and he pretended to be nonchalant. What kind of person is your captain? Chapter 55. Seeking someone. The burly man halted his steps and turned to glare at him. You just arrived, and you're already so inquisitive. You don't intend to take the lead, do you? Chu Ye hurriedly waved his hands, repeatedly clarifying, Brother, you misunderstand. I'm merely curious. This place has endured for so long. The captain must be quite remarkable. The burly man scoffed and resumed his stride. Remarkable, indeed. But remember, don't play tricks in front of the captain, or you'll find no one to collect your corpse. The beam of the flashlight in Chu Ye's hand flickered as it swept from a shelf to the entrance of the mall. Initially, he merely scanned the area absent-mindedly. But when the light momentarily lingered, he was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, several distorted shadows came into view, revealing figures that barely reached half a person's height. As he stepped closer, a frown formed on Chu Ye's brow. He finally discerned that they were a group of individuals kneeling on the ground, each surrounded by a pool of blackened stains. Unconsciously, he felt drawn to the kneeling figures. This, he murmured, about to step forward. At that moment, the burly man extended his hand to block him. Don't go any closer. There's nothing to see. They're all dead. His tone was casual, as if he had grown accustomed to such sights. Chu Ye halted, looking up at the burly man, hesitantly inquiring, How did they die? The burly man snorted, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling corpses, a cold smirk playing at his lips. They were killed when the sandstorm hit. His voice dropped slightly, as if recounting a commonplace occurrence. Chu Ye was momentarily stunned before pressing on. Who were they? The burly man narrowed his eyes, leaning lazily against a nearby shelf. His tone laced with disdain. The mall's duty managers. They insisted on opposing the captain, thinking themselves the rightful authorities here. Attempting to gather a group to challenge our security team. Huh. He scoffed, his eyes filled with derision. Did they really believe that just because they held a worthless title, they could command obedience? When the sandstorm struck, they audaciously attempted to overthrow the captain. This is their fate. A shiver ran through Chu Ye, instinctively lowering his gaze to the scattered bodies on the ground. In the dim light, the silhouettes of the corpses were barely discernible, and a strong scent of blood assaulted his senses, stirring turmoil within him. Yet, he maintained a calm facade, murmuring softly, The security team is so ruthless? The burly man glanced down at Chu Ye, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, Kid, if you want to survive in this hellhole, you cannot afford to be soft-hearted. Our captain has already shown mercy. If it were someone else, it wouldn't just be these few kneeling here. Everyone in the mall would suffer. With that, he waved his hand, urging, Enough pondering, stay close, and don't fall behind. Chu Ye tightened his tattered coat and followed closely behind the burly man and the thin man, ascending to the second floor of the mall. The stairwell was permeated with a pungent metallic scent. Emergency lights emitted a faint glow, casting flickering shadows on the walls, creating an eerie atmosphere. Once on the second floor, Chu Ye keenly sensed an unusual tension in the air. The space was more open than the first floor, and the number of people moving about had noticeably increased. Most of them traveled in small groups, wielding makeshift weapons, their expressions vigilant as they patrolled back and forth. Every few steps, they would glance around, clearly accustomed to remaining on alert at all times. The burly man nodded towards a group of patrolling personnel. Two rugged-looking men were seated on a broken chair, fiddling with their weapons while casually smoking and chatting. One of them spotted the burly man and immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Hey, Lao Shi, you're back so soon? Didn't he find anything good today? Good. It's all been trouble, the burly man replied with a cold grunt, gesturing towards Chu Ye behind him. But today, I picked up a tough little kid. At least I didn't return empty-handed. The man referred to as Lao Shi paused, flicking the cigarette butt to the ground, and scrutinized Chu Ye with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This kid, where did he come from? Found him in the underground garage. His name is Chu Ye. He and Apos is quite resilient. He stepped right into quicksand, only to emerge from the parking garage. With this alone, he has some skills. The burly man added. Lao Shi's companion looked astounded, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. He survived the sandstorm on his own? Kid, that's impressive. You've got quite the luck. Chu Ye smiled faintly, offering a modest reply. Just lucky, I suppose. Lao Shi twirled the wooden stick in his hand, casually glancing at the flashlight in Chu Ye's grip. With your courage, you might find it useful later on. By the way, Did you find any clues while you were down there? The burly man lifted his chin, gesturing to the patrolling individuals around them, then shifted the conversation. Don't mention it. Aside from this kid, we found nothing. Haven't T caught that guy yet? Don't let us be busy for nothing. Upon hearing this, Lao Shi's expression darkened, impatience evident as he crushed the cigarette but underfoot. Don't even mention it. That little bastard is nowhere to be seen. The mall is so vast and dark, he could be hiding anywhere, and we've searched everywhere without a trace. The thin man spat in annoyance, interjecting, damn it. He is good at hiding, but how long can he stay hidden? Eventually, he'll have to come out for food, when that time comes. We'll teach him a lesson. Lao Shi shrugged, revealing a scornful smile. Indeed, no matter how elusive, he can't escape. He is just a rat. Chu Ye stood silently on the side, listening intently without interjecting, but he quietly noted their names and the content of their conversation. His gaze scanned the patrolling men, and his mind began to sketch out more questions and dangers regarding this area. Enough dawdling, the burly man said, retracting his gaze and patting Lao Shi on the shoulder. Let us go. If that little bastard shows up, give us a shout to avoid the captain's wrath. Lao Shi waved dismissively, uninterested in further discussion, and reopened his cigarette case. Chu Ye lowered his eyelids, adjusting the flashlight resting on his shoulder, silently following in the footsteps of the burly man. The atmosphere around them fell silent again. Chu Ye walked a few steps behind the burly man, feigning casualness as he asked, I heard you mention that little bastard earlier. Who is he exactly? The burly man halted, glancing back at him with a look of disdain before scoffing. What is he? Just a little troublemaker, a nuisance. His lips curled in contempt, and he added in a low voice, a few days ago, that little brat killed several of our brothers. Chapter 56. The security captain with a subtle shift in his demeanor, Chu Ye concealed his thoughts behind a veil of calmness, though a hint of perplexity laced his tone as he probed further. Just one person? How did he manage that? The burly man scoffed, his voice tinged with disdain and anger. Who knows what kind of trickery he employed? Does he think we are easy prey here? Once we catch him, we will surely flay him alive. Chu Ye nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiry, as if merely curious. A mere imp who could incite such fury among these men was evidently no ordinary troublemaker. To confront such a formidable group alone, he must possess extraordinary capabilities. Bowing his head, he continued forward with deliberate caution, keen to mask his emotions. The depths of this marketplace appeared far more intricate than he had anticipated. Following the security personnel, Chu Ye entered the office on the 4th floor of the mall. The guard at the door exchanged a brief greeting with those inside before ushering him in. In the heart of the office, Chu Ye beheld a middle-aged woman being assaulted by the security captain. Her face was etched with terror and rage, her struggles proving futile against her captor. In hushed tones, the guard informed Chu Ye, this is the brat's mother. The captain wants her to locate that little rascal, but she refuses. Had she complied with our boss yesterday, we wouldn't be in this predicament. A knot tightened in Chu Ye's chest as he grasped the gravity of the situation. The woman was evidently fighting for her child. Yet her resistance garnered no sympathy. Upon noticing Chu Ye's presence, the security captain paused momentarily, turning to regard him with a flicker of surprise. He released his grip on the woman's hair and smoothed down his wrinkled uniform, straightening the badge on his chest. Oh, a newcomer, I see. The captain remarked with a hint of amusement as he scrutinized Chu Ye, his tone deceptively cordial, yet underscored by a sense of scrutiny. It's quite a rarity to see someone able to enter this establishment. Maintaining an air of composure, Chu Ye nodded in acknowledgement. Good day, Captain. It seems I stumbled upon this mall by sheer luck. The captain raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat pleased. He paced a few steps, hands clasped behind his back, and casually remarked, well, as long as you're here, consider yourself part of the family. Have you eaten? It must be tough out there in the sandstorm. Would you like something to eat? A faint smile graced Chu Ye's lips, acknowledging his unremarkable presence in this place. He understood the necessity of earning the captain's favor to ensure the safety of Lin Zhengwo and his daughter, while also buying time to seek an escape route from the mall. He needed to avoid presenting himself as a newcomer in need of special attention. Captain, you are far too kind. As a newcomer, I hardly require such hospitality. I've managed to endure the harshness of the sandstorm for many days, he replied, his tone serene yet imbued with confidence. Your concern is truly flattering. The captain raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Chu Ye's demeanor. His gaze lingered on the young man as he assessed his courage. Chu Ye held his ground, meeting the captain and Amp, Appo's gaze unwaveringly. He added, I believe those deserving of preferential treatment should possess the capability to contribute something of value in return. Wouldn't you agree? Gradually, the captain and Amp, Appo's expression softened, a smile creeping onto his lips, clearly satisfied with Chu Ye and Appo's attitude. He nodded in understanding. Nearby, the woman lay crumpled on the floor. Her face bruised, yet she observed their exchange with keen interest. Chu Ye deliberately shifted the topic, inquiring. I recently heard whispers of a little rascal causing quite a stir in our mall. Is it truly as remarkable as they say? At this, the captain's demeanor darkened, irritation flashing across his features. Dawn and Appo's, to even mention it. That little brat scurries about like a rat, taking down several of our brothers. Sooner or later, we and Appo's, catch him. And I'm eager to see how long he can maintain his bravado. Chu Ye nodded, responding softly, I see. It truly sounds troublesome. However, regarding this woman, he hesitated meaningfully. What is her connection to the boy? The captain snorted, displaying a blatant lack of compassion for the woman on the ground. That brat is her son. The ungrateful wretch. She is a worthless piece of trash. His tone dripped with disdain and impatience. But with her current state, she won't hold out for long. I expect she will eventually relent. Chu Ye nodded thoughtfully, remaining silent as he pondered. The captain, oblivious to any change in Chu Ye's demeanor, resumed his nonchalant stance, adopting a semi-smiling gaze as he addressed him casually. How about this, kid? Your name is Chu Ming, right? If you can locate that little rascal, regardless of whether you can catch him, I'll treat you to a nice meal and let you choose a woman. Chu Ye and Appo's, as heart skipped a beat, taken aback by the unexpected proposition, and he furrowed his brow in contemplation. He cautiously inquired, choose a woman? What do you mean, Captain? The captain and Appo's smile widened, and he articulated each word with exaggerated clarity. The women in this mall are all confined on the 3rd floor. We categorize them, and those who perform will get to choose one. If you truly have the ability to find that little brat, you can pick anyone you fancy. Whoever you desire will be yours. With that, he smacked his lips, a glint of self-satisfaction in his eyes. Chu Ye felt a chill seep into his heart, astonished by the absurd and brutal nature of the rules in this place. Maintaining his composure, he responded, Captain, this is indeed a rather unique arrangement. The captain laughed heartily, clapping Chu Ye on the shoulder with an easy familiarity. What? You're not suggesting I'm not generous enough, are you? If that is the case, I must have misjudged you. His words carried a hint of provocation. Chu Ye lowered his gaze slightly, forcing a smile. I wouldn't dare to complain. I merely think that for the sake of capturing a child, your conditions seem rather enticing, which undoubtedly adds to the pressure. The captain appeared greatly pleased with this response, chuckling lightly before waving his hand dismissively. All right, then it's settled. Off you go to make your mark. Ha. Don't let me down, Chu Ming. Chu Ye nodded, though a glimmer of cold calculation flickered in his eyes. Captain, may I take this woman with me? I wish to see if I can extract any information from her that might aid in my search for the boy. Chapter 57. Subway Maintenance Passage. The security captain scrutinized Chu Ye, ultimately waving his hand in annoyance. Do as you wish. This woman is yours to handle. What matters is capturing that brat. You may leave for now. I shall arrange a place for you to stay shortly. After expressing his gratitude, Chu Ye dragged the limp woman out of the room, resembling a lifeless dog. Just as he stepped outside, the security captain immediately called over the guard who had brought Chu Ye and inquired, what is this lad's background? The guard, equally bewildered, stammered, well, he was found in the underground parking lot. He must have truly come from outside. We searched the parking area numerous times and never encountered anyone. The captain's disbelief grew, and he furrowed his brow as he questioned the guard further. Did he truly survive that sandstorm on his own? The guard scratched his head, seemingly incredulous as well. Captain, I'm not quite sure. He claims to have walked out alone. We checked and found no one following him. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in the captain's eyes. To emerge unscathed from such a deadly sandstorm is no ordinary feat. This fellow either possesses enviable luck or considerable skill. Perhaps he has more experience dealing with the external circumstances than we do. The guard hesitated to ask, Captain, should we probe him further? The captain snorted, a flash of insight illuminating his gaze. Probe? There's no need for us to take action. The chaos outside is palpable. Leaving him here will certainly not lead to a pleasant existence for long. In due time, whether through genuine skill or sheer fortune, the truth will reveal itself. However, we must remain cautious. His worth may exceed initial impressions. At this point, the captain added, keep a close watch on that woman and observe how Chu Ye handles her. I need to ascertain his intentions. Chu Ye dragged the woman into the assigned room, where a musty odor assaulted his senses. The space was cramped, containing only a rickety bed and a precarious table. The woman was unceremoniously tossed onto the bed, emitting a muffled groan as she stared at Chu Ye with wide, fearful eyes filled with hostility. Feigning a search in his backpack, Chu Ye retrieved some basic medical supplies and bandages from his system space. He roughly bandaged her facial wounds, causing her to wince in pain, yet she remained defiant. Is this all you can do? I won't help you. You will never extract any information about my son from me. Chu Ye scoffed, lowering his voice as he retorted, Your son? Huh? Do you think I desire your assistance? I am here merely to establish an identity that will aid me in finding a way out of this wretched place. The woman was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Chu Ye's candidness. She scrutinized him, attempting to discern the truth within his words. To rescue Uncle Lin and the others. Understanding the layout of the mall and the guard situation was essential for devising an escape plan. After Chu Ye finished tending to her wounds, he showed no further interest in her. Unable to contain herself, she finally asked, Who exactly are you? Chu Ye cast her an impatient glance, his voice cool and low, yet imbued with an undeniable sharpness. I have just entered from outside. Shouldn't I be inquiring about the situation here? He paused before continuing. I have my own matters to attend to, and do not wish to entangle myself in your affairs. However, you would do well not to obstruct me. A chilling smile graced his lips, void of warmth. You come from outside. What has transpired out there? It seems no one has bothered to inquire about them. The woman was momentarily stunned. Having been confined here, she was utterly oblivious to the external circumstances. What do you think could happen outside? The mall is lacking electricity and water, and these guards have taken over like bandits. They might as well plant a flag at the entrance. Surely you don't expect normalcy? Chu Ye clicked his tongue, lazily shaking his head. The outside is a dead zone. Even if you wish to venture out, you would likely be stripped bare by the sandstorm. Do you know what a sandstorm is? Just in the past couple of days, the entire city has been engulfed in yellow sand. If you step outside, not only will you see no one, but you won't even find the path. The woman gasped, clearly unprepared for such a revelation. Finally, she managed to ask, How could this be? Wasn't it just a dust storm before? How could it suddenly? Chu Ye interrupted coldly. Are you expecting the apocalypse to send you a greeting first? She fell silent for a moment before cautiously inquiring. Then, why did you save me? Save you? Chu Ye chuckled as though he had heard a ridiculous joke. Do not flatter yourself. I am not here to save you. Your life or death is of no concern to me. I merely require someone who can provide me with information. The woman's face paled as she cautiously asked, If I know the way out, will you take me and my son with you? Chu Ye halted his inspection of the room, turning to regard her with a half smile, half mockery. Is this a bargain? She hesitated briefly before eagerly nodding. Yes, it and Appos, a bargain. As long as you take us out, I will tell you everything. She scoffed. If you wish to speak, do so plainly. Do not present me with conditions. What I need is your cooperation, not a list of demands. With that, he turned to leave. Seeing this, the woman quickly said, If you want to get out, you'll come looking for me again. As Chu Ye exited the room, he collided with the guard who had discovered him in the underground parking lot. The guard appeared to be on patrol. Upon seeing Chu Ye, he paused momentarily before grinning widely. Oh, you're out? How did that woman fare? Chu Ye shrugged, feigning nonchalance. What else could happen? She refuses to divulge anything useful, stubborn as a mule. The guard raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Who asked you that? I meant, didn't tee you. Use any special methods? Perhaps take the opportunity to indulge? Who would have the inclination for something so filthy and foul? Chu Ye replied, his expression one of distaste. The guard chuckled, leaning in closer to Chu Ye, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Having any is better than none? Are you really that choosy? Besides, how could this possibly compare to those common women locked up on the third floor? They are truly repugnant, enough to turn one's stomach. Chu Ye waved his hand dismissively, interrupting the guard's incessant chatter. Enough of that. This place is stifling. I wish to explore and familiarize myself with the surroundings. Do you mind? Upon hearing this, the guard patted his chest, unconcerned. Oh, what could I possibly mind? This decrepit mall is deserted aside from us brothers. Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you. Chapter 58. No path out within his heart. Chu Ye felt a flicker of joy. He had been troubled by his inability to find someone to help him navigate the terrain, and now, the security guard had presented himself. The two walked side by side through the expansive corridors of the mall. Chu Ye retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to the guard. Would you like one? He inquired. The guard, with a hearty grin, accepted the cigarette. Thank you, brother. Chu Ye lit the guard's cigarette first before igniting his own. Taking a deep drag and exhaling smoke rings leisurely. I am Chu Ming. Let us reacquaint ourselves. Introducing himself. Chu Ye subtly observed the guard's expression from the corner of his eye. I am sure lei, sure, as in stone, and lei, as in upright, the guard replied, flashing a broad smile that revealed his gleaming white teeth. Brother Sure, how long have you worked as a security guard here? Chu Ye asked, feigning casualness. Over 3 years. I know every nook and cranny of this mall. So, seeking my guidance was indeed a wise choice. Shirley spoke with a hint of pride. Chu Ye pretended to be curious, glancing around. The mall's emergency exits were all obstructed by debris. While following the guard through the mall, he discreetly assessed the layout and security situation. To make matters worse, the mall had nearly no windows, even if he found an escape route. Fleeing from the enclosed building would be a daunting challenge. Why are there no windows in this mall? Chu Ye asked, seemingly indifferent. The guard shrugged. You wouldn't understand. Every inch in the mall is precious. There are windows, but after the shops were renovated, they were all covered up. When have you ever seen windows in a mall? The only ones are in emergency exits or restrooms. Chu Ye's heart sank. The situation was worse than he had imagined. He followed the guard to the first-floor lobby. Through the glass door, shattered by the onslaught of sand, he observed that the sand outside had piled up to over a floor's height, utterly extinguishing any hope of escape from the ground level. Goodness, the sand is incredibly thick, Chu Ye exclaimed, feigning astonishment. The guard smiled wryly. Indeed, the sandstorm hasn't ceased for days. The outside has transformed into a desert. Thankfully, our mall is sturdy. Otherwise, we would have been buried long ago. Gazing at the desolate scene before him, Chu Ye privately devised an escape plan. With ground-level escape rendered impossible, he needed to discover alternative routes, such as underground passages or ventilation ducts. By the way, does this mall have any underground passages or ventilation ducts? He asked, as if casually curious. The guard shot him a wary glance. Why do you want to know? Chu Ye quickly explained, I was just curious. With a mall this large, surely there must be such facilities? After a moment and Appo's hesitation, the guard replied, there is an underground passage, but it has long been blocked off for storage. As for ventilation ducts, they exist, but they are located on the roof and are too narrow to crawl through. Are there any secret passages in this mall? Chu Ye pressed on, unwilling to relent. The guard scoffed. Secret passages? Have you been reading too many novels? This mall has no such thing. Feigning disappointment, Chu Ye sighed and ceased to inquire further. Suddenly, a woman flashed through his mind. She seemed very familiar with the terrain and possessed remarkable skills. If he could locate her, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Could he truly be considering seeking out that woman? He pondered, momentarily torn. Continuing to stroll through the mall nonchalantly, he kept his eyes peeled for any overlooked details that the guard might have missed. He scrutinized every door, every wall, and even the ventilation openings in the ceiling. However, after a thorough search, he found nothing, which only heightened his anxiety, furrowing his brow and darkening his expression. Noticing Chu Ye's unusual behavior, the guard felt a twinge of suspicion. He halted, scrutinizing Chu Ye, and asked, what exactly are you looking for? You seem rather furtive. Startled by the guard and Appo's sudden inquiry, Chu Ye quickly composed himself, forcing a casual smile. Oh, it and Appo's nothing. I'm just having a look around. The guard clearly did not believe him, narrowing his eyes and adopting a more serious tone. Just having a look? You seem like you're searching for something. What do you intend to do? Realizing he could not deceive the guard, Chu Ye feigned curiosity instead. Brother Sure, having been here for so long, haven't you thought about leaving? Or perhaps going home? The guard hesitated, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes before he sighed. Leave? Go home? You know the situation outside. It's tantamount to seeking death. As for home, my family lives in the countryside. Given the current circumstances, how could I return? By car? Or perhaps fly back? Chu Ye continued to probe. So what do you eat here? This mall certainly doesn't appear to have any food supplies. That is a concern, the guard admitted. But I want to dwell on it, that as for the higher-ups to figure out. As for me, I take it one day at a time. Chu Ye produced another pack of cigarettes, opened it, and offered one to the guard before taking one for himself. Lighting the guard's cigarette first, he said, Don't be so pessimistic. I believe finding a way out is a worthwhile endeavor. There is little to eat here, and the water supply has ceased. Staying here will eventually lead to our entrapment. Upon hearing this, the guard took a deep drag of his cigarette, looking at Chu Ye with astonishment. I must ask, brother, where did you get these cigarettes? When we first encountered you, we thoroughly searched you and found nothing like this. Chu Ye smiled mysteriously. A secret? The guard eyed Chu Ye skeptically, trying to read his expression, but Chu Ye maintained a carefree smile, leaving him perplexed. You're quite the enigma, the guard remarked, shaking his head as he crushed the cigarette but underfoot. Chu Ye flicked away the ash. It seemed he had indeed been overthinking the notion of secret passages. Shirley did not appear to be one who would conceal anything valuable, and it was clear he could extract no useful information from him. Brother Shir, thank you. I'll take my leave now. Chu Ye extinguished his cigarette, patted Shirley on the shoulder, and turned to depart. Shirley watched Chu Ye and Apos' retreating figure. A nagging feeling that something was amiss gnawing at him. What was this fellow truly after, with all his questions? Chapter 59. I know of a maintenance passage for the subway. Chu Ye returned to the assigned room, which was merely a storage closet nestled in a corner of the shopping mall. In the dim light, a woman huddled in the corner. Chu Ye slowly approached her, towering over her with an impassive expression on his face. What is the situation regarding the place you mentioned you were leaving? Chu Ye's voice was deep and frigid. The woman raised her head to meet Chu Ye's brooding gaze. She licked her cracked lips and cautiously replied, Does this mean we have reached an agreement? Chu Ye remained silent, his cold stare filled with skepticism. Tell me how to get out, and then I will consider whether to rescue you. He paused, a hint of menace creeping into his tone. The woman hesitated, acutely aware of her limited options. If she remained silent, it was likely that Chu Ye would abandon her to her fate. I know of a freight passage. I know how to open it. Truly, if you agree to take us with you, I assure you I can guide you to that passage. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with sarcasm. A freight passage? Do you have any idea how thick the sand has accumulated outside? When I ventured out, the sand was a whole floor deep. A passage? Don't even think about it. Every exit on the first floor is blocked by that damned sand. The woman's expression shifted, and she retorted urgently, No, this passage is different. It is on the second basement level. It connects to the subway maintenance passage behind the mall. The entrance is located in the underground parking lot of the mall. Chu Ye stepped closer, looking down at her with a piercing gaze. The parking lot. The subway maintenance passage? Are you certain you are not deceiving me? If I discover that you are playing tricks on me. The woman trembled in fear and quickly interjected, I wouldn't dare. Everything I say is true. I work in this mall, and I happen to see the mall's blueprint. My son went to find that route. Please, take us with you. Chu Ye fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating the veracity of her words. The underground parking lot. The subway maintenance passage. Perhaps this truly was an escape route, and it seemed more accessible than the outside world. His voice was filled with doubt. What evidence do you have to prove that what you say is true? How can I be certain you are not lying? The woman's face turned pale, her eyes flickering with anxiety, clearly affected by Chu Ye's skepticism. She bit her lip and said, I previously worked at this mall, and I happened to see the blueprint in the mall and Apos' archives, which marked the location of this maintenance passage. Chu Ye scoffed. Happened to? How and Apos, Fortunate and Apos, that is a mere employee like you allowed access to something like the mall's blueprint? The woman shivered, quickly explaining, I truly am not lying. I was responsible for organizing the archives, which is how I saw the blueprint. However, I cannot be certain if that blueprint is still there. Organizing the archives? Chu Ye's tone remained skeptical. Who knows if that blueprint still exists? Even if it does, who knows if it has been destroyed? The woman pleaded urgently. I don't know, but you can go look for it. The maintenance passage is in the underground parking lot, located on the northern side. If you don't and Apos, believe me, you can check for yourself. Chu Ye scrutinized the woman for a long time, his gaze deep and frigid, as if he could see through all her facades. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse. Tonight. He paused, a note of warning in his tone. We will go check it out. If I find that you are deceiving me, you know the consequences. The woman abruptly raised her head, hope flickering in her eyes as she trembled. I swear everything I said is true. Please, you must believe me. Meanwhile, Shirley sought out the head of security, a burly man with a face full of rough features, nicknamed Black Bear. Captain, I spoke with that guy. And something feels off. Shirley leaned closer to Black Bear, lowering his voice. He seems to be searching for something. Black Bear glanced at Shirley with a sidelong look. Searching for something? What could he possibly be looking for? Is there any treasure left in this mall? He asked numerous questions about the mall's structure and exits. Since he is here, does he still wish to leave? Black Bear scoffed with a rough growl. Although this place isn't much, it is a means of survival. That kid has some skills. We must keep him here. If he cannot be of use to me, then. Black Bear made a gesture across his throat, his eyes fierce. Shirley felt a pang of sympathy, believing that Chu Ye did not seem like a bad person. Captain, I really think that kid just stumbled in by accident. There's no need for this, Shirley argued. You Don and Apos, Do you understand? The world is in chaos, and one cannot discern the intentions of others. What if this kid goes out and brings people to seize our territory? Such a potential threat cannot be allowed to linger. Black Bear glared at Shirley, but he added, however, that kid seems rather indifferent to our situation. Shirley attempted to persuade him further, but Black Bear interrupted impatiently. Indifferent? If he truly were, would he ask so many questions about the mall and Oppos? As structure and exits? He is clearly probing for information. Black Bear paused, realization dawning upon him. This kid is indeed restless. It seems we need to show him what we are capable of. Captain, what about the food and water? Shirley recalled how Chu Ye had subtly inquired about the supplies in the mall. Black Bear waved his hand dismissively, gruffly cutting him off. Why are you asking about that? When have I ever shortchanged you? Have you missed a single meal? Shirley opened his mouth, hesitating to respond. Although Black Bear spoke boldly, he keenly sensed the unease in the captain and Oppos' eyes. It was a veneer of forced calm, and Shirley and Oppos' heart sank. The situation appeared to be worse than he had imagined. Captain, that kid, Chu Ye, he previously asked me. What now? Why are you suddenly so concerned about him? Did he give you something? Black Bear shot a suspicious glance at Shirley. Shirley quickly waved his hands, knowing he could not divulge that Chu Ye had given him 2 packs of cigarettes. At a time like this, cigarettes were even more precious than food. No, Captain. Where are you going with this? We searched him when we found him. He had nothing on him. Shirley attempted to explain further, but Black Bear interrupted him impatiently. Enough. I know what I'm doing. You have been with me the longest. I know your character well enough. Go and make arrangements. Keep a close eye on that Xu Ming. Chapter 60. Convergence. The night had enveloped the surroundings completely, and the few remaining souls in the shopping mall had succumbed to a shallow slumber, leaving only a couple of vigilant sentinels at the entrance. Chu Ye remained still, patiently awaiting the deepening silence of the night before he finally rose. From within the confines of his system space, he retrieved a few provisions, items that had become as precious as life itself to everyone present. He approached a woman huddled in a corner, gently nudging her calf with his foot. Startled, she awoke, her eyes wide with fear as they met his gaze. Awake? Chu Ye whispered, placing water and canned food before her. The woman froze, momentarily bewildered by her surroundings. As the reality of the food and water registered, her pupils dilated, and her mouth fell open in shock. However, Chu Ye was quick to react, covering her mouth with one hand, his icy breath brushing against her ear. If you wish to live, do not make a sound. If you alert them, you know what will happen. Her eyes widened in understanding, and she nodded fervently. Her voice caught in her throat. Chu Ye slowly withdrew his hand, his cold gaze still suffocating her. Trembling, she glanced at the provisions before her, then met his eyes. Incredulity etched on her face. Where did these come from? With a dismissive snort, Chu Ye crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. You would do well not to inquire. Just remember, it is because you still hold some value to me. Should I deem you useless? Both these items in your life will be lost. The woman swallowed hard, her face paling further, yet she dared not utter another word. Her trembling hands opened the can, and a subtle aroma of meat wafted through the air. She devoured the food hungrily, clearly starved for such flavors for quite some time. After eating, the pallor of her face faded slightly, and her once shaking hands steadied, restoring a modicum of strength to her frail body. She inhaled deeply, ready to speak. But Chu Ye cut her off. Let us move. We have little time. We must leave this cursed place under the cover of night. The woman nodded vigorously and hastily stood, preparing to follow him. However, the sound of her footsteps echoed too loudly in the silence, causing her to halt abruptly. Glancing down at her worn shoes, she hesitated momentarily before gritting her teeth and removing them, padding silently behind Chu Ye. Her bare feet met the cold ground, sending a jolt of pain through her, yet she remained silent. The two navigated through the shopping mall, skillfully avoiding the few remaining guards, and slipped into the passage leading to the underground parking lot. Beneath the dim lights, Chu Ye guided the woman until a familiar voice broke the stillness. Chu Ye? Lin Jiangwo called softly, emerging from behind a dilapidated SUV. Lin Wan followed closely, gripping her father's clothing, her face a mixture of fatigue and vigilance. Yes, Chu Ye replied tersely, scanning their condition. Are you both all right? Lin Jiangwo nodded. For now, yes. We finished what you left us. Fortunately, no one discovered our location. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lasted this long. Lin Wan's gaze shifted to the woman behind Chu Ye, her brow furrowed in suspicion. Who is she? Chu Ye replied nonchalantly. Someone I encountered above. a salvageable asset. No need to concern yourself with her. Linwan and Amp, Apos, S frown deepened, but she refrained from further questioning. As Chu Ye and Apos, S motives often eluded her comprehension. What is the situation above? Is there an escape route? Chu Ye shook his head. The entrances and exits in the mall have been sealed. However, this woman mentioned a hidden route in the underground parking lot. We must investigate. This does not bode well. Lin Jiangwo sighed. I have yet to see an exit, but I've noticed several traps set within the parking area. Had I not been cautious from my military days, we might have encountered disaster. Traps? Chu Ye's brow furrowed, his alertness heightened. Lin Jiangwo produced a tissue to wipe his hands, explaining, they are cleverly concealed traps. Nearly undetectable to the untrained eye. I found several locations covered. It would be easy to fall into one. Upon hearing this, the woman's demeanor shifted. Her excitement palpable as she stepped forward eagerly. Did you mention traps? Have you come across a child? A boy around 10 years old? Lin Jiangwo hesitated, shaking his head. I have not seen any children, only a few small animal carcasses. I suspect they were victims of the traps. Chu Ye cast a cold glance at her, stating flatly, if you seek a child, you must rely on your own capabilities. Do not become a burden to me. The woman fell silent, her head bowed, yet the glimmer of hope in her eyes remained undiminished. She refrained from arguing further. Lin Wan glanced at her, then back at Chu Ye, her brow furrowing even more. Brother, what is our next move? How do we find the exit? Chu Ye turned to the woman, his tone icy. Speak. Where is the passage you mentioned? How do we locate it? Now that we are in the underground parking lot, you must know. The woman recoiled slightly, her gaze flickering. I need to think. I only saw it on a blueprint and am unsure of the exact location. Chu Ye stepped closer, his voice growing more severe. You had better not play games. If you dare deceive me, you will face severe consequences. The woman quickly defended herself. I swear, I'm not lying. I previously worked in the mall and Apos, S management, handling some engineering blueprints. I recall one blueprint indicating a subway maintenance passage located in the underground parking lot, but I need a moment to remember its precise location. Clutching her clothing tightly, her expression was one of urgency. The blueprint is intricate, filled with markings and routes. I need time to recall where the passage is. Chu Ye scrutinized her for several seconds, as if weighing the truth of her words. After a moment, he snorted. I will grant you time. But you had best be swift. We cannot afford to linger here. The woman appeared relieved, nodding vigorously. I will hurry. I will hurry. She began to recall the details of the blueprint, muttering to herself. Second underground level. Parking area C, near the fire exit. Chu Ye interrupted her impatience. Stop rambling and lead the way. If we are discovered, we could face trouble. As the group deliberated their next steps, a beam of cold light suddenly pierced the darkness, illuminating Chu Ye and Apos' face. Chu, you truly are up to no good. Even now, you still think you can escape? Chapter 61. The woman must remain. The muscles on Chu Ye's face twitched imperceptibly. He raised his hand to shield himself from the sudden burst of light. As his vision adjusted, he focused on a group of people gradually revealing themselves in the distance. At the forefront was the stern-faced captain He Xiong of the mall security. Trailing behind him were a dozen men, brandishing weapons, advancing with an intimidating aura. He Xiong's gaze fell upon Chu Ye and his companions, as well as the woman hiding behind him, and his expression darkened instantly. Is this the only one with the surname Chu? What about the other two? Oh, and there's a girl too? He Xiong bellowed, his voice thick with dissatisfaction and suspicion as he interrogated Shirley behind him. Shirley fidgeted, avoiding He Xiong's piercing gaze. I don't know either, Brother Xiong. We only found Chu Ye alone at first. We probably encountered the others later. You know how dark it is down here. We couldn't see clearly. He Xiong glared at him, clearly displeased with the explanation. Nonsense. With your cowardice. If you had truly seen anyone else, you would have been scared out of your wits. I think you're trying to hide something. Speak. Are you trying to keep that girl for yourself? Shirley hastily shook his head, urgently explaining, Brother Xiong, I swear, I wouldn't dare think like that. When we came down, we really didn't see anyone else, right, monkey? He Xiong snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the woman. A glint of greed flashing in his eyes. At least you know your place. But since this girl is with the one named Chu, she must be trouble too. Once we catch her, lock her up first. I'll decide what to do with her after I'm done playing. Shirley did not dare to respond, merely smiling and nodding in agreement. Internally, he lamented, wishing he had been more diligent in checking the parking lot. Now he had offended He Xiong, and the days ahead would surely be difficult. Chu Ye raised his eyes, coldly regarding He Xiong, a chilling aura emanating from him. Standing tall, He spoke with a calmness that belied a hint of disdain. Let us go. Our paths do not need to cross. I have no intention of interfering in your affairs. Xiong, upon hearing this, let out a low, menacing laugh. If you wish to leave, I cannot stop you. However, the woman must stay. A few delicate flowers like her are rare. Also, he paused, slowly advancing towards Chu Ye, a wicked grin spreading across his face. You must promise not to disclose our situation here. Otherwise. Oh? Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips. Otherwise what? Xiong was momentarily at a loss for words, then lifted his chin defiantly, his voice hardening. Otherwise, you will have to remain here, and we shall coexist peacefully. Chu Ye burst into laughter, tilting his head and casting a sideways glance at Xiong, his tone light, yet laced with an undercurrent of sharpness. Those 2 points you mentioned? I have no intention of agreeing to either. Xiong narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth twitching into a cold smirk. Kid, don't bite the hand that feeds you. I have plenty of men here. Even if I were to kill you, who would care in this vast mall? Chu Ye took a slight step back, hands tucked into his pockets, his demeanor still calm and indifferent. You may try, but I advise against it. Xiong's expression darkened abruptly, while his subordinates tightened their grips on their clubs. The atmosphere grew tense, thick with impending violence. It felt as if the air itself had solidified. Lin Jiangwo subtly positioned himself protectively beside Lin Wan, his eyes brimming with readiness. The woman, on the other hand, bowed her head, her fingers clenched into tight fists from anxiety. Xiong scrutinized Chu Ye for several seconds before finally breaking into a sinister laugh. Very well, kid. You and Appos, V got some guts. I'm eager to see whether you 3 can break free or if my brothers will tear you apart. Chu Ye took a deep breath, his dagger glinting coldly as he unsheathed it. He bent slightly, his posture resembling that of a poised predator. Let us see about that. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ye lunged forward like a leopard, targeting the 2 burly men at the front. The dagger flashed, slicing a gash across one man's arm, causing him to falter in pain. Seizing the moment, Chu Ye shoulder-checked the other man, forcibly creating an opening in the encirclement. The security guards swung their clubs and charged at Chu Ye. Despite their numbers, they found themselves unable to close in on him due to his fierce onslaught. Damn it. Everyone, charge. What are you afraid of? That kid is alone. The security captain bellowed, his face ashen with fury. He was evidently oblivious to the threat posed by the seemingly elderly Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo brandished the rebar in his hand, adopting a lethal stance. I haven't lost my touch since my days in the army. Before he could finish, he struck with the rebar like a venomous snake, driving it hard into the abdomen of an advancing guard. The guard gasped and fell, clutching his stomach. Lin Jiangwo, emboldened by his success, swung the rebar again, the wind whooshing as he knocked another guard to the ground. Old man, you've still got it. Xiong roared, charging at Lin Jiangwo, wielding his steel pipe. Come on. Lin Jiangwo shouted, advancing rather than retreating, his rebar a whirlwind as he engaged Xiong in battle. What are you all waiting for? Get them. Kill them. Xiong yelled at his subordinates while grappling with Lin Jiangwo. Finally, the guards reacted, all rushing forward. Want to stay back? Lin Jiangwo called out to Lin Wan while defending against the onslaught. Lin Wan, terrified, watched in horror as Lin Jiangwo fought valiantly against the crowd. Old Lin. Just hold on a little longer, she thought anxiously. Chu Ye slashed his dagger across a guard's throat, blood spraying forth. Taking advantage of the brief moment, he glanced toward Lin Jiangwo. Although older, Lin Jiangwo still moved with agility, his rebar creating an impenetrable defense, fighting evenly with Xiong. With his heart steadied, Chu Ye quickened his pace, nimbly weaving through the crowd, carving bloody paths under Xiong's command. Just as he was mere steps away from Lin Jiangwo to offer assistance, a fierce wind suddenly struck. Unbeknownst to him, Xiong had escaped Lin Jiangwo's grasp, swinging his iron rod with a menacing whistle aimed directly at Chu Ye. The strike was swift and brutal, clearly premeditated. Startled, Chu Ye attempted to block but found it too late. At that moment, a voice rang out. Stop. Shirley. Everyone froze, including Chu Ye. Shirley rushed forward, positioning himself in front of Chu Ye and bracing himself to absorb the full force of Xiong's heavy blow. Chapter 62. The Demise of the Security Team. Shirley. Have you lost your mind? Roared the black bear, his fury palpable. Shirley clutched his wound, his complexion ashen. Captain, let it go. It's better to resolve enmity than to exacerbate it. Why must we pursue total annihilation? The captain glared at Shirley, incredulity etched on his face. You dare betray me? Shirley remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at Chu Ye. With a sudden movement, Chu Ye supported Shirley's back, standing defiantly against the remaining security personnel. Shirley, why put yourself through this? Chu Ye murmured, his confusion intensifying at Shirley and Appo's unexpected allegiance. Shirley forced a bitter smile. I owe you. How about this? I borrowed a pack of your cigarettes. Consider this a repayment. The captain's rage intensified at Shirley's betrayal. He brandished his club, charging forward once more. You two shall meet your end together. Enraged, Black Bear swung his steel pipe with increasing ferocity, revealing an opening. Lin Jianguo's eyes gleamed with opportunity as he lunged forward. The rebar in his grasp piercing deeply into Black Bear's abdomen. A pained roar escaped Black Bear's lips as he flailed the steel pipe wildly, akin to a cornered beast. Seizing the moment, Lin Jianguo withdrew the rebar, crimson droplets cascading to the ground. Clutching his belly, Black Bear staggered backward, anguish etched across his face. Observing this, Chu Ye hastily maneuvered Shirley to retreat. Not allowing complacency to set in, Lin Jianguo swiftly stepped back, stabilizing himself, the bloodied rebar poised defensively before him. His gaze, sharp and predatory, swept across the surrounding adversaries. The security team, encircling him, stood in stunned silence. Black Bear lay sprawled on the ground, emitting low, pained growls reminiscent of a dying beast. Blood continued to seep from his wound, and his legs trembled weakly, futilely attempting to rise. The pallor of his face and the vacant stare in his eyes indicated that his time was running out. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ye darted to Lin Jianguo's side. His expression frigid, the blood-stained dagger in his hand glinting with menace. Old Lin, remain vigilant. Though these men have faltered in spirit, a cornered dog can still bite. Lin Jianguo flashed a hardened smile. I, Lin Jianguo, shall not allow anyone to take advantage of me as long as I draw breath. Chu Ye nodded, surveying the area. His icy gaze fell upon the remaining hesitant security personnel, who were drenched in sweat and paralyzed by fear. The captain, Black Bear, weakly shouted, You worthless lot. Get in there. What are you afraid of? Eliminate them. I and Appo's am covering you. Yet, it was evident that his subordinates were wavering. Those who were scared should leave. Chu Ye's voice was a chilling whisper, slicing through the air like a blade. The security guards exchanged glances, their grips on their weapons faltering, and some began to retreat. Sensing a shift in one of the subordinates' resolve, Chu Ye narrowed his eyes, his body tilting slightly as he thrust his dagger. With a sickening sound, it sliced through a security guard's arm. Ah! The man cried out, releasing his weapon and stumbling backward, clutching his bloodied limb. His scream ignited panic among the others. With two guards bolting, abandoning their weapons in their haste. Come back, you cowards! Black Bear cursed vehemently. The remaining guards, though rooted to the spot, were filled with dread as they gazed at Chu Ye. Meanwhile, Black Bear, half kneeling on the ground, struggled to regain his footing. His teeth clenched, eyes burning with rage. He reached for a nearby pipe, muttering incoherently, No one shall triumph over me. Lin Jianguo, sharp-eyed, scrutinized Black Bear's every move. He chuckled derisively. Foolish creature, still clinging to life? Despite the cold sweat trickling down Black Bear's brow, he attempted to summon the strength to lunge at Lin Jianguo. However, after merely 2 steps, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping his last. Black Bear lay there, defeated, his bravado crumbling as his subordinates lost their backbone. Though he continued to hurl insults, the veneer of toughness could not conceal the panic lurking beneath. The entire group unraveled before their eyes. Seeing this, Shirley let out a cold laugh, stepping up to stand beside Chu Ye. Fear not, the first mouse out of the hole is always the hardest to catch. The rest will follow suit. As he spoke, he remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings, and cautioned Chu Ye, these men may have hidden reserves, do not let your guard down. At that moment, Lin Wan emerged cautiously from the shadows, sensing the tide had turned, and rushed towards them. Chu Ye noticed the figure of the woman who had been rescued trailing behind Lin Wan. He approached her swiftly, lowering his voice. It's time to leave. If you can locate that exit, now is the moment. His eyes remained alert, surveying the vicinity. Just then, a child's innocent voice called out from behind the woman. Mommy. The woman turned sharply to see a timid boy of around 10 years, her son, standing a short distance away. The child had been hiding in a car, frightened by the commotion outside, and had inadvertently found his mother. Overwhelmed with joy, the woman rushed to embrace him. Chu Ye, ever vigilant, reminded them. If you wish to reminisce, it would be prudent to find a safer place. The woman understood that caring for her child was not an option until they were out of danger. Nodding, she grasped her child's hand tightly, leading him deeper into the underground parking lot. The entrance to the maintenance passage lay in the northern section of the parking lot. Chu Ye's attention was drawn to an inconspicuous iron plate, its edges layered with dust. Interesting, he mused, a smile tugging at his lips. Approaching, he stepped on the plate, confirming its emptiness beneath. He picked up a crooked steel pipe from the wall, using it to pry the corner of the iron plate. The sharp screech of metal echoed through the quiet parking lot, reverberating in the enclosed space. Chu Ye, steadying himself, interrupted any lingering doubts, then turned to Lin Wan. Come. Lend a hand to move this iron plate. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Wan stooped down, placing her hands on one edge of the plate. The trio worked seamlessly. Chu Ye leveraging the steel pipe while Lin Wan and Lin Jiangwo gripped the edges, exerting their strength to dislodge it. What lay beneath was a heavy trapdoor, marked with a blue-painted number. Chapter 63, the subway tunnel. With a flurry of hands, the group pried open the hatch door. The entrance to the subway maintenance passage gaped wide, and a cold breeze surged forth from the depths of the corridor, carrying with it a dampness that felt almost luxurious in this sand-covered apocalypse. Chu Ye slightly turned his body to glance at the woman beside him, who was clutching her child. His voice was low and grave. Is the passage you mentioned earlier this one? The woman raised her head at the sound of his voice, her gaze falling upon the chilling entrance, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face. But she quickly shook her head, her tone weary and uncertain. I don't know. It should be this one. I haven't seen any other entrances around here. Chu Ye furrowed his brow, his eyes lingering on the woman's face as he seemed to gauge the credibility of her words. He took a deep breath. Should be? You're not even certain where this leads? The woman tightened her hold on her child, a hint of panic and guilt flitting across her features. I'm sorry. I truly don't know. I just heard of a subway maintenance passage, but I can't describe what it looks like. Her voice dwindled. Whether from fear or shame, she lowered her head. Suppressing the chill in his tone, he refrained from pressing further and simply murmured, Are you sure there are no other dangers if we proceed down this path? If you're uncertain, we should not waste time. She bit her lip, her eyes revealing a struggle before she finally shook her head. I don't know, but if we need to run, we have no other choice. Chu Ye let out a cold laugh, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. No other choice? It's merely a gamble with our lives. Shirley, unable to hold back, interjected with a scoff. Gambling with our lives is better than staying here to face the knife. We don't have time to hesitate. Let us be decisive. Lin Jiangwo squinted, raising his flashlight to illuminate the dimly lit passage, the beam barely revealing the rusted escalator. He tucked the steel rod into his belt and climbed onto the edge of the escalator first. I'll go down and take a look. You all follow me. And you? Chu Ye turned to Shirley. It's not too late to regret your decision now. Are you sure you want to come with us? You could easily return to the mall at this point. Following us doesn't guarantee a favorable outcome. Shirley paused for a moment, hesitating, but then resolutely shook his head. I've already helped you, and with the captain dead, how do you think they'd view my return? Those security guards would certainly not let me off easily. Going back is no safer than sticking with you. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, seemingly about to say something. Yet he simply sighed softly. Quite clever, he remarked quietly. Shirley did not waver, his gaze serious as he met Chu Ye's eyes. You just said this is your way home. Though I'm not sure what you mean by home, you are worthy of my trust. Moreover, someone like you is more aware than anyone else. Following you may indeed be my best chance of survival. Chu Ye regarded Shirley for a moment. He chose not to reject him again and nodded. Fine, whether it's impulsive or rational, since you have the courage to join us, I won't stop you. His tone was calm, yet carried an unusual sincerity. Thank you for your help earlier. Without you, no amount of resilience would have sufficed. We might have truly fallen into their hands. Don't mention it. Shirley scratched his head, slightly awkward. Besides, compared to your skills earlier, my assistance is nothing. He paused before adding, and as for thanks, there is no need. I don't really have anywhere else to go. If you see me as a burden, just think of me as a traveling companion. After all, in this world, having company is not a disadvantage. Chu Ye smiled slightly. You must prepare yourself. Not everyone can endure the pressure of our journey. Stop talking nonsense. Are we going down or not? Lin Jiangwo's voice echoed from the maintenance passage. Chu Ye turned a glance into the depths of the tunnel, then patted Shirley's shoulder. Let us go. When you can't hold on any longer, don't force yourself. Shirley nodded vigorously, signaling his understanding. The two of them grasped the edge of the escalator and followed Lin Jiangwo into the unknown depths. The damp air, laden with coldness, enveloped them as they descended the escalator, seemingly leading to another world. As Chu Ye reached the bottom of the last rusted iron ladder, a chill coursed through his body, causing him to shiver. It's really cold. Shirley followed closely behind, landing and rubbing his arms to ward off the chill. If I had known, I would have snagged a few thick clothes from the mall. Who would have thought it would feel like an ice cellar down here? Lin Wan gently adjusted her collar, her teeth chattering slightly, and looked at Chu Ye. What should we do next? Chu Ye surveyed his surroundings in the dim light. The abandoned subway tunnel appeared deep and silent. In the distance, the tracks extended into the darkness, seemingly endless. He turned to the woman he had rescued and asked, "Do you know which line this is?" After posing the question, Chu Ye realized he didn't even know her name, and he offered a sheepish smile. "I'm sorry. I haven't caught your name yet." The woman, pulling her thin clothing tighter around herself, seemed a bit cold as she softly replied, "My name is Su Qing. This should be the line 3. Line 3. Chu Ye echoed softly, the city's subway map quickly flashing through his mind. If they followed this line, they should be able to reach the south. Recalling the subway lines, he pondered which station was near his home. He then took out his phone and opened the compass app. The screen emitted a faint glow, the needle wavering for a moment before stabilizing, pointing in a specific direction. "Let us move. Walking might warm us up a bit, and it's better than freezing here." Chu Ye put away his phone and pointed in the direction indicated by the compass. That way, with the subway out of service. The vast tunnel echoed only with the sound of their footsteps, rendering the atmosphere particularly empty and quiet. Su Qing walked barefoot on the cold tracks, each step taken with utmost caution, lagging significantly behind the others. Lin Wan, perceptive and observant, quickly noticed Su Qing's struggle and approached to support her. "Sister Su, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Chu Ye noticed Su Qing trailing behind, her steps faltering, and he halted. "What's the matter? Can't keep up?" He called out to Lin Jiangwo, who was leading the way. Su Qing bit her lip, shaking her head, her eyes flickering as if reluctant to elaborate. She offered a weak smile. "It's nothing, just a bit cold." "Cold? Who isn't cold in this dreadful place?" Shirley rubbed his reddened hands and muttered, his carefree nature causing him to overlook Su Qing's distress. Yet Lin Wan was not so easily deterred. She helped Su Qing sit down at the edge of the tracks. "Don't push yourself. If something is wrong, just say it, and we'll figure it out together." As she spoke, she gently rolled up Su Qing's pant legs, revealing a shocking sight. Su Qing's feet were covered in tiny cuts. Some areas had already formed scabs, while others were still oozing blood, and her ankle had swollen, displaying a purplish hue. What is happening?" Lin Wan gasped, her heart aching as she looked at Su Qing. It was then that Su Qing hesitantly revealed the truth. During their escape, she had discarded her shoes to avoid making noise. She had followed Chu Ye here barefoot. The floor of the shopping mall was relatively even, allowing her to endure the discomfort, but once they descended into the subway tunnel, the sharp gravel on the tracks inflicted even greater harm on her delicate feet. Fearing that she would burden her companions, she had endured in silence. Chapter 64. Subway Incident. Chu Ye sighed. Although he spoke harshly, he harbored no malice in his heart. He rummaged through his backpack and produced a roll of bandage, tearing off a piece to hastily wrap Su Qing's injury. "There, that should suffice for now. We'll tend to it properly once we find a safe haven." Su Qing cast a grateful glance at Chu Ye, murmuring her thanks. Chu Ye lifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings. The concrete above the subway tunnel was marred by gaping fissures, with some areas having already collapsed, revealing the earth and rebar beyond. It can't collapse, can it?" Shirley's voice trembled as he looked up at the precarious concrete blocks overhead, a chill running through him. "Don't speak such ominous words," Chu Ye admonished, though his heart was also heavy with apprehension. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. "Is it a collapse?" Lin Wan exclaimed, clutching Shirley tightly. Su Qing lost her footing and tumbled heavily to the ground, wincing as she cradled her injured foot, her complexion pale. Chu Ye quickly steadied the swaying Lin Wan while shouting, "It's an earthquake. Watch out for falling debris overhead. Be careful not to get hit." In the darkness, rocks tumbled from the tunnel's ceiling, crashing down with thunderous booms. A scream pierced the night. Shirley had been struck on the shoulder by a falling stone. He collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. "Shirley!" Lin Wan cried out in panic, rushing to his side in an attempt to lift him. Chu Ye's heart sank. The desolate subway tunnel offered no refuge. If they were entombed here, there would be no one to send word of their plight. Damn it! To encounter an earthquake in a subway tunnel. In theory, subway tunnels should be situated in sufficiently stable locations. This was indeed a grave predicament. He raised his voice, urging everyone, "Be cautious of what's above. Follow my lead closely." Debris fell like rain, striking the ground with resounding thuds. With quick reflexes, Chu Ye yanked Su Qing, who was nearly struck, behind him for protection. Shirley had sustained significant injuries, shielding Lin 1's head with one arm, gritting his teeth in silence. This was not the time for cries of pain. They needed to escape this perilous place swiftly. Relying on his memory, Chu Ye strained to discern the way, leading the group deeper into the tunnel. Fortunately, the tremors did not last long and gradually subsided. Once calm returned, Chu Ye slowly rose, surveying the chaos within the subway tunnel. Is it over? Lin 1's voice trembled slightly. Perhaps, but aftershocks may still follow. Who can say for certain? Chu Ye managed a bitter smile as he gazed forward. Just then, he heard a faint cry for help emanating from nearby. Startled, Chu Ye halted abruptly, straining to listen. How could there be someone here? The subway had been out of service. It was impossible for anyone to be present. Was it merely his frayed nerves conjuring auditory hallucinations? Yet that faint voice, laced with a sense of urgency and low moans, felt all too real. He turned to the others, asking softly, did anyone hear that sound? Su Qing bit her lip, cautiously nodding. I heard it too. As if someone were calling for help. Shirley furrowed his brow, one hand pressed against his injured shoulder, forcing himself to lift his head. It's not your imagination. Chu Ye, I heard it too. But how could there be any survivors around here? Chu Ye's expression grew grave. This was evidently no ordinary circumstance. He turned to the front, where Lin Jiangwo walked, lowering his voice to say, Uncle Lin, wait. What's ahead? Lin Jiangwo turned back, his face etched with a mix of seriousness and peculiarity. He gestured for Chu Ye and the others to draw closer, then quietly revealed, up ahead. We discovered a decommissioned subway train, buried beneath a pile of rubble. If the sounds are accurate, there may still be survivors inside. Hearing this, Chu Ye's breath caught in his throat. Are you certain? How could anyone be in such a place? Absolutely. The sounds are emanating from the direction of the subway. Lin Jiangwo assured him. I'm close enough to hear it clearly. Chu Ye's thoughts raced. It was likely that the earthquake had occurred just as the sandstorm swept through a couple of days ago, and the train had been buried here before the subway ceased operations. Let us go take a look. Chu Ye led the group cautiously toward the buried remnants of the subway train. Just as Lin Jiangwo had described, it was a severely damaged carriage, its front end deeply embedded in the collapsed debris. The body was distorted under the weight of massive stones, and fallen rocks obstructed the tunnel, necessitating passage through this ravaged subway car. Is there really someone inside? Shirley, cradling his shoulder, questioned skeptically, his expression pale. Chu Ye furrowed his brow, quickly assessing the surroundings. A window at the rear of the train was completely shattered, its edges jagged, unclear whether it had been broken by human hands or crushed by falling rocks. Regardless, this did provide them an entry point. Uncle Lin, can you still move? Chu Ye inquired, glancing at Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo flexed his limbs, replying sternly, I'm still all right. I'm not that fragile. The pile of debris didn't hinder me much. Good. Let us see what's inside. Shirley, you're injured. So stay here with Su Qing and Lin Wan while we make a quick visit. Chu Ye swiftly delegated the responsibilities, though Shirley felt reluctant. He recognized his current state rendered him a liability and nodded in agreement. Su Qing and Lin Wan gazed at Chu Ye, worry etched on their faces. Chu Ye exchanged a resolute glance with Lin Jiangwo before they climbed over the scattered rubble and squeezed through the shattered window into the subway car. Inside, chaos reigned. Seats were askew, handrails broken, and assorted debris littered the floor. A thick layer of dust hung in the air, making it difficult to breathe. The car had derailed. The connecting sections twisted like pretzels, barely allowing passage. Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo cautiously maneuvered through the contorted doorway, guided by the dim light. Ahead, they discerned faint silhouettes moving within the next car. Is anyone there? Chu Ye called tentatively. Is it the rescue team? Thank goodness, finally, someone has come. A weak voice responded from the front, tinged with the relief of surviving a calamity. However, Chu Ye immediately realized he had been mistaken for a rescue worker. Just as he prepared to clarify, a piercing voice erupted from the depths of the car. What are you rescue teams doing? It's been days since you arrived. You've delayed my affairs. Just wait until I file a complaint against you. The voice, sharp and laced with anger, made Chu Ye raise an eyebrow. He scoffed, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. If you're capable, then why don't you crawl out yourself? I'm not here to cater to you. It's your own misfortune. And if you can find a way to complain about me, I'll concede you have some skill. Chapter 65. I am not a rescue team. What insolence. What is this attitude? The voice grew increasingly grating, igniting a surge of anger within the listeners, accompanied by curses. A diminutive man peered out from behind a seat. His complexion was pallid, his attire disheveled, yet his eyes brimmed with hostility and disdain. Chu Ye regarded him with a cold stare. If you had arrived earlier, we would not have suffered so much. Do you have any idea how long we've been here? 2 days. A full 2 days without a drop of water. The expressions of the others clearly shifted to discomfort. A middle-aged woman among them discreetly tugged at the man and Appo's sleeve, whispering, "On, don't act this way. After all, they are here to rescue us." Rescue? Huh. The man, identified as On, scoffed derisively, shaking off the woman's hand. Did you hear what he just said? Acting all high and mighty. Don't think I will express any gratitude. Their late arrival is a crime in itself. Chu Ye let out a cold laugh, fixing his gaze on On. 3 days without water, and you still have the energy to shout here. It seems you were living quite comfortably, with such a tough tongue. Why didn't you crawl out on your own? On was momentarily stumped, then huffed in disdain. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. If you had any sense of propriety, you would find us food and water, then take us out of here. Otherwise, if anything happens to me, you rescuers will be facing a lawsuit. The sarcasm on Chu Ye's face deepened as he turned to Lin Jiangwo. In this day and age, even the useless ones are so brazen? Lin Jiangwo sighed, patting Chu Ye on the shoulder. He spoke softly, "Let us not stoop to their level. We need to think about how to get through this." The earlier woman interjected, "Everyone, please calm down. The rescue team has had a hard time. It's understandable that they are delayed after the earthquake and collapse." Chu Ye shot a cold glance at her, just as Lin Jiangwo began to speak again. His tone calm yet somber. "We are not the rescue team. How long have you been trapped here? Do you know what happened before the subway collapsed?" A few muted voices emanated from deep within the carriage, followed by a clearer response. We don't know what happened. It felt like the earth was shaking, the train stopped, the lights went out, and then this is where we are. We have no idea what is happening outside." Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo exchanged glances, quickly realizing that these people seemed entirely unaware of the situation above ground. Having been trapped in the subway for so long, it was no wonder. Chu Ye lowered his gaze, his tone chilling. "Don't expect miracles. The only one who can save you now is me. And I am certainly not a rescue team. After this, no rescue team will come to help you." Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, On immediately sprang up, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "What do you mean? What do you mean you're not a rescue team? Are you toying with us? We've been stuck here for so long, and now that someone finally comes, you say you're not here to save us? Don't try to shirk responsibility. Get us out of here now." The others chimed in, clamoring in unison. "Exactly. We've waited for so long, starving and thirsty. You must take responsibility. Hurry and rescue us. We're going to starve to death. Are you, or are you not the rescue team? If not, why are you here?" Impatiently waving his hand to silence them, Chu Ye retorted, "Shut up. Listen carefully. I will say this once more. I am not a rescue team. You have no idea what the situation is on the surface. Don't even think about being rescued. Whether the people above survive is a matter of luck." The carriage fell silent, the people exchanging bewildered and anxious glances. A young woman cautiously inquired, What is happening outside?" In a frigid tone, Chu Ye uttered a few words. "A sandstorm. The entire city has been buried." A profound silence enveloped the carriage, as if they had been struck by lightning, rendered speechless. "Impossible," On muttered, his face ashen. "You must be lying. Then, what are we to do?" With a hint of mockery, Chu Ye replied, "What to do? Wait to die. Expecting someone to come and rescue you? Dream on. In this situation, no one can save you. You must rely on yourselves." Once he finished speaking, the carriage was utterly still. After a moment, On finally deflated, murmuring, "All right, we will listen to you. It's better than dying here." Chu Ye surveyed them with a cold gaze. "Since you are willing to follow instructions, save your strength. We need to find a way to clear the carriage." The people in the carriage nodded silently, their expressions complex. Chu Ye had no intention of allowing these strangers to handle his tools. Heaven knows what ulterior motives they might harbor, potentially turning his own tools against him. Leaning against the door, he contemplated how to proceed with clearing the debris. He retrieved 2 axes from his storage space, items he had saved while clearing the hardware section of a supermarket. Indeed, they proved useful. He handed one to Lin Jiangwo, his voice cold and low. "Assess your area and don't waste your energy." Lin Jiangwo nodded, gripping the axe tightly, and the two began to work synchronously from the subway door. The metallic blade clashed against the heavy subway door, creating a jarring sound that reverberated throughout the enclosed space. The tremendous noise caused Lin want to believe something had gone awry, prompting her to rush to the shattered window, eager to see what was happening with Chu Ye. Peering in, she leaned half her body through, anxiously asking, "Chu Ye, are you in trouble? What is with that noise?" Chu Ye glanced back at her. Wiping the thin sheen of sweat from his brow, Responding coldly, "It's nothing, just opening the door." Clearly unconvinced, Lin Wan frowned and pressed, "Opening the door? Why is it so loud?" Chu Ye, however, dismissed her concerns, turning back to swing the axe with renewed vigor. He struck the door forcefully, embedding the blade deep into the iron, the violent vibrations coursing through his hands, sending a tingling sensation through his bones. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the people in the carriage staring at the tools in his hands, their expressions betraying a hint of something unusual. One of the trapped individuals called out, "Hey, brother, do you have any more tools? We have many hands here. We can help. If you keep going like this, how long will it take to clear a path?" A flicker of wariness crossed Chu Ye's brow. He tightened his grip on the axe, casting a cold glare at the crowd. "Don't get any ideas. These tools are ours, not for you to use. Stay put and don't entertain any improper thoughts." His words hit like a bucket of ice water, causing all who coveted the tools to shudder, their gazes quickly dropping. The carriage descended into silence once more, with only the intermittent sound of the axe striking the hard metal echoing through the air. Chapter 66. The living must give way to the dead. The deafening sound of striking reverberated within the narrow carriage, sparks flying in the air. Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo took turns wielding their axes, striking relentlessly against the cold metal. Fortunately, the subway and Oppo's interior was crafted from lightweight alloys, and under the relentless blows of the steel axes, a barely sufficient opening for one person was soon created. The individuals within the carriage eagerly crawled through the breach, their eyes shimmering with the fervor of survival. A middle-aged man rubbed his hands together and cautiously approached Chu Ye, tentatively inquiring, "Young man, given these dire circumstances, do you have any food or water to spare? We haven't had anything to eat or drink for 2 days." Chu Ye cast a cold glance at him, his tone devoid of warmth. "No." Another woman chimed in. "Indeed, young man, we are all in this together. It is only right to help one another." Chu Ye interrupted her impatiently. "As I said, we are not a rescue team. We do not carry such supplies. We merely happened to pass through here." In light of the prolonged entrapment these individuals had endured, Chu Ye dared not reveal his own provisions, as doing so would only invite unnecessary trouble. He had no intention of feeding those who could not assist him. He moved to the shattered window, pulling Lin Wan and Shirley into another carriage. Shirley's arm injury had yet to heal, and each step drew grimaces of pain from him. Chu Ye could only support him as they advanced. Subsequently, he guided the remaining 2 adults and a child into the carriage in turn. Once reunited, they began to cautiously navigate the abandoned subway car. The air was thick with dust and the metallic scent of rust, making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, Chu Ye halted, glancing back to discover that those who had been trapped in the carriage were following closely behind. A frown creased his brow, a sense of wariness rising within him. "What are you following me for?" he asked icily. The middle-aged man quickly offered an ingratiating smile. "Young man, we have nowhere else to go. By following you, we at least have some semblance of safety." "Safety?" Chu Ye scoffed. "You all have no idea where we are headed, do you?" A timid female voice interjected. "Young man, we truly mean no harm. We only wish to find a safe place together." Chu Ye disregarded their explanations, turning away to resume his forward march. "We do not know where the exit is either. We are merely passing through here. You need not follow us." Despite Chu Ye and Oppo's firm demeanor, they persisted in trailing behind him like an inescapable shadow. He cursed inwardly but felt powerless to change the situation. The group continued to feel their way through the dark subway tunnel, illuminated only by the feeble beam of their flashlight. After traversing a considerable distance, they arrived at a new carriage. This one appeared to have endured a catastrophe. The interior was a chaotic mess, with seats askew, shattered glass, and debris strewn across the floor. Most horrifyingly, several corpses lay strewn about, their bodies marred by blood and dirt, evidently deceased for some time. The air was heavy with the stench of blood and decay, inducing nausea. Su Qing, frightened, hid behind Chu Ye, clutching the hem of his clothing, unwilling to gaze upon the bodies. Chu Ye meticulously illuminated the interior of the carriage with his flashlight, ensuring no danger lurked before leading the group inside. He noticed that one female victim wore a pair of relatively intact sneakers, the size appearing to match Su Qing's feet. A thought struck him. He bent down and removed the shoes from the deceased and Oppo's feet. "Su Qing, come here," he said softly. Su Qing hesitantly approached, her gaze fixed on the shoes in his hands. Put them on. Though not new, they are certainly better than being barefoot." Chu Ye offered the shoes to her. Su Qing hesitated, glancing between the shoes and her dusty feet. "Isn't this inappropriate? They belong to someone else." "What time is it?" Are you still concerned about such things? Do you intend to walk several more kilometers barefoot? Besides, she no longer needs them. Chu Ye stated with solemnity. Su Qing bit her lip, ultimately accepting the shoes and gently slipping them on. Although they were not a perfect fit, at least she was no longer barefoot. Thank you, she murmured. Let us proceed, Chu Ye replied. Now clad in shoes, Su Qing returned to her place behind Chu Ye, albeit with a tinge of unease. Meanwhile, the subway survivors began to murmur amongst themselves. Those shoes were taken from a corpse. How can she wear them? A rather sharp-tongued woman whispered. Indeed, to disturb the possessions of the deceased is quite disrespectful. It is not only unlucky, but who knows what misfortune may befall us. If you find it intolerable, you are free to leave. Chu Ye abruptly halted, turning to confront them, the flashlight beam piercing their faces. I am not stopping you. The woman flinched from the light, but continued to grumble. We have no other way to go. Who says? You could simply walk in the opposite direction. I can inform you that there is a maintenance passage ahead leading to a mall. Chu Ye's voice was cold, his gaze sharp. Do not presume that just because you speak softly I cannot hear you. My actions do not require your judgment. The belongings of the dead, they are merely discarded items. And for us, survival is all that holds significance. If you wish to speak of respect, you may weep at each corpse for 3 days and nights. Just see if those spirits grant you the time to mourn. The woman's lips moved a few times, but ultimately, she dared not say more, retreating into the group. As Chu Ye turned away, he caught her muttering under her breath, truly cold-hearted to the extreme. Without looking back, Chu Ye and Appo's lips curled slightly. He lifted his leg, continuing onward, leaving behind a parting remark. To be alive is far superior to being dead. The living must give way to the dead. Emerging from the abandoned subway, the group trekked through the tunnel for quite some time when suddenly, a rustling sound echoed ahead, as if something were shifting. What is that noise? Lin Wan grasped Chu Ye's arm anxiously. Chu Ye gestured for silence, gripping his axe tightly as he cautiously peered into the darkness. The beam of the flashlight slowly illuminated a corner, revealing a horde of rats feasting on a corpse, a gruesome and terrifying sight. Lin Wan let out a terrified scream and hid behind Chu Ye, while the others recoiled, their faces pale. Chu Ye took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed. He swung his axe, scattering the rats, then carefully examined the body. From the clothing, it appeared to be a former passenger of the subway, the cause of death unknown. It seems this place is not safe, Chu Ye remarked gravely. Chapter 67. These individuals pose a hidden threat. Chu Ye crouched down, meticulously illuminating the corpse with his flashlight. The body, clad in ordinary casual attire, was unrecognizable, ravaged by rats, and he could not discern the cause of death with his skills. Gently, he turned the body over. Inspecting its pockets, which contained only a crumpled tissue and a few coins, devoid of any identification or valuable clues. Rising to his feet, he shook his head, realizing that nothing useful could be gleaned from this lifeless form. Soft sobs of suppressed grief emerged from the group. Will we end up like this too? We should leave this place. I do not wish to die here. Yet, where can we go? That individual must have a plan. Perhaps he can lead us to safety. Yes, we must not abandon hope. Those who had been freed from the subway murmured behind Chu Ye. However, their words weighed heavily on him, for they had evidently placed their hopes upon him. Yet, Chu Ye lacked the inclination to guide these desperate souls clinging to him. He wiped the blood from his hands onto the corpse's clothing and, accompanied by Lin Jiangwo and Shirlei, pressed onward. As they journeyed, the grim image of rats feasting on the corpse lingered in everyone's minds. However, due to Chu Ye's swift pace, no one dared to complain or pause for rest. Su Qing closely followed behind Chu Ye, one hand clutching her son. After enduring prolonged panic and struggle, she appeared particularly weary. Yet, as the shadows of the shopping mall receded, a sense of safety gradually loosened her taut nerves, and her earlier fade of strength dissipated. She appeared considerably more fragile, imbued with a hint of gentleness. Casting a glance at her young son, her eyes brimmed with affection and fatigue. The child, understanding and silent, remained close to her, as if to alleviate his mother's burdens. Su Qing pressed her lips together and turned her gaze back to Chu Ye's silhouette before silently retreating beside Lin Wan, slowing her pace to inquire softly, Lin Wan, how did you come to know Chu Ye? Lin Wan glanced at Su Qing, contemplating for a moment before responding quietly. I work as ground staff at the airport. A few days ago, when the sandstorm first arrived, a passenger became unruly and attempted to strike me. It was Chu Ye who intervened. That was my first encounter with him, and I was genuinely grateful at the time. A faint smile graced her lips as she tugged at her collar. Oh, Su Qing replied softly, raising her eyes to observe Chu Ye and Appo's back, then asked, What kind of person is he? He seems different from ordinary people. Her brow furrowed as she spoke. Lin Wan chuckled lightly, shaking her head as if reminiscing. To be honest, I don't know him very well. I only know that he had my father renovate his villa. I happened to be there on the day the contract was signed, and I thought he was quite ordinary. However, upon reviewing the renovation requirements, I found them rather peculiar. Peculiar? Su Qing and Appo's curiosity piqued. In what way? Lin Wan whispered. His renovation demands were extraordinarily stringent. Nearly the entire house was reinforced with steel plates, and even the basement had special protective designs. My father even speculated that he might be slightly unhinged, saying that such a setup would hardly resemble a home, more akin to a military camp. Su Qing momentarily froze, instinctively tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, self-deprecatingly murmuring, "This person is so enigmatic. Outside, the world is buried under sand, and what use is a villa, and to have it furnished to such high standards?" Yet, Lin Wan laughed. "Sister Su Qing, you don't understand. When I first heard those renovation requirements, I thought it utterly absurd. But upon reflection, it was as if he had foreseen this disaster." This remark plunged Su Qing into a brief silence. She glanced back at the pitch-black subway tunnel and then at Chu Ye's figure, a wave of reassurance washing over her. Finally, she exhaled softly, choosing not to speak further, and made an effort to tread more quietly. Suddenly, Chu Ye halted, raising his axe as the beam of his flashlight illuminated the path ahead. A small section of the tunnel had collapsed, debris blocking their way, leaving only a narrow crevice barely wide enough for one person to pass through. This. Lin Wan gasped, her complexion paling further. "I'll take a look," Ji said in a low voice, cautiously approaching the collapse and using his axe to clear some rubble. Carefully assessing the situation. After confirming there was no further risk of collapse, he turned to the group and declared, "I will go ahead and investigate. You all wait for me here." Ji squeezed through the narrow gap, the stone scraping against his clothing with an unsettling noise. He tread lightly, fearful of triggering another collapse. Once through the debris, Ji found himself in a spacious area, a subway station. His spirits lifted as he illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight, ensuring there were no dangers before calling back to the others, "Come over. There is a subway station here." As soon as Chu Ye's words fell, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. The earlier atmosphere of oppression and fear transformed into an intense desire for survival. Everyone wanted to be the first to navigate through that narrow gap to reach safety. "I'll go first. I'll go first," a man shouted hoarsely, pushing forward and nearly knocking Su Qing and her child off balance. "Everyone, don't push. Don't push," Lin Wan cried out, instinctively shielding the child in her arms. The crowd resembled a swarm of agitated ants, chaos reigning as voices clashed with one another. Silence. A thunderous roar resonated through the throng, akin to thunderclaps. Lin Jiangwo stepped forward, brandishing his axe, positioning himself as a barrier before the crowd. The blade glinted ominously in the subway's light. "Anyone who pushes again will not receive my kindness. If you wish to live, behave yourselves. If anyone dares to act recklessly, my axe does not discriminate." He raised his axe slightly. The crowd fell silent, the tension palpable as fear gripped them. Lin Jiangwo scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on Su Qing and Lin Wan. "Wan Su Qing, you take the child and go first." Su Qing hesitated, glancing at the chaotic crowd before finally nodding. She grasped Lin Wan's hand, protecting the child as they cautiously maneuvered through the crevice. Once they had all passed, Lin Jiangwo felt a sense of relief and stepped through the gap to join Chu Ye. However, as soon as he steadied himself, he faintly overheard murmurs from behind. Why should he go first? Just because he has a weapon? Exactly, he is merely trying to intimidate us. What is ahead? It's just a subway station. What then? Once we're out of the subway, I'll see if he can still act so arrogantly. Why should we listen to him? Though their words were soft, the narrow passage amplified their voices. Lin Jiangwo strained to listen, his brow furrowing deeply. Chapter 68. The exit was indeed buried. Chu Ye led the group to the mountain subway platform, ascending through the passageway. The subway station was spacious yet desolate. When the sandstorm first struck, it was likely that passengers had already fled. Upon reaching the end, Ji halted, raising his flashlight to cast its beam ahead. Indeed, the exit was as he had anticipated, completely buried. A vast expanse of yellow sand had thoroughly obstructed the subway station's entrance. Damn the sand. Ji frowned deeply, muttering to himself. The group behind him also came to a standstill, staring blankly at the scene before them. After a brief silence, someone finally lost their composure. "We can't get out. We're trapped," a middle-aged man suddenly screamed, lunging at the mound of yellow sand. frantically clawing at it with both hands like a wild beast. I want to go home. Please let me out. The sand billowed with his frantic movements, dust swirling into the air, choking those nearby who instinctively stepped back. Yet, the man remained undeterred, his voice carrying a note of despair. He dug frantically, his hands quickly lacerated by the sharp granules. Blood seeped from his wounds. But he felt no pain. Stop it. Calm down. Lin Wan could not help but kneel down, attempting to restrain him. This is useless. You'll only hurt yourself. The man pushed aside a layer of sand, only to have it cascade back down, filling the space he had just cleared, rendering his efforts utterly futile. Enough. Lin Zhangwo, witnessing the scene, quickly stepped forward and forcefully grasped the man's arm, pulling him away from the sand pile with a low, angry reproach. Do you want to bury us all here? Calm down. I don and damp. Oppos, take care. I just want to get out. I want to go home. Do you understand? The man struggled desperately, his voice tinged with sobs. My wife is still waiting for me. She is waiting. I need to let her know I'm safe. I can't just die here. Hearing this heart-wrenching plea, the surrounding crowd fell silent, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. An elderly passenger stepped forward, grasping the man's shoulder. Enough. Child, we all want to leave, to return home alive, not just you. The old man sighed, patting his shoulder reassuringly. This won't help the situation. Don't panic. There will be a way. One must not give up so easily. The man in Appo's body finally slumped, collapsing to the ground. His face buried in his dust-laden hands as he wept uncontrollably. A few stifled sobs emerged from the crowd. No one dared to speak further. The air was thick with the scent of sand and the shared dread that loomed in every heart. Chu Ye stood still, observing the unfolding scene. Tightening his grip on the axe he held, those who had emerged from the subway could erupt into chaos at any moment. And keeping them close would undoubtedly pose a danger. He chose to ignore the desperate individuals and turned to enter the subway station. Seeing this, Lin Zhangwo hurriedly followed. Questioning Chu Ye, Aran and Appos, are we going to help dig a way out? Chu Ye illuminated the station and Appos' sign with his flashlight, responding, save your strength. We have no obligation to assist them. There are still several stations ahead before we reach our destination. I came to assess the subway station's situation. I initially thought the sand would and Appos be so thick, but it appears the outside conditions are quite dire. If they truly wish to escape, they must find a way themselves. Lin Zhangwo instantly grasped Chu Ye's meaning and chose not to argue further. Chu Ye continued, these individuals are emotionally unstable. Accompanying them would only be a burden. Furthermore, even if we manage to escape, the outside is filled with sand. How will we proceed? The subway tunnel, regardless of the circumstances, is cooler than above. Rather than squandering time and energy, we should seek another route. Lin Zhangwo nodded, glancing back at the despairing crowd, and sighed. You're right. These people have lost their minds. We can't help them. I hope they can regain their composure and find their own way out. Chu Ye fell silent, turning back to advance along the subway tunnel, with Lin Zhangwo closely trailing him. On the platform, two vending machines stood quietly. Chu Ye approached, smashing the glass of the vending machine with his axe, revealing an array of snacks and drinks inside. The shattering glass echoed through the empty subway station. He retrieved a few bottles of water, handing them to Lin Zhangwo while stuffing several more into his backpack. As for the colorful snacks, he barely glanced at them. He had plenty of supplies in his system space and did not need to rely on trivial snacks for sustenance. The noise of breaking the vending machine caught the attention of the subway passengers. What was that sound? A hoarse voice inquired. It seems to have come from over there. Let's go check it out. Soon, several ragged, dust-covered individuals stumbled over. There's food. And water. A man shouted excitedly upon seeing the broken vending machine, his voice hoarse from prolonged thirst. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, the once gathered individuals at the exit surging forward like a tide. Don and Amp, Appos, T-push. Let me through first. Water. I need water. Chu Ye was jostled, stumbling a few steps, the bottles in his backpack clattering. He frowned, casting a disdainful glance at the chaotic crowd, letting out a derisive snort. Silence. A burly man stepped forward, shouting, anyone who pushes again won't get any water. His voice momentarily quelled the crowd, but soon, others began shoving again. Why should we listen to you? Whoever grabs it first keeps it. Don't shove. Everyone gets a share. An elderly passenger reached out, attempting to restore order, but was roughly pushed to the ground. Old fool, get out of the way. The crowd descended into chaos once more. Chu Ye and Lin Zhangwo exchanged glances. Indeed, these individuals were selfish. Even a small benefit revealed their true nature. Chu Ye did not intervene, allowing them to squabble, instead leading Shirley and Lin Jiangwo to the edge of the platform, preparing to return to the tunnel. "What are you doing? Where are you going?" A man clutching several bottles of drink shouted. "We and Oppos, re-following our own path. It's none of your business," Chu Ye replied coldly. "You can end Oppos, leave. You saved us. You must find a way to take us with you." The man clamored, with others echoing his sentiment. "Saved you?" Chu Ye scoffed. "I am not a rescue team. I am merely trying to save myself. If you wish to survive, find your own way." "You." The man attempted to retort, but was interrupted by Chu Ye. "I'll say it once more. I do not wish to concern myself with your fates. It would be best if you did not trouble me." His tone was frigid, laced with warning. With that, Chu Ye turned to leave. "Stop." The man lunged forward, grabbing Chu Ye's arm. "You can't just abandon us." Chapter 69. Parting ways. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chu Ye and Oppos' eyes as he swiftly seized the man and Oppos' wrist, twisting it forcefully. "Ah!" The man let out a cry of anguish as his drink shattered on the ground. "This is your final warning. Do not provoke me again," Chu Ye stated, his tone icily resolute as he released the man's hand. The man clutched his painful wrist, dread filling his gaze, unwilling to step closer. The chill in Chu Ye's eyes intensified. With a swift motion, he pushed the man violently to the ground. The impact of his body against the cold, hard platform produced a dull thud, causing him to grimace in pain, yet he dared not utter a word. Chu Ye brushed off his sleeves, as if discarding an irritating speck of dirt, and cast a cold glance over the chaotic crowd. "Let us depart," he instructed, turning his attention to Lin Jiangwo and Shirley. The trio quickly approached the edge of the platform, where Chu Ye leaned down to survey the dimly lit tracks below. Without hesitation, he vaulted off the platform, raising his chin to signal Lin Jiangwo and Shirley to follow. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what to do next. "What now?" a woman whispered anxiously. "Rather than waiting here to meet our doom, we should carve our own path out. Look over there. There are signs of construction. Perhaps we can find an exit and dig through the sand." His suggestion stirred a flurry of excitement among the crowd. "Is that feasible? The sand is so thick. How can we dig?" Someone voiced their skepticism. "It's better than waiting here to die. Rather than relying on others, we should depend on ourselves." His words resonated with many, prompting some to roll up their sleeves, eager to act. "I still think it's more reliable to follow those who left. They seem capable and might lead us to safety," a timid voice chimed in. "Are you foolish? They don't care about us. Following them could lead to our abandonment. Yet, can we truly manage on our own?" Someone hesitated. "What are we afraid of? There are so many of us. Surely we can carve a way out." His enthusiasm reignited the crowd, and Oppos' fervor and support for his proposition grew. "Yes, let us dig ourselves out. What use is it to follow them? They're indifferent to our fates. We must find our own solution." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of conflicting opinions, creating a scene of utter chaos. As Chu Ye's figure faded into the distance, melding with the heavy shadows, someone in the crowd could no longer contain themselves. Gritting their teeth, they leapt off the platform, hastily pursuing Chu Ye. This action instantly shattered the stalemate among the crowd. 5 or 6 others followed suit, resolutely chasing after him, clearly determined to stick with Chu Ye. "These people are insane. What good is that cold-hearted bastard? He only knows how to run. Following him will surely lead to death," a disgruntled voice murmured among those left behind. However, more individuals were ensnared in confusion and hesitation, standing still, unsure of their next steps. "Come on, let us not dawdle," the man who had earlier proposed digging an exit urged, eyeing the indecisive individuals. "Instead of wasting time here, let us attempt to dig. What are we waiting for? Let us move." With a wave of his hand, the man led the way towards the subway station's exit. Seeing this, more people joined the seemingly hopeful group. Their steps hurried yet chaotic, carrying tools and supplies. "Do you think those who went after Chu Ye are right?" one pondered aloud. "What are you thinking? Following someone who refuses to help us is a certain path to disaster. Forget it. Let us not overthink it. We'll go help dig." On the underground platform, the previously loud arguments gradually faded into silence and darkness. The tracks were strewn with rubble and dust, each step resonating with a creaking sound that echoed sharply in the quiet tunnel. Chu Ye led the way, his stride confident and steady, with Lin Jiangwo and Shirley closely behind. They consciously lightened their steps, striving to minimize noise. The group advanced swiftly along the tracks, the dim walls on either side racing past them. Occasionally, Chu Ye glanced back, estimating they had created a distance of at least 200 meters from the platform before he slowed his pace and finally came to a stop. "Let us eat something to sustain us," he suggested, unshouldering his backpack to retrieve several loaves of bread and cans of luncheon meat, distributing them among the group. We cannot start a fire here, so let us make do for now. Once we're outside, we can enjoy something better. Shirley watched in astonishment as Chu Ye conjured food from thin air, instinctively accepting the bread and can. Previously perplexed by Chu Ye's disregard for the food in the mall, he now understood. With this food, who would still want the mushy slop? Brother Chu, your backpack. When we searched earlier, it was empty. Where did this food come from? Shirley couldn't help but inquire. Chu Ye merely smiled, choosing not to answer directly. As Chu Ye opened a can of luncheon meat, preparing to pry off the lid with a small knife, he suddenly heard faint footsteps approaching from the depths of the tunnel. He quickly raised his head, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. In the murky light of the tunnel, several indistinct figures were rapidly advancing toward them. Chu Ye sprang to his feet, grabbing a flashlight and directing its beam toward the source of the sound. The intense light pierced the darkness, illuminating 6 familiar faces. It was none other than those they had rescued from the subway. Among them, Chu Ye was most taken aback to see An, who had previously harbored hostility toward him. Stop! Don't come any closer, Chu Ye commanded sharply. The 6 halted in their tracks. An wore a sycophantic smile, rubbing his hands together as he spoke. No need to be tense, brother. We're on the same side. You got us out of the train, and we Haven Tea had the chance to thank you properly. Chu Ye remained skeptical of An's words, observing him coldly as he asked, "What do you want by following me?" At that moment, a woman from the group stepped forward, her clean ponytail framing a composed and capable demeanor. "We considered it and decided that following you is better than trailing after those others. You must have a way to lead us out, right?" She gazed earnestly into Chu Ye and Apos' eyes. She remained silent, merely watching them intently. An's sharp eyes caught sight of the can of luncheon meat in Chu Ye's hand, and he could not resist licking his lips, audaciously stating, "Brother, since we are sincerely following you, could you spare us something to eat?" Chapter 70. The 6 burdens in the dimly lit tunnel. Chu Ye and Apos' gaze, illuminated by the beam of his flashlight, bore no trace of warmth. His expression remained impassive as he surveyed the 6 individuals before him, speaking each word with deliberate clarity. "I am not obligated to lead you away." His tone was frigid, reverberating in the constricted space of the tunnel. "I am merely assisting you because we must also pass through that subway. What you choose to do next is entirely your concern, not mine." His eyes fixed on An, a derisive smile gracing his lips. "Especially you, An. When you previously accused me of harboring ulterior motives, I did not witness such an sincerity and from you. Now that you catch a whiff of luncheon meat, you attempt to ingratiate yourself with me? When did you become so sentimental?" An and Apos' expression froze, his lips twitching as if he sought to protest, yet he found himself bereft of any ground to argue, swallowing his words. Chu Ye had no intention of granting him respite, casting his gaze over the other 5. "Listen well, I am not burdened by your presence, nor do I owe you anything. Do not expect me to guide you through every hardship as if I were a kindergarten teacher." An and Apos' countenance swiftly returned to normal, his voice adopting a more conciliatory tone. It was all a misunderstanding, brother. That was my lack of understanding, my thoughtless words." He rubbed his hands together, striving for sincerity. "I genuinely appreciate your life-saving grace. We recognize your capabilities, and that is why we wish to follow you." Chu Ye interrupted coldly, the flashlight beam landing squarely on An's face like a blade of judgment. "You yourself said, and Apos, those who follow someone unwilling to help are destined for misfortune. And Apos, now you seek me out, believing your fate is too favorable?" An fell silent, his face flushing with embarrassment. He glanced at his companions for support, but they instinctively averted their gazes, even taking a few steps back, as if unwilling to associate with his disgrace. At that moment, the woman who had previously defended An in the subway stepped forward, blocking him and chiding him softly. "Can you not keep your mouth shut?" She quickly turned to Chu Ye, forcing a smile while her voice remained unexpectedly steady. "We acknowledge that our prior attitude was unsatisfactory, but now is not the time for such discussions. This is an apocalypse from which no one can escape. If we are to survive, we must unite. We have no other choice." Chu Ye narrowed his eyes, unable to discern whether her tone was one of supplication or persuasion. He tilted his head slightly, casting a glance at Lin Jiangwo and Shirley. "What do you think?" Lin Jiangwo furrowed his brow, seemingly weighing his options. Lin Wan, however, stepped forward directly, her voice soft yet resolute. "Brother Chu, though their attitude was problematic, we cannot truly abandon them here, can we? If I were in their position, having saved my life, I would undoubtedly follow you without hesitation, wouldn't I? Chu Ye remained silent, merely observing Lin Wan with an inscrutable gaze, as profound as an unfathomable abyss. The brief silence heightened the tension in the air. Finally, Lin Jiangwo spoke up. Chu Ye, Lin Wan makes a fair point. Consider our predicament. The path ahead is uncertain and fraught with danger. 6 more individuals could provide additional strength. While they may seem unreliable, it is worth a try. 6 additional strengths? Chu Ye scoffed, his gaze turning once more to the 6 individuals, cold and penetrating. What makes you think you possess the capability to uphold this so-called strength? Yes, we can do it. An hastily interjected, sweat beading on his forehead as he anxiously glanced at Chu Ye. I promise I won't be a hindrance. If necessary, I will follow your orders and work tirelessly. The woman who had initially blocked An spoke up first. We will follow your lead. Whatever you decide, we will comply. Although we may lack significant skills, we can certainly obey commands. Yes, we will follow you. Just let us live, and we will do anything. The others chimed in eagerly, pledging their loyalty to Chu Ye. We realize our previous demeanor was inappropriate, but we genuinely wish to survive. Please grant us this opportunity. We will prove our worth. Chu Ye remained non-committal, lowering his head in contemplation. He understood that it was unrealistic to expect every individual to be a trustworthy companion, especially those with such volatile dispositions. Yet Lin Jiangwo's words held merit. 6 more individuals meant 6 additional resources, and perhaps 6 more shields to protect against danger. Moreover, he was curious to see just how far these individuals could twist their demeanor. I will only provide you with 1 meal of food and water, he stated coldly, his tone akin to an icy blade. From this moment forth, do not presume that I will carry you to the end. Your survival is your own responsibility. Do not hinder the journey or engage in deceit. The 6 individuals collectively exhaled in relief, expressing their gratitude repeatedly. Shirley sighed quietly, muttering, "You really are soft-hearted." Little Chu. He was met with a frosty glance from Chu Ye, causing him to swallow the remainder of his words. After distributing the food, the group quickly satisfied their hunger and set off once more. In the oppressive darkness of the tunnel, the sound of dripping water and the echo of boots striking stone resonated in tandem. Chu Ye led the way, one hand firmly gripping the flashlight while the other discreetly clenched the dagger at his back. His eyes had acclimated to the shadows, becoming increasingly perceptive. He deliberately quickened his pace, the crunch of gravel underfoot sounding particularly pronounced in the stillness of the tunnel. The 6 trailing behind him struggled visibly. An, bringing up the rear, appeared pallid and breathless, as though he were utterly drained. The woman behind him made several attempts to reach out and assist him, but each time, she withdrew her hand under Chu Ye's icy gaze. Chu, Brother Chu. An finally could no longer contain himself, his voice trembling. Can we take a break? Chu Ye did not halt a stride, responding coldly without turning back. If you cannot endure, I suggest you simply stop. For the road ahead will not be any easier than this. It would be better to perish than to suffer. An immediately fell silent, gritting his teeth as he dragged his weary legs onward. Internally, he cursed, thinking how heartless this young man was, devoid of any compassion. Had he known that following this grim figure would entail such suffering, he would have preferred to stay with those who remained at the subway station. They might have escaped by now. Shirley, however, was less restrained, boldly stating, Little Chu, these folks are clearly burdens. Why not leave them behind? It would save us from their hindrance. Chapter 71. The enormous rodents. Chu Ye cast a sidelong glance at him, his tone icy. Shut your mouth and do your job. Shirley shrank his neck, too intimidated to speak, muttering under his breath, good intentions turned to folly. Although Chu Ye and Appo's words were harsh, he was ultimately looking out for them. In this apocalyptic world, indecisiveness and compassion could prove fatal. Rather than allowing them to cling to unrealistic fantasies, it was far better to make them confront the harsh reality sooner rather than later. Without the slightest pause, Chu Ye's steps remained steady, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The reason he had brought these 6 individuals along was that he hoped they would become his allies rather than burdens. Stay close, do not lag behind. His voice echoed ominously in the vast tunnel. Now is not the time for tenderness, if they wish to avoid becoming mere corpses or piles of bones. They must remain alert and focused. The chill in his tone caused the 6 to involuntarily shudder, finally realizing that Chu Ye was not jesting. They lacked even the ability to protect themselves, let alone safeguard others. An gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain in his body as he made an effort to keep pace with Chu Ye. The woman behind him also silently quickened her steps. Lin Jiangwo walked in the middle of the group, ever vigilant for any signs of stragglers or mischief, though he too felt that these 6 were a liability. They needed all the hands they could muster, and it was a matter of taking one step at a time. As time passed, remnants of discarded equipment and signs began to appear on the tunnel walls. Beneath the peeling paint, words like emergency exit and subway station could be discerned. Be cautious. Chu Ye whispered, the subway station lies just ahead. He paused to pick up a piece of rubble from the ground, hurling it forward. The stone struck a metallic pipe, producing a sharp sound that reverberated in the empty tunnel. Only after confirming no anomalies did he proceed. The group approached the subway station platform with heightened caution. Inside the subway station, an eerie silence prevailed. The air was thick with a nauseating stench that sent chills down the spine. Let us rest here, Chu Ye said softly. I will scout ahead. He handed the flashlight to Lin Wan and stealthily moved towards the edge of the platform. Crouching low, he carefully navigated along the wall, his eyes alert to his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a shadow at the end of the platform. Something appeared to be writhing there, producing faint rustling sounds. Holding his breath, Chu Ye edged closer. As he drew near, he finally discerned the object in the shadows. It was a horde of enormous rats, filthy and with glinting eyes radiating menace. They were feasting on a corpse, the sound of their gnawing sending a shiver down his spine. A chill ran through him. These rodents had evidently mutated, their size and aggression far exceeding that of ordinary rats. If they were to detect him, the consequences would be dire. He began to retreat, intending to inform the others of the situation. Just then, one of the rats seemed to sense his presence, lifting its head to fix its blood-red eyes upon him. In an instant, a piercing shriek shattered the silence of the platform. The other rats also raised their heads, their gazes turning fiercely towards Chu Ye. Realizing the danger, he swiftly turned and ran. The rats emitted a deafening cacophony of shrieks, pursuing him relentlessly. As he ran, he glanced back at the horde, noting their astonishing speed and sheer numbers. If they managed to surround him, his fate would be grim. He needed a strategy to escape. His eyes darted across the platform until he spotted a discarded steel pipe. A bold idea sparked in his mind. He abruptly halted, spun around to face the advancing rats, and raised the pipe high. Come on, you beasts, he bellowed. A chilling chorus of squeaks filled the air, reminiscent of fingernails scraping against a blackboard, sending a jolt of terror through him. In the shadows, pairs of glimmering red eyes greedily fixated on Chu Ye, as if poised to shred him to pieces at any moment. The mass of rats surged forward, a putrid odor enveloping him. Yet, Chu Ye remained composed. He swiftly retrieved a folding entrenching tool from his backpack, the sound of it snapping open resonating sharply. With a growl, he swung the tool, batting away the first few monstrous rats that lunged at him. The dull thud of impact echoed through the desolate platform. Though large, the rats and Appos' attacks were simplistic. Chu Ye exploited this weakness, using the length of the entrenching tool to strike at their vital areas, heads and abdomens. Dark, viscous fluid splattered, mingling with the revolting stench. A pile of rat corpses began to accumulate at his feet, yet he dared not relent. These creatures were undeterred by death, continuously surging forth as if to drown him in a tide of vermin. Utilizing the terrain, he lured the rats into a narrow passage, systematically eliminating them one by one. Meanwhile, Lin Jiangwo detected unusual sounds from a distance. His heart tightened, and he immediately alerted the team. Everyone, stay sharp. Something is amiss. Lin Wan gripped the flashlight tightly, her palms slick with sweat. The others turned pale, trembling with fear. Just then, Chu Ye's bloodied figure appeared in their line of sight. Rats, many of them, enormous in size. We must leave this place at once. He succinctly relayed the dire situation. Lin Jiangwo exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Ye, and they swiftly reached a consensus. As the group prepared to retreat, however, in a fit of panic, accidentally kicked over a metal pipe. The clang echoed ominously in the stillness of the subway station, piercing the air with an unsettling resonance. Damn it, are you trying to get us killed? Shirley couldn't help but curse. This sudden noise instantly attracted more rats, swarming in from all directions to encircle them. Run, Chu Ye decisively commanded, brandishing the entrenching tool to shield the group as they dashed towards the far end of the platform. This way, emergency refuge. Chu Ye's keen eye spotted an arrow on the wall, indicating the way. The passage to the refuge was narrow and dark, the air thick with a suffocating stench. They struggled through the constricted corridor, with monstrous rats occasionally darting out from the sides, attempting to drag them into the darkness. A shriek pierced the night. A small woman in the group was bitten on the leg by a giant rat. Help, help me, she cried in despair. In that critical moment, Chu Ye spun around and delivered a crushing blow to the rat's head. Grabbing the woman, he shielded her behind him and continued to charge forward. Chapter 72. Emergency Shelter. Damn it. How many rats are there in this cursed place? Lin Jiangwo cursed while brandishing the iron rod in his hand. Enough with the nonsense. Let's move quickly, Chu Ye growled. After finally shaking off the pursuit of the rat horde, the group arrived at the entrance of the shelter. Chu Ye forcefully pulled open the heavy iron door, and a musty odor wafted out to greet them. The shelter was enveloped in darkness, the air thick and oppressive, inducing a sense of suffocation. Chu Ye switched on his flashlight, casting a dim yellow light that illuminated the cramped space. Is it safe here? Lin Wan's voice trembled slightly. For now, it is safe. Chu Ye surveyed the surroundings, noting that the shelter was stocked with emergency supplies and a few makeshift beds. How long are we going to stay here? An's voice quivered with fear. I don't know. Chu Ye shook his head. Let's rest for a moment and regain our strength. An shrank his neck, hiding behind Lin Wan, timidly asking, Are we really going to stay here? This place is small and filthy, and the air is terrible. What if those rats? Before he could finish, Chu Ye interrupted coldly. Do you have a better idea? An faltered, his gaze flickering as if he wanted to say something but was too afraid to voice it. He glanced at the emergency supplies stacked in the corner, then at Chu Ye's bloodied shovel, ultimately choosing silence. It's at least safe for the time being. Chu Ye's tone was firm. The outside is swarming with rats. If you wish to venture out and meet your demise, no one will stop you. An's face flushed, and he bit his lip, muttering under his breath, I never said I wanted to go out. Then be quiet. Chu Ye waved his hand impatiently. Conserve your energy. We don't know what will happen next. A woman limped forward, gratitude etched on her face. Thank you, Brother Chu. If it weren't for you, I truly don't know what would have happened. Her voice trembled, still shaken. Chu Ye looked down at her calf, where the injury was a gruesome mess. Blood seeping continuously. Can you still walk? He asked, his tone brief but laced with concern. The woman gritted her teeth and nodded. I can endure. With that, she attempted to take a step but winced sharply. Chu Ye rummaged through his backpack, retrieving some clean cloth strips and a bottle of mineral water, swiftly cleaning her wound. He then tightly wrapped the cloth around her calf, his movements somewhat rough yet meticulous. Thank you, Brother Chu, the woman said again, her eyes slightly reddening. Just a small effort, Chu Ye replied nonchalantly. Now is not the time for sentimentality. Survival comes first. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed from the depths of the shelter as though something was crawling. Chu Ye's heart sank, gripping the shovel tightly as he slowly approached the source of the sound. The beam of his flashlight illuminated a shadow in the corner. It was a massive rat, larger than any he had encountered before, its fur as dark as ink. What on earth is this? A rat this size? Lin Jiangwo gasped. The giant rat emitted a low growl and lunged at Chu Ye. Its foul breath sprayed across Chu Ye and Appo's face. With claws thrashing, it created a stench-filled whirlwind. Chu Ye sidestepped swiftly, evading the giant rat's assault, and brought the shovel down hard on its back. The sound echoed like striking iron, causing the giant rat to yelp in pain and attack with even more ferocity. The cramped space became an advantage for Chu Ye, who adeptly maneuvered to avoid the giant rat and Appo's strikes while seeking opportunities to counterattack. I'll help you, Lin Jiangwo shouted, raising his iron rod to strike the rat and Appo's head. The others joined the fray, attacking the giant rat with their weapons. The shelter resounded with the clashing of metal against flesh, a cacophony of chaos. Seizing an opening, Chu Ye swung his shovel and struck the giant rat's hind leg. The creature, in agony, tumbled to the ground, struggling to rise. Chu Ye did not grant it that chance. He raised the shovel high and brought it down forcefully onto the rat's head. With a sickening sound, the rat's skull split apart, its foul blood splattering Chu Ye. The battle finally concluded, and the group collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Jiangwo kicked the lifeless giant rat, its body motionless, roughly the size of a small dog. Good grief, this thing must weigh at least 10 pounds. He marveled, drawing his gleaming knife from his waist. I've lived for half my life and have never seen such a large rat, Lin Jiangwo said, crouching down to poke the rat's belly with the knife tip. The skin ruptured, releasing a potent stench. Something's off about this place, and the ones outside too. Chu Ye, do you know anything? Chu Ye shook his head, his expression grave. I have no clue. Logically, rats shouldn't grow this large. Lin Jiangwo pried open the rat and Appo's belly with the knife, a stream of dark, red blood gushing forth. A rat this size could make a hearty meal for me. Chu Ye frowned, his stomach churning. Have you eaten it before? Lin Jiangwo chuckled. Back in the old forests of the southern border, when supplies ran low, we had to resort to anything, not just rats, centipedes, scorpions, snakes, you name it. Once roasted, they're quite tasty. he said while reaching for the rat's tail as if assessing its weight. Chu Ye suppressed the urge to vomit and turned his head away. Uncle Lin. This ISN and Oppos. T the time for that. We aren't and Oppos. T at the point of needing to eat rats, and besides, are you sure that smell is right? After a brief rest, the group began to inventory the supplies in the shelter. There were some compressed biscuits, bottled water, along with bandages and disinfectant. Lin Wan counted the provisions. A hint of joy in her tone. Chu Ye noticed a map hanging on the wall of the shelter, marking an emergency exit leading to the surface. We can't stay here indefinitely. We need to find a way out, he said, pointing at the emergency exit on the map. But the outside is filled with rats. On's voice quivered. Better than being trapped here, Chu Ye replied resolutely. Let us rest a bit, and then head out. The group hastily consumed some provisions to regain their strength. Chu Ye assigned Lin Zhangwo to guard the entrance while he led the others toward the emergency exit. The passage to the exit was narrow and dim, the air thick with a nauseating stench. They moved cautiously, each step taken with utmost care. Chapter 73. The courage of On. At the end of the passage lay a steep iron staircase, its handrails marred by rust from the passage of time. Chu Ye led the way, and as soon as his foot touched the first step, he felt the metal plate tremble slightly beneath him, as if it could collapse at any moment. Be careful. The stairs are steep. Watch your footing, he cautioned in a low voice, his gaze scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Wary of any unforeseen calamity, Lin Wan followed closely, gripping the rusted handrail tightly upon hearing Chu Ye's warning. Yet, her unease remained unabated. The metallic scent of rust mingled with a faint, nauseating odor wafting from the staircase, making her stomach churn. Gritting her teeth, she advanced step by step, the soles of her shoes producing a faint clanging sound that echoed harshly in the oppressive silence. Behind them, On lost his footing momentarily, the sound of his shoes scraping against the edge of the stairs eliciting a sudden change in his complexion. Shirley quickly grabbed him, whispering urgently, "Steady yourself. We can't afford to all go down together." "Sorry," On mumbled, lowering his head, his voice trembling as he clutched the handrail tighter, striving to minimize any further noise. The stench in the air intensified, prompting Chu Ye to furrow his brow. His eyes fixated on the dim shadow at the top of the staircase. The further they ascended, the more precarious the stairs seemed, with several metal plates creaking ominously underfoot, reminiscent of ice cracking. Chu Ye halted, turning back to speak firmly. "Step carefully. Do not bring your feet together. Remember, do not panic." The group, calmed by his words, endeavored to regulate their breathing as they cautiously followed him upwards. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the silent passage. Chu Ye felt the ground give way beneath him, and he lost his balance, plummeting downward. Instinctively, he clutched the edge of the staircase, halting his descent. The sharp sound of the iron step breaking pierced the air, echoing in the narrow space, leaving everyone pale with shock. "Chu Ye!" Lin Wan screamed, her eyes wide with horror. Chu Ye gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his balance. But the rough metal was cutting into his palm, making it nearly impossible to hold on for long. Don't come near me," he shouted. At that moment, a figure suddenly surged forward from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, On pushed past Shirley and Lin Wan, diving to the ground, gripping Chu Ye's collar with both hands. "On, what are you doing? Be careful," Shirley shouted in alarm, panic evident in his voice. "Don't mind me. Just pull him up." On's voice was urgent and shaky, yet his actions were remarkably resolute. His tense joints and bulging veins revealed the extent of his effort as he pressed his body against the staircase to prevent being dragged down by Chu Ye's weight. Chu Ye and Oppos, S heart raced. On and Oppos, S reckless leap almost cost him dearly. Steadying himself, he gritted his teeth and extended his free hand, grasping a sturdier piece of iron above him with all his strength. "Don and Oppos, T let go," he urged. On clenched his teeth, his arms like iron bands securing Chu Ye and Oppos' clothing. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his trembling hands showing no sign of slackening. Chu Ye steadied himself against the broken step, took a deep breath, and with a surge of effort, he ascended slightly with On's support. Finally, he found his footing on a solid step, flipping himself up and kneeling on the metal surface. Gasping for breath, On collapsed onto the staircase, still gripping Chu Ye and Oppos' garment tightly. His face was pale, his lips quivering. After a moment of recuperation, Chu Ye turned to On, grasping his arm to pull him up. "Have you lost your mind? What if we both fell?" On, panting, managed a weary smile. "I couldn't just stand by and watch you fall. I didn't want to wait here to die." Lin Wan rushed over, concern etched across her face. "Chu Ye, are you all right?" And On, "What were you thinking? Charging in like that? What if something went wrong?" On waved his hand dismissively, a hint of resignation on his face. Someone had to act. Besides, if it weren't for Chu Ye bringing us here, I wouldn't have known how to proceed. At that moment, Shirley approached, scrutinizing On with a frown, his expression a mixture of irritation and admiration. You little rascal, you and Oppos, V got guts. But if you act like this again, you and Oppos, LL truly be courting disaster. Chu Ye regarded On seriously. Thank you, On. I genuinely thought, well, I'll remember this favor. On scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor. Chu Ye, I know you all look down on me. He fell silent for a moment, then quickly averted his gaze, as if unable to meet Chu Ye and Oppos' eyes. I'm just too afraid of being taken advantage of. I've been fooled too many times before, so I've developed this habit of making myself seem unapproachable. I realize this attitude can be off-putting, but I'm truly scared of being deceived again. As he spoke, a self-deprecating smile crept onto his face, shrugging off the weight of his words. So, I'd rather people see me as a cactus, keeping their distance. I've grown accustomed to it. Chu Ye looked down at On, his gaze calm and profound. After a moment, he stepped closer and patted On's shoulder. On, I do not look down on you. Whatever you faced in the past is your own business. Right now, we are in the apocalypse. At this point, who has endured hardships? You saved me today, and we all witnessed it. I want to say more. But you are a person, our brother, and that is enough. On felt a lump in his throat, his eyes slightly red. He rubbed harder at his head, muttering, Chu Ye, I don't want you all to be grateful to me. Enough? Chu Ye interrupted, a faint smile softening his previously stern expression. Everyone has their own principles in life. It's not a crime to be a bit guarded. But On, remember, in a moment of crisis, you stepped forward, that is the real you. On paused, finally nodding earnestly. After a while, he broke into a somewhat naive smile. Chu Ye, don't worry. I can't promise much, but as long as I'm here, I'll make sure not to hold us back. At that moment, Lin Wan interjected. How much longer are you two going to indulge in sentimentality? We need to move. This place could collapse again, and we'll all be done for. Chu Ye turned, the wound on his back throbbing subtly, but he did not respond to Lin Wan immediately. Instead, he gazed at On and said solemnly, let us go. Each of us must rely on our own abilities as we continue forward. Chapter 74. Carving out a path to survival. A light-hearted jest momentarily eased the tension among the group, yet a palpable gravity lingered in each face. Everyone, tread carefully. We cannot afford to lose anyone on this journey, he declared, rising to secure his footing before advancing further. However, he had not traveled far when a series of familiar, unsettling sounds echoed ahead, causing a collective shiver of apprehension. The rat swarm was upon them. Chu Ye halted, his countenance darkening to a shade of iron. He muttered a curse under his breath. These wretched creatures, haunting us at every turn. Why are they everywhere? His tone betrayed a mix of suppressed fury and profound fatigue. At that moment, Shirley stepped forward, standing resolutely beside him. His gaze swept over the indistinct darkness ahead, revealing a flicker of impatience, tempered by a steady demeanor. Fortunately, this place isn't entirely dire, he whispered, his voice low yet infused with conviction. Though the staircase is narrow, accommodating only 2 or 3 abreast, we want to be completely surrounded by the horde. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ye exhaled a cloud of misty vapor, his eyes narrowing with steely focus on the advancing commotion. He nodded, lowering his voice in agreement. You're right, but we must not lower our guard. We are not strangers to their ferocity. Even in a confined space, their force can overwhelm us. We will hold our ground, Shirley grinned, exuding a fierce determination. We cannot let them charge unopposed. There are others behind us. Brother Chu, you take the left. I'll handle the right. Let us not concern ourselves with the frills. We shall face them head on. We won't harm each other, and we will endure for a while longer. Chu Ye cast a sidelong glance at Shirley, a faint, bitter smile gracing his lips. Shirley's expression hardened, his grip on his weapon tightening with a resolute creak. The fire of battle shone in his eyes. As long as you can withstand them, I shall be fine. Even if the number of these beasts doubles today, I will ensure they meet their end. Enough boasting. Focus. Chu Ye replied, his voice steady and imbued with an undeniable authority. He stepped forward, positioning himself at the base of the staircase, weapon firmly grasped. His gaze cold and sharp as a blade, fixed on the direction of the rat swarm. Shirley flanked him, effectively sealing off the narrow staircase. Though fatigue etched their forms, not a hint of relaxation appeared in their demeanor. They are coming, Chu Ye intoned, the familiar shrill of the rats growing increasingly piercing. The swarm's crimson glow began to materialize. With a fierce shout, Chu Ye brandished his entrenching tool, taking his place at the forefront of the group. He wielded the tool with a ferocious wind, each swing accompanied by a sharp slicing sound as it cleaved through the advancing rodents. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the confined staircase limited the rats' advantage, forcing them to approach one by one to their demise. Chu Ye, wielding a steel pipe, moved with agility in the constrained space, blood splattering as he struck. Chu Ye's relentless strikes sent the foremost rats flying, creating openings for Chu Ye's counterattacks. Their synergy was impeccable, forming an unyielding barrier against the onslaught. As the battle progressed, both Chu Ye and Chu Ye honed their strategies against the relentless tide of rats. Gradually, the numbers dwindled, and the remaining rodents began to waver, hesitant to press forward. Observing the signs of retreat, Chu Ye and Chu Ye remained vigilant. The cunning creatures could return at any moment. Chu Ye spat in disdain, striking the ground with his steel pipe, producing a dull thud. His form was splattered with blood, and he wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice tinged with exhaustion and loathing. I can hardly stand these creatures anymore. Even the thought of death is nauseating. He turned to Chu Ye, catching his breath, and continued, "Let us move swiftly. We must escape this wretched place. There are too many of these vermin, if this continues. We won't be bitten by them, but rather collapse from exhaustion." Chu Ye surveyed their surroundings, spotting a small steel frame platform not far off, perhaps offering a different exit. A glimmer of hope ignited among the weary group as they trudged toward the platform. The steel platform was modest and rudimentary, accessed only by a rusty iron ladder leading above. Cautiously, they ascended the ladder, finding the platform devoid of anything save for a tightly shut iron door barring their path. The door, rusted and neglected, bore no handle or mechanism to open it, only a heavy iron lock securing it firmly. Chu Ye smashed the lock, and as they strained to pull open the heavy door, they discovered it was obstructed by a thick mound of yellow sand. This revelation rendered the group momentarily speechless. Yet Chu Ye maintained his composure, inhaling deeply. "Do not despair. It is not unusual for sand to block the way. The previous subway station entrances were similarly buried. Here, it is no different. To survive, we must confront this challenge." He gestured for the others not to lose heart. Chu Ye furrowed his brow, weary as he leaned against the wall, wiping the blood from his nose with the back of his hand, and gritted his teeth. "It's feasible, but we lack the luxury of time. The sounds we made have likely attracted more beasts." Chu Ye shot him a cold glance, his gaze sweeping over the others as he spoke deliberately. "As anticipated, there is no straightforward path out of the subway. If we wish to live, we must carve a way through. I need to exit from here. If there are any objections, you may part ways now. Supplies discovered here can be divided among you." Silence enveloped the group, their fatigued expressions gradually transforming into resolute determination. Chu Ye took a deep breath, pausing at Chu Ye's words before nodding. "Brother Chu, if you say we dig, then we shall dig. After all, if I leave you, I wouldn't know where to go. I've rested enough. I can endure." He picked up the steel pipe from the ground and swung it fiercely, as if to release the pent-up emotions within. Chu Ye ceased his words, bending down to strike the gap of the iron door with his entrenching tool, commencing the excavation. One by one, others joined Chu Ye's side, including Chu Ye, who labored with his steel pipe, prying loose the sand piled before the door and clearing it away. A bitter smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. "To hell with the sea of sand. I can already imagine someone recruiting us as archaeologists." Chu Ye remained stoic, his focus unwavering as he tirelessly swung the entrenching tool. Time slipped by, filled with their labored breaths and the sound of sand cascading down. Finally, a narrow gap began to emerge as the sand outside was gradually cleared. A gust of wind flowed through the opening, carrying the dry scent of sand, invigorating the weary group. Chu Ye exhaled a sigh of relief, lifting his gaze to the others. "Onward. Today we shall surely carve out a path to survival." Chapter 75, Troubles at the Doorstep Through the Narrow Crevice. Chu Ye gazed outside, where the sandy earth behind the door resembled a formidable wall, layers upon layers suffocating the exit that once should have been. The hot wind, laden with scalding grains of sand, rushed in, striking his face and compelling him to instinctively turn away. The survivors, recently rescued from the subway, had yet to behold the apocalyptic landscape engulfed by the desert. Each squinted against the glaring light, their expressions amlang of confusion and curiosity, coughing as the dust choked them, yet unable to suppress their intrigue about the outside world. Is it really all sand out there? Is there any hope of survival in this place? They said the city was buried alive by the sand, yet we never expected the subway to be unsafe. Brother Chu, what does it look like outside? Faced with a barrage of inquiries, Chu cast a sidelong glance at them, the chill and urgency in his eyes silencing their chatter. His voice, slightly hoarse yet distinctly clear, pierced through the tension. It's completely blocked by sand. Very deep. However, it is not insurmountable. Some faces fell, while others murmured softly. A few began wiping the sweat and sand from their faces with their sleeves, but Chu Ye would not allow them to dwell on their thoughts. He spoke in a deep tone. Let us not worry about that for now. We must dig quickly, put in more effort, and we shall soon break free. His words reclaimed their focus. No one dared to utter another word as they bowed their heads and resumed their labor. The sound of tools striking the sand once again echoing in the confined space. Eventually, the crevice was widened just enough for a person to squeeze through. Chu Ye wiped the mud and sand from his face, inhaled deeply, and bent down to attempt his escape. His hands gripped the sandy earth firmly, pushing with all his might to extricate his body from the confines below. The outside air, though scorching and dry, was a welcome relief from the stale atmosphere of the subway. The edge of the sand pit was precarious, grains slipping down his arms, rough enough to draw a frown. Yet, he pressed on with unwavering determination. As his head broke through the sand layer, a desolate expanse of yellow sand greeted his eyes. The sandstorm had ceased, and the city's silhouette was nearly obliterated in the ceaseless gusts of sand. This city, once vibrant and bustling, had long been buried beneath a shroud of yellow dust. The streets were unrecognizable. Emerging from the pit, Chu Ye steadied himself and surveyed his surroundings, his gaze cold and profound. Brother Chu, what is it like outside? Stone Lei's voice echoed from the pit. Chu Ye bent down, facing the opening, and spoke in a somber tone. The sandstorm has stopped, and the winds have calmed. Let us widen the opening a bit more, and everyone can crawl out. Without hesitation, Stone Lei responded loudly, all right, and led the effort to enlarge the exit. Before long, he was the first to clamber out of the pit, panting heavily and gazing around in disarray. In an instant, he froze, mouth agape, as if words were lodged in his throat. This, truly is a sand city. Chu Ye stood nearby, his tone calm yet laced with frost. Only now do you comprehend the reality of the apocalypse? This is merely the beginning. One by one, the others emerged from the hole. As they stood atop the sandy layer, raising their eyes to behold the city that had been completely consumed, they were all rendered speechless. My God, someone murmured. Pain and confusion evident in their eyes. Is this still our original place? A heavy silence enveloped the group, underscored by a palpable unease. The earlier tension had momentarily masked their fears about the state of the world. Yet now, the scene before them shattered all illusions, leaving only the searing truth. Stone Lei suddenly smirked bitterly, self-deprecatingly remarking, Brother Chu, in a place like this, can we truly find a way to survive? Chu Ye did not respond immediately. His gaze slowly traversed each face, finally resting upon the endless sea of sand in the distance. After a moment, he turned, his voice low and resolute. I understand that you follow me only to find a way out from below. Now that we have emerged, we can consider this ordeal concluded. The unease on the faces of the crowd deepened at his words. Stone Lei opened his mouth, seemingly about to speak, yet ultimately fell silent. Chu Ye continued without pausing or acknowledging their reactions. From this moment forth, you are free. You have your own choices. If you wish to leave, do so swiftly. This is the apocalypse, where every step is a gamble with your life, and I will not force anyone to stay. The air seemed to stagnate for a moment, the yellow sand stinging each person and Appo's cheeks and piercing their eyes. Stone Lei clenched his fists tightly, sand oozing through his fingers as he muttered a curse. Brother Chu. Even now, where do you expect us to go? Chu Ye cast a glance at him, his words icy. I will not play the role of a caretaker. Whether you decide to stay or go is entirely up to you. Remember, in this apocalypse, no one can truly be relied upon, including me. Having spoken, he turned and strode towards the yellow sands beyond, his steps unwavering. His words landed like daggers in the hearts of the others. Some instinctively took a step back. Heads bowed, their expressions a swirling mix of emotions. Stone Lei violently struck the nearby sand dune with his fist, gritting his teeth as he cursed. What a heart of stone. But I'm not leaving. Wherever Brother Chu goes, I go. Some nodded in agreement, while others remained silent, yet none chose to turn back. Finally, Chu Ye halted, not looking back, but his voice rang clear. If you choose to follow, do not lag behind. I hope you remember, in the apocalypse, there is no room for weakness, only the strong will survive. With that he stepped forward, his strides resolute as if cleaving through the haunting silence of the yellow sands. The group was silent for a moment, but eventually, someone took a step forward, following him without uttering a word. Others soon followed suit, their eyes filled with conflict. Yet more prominently, a sense of unwillingness. Thus, behind Chu Ye, the group set forth once more. As the last rays of the setting sun were swallowed by the swirling sands, the weary travelers trudged through the sea of sand with heavy steps. Chu Ye's home was not far from the subway station, a journey that once took merely half an hour. Now, however, it felt as though they traversed a century. At last, the familiar outline of the villa district emerged before them, yet the once imposing walls had long been buried beneath the yellow sand, revealing only a fragment of a broken barbed wire fence, swaying in the wind, as if silently recounting the brutality of the apocalypse. The group looked at Chu Ye with curiosity, unable to fathom the significance of home in a city so thoroughly devoured by the sands. At least it's safer than out here. We won't have to worry about intruders. As soon as the words left their lips, a cacophony erupted from within the villa district. Chapter 76. Exchange for water. Chu Ye's pupils suddenly constricted, and a surge of fury ignited within him. At that moment, he noticed a throng gathered around his villa, a cacophony of noise filling the air. He quickened his pace, nearly breaking into a run to ascertain the cause of the commotion. A sharp, scathing female voice pierced through the atmosphere, particularly grating among the crowd. Chu Ye, come out here. Don't think you can hide inside and escape responsibility. You must provide us with an explanation. Recognizing the voice, Chu Ye identified it as the woman who had previously wielded her influence over the homeowners group, barking orders at the property management. Now, however, she resembled a shrew, her hysterical cries echoing around her. She pushed through the crowd and forcefully shoved the shouting woman aside, causing her to stagger several steps, nearly losing her balance. Standing before the assembled onlookers, his gaze was as frigid as a drawn sword, sweeping over faces marked by either fear or anger. I am here. What do you want from me? The woman blinked in surprise upon seeing Chu Ye, whose clothes were stained with blood, as if he had just emerged from a battlefield. Emanating an aura of palpable menace, she instinctively took a step back, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. However, she quickly recalled her purpose, suppressing her dread, and defiantly shouted, Chu, you have water at home. Who in this villa community doesn't know that? It's been ages. Why haven't you brought out the water to save us? Chu Ye let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with disdain. Is this what you're concerned about? The water belongs to me. What business is it of yours? I could pour it out, discard it, or flush it down the toilet. It's not your place to dictate my actions. As he coldly regarded the woman, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. He suddenly recalled that, prior to bringing Chu Ye home, he had sold a portion of his water at an exorbitant price to the neighbors, a lesson directed at this very woman. He had not anticipated that she would seize the opportunity to rally others against him while he was away. Seeing that Chu Ye remained silent, the woman assumed she had struck a nerve, her voice growing sharper. Chu, are you truly so heartless? Are you just going to watch us die of thirst without lifting a finger? Everyone listen. This man has no conscience. He wants you to perish from thirst. A murmur of unrest rippled through the crowd, some murmuring discontentedly, their eyes glinting with evident dissatisfaction. Brother Chu, it's been days without water. We're all struggling. Water is vital. Shouldn't we be a little considerate? Yes, little Chu, you have water. We all know that. After all, we're neighbors in the same community. You can't be so selfish. The clamor of dissent grew louder, with previously silent individuals now joining in, their tones laced with veiled hostility. Chu surveyed the crowd, his indifferent gaze seeming to pierce through their superficiality. He suddenly smiled, a chilling grin that instinctively silenced those around him. Hey, to those who just called me cold-blooded and heartless, tell me, who among you has ever brought a drop of water to my doorstep? Who has sheltered me from the rain? Or who has ever treated me to a meal? Silence enveloped the crowd. No one, right? His voice was soft yet heavy, like a stone dropped into a still pond, sending ripples through their hearts. If that is the case, what gives you the right to demand I share my possessions? Just because we live in the same community? Don't you think that demand is rather ludicrous? Chu Ye slowly advanced, drawing closer to the woman, his voice laced with icy mockery. And you? Fully aware that my household is the only one with water in this area, what audacity prompted you to confront me here? Do you think me easy prey? Or that everyone else will rally to your cries? The woman, momentarily silenced by Chu Ye's chilling aura, soon mustered the courage to retort, Don't change the subject. Even if we owe you nothing from the past, this is an apocalyptic scenario. Water is life. We must all survive together. This is humanity. Chu scoffed. Humanity? My sense of humanity has long been exhausted by those ignorant of and imp, oppos, humanity, and imp, oppos. In this dystopian reality, resources equate to life. If you wish to survive, you must fight for it yourself, not covet the possessions of others. Chu, you are utterly shameless. A person like you deserves divine retribution. The woman finally exploded, pointing an accusatory finger at Chu Ye as she threw a tantrum before the crowd. This time, Chu Ye could not be bothered to engage her further. He turned to the surrounding residents, his gaze as frigid as ice. I warn everyone, approaching my home is not an opportunity for negotiation, nor is it about humanity. Should anyone dare to cross that line, do not expect me to be courteous. At his words, an immediate silence descended upon the crowd, a chill running through them. No one dared to retort. Shirley, Lin Jiangwo, and On parted the crowd, standing before Chu Ye, each wielding a weapon they had brought from the subway station. Shirley bellowed, "Everyone disperse. If you want water, find your own way. Don't cause a ruckus here." Lin Jiangwo slammed a fire axe down onto the ground, causing those nearby to retreat in alarm. Brother Chu speaks the truth. If you wish to survive, find a way on your own. Stop fixating on what others possess. On remained silent, standing quietly beside Chu Ye, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his eyes sharp and intimidating, making others reluctant to meet his stare. Seeing the crowd silence, the woman's resentment deepened. Gritting her teeth, she attempted to argue further. Her lips parted, her voice barely emerging. But it abruptly faltered upon meeting Chu Ye's penetrating gaze. It was a pair of eyes as deep as a frigid pool, devoid of any warmth, capable of freezing all courage with a mere glance. Her words choked in her throat, a strangled cough escaping her lips. As the bone-chilling atmosphere compelled her to retreat a step, she averted her gaze from Chu Ye, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. In the crowd, someone murmured softly, "We can't provoke them indeed. Wise men avoid unnecessary conflict. Let us retreat for now, but we haven't found water for days. If we don't locate any soon, we truly will die of thirst." Chu Ye observed the diverse expressions among the crowd, understanding that most were spineless opportunists. Just moments ago, they had vehemently accused him of lacking compassion, but now, confronted with his formidable presence, their demeanor had shifted entirely. With a derisive smile, he spoke. "I can provide water, but it comes at a price. You must offer something in exchange." A stir of excitement rippled through the crowd, whispers erupting, some faces lighting up with hope. Chu Ye raised a hand for silence, continuing, "Do not mention money or jewelry. I have no need for such trivialities." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his tone growing more serious. "I am referring to something of tangible value." Chapter 77. Severing an arm, what use is it? What is it? The crowd buzzed like a pot boiling over, each face etched with confusion, laced with a hint of unspoken anticipation. As long as there is water, everything is negotiable. Someone shouted hoarsely, immediately garnering agreement from many. A playful smirk graced Chu Ye's lips as his voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. "What I seek is food, an equal measure of food." At this declaration, the crowd fell abruptly silent, as if a pause button had been pressed. They exchanged glances, expressions shifting from hope to shock, and then to disappointment. "What? Food? How can that be?" Su-Yun, a woman standing at the front, was the first to break the silence, her sharp voice slicing through the stillness. "Food is crucial for us too. Are you not exploiting our desperation?" Chu Ye cast her a disdainful glance, impatience flickering in his eyes. "Suit yourselves. It is you who need water, not I who require food." He then turned to Shirley, Lin Jiangwo, and On, gesturing coldly. "Expel them all. They are an eyesore." The trio sprang into action, ruthlessly driving the crowd away. "Those who do not wish to trade, get lost." Shirley bellowed, brandishing a steel pipe. Lin Jiangwo slammed the fire axe down heavily, the resounding clang sending shivers through the onlookers. On remained silent, his piercing gaze scanning the crowd as if seeking his next target. Terrified, the crowd hastily retreated. "Let us go inside." Ignoring the chaos behind him, Chu Ye led his followers directly into the villa. Su-Yun, witnessing the dispersal, stomped her foot in frustration. Her eyes darted, and she shouted at the hesitant individuals, "Do not be afraid. We are many. Let us confront him and force him to hand over the water." However, her words met with little response. People exchanged glances, retreating silently, some even breaking into a jog. After all, the chilling glimmer in Chu Ye's eyes and the ferocity of Shirley's trio had left them shaken. Was it worth risking their lives over a bit of water? Xian watched the crowd disperse, her face darkening with rage. A bunch of cowards. Inside the villa, a contrasting scene unfolded. Upon stepping through the door, a refreshing chill enveloped them, reviving those who had suffered under the relentless heat of the apocalypse. They curiously surveyed their surroundings, marveling at the luxurious decor and exquisite furnishings. This place felt like an entirely different world. Standing in the center of the living room, Chu Ye surveyed the group with a voice as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. From this day forth, I am the authority here. If you wish to survive, obey my commands. Otherwise. He paused, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. No mercy. Those 4 words struck the hearts of all present like a hammer, draining the color from their faces. They had no doubt that this man would adhere to his threats. Yes, we will follow your orders. Voices of compliance echoed through the crowd, heads bowed in submission. Lin Jiangwo approached Chu Ye, concern etched on his face. Brother Chu, with so many people coming for water, do we have enough? Chu Ye did not respond. Striding directly to the bathroom, he turned on the bathtub faucet and leaned over the control panel. Pressure set to 1, flow to 50, parameters complete. The cold mechanical voice echoed in the empty bathroom. Moments later, a clear stream of water gushed from the faucet, rapidly filling the bathtub. The onlookers, following behind, were left dumbfounded by the sight. So much water. Good heavens, is this a dream? Is this water? Clean? Shock? Excitement? Disbelief, various emotions rippled through the crowd. Chu Ye turned to the awestruck assembly, his tone flat. This is merely for your washing. Washing? To use such clean water for washing? That seems excessive. The crowd erupted once more, each person incredulous. In this world, water was more precious than gold. How could anyone waste it on washing? Observing their reactions, Chu Ye's lips curved slightly upward. As long as you are loyal, water will not be an issue. This statement undoubtedly injected a surge of hope into the crowd. They gazed at the bathtub brimming with water, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Inside the villa, jubilation reigned. People reveled in the long-awaited coolness, washing away dirt and fatigue. Outside, however, another storm was brewing. Those neighbors left outside began returning home to gather their cherished food, preparing to barter for water. Su Yun stood amidst the crowd, her expression dark as thunder. Watching those who approached the villa with food, her heart swelled with resentment and bitterness. She rallied a few idle ruffians, whispering plans. When they exchange, we will charge in. I refuse to believe that he, Chu Ye, dares to kill. Su Yun spat, teeth clenched. The ruffians exchanged glances. Greed and madness reflected in their eyes. All right, let us do it. Freshly bathed and invigorated, Chu Ye emerged from the bathroom, his hair damp. He swung open the villa's grand door. Outside, those prepared to exchange food froze at the sight of Chu Ye's wet hair. He had enough water to bathe? How extravagant. No, I need to trade for more water. A stir rippled through the crowd, each person yearning to possess an abundant water supply, like Chu Ye. Standing at the threshold, he regarded the restless throng, his voice calm. The rules remain unchanged, equal exchange. Anyone who stirs trouble will be barred from future trades. No sooner had he spoken than Su Yun charged forward, flanked by her ruffians. Chu Ye, you selfish scoundrel. Hand over the water, she screamed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Everyone, let us take the water. She waved her arms, inciting the crowd. The ruffians joined in, attempting to incite chaos. Leading the charge, a ruffian named Yang Long sprinted toward Chu Ye, ready to strike. However, as he reached the doorstep, a flash of cold light flickered. Yang Long let out a piercing scream, clutching his severed arm as he collapsed to the ground. Blood instantly stained the earth. His entire right arm had been cleanly severed, the gory stump a horrifying sight. Chapter 78. What of the police? The sudden eruption of violence rendered the previously boisterous crowd utterly still. Murder! Murder! The piercing screams of women and the cries of children intertwined with Yang Long's wails, reverberating through the air like a plague, deeply embedding fear in the hearts of all present. It's over. Chu Ye, you're finished. Su Yun's face turned pale as she pointed a trembling finger at Chu Ye. You dare to commit murder in public? Just wait. The authorities will not let you off. Prepare to rot in prison. Her voice, strained and desperate, was less a threat than an attempt to mask her own terror. Chu Ye cast her a disdainful glance, as though regarding a dying insect. If you dare incite further chaos, it won't merely result in a broken arm, she warned, her voice as cold as ice, each word piercing like a sharp blade, chilling the hearts of everyone present. Su Yun, intimidated by that frosty gaze, instinctively took a step back, and without a second thought, she turned and fled, disappearing into the crowd. After all, if even Yang Long had lost a hand, she had no desire to test her luck. The remaining crowd scattered like frightened birds, hastily escaping the scene, fearful of becoming the next victim. The once bustling entrance of the villa was now desolate, save for Yang Long's severed arm and a pool of blood, starkly narrating the brutality of the moment. Yet, one tall, beautiful woman remained fixed in place. her thin face now etched with terror and rage. "Stop. I am a police officer." The woman brandished her badge before Chu Ye. "You have intentionally harmed someone, and I am here to arrest you." "Police? Su Jingya?" Chu Ye scoffed, her eyes filled with derision. "My dear, you seem oblivious to the situation. This is not a game of make-believe. In this apocalyptic world, order had disintegrated." Su Jingya's brows furrowed in fury. "No matter the circumstances, the law remains unchanged. I will bring you to justice." With a swift movement, she lunged at Chu Ye, her fist slicing through the air with a fierce whistle aimed at her face. Chu Ye sidestepped effortlessly, countering with a strike aimed at Su Jingya's shoulder. Su Jingya reacted with remarkable speed, dodging Chu Ye's assault while executing a whip-like kick aimed at her waist. The two exchanged blows, engaging in a fierce combat at the villa's entrance. Despite Su Jingya's agility, she ultimately fell short against Chu Ye's prowess. After several exchanges, she found herself on the defensive, retreating under the relentless pressure from Chu Ye. With a resounding thud, Chu Ye delivered a kick to Su Jingya's abdomen, sending her sprawling to the ground. Gasping in pain, Su Jingya clutched her stomach, struggling to rise but finding herself utterly drained. "Foolish," Chu Ye remarked, standing over her with an air of superiority. Su Jingya glared up at her, her eyes filled with defiance and rage as she gritted her teeth, attempting a roll to escape. Yet, Chu Ye was unyielding, swiftly closing the distance and seizing her ankle, yanking her back. "Ah!" Su Jingya screamed as she fell again, helpless and disheveled. Summoning her last vestiges of strength, she turned to flee, not daring to look back. "Brother Chu, that woman is a police officer. Letting her go could spell trouble," Lin Jiangwo cautioned, concern etched on his face. Shirley and An nodded in agreement, fearing Su Jingya might return with reinforcements for revenge. Chu Ye, however, remained unfazed. Rest assured, she will soon comprehend that in this world, murder and arson have become commonplace. Human life is insignificant. He gazed skyward, his tone laced with an enigmatic gravity. The temperature will continue to rise, and then she will realize that her only ally is herself. Meanwhile, the injured Yang Long was dragged back into the room by a group of thugs. Su Yun, trembling in a corner, looked at the bloodied Yang Long with a sense of dread. "Brother Yang, what do we do now?" One of the thugs stammered. Yang Long, upon hearing the question, erupted, "Damn it. This hurts like hell. Su Yun, you wretched woman, this is all your fault." He struggled to rise but succumbed to the agony once more. "Brother Long, please, calm down. Be careful of your wound," one thug urged, stepping forward to assist him. Yang Long shoved him away, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Yun. "I am in this state because of you. If you don't compensate me, I swear I will end you." Su Yun and Appo's face drained of color as she backed away repeatedly. "Brother Long, please don't do anything rash. This isn't my fault." "Not your fault. If it weren't for you, would I have gone to steal water? Would I have lost my hand?" Yang Long bellowed, his eyes bloodshot like a wounded beast. "If you don't satisfy me today, you will wish you were dead." The thugs exchanged knowing glances, their smiles revealing a shared understanding. They had long coveted Su Yun, but had refrained from acting out of deference to Yang Long. Now that he had spoken, they felt no obligation to hold back. "Su Yun, just surrender to Brother Long. We are all you have left now," one thug leered, rubbing his hands as he approached her. "Stay away from me." Su Yun screamed in terror, struggling desperately. Yet, under the weight of several men, her resistance felt utterly futile. Despair washed over her like a tide, leaving her no choice but to submit to the predatory intentions of the beasts surrounding her. Humiliated tears streamed silently down her face, and her hatred for Chu Ye grew like rampant weeds in her heart. The temperature continued to rise, akin to a vast furnace scorching the earth. The once reliable water supply had long been depleted. Those who had failed to secure water could only watch helplessly as the last drop trickled from the faucet, plunging them into a chasm of despair. "Water. I need water. Please, just a sip. I'm dying of thirst." The agony of thirst and despair cast a shadow over the future. Meanwhile, Su Yun was tormented beyond recognition by the thugs. Their supply of water had run dry. For the sake of survival, she was compelled to venture out in search of a water source. Otherwise, death awaited her. Stumbling through the streets like a mere shell of a person, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Chu Ye. He sat at the villa entrance, leisurely enjoying an ice pop, the cool mist rising from it a tantalizing sight amidst the oppressive heat. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with hope, as if she had found a lifeline. She dashed toward him, falling to her knees before him. "Chu Ye, please, I beg you, give me a sip of water. I'm dying of thirst," she cried, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded. "If you give me water, I will do anything for you." I can be with you. Just let me in. She tugged at her clothing, exposing her fair skin, attempting to barter her body for a chance at survival. Chu Ye regarded the disheveled woman before him. Her face stained with tears, and felt no compassion, only revulsion. Disgusting. He coldly uttered those two words. Now, double the food in exchange for the previous amount of water. Chu Ye and Apos' voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Su Yun was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. What? What did you say? Double? This is robbery. She screamed. Chu Ye paid her no mind, indulging in an ice pop. Su Yun trembled with anger, yet felt utterly helpless. She knew she had no alternatives. Ultimately, she could only grit her teeth and mutter a curse before turning to leave. She wandered aimlessly, desperately searching for a glimmer of hope for survival. Suddenly, an elderly man obstructed her path. Little girl, do you wish for some water? He squinted at her, his gaze rife with greed. Su Yun regarded him warily. Do you have water? Of course, as long as you keep me company, I shall provide you with water. The old man grinned lecherously, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Get lost. Su Yun retorted angrily, sidestepping him and continuing on her way. Though she was destitute, she was not willing to sell herself to an old man. This woman is truly pitiful, Lin Wan mused as she stood by the villa window, watching Su Yun and Apos' retreating figure, sighing deeply. Those who are pitiable must possess some despicable qualities. Chu Ye approached Lin Wan, speaking in a calm tone. She will soon abandon her principles. Such a person is not deserving of even a shred of sympathy. Chapter 79. The despicable wretch Su Yun staggered back to her dilapidated abode. Upon entering, she collided with Yang Long and Apos' sinister gaze. Where and Apos' the water? Yang Long, like a famished wolf, fixated on Su Yun and Apos' empty hands, a low growl emanating from his throat. Su Yun trembled. Water, I. Before she could complete her sentence, Yang Long's massive hand swatted her, sending her crashing to the ground. Useless. You can't even bring back a drop of water. What good are you to me? His spittle splattered across Su Yun's face as he yanked her by the hair, dragging her up from the floor. Tears streamed down Su Yun and Apos' face from the pain, yet she dared not resist, only pleading pitifully, Brother Long, I really tried. That Chu Ye, he wouldn't give me water. Shut your mouth. Yang Long kicked Su Yun in the abdomen, sending her sprawling against the wall before collapsing again. Damn it. I broke my hand, and you dare return empty-handed? Do you want to watch me die of thirst? Yang Long advanced upon her, each step feeling like a crushing blow to her heart. Brother Long, I'll think of another way. Please don't hit me. Su Yun curled up on the ground, resembling a wounded creature, trembling all over. Think of another way? What the hell can you possibly do? Yang Long sneered, ripping at Su Yun's clothing. Didn't you say you would do anything for water? Now I'm giving you a chance. Su Yun's eyes widened in horror, desperately shaking her head and struggling to escape. But Yang Long's grip was like a vice, unyielding. No, please. Su Yun's voice cracked, laced with despair. Please? You have no say in this. Yang Long forcibly pressed her down, violently tearing at her garments. The humiliation and agony shattered Su Yun completely. She lay there like a soulless puppet, allowing Yang Long to unleash his primal desires upon her. Biting her lip to suppress any sound, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Wretch, you're nothing but a despicable wretch. Yang Long slapped Su Yun viciously, causing blood to seep from the corner of her mouth. After what felt like an eternity, Yang Long finally satiated his lust and stood, spitting on the ground. If you can't find water, you'll bear the consequences. Su Yun lay on the cold floor like a discarded ragdoll. She raised her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, her hatred for Chu Ye and Yang Long intensifying to a fever pitch. Chu Ye, this is all you're doing. To survive. She had to find water. Trembling, she struggled to her feet and stumbled out the door. This time, she hesitated no longer and headed straight for the old man's dwelling. Old man, open up. Su Yun and Apos' voice was hoarse, tinged with madness. The door creaked open, revealing the old man and Apos' wrinkled face, his murky eyes gleaming with greed. Little girl, have you come to your senses? He grinned, exposing yellowed teeth. Su Yun remained silent, simply stepping inside the room. She knew she had no way back now. When Su Yun returned to Yang Long's side, she held a jug of water. Yang Long snatched it from her and gulped it down, quenching the thirst in his throat. Where did this water come from? After finishing, he regarded Su Yun with an unusual gaze. Su Yun averted her eyes, remaining silent. Damn it, if you want to speak. Then forget it. Yang Long waved his hand dismissively. As long as there's water, that's all that matters. Brother Long, I saw. Chu Ye and the others still eating ice pops. Su Yun and Amp. Appo's voice was soft, yet each word pierced Yang Long and Appo's heart like a potent poison. What? Ice pops. Yang Long leapt to his feet, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Those bastards are still enjoying ice pops while I'm dying of thirst. Brother Long. We can't let this go. Su Yun added fuel to the fire. They have water and food, while we're here waiting to die. I can't swallow this humiliation. Yang Long gritted his teeth, his fist cracking ominously. I certainly won't let this slide. Damn it, Chu Ye will pay for this. Brother Long, we need a plan. Just the few of us aren't enough to take them on. Su Yun fanned the flames further. Damn it, I know that. Yang Long raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. We need to find more people, gather more weapons. And supplies. How can we survive without supplies? Brother Long. I know a place that has a lot of supplies, Su Yun suddenly spoke. Where? Yang Long's eyes lit up instantly. Not far from here. There's an old man who has stashed away plenty of food and drink. Su Yun lowered her voice, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Really? Yang Long rubbed his hands together in excitement. Damn it, that old fool dares to hoard so many supplies. I'll raid his place today. Brother Long. We need to plan carefully. We can't alert anyone, Su Yun cautioned. Don't worry, I have it all figured out. Yang Long grinned wickedly. Once night falls, we'll make our move. Meanwhile, within the villa, Chu Ye sat on the sofa, toying with a black key. His gaze fixed on the route map marked on brown paper. These two items were what the Tianmu organization had desperately sought. They could arrive at any moment. A profound sense of crisis surged within Chu Ye. He understood that everything he possessed was precariously balanced. If this equilibrium were shattered, he would face utter calamity. The Tianmu organization was far more terrifying than these ruffians. He needed to be thoroughly prepared. Jiangwo, Shirley, On, and the six of you, from now on. Take turns monitoring the villa and Appo's surroundings. No detail can be overlooked. Chu Ye's voice was low yet commanding. Yes, Brother Chu. The group responded in unison. Lin Wan. Li Qi, Su Qing, you three will be responsible for preparing food and distributing water, following Chu Ye's orders. Chu Ye turned his attention to the other women. Understood. Brother Chu, they nodded in agreement. As night fell, the temperature finally dropped a little, but the air was still thick with stifling heat. Within the villa community, everyone felt drowsy. At that moment, Yang Long, accompanied by a group, stealthily approached the old man's residence, armed with machetes. Bang! With a resounding crash. The dilapidated wooden door was kicked open. The old man, startled from his sleep, barely had time to react before he was struck down. Blood drenched the sheets. Search. Take everything edible and drinkable. Yang Long brandished his machete, resembling a bloodthirsty beast. A throng of people surged into the room, ransacking it thoroughly, emptying the old man's stash of supplies. Just as they were about to leave, a figure appeared in the doorway. It was Su Jingya. She had come in search of water and food, only to stumble upon this gruesome scene. What are you doing? Su Jingya and Appo's voice trembled as she stared in horror at the bloody spectacle before her. Su Yun recognized her silhouette immediately. It's her, in our villa district. The police flower. Su Yun pointed at Su Jingya and called out to Yang Long. Yang Long's eyes instantly sparkled, gleaming with avarice. A police flower? Heh. Today I shall savor the taste of a police flower. Yang Long grinned maliciously and charged towards Su Jingya with a group of followers. Upon witnessing this, Su Jingya turned and fled. Stop. Don and Appo's, run. Yang Long pursued her relentlessly. In a panic, Su Jingya dashed into a residential building. She hid in a room, attempting to shut the door, only to find it blocked by Yang Long and his companions. What do you want? Su Jingya gasped in terror, peering through the peephole at the menacing figures before her. What do we want? Heh. Yang Long chuckled ominously, advancing step by step towards Su Jingya. Su Jingya, we have come this far. What do you think our intentions are? Su Yun stood behind Yang Long, sneering. Brother Long treats people well. Why not just submit? Bah, you are committing a crime. Su Jingya retorted angrily. Crime? Damn it, you're pushing your luck. Su Jingya, do not be naive. Do you think this is still the past? We are in the apocalypse now. Whoever has the strength is the boss. Several thugs echoed in agreement. Exactly. Officer, you had better be sensible. Accompany our Brother Long, and you shall live a life of luxury. Su Yun lost his patience. Brother Long, stop wasting time with her. Just take action. You plan to take action. You are assaulting an officer. Su Jingya cried out in fear. Assault an officer? Ha ha. Yang Long laughed uproariously. Today, I shall assault an officer. What can you do about it? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy thuds echoed at the door. Inside, Su Jingya fell silent. Finally, with a resounding crash, the door was forcefully flung open, and Yang Long charged in first, bewildered. Where is she? Just then, Su Yun and Appo's voice rang out. Wait, Brother Long, look. Su Yun pointed to the floor where a trail of footprints led to the corner of the room. Yang Long followed Su Yun's gaze and noticed a corner of clothing faintly visible behind a sofa. Haha, little girl, do you still think you can hide? Yang Long sneered, striding toward the sofa. Chapter 80. Disrobe you. Come out. Yang Long sneered, his voice coarse and raspy. Little police flower, don't hide. Brother cares for you. Come out, and I guarantee you and Appo's feel ecstasy. As he uttered these lewd words, he stealthily followed the footprints with a furtive gaze. In truth, Yang Long was not entirely consumed by desire. He was acutely aware that Su Jingya was a police officer, potentially armed, and thus he treaded carefully. The footprints vanished before a dilapidated sofa. Right here. Yang Long suddenly waved his hand. All of you charge. A group of thugs lunged towards the sofa, but found nothing. Where the hell is she? Yang Long bellowed furiously, turning to see Su Jingya stumbling toward the exit. You filthy bitch, trying to escape. He roared, leading his men in pursuit. On the second floor of the villa, Lin Jiangwo stood by the window, observing the commotion outside under the faint moonlight. Brother Chu. It seems to be that female officer from earlier. Lin Jiangwo frowned and reported back. She is being chased by Yang Long and his crew. Should we assist her? Chu Ye, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them upon hearing this, his expression devoid of any emotion. Ignore her, he replied coldly. Let her fend for herself. In this apocalyptic world, human hearts were inscrutable, especially that of a potentially armed police officer. She was not one to take unnecessary risks. Su Jingya stumbled on the yellow sand beneath her feet, falling heavily to the ground, pain shooting through her ankle. Run. Keep running. Yang Long caught up, laughing triumphantly. The thugs surrounded her, their laughter sickening. You little minx can run, but soon we'll have our fun. Su Yun stood nearby, her eyes gleaming with vengeful delight. Today, I'll strip you bare and make you wish for death. She crouched down, reaching for Su Jingya and Appo's clothes. Slap. A crisp sound rang out. Su Yun clutched her face, staring incredulously at Su Jingya. Why you dare hit me? She screeched, her voice distorted. Brother Long, get her. Kill her. You little wench, you've asked for it. Yang Long sneered, preparing to strike. Just then, a gunshot echoed. One of the leading thugs collapsed, a bloody hole appearing in his chest. She has a gun. Everyone froze, staring in terror at the firearm in Su Jingya and Appo's hands. The remaining thugs scattered like frightened rabbits. Yang Long, startled, hurriedly sought refuge behind a wall, voice trembling as he shouted, You filthy bitch, how dare you shoot? Just wait. Inside the villa, Lin Jiangwo listened intently to the gunfire outside, furrowing his brow. This gunfire sounds so familiar, he murmured, as if recalling something. Isn't it my service weapon? He suddenly turned to Chu Ye. Brother Chu, something's off about this gunfire. I need to check it out. Chu Ye sensed the unease in Lin Jiangwo, who had never shown such disarray before. Without hesitation, he grabbed his firearm and rushed out with Lin Jiangwo and a few others. Once the crowd had dispersed, Su Jingya bit her lip, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead as she endured the excruciating pain in her ankle, laboriously moving forward. With each step, her body trembled from the agony. Su Yun squinted, sensing something amiss. What was Su Jingya afraid of with that gun? Suddenly, a thought flashed in her mind. Could it be that the gun only had one bullet? Damn it, that bitch is bluffing. Su Yun realized, her voice rising in a shout. She is out of ammo. Yang Long, hiding behind the wall, found this reasoning compelling. Brothers, charge. Test her. The thugs exchanged glances, mustering their courage to throw stones at Su Jingya, some peeking cautiously around the corner. Su Jingya stood still, like a statue, showing no reaction. She really has no bullets. You filthy wench, let us see where you can escape this time. Yang Long leaped from behind the wall, lunging at Su Jingya with ferocity. Seeing the pack of wolves charging towards her, Su Jingya closed her eyes in despair, trembling with fear, tears welling in her eyes. Bang! A sharp gunshot shattered the night. One of Yang Long's men screamed as he fell into a pool of blood, convulsing before lying still. Brother Chu, Lin Jiangwo, along with Shirley and On, dashed over like a whirlwind. Damn it, it's Chu Ye. Yang Long's face turned pale upon spotting Chu Ye, his legs weakening as he fled in a panic like a stray dog. The remaining thugs followed suit, scattering in all directions. Su Jingya slowly opened her eyes, warily eyeing the suddenly appearing Chu Ye and his companions, her body instinctively recoiling. Don't move. Chu Ye's gaze was piercing, coldly fixating on Su Jingya. He swiftly stepped forward, unceremoniously snatching the gun from her hand and tossing it to Lin Jiangwo. This is really my gun, Lin Jiangwo exclaimed, examining it with astonishment. Su Jingya, where did you get this gun? Su Jingya bit her lip, avoiding eye contact, remaining silent. Take her back, Chu Ye ordered. Disregarding her silence, his tone as frigid as ice. Within the villa, warm lights dispelled the darkness, the clean and tidy furnishings starkly contrasting the apocalyptic scene outside. Water and food laid enticingly on the table, astonishing Su Jingya, as if she had stepped into a paradise amidst the end of the world. Chu Ye placed a bottle of water before Su Jingya, his voice calm yet devoid of warmth. Speak the truth, and this bottle of water is yours. Su Jingya and Appo's gaze flickered, her inner turmoil evident, yet she remained silent. No? Then we'll bind you. Shirley and An advanced, roughly restraining Su Jingya's hands behind her back with rope. This is illegal detention. Su Jingya protested, struggling in vain. Chu Ye chuckled derisively. Illegal detention? In this world, what law remains? He stood before Su Jingya, looking down at her with undeniable authority. You'd best understand that here, I am the law. Yang Long limped back to his hideout, cursing and swearing, having berated Chu Ye's ancestors thoroughly. Damn it. This Chu Ye, I want to let him off. Upon entering, he kicked over a table in rage, shouting profanities. Su Yun cowered nearby, afraid to make a sound. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Yang Long's anger boiled as he turned to Su Yun, his eyes filled with menace. And you? Aren't you usually so capable? How is it that today you can't even handle a woman? Slap. Yang Long slapped Su Yun hard across the face, leaving her seeing stars. Brother Long. Su Yun covered her face, wanting to justify herself, but Yang Long seized her by the throat. Were it not for your treachery, I would not have descended to such depths. Yang Long ground his teeth, vowing that today he would ensure your demise. Brother Long, please spare me. Su Yun gasped for breath, his face turning a deep shade of purple. I have a plan, a way to deal with Chu Ye. A plan? What plan do you possess? Yang Long loosened his grip slightly, but did not release Su Yun. We could frame last night and amp Appo's events on Chu Ye. Su Yun struggled to articulate his thoughts. Frame him? Yang Long paused in surprise. Yes, let us say it was Chu Ye and his crew who committed murder and looted supplies. Su Yun urged, igniting public outrage, prompting everyone to unite against him. Yang Long's eyes began to gleam with interest. Now that's a splendid idea. Very well, let us proceed. He released Su Yun, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. This Chu Ye, who relishes the limelight, shall be rendered to oblivion. He turned to Su Yun, a glimmer of appreciation crossing his gaze. You still have some utility. The following day, news of Chu Ye's alleged murder and robbery spread like wildfire among the masses. Have you heard? Someone was killed last night, and everything was stolen. Who did it? How utterly despicable. Who else could it be? It was that Chu Ye. He flaunts his numbers and acts with impunity. Damn it. I've long found him insufferable. He pretends to be a decent person, but in reality, he is nothing but a thief. Let us go. We must confront him. Soon, a large crowd gathered at the entrance of the villa, armed with an assortment of weapons, iron rods, wooden clubs, and kitchen knives, some even wielding bricks. Chu Ye, come out. Murderers must pay with their lives, and debts must be repaid. Return our belongings. Smash down this wretched door. Charge in. The crowd, filled with fervor, thirsted for Chu Ye's blood. Inside the villa, Chu Ye stood by the window, observing the throng below, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. These fools are courting death, since they wish to play. Let us indulge them till the end. Brother Chu, what shall we do? Lin Jiangwo inquired, eyeing the multitude. With so many gathered, it could escalate into chaos. Why fret? Chu Ye scoffed. A rabble such as this is hardly a threat. We shall simply eliminate them. Upon finishing his statement, his men readied their weapons, prepared to act. Su Jingya, who had remained silent, gazed at them in disbelief. What do you intend to do? You cannot proceed like this. Su Jingya exclaimed, her voice laced with terror. They have been misled by Yang Long. You cannot commit indiscriminate slaughter. Indiscriminate slaughter? Chu Ye sneered. In this apocalypse, who is truly innocent? Besides, I do this for your protection. No, They are people, my fellow citizens. As a police officer, I have a duty to protect them. Su Jingya's voice trembled. If you allow me to go out and explain, they will surely believe me. Believe you? Chu Ye found it laughable. You think they would trust a bound police officer? How would you know unless you try? Su Jingya glared at Chu Ye, insisting, you simply lack the courage to let me out. Provocation? Chu Ye smirked disdainfully. That tactic holds no sway over me. And that gun? Su Jingya bit her lip. Do you not wish to know where it came from? Chu Ye fell silent. The origin of the gun indeed posed a mystery. I can offer you an opportunity, he spoke slowly, but you had better not attempt any tricks. Chapter 81. Am I speaking nonsense? When Su Jingya appeared at the villa entrance, the crowd erupted into chaos. Look, it's that female police officer. How could she be with Chu Ye? Colluding together. That vile woman. Kill her. Various profanities surged towards Su Jingya like a tidal wave. Everyone, please calm down. Listen to me. Su Jingya took a deep breath and shouted, but her voice was soon drowned out by the roar of the crowd. There is nothing to discuss. You're all in cahoots. Return my belongings. Murderer. Su Jingya's complexion darkened increasingly. She felt anxious. If these people did not believe her, she would truly resort to violence. My fellow villagers, I am your police officer, Su Jingya. How could I possibly be allied with such individuals? You must trust me. She attempted to appeal to their sense of community. However, the crowd and Oppo's response remained sparse, with the insults growing louder than before. Su Jingya, you traitor. We were blind to trust you before. Someone shouted. Exactly. You are unworthy of being a police officer. Kill her. Kill this female officer. Everyone, you are mistaken. What happened last night has nothing to do with me. How could I commit murder for a mere handful of supplies? Su Jingya desperately explained. Hearing her words, some in the crowd began to reconsider, acknowledging her character they had witnessed in the past. Then tell us what happened last night. Came the calls from the crowd. They had initially hoped to see Chu Ye punished, but now they were turning against Su Jingya. You're lying. Su Yun suddenly leapt from the crowd, pointing at Su Jingya while shouting, last night, you were with Chu Ye and his gang, stealing from us. You even wanted to silence us. Su Yun. You are slandering me. Su Jingya glared at Su Yun. Slandering you? The injuries on Brother Yang are the best evidence. How could someone injured go out and commit robbery? Su Yun retorted, and the crowd began to murmur, casting suspicious glances at Su Jingya. Su Yun's words rang true. In such sweltering heat, how could one venture outside injured? Su Jingya, feeling cornered, blurted out, Yang Long and the others have 3 boxes of water and 3 burlap sacks filled with food at their hideout. This sudden revelation caused a brief silence in the noisy crowd. Some remained skeptical. Is that true? Are you trying to trick us into letting Chu Ye and Oppo's group escape? Su Jingya opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. I knew it. Su Yun screamed, pushing through the crowd to stand before Su Jingya. Hurling insults, you wretched woman. You must have enjoyed yourself in Chu Ye's bed. Now you want to help him? You're nothing but a filthy whore. Anyone who believes you is courting death. If anyone dares to leave, they'll be the first to face his wrath. Su Yun and Oppo's words fell like a bucket of cold water on the crowd, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had just ignited. Yes, this officer came from the villa. Who knows if she has already been bought off by Chu Ye? You filthy woman. Did you beg for mercy under his control? How powerful is he that you protect him so? You dare to harm us. Scum. We trusted you before. Get out. Go back to your villa. You shameless creature. You're no better than Chu Ye. The tide of curses surged once more, even more intense and piercing than before. Su Jingya stared in disbelief at the distorted faces before her. She turned her gaze to the front, where Uncle Wang and Aunt Li stood. Uncle Wang, Aunt Li. Su Jingya's voice trembled, carrying a final glimmer of hope. Do you not believe me either? When your family was in trouble, I helped you. Have you forgotten my character? Uncle Wang and Aunt Li exchanged glances, a hint of sorrow crossing their faces. Jingya, we know you're a good child, Uncle Wang sighed, feigning sympathy, but people can change. In these times, who knows what one might do to survive? We can understand. Understand? Su Jingya felt a chill run from her feet to the top of her head. She slowly shook her head, her eyes filled with despair. The trust and sacrifices of the past had become a cruel joke in that moment. Nothing was worth it. Everything was meaningless. Inside the villa, Chu Ye sneered and walked over to Su Jingya. Now you understand what true despair feels like. How dare you? Someone shouted defiantly, we are many. If you dare to act, we will fight back. Exactly. We are not afraid of you. Go ahead and shoot. A voice among the crowd shouted, mistakenly believing Chu Ye would not dare to kill. After all, the law seldom punished the many. Bang. A loud gunshot rang out, deafening. The one who had been shouting fell, a bullet in his forehead, his body collapsing like a log. Blood stained the ground. The crowd erupted in panic. He has killed someone. Chu Ye is killed. Run. Help. The screams and cries filled the air as everyone fled like headless chickens. Revenge, supplies, none of these mattered anymore. Surviving was the only priority. Siyun, Yang Long, and others scrambled to escape the chaos. She aimed his gun at Yang Long. Bang. Another gunshot rang out. Yang Long cried out in agony, clutching his right leg as he fell to the ground. Brother Long. Siyun exclaimed, grabbing Yang Long and frantically pulling him away. Seeing this, Lin Jiangwo and others tried to pursue. Don't chase them, Chi said, watching the fleeing crowd with indifference. Do not pursue a cornered foe. He turned to Su Jingya, who looked lost and dejected. Come, let us return to the house. Chi handed Su Jingya some food and water. Now, you can tell me about that gun, can't you? Su Jingya did not accept it. She looked up at Chu Ye, her eyes hollow. That gun belonged to my father. Your father? Lin Jiangwo interjected, unable to contain himself. Who is your father? Su Mingda, Su Jingya replied slowly. Lin Jiangwo was taken aback, disbelief washing over his face. Su Mingda? You are the daughter of Su Laoda? Su Laoda? Who is Su Mingda? Shirley and An looked confused. Su Mingda. Lin Jiangwo inhaled sharply, tears welling in his eyes. He was once my subordinate. Chapter 82. I am Biaoge Su Mingda. Lin Jiangwo murmured, as if dredging up memories from the depths of his mind. He was once my subordinate. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. His voice trembling violently. If it weren't for him back then, my life would have long been extinguished. He took a bullet for me, losing his right leg in the process, and had to leave the army. Since then, I have lost all contact with him. Memories surged like a tide in Lin Jiangwo's heart, and he felt a sharp pang in his nose. The figure of that fearless warrior, always charging to the front lines like a fierce tiger, seemed to materialize before him once more. Su Jingya, upon hearing this, was shaken to her core and urgently inquired. What is your name? Lin Jiangwo. Uncle Lin. Su Jingya collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she tightly grasped Lin Jiangwo's hand. It truly is you. This sudden revelation left Lin Jiangwo momentarily dazed. He stared blankly at the tear-streaked girl before him, his mind a void. How do you know me? My father, before he left, often spoke of you. Su Jingya choked out, her words coming in fits and starts. He left behind some things, saying they were meant for you, and mentioned something about the heavens. I don't know what it means. But the items are at Huangshan Park on the outskirts of the city. The heavens? Huangshan Park? Lin Jiangwo's heart jolted. He knew that place. On. You will accompany us on this journey. Ji decisively commanded, without a hint of hesitation, for matters concerning the Tianmu organization could not be overlooked. He pulled out a map, studying the location of Huangshan Park, his brow gradually furrowing. That cursed place is over 100 kilometers from Huangshan Park on the outskirts. Boss. I know a location, Lin Jiangwo suddenly spoke, as if recalling something. There's a modified car club nearby. I used to go there for renovations. I'm not sure if the vehicles inside are still usable. Lead the way. Chu Ye replied succinctly. The three of them swiftly proceeded to the club. However, the sight before them caused their hearts to sink. The once imposing club was now buried under thick layers of yellow sand, with only a dilapidated sign swaying precariously in the wind. In this apocalyptic world, everything appeared so fragile, so easily shattered. There was no time for lamentation. Chu Ye leaped into the sand pit first, wielding his tools, and began to dig. Lin Jiangwo and An followed closely, the three working together, sand flying in all directions. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes was fixated on their every move from a hidden corner. It was a gaunt man, concealed behind a pile of rubble, observing the trio intently. Once he confirmed that Chu Ye and the others were entirely underground, he abruptly turned and sprinted toward a nearby building. That building, once a luxurious hotel, had transformed into a hell on earth. In the lobby lay several women sprawled in disarray. Their necks were shackled with iron chains. Tethered to the ground like dogs, their bodies nearly bare, marred with bruises. The air was thick with a nauseating stench. A corpulent man, his face a mask of gluttony, lounged on a sofa in the center of the lobby, his bare torso glistening with grease, fingers toying with a woman's hair, a lecherous grin plastered on his face. This was Biaoge, the emperor of this building. Biaoge, there are people outside. The gaunt man panted as he rushed into the lobby, struggling to complete his sentence. What is the hurry? Biaoge furrowed his brow in irritation, shoving the woman beside him aside. Is the sky falling? No. There are people digging at the modified car club. The gaunt man quickly explained, 3 individuals. It seems. They are looking for a vehicle. Looking for a vehicle? Biao Guo's eyes lit up with greed. What the hell are you still doing standing there? Keep watching them. He slammed his hand on the table, bellowing, I'll send someone to check it out right now. He sprang to his feet, his hefty frame trembling, and shouted upstairs, get your asses up. Grab your weapons. We have work to do. Meanwhile, inside the underground modified car club, Chu Ye and his companions jumped into the hole they had dug, revealing a scene of devastation. Various scraps of abandoned vehicles lay scattered about, rusted and forlorn, with the air heavy with the acrid scent of motor oil. This place, once a paradise for car enthusiasts, had now become a desolate wasteland. This place is truly vast. On couldn't help but marvel. The faint light above barely illuminated the entire area. Split up and search. Chu commanded in a low voice, be cautious. The trio dispersed, navigating through the steel ruins. On the surface, Biao and a group of men had silently arrived at the hole's entrance. He peered down into the abyss, unable to discern anything in the darkness. Leave a few men to guard here. Biao grinned maliciously as he instructed his subordinates. The rest, follow me down. He leaped into the hole, followed closely by a dozen men wielding clubs. If we can find a drivable vehicle. Biao licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. How much food and drink could we trade for it on the black market? He dreamt of owning a car. In this apocalyptic world, a vehicle meant enhanced chances of survival. Boss, over here. There's a vehicle here. Just then, On's voice rang out with excitement. He stood beside an off-road vehicle, animatedly gesturing. This vehicle, save for a layer of dust, was remarkably intact. On couldn't wait to hop into the driver's seat, attempting to start the engine. Vroom. The engine emitted a deep growl, and the headlights flickered to life, illuminating a small area around them. It works. It works. On shouted with exhilaration. Boss, come quick. The roar of the engine reverberated through the silent underground, echoing like a death knell. Biao and his men followed the sound, their footsteps resonating in the vastness of the basement, drawing nearer. Still caught up in the thrill of starting the vehicle, On suddenly saw a group of fierce-looking strangers. His heart racing as he instinctively gripped the steering wheel tighter. Who are you? He forced himself to sound calm, though his voice quivered slightly. I'm your grandfather. Biao sneered, waddling forward, his gluttonous figure swaying, spit nearly splattering onto On's face. Little brat, is this place somewhere you can come? Behind him, his lackeys rolled their sleeves up, eyes glinting with ferocity, akin to wolves eyeing their prey. Chapter 83. I am your grandfather. Seize this brat. With a commanding wave of his hand, Brother Biao ordered without reservation. Several of his underlings immediately lunged forward, pulling On out of the driver's seat with unrelenting force. On struggled desperately, but he was no match for these thugs. Let me go, you band of robbers. On howled, his voice brimming with fury and defiance. Robbers? Brother Biao chuckled as if he had heard an amusing joke, his corpulent body shaking with laughter. I am the robber. What are you going to do about it? Not satisfied? He stepped closer to On, looking down at him with disdain. Speak up if you know what's good for you. How did you find this place? On gritted his teeth, resolutely remaining silent. He understood that revealing anything would not only bring doom upon himself, but also endanger his leader and Uncle Len. Still keeping your mouth shut? Brother Biao sneered, raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap across On's face. The sound echoed, and blood immediately oozed from the corner of On's mouth. Will you speak? Brother Biao pressed again, his gaze growing increasingly menacing. On, dazed from the blow, continued to bite down hard, refusing to utter a single word. Damn it, you're asking for punishment. Brother Biao, having lost all patience, yanked On's hair, lifting him off the ground. Today, I'll show you what it means to wish for death. He swung his fist down mercilessly into On's abdomen. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thuds echoed throughout the empty basement as On curled up in pain, stifled groans escaping his lips. Bind him up. Brother Biao, panting from exertion, commanded his subordinates. Everyone else, hide. When those two idiots arrive, we'll deal with them together. He surveyed the area with a cruel glint in his eyes. This place is nice. I'll claim it today. The henchman swiftly complied, binding On tightly and tossing him into a corner. The others dispersed into the shadows, waiting for their prey to come within reach. Meanwhile, Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo had also regrouped. Strange, where has On gone? Lin Jiangwo furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. They searched high and low but found no trace of On, leaving them both puzzled. Could something have happened? A sense of unease crept into Chu Ye's heart. Let us check over there. Lin Jiangwo pointed towards the direction An had called out, his tone grave. The two proceeded cautiously toward An's last known location. Boss. Uncle Lin. Just then, a faint cry for help drifted from nearby. An, hearing the voices of Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo, struggled with all his might to alert them. Damn it! Shut your mouth. Brother Biao, hearing the commotion, rushed over and stuffed a rag into An's mouth. But it was too late. An. Chu Ye caught the faint voice, his expression darkening instantly. He halted, crouching to examine the ground closely. There, amidst the once smooth surface, were disordered footprints, clearly left by someone who had recently passed through. Who are you? Chu Ye exclaimed sharply into the darkness, his intuition warning him of impending danger. Keen observation. Brother Biao sneered as he emerged from the shadows with his gang. His rotund figure blocked much of the light, casting a somber shadow over the entire space. Who are you? Chu Ye demanded again, his gaze icy as steel. Kid, you've got quite the attitude. One of Brother Biao's subordinates scoffed. Kneel and call me daddy, and I'll tell you. Enraged, Lin Jiangwo could no longer hold back. With a swift motion, he produced a sharp dagger. Seeking death, he growled, darting towards the insolent henchman like a specter. With a swift thrust, blood splattered as the thug collapsed without a sound. His life extinguished before he could even scream. Anyone who dares harm my people will die. Lin Jiangwo's eyes blazed with fury, resembling a furious beast. Brother Biao was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. He hadn't anticipated Lin Jiangwo's ruthless nature, ready to kill over a mere disagreement. Damn it! Attack! Kill them! Brother Biao regained his composure, bellowing in fury. His henchmen brandished their clubs and charged at Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo. Chu Ye's expression remained stoic, his gaze chillingly indifferent. He slowly raised his right hand, silently reciting, 50 pressure, 1 flow rate, parameters set. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds resonated as the leading henchmen were struck by an unseen force, sent flying backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Ah! My leg! My arm! It hurts so much! Cries of agony echoed, and the remaining henchmen stood frozen in shock, too terrified to advance another step. Brother Biao's terror escalated as he watched the astonishing scene unfold before him, trembling in fear. You are a devil? He pointed a shaking finger at Chu Ye, his voice quivering as if he had seen a ghost. Chu Ye ignored him, walking calmly to stand before him, the glint of his military knife reflecting a cold light. Uncle Lin, rescue on. Chu Ye's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. I want to personally slay this fat pig. Lin Jiangwo nodded and immediately set to free on. Please, don't kill me. I beg you, spare me. Brother Biao completely broke down, collapsing to the ground and desperately banging his head in supplication. I have women. I have water. I have food. I'll give you everything. I have no interest in such trifles, Chu Ye replied coldly, his gaze filled with disdain. No. I have more. I know where the black market is. Brother Biao blurted out, clinging to what he hoped was a last lifeline. It has everything. As long as you have something, you can trade for anything. The black market? Chu Ye's brows furrowed. It was the first time he had heard this term. Yes. The black market. Brother Biao eagerly explained. It's a vast organization that lacks for nothing. Anything can be exchanged. Just spare me, and I'll take you there. Hope flickered in his eyes, yearning to barter this information for a chance to survive. The black market? Chu Ye echoed thoughtfully, a glimmer of interest sparking in his eyes. In this apocalyptic world, it seemed all manner of creatures had begun to emerge. Yes, indeed. The black market. Chapter 84. The black market. Biao Ge nodded incessantly, resembling an eager puppy, desperately wagging his tail. If you spare me, I will take you there immediately. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Chu Ye's lips as he leaned down, seizing Biao Ge by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Lead the way. These two succinct words emanated an undeniable aura of authority. Strangled, Biao Ge gasped for breath, his face turning a shade reminiscent of liver as he struggled to nod, his legs flailing helplessly in the air. Chu Ye casually tossed him onto the hood of the car, binding him securely with a rope before leaping into the driver's seat. Uncle Lin, on, get in. With a swift press of the accelerator, Chu Ye propelled the vehicle forward. The engine roared, and the off-road vehicle surged out of the cave like a wild beast, its tires screeching against the ground. The vehicle sped along, finally halting before a towering edifice. This building was the black market Biao Ge had mentioned. Chu Ye exited the car and approached Biao Ge, his military knife glinting ominously in his hand. Biao Ge trembled in fear, his corpulent flesh quivering as he braced for an anticipated blow, shutting his eyes in terror. However, The expected pain never came. With a swift motion, the ropes snapped. Biao opened his eyes in shock, realizing he was free. Overcome with joy, he rolled and tumbled off the hood, screaming, "People of the black market, help! There's a slave rebellion. They want to kill." As he frantically dashed toward the building, he resembled a mangy dog fleeing from disaster. Inside the building, a group of fully armed guards surged out, their weapons trained menacingly on Chu Ye and his companions. "Everyone, freeze. Hands up. Drop your weapons." The guards barked their orders with palpable hostility. Biao, seeing this, felt a swell of pride. Hiding behind the guards, he pointed at Chu Ye and his companions with a malicious grin. "It's them. These 3 lowly slaves dared to attack me. Capture them at once and execute them." Internally, he scoffed, thinking, "Ha, you little brats think you can challenge me? You're too inexperienced. Entering the black market and expecting to leave alive? Dream on." "Oh, is that so?" A voice laced with mockery emerged, sending a jolt of fear through Biao. It was the commanding officer. Biao whipped around, plastering on a sycophantic smile, retrieving a card from his pocket and presenting it with both hands. "Sir, look, this is my identity badge. You must stand up for me. These ruffians, they're utterly lawless. How dare they harbor ill intentions toward me?" As he spoke, he covertly scrutinized the officer's reaction, silently praying, "You must ensure these scoundrels are dealt with. Especially that Chu fellow. I want him to suffer." He remained oblivious to the barely perceptible disdain flickering in the officer's eyes. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was laughable that anyone still believed in promises. Biao, eyeing Chu Ye and his companions under the guards and oppos, guns, couldn't he help but burst into laughter, reveling in his triumph. "You fools. Do you know the rules of the black market? Without an identity badge, you're worth less than a dog. Only those with sufficient water are entitled to an identity badge. The more water you possess, the higher your badge's rank. And you, what do you have? A bunch of paupers. Trash. Useless." An trembled with anger at these words, shouting, "Shameless. Despicable." "Shameless? Despicable?" Biao erupted with laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. In this cannibalistic world, talking about righteousness? Had they lost their minds? "Let me tell you, brute strength is the only truth. I have men and guns. What do you have? Merely a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter." His arrogance grew, and he even began to jiggle his corpulent body in a ridiculous dance. "Sir, you must stand up for me." Biao continued his lament to the officer. "These ruffians not only robbed me but also tormented me. I am a law-abiding citizen of the black market. You must punish them severely to set an example." The officer, expressionless, took Biao's identity badge without a glance and tossed it to the ground. The guards behind him simultaneously cocked their weapons, the sound of bullets loading echoing ominously in the still air. Yet, Chu Ye remained calm and collected. He spoke coolly, "Water? I have plenty, but I fear the black market might not be able to handle it." "Handle it? Ha." Biao guffawed, "Kid. Who do you think you are? The god of water? You think we can't handle it here? Do you dare question the rules of the black market?" He pointed at Chu Ye, barking at the guards. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and capture these fools." Lin Jiangwo and An exchanged worried glances, both sensing the anxiety reflected in each other's eyes. Although they trusted Chu Ye, doubt crept into their minds. Did Chu Ye truly possess such an abundance of water? Could it be just a bluff? At that moment, Chu Ye retrieved 3 large boxes from the back of the vehicle. With a thud, they hit the ground, producing a dull sound. Slowly, Chu Ye opened the boxes, revealing neatly arranged bottles of mineral water, sparkling under the sunlight. "Is this enough to exchange for an identity badge?" Chu Ye's voice was soft yet clear, resonating in everyone's ears. Biao's grin froze instantly. His eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at the 3 boxes of water, his mouth agape in shock. How is this possible?" he shrieked, his voice cracking. "Where did you get so much water?" Lin Jiangwo and An sighed in relief, their anxious hearts finally at ease. "I knew it. Chu Ye surely has a way. This is wonderful. We are saved." Yet Biao remained undeterred, rushing to the officer and shrieking, "Sir, there must be something wrong with this water. He must have used some sorcery. You must see through this and confiscate his water for thorough inspection." A sharp slap echoed through the air as the officer struck Biao to the ground, seemingly uninterested in him any further. He walked straight to Chu Ye, his face adorned with a respectful smile. Presenting a card that was entirely black, embedded with a dazzling diamond that sparkled in the sunlight, he said, "Esteemed guest, this is the highest level VIP identity badge of our black market. Please accept it." The officer and Oppo's voice trembled slightly, a mixture of excitement and reverence. Biao sat on the ground, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 85. The pillaged apothecary. He could never have imagined that the person he had painstakingly tried to frame would transform into the most esteemed guest of the black market. That VIP identity card was something he would not even dare to dream of possessing. A fierce jealousy, akin to a venomous serpent, gnawed at his heart. Chu Ye took the identity card without a glance and tossed it directly to On. He approached Biao, looking down at him from his elevated position. A cold smirk gracing his lips. I shall remember this grudge. His voice, frigid as the decree of death, sent Biao into an icy abyss, causing him to tremble and lose his ability to utter a single word. The officer displayed no interest in the farce unfolding before him. He interrupted Biao, who was about to say something more, and turned his attention to Chu Ye. Sir, your timing is perfect. There is currently an auction taking place in the black market. I wonder if you would be interested in attending? A flicker of curiosity flashed in Chu Ye and Appo's eyes. He had been at a loss on how to delve deeper into the black market, and now an opportunity presented itself. How could he refuse? He nodded slightly. I would be honored to attend. The officer's smile broadened upon hearing this. He retrieved 3 black masks from his pocket and handed them to Chu Ye and his companions. Please wear these. It is customary. Chu Ye accepted the mask, its surface cool to the touch, crafted from an unknown material with a peculiar texture. After donning the mask, darkness enveloped his vision, allowing only faint silhouettes to penetrate through the fine mesh. Once he confirmed that all 3 had donned their masks, the officer led the way. The trio followed closely, stepping into the heart of the black market. Lin Jiangwo and On gazed around in wonder. Despite their limited vision, they could still sense the bustling extravagance within. Shops lined both sides, filled with an array of captivating goods. Even the service girls standing by appeared graceful and lovely, showing no signs of the struggles of a post-apocalyptic world, which left the 2 men in awe. This black market is extraordinary. It feels like a world apart, Lin Jiangwo whispered, struggling to contain his astonishment. Indeed, look at those women, each one more delicate than the last. They hardly seem like survivors of an apocalypse, On echoed, his voice laced with wonder. The officer caught wind of their murmurs, a smirk of satisfaction creeping onto his face. Naturally, our black market is abundant in food and water. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to exchange here. As they spoke, they reached a heavy door and came to a halt. The officer extended his hand and slowly pushed the door open. The auction is inside. As the door creaked open, Chu Ye peered inside to find a spacious area filled with rows of seats already occupied by numerous attendees. Like them, everyone wore masks, rendering their faces unrecognizable. Upon hearing the door open, the crowd turned in unison, their gazes piercing as they landed upon Chu Ye and his companions. Ah, here come a few who are not afraid of death. Do they think they can seize the apothecary? What a delusion. The derisive jeers rang out, unabashed in their contempt and hostility towards Chu Ye and his companions. Never had On been subjected to such indignity. His fists clenched in fury, he retorted, mind your tongues. What? Do you dispute that? One of the nearest men leapt to his feet, pointing a finger at On. I'm cursing you. What are you going to do about it? On's blood boiled, ready to charge, but Chu Ye held him back. Calm down. His voice was low and steady, imbued with undeniable authority. They are deliberately provoking us. This group clearly seeks to incite us into action, hoping to drive us out. Chu Ye understood that these individuals aimed to diminish their competition. The officer subtly nodded in approval, casting an appreciative glance at Chu Ye. This young man observes astutely. The black market has its rules. Anyone who resorts to violence is permanently blacklisted and barred from future transactions. Chu Ye furrowed his brow, realizing the competition here was fiercer than he had anticipated. He hastily inquired, what do they mean by endopos, apothecary endopos? What is it? The officer feigned mystery, smiling enigmatically. You shall soon find out. He led the 3 to the last row and retreated, closing the door behind him. Darkness enveloped them completely, rendering their surroundings invisible. Old Lin, On, take a seat here. Chu Ye instructed softly, signaling them to remain calm and observe. At that moment, a jarring sound of dragging chains reverberated through the silence, sharp and heavy. The once calm crowd erupted as if a stone had been cast into a placid lake. She is here. The apothecary. This time, she must be mine. The fervent shouts melded into a cacophony, deafening the ears of all present. Everyone stood in unison, craning their necks towards the source of the sound, their eyes gleaming with avarice. The apothecary had arrived. A blinding beam of white light suddenly illuminated the auction stage, drawing the gaze of the crowd. At the center of the light stood a petite figure clad in a white mini dress, her limbs bound by cold iron chains. She lay helplessly on the platform, her exposed skin marred by gruesome scars, as if she had endured unspeakable torment. This is the apothecary? An's brows furrowed deeply, his face etched with confusion. This girl, aside from her youth and fragility, appeared no different from an ordinary woman. He simply could not fathom why she incited such madness. Rube, clearly, you have never seen the world, sneered a man beside An, his sharp features twisted in disdain. Do you think you can comprehend the rarity of the apothecary? An's anger flared, ready to retaliate, but he forcibly suppressed it, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "What makes her so special? Explain yourself." Explain? The derisive man laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke, sizing An up with contempt. With your pitiful appearance, do you think you deserve an explanation? At that moment, a tall woman in a silver mask gracefully ascended the auction stage. She held a delicate silver hammer, lightly tapping it against the surface. The crisp sound immediately silencing the commotion. Esteemed guests, welcome to the black market auction. Her voice was sweet and magnetic, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Tonight's centerpiece, the apothecary, is now officially up for bid. Chapter 86. Increased bids. Each bid must exceed the value of at least one bottle of mineral water. As soon as the auctioneer and Apos' words fell, a chorus of competing bids erupted from the crowd. 2 bottles. I bid 3. Only 3? I raise it to 5. The price soared rapidly, soon surpassing the threshold of 10 bottles. Observing the escalating fervor of the bidding, many individuals displayed expressions of resentment and regret. What gives these people the right? How could they possess such an abundance of water? I refuse to accept this. Yet, what good is my discontent? The principle is clear, the highest bidder wins. Clearly, they were becoming increasingly unable to procure additional water resources to continue the competition. After all, in this apocalyptic world, water is life. Brother Chu, this and Amp, Apos, medicine woman and Amp, Apos, is likely not simple. Lin Jiangwo leaned closer to Chu Ye, lowering his voice to analyze. Look at her injuries. An ordinary woman would have succumbed long ago, yet she remains alive. These people are so frenzied. There must be something they covet about her. Chu Ye nodded slightly, agreeing with Lin Jiangwo and Apos' assessment. He was pondering how to delve deeper into this place, and perhaps this medicine woman represented an opportunity. 11 bottles. Chu Ye spoke, his voice calm, yet resonant, reaching every ear in the room. The previously boisterous auction hall fell into an immediate silence. All heads turned, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Has this young man lost his mind? Does he even realize what he is saying? 11 bottles of water? Can he truly afford that? Who is this foolish youth daring to cause a ruckus here? Skepticism and mockery surged like a tidal wave. The auctioneer paused momentarily, her expression darkening as she issued a cold warning. Sir, I advise you to choose your words carefully. If you cannot produce the requisite amount of water, you will be openly challenging the rules of the black market. Challenge. Chu Ye scoffed, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. A group of individuals who cannot even muster 11 bottles dares to lecture me on rules? His words acted like a splash of cold water in a hot pan, eliciting reactions far beyond anyone's expectations. Who are you calling a pauper? A burly man, wearing a black mask, suddenly leaped to his feet, eyes bulging with fury. You have quite the audacity. He tore off his mask, revealing a rugged face, and pointed accusingly at himself. I am Ma Hao, the director of Yunlong Water Plant. Before the apocalypse, I hoarded thousands of cases of water. Do you dare to compete with me and see who possesses more water? The director of Yunlong Water Plant? That is a critical source of water. This should be entertaining. The crowd erupted into a cacophony, their gazes towards Chu Ye filled with schadenfreude. In their eyes, Chu Ye and Apos' competition with Ma Hao was akin to a futile struggle against insurmountable odds. Why would I hesitate? Chu Ye replied with a dismissive smile, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he stared at Ma Hao. How do you wish to compete? Foolish boy, Ma Hao sneered, casting a condescending glance at Chu Ye, a mocking smile curling on his lips. Today, allow me to show you the vast chasm that separates us. He raised his hand dramatically, his booming voice resonating painfully in everyone's ears. I had 2 more bottles. 13 bottles. The crowd gasped in astonishment, all captivated by Ma Hao's audacity. 13 bottles of water was a fortune most ordinary people could only dream of accumulating in months. This director truly was extravagantly wealthy. He casually tossed out 2 bottles without a hint of hesitation. What a display of unfathomable wealth. That young man must be utterly dumbfounded now. Let us see how he navigates this situation. Whispers of disbelief surged through the crowd, everyone eagerly awaiting the spectacle of Chu Ye and Apos' downfall. They believed he had been thoroughly defeated, humiliated beyond recovery. Yet, in the face of their derision, Chu Ye merely smiled disdainfully, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. 2 mere bottles of water, and they think they can flaunt that? It's akin to tossing a few coins to a beggar. Lazily, he raised his hand, nonchalantly stating a figure. I had 5 bottles, 18 bottles. A stunned silence enveloped the room, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Everyone felt as though their throats were constricted, their breaths becoming tentative. 18 bottles of water. What does that signify? Not to mention ordinary folks. Even those with modest wealth would need to carefully consider their finances. 18 bottles of water could procure dozens of beautiful women, even allowing one to select from glamorous stars without hesitation. How audacious of this young man. The auctioneer trembled uncontrollably, struggling to contain her excitement, her voice trembling. Sir, are you certain you wish to raise your bid by 5 bottles? 18 bottles, if the transaction succeeds, would yield her at least half a bottle in commission. This was an astronomical fortune. What? Is that insufficient? Chu Ye cast her a sidelong glance, his tone laced with mockery. 5 bottles is hardly excessive. I waste more than that just washing my feet. Washing your feet? 10 bottles? Did this young man forget to draft his lies? Water is a precious commodity, and he dares to use it for such frivolity? Who does he think he is? The crowd was initially taken aback before erupting into uproarious laughter. In their view, Chu Ye's boast was utterly ludicrous. Ma Hao laughed so hard he nearly doubled over, tears streaming down his face as he taunted, Kid, you really can spin a tale. Using 10 bottles to wash your feet? Who do you think you are? The Jade Emperor? He pointed a finger accusatorily at Chu Ye, unrelenting in his ridicule. Not even I, the director of Yunlong Water Plant, would waste water so recklessly. You are but a clown, seeking attention. Taking a deep breath, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Ma Hao's eyes. You are oblivious to your own insignificance. Today, I will demonstrate to you the true disparity in strength. I raise my bid by 10 bottles, 28 bottles. Ma Hao's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, shaking the very ground. The crowd erupted into chaos, all astonished by Ma Hao's outrageous declaration. 28 bottles. The director was serious. My heavens, what a staggering amount. Would that young man dare to continue? If he does, I will broadcast my humiliation. Everyone was convinced that Chu Ye could not possibly continue. 28 bottles of water was no trivial sum. Even in the black market, procuring such a volume would require considerable effort. The auctioneer was so flustered she could hardly contain her excitement, already beginning to congratulate Ma Hao in advance. Congratulations, Director Ma, on your impending acquisition of the Apos, Medicine Woman and Apos. Chapter 87. You can only look up to me. Ma Hao, brimming with arrogance, cast a provocative and disdainful glance at Chu Ye, basking in the glory of his apparent victory. Kid, do you see this? This is the chasm between us. For the rest of your life, you can only look up to me. You are rejoicing too early, Chu Ye replied, merely casting a fleeting glance his way, his eyes betraying no emotion. Oh, might you be willing to raise the stakes? I await with bated breath to see how long you can maintain this charade, Ma Hao said, crossing his arms and watching with keen interest. When did I ever say I wouldn't raise my bid? Chu Ye chuckled softly, as if observing a mere jester. Since you are so eager to play, I shall indulge you until the end. He slowly raised his hand, his voice soft yet clear, resonating in the ears of everyone present. I bid 20 more bottles, for a total of 48 bottles. What? 48 bottles? Has he lost his mind? The room fell into a deafening silence, as if everyone had been turned to stone, their minds blank. Why, you said how many? Ma Hao's smile froze instantly, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Chu Ye, as if attempting to devour him whole. 48 bottles. What, can you not hear me clearly? Chu Ye coldly repeated. Impossible. This cannot be. How could he possibly come up with such a vast quantity of water? It must be a ruse. He is merely bluffing. From the crowd erupted waves of skepticism, as disbelief permeated the atmosphere. Where's the water? Show it to us. Someone shouted, if you can't produce it, then don't embarrass yourself here. Exactly. Get off the stage. Seize him. How dare he toy with us? The crowd was incensed, eager to tear Chu Ye to shreds. Yet, amidst their jeers and accusations, Chu Ye merely responded with a cold smile. The water is outside. Why the haste? Just wait. As the crowd directed their inquiries at him, he paused. Wait. You cannot leave. Yes. We have yet to see the water. How do we know you are not deceiving us? You cannot leave. What if you escape? Who will we hold accountable then? Chu Ye halted, and the once quiet auction hall erupted into chaos, as if it were about to consume him whole. In a bold move, One individual leaped onto the aisle, arms outstretched to block his path. Attempting to leave? It won't end, Oppos. Be that easy. You must leave something behind. How can we be at ease otherwise? The gaze of the crowd shifted toward Lin Jiangwo and on. Otherwise, let us capture them as hostages. A particularly sharp voice rang out from the throng. Agreed. Let those two stay. They may fetch a good price, considering their appearance. The speaker's eyes gleamed with avarice as they scanned Lin Jiangwo and on. Lin Jiangwo's face flushed with anger, his body trembling uncontrollably. On bit his lip, shaking with rage. Unable to fathom the audacity of these individuals. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye paused, surveying the agitated crowd with an unperturbed expression tinged with amusement. Hostages? Feel free. Chu Ye shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent. He then turned to leave. His nonchalance only served to further infuriate the crowd. What the hell? Treating companions as hostages? Is he even human? Such a person deserves to be beaten to death. As insults and threats surged, the atmosphere hinted at a brewing riot. Ma Hao chuckled coldly within, relishing the chaos. He was certain that Chu Ye could never produce such a quantity of water. This was merely a fade, a ploy to escape amidst the turmoil. How easy it is to vie for the medicine maiden. Internally, he reveled in the thought that the medicine maiden would ultimately remain his prize. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice. Everyone, quiet down. Since this brat cannot produce the water, let us recommence the auction for the medicine maiden. Director Ma is right. Reauction. The crowd echoed. We cannot allow this brat to disrupt the proceedings. On could no longer contain himself, shouting at Ma Hao. On what grounds do you propose a reauction? Are you afraid? Afraid that if Chu Ye truly produces the water, you will lose. Afraid? Ma Hao scoffed as if he had heard the greatest joke. Would I be afraid of him? That mere child? Does he even deserve my fear? You can eat whatever you want, but do not speak recklessly. I merely wish to save everyone's time. While he said this, he secretly schemed, knowing the end Oppos, medicine maiden and Oppos, was of utmost importance and must not fall into anyone else and Oppos' hands. The auctioneer interjected. Since he claims he will present the water, according to the rules, we must wait for him. Upon hearing this, Ma Hao sprang from his seat, pulling out a black token embossed with a ghastly skull. Rules? Is this token not sufficient? Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. A VIP token. It belongs to the black market. My heavens, Director Ma is a VIP of the black market. The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs, all taken aback by the revelation. In the black market, a VIP token signified unparalleled status and authority. The bearer enjoyed numerous privileges, even superseding established rules. Ma Hao raised the token triumphantly, surveying the crowd with a sense of satisfaction, relishing their awe. He turned to the auctioneer, his tone dripping with menace. What? Do you not recognize this token? Sweat beaded on the auctioneer and Oppos' forehead. He had not anticipated Ma Hao and Oppos' affiliation with the black market. The black market had its rules. Any request from a VIP must be honored. Yet if Chu Ye truly produced 48 bottles of water, the auctioneer would suffer immense loss, an astronomical fortune that could take decades to amass. Conflicted and at a loss, he stood there, unable to decide. Seeing the auctioneer and Oppos' hesitation, Ma Hao's expression darkened. He slammed his hand on the table, bellowing, What? Are you intent on violating the black market's rules? Just then, a mocking voice shattered the tension. Oh, what is this? Unable to produce the water, and now relying on intimidation? Chu Ye had returned, carrying a cardboard box. Strolling leisurely into the auction hall, all eyes turned toward Chu Ye, or more precisely, to the cardboard box he held. Chapter 88. Excuse me. I have a multitude of crystal-clear bottles filled with water swayed within the confines of the box. Water. Indeed, it was water. My heavens. He truly possesses such an abundance of it. How could this be possible? Where did he acquire it? The crowd erupted in excitement, rising to their feet and craning their necks, unable to suppress their salivation. Upon witnessing this, Ma Hao and Oppos' complexion turned ashen. He widened his eyes, fixating on the cardboard box in Chu Ye's hands, disbelief flooding his gaze. This cannot be. It is utterly impossible. He muttered to himself, his body trembling uncontrollably. Disregarding the gazes of the onlookers, Chu Ye placed the box on the platform. So, Director Ma, do you believe it now? Chu Ye regarded Ma Hao with a smirk that danced on the edge of mockery. Who are you? Ma Hao's voice quivered, fear etched in his features. He could not fathom how this young man could produce such an abundance of water. I am your father. Chu Ye grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly whites. You were seeking death. Enraged by Chu Ye and Oppos, chest, Ma Hao trembled with fury. He pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Ye, shouting, "What of the water? The and Oppos, medicine girl and Oppos, is mine. I possess a VIP identity badge. The medicine girl must belong to me." A VIP identity badge? What is that? A symbol of great honor. Chu scoffed. Retrieving a black badge identical to Ma Hao and Amp, Oppos, from his pocket and tossing it carelessly before him. Is it truly so rare? I apologize, but I have one too. What? He also. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Their understanding of the world had been irrevocably shattered. Ma Hao stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his mind a blank slate. He never anticipated that Chu Ye would possess a VIP identity badge as well. Why you, esteemed VIP guest? The once despondent auctioneer trembled with excitement, hastily approaching Chu Ye and bowing deeply. Congratulations, the medicine girl is now yours. You may enjoy her as you wish. Ma Hao could no longer contain himself, pointing a finger at the auctioneer, unleashing a torrent of curses. What the hell are you saying? The auction is not over. How dare you give the medicine girl to him? Are you seeking death? The auctioneer retorted without hesitation. The auction has concluded. The highest bidder prevails. Do you have any objections? Or do you wish to disrupt the rules of the black market? Guards, enforce the rules. Several guards clad in black, who had appeared unbeknownst to Ma Hao, swiftly seized him and began dragging him away. No one paid heed to Ma Hao's desperate cries. The black-clad men treated him as one would a dead dog, tossing him out of the black market. With a thud, Ma Hao landed heavily in the sandy ground, dust swirling around him. He struggled to rise, his face contorted in rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chu Ye, you wait for me. He hissed through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse, filled with venom. I will ensure you meet a terrible fate. Stumbling to his feet, he staggered toward the Yunlong water plant, determined to seek reinforcements and make Chu Ye regret ever coming into this world. Meanwhile, in a corner of the black market, Chu Ye slowly approached the medicine girl shackled by chains. The girl trembled, resembling a frightened fawn. Please, spare me. She looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice barely above a whisper, infused with terror. This pitiable sight could evoke sympathy in any man under ordinary circumstances. Yet now, Chu Ye felt only vigilance. Lin Jiangwo stepped forward, positioning himself protectively before Chu Ye, casting a puzzled glance at the and Oppos, medicine girl and Oppos. Why do they call you the and Oppos, medicine girl and Oppos? I do not know. I know nothing. The girl shook her head in anguish, desperately attempting to curl in on herself, as if to escape reality. Do not ask me, please. Do not ask me. Her eyes brimmed with despair and fear, as though the question were a taboo, and touching upon it would lead to irrevocable consequences. Chu Ye and Amp, Oppos, brow furrowed. This girl certainly harbored some secret. On, Jiangwo, bind her and take her away, Chu Ye commanded decisively, surveying the surroundings and lowering his voice. This is not a place for discussion. We have lingered too long. A sandstorm could return at any moment. We must hasten to Huangshan Park. Lin Jiangwo recognized the urgency and promptly nodded in agreement with On. They swiftly lifted the medicine girl and exited the black market. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley not far from the entrance of the black market, Ma Hao and a group of his associates lurked in the shadows, fixated on the exit. Each individual wielded a weapon, iron rods, cleavers, and even a few crude firearms. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a beast poised to pounce. Director, they are coming out. One of his subordinates whispered, pointing toward the entrance of the black market. Ma Hao abruptly lifted his head, spotting Chu Ye and his companions approaching. A cruel smile crept across his lips. When there is a path to heaven, you refuse to tread it. When there is no door to hell, you force your way in. Follow me. Do not let them escape. Understood. The group silently trailed behind. Master Chu, it seems we are being followed, Lin Jiangwo whispered, his tone tinged with tension. Chu Ye smiled slightly, unconcerned. I am aware. Do not mind them. He deliberately led Lin Jiangwo and On toward a secluded corner, arriving at a deserted dead end. Stopping in his tracks, Chu Ye turned, surveying the empty street, and taunted, Director Ma, why do you behave like a turtle? Unwilling to show yourself? As his words fell, a cacophony of footsteps erupted. Ma Hao and his men surged from the shadows, encircling Chu Ye and his companions. Kid, you are quite arrogant. Ma Hao sneered, advancing on Chu Ye step by step. When there is a path to heaven, you refuse to tread it. When there is no door to hell, you force your way in. Do you truly believe that with a mere bit of water, you can be audacious before me? His eyes glinted with a cruel light, akin to a wolf stalking its prey. Surrender the medicine girl, and I may consider sparing your life. Chu Ye smiled faintly, countering. What value does the medicine girl hold? What makes her worth such an uproar? His mind was filled with questions. If Ma Hao remained silent, he would take the necessary actions. Ma Hao paused, then erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha. You do not even know what the end amp, Oppos, medicine girl and amp, Oppos, is, yet you dare to compete with me? How utterly laughable. He cast a triumphant glance at Chu Ye, explaining, the medicine girl possesses drought-resistant genes. Whoever can extract them will be able to survive several days without water. In this wretched world, such an ability is the very essence of survival. Chapter 89. Seeking death is your specialty. Upon hearing such remarks from the crowd, Chu Ye's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Drought-resistant gene, what a treasure. He suppressed the excitement within, allowing a hint of gratitude to grace his smile. Thank you, Director Ma, for the information. To repay you, I shall ensure your demise is swift and painless. Ma Hao's smile instantly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded Chu Ye with derision. What did you say? You and your few companions think you are worthy? Worthiness is not for you to decide. It is you who shall meet your end. Chu Ye and Oppos' voice suddenly turned icy, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. How dare you be so brazen? With a roar of fury, Ma Hao commanded, attack. Eliminate him. A throng of armed individuals surged towards Chu Ye and his companions. At that moment, Chu Ye silently intoned. Pressure at 50, flow rate at 1, parameters set. In the next instant, torrents of water manifested from thin air, slicing through the assailants' bodies with the swiftness of a blade. Ah, my leg. Help. The air was filled with anguished cries. In mere seconds, all of Ma Hao's men lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. Some had limbs severed. Others bisected at the waist, blood staining the earth, a horrifying spectacle. Ma Hao stood frozen, shock rendering him immobile as he gazed at the gruesome scene, his legs trembling uncontrollably. What have you done? He stammered, eyes wide with terror. What have I done? Chu Ye advanced step by step towards Ma Hao, looking down on him with a gaze as frigid as steel. Why do you ask so many questions when your life is forfeit? Before the words left his lips, a jet of water shot forth, piercing Ma Hao's throat. He did not die immediately, but flailed like a dying fish, blood gushing from his mouth as his eyes bulged in horror, struggling to utter incoherent words. Why you are a Gene Master. Gene Master? Chu Ye paused, intrigued by the term. In his previous life, amidst the struggle for survival, he had never encountered such a concept. Could it be that in this life, due to the oceanic space, certain things had changed? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind as he bent down to inquire further, only to find Ma Hao had breathed his last, his eyes wide open and unseeing, staring blankly at the sky. Jian Gua, have you heard of Gene Masters? Chu Ye furrowed his brow, turning to ask. Lin Jianguo looked perplexed, shaking his head. Chu Ye, I genuinely do not know. I hadn't Oppos. Heard of it during my time with the Celestial Organization. Not even in the Celestial Organization? It seemed the notion of Gene Masters was either exceedingly obscure or a recent development. Chu Ye pondered, but this was not the moment for such deliberations. Forget it. He waved dismissively, casting the thought aside. Let us get into the vehicle and head to Huangshan Park. The group swiftly boarded the vehicle and departed, leaving behind a scene of chaos and bodies, which appeared particularly grotesque in the dimming light. After a bumpy ride, they finally arrived at Huangshan Park. However, the sight that greeted Chu Ye plunged his heart into despair. The once lush park was now largely devoured by endless yellow sands, with only a few desolate trees remaining, reaching towards the sky like dying strugglers. Jian Guo, are you certain this is the place? A hint of skepticism laced Chu Ye's voice. Lin Jianguo also appeared incredulous, rubbing his eyes as he strained to recognize their surroundings, his voice trembling. Chu Ye, the transformation is too drastic. I only recall the general location. Perhaps we should search the area? Chu Ye took a deep breath, suppressing his rising irritation, and nodded. At this juncture, they could only proceed step by step. Just then, the bound woman, the medicine girl, let out a pained groan, clutching her head tightly as her body trembled violently, repeatedly murmuring, No. No. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. A sense of foreboding gripped Chu Ye and Oppos' heart. He sensed an ominous connection between the medicine girl and Oppos' distress in their surroundings. Jian Gua. Be on guard, Chu Ye commanded, signaling his companions to heighten their vigilance. He cautiously approached the medicine girl, closely observing her reaction. Her complexion was ashen, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her eyes filled with terror and despair, as if she beheld something exceedingly dreadful. Following her gaze, Chu Ye's eyes landed on a nearby broken tree. The trunk was completely withered, its exposed roots resembling gnarled claws grasping at the earth. An instinctive alertness surged within Chu Ye. He sensed something was amiss with that tree. Without hesitation, he strode forward and delivered a forceful kick at its roots. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the roots splintered, revealing a dark hole from which a chilling aura wafted forth. Seeing this, Lin Jiangwo rushed forward, eyes wide with shock and confusion. Chu Ye, what is this? We shall find out by descending, Chu Ye replied with a cold smile. He turned to On, instructing, secure her tightly. Having said that, he leaped into the dark abyss without a moment and Appos, as hesitation. Lin Jiangwo followed closely, while On hurriedly bound the medicine girl before jumping in as well. Inside the black hole, it was deeper than anticipated. They descended for what felt like an eternity before finally finding solid ground. What lay before them rendered them all speechless. It was an abandoned laboratory, broken test tubes, scattered medical instruments, and rusted experimental tables created a scene of decay and eeriness. The air was thick with the acrid scent of medicinal concoctions mingled with a putrid odor, nauseating them. What in the world is this place? Lin Jiangwo covered his mouth and nose, his voice quaking. Chu Ye remained silent, his attention drawn to a slightly ajar door ahead. This door was the only source of light in the room. A faint glow seeped through the crack, imbued with an unsettling hue. Something seems to be beyond that door, Lin Jiangwo pointed, his voice trembling. He instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon, an inexplicable fear creeping into his heart. After all, the unknown breeds terror. Chu Ye did not respond. He slowly approached the door, each step feeling heavy and oppressive. Lin Jiangwo followed closely, inhaling deeply as he mustered his courage, pushing the door open with a forceful shove. The moment the door swung wide, a deafening roar erupted, echoing like a primal scream. Chapter 90. You are actually a geneticist. The thunderous roar of the ape echoed, reminiscent of a devilish cry from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of ferocity and madness. With 2 lifetimes of experience, Chu Ye's senses had long since transcended those of ordinary individuals. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he bellowed, "Be cautious." In a swift motion, he yanked Lin Jiangwo behind him. Simultaneously, a shadow lunged forth from within the door. The immense force shattered nearby medical equipment, sending shards of glass flying in all directions. As Chu Ye focused, he realized the shadow was none other than a colossal giant ape. Standing over 2 meters tall, its muscles bulged grotesquely, its eyes a fierce crimson, and its razor-sharp fangs bared as it pounded its chest and emitted a deafening roar. What on earth is this creature? On's face turned ashen, his voice trembling. The giant ape, has it mutated? The giant ape seemed to comprehend On's words, abruptly turning its head, its blood-red eyes fixated on him. A low growl emanating from its throat. In the next instant, it charged at On with astonishing speed, almost leaving behind only an afterimage. Watch out, Chu Ye shouted again. His mind raced. 50 pressure, 50 flow rate, parameters set. In an instant, a torrent of water, as thick as a barrel, materialized and struck the giant ape with the force of a cannonball. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the giant ape was propelled backward, crashing heavily against the corner of the wall with a pained howl. Chu Ye and Appos' gaze gradually fell upon the corner where the ape lay, struggling to rise despite being battered by the water blast. He furrowed his brow. This creature possessed remarkable vitality. On, secure it tightly, Chu Ye commanded coldly, his tone leaving no room for dissent. There may be other dangers lurking behind this door. Do not let this beast disrupt our plans. On, startled by the urgency in his voice, quickly complied, deftly retrieving rope to bind the giant ape securely. As he tied it, he cast wary glances at the creature, fearing it might suddenly retaliate. Chu Ye turned his attention to the door from which the giant ape had emerged, a serious glint crossing his dark eyes. There could indeed be further peril beyond. Jiangwo, lead the way, but tread carefully, Chu Ye instructed in a low, calm voice. Lin Jiangwo swallowed hard, gripping his machete tightly, and nodded. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously stepped through the door. Before them lay a long corridor, its walls adorned with unknown luminescent materials that emitted a faint glow, casting eerie shadows along the passage. At the end of the corridor stood another door. Lin Jiangwo paused, turning to Chu Ye with a puzzled expression. Master Chu, there's another door directly opposite. Should we? Chu Ye narrowed his eyes, surveying the surroundings, and replied gravely, stay alert and proceed slowly. An inexplicable sense of oppression permeated the air. The medicine woman, suddenly trembling, kept her head bowed, murmuring, no, please, take me away from here. Her voice was laced with fear and despair. Moved, Chu Ye knelt to meet her pale face, softly inquiring, have you been here before? The medicine woman abruptly lifted her gaze, terror evident in her eyes, yet she bit her lip, remaining silent. Are you mute? I'm asking you a question. On roared from the side, having long harbored disdain for the medicine woman, itching to act if not for Chu Ye's restraint. On, Chu Ye admonished sharply. Then turned back to the medicine woman, his expression softening. She is one of us now. Do not frighten her. Upon hearing this, the medicine woman trembled slightly, slowly raising her head to meet Chu Ye's gaze, gratitude flickering in her eyes. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. After reassuring her, Chu Ye continued to follow Lin Jiangwo to the closed door. He pressed his ear against the door, faintly discerning a commotion inside, as if an argument was unfolding. There are people inside. Step back and prepare for action. Chu Ye's voice was cold and resolute. He kicked the door with all his might. Boom. With a resounding crash. The door collapsed, sending dust swirling into the air. As Chu Ye waved away the haze, he beheld a spacious, brightly lit chamber. Inside stood a dozen individuals, some wielding weapons, others wearing menacing expressions, who turned to sneer at Chu Ye and his companions upon hearing the sound. On and Lin Jiangwo were momentarily stunned. What was happening? Why were there so many people? Oh, look who we have here. A new batch of fools seeking death. If you can take down that big monkey, you might have some semblance of strength. What a pity, though. You're quite handsome, but clearly lacking in brains. Thinking you can meddle with genetic agents. The crowd inside the chamber chattered mockingly, their tone rife with derision. Chu Ye and Appo's gaze cut through the throng, landing on a transparent box in the center of the room. Inside lay a sealed test tube, its contents shimmering with an eerie glow. In that moment, Chu Ye comprehended. This was the genetic agent they spoke of, and the giant ape was likely the guardian of this precious substance. Suddenly, the medicine woman's eyes caught sight of the genetic agent, her body convulsing violently. Terror filled her gaze as she bowed her head, repeatedly uttering pleas for it to be taken away. The others turned their attention to her, their expressions shifting to amusement. Ah, did you bring a little lady with you? She has quite a catch. I like her. Kid, leave her with us, and let us have some fun. The crowd began to openly leer at the medicine woman, their words dripping with lewdness and malice. A burly man stepped forward, eyeing her with shameless greed. Kid, I'm Ma Xing, and my brother is the director of Yunlong Water Plant, Ma Hao. If you're smart, you'll hand that girl over, or I'll ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Chu Ye slowly raised his head to meet Ma Xing's gaze, his voice icy. Get lost. Get lost? Ma Xing laughed incredulously, leaning in closer, almost invading Chu Ye and Appo's personal space. Do you even know who you're talking to? This is an order, not a negotiation. He roared, raising his hand high, a gust of wind accompanying his strike aimed squarely at Chu Ye and Appo's face. Chapter 91. Dare to compete with me. Ma Xing. Chu Ye calmly regarded Ma Xing and Appo's palm. Had that slap landed, a typical individual would likely have their face swollen beyond recognition. Onlookers cast mocking glances at the unfolding scene. However, the anticipated sound of a slap never reached their ears. Instead, Ma Xing's wrist was firmly gripped by a hand as unyielding as a vice, halting mere inches from Chu Ye's cheek. Ma Xing felt as if his wrist were being crushed by a heavy jack, the excruciating pain causing cold sweat to beat on his forehead. The formidable strength he prided himself on, invincible in ordinary circumstances, rendered him as fragile as an infant in the presence of Chu Ye. As he met Chu Ye's gaze, a wave of intense fear surged within him. How could this be? How could this young man possess such strength? A tempest of shock and desperation swirled in Ma Xing's mind as he struggled, his face reddening, veins bulging, yet he could not budge Chu Ye in the slightest. Let go. Let go. Ma Xing gritted his teeth, his voice trembling as it escaped between clenched jaws. And if I don't? Chu Ye replied with a chilling smile. Ma Xing was both astonished and furious. The others in the hidden chamber noticed the commotion, some changing their expressions, eager to intervene. What, do you want to fight? You must be tired of living. Several individuals rubbed their fists, preparing to charge forward. Wait, Lin Jiangwo suddenly shouted, pointing at the transparent box in the center of the room, his voice quivering slightly. Look, the box. It's glowing. The previously motionless transparent box now flickered with a ghostly blue light, as if some mechanism had been triggered. It's glowing? It really is glowing. The test for the genetic serum is about to begin. Laughter erupted among the crowd, their attention diverted from the conflict between Chu Ye and Ma Xing. All eyes drawn to the shimmering blue box. Glancing at the box, Chu Ye understood that this item held greater importance. With a sudden motion, he exerted force, sending Ma Xing tumbling to the ground like a discarded sack. Move again, and I shall twist your neck. Chu Ye warned from his elevated position, his voice icy. Reeling from the fall, Ma Xing was about to unleash a torrent of curses when he met Chu Ye's frigid gaze, causing him to shudder and swallow his words. Ma Yi, are you all right? Do you need us to? A shifty-eyed individual rushed to assist Ma Shang, whispering in concern, rubbing his aching wrist. Ma Shang glared at Chu Ye with venomous eyes, yet refrained from making a rash move. Lowering his voice, he instructed the man, do not act yet. This fellow is rather sinister. Once I acquire the genetic serum, I shall deal with him slowly. Understood, Ma Yi. The man nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Lin Jiangwo, on. And the medicine girl approached the box emitting blue light. Is this the test for the genetic serum? Lin Jiangwo asked, puzzled. You simpleton. You don't even know this? Clearly someone who has never seen the world. A voice jeered from the crowd. Step aside, don't hinder us from obtaining the genetic serum. Mockery rippled through the crowd, their gazes toward Lin Jiangwo and his companions filled with disdain. This genetic serum isn't something just anyone can acquire. A man with a sharp face emerged from the throng, boasting with a smirk. The box has a password mechanism and only unlocks at this specific time. If forced open, the serum inside will automatically destroy itself. We have been testing for several days. Is that so? Lin Jiangwo mused. The sharp-faced man, considering himself astute, rushed to the box, eager to input the password. This time, the genetic serum shall surely be mine. He confidently typed a series of digits on the box's keypad based on his recent research. However, the box remained unresponsive. Failed. The sharp-faced man's expression turned blank. Haha, with your intellect, you think you can obtain the genetic serum? What a joke. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Chu Ye observed with keen interest. Jiangwo, why don't you give it a try? Chu Ye suggested suddenly. Lin Jiangwo paused, stepping forward to scrutinize the box, a familiar sensation rising within him. This thing. I feel like I and Appos, seen it somewhere before. Let me think. A bunch of useless fools. Ma Sheng scoffed, shoving aside those in his way as he strode confidently to the box. Everyone stepped back and witnessed true strength. I've discovered that this was set by Su Mingda. And I have his birthday. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? Ma Yi has uncovered Su Mingda and Appos' birthday? Is that true? Then this means Ma Yi is formidable. Excitement surged through the crowd, their eyes brimming with anticipation and envy. Only Lin Jiangwo shook his head, muttering to himself, the password cannot possibly be a birthday. I know Su Mingdao well. Wait, I think I might have a lead. Meanwhile, Ma Sheng held his head high, seemingly envisioning the moment he would grasp the genetic serum. Taking a deep breath, he slowly entered a series of digits on the box. The crowd held its breath, eyes wide, fixated on the box. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The box remained completely unresponsive. Failed. Ma Sheng's smile instantly froze. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the box. Impossible. This cannot be happening. He whirled around, shouting at the crowd, the password must be flawed. There is no correct password. I will dismantle it. As Ma Sheng prepared to act, Chu Ye interjected. Get away. He barked, swiftly positioning himself in front of Ma Sheng and delivering a kick to his chest. Ma Sheng cried out, soaring through the air like a severed kite, crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. How dare you obstruct me? Ma Sheng struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he roared. You all come out here. With his furious shout, nearly half of the crowd that had been packed into the hidden chamber surged to stand behind Ma Sheng. The remaining individuals stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and confusion. Ma Sheng, what is happening? One asked, wiping the blood from his mouth. Ma Sheng's face twisted into a sinister grin as he surveyed the room, his eyes brimming with contempt. A bunch of fools. Do you really think I came here by chance? Chapter 92. I want all of the women's serums, Ma Sheng scoffed, his hands resting behind his back as he surveyed the crowd with an air of arrogance. Let me tell you, these people are all my henchmen. I came here to seize that genetic serum. Now, the serum belongs to me, and so does this woman. What did you say? You shameless scoundrel. Ma Sheng, how dare you deceive us? How despicable. The remaining crowd erupted in outrage, each person expressing their indignation and hurling insults at Ma Sheng. Shameless? Despicable? Ma Sheng laughed uproariously, addressing the assembly of fools. Do you really think you can talk about morality with me? Let me inform you. Today, I shall eradicate all of you. This genetic serum will be taken back by me to dissect at my leisure. You dare. One person shouted defiantly. What I have to fear? Ma Sheng sneered, raising his hand dramatically. Get them. Eliminate this troublesome fool. Charge. Ma Sheng's henchman lunged forward with menacing ferocity. Damn it. I'm not someone to be trifled with. The challengers clashed violently, and in an instant, Ma Sheng's men were sent sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Ma Sheng's expression was ecstatic as he pointed at the fallen, declaring that anyone who dared to rise would meet the same fate. He then turned his gaze towards Chu Ye. Chu Ye, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Where is your bravado now? Ma Sheng stood at the back of the crowd, relishing his perceived victory. Today, I will show you the power of numbers. Attack. Eliminate those few. He gestured towards Chu Ye, Lin Jiangwo, On, and the woman with the serum, barking orders to his subordinates. Chu Ye chuckled coldly in his heart. Recognizing the folly of these individuals. 60 units of flow, 1 unit of pressure, parameters set. Chu Ye silently recited the system command in his mind. In the next moment, he moved with the swiftness of a hare. His figure darted through the throng like a bolt of black lightning. Each punch he threw generating a fierce gust of wind that echoed sharply through the air. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled explosions erupted like thunder. And those rushing towards Chu Ye were struck by an invisible force, sent hurtling backward to crash onto the ground. They emitted cries akin to dying swine, writhing in agony as they clutched their injuries. How? How is this possible? Ma Sheng's smile froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, all the henchmen he had brought were incapacitated, groaning in pain and clutching their arms and legs, the scene one of utter chaos. You are a geneticist? Ma Sheng gazed at Chu Ye in terror, his voice trembling, his legs quaking involuntarily. A geneticist? So that's why you were so formidable. The once menacing crowd now looked at Chu Ye with fear in their eyes, instinctively retreating. So a geneticist has become the subject of whispers among the weak? Now, it is your turn. Chu Ye approached Ma Sheng step by step, a cruel smile on his face, exuding an oppressive aura that seemed to freeze the air around them. What do you intend to do? Stay back. Ma Sheng retreated in trepidation, attempting to maintain a facade of bravado. I warn you. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my brothers will not let you off. Is that so? Chu Ye replied coldly. And who are your brothers? How formidable can they be? My brother is Ma Hao, the director of the Yunlong water plant. If you harm me, my elder brother will surely seek vengeance. Ma Sheng stammered, his voice shifting in pitch. Before Ma Sheng could finish, Chu Ye struck like lightning, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Ma Sheng stumbled to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Please, don't be impulsive. Ma Sheng pleaded from the ground, utterly panicked. He never anticipated Chu Ye would truly dare to strike him. Then, he fell to his knees, begging desperately, Master Chu. I was wrong, truly wrong. Please, spare me. I have abundant resources at the Yunlong water plant, food, water, weapons. I can offer you anything. Even a computer from the Sky Curtain organization, filled with valuable information. If you let me go, it will all be yours. A computer from the Sky Curtain organization? Chu Ye's heart stirred at the unexpected opportunity. He slowly retracted his hand, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Lin Jiangwo suddenly exclaimed, I remember. I know the password. Chu Ye immediately turned, signaling On to keep a close watch on Ma Sheng. Behave yourself, or face dire consequences. Curiosity piqued. He hastened to Lin Jiangwo's side, eager to discover what this so-called genetic serum truly was. Lin Jiangwo took a deep breath, calming his excitement, and approached the box that shimmered with blue light. He extended a trembling finger, cautiously entering a sequence of numbers on the box. Click. A crisp sound echoed as the box opened in response. It's opened. It's really opened. The genetic serum. The surrounding crowd erupted in excitement, their eyes gleaming with greed as they gazed at the opened box. How could this be? Ma Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief, a mixture of envy and fury flooding his emotions. Lin Jiangwo carefully retrieved a tray from the box, upon which rested 3 test tubes, 1 large and 2 small, each containing a pale blue liquid that emitted a faint glow under the light. Is this the genetic serum? My goodness. There are 3 of them. We are rich. We are rich. The remaining crowd's eyes turned red with desire, fixated on the 3 test tubes, itching to pounce and seize them. Suddenly, one individual cleared his throat twice and stepped forward, greed illuminating his gaze as he addressed Chu Ye. Since there are 3 test tubes, why not split the 2 smaller ones among us? That way, we won and Oppos, have come here in vain. What do you think? On what grounds? On glared at the man. We opened this box. Why should we share it with you? Seeing Chu Ye and his companions embroiled in a dispute with others, Ma Sheng felt invigorated. If these people clashed with Chu Ye, it would be an opportune moment for him to reap the benefits without consequence, not only acquiring the genetic serum but also eliminating potential threats. Let them argue. The more chaos, the better for me. With this thought, Ma Sheng disregarded Chu Ye's previous threats and shouted, "Nonsense! You Chu have no right to act so shamelessly. This genetic serum is a treasure without an owner and should be shared amongst those present. Why should you hog it all for yourself?" He turned to the surrounding crowd, fanning the flames further. "Everyone, don't you agree? While this Chu fellow feasts, we deserve at least a sip of the soup, don't we? Otherwise, what have we come here for?" "Exactly. Chu Ye, don't be excessive. Leave a way out for us. We may meet again in the future. If you take everything, what will become of us? Know when to stop. Don't force us to take action." Chapter 93. If you don't hand it over, I'll fight you in the crowd. Some immediately sided with Ma Sheng. Their tone was unfriendly, and the atmosphere was charged with tension. After all, they had come here empty-handed. And if they could obtain even a small share, it wouldn't be a loss. Others feigned concern, attempting to persuade, "Brother, heed my advice. You have 3 vials of the potion. Part with 2, and it won't end oppose. Harm you. We are all struggling to survive in this apocalyptic world. What if you provoke us all? It would be detrimental for everyone. Indeed, you wouldn't want to stir up unnecessary trouble, would you?" Lin Jiangwo trembled with rage, pointing at the crowd and shouting, Do you have no shame? Didn't we agree that whoever opens it gets to keep it? Are you trying to back out now? Rules are meant to be followed, but people can be unpredictable." The man who spoke earlier chuckled. "The situation has changed. Either you hand over 2 vials, and we part ways amicably, or we join forces with Ma Sheng and fight to the bitter end." "Exactly. Let's fight them. Chu Ye, you may be formidable, but can you withstand so many of us? Smart ones should quickly surrender the potion." The crowd clamored, their previous fear of Chu Ye seemingly overshadowed by their greed for the gene potion. Doubts were voiced. "You've already fought Ma Sheng and his group. Logically, your stamina must be depleted. Why take this risk?" Chu Ye surveyed the surroundings, observing the avaricious expressions on their faces, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Truly, people perish for wealth, and birds die for food. The ancients did not deceive me. But you are rather overestimating yourselves. You may come and test if I still possess the capability to fight you." "Chu, stop pretending to be impressive." Ma Sheng roared. "Brothers, don't listen to his threats. He is but a paper tiger, easily pierced. Let us take him down together, and the potion will be ours." Reflecting on the ever-dwindling resources in this apocalypse, he rallied the hesitant ones. "It's better to die fighting than to wait for death. Let us seize this moment." With that, they lunged at Chu Ye like famished wolves, brandishing various weapons. The apothecary gasped at the sight of the sharp blades rushing toward them, instinctively shutting her eyes. Seeing this, Chu Ye activated his system in an instant. Flow rate 50, pressure 1, water flow settings complete. Chu Ye formed his hand into a blade, slicing towards the nearest attacker. The man, witnessing the cutting water surge toward him, shouted, "Watch out." He hastily raised his weapon to defend himself. However, as soon as his blade met the water flow, it was as if he were slicing through tofu. His weapon was cleaved in 2. His arm was severed, and he collapsed to the ground. The others, witnessing this, attempted to retreat, but Chu Ye's speed was unparalleled as he struck at them. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. The apothecary, expecting pain, was instead met with an astonishing scene. Those who had charged at Chu Ye now lay sprawled on the ground, some clutching their arms, others covering their legs, all wailing in agony. The sight was so horrific it was almost unbearable. Severed limbs littered the ground, blood staining the earth, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. This. The apothecary stood in shock, unable to believe her eyes. Chu Ye. He was so powerful. A wave of relief surged through her. Thankfully, she had been purchased by him and not by anyone else, or she would not know what fate awaited her. The others, wailing, cried out, "He is undoubtedly a top-tier offensive gene user. Devil, you are a devil. Spare me. I don't want to die. Please, have mercy." The fallen survivors, stripped of their earlier bravado, now pleaded desperately. Ma Sheng, trembling, fell to his knees, his face as pale as parchment. He swallowed hard, stammering, "Chu. Lord Chu, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I was misled by these people. You still have some use." Chu Ye kicked him to the ground, looking down coldly. "I will spare your life for now, but any further mischief will be met with lethal consequences." Ma Sheng lay on the ground, shaking, repeatedly bowing his head. Yes, I will not dare again, I promise." Chu Ye ignored him, turning to Lin Jiangwo and on, instructing, "Bind Ma Sheng and bring the apothecary. We depart." Understood. The two, having regained their composure from the earlier events, were even more in awe of Chu Ye's strength. They quickly complied, binding Ma Sheng tightly. The apothecary obediently followed behind Chu Ye, wary of any potential rebellion from others. Thus, they strode confidently out of the hidden chamber. The injured cried out for help. "We were wrong. Please save us. I Don and Apos, Tiwana help." But Chu Ye and his companions did not look back, as if they had not heard a word. These individuals were unworthy of salvation. In their eyes, there was only greed, devoid of humanity. One by one, they emerged from the cave into the sunlit world, where yellow sand swirled in the air, and the scorching heat rippled across the ground like waves. Chu Ye instructed Lin Jiangwo and On to drag Ma Sheng to the front of the sand vehicle. Ma Sheng gazed at the vehicle in astonishment. He had assumed they would be walking, never expecting this group possessed a car. Since the apocalypse, he had not seen one. As he attempted to climb aboard, Lin Jiangwo seized him. "What are you trying to do?" Confused, Ma Sheng questioned. "Aren't you taking me to the Yunlong water plant?" Chu Ye chuckled. "Indeed. We are going to the Yunlong water plant, but you are not worthy to sit with us. On, tie him to the front of the vehicle." Upon hearing this, Ma Sheng looked at Lin Jiangwo and On with disbelief as they bound him to the front of the vehicle. A wave of discomfort and humiliation washed over him. Anger surged within Ma Sheng. There was clearly a seat available, yet they treated him this way. He vowed to make them pay for this indignity. Chapter 94. "You deserve to be trapped at the front of the car. Lead the way to the Yunlong water plant," Chu Ye commanded coldly, not bothering to glance at Ma Sheng. The latter, filled with indignation upon hearing his voice, raised his hand to indicate the direction. "Let's go." He silently vowed that upon reaching the water plant, he would make Chu Ye pay 100-fold for today's humiliation. He was determined to reclaim his dignity with his own hands. The engine roared as the off-road vehicle sped away, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. Surrounding them was an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of the sand vehicle occasionally crunching against the gravel. Inside the vehicle, Chu Ye tossed 3 vials of genetic serum onto an empty seat. Lin Jiangwo's eyes sparkled with disbelief at the unexpected gift from Su Mingda. Meanwhile, On, grinning foolishly, was nearly drooling with excitement. Chu Ye then pushed all 3 vials toward Lin Jiangwo, his tone unpretentious. "Jiangwo, these are yours by right. You decide how to distribute them." "What?" Lin Jiangwo stared at Chu Ye in disbelief, a hint of panic creeping into his demeanor. He waved his hands, pushing the vials back. No, Master Chu. This is absolutely unacceptable. Without you, I would have long since lost my life, let alone any serum. Besides, we are still dependent on you for protection. This should be your distribution." "Indeed, Brother Chu. Without you, how could we stand here?" On chimed in, his gaze earnest as he looked at Chu Ye, affirming that only he could distribute the vials to everyone's satisfaction. The atmosphere in the vehicle became somewhat tense. Chu Ye was not one to exploit his subordinates, especially in a post-apocalyptic environment. Gaining the loyalty of his team was essential to solidifying their future base. However, it was clear that neither of these two would voluntarily distribute the vials. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "In that case, let us leave it to fate. Whichever vial lands closest to someone, that person will claim it." As he spoke, Chu Ye casually flipped his wrist, tossing the 3 vials into the air. They arced gracefully before landing on the seats. Remarkably, the largest vial rolled right to Chu Ye's side. This. Lin Jiangwo and On exchanged glances, then erupted in cheers. "Brother Chu, it's fate. It's fate," On shouted excitedly. Lin Jiangwo nodded, smiling. "Master Chu, it seems the serum is destined for you." Chu Ye gazed at the vial beside him, feeling a mix of resignation and amusement at the whims of fortune. "Well then, since heaven has deemed it so, I shall not refuse." He reached out and grasped the vial. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Surrounding environment detected as safe. "Would you like to absorb the genetic serum to elevate system level?" A thrill surged through Chu Ye. Joy overwhelmed him as he realized such good fortune was still possible. It had been a long while since the system had reacted this way. Without hesitation, he silently commanded, "Absorb." The contents of the vial dissipated into nothingness. "Congratulations, host. Absorption successful. System level elevated to level 2, activating new ability, water screen." Chu Ye was elated to discover he had acquired a new ability. What a delightful surprise. Eagerly, he inquired about the specifics of the water screen. The system promptly explained. To inform the host, the water screen can create a barrier by regulating water flow. The greater the flow, the stronger the resistance against attacks. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chu Ye's eyes. With his formidable offensive capabilities now complemented by a defensive measure like the water screen, his safety had undoubtedly increased. A balanced approach to offense and defense was vital for survival in this desolate world. Meanwhile, Ma Sheng, bound at the front of the vehicle, remained unaware of Chu Ye's enhanced prowess. He gazed ahead at the Yunlong water plant, mostly buried under yellow sand, his heart pounding with uncontainable excitement. The plant was ready with makeshift weapons, just waiting for Chu Ye to walk into their trap. The humiliation he had suffered would soon be repaid in full. Suppressing his glee, Ma Xing feigned terror and turned to Chu Ye, stammering, "Ch. Chu Ye, we've arrived. Ahead. There are traps we've dug. We can only proceed on foot." Chu Ye cast a skeptical glance at him and raised his hand to signal Lin Jiangwo and on. "Go, throw those scraps by the roadside to test the ground." Without delay, Lin Jiangwo and On jumped out of the vehicle, picking up discarded metal sheets and tires from the roadside, hurling them in the direction indicated by Ma Xing. Bang! Boom! Several muffled thuds echoed as the ground was struck, creating deep craters that caused more sand to cascade down. Chu Ye's expression hardened. It seemed Ma Xing had not entirely lied. However, the area was likely riddled with traps, and they needed to proceed with utmost caution. He untied Ma Xing's ropes and commanded, "Lead the way, avoiding the traps. I've already brought you this far. Now you still want me to guide you in?" Ma Xing protested, feigning reluctance. Yet inwardly, he reveled in joy. "You asked me to lead, so what happens next is no longer my concern." Ma Xing pretended to be calm as he hastened his steps, though his eyes darted nervously. The short knife in Chu Ye's hand was pressed closely against Ma Xing's back, ready to strike at the slightest sign of betrayal. Lin Jiangwo, On, and the drug girl followed closely behind, forming a tight defensive line. "Master Chu, please watch your step. The ground here is quite treacherous." Ma Xing's voice carried a hint of cunning. Lin Jiangwo scanned the surroundings. The shadows of figures moving about within the Yunlong water plant. They leaned against walls or stood with arms crossed, their predatory gazes fixated on the group, sending chills down his spine. He had once been a soldier himself, and suddenly, an ominous premonition gripped him like a serpent, compelling him to lower his voice. "Master Chu, this place feels off." However, his voice was too loud, catching Ma Xing's attention. Ma Xing whipped around, the fear on his face replaced by a twisted grin. "You've discovered us, but it's too late for you to realize." Before he could finish his sentence, Ji felt the ground give way beneath him. Chapter 95. Stepping into Ma Xing's trap beneath their feet, the once barren ground transformed into what felt like quicksand, suddenly collapsing beneath them. Caught off guard, the four plummeted downward. In a frantic attempt to grasp something, Chu Ye and Oppos, as hands flailed, but all he encountered was the yellow sand, leaving him with nothing to hold on to. They fell straight into a deep pit. Amidst the startled cries, they landed heavily at the bottom of the pit. Chu Ye quickly glanced upward and estimated that this pit was at least 5 meters deep, its walls steep. Had it not been for the layer of sand cushioning their fall, Lin Jiangwo would have certainly sustained serious injuries. On the other side, Ma Xing sat on the ground, seemingly prepared for this very moment. He scrambled to the corner, shouting, "Get moving! Kill them!" Lin Jiangwo, dazed from the fall, struggled to his feet, cursing, "Ma Xing, you betrayed us." On, rubbing his sore backside, yelled in fury, "Damn you! I'll fight you to the death." Chu Ye quickly steadied himself. Walking along the riverbank, one inevitably gets wet. He had unwittingly fallen into the scoundrel's trap. Curse be it! He swung his hand, and his dagger transformed into a streak of cold light, accurately aimed at Ma Xing's legs. With a sickening sound, blood erupted. Ma Xing's legs were severed at the knees, and a wave of excruciating pain caused him to emit a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah, my legs! Damn you, Chu Ye! I will not let this go." Simultaneously, amidst Ma Xing's cries, a series of dense thuds echoed towards them. It was gunfire. Lin Jiangwo suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, his face paling instantly. It was over. They were all going to die here. He could never have imagined that Ma Xing could be so ruthless, intent on their annihilation. Gazing into the abyss of despair, Lin Jiangwo, despite his years of military service, had never encountered such a dire situation. His heart plummeted. In this moment, even the thought of escape eluded him. A heavy shadow of death loomed over Lin Jiangwo and On. After all, in their understanding, this was insurmountable. Yet, in this critical moment, Chu Ye recalled the water curtain ability he had previously acquired. Now, it would prove invaluable. He raised his hand sharply, thoughts racing. 60 flow. Water curtain, setting successful. With his intention solidified, a translucent water curtain appeared as if summoned from the heavens, enveloping the four of them securely. Lin Jiangwo and On, still trying to comprehend what they were witnessing, could only watch as bullets rained down upon the water curtain. The bullets struck the surface like raindrops on a pond, creating ripples but failing to penetrate. The flowing water not only neutralized the attacks but transformed what should have been lethal projectiles into mere harmless drops. Splattering harmlessly to the ground, Ma Xing's spirits lifted momentarily, believing that Chu Ye and his companions were doomed, stifling the agony of his severed legs. He turned to look at them and saw them standing unharmed. His pupils constricted, disbelief etched on his face. He held, This is impossible. What is this sorcery? Inside the Yunlong water plant, those who had been shooting fell into a deathly silence, exchanging terrified and bewildered glances. What is that? I don't know. It's like some kind of magic. It's too bizarre. Meanwhile, Lin Jiangwo, on, and the herbalist stood in stunned silence, their minds blank. They gaped at the miraculous scene unfolding before them, scarcely able to believe their eyes. Is that a wall made of water? Lin Jiangwo stammered, his voice trembling. On pinched his thigh hard, the sharp pain confirming that this was no dream. Brother Chu, what is this ability of yours? His voice quivered with awe and admiration, though the herbalist remained silent. Her eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness as she gazed at Chu Ye. She never imagined he possessed such formidable power. It was nothing short of miraculous. This was the true essence of a genetic warrior. She felt fortunate to have allied with him. Had she been his adversary, she couldn't fathom how she would meet her end. Unaware of their thoughts, Chu Ye gradually retracted the water curtain, silently grateful for having upgraded his system, acquiring this life-saving skill. Otherwise, he might not have survived this encounter. This water curtain is indeed remarkable, he mused. His gaze shifted to the incapacitated Ma Xing, a fierce resolve igniting within him. This entire predicament stemmed from this despicable individual. Cursed be him. Ma Xing, do you truly believe I lack the resolve to kill you? Ma Xing trembled, feeling an unprecedented terror as he watched Chu Ye approach. He had thought that with his meticulously laid trap and Li Min's firepower, he could annihilate Chu Ye and his friends. Yet, he never anticipated that Chu Ye possessed such terrifying abilities. This was far beyond his comprehension. Don't kill me. Ma Xing's voice was hoarse, desperately trying to retreat, but there was nowhere left to go. Panic surged within him. He did not want to die. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He still had a chance. Use the earth cannon. Quick, use the earth cannon. I want you all to perish with me. Chu Ye, no matter how strong you are still no match for me. Ma Xing screamed frantically, his voice laced with madness. Hearing this, Chu Ye froze in shock. Lin Jiangwo's eyes widened in horror as he spotted a dark cannon barrel aimed directly at them. It was a makeshift earth cannon, rudimentary yet capable of inflicting catastrophic damage in such a confined space. It's over. Lord Chu, run. Lin Jiangwo's anguished cry echoed. Filled with despair and terror, he understood that once the cannon fired, survival would be impossible. It was a cannon. Chu Ye had already exerted considerable effort. They would likely be powerless to resist this assault. Chapter 96, the so-called miracle boom. The speed of the earth cannon exceeded their expectations. As Chu Ye heard the sound and turned around abruptly, he saw a dark, smoke-emitting earth cannon slicing through the air, hurtling towards the pit where they stood. Damn it! Chu Ye cursed vehemently. Ma Xing was truly insane. He was resorting to such artillery to eliminate them. He wondered if the water curtain could still withstand this assault. However, there was no time for hesitation. They were at a critical juncture. Gritting his teeth, Chu Ye activated the system once more. 100 flow, water curtain, setting successful. This time, he chose to max it out. As the words left his lips, a far broader and thicker water curtain unfolded above the pit, resembling a colossal dome that spread out instantly. It churned and boiled like the waters of an abyss, tightly cloaking the pit and Apos' opening. The moment the water curtain enveloped the space, a loud thud echoed as the earth cannon crashed violently against it, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Flames soared into the sky. Shockwaves rolled, and the deafening roar threatened to rupture eardrums. The water surged, rising to 3 feet high. Chu Ye tightly shut his eyes, anticipating dismemberment. But it did not occur. He opened his eyes and gazed at the seemingly fragile water curtain, which demonstrated a resilience beyond his imagination. The aftermath of the explosion quaked violently, creating ripples upon ripples. Remarkably, it entirely neutralized the force of the earth cannon's detonation. The shockwave generated was firmly restrained within the confines of the pit, unable to spread an inch downward. Only countless splashes cascaded down like torrential rain, soaking the surroundings. Aside from Chu Ye, Lin Jiangwo, On, and the medicine maiden instinctively closed their eyes at the moment of the explosion, a profound sense of impending death overwhelming them. However, as seconds passed and the anticipated agony and shattering of bones failed to materialize, they cautiously opened their eyes. What greeted them were the intact walls of the pit and each other's startled expressions. What? We're not dead? Lin Jiangwo stammered, first checking his arms, then his legs. Thankfully, everything was unscathed. A euphoric sense of survival surged within him. We survived. An echoed his sentiments, his excitement rendering him incoherent. As he slapped his thigh to confirm he wasn't dreaming, the medicine maiden, though outwardly silent, displayed visible signs of relaxation in her tense body. Her gaze towards Chu Ye now tinged with undeniable gratitude. Had it not been for Chu Ye, she would have been submerged in a dire predicament. Meanwhile, within the Yunlong water plant, Ma Sheng's subordinates, initially poised to celebrate victory, now stood frozen in shock, their mouths agape and eyes wide. They stared at the unscathed pit and the waterlogged environment surrounding it, their expressions more terrified than one might be upon encountering a specter. What kind of monster is this? One henchman's quivering voice shattered the eerie silence, trembling uncontrollably. Impossible. This cannot be. The earth cannon, didn't he explode? Another henchman rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning his own sanity. This is just too bizarre. Could this kid truly be a transformed demon? At that moment, Ma Sheng sat slumped on the ground, the agony from his shattered leg rendering him numb. He stared blankly at the unfolding scene, his gaze hollow as though he had lost his soul. No, it can't be. This must be a dream. I must be dreaming. Ma Sheng muttered, unable to accept the reality before him. All his meticulous planning had been effortlessly thwarted by Chu Ye. Dreaming? Chu Ye turned his gaze towards him, his voice icy and merciless, akin to the grim reaper that had come to claim Ma Sheng. Indeed, you are in a dream. Before Ma Sheng could respond, Chu Ye delivered a powerful kick to his head. Ma Sheng let out a wail, collapsing to the ground, utterly unconscious. As Chu Ye withdrew his foot slowly, he reflected that had Ma Sheng not been of any use, he would have relished the opportunity to end his life. With Ma Sheng dealt with, Chu Ye turned to Lin Jiangwo and On. With a mere thought, he retrieved 2 military crossbows from the Sea of Tsong and tossed them to the duo. Take these. Chu Ye's voice was deep and commanding. Now, it's our turn to retaliate. Lin Jiangwo and On seized the military crossbows, a surge of adrenaline coursing through their veins. They had been seething with pent-up rage, and now they finally had an outlet. Don't worry, Chu Ye. We'll take down these bastards. On gritted his teeth. Lin Jiangwo nodded vigorously. Let us fight them to the end. Not good. They're coming out. Quickly. Shoot. Fire the cannons. Within the Yunlong water plant, the remaining henchmen had yet to recover from their panic when they saw Chu Ye and his companions charging out. They shrieked in terror, raising their weapons in a frenzy. They're coming out. Shoot them. Kill them. A continuous barrage of gunfire erupted, attempting to halt Chu Ye and his comrades and Oppos, advanced from the pit. Yet, all efforts were in vain. With a swift motion, Chu Ye summoned a water curtain that expanded before him, blocking every bullet and artillery shell that rained down. I'll lead the charge. You follow. Understood. Simultaneously, Lin Jiangwo and On unleashed the deadly fury of their military crossbows. The arrows soared through the air, accurately piercing the throats and hearts of the henchmen. Screams echoed as blood soaked into the ground. What a thrill! Under the protection of Chu Ye's water curtain, Lin Jiangwo and On resembled 2 vengeful deities. Unstoppable in their assault. Charge. The trio surged forth like ferocious tigers descending from the mountain, an unstoppable force crashing into the Yunlong water plant. The remaining henchmen, who had never witnessed such a spectacle, were paralyzed with fear, having been thoroughly daunted by Chu Ye's miraculous display. As they saw the trio charging, their will to fight evaporated, and they knelt in submission, begging for mercy. Please don't kill us. We were forced by Ma Sheng. Spare us. We want to dare again. Chu Ye coldly surveyed the kneeling henchman, a cynical smile curling his lips, devoid of any compassion. In this apocalyptic world, mercy would only lead to endless trouble for oneself. However, these individuals were not entirely without value. Pointing at the weapons in their hands, Chu Ye inquired, "Where are the weapons you have hidden?" Chapter 97. Do you still dare to hope for rescue? These items are of great utility for his current base. After all, with the ongoing confrontations against the Tianmu organization, relying solely on these military crossbows makes it challenging to inflict significant damage. In the underground 2nd level. We've told you everything. Can you let us go now? A trembling henchman replied. Chu Ye nodded. I can let you go. But it will be a path to your demise. He then turned to Lin Jiangwo and On. Proceed. Leave no one behind. What? You dare deceive us? The shocked cries of these individuals echoed as Lin Jiangwo and On wasted no time, swiftly executing their orders. The sounds of blood splattering and the abrupt cessation of screams filled the air. Moments later, the entire Yunlong water plant fell into a profound silence, the only remnant being the heavy scent of blood that lingered in the atmosphere. Chu Ye took a deep breath, striving to quell the murderous intent within him. In his 2 lifetimes, it was the first time he had taken so many lives. In the future, he would undoubtedly encounter more such events. Come, drag Ma Sheng out. Chu Ye's voice returned to calmness. An rushed to the front, assisting the medicine girl to safely climb out before leaping back into the pit to reach Ma Sheng. With a swift motion, An raised his arms and struck Ma Sheng and Appo's face repeatedly. Ma Sheng and Appo's cheek swelled instantly, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. The excruciating pain forced him to open his eyes, and through his blurred vision, he caught sight of An and Chu Ye's indifferent expressions, which jolted him into full awareness. Please, don't kill me. Ma Sheng's voice was hoarse and trembling, as if squeezed from a broken bellows. I'll tell you everything, I beg you. Spare my life. Chu Ye scoffed coldly, given Ma Sheng's previous ruthless methods. He had no intention of leaving him alive. However, the information regarding the Tianmu organization might still hold some value. Once he obtained the necessary details, he could deal with Ma Sheng later. Spare you? Chu Ye pretended to ponder, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes. That could be arranged, but you must continue to lead us. It would be prudent not to play any tricks, should you dare lead us astray again. He paused, slowly raising the military crossbow, cold steel pressing against Ma Sheng and Appo's neck. The sound of the bowstring being drawn resonated clearly in Ma Sheng and Appo's ears. He trembled, his complexion turning a ghostly white. I wouldn't dare. I absolutely wouldn't dare. Ma Sheng's voice nearly broke into a sob. I will lead you honestly. Lift him up, Chu Ye instructed, skeptical of Ma Sheng and Appo's words. He exchanged glances with Lin Jiangwo and An, who understood immediately and grabbed Ma Sheng, dragging him forward like a dead dog. Suspended by the 2 men, Ma Sheng's feet left the ground. He was forced to raise his head, taking in the sight of the bodies sprawled across the floor. Those were once his brothers. A chill coursed through him, and his heart raced with fear, igniting a flicker of hope. He had to find a way to notify Ma Hao. If Ma Hao arrived, he would be saved. Ma Sheng silently resolved not to resign himself to fate. Under Ma Sheng's guidance, the trio delved deeper, arriving at the underground 3rd level. Right, in there. Ma Sheng pointed a trembling finger toward the heavy black iron door at the far end. The items are inside. Chu Ye cast a skeptical glance at Ma Sheng and surveyed the surroundings, not wholly trusting his words. Take him there, he commanded coldly, following the order. Lin Jiangwo and An brought Ma Sheng to the iron door. Chu Ye suddenly lifted his foot and forcefully kicked the door. Bang! With a resounding crash. The iron door swung open. Within the narrow space lay a military computer, quietly positioned. This is Lin Jiangwo and Appo's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the device. This is indeed the computer used by our Tianmu organization. Given my previous identity, accessing it would be effortless. As Chu Ye and the others focused on the computer, they failed to notice Ma Sheng suddenly fixating on the door. Summoning every ounce of strength, he slammed backward against it. Bang! His back collided forcefully with the iron door. Producing a dull thud, Chu Ye whipped around, seizing Ma Sheng by the collar and forcefully pinning him to the ground. What the hell are you doing? I did nothing. Ma Sheng stammered, his gaze flickering as he attempted to fabricate an excuse. I just accidentally bumped into it. Accidentally? Lin Jiangwo expressed doubt, finding it hard to believe Ma Sheng's sincerity. He hastened to inspect the iron door, his expression shifting to alarm. Chu, this door has issues. It's specially made by the Tianmu organization, and within its layers, there is a distress signal device. What? Chu Ye and Appo's expression darkened. Upon hearing this, Ma Sheng and Appo's eyes glimmered with panic. No, you must be mistaken. Lin Jiangwo interrupted. There is no way I could be wrong about this. You're in denial. Ma Sheng suddenly erupted into manic laughter. Ha ha ha. What if you know? It's too late. The distress signal has already been sent. My brother Ma Hao will arrive with reinforcements. He gazed at Chu Ye and the others, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Why aren't you afraid? Why don't you run? Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, Ma Hao's group outnumbers you. Their weapons are superior. If I die, you won't survive either. Ha ha. An suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Ma Sheng glared at him furiously. I laugh at your foolishness. An spat. Do you think your incompetent brother Ma Hao can still come to your rescue? What did you say? Ma Sheng was taken aback. Earlier, he had harbored doubts, but now he was certain. Let me be frank with you. Your brother has long been sent to meet the Grim Reaper. No, that is impossible. Ma Shang's eyes widened in disbelief. You're lying. Ma Hao, he is the factory director. How could he possibly be dead? On, filled with arrogance, replied, he thought he could snatch the and Oppos, medicine girl and Oppos, from us? When he couldn't, he attempted to take action, so we just dealt with him. Such audacity. Ma Shang lifted his head abruptly, staring intently at On. He couldn't believe it, or perhaps he refused to accept it. How could Ma Hao be dead? He was the director of the Yunlong water plant, commanding both men and arms. How could he have perished so easily? Chapter 98. A bounty of weapons. You are lying. Ma Shang bellowed, disbelief coursing through him, his voice twisted by fear and rage. You are trying to deceive me. You wish to throw me into chaos and strike while I am vulnerable, correct? I tell you, I will not fall for your tricks. Chu Ye watched coldly, his steps deliberate as he approached Ma Shang. In the black market, your good brother Ma Hao ambushed me, seeking to snatch the medicine girl from me. Do you wish for me to recount how he lost his life? The red mole on his lip, it trembled ever so slightly before he breathed his last. Each word from Chu Ye was like a razor-sharp blade, precisely piercing Ma Shang's heart. Tremors racked Ma Shang's body, his complexion drained to a ghostly pallor, lips quivering. Yet he remained speechless. In that moment, he comprehended the gravity of Chu Ye and Oppos' words. This was no jest. A tidal wave of dread surged within him, engulfing him entirely. With a thud, Ma Shang collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, Please, Don and Oppos, kill me. I was wrong, truly wrong. I beg you, spare my life. I am willing to serve you, to risk everything. Chu Ye looked down upon the man crumpled like a heap of filth beneath his feet, devoid of any sympathy in his gaze. In your current state, do you think you are worthy to be my dog? He slowly raised his hand, aiming a cold military crossbow at Ma Shang and Oppos' head. With a click, the sound of the mechanism echoed ominously in the silent underground space. Ma Shang and Oppos' pupils constricted, his mouth agape, yet no sound escaped him. Thwack! The crossbow bolt shot forth like lightning, piercing Ma Shang and Oppos' skull with deadly precision. Blood and brain matter erupted forth, painting a gruesome stain upon the cold cement floor. Ma Shang and Oppos' body twitched a few times before falling utterly still. Without a flicker of emotion, Chu Ye stowed away the crossbow, not even sparing a glance at Ma Shang and Oppos' lifeless form. To him, this wretch and Oppos' demise was of no consequence. Lin Jiangwo, examine the data on this computer, Chu Ye commanded, turning his attention away. In this apocalyptic world, such scenes had become mere trifles. On and Oppos', medicine girl and Oppos', you two stay here to protect him. Once arrangements were made, Chu Ye turned and strode purposefully towards the second underground level. He recalled hearing about an armory located there. As he descended the dimly lit staircase, he soon spotted a heavy metal door. Without hesitation, he kicked it open with a resounding crash, a pungent smell of stale gunpowder wafting towards him. What a potent scent! Chu Ye murmured, his gaze sweeping across the armory. The space was modest, yet various weapons were meticulously arranged. 2 crates of ammunition lay quietly in a corner, their surfaces gleaming dully. Nearby, 3 rugged cannons loomed, their dark muzzles exuding a chilling aura. With these, the villa's defenses would be significantly bolstered. Ma Shang, I did not expect you to present me with such a generous gift. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ye focused his thoughts, instantly absorbing all the weapons into his vast storage space. In the blink of an eye, the once weapon-laden armory stood barren. Content. Chu Ye clapped his hands and returned to the 3rd underground level. As he entered, Lin Jiangwo rushed forward, urgency etched upon his face. Brother Chu, come quick. Lin Jiangwo and Oppos' voice was frantic, his expression grave, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. A sense of foreboding gripped Chu Ye as he hastened to the computer. What has happened? Pointing at the screen, Lin Jiangwo's voice trembled. This computer contains data on the Yunlong water plant. This is a subordinate base of the Tianmu organization. It states that the Tianmu organization's branch in this city has been secretly capturing physically robust men for human genetic experiments. They are also hoarding supplies. The black market is merely their bait. The higher the rank of the black market identity card, the greater the value of the individual. They will prioritize their targets. The identity cards contain positioning chips. Lin Jiangwo spoke in one breath, his face pale as a sheet. Chu Ye and Oppos' mind raced back to the identity card he had obtained in the black market, quickly retrieving it from his pocket and squeezing it tightly. Crack! The identity card shattered, revealing a minuscule chip. Indeed, it was a positioning chip. Damn it, Chu Ye cursed under his breath. A glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he promptly exited the premises, no longer hesitating. With his group, Chu Ye swiftly retreated, climbing into the beach vehicle and speeding away. Shortly after their departure, a camouflaged unit, engulfed in swirling sands, arrived outside the Yunlong water plant. At the forefront stood a grim-faced commander, a locator in hand, a red dot blinking ominously on the screen, indicating their quarry was ahead. The prey is just up ahead. The commander exclaimed, his voice laced with excitement. Accelerate. The unit, receiving the command, surged forward without a moment's hesitation. However, upon entering the Yunlong water plant, all halted in shock. Before them lay a scene of devastation. Bodies sprawled haphazardly across the ground, cold and lifeless. The commander's expression darkened. The locator had led them to the third underground level. He picked up a shattered identity card, his eyes filled with a murderous glare. Damn it, our plan has been uncovered. Each word was spat out through clenched teeth. These individuals are no ordinary foes. Judging by Ma Sheng and Appo's corpse, he was an aggressive genetic subject. He abruptly looked up, surveying the surroundings, his voice seething with rage. This was a significant humiliation for their Tianmu organization. Everyone, search immediately. We want them alive or dead. No matter the cost, we must find these individuals. Meanwhile, in the villa district, clap. Yang Long, clad only in his underwear, sat on the ground. He struck his empty plastic water bottle in frustration, tilting his head to bring his mouth to the opening. After a prolonged struggle, no water emerged. Yang Long's fury erupted. He hurled the empty bottle to the ground. Glaring at Su Yun, who was clad in scanty clothing that did little to shield her from the elements, he roared. Where's the water? Damn it. I and Appo's am parched to the point of smoke rising from my throat, and you bring me an empty bottle? Su Yun trembled in fear. Her complexion pale, lips quivering as she stepped back. Brother Long, please, calm down. Right now, the entire villa district has no water supply. I truly cannot find any water. Chapter 99. Yang Long, you scoundrel. Su Yun hurriedly explained, while internally lamenting her plight. This damned apocalypse had rendered even a sip of water a luxury. In the past, she would have never bothered to turn off the tap if she had accidentally left it running. Had she foreseen this situation, she would have guzzled every drop of water she could find. Yang Long, however, would not heed her words. With a menacing glare, he stepped closer and grasped her slender neck with a vice-like grip, lifting her off the ground. Su Yun struggled desperately, but she was powerless against Yang Long's iron grip. What do you intend to do with me, Yang Long? She gasped. What do I intend to do? Aren't you the one lamenting your lack of water? Yang Long roared, spitting in her face. What use is it for me to support a useless burden like you? Without water, am I to perish from thirst? You have water behind you. I might as well take it from you. Hearing his words, Su Yun was engulfed in a wave of panic. Yang Long was actually willing to kill her for water. The sensation of suffocation surged in her throat, and darkness clouded her vision. The fear of death gripped her heart, and with her last ounce of strength, she managed to utter a few words. Brother Long, spare me, grant me one more chance. I will find you water. No matter what it takes. A flicker of ferocity flashed in Yang Long's eyes. Given the choice between human blood and regular water, the latter was far preferable. After all, he didn't regard human life lightly, but he certainly found it repugnant. At last, he released her. Thud. Su Yun fell heavily to the ground, coughing violently as she gasped for fresh air. Before she could fully savor her narrow escape, Yang Long's next words plunged her into despair. All right, get out and find water, he commanded ominously, pointing towards the door. If you can and amp, Appo's, bring back water, Don and amp, Appo's, you dare return. I and amp, Appo's, am going. I and amp, Appo's, am going. Su Yun scrambled to her feet, scurrying out of the villa in a frantic hurry. The heavy iron doors slammed shut behind her with a deafening clang. Turning back, she glared at the closed door. Her eyes filled with resentment. She bit her lip hard, her nails digging into her palms until they nearly drew blood. Yang Long, you bastard. After all this time together, you would take my life for a drop of water. And that Chu Ye, hoarding so much water while refusing to share a single drop. Just wait. I will find an opportunity to make you both wish you were dead. Her heart brimming with hatred, she knew that finding water was her utmost priority. Otherwise, all her efforts would be in vain. Suppressing her humiliation and anger, she wandered aimlessly along the road of the villa district, surveying the surrounding yellow sands. Damn it. Where on earth can I find water? She cursed under her breath. Suddenly, a commotion of footsteps caught her attention. She looked up to see several burly men swaggering towards her, each wearing lewd grins. Su-Yun felt a surge of dread as she realized their eyes were fixed on her. As a frail woman, the thought of being captured by these men sent chills down her spine. Just as she contemplated fleeing, it was already too late. Hey, this little girl is quite the looker. The leading man called out, blocking her path. Don't rush off now, come play with us. Su-Yun fought to suppress her growing fear. What do you want? Is there no law in broad daylight? She demanded, her voice trembling. Law? The men erupted in laughter, treating her words as a joke. Sweetheart, you are adorably naive. In this world, might makes right. One man stepped closer, leering at her. Su-Yun recoiled in disgust, attempting to sound threatening. I am Yang Long's person. If you dare lay a finger on me, Brother Long will not let you off easily. However, she had miscalculated. Yang Long? What does he amount to? Another man scoffed disdainfully. Do you really think you're someone important? We are under the command of Brother Biao. This territory will soon belong to him. Little girl, it would be wise for you to cooperate and have some fun with us, or you might lose your life. Su-Yun's heart raced at the mention of Brother Biao. These men were not to be trifled with. But then an idea struck her, a brilliant opportunity for revenge against Yang Long and Chu Ye. If she could incite these men to fight each other, she would stand to gain from the chaos. With this thought, a cunning glimmer sparkled in Su-Yun's eyes. She donned a flattering smile and said sweetly, Gentlemen, you've misunderstood. I was simply afraid of you all. I've disliked him for a long time. If you don't mind, I would gladly follow you and serve your every whim. The men exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with delight. Little girl, you have a good head on your shoulders. The leader laughed heartily. But just talking one tea suffice. You need to show us some sincerity. Su-Yun understood what he meant. She would have to offer her body. Rest assured, I will satisfy you. However, I do have a small request. I hope you can help me take revenge. Revenge? A trivial matter. The men readily agreed. Who do you want dead? Excitement danced in Su-Yun's eyes as she pointed toward Yang Long's villa, gritting her teeth. I want that bastard Yang Long and that Chu Ye to suffer a fate worse than death. Haha, just killing a couple of people. Leave it to us. The men were eager, and Su-Yun felt a rush of exhilaration as she led them towards Yang Long's villa, brimming with anticipation. Yang Long, you scoundrel, come out. Your aunt is back. Chapter 100. The demise of Yang Long outside the villa. Su-Yun shouted at the top of her lungs, her voice sharp and piercing, brimming with satisfaction. Inside, Yang Long paced restlessly, agitated by his inability to find water. Upon hearing Su-Yun and Amp, Apos' voice, his fury ignited. This wretched woman, unable to secure water, dared to return and cause a scene. Enraged, he flung open the door, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. However, upon glancing behind Su-Yun, he spotted several menacing figures. Yang Long stared in disbelief at Su-Yun, his voice booming with accusation. Su-Yun, what is the meaning of this? Have you brought these ruffians back to humiliate me? Su-Yun scoffed, her eyes glimmering with disdain. Humiliate you? Yang Long, do you even deserve such a thought? I have long grown weary of you. You spend your days parading around, calling yourself a man. As she spoke, she clung to the arm of one of the men beside her, sweetly declaring, This gentleman is far superior to you. What did you say? Yang Long, incredulous, pointed a trembling finger at Su-Yun. This woman had gone out and sold him out? You wretched creature. I swear I will end you today. With that, he lunged at Su-Yun, but before he could take a step, one of the men beside Su-Yun kicked him to the ground. Thud. Yang Long crashed down, the sound echoing ominously. You, a worthless fool, dare to be the boss here? The residents of this villa district seem rather lacking. The man looked down at Yang Long with utter contempt. Clutching his chest, Yang Long writhed in pain. He never imagined he would fall at the hands of a woman. Struggling to rise, he found himself utterly powerless. You, Don and Apos, get too cocky. He gritted through clenched teeth. I still have subordinates. We will not let this go. Who dares to lay a finger on our brother Long? As if summoned by his words, Yang Long's subordinates rushed to the door, only to halt in shock at the scene before them. Su-Yun felt a twinge of fear. They outnumber us. We must be cautious. The man beside her spat derisively, his disdain palpable. Who do you look down upon? These are merely a bunch of useless fools. Who are you calling useless? Yang Long's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed at his men. What are you standing around for? They have insulted us. Kill them. Wipe them out. His subordinates, accustomed to bullying others, were enraged and charged forward, brandishing their clubs and knives at the men allied with Su-Yun. The man beside Su-Yun sneered at them. They are courting death. They are not to be trifled with. The adversaries, hardened and ruthless, met them with menacing grins. In an instant, chaos erupted, clubs clashed, blades flashed, and cries of agony intertwined with furious shouts. Crack! Ah! One of Yang Long and Amp, Appo's, men faltered, struck on the head by a club, collapsing to the ground, blood streaming. Meanwhile, another man from Su Yun's side swung a knife, cleaving into the shoulder of a subordinate, blood gushing and staining the ground. The battle was merciless, a one-sided massacre. Though Yang Long and Appo's men were numerous, the opponents fought with lethal precision, swiftly turning the tide against them. Stop fighting. I concede. Spare us. The defeated subordinates begged, collapsing to their knees in desperation. Useless. A pack of worthless wretches. Yang Long cursed in frustration, powerless as he witnessed his men fall one by one. A profound sense of dread enveloped him. He realized he was truly finished. Before long, Yang Long and Appo's men lay defeated, sprawled across the ground, blood pooling around them. Brother Long, save me. One barely alive subordinate reached out, bloodied hands pleading for mercy. Yang Long recoiled in terror, his face as pale as a ghost, trembling uncontrollably. These men were terrifyingly strong. He could not die. He had to survive. Please, don't kill me. I can give you my position. He fell to his knees, bowing before Su Yun's allies, his head knocking against the ground. I have supplies. I have food and water. All yours. I beg you, spare my life. Su Yun approached Yang Long, looking down at him with a gleam of satisfaction. Yang Long, I bet you never imagined this day would come for you, did you? With a swift motion, she pressed her foot onto his head, forcing his face into the ground. I recall you were quite arrogant before. What happened to that bravado? Now, you resemble a mere dead dog. But if you wish to live, that is impossible. I must see you perish. Su Yun, you, wretched woman. Yang Long's expression transformed in an instant, struggling desperately against her foot, but it was futile. Su Yun, you will meet a terrible end. I will meet a terrible end? Su Yun chuckled coldly, exerting pressure with her foot, contorting Yang Long's head. How ludicrous. It is you who will face a dire fate. I will make certain you suffer enough to quench my thirst for vengeance. She leaned down, gripping Yang Long's chin, forcing him to look up at her. Look at you now, how pitiful. You used to revel in playing with women. Today, I will allow you to experience what it's like to be toyed with. She picked up a knife from the ground, brandishing it before him. What do you intend to do? Yang Long shrieked in horror, his body shaking violently, a large wet patch forming beneath him. Su Yun's laughter was cruel as she plunged the knife into Yang Long's body, time and again. His cries grew weaker until they fell completely silent. Su Yun stood, wiping the blood from her hands, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Forgive me for the spectacle, gentlemen, she said with a smirk. Oh, who would have thought this woman possessed such prowess? Quite impressive, indeed. Ignoring the lecherous advances of those around her, she turned to the men accompanying her. I seek to avenge one named Chu Ye. He resides in a villa even more fortified than this one. Within, there is ample water. More than enough for your bathing needs. Chapter 101. How could there be grenades? At the moment Su Yun uttered these words, the eyes of several men widened in disbelief, their throats bobbing as they processed the shock of his statement. What did you say? Is that true? How much water would that be? One man asked incredulously. Absolutely true. Su Yun affirmed with unwavering conviction. We all witnessed it. That brat must have hidden the water in the villa. Let us go. Take us there. The leader of the group was impatient. One of their primary objectives in coming here was to locate a source of supplies and water. Following Su Yun, they approached Chu Ye's villa. However, before they could enter, one man furrowed his brow as he stared at the tightly shut door. It looks quite sturdy. This won't be easy. Indeed, this mirrors the situation I encountered previously, Su Yun nodded. This door is made of special materials. We cannot simply force our way through. We need a different approach. What is so difficult about it? A man proudly produced a grenade from his pocket, waving it triumphantly. No matter the door. One grenade and it'll be reduced to rubble. Su Yun gasped in alarm, taking several steps back. How do you have such things? That's none of your concern. The man grinned. This is all thanks to Brother Biao. Just watch, we'll drag that fellow Chu Ye out of his shell. Inside the villa, alarm bells were ringing. This is bad. There are people outside. Shirley exclaimed, peering through the window, his face paling. It seems they are coming for our villa. What do we do? Chu Ye isn't here. Wang Dao questioned anxiously. Calm down. Chu Yin recalled Chu Ye and Amp, Appo's instructions to remain composed. Everyone, don't panic. Let us stay inside and wait for Chu Ye to return. No way. Shirley interrupted urgently. I just saw they have grenades. This door won't hold. What? Grenades? What do we do? Panic spread among them. Such weapons were only seen on television. They could hardly fathom the reality. Let us fight back. A flicker of resolve crossed Shirley's eyes. She left behind a military crossbow. We'll go out and confront them. There is a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, if they break down the door, that will be the true beginning of our calamity. All right. Let us do it. Wang Dao and the others steeled themselves. This was also an act of self-preservation. Outside the villa, Su Yun, oblivious to the plan established by Shirley and the others, shouted at the men, be careful. He kept his distance. Coward. The men laughed. What is this little scene? We've seen far worse. However, just as they finished speaking, their laughter abruptly ceased. Whoosh. The villa and Oppo's door suddenly burst open, and the sound of arrows slicing through the air reached their ears. Shirley darted out like an arrow, accompanied by a fierce roar. Kill these bastards. Several gleaming arrows followed, aimed directly at Brother Biao and Oppo's men. Su Yun's pupils contracted in shock, instinctively screaming, watch out. The two men in the lead had no time to react before they were pierced by crossbow bolts. One arrow struck precisely into a man's throat, blood gushing forth. He opened his mouth in a silent scream, his eyes filled with despair and terror. Another bolt lodged deeply in his chest, and he let out a muffled groan as his body thudded to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Damn it! They have crossbows. Who are these people? The man with the grenade was paralyzed with fear, his eyes wide in terror as he stammered, run, run. With that, he gritted his teeth and hurled the grenade towards the villa door before turning to flee. Shirley, seeing the grenade hurtling towards them, shouted hoarsely, fall back. Grenade. The others immediately turned and dashed into the villa. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air as the grenade detonated at the villa and Oppo's entrance. Flames shot into the sky. Shockwaves rippling outward, debris flying everywhere. The entire villa trembled violently. As the dust settled, Shirley and the others, covered in dirt, clambered to their feet, exchanging anxious glances to ensure they were unharmed before exhaling a collective sigh of relief. Thankfully, the villa had been constructed to withstand such an assault. However, Shirley was still seething with anger. Spitting on the ground, his eyes blazing with fury, he vowed to catch those scoundrels. The group burst through the door, only to find a scene of devastation and the bodies on the ground. Damn it. These guys are fast. I swear, if I see you again. Wang Dao spat angrily, wishing to tear those fleeing men apart. Damn it, those bastards. Shirley pounded his fist against the wall in frustration. Meanwhile, Su Yun and the remaining men had taken refuge in a desolate corner, shaken to their core. They were the ones who had once threatened others, yet today, they found themselves in peril, all due to Su Yun's actions. Why didn't you say they had weapons? One man roared in a mix of fury and fear, lunging at Su Yun and seizing her by the neck, lifting her off the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage over the loss of his close friend. Cough. Cough. I truly didn't know. Su Yun's face turned pale, struggling for breath as panic filled her eyes. Spare me. Spare you? You nearly got us all killed. The man yelled, veins bulging on his forehead. Just as he was about to strike, another man intervened. Old 3, calm down. He rushed forward to dissuade him. Killing her now won't help. We need to return and inform Brother Biao. We must avenge this. Reluctantly, the man known as Old 3 released Su Yun, who collapsed to the ground, coughing violently and gasping for air. Let us go. We need to find Brother Biao. The group helped each other and stumbled into the night. Not long after they departed, the sound of a low rumble echoed as the beach vehicle carrying Chu Ye approached, kicking up a cloud of dust. The vehicle halted at the villa entrance, and Chu Ye and his companions jumped out. Upon seeing Chu Ye, Shirley and the others rushed forward, excitement flooding their faces. Brother Chu, you've finally returned. Chapter 102. Human or monster? Chu Ye gazed at the individuals before him. Perplexed, he wondered why they remained standing outside. Lin Zhangwo surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowed, as he detected the acrid scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. Glancing at the ground, he spotted several corpses pierced by crossbow bolts, a foreboding sense of dread rising within him. What? Is that the scent of a grenade explosion? Damn it, don't even mention it. Upon hearing this, Shirley bitterly recounted the events that had transpired. Someone brought grenades to attack us. If we hadn't fled swiftly, we would have likely been reduced to a pile of flesh. After listening to Shirley's account, Chu Ye's expression darkened ominously. He surveyed the area and spoke in a grave tone. We should all head inside for now. We are likely already being watched. These individuals may very well be connected to the Tianmu organization. What? The Tianmu organization? Chu Ye and Su Qing turned pale with fright. With Su Qing clutching Chu Ye and Appo's arm tightly. What should we do? Should we escape? They have guns and grenades. Escape? Ji slowly shook his head. At this moment, fleeing would not resolve the issue. The region is engulfed in yellow sand. Where could we possibly run to? As he spoke, he retrieved some homemade firearms and a few improvised cannons from his storage space, tossing them onto the ground. In a calm voice, he declared, only by inflicting pain upon them will they understand the danger. If they dare to approach again, we shall show them what these can do. Shirley, Wang Dao. And the others seized the firearms and cannons, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Guns and cannons. Excellent. With these weapons, we can feel secure. Shirley rubbed his hands together, eager for action. These bastards better not dare to come back. I'll make sure they don't return. Yes, let them taste our might. Wang Dao echoed enthusiastically. Their spirits lifted. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Chu Ye interjected, enough, everyone quiet down. It's too hot outside. Let us go in. He turned to the medicine girl. Let us go inside together. At his words, the medicine girl timidly followed behind Chu Ye, her heart racing with anxiety. Once inside, she looked around, her eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. The villa was bustling with people, all gazing at her, which instinctively made her feel uneasy. Her pale fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothing. Her head bowed as she pondered what to do. Do not be afraid. She turned, sensing Bai Xiao's discomfort. He paused, his tone gentle and reassuring. From now on, this will be your home. They're your family now. Home? Bai Xiao was momentarily taken aback by Chu Ye's words. The term felt both foreign and comforting to her. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had not heard it spoken. She lifted her gaze to meet Chu Ye and Appo's, a glimmer of hope flickering in her clear eyes. She nodded vigorously. Chu Ye. Take her to familiarize herself with the surroundings. Noticing her reaction, Chu Ye smiled and called to Chu Ye. All right. Chu Ye responded joyfully, her face radiating a bright smile. She had longed for a sisterly companion, and now her wish was finally fulfilled. She quickly approached Bai Xiao, affectionately linking arms with her and softly inquiring. What is your name, little sister? Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao and Appo's voice was barely audible, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Bai Xiao? What a lovely name. Chu Ye could not help but laugh, eagerly taking Bai Xiao's hand and leading her upstairs, exclaiming, Come, I'll show you your room. As Chu Ye watched the two girls disappear around the staircase corner, he gradually retracted his gaze. In an instant, his expression turned grave and serious as he faced Lin Jiangwo, Shirley, Wang Dao, and 5 other companions. His gaze was piercing, his voice deep and resonant. Follow me. Chu Ye strode forward, and the others exchanged glances. Though puzzled, they followed closely behind. The group arrived in a spacious area at the center of the villa, where Chu Ye halted. Chu Ye, is there something important you need to convey? Shirley was the first to speak. Chu Ye slowly turned, his voice echoing in the vast hall. Indeed, the enemy grows increasingly rampant, both in number and strength. Relying solely on firearms will not suffice. In this apocalypse, the most terrifying adversaries are not the mutated monsters, but the gene-enhanced individuals. To survive, we must become stronger. His words struck like a hammer, resonating deeply within each heart. They had all witnessed Chu Ye's fierce battle with Ma Sheng. The extraordinary power he displayed evoking both reverence and a yearning within them. Yet, how to attain such strength remained a mystery to them. Chu Ye and Appo's gaze swept over Lin Jiangwo and he spoke solemnly. You too, bring out the gene serum and test its effects. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangwo's eyes lit up, eagerly retrieving a small glass vial from his pocket. The vial glimmered with a mysterious allure under the light. The others exchanged whispers, their faces filled with curiosity. Gene serum? Will drinking it make one a gene-enhanced individual? Chu Ye shook his head. This was obtained previously, and we are uncertain of its specific effects. We can only try it. Let me go first. Lin Jiangwo volunteered, uncorking the vial and tilting his head back to gulp down the serum. In an instant, Lin Jiangwo's body trembled violently, his previously dark skin rapidly turning crimson. As if scorched by fire, his muscles began to swell, veins bulging like worms beneath his skin. Lin Jiangwo let out a pained scream, his body convulsing uncontrollably as he writhed on the floor in agony. It was as if a violent force raged within him, attempting to break free from the confines of his body. Lin Jiangwell. On's face paled in shock, and he rushed forward, wanting to assist the suffering Lin Jiangwell. "Don't go near him," Shirley shouted. But his warning came too late. Suddenly, Lin Jiangwell swung a punch, striking On squarely in the chest. Pooh! On spat blood, crashing heavily against the wall. Shirley was also caught in the force of the blow, stumbling back several steps, a metallic taste flooding his mouth. Damn it! Wang Dao and the others looked on, their faces frozen in disbelief. This is utterly terrifying. Does this serum make one stronger or turn them into a monster? Chu Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. The potency of this gene serum exceeded his expectations. If Lin Jiangwell was not controlled soon, his actions might destroy this place. Chapter 103. You cannot join the canopy. Chu Ye dared not delay any longer. After all, this was his base, and it must not be compromised. He immediately activated his water curtain ability. A faint blue water curtain appeared out of thin air, enveloping Lin Jiangwell. No matter how he struggled, he could not break through this seemingly fragile barrier. As time passed, Lin Jiangwell gradually ceased his struggles, and his painful cries began to subside. Seeing that Lin Jiangwell had fallen silent, Chu Ye slowly retracted the water curtain. The onlookers beheld Lin Jiangwell slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. He stared blankly at his hands, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, he felt as if he had been rejuvenated by 20 years. Furthermore, his strength had increased exponentially. Lin Jiangwell quickly surveyed his surroundings, his gaze alighting excitedly upon a steel rebar as thick as his arm. He hurried toward it, gripping the rebar with both hands, inhaling deeply before exerting tremendous force. With a crack, the steel bar bent under his might, astonishing all who witnessed the feat. What kind of power is this? That is rebar. Is he even human? Wang Dao stammered in shock, while Shirley looked equally stunned, struggling to swallow. They finally understood why they had been brought here. With such destructive power, how could it not terrify the others? On, exhilarated, sprang to his feet, disregarding the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to try too. If Lin Jiangwell can attain such strength, why can Apos, Ti? He swiftly retrieved his own gene serum from his pocket and consumed it without hesitation. Having anticipated this moment due to Lin Jiangwell and Apos' experience, Chu Ye acted promptly, encasing On in the water curtain as soon as he exhibited unusual behavior. Moments later, On successfully absorbed the gene serum. Unlike Lin Jiangwell, his newfound power did not manifest in brute strength. Instead, he darted around the villa hall with lightning speed, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. After several laps, he remained unfazed, his breath steady. My speed, it has increased at least threefold. On shouted in elation. Moreover, my endurance has also significantly improved. As Chu Ye observed this scene, his heart surged with fervor. He clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with resolve. He yearned for more gene serums, aspiring to forge an invincible army of gene warriors. In this apocalyptic world, he intended to seize control of his destiny and instill fear in all. Meanwhile, Siyun had been brought to the base where Biaogu was located. She looked around in bewilderment. What are we doing here? A man beside her spoke coolly. You will know soon enough. They pushed open a large door, and Su Yun's gaze fell upon a scarred man engaged in fawning conversation with a man clad in camouflage. Zhang Hongcheng, Commander Zhang, what about my request to join the Canopy organization? Biao Gu inquired tentatively, but before he could finish, the men escorting Su Yun had already knelt before him. Biao Ji's words were abruptly interrupted, and his expression darkened, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. He shot to his feet, glaring at his subordinates, demanding angrily, what are you fools doing here? Didn't I send you to scout the villa area? Why are you back so soon? The henchman trembled at his words. One bolder than the rest stammered an explanation. Biaogu, we encountered a tough group in the villa area. They had weapons. We couldn't fight them, so we ran back. Couldn't fight them? Biaogu erupted in disbelief. A bunch of useless fools. I equipped you with grenades, and you dare tell me you couldn't handle them? Have your brains been devoured by dogs? Zhang Hongcheng had initially shown no interest in the bickering among the lackeys, but upon hearing the word grenade, he raised an eyebrow and turned to Biaogu, a smirk playing on his lips. Biaogu, is this the elite you boast of? Unable to handle a ragtag group. Yet you wish to join our Canopy organization? Biao Ji's face flushed crimson with humiliation at Zhang Hongcheng's words. Enraged, he kicked one of his henchmen and cursed vehemently. Useless lot. What good are you to me? You can end Apos, to even deal with a few pathetic losers. And you dare show your faces here again? Biaogu, please spare me. The beaten henchman pleaded, trembling on the ground. They had crossbows. We didn't dare confront them directly, so we retreated. Wait, what did you just say? Crossbows? Zhang Hoqing's brow furrowed as he pressed for details. Describe it precisely, leave no detail omitted. The henchman, sensing the urgency in Zhang Hongqing and Appo's inquiry, responded without delay. The crossbows. They looked quite sinister, entirely gray-green, made of some special material, with a complex structure. Somewhat resembling Zhuge and Appo's repeating crossbow, capable of firing continuously. Zhuge and Appo's repeating crossbow? Gray-green? Zhang Hongqing leaped to his feet, seizing the henchman and Appo's collar, demanding, Are you sure you didn't and Appo's make a mistake? The henchman trembled under Zhang Hongqing and Appo's commanding presence, nodding fervently, Yes. Do you know their names? The henchmen exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Meanwhile, Su Yun, who had remained silent with her head bowed, recognized the significance of this information and thought to herself, This might be an unprecedented opportunity to eliminate Chu Ye. I know who they are. The leader. His name is Chu Ye. Chu Ye. A surge of excitement coursed through Zhang Hongqing's face. It is indeed him. I've been searching for him for so long, and I never expected him to be hiding here. When the heavens offer a path, you shun it. Yet when hell has no door, you intrude. What a stroke of luck. Recalling the events at the Yunlong water plant, he realized that it was Chu Ye who had caused the turmoil, and now a breakthrough had finally emerged. He turned to Biaogu. You have long desired to join our canopy organization, correct? Now, the opportunity has arisen. If you help me capture Chu Ye, I will grant your wish. Biaogu and Appo's heart raced with excitement at the prospect. Zhang Hongqing was offering him a chance to join. This was an incredible stroke of fortune. He rubbed his hands together in glee, nodding vigorously. Rest assured, Zhang Yi, I have a long-standing grudge with Chu Ye. I will lead my men to capture him and avenge you. Chapter 104. A perfect practice. Biaogu immediately summoned his subordinates. A formidable group advancing with palpable menace towards Chu Ye's villa. Zhang Hongqing instructed Su Yun to lead the way. Su Yun eagerly complied, her heart racing at the sight of so many people. This time, Chu Ye was undoubtedly doomed. The group swiftly arrived at the villa. Biaogu gazed at the fortress-like structure before him, a glimmer of greed sparking in his eyes. If only I could have such a sanctuary, he mused. Zhang Hongqing turned to Biaogu, stating, My target is only Chu Ye. The rest is up to you. With these words, Biaogu and Appo's excitement surged as he approached the villa and Appo's entrance, bellowing, Chu Ye, you son of a dog. Come out now, if you know what is good for you. Surrender peacefully, or I'll burn your doghouse to the ground. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Shirley peered through the window and saw a dark throng outside. His expression turned grave as he recognized Biaogu leading the charge, with Su Yun at his side. He rushed to Chu Ye, reporting urgently, It's bad. That wretched Su Yun has brought a whole gang over here. Lin Jiangwo and On, having just experienced the miraculous effects of their genetic serum, were instantly stirred by Shirley's news, eager to engage. Perfect timing. Just what we need for some practice, they exclaimed. However, Chu Ye raised a hand to temper their enthusiasm. Hold on, let us not act rashly. He moved to the window. Observing Biao Ji's bluster and the armed thugs behind him, Su Yun glared at the villa, her eyes brimming with venomous hatred. Seeing this, Chu Ye smirked. How interesting. Let us go out and take a look. As the villa door swung open, Biao Ji's face lit up with triumph upon spotting Chu Ye, his flesh quivering with delight. Chu Ye, you little brat, didn't he expect this, did you? The tides have turned, and today it's my turn to deal with you. Su Yun, swaying her hips provocatively, sidled up to Biaogu and chimed in. Chu, today is your day. I told you, you wouldn't last long. Today is your demise. Chu Ye glanced at them dismissively, regarding them as mere clowns. His gaze shifted beyond the two to a silent man standing behind them. This man, tall and unassuming, exuded an air of authority that far surpassed Biaogu's brutish demeanor. Are you from the Tenmu organization? Chu Ye inquired, directing his question at Zhang Hongqing. The black market is your handiwork as well? Zhang Hongqing coldly acknowledged. Indeed. You have an eye for talent. You must be quite the geneticist if you cooperate. I might spare your life and recruit you as my subordinate. He scrutinized Chu Ye as if appraising a tool to be wielded. In his eyes, Chu Ye, despite his capabilities, was merely a slightly stronger insect, unworthy of comparison. On, furious at this presumption, rebuked, What nonsense! With your pitiful self. Do you think Chu Ge would ever serve you? Dream on. Biaogu, incensed, pointed it On. You little punk, do you dare insult Boss Zhang? He abruptly drew a handgun, aiming it at On's head, his finger poised on the trigger. In that moment of tension, a blur darted past. Biaoge felt a flash before a tremendous force sent him crashing to the ground. With a loud thud, the gun flew from his grasp, arcing through the air and landing in On's hands. On stood confidently beside Chu Ye, playfully twirling the gun with a mocking smile. The event transpired so swiftly that Biaoge's men were still reeling from shock. Biaoge rose, spitting dirt in disbelief. What just happened? Su Yun exclaimed, astonished. That was incredibly fast. She could hardly believe her eyes. The once menacing Biaoge had been taken down in an instant. Biaoge's subordinates paled, instinctively retreating. The scene had shattered their understanding of the situation. They were, after all, merely ordinary individuals. Yet Zhang Hanqing remained unfazed, his eyes glimmering with excitement as he fixated on On. Excellent. Another formidable geneticist. But alas, still lacking in practical experience. Chu Ye, if this is your only ally, today may be your last. Zhang Hongqing's exhilaration surged like wildfire. He had anticipated capturing Chu Ye alone, but now he had stumbled upon another geneticist, an unexpected boon. If he could recruit both, his strength would multiply. Before he could continue, his clothing suddenly ripped apart, revealing muscles like rock and skin that emanated an ominous crimson hue, radiating an oppressive aura. I have fused with the genes of a gorilla. Power is my legacy. His voice deepened, resonating like a beast and amp. Apos, S-roar. He lunged at Chu Ye with explosive speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. Lin Jiangwo, undeterred, shouted, "What about me? Why the panic?" He charged forward, fists clenched, ready to clash with Zhang Hanqing. A thunderous collision echoed as their fists met, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent dust swirling around them. Zhang Hanqing felt a tremendous force emanating from Lin Jiangwo's punch, causing his arms to tingle and forcing him to stumble backward in disbelief. What genes have you fused with? How can your strength match mine? Lin Jiangwo sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. While you were playing in the mud, I was undergoing grueling training in the Tianmu organization, pushing my body beyond normal human limits. Zhang Hongqing's heart raced with turmoil. He had believed his gorilla genes had granted him unparalleled strength, yet this seemingly unimpressive opponent matched him blow for blow without faltering. A wave of unease washed over him as he realized the day's events were far more complex than he had anticipated. He turned sharply to Biaoge and the stunned members of the Tianmu organization, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Attack! Let us join hands and take action." Chapter 105. I merged with gorilla genes in an instant. Zhang Hongqing's subordinates awoke from their stupor, shouting in unison as they raised their firearms, aiming the ominous muzzles at Chu Ye. Without hesitation, they pulled the triggers. The deafening gunfire echoed throughout the villa, bullets pouring forth like a torrential downpour, tracing long arcs through the air as they hurtled towards Chu Ye and his companions. Zhang Hanqing initially believed that Chu Ye and his group would flee in terror. However, to his astonishment, Chu Ye remained steadfast, showing no signs of retreat. A flicker of doubt crossed Zhang Hongqing's face. Was this person truly oblivious? Did he believe he could withstand the onslaught of bullets? How audacious, bordering on insanity. What did it matter if one was a gene wielder? Before the might of firearms, they were nothing but flesh and blood. This was the singular thought echoing in Zhang Hanqing and Apos' mind, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps Chu Ye had simply been rendered speechless? After all, standing there so defiantly was surely an invitation to death. He was convinced of it. Yet, in the next moment, Zhang Hongqing's pupils dilated in shock. The arrogance that had previously adorned his face was replaced by an overwhelming sense of astonishment and horror. Chu Ye slowly raised his arm. His fingers splayed outward, palm facing forward. In that instant, a crystalline curtain of water materialized out of thin air, resembling an enormous shield, enveloping Chu Ye and those around him in a protective embrace. The bullets struck the water curtain with a series of resonant clinks, producing a symphony of sharp sounds. The projectiles, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, were utterly incapable of breaching even a fraction of the barrier. The water shimmered and flowed, consuming every bullet, rendering them non-existent. How is this possible? Zhang Hanqing was utterly aghast, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, scarcely able to believe the spectacle before him. What kind of gene had this young man merged with to conjure such an impenetrable water curtain, impervious even to bullets? Amidst his astonishment, a wave of intense greed surged within Zhang Hanqing. If he could assimilate this ability, his power would ascend to unimaginable heights. At that point, not just the Tianmu organization, but the entire world would bow at his feet. Chu Ye regarded the unfolding scene with an expression devoid of emotion. Fully aware of Zhang Hongqing's astonishment and greed, he remained silent, merely gesturing with a subtle wave of his hand. It was their turn now. Awing understood the cue. A sinister grin spreading across his face as he vanished in an instant, darting into the fray. He taunted them. You worthless scum dare to fire at Brother Chu? Bang! 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 Awing weaved through the crowd with blinding speed, each appearance accompanied by a scream of agony. Zhang Hongqing's subordinates had no time to react. Swiftly collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain. Witnessing this, Zhang Hongqing and Appo's rage ignited, his eyes narrowing with fury. You little brat, you seek your own demise, he bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at Chu Ye, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Do you think that because you possess a turtle shell, I cannot deal with you? Let me tell you, I am a man who has merged with gorilla genes. You cannot even begin to fathom my true strength. What you witnessed earlier was merely a warm-up. Now, it is time to get serious. As he spoke, Zhang Hongqing clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms bulging grotesquely, veins protruding like coiling dragons. His skin took on an eerie crimson hue, and a ferocious aura erupted from him, sending chills down the spine. Chu Ye's expression shifted slightly. Taken aback. This man was the first genuine gene wielder he had encountered. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Zhang Hongqing unleashed a primal scream, his eyes ablaze with rage. Charging at Lin Jiangwo, who stood ready for battle. Lin Jiangwo's face tightened, bracing himself. He inhaled deeply, muscles coiled like springs, fists clenched, prepared to meet Zhang Hongqing's onslaught. Bang! The two fists collided with a deafening crack, yet this time, Lin Jiangwo felt an overwhelming force emanating from Zhang Hongqing's strike. The impact rendered his arms numb, and he instinctively staggered backward. Crack! The ground beneath Lin Jiangwo fractured underfoot as he stumbled, ultimately losing balance and crashing to the ground. Ha ha! With such meager skills, you dare to challenge me? Zhang Hongqing laughed triumphantly, his eyes glimmering with disdain and mockery. I could crush you with a mere finger. He turned his gaze, sharp as a blade, locking eyes with Chu Ye. You, boy, are next. Suyun, witnessing this, erupted with exhilaration. Her previously pale complexion regaining a hint of color. She pointed at Chu Ye, shrieking, Ha! Chu Ye, you're finished. You're doomed. Brother Zhang is invincible. No one can defeat him. On the sidelines, Biao Ge furrowed his brow. Though he hoped Zhang Hongqing would vanquish Chu Ye, a sense of unease gnawed at him. He couldn't shake the feeling that Chu Ye would not be so easily defeated. After all, this was a person who could withstand a grenade explosion. His capabilities surely extended beyond mere appearances. He couldn't, and Appos, help but caution Zhang Hongqing, be careful, this kid may have other tricks up his sleeve. Humph, other tricks? Zhang Hongqing sneered dismissively. Before absolute power, any strategy is futile. Mere theatrics, a waste of effort. Before his words had even settled, Zhang Hongqing swung his right fist with ferocious intent, propelled by a fierce gale, aimed directly at Chu Ye and Appos' face. This punch harnessed all of his strength. Any unfortunate soul who received it in full would surely perish. Chu Ye's gaze turned icy, his heart calm. This man's power was indeed superior to the adversaries he had previously encountered. It was clear he could no longer afford to hold back. With a focused thought, he mentally intoned, 100 units of flow, 1 unit of pressure, parameters set. At the very moment Zhang Hongqing's fist was about to collide with Chu Ye, a slender stream of water appeared out of thin air, striking with blinding speed at a pressure point on Zhang Hongqing and Appos' fist. Swoosh! With a delicate sound, the stream pierced through Zhang Hongqing and Appos' fist like a sharpened needle, leaving behind a gaping, gruesome wound. Zhang Hongqing let out a blood-curdling scream, retracting his fist to reveal a gruesome puncture wound, blood gushing forth like a fountain. What kind of monstrosity is this? The pain contorted his face, leaving him pale and filled with terror and disbelief. Chapter 106. An unbearable eyesore. Zhang Hongqing could never have imagined that he would be injured by a mere trickle of water. It was utterly inconceivable. He was currently in a state of genetic enhancement. Even if someone struck him with a blade, it would hardly cause him any harm. Still in disbelief, he hadn't yet reacted when Lin Jiangwo had already risen from the ground, roaring as he unleashed a powerful punch directly into Zhang Hongqing's face. With a thunderous crash, Zhang Hongqing was caught off guard, flying backward and landing heavily on the ground, the impact echoing around him. Clutching his face, he cried out in agony, blood spilling from his mouth. What are you stammering about? You frog in a well, unaware of Brother Chu and Appos' prowess, yet you dare to boast here? Lin Jiangwo stood over Zhang Hongqing, looking down at him with contempt. Su Yun watched in horror as their strongest ally crumbled before Chu Ye, swiftly defeated. Fear surged through him like a tidal wave, leaving him pale and trembling, his legs weak. Run! Run for your lives! Su Yun screamed hoarsely, turning to flee with all his might. Biao Gu and Zhang Hongqing's subordinates were equally terrified, their usual bravado evaporating. They scrambled towards the villa's exit, desperate to escape Chu Ye's wrath. Here is your chance to hone your skills, Chu Ye said with a slight turn, his gaze piercing as it swept over Lin Jiangwo and On. He sensed the volcanic power surging within Lin Jiangwo and the ghostly speed of On. Both of them burning with an insatiable thirst for battle, eager to unleash their might in this arena of slaughter. On and Apos. S eyes glinted with a predatory light. His muscles coiled like a leopard ready to pounce. Licking his lips, he let out a sinister laugh. Finally, it and Apos. It's my turn to strike. Before his words could settle, he shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. Screams of terror echoed as the scattered members of the Tianmu organization were utterly helpless against On's ferocity. They barely had time to register his presence before being hurled away by an overwhelming force, the sickening sound of bones breaking audible as blood pooled on the ground. In agony, the injured writhed on the ground, the scene a ghastly display. Lin Jiangwo followed closely, bellowing, "Now, it's my time to shine," though not as fast as On. Each of his steps resonated with power, causing the ground beneath him to tremble. He bent down to pick up stones, broken rebar, and remnants of shrapnel. His eyes sharp as a hawk, locking onto the struggling members of the Tianmu organization, throwing them without hesitation. With a sickening thud, a shard of shrapnel sliced through the air, piercing the throat of one unfortunate soul. The man's eyes widened in shock, hands clutching at his neck as blood spurted forth like a fountain, yet he could emit no sound, only thrash helplessly. Moments later, he collapsed, convulsing briefly before succumbing to silence. This was undoubtedly a one-sided massacre, devoid of suspense. The clearing before the villa transformed into a gruesome battleground, the air thick with the scent of blood. Chu Ye watched coldly, devoid of any compassion. In this ruthless apocalypse, mercy had become the most trivial of commodities. Those who chose to oppose him must bear the consequences of death. On and Lin Jiangwo moved with astonishing speed. Soon, the last remaining members of the Tianmu organization ceased their struggles, collapsing to the ground, their bodies twitching in unconsciousness as blood spread beneath them. Only then did Chu Ye slowly approach Su Yun and Biaogu, towering over the two once mighty figures. Now, they resembled lost dogs, trembling in fear, their former arrogance vanished. He bent down, picking up a handgun, the cold muzzle pressed against Su Yun's forehead. "Please don't kill me, I beg you." "Give me one more chance," Su Yun whimpered, tears streaming down his face, trembling uncontrollably, her clothes falling from her as she prostrated herself, banging her forehead against the ground with a sickening thud. Biaogu, equally paralyzed by terror, felt warmth spreading in his pants, the stench of fear wafting around him. "Master Chu, I was wrong. I truly was. I shouldn't have opposed you. I deserve to die. Spare me, and I will serve you like a dog." "Do whatever you ask." Chu Ye chuckled lightly. "A chance? I've given you chances more than once. But alas, you failed to cherish them." His fingers slowly tightened on the trigger. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out. Su Yun and Biaogu and Apos, heads exploding like ripe melons. Blood and matter splattering across the ground. Zhang Hongqing, lying nearby, trembled uncontrollably as he witnessed this horror. Disbelief etched across his face, fear and confusion filling his eyes. Who are you really?" Chu Ye turned slowly, the gun now aimed at Zhang Hongqing. "You are not worthy to know. What is the current state of the Tianmu organization in Jiacheng? And where are the additional genetic agents?" Chu Ye's words were blunt, his tone frigid and uncompromising. He required more information to navigate this dystopian world. Zhang Hongqing gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, a flicker of defiance in his gaze. "Want to know? Fine, unless you let me go first." Chu Ye snorted coldly, his demeanor instantly turning sharp. "A hostage? You are merely a hostage. You have no right to bargain with me. If you do not cherish the chance to live, then I shall send you on your way." Don't kill me." Zhang Hongqing felt the icy grip of death and panicked, yet the searing pain in his thigh rendered him immobile. "Let me handle this. I once learned a thing or two about interrogation in the Tianmu." Lin Jiangwo stepped forward, a cruel glint in his eyes. With a vicious grin, he raised his foot and brought it down hard onto Zhang Hongqing's injured thigh. The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly as Zhang Hongqing let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The agony coursed through him, his body writhing as cold sweat drenched him entirely. I possess endless patience and 1,000 ways to make you wish for death. Lin Jiangwo seized Zhang Hongqing by the hair, lifting his contorted face to meet his gaze, relishing the agony reflected in his eyes, a perverse pleasure swelling within him. The relentless pain crashed over Zhang Hongqing like a tidal wave, finally pushing him to the brink of collapse. I'll talk. Please stop torturing me. The genetic agents, they're in the black market on the 10th floor of the black market. With the answer he sought, Chu Ye nodded in satisfaction. He gestured to An, kill him. He is an eyesore. Zhang Hongqing's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. He never expected Chu Ye to be so decisive, to kill without hesitation. Desperately, he pleaded, what? You can't kill me. I'm one of the 3 military leaders of the black market. Killing me will offend the entire black market. Chapter 107. Is this the head transplant procedure? Upon hearing this, a cold smirk appeared on An's face. He could only conclude that Zhang Hongqing was a fool. The black market? In the current situation, what difference did it make whether he killed you or spared you? Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and a gaping wound erupted in Zhang Hongqing and Apos' head, killing him instantly. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Plop! An exquisite badge rolled off Zhang Hongqing and Apos' mangled corpse, landing in a pool of blood. Lin Jiangwo noticed the badge, a look of confusion crossing his face. He hurried forward, bent down to pick it up, and wiped away the blood, scrutinizing it closely. The front of the badge was adorned with a twisted giant tree, a venomous snake coiling around its trunk, vividly crafted, exuding a sinister aura. His expression subtly shifted. This was the emblem of the Tianmu organization. Chu Ye and Apos' gaze fell upon the Tianmu badge in Lin Jiangwo and Apos' hand, recalling Zhang Hongqing's previous mention of their wanted status. Under the current circumstances, heading directly to the black market would be futile. A bold idea gradually took shape in his mind. Perhaps we could exploit this, he calculated silently, with Zhang Hongqing dead. The black market would take some time to verify the news. If they could disguise themselves as Zhang Hongqing and infiltrate the 10th floor of the black market to seize the gene serum, wouldn't that be a feat unnoticed by anyone? Lin Jiangwo, upon hearing this, shook his head anxiously, his brows furrowing. No, that is far too risky. Zhang Hongqing's appearance and physique are vastly different from ours. Even with the badge, it would be easy to see through the disguise. He was not cowardly. He simply believed the plan had too many flaws and posed an enormous risk. If exposed, they would face the wrath of the entire black market, and the consequences would be dire. Who says we cannot disguise ourselves? With makeup, this issue can be resolved. Just then, a clear voice resonated from within the villa. The group turned to see Lin Wan stepping out confidently, a smile gracing her face. Lin Wan. What could she possibly do? Lin Jiangwo's confusion deepened. Everyone knows about makeup. However, despite its prowess, it cannot transform one person into another, can it? That is simply preposterous. Makeup? He couldn't help but voice his skepticism. Shawan. Don't joke around. Makeup can't solve this. It's no trivial matter. Lin Wan, unperturbed, lifted her chin, her eyes sparkling with determination. You'll see in a moment. I guarantee that what follows will astonish you. She turned to Chu Ye, smiling as she beckoned him. Chu Ye, come upstairs to my room. A flicker of curiosity crossed Chu Ye's eyes as he followed Lin Wan into the villa. He was keen to discover what capabilities Lin Wan possessed to facilitate such a transformation. Upon entering Lin Wan's room, he observed a cozy and inviting atmosphere, brimming with youthful charm. The air was filled with a delicate scent of perfume, refreshing and delightful. Most striking was the vanity table adorned with an array of cosmetics, an impressive sight akin to a beauty counter. Lin Wan approached the vanity, picked up an eyebrow pencil, and gestured in front of the mirror. As a flight attendant, the most fundamental skill is makeup. On a daily basis, one must impress guests with a striking appearance tailored to various occasions. Chu Ye suddenly understood. Flight attendants indeed have exquisite makeup, often adapting their looks for different situations. Her statement held merit. It seemed Lin Wan and Apos' makeup skills were not to be underestimated. Perhaps she could truly accomplish this. Let us begin. He no longer hesitated, taking a seat in front of the vanity. He trusted Lin Wan, and even more so, his own judgment. Meanwhile, Lin Jiangwo and the others returned to the villa's hall. That girl Lin Wan usually seems quite composed. Why is she so unreliable at critical moments? Lin Jiangwo plopped down on the sofa, his tone laced with concern. What good is makeup? Can it really turn Chu Ye into Zhang Hongqing? Shirley echoed. Exactly. This is utter nonsense. Makeup isn't a head transplant. How could it possibly fool those sharp-eyed individuals in the black market? Wang Dao and An nodded in silent agreement, clearly skeptical of Lin Wan's plan. Su Jingya, observing their furrowed brows, couldn't he help but chuckle. You all underestimate the art of makeup. Just wait and see. Soon you'll witness the magic of transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. Time ticked by. Half an hour later, Lin Wan's clear voice echoed from upstairs. It's done, Chu Ye. You can come out now. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhangwo and the others looked up, witnessing Chu Ye slowly descending the staircase. The moment Lin Zhangwo laid eyes on Chu Ye, he was instantly struck dumb, rubbing his eyes vigorously, convinced he was hallucinating. Before him stood Chu Ye, resembling Zhang Hongcheng as if he had resurrected. Every feature, every expression mirrored Zhang Hongcheng flawlessly. An was equally astonished, scrutinizing Chu Ye closely, unable to contain his admiration. Goodness, this is uncanny. If I hadn't known this was Chu Ye beforehand, I might only recognize the difference upon a second glance. Shirley raised his thumb in genuine admiration, exclaiming, Lin Wan, your makeup skills are simply astounding. I'm in awe. As Chu Ye absorbed their praise, he walked over to the mirror, carefully examining his new visage. The reflection revealed him with a sinister gleam in his eyes and a hint of a wicked smile, embodying the essence of a villain. Excellent, truly perfect. He nodded in satisfaction. With this face, combined with some additional disguise, he could easily deceive the black market guards. Lin Zhangwo, An, Shirley, Wang Dao, arm yourselves and follow me. Today, we shall embark on a grand venture. Understood. The four responded in unison, their eyes ablaze with excitement. They had long since yearned for an exhilarating escapade. Quickly, they gathered their weapons and equipment, racing off in a beach vehicle towards the black market. To avoid raising suspicion, Chu Ye instructed everyone to disembark a distance away from the entrance to the black market, stowing the vehicle within the depths of the Canghai space. He took a deep breath, adjusting his demeanor, then strode confidently toward the black market entrance. At the gate, two guards stood vigilant, weapons in hand, scrutinizing each approaching individual. As Chu Ye approached, just as he was about to enter, the guards halted him. Stop. What is your business here? One guard barked, leveling his weapon at Chu Ye. Chapter 108. A fight to the death stop. The guard crossed his arms, blocking Chu Ye's path, his beady eyes scrutinizing the unfamiliar face before him, as well as the figures of Lin Zhangwo and the others behind him, filled with suspicion. Who are you? I've never seen you before. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhangwo and the others felt their hearts leap to their throats, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Had they been exposed so soon? Instinctively, they lowered their heads, terrified of being recognized. If that were to happen, it would spell their doom before they even had a chance to succeed. Yet, Chu Ye remained unfazed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. His expression morphed into one of ferocity as he delivered a swift slap to the guard. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the entrance of the black market. The guard was momentarily stunned, stumbling backward and crashing heavily to the ground. You bastard. The guard clutched his stinging cheek, blood spitting from his lips. Disbelief etched across his face as he pointed a trembling finger at Chu Ye, his eyes bulging with rage. You dare strike me? Are you seeking death? Do you know who I am? I serve under Lord Yang Hu, one of the 3 military commanders. Seeking death? Chu Ye scoffed, pulling a badge from his pocket. The metallic emblem glinted coldly in the sunlight. He thrust the badge forcefully into the guard's face. Open your eyes and see what this is. The guard, confused, glanced at the badge, and as the outline became clear, he trembled involuntarily. He quickly reached out to take the badge, feeling its icy weight in his palm. The intricately carved skull and crossed bones unmistakable. Instantly, he recalled that this was the insignia of Zhang Hongcheng. With a thud, the guard and Appo's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, cold sweat soaking his back. He repeatedly bowed his head, his voice trembling. Marshal Zhang, spare me. I did not recognize your greatness. I beg you to forgive my insolence and spare my wretched life. Chu Ye snatched back the badge, disdain evident in his gaze. He lifted his foot and pressed his military boot down heavily on the guard and Appo's shoulder. From now on, keep your eyes wide open and do your job. With that, he kicked the guard aside. Yes, yes. The guard, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, suppressed his humiliation and scrambled to clear the path. Lin Zhangwo and the others exhaled deeply, their tense nerves finally loosening as they hurried to follow in Chu Ye and Appo's footsteps, filing into the black market. The guard rose from the ground, rubbing his numbed cheek, his gaze filled with malice as he watched Chu Ye and his companions disappear into the distance. Spitting a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva onto the ground, he muttered under his breath, You dare strike me? Just wait and see. Your time will come. He cursed quietly as he turned and limped away, disappearing into the throng of the black market. He needed to relay the news quickly. This arrogant man wouldn't last long. Meanwhile, Chu Ye and his companions ventured deeper into the black market. The air was thick with the cacophony of shouting vendors and haggling patrons, mingled with the unpleasant odors of sweat and cheap cigarettes. Chu Ye surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowed. He turned to Lin Jiangwo. Jiangwo, follow the address from the computer. Lin Jiangwo nodded and hastened ahead. The group twisted and turned through the narrow corridors. Suddenly, Chu Ye paused, sensing a surge of hostility. He whipped around to find a burly, bald man, flanked by a dozen others, striding toward them with an imposing presence. The man was muscular, with arms thicker than most people and Appos, thighs, and a fierce tiger tattooed across his chest. Each step seemed to shake the ground beneath him. Beside him stood the earlier guard, clutching his face, his eyes burning with resentment as he pointed at Chu Ye, muttering something to the man. In an instant, Chu Ye realized this man must be Yang Hu, the very individual the guard had mentioned. Yang Hu halted 10 paces away from Chu Ye, tilting his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Chu Ye. Zhang Hancheng, you have overstepped your bounds. He bellowed, his voice gravelly and rough, like sandpaper scraping against wood. Who dares to lay hands on me? Are you tired of living? The surrounding crowd fell silent, instinctively parting to create a wide space, all eyes riveted on the confrontation. The air thick with tension. Lin Jiangwo and the others turned pale, their legs trembling, nearly unable to stand. They had not anticipated encountering such a formidable figure in the black market so soon. What were they to do now? Yet, Chu Ye remained composed. Casting a cold glance at Yang Hu, his tone steady but laced with undeniable authority. Yang Hu, what do you intend to do? Do you dare to act against me in the black market? If you're afraid, step aside. I have no interest in wasting words with you. Before his words could fade, a glinting flying dagger whizzed through the air from behind Yang Hu, slicing past Chu Ye's cheek, narrowly missing him. It struck the cement wall behind him with a resounding thud, the blade quivering and emitting a buzzing sound. The speed was astonishing. The crowd fell into stunned silence, each person bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Lin Jiangwo swallowed hard, realizing the sheer force behind Yang Hu's attack. Chu Ye felt a surge of anger. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been injured. With fury coursing through him, Chu Ye stepped forward, his eyes narrowing like frost-bitten blades, locking onto Yang Hu. What is the meaning of this? Are you openly defying the rules of the black market? Yang Hu grinned widely, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, his pride palpable. Zhang Hanqing, don't twist my words. I have already sought permission from the commander to challenge you to a duel. Right here, we will settle this to the death. He emphasized each word, his voice booming. The commander has sanctioned it. Life and death are inconsequential. As his declaration echoed through the black market, the crowd erupted into excitement. Eager to witness the spectacle, they surged forward, forming a dense circle around the two men. Life in the black market was often dull, and many relished such thrilling confrontations. Excitement flickered on their faces. Oh, this will be entertaining. Zhang Hancheng, known for his arrogance, has finally met his match. Yang Hu is notorious for his ruthlessness, practically invulnerable. I doubt Zhang Hanqing will escape this unscathed. Chapter 109. What kind of scum whispers rose and fell, echoing in Chu Ye's ears, causing a deep sense of foreboding within him. It was evident that Yang Hu intended to use the guise of a duel to eliminate him. Should the capabilities of the Canghai space be revealed under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the consequences would be dire. Chu Ye snorted coldly, suppressing his agitation, and spoke with a chilling tone. I do not believe it. I will confront the commanding general myself. He turned his head, casting a glance at Lin Jiangwo. Lead the way. He immediately prepared to turn back. Are you trying to run away? The guard at the entrance reacted swiftly, stepping in front of Chu Ye with arms outstretched, blocking his path, mockery written all over his face. What's wrong, Commander Zhang? Are you afraid? Too scared to fight? Weren't you just so arrogant a moment ago? Why the sudden cowardice? Here's your warning. Get out of my way. A flash of cold fire sparked in Chu Ye's eyes as he replied icily, move aside. Yang Hu, witnessing the scene, waved his hand, signaling the guard to step back. Do not frighten this timid turtle, he sneered, his fists clenched, knuckles cracking ominously. He advanced toward Chu Ye, his voice low and threatening. But, Zhang Hanqing, do you think you can leave now? It and Appos, it's too late. Today, you shall not leave here alive. Before his words could fully settle, Yang Hu abruptly gestured. His dozen or so subordinates, fierce as wolves, charged forward, encircling Chu Ye and his companions. Each one was robust and menacing, brandishing weapons, iron rods, machetes, their gleaming blades radiating a palpable aura of death. Lin Jiangwo and the others frowned, instinctively drawing closer, unable to move an inch. With a sudden intensity in his gaze, Chu Ye and Appo's mind raced, and he swiftly activated the Canghai space. Pressure 100, flow 1, water flow, settings complete. A barely perceptible stream of water, almost invisible to the naked eye, silently shot from Chu Ye's fingertips, swiftly slicing through the knees of Yang Hu's men. If they sought to kill him, he must intimidate them from the very outset. Ah, my leg. What happened? Cries of agony erupted throughout the black market as Yang Hu's men fell one after another, clutching their knees in pain. A small bloodstain appeared on their kneecaps, though shallow. It had precisely severed their tendons, rendering them immobile. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. Yang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief as he whirled around, scanning the area, bellowing, Who dares to strike in the black market? His gaze swept across the crowd, each person who met his eyes recoiling in fear, terrified of being targeted by this furious beast. Ultimately, his eyes settled on Chu Ye, who remained unharmed, while Yang Hu's men writhed on the ground in agony. A heavy dread filled Yang Hu and Appo's heart. Could it be Zhang Hongcheng? Did he have a hidden card? A flicker of fear crossed Yang Hu's mind. He never anticipated that Zhang Hongcheng possessed such power. The crowd watching in the black market recoiled in terror, hastily retreating to avoid being caught in this unexpected assault. The guards at the entrance, petrified, fled to safety, fearing there would be collateral damage. Chu Ye regarded Yang Hu coldly. Yang Hu, as I said, I am not interested in exchanging pleasantries with you. If you wish to live, then step aside. He turned to Lin Jiangwo. Lead the way. Yang Hu stood rooted, watching as Chu Ye and his companion strode away, trembling with rage, fist clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. Zhang Hongcheng, why do you continuously press down upon me? His voice was low and hoarse, filled with resentment and fury. Meanwhile, An, keeping his head down, hurriedly tried to blend into the crowd. However, his headscarf slipped, revealing his sharply defined profile. A black market member inadvertently caught sight of An's face and was struck with recognition. This face, this cold and familiar profile, where had he seen it before? He racked his brain. Suddenly a flash of memory struck him. Just a few days prior, while on duty at the entrance of the black market, he had witnessed this young man. He and his companions were indeed the ones who had been following the arrogant Zhang Hongcheng. A shiver ran down his spine, and without further thought, he pushed through the crowd, stumbling towards Yang Hu. Brother Hu, bad news. The black market member gasped, his face pale. Yang Hu, still seething with anger over Chu Ye's earlier defiance, was startled by the sudden shout. Frowning, he impatiently demanded, What is it? Speak quickly. Brother Hu. They seem not to be Zhang Hongcheng's men, but Chu Ye. The black market member took a deep breath, struggling to calm his racing heart. Yang Hu froze for a moment, his eyes narrowing in suspicion as he grabbed the black market member by the collar, lifting him off the ground. What the hell did you say? Say it again. Brother Hu, I saw those individuals a few days ago while on duty at the entrance. They are definitely not Zhang Hongcheng's people. The black market member stammered, terrified by Yang Hu's intensity. Yang Hu squinted, scrutinizing the black market member as if trying to discern the truth from his eyes. He gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. Are you certain? Absolutely. I swear on my life, those individuals are the same ones I saw days ago. One of them is the one who was covering his face. The black market member nodded vigorously, as if trying to convince Yang Hu. Ha. Yang Hu suddenly threw his head back in laughter, his voice ringing with exhilaration and triumph. He released the black market member, who fell to the ground, and rubbed his hands together excitedly. Heaven has truly favored me. This monumental achievement has come right to my doorstep. His eyes glinted with a sinister thought. A stranger appearing just days ago, now taking the place of Zhang Hongcheng's subordinates? The only explanation was that Zhang Hongcheng, the one who had always loomed over him, was likely in grave danger. Yang Hu's cruel smile widened as he abruptly waved his hand, shouting at his subordinates, What are you all standing there for? Seal off the exit of the black market. Not a single fly shall escape. He paused, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. I shall inform the commanding general at once, so she can witness firsthand what kind of scum this so-called Zhang Hongcheng truly is. Chapter 110, The 5-Ton Prison. Meanwhile, Chu Ye and his companions had arrived at the 10th level of the black market. The heavy door creaked open, releasing an overwhelming stench of blood that was nauseating. Before them lay an expansive space that resembled a vast slaughterhouse rather than a mere room. Dark crimson stains marred the floor and walls, a shocking sight to behold. Lin Jiangwo suppressed his discomfort and crouched down to scrutinize the ground. He discovered a long trail of blood extending from the entrance deep into the space, reminiscent of some enormous creature being dragged across the floor. Master Chu, it seems we've found the right place, Lin Jiangwo stood, his expression grave. The genetic research base of the black market was likely ahead. Chu Ye nodded, signaling the others to remain vigilant. He led the way, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from behind, accompanied by the clattering of metal, growing ever closer. Chu Ye whipped around to find Yang Hu charging forth with a group of men, exuding an aggressive aura. Yang Hu, are you still haunting me? Chu Ye's eyes turned icy, his voice seething with fury. Internally, he remained on high alert. Yang Hu's sudden reappearance with so many followers indicated ill intentions. Chu Ye, you think you can fool me? Do you take me for a fool? Yang Hu sneered, twirling a sharp knife in his hand as he advanced towards Chu Ye. You truly believe your little tricks can deceive my keen eyes? Let me tell you, I've known for a long time that you are not Zhang Hongqing. You are nothing but a counterfeit. A wave of dread washed over Chu Ye. Yang Hu had uncovered his true identity. He suppressed his shock and coldly regarded Yang Hu. Yang Hu, I am unaware of what you speak. We are both subordinates of the commander. I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Do you truly wish to force my hand? Yang Hu scoffed dismissively. Force your hand? What are you? You think you can match me? He clapped his hands, producing a sharp crack. Chu Ye heard a thunderous noise reverberating from above. Looking up, his face drained of color as a massive iron cage plummeted down, ensnaring Chu Ye, Lin Jiangwo, On, Shirlei, and Wang Dao within its confines. Lin Jiangwo and the others gasped in horror, rushing to shake the cage, desperate to lift it, but it remained immovable. Stop wasting your efforts. Yang Hu laughed triumphantly. This cage is specifically designed to contain uncontrollable genetic mutants and weighs a staggering 5 tons. Do you really think you worthless fools can lift it? Dream on. A hint of madness flickered in his eyes. Chu Ye, today none of you will leave here alive. Chu Ye, you've got guts. Yang Hu circled the cage, eyeing Chu Ye with feigned admiration. I've long wanted to eliminate Zhang Hongqing, but I never found the opportunity. You've saved me the trouble. He halted, looking down at Chu Ye from his elevated position. To be honest, I admire you. You possess courage and strength, yet your intellect seems lacking to impersonate Zhang Hongqing. Yang Hu extended a finger, tapping lightly on the bars of the cage, producing a ringing sound. Here's the deal. Chu Ye, kneel, bow to me 3 times, and acknowledge me as your master, and I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for making you experience a rain of arrows. As soon as Yang Hu finished speaking, his followers surged forward, surrounding the cage like a tide. Each of their faces wore a cruel grin. Ha ha. Brother who truly has a commanding presence. Kid, why aren't you kneeling? This is a golden opportunity. If brother who takes a liking to you, it's your fortune. Don't be ungrateful. Hurry and bow. Bow deeply, and perhaps brother who will reward you with a position. These henchmen taunted Chu Ye mercilessly, as if he were a fish on a chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. On, who had never endured such humiliation, lunged at the bars, eyes blazing with fury. Yang, what are you? If you have the guts, challenge me to a duel. Hiding outside the cage, what kind of hero are you? Yang Hu cast a disdainful glance at On, shaking his head slowly, scoffing. Duel? You think you're worthy? He couldn't be bothered to look at On again. Seeing Yang Hu's arrogance ignited a blaze of anger in Chu Ye. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the sturdy iron cage. And a thought flickered in his mind. Could the water flow from the ocean space cut through this cage? He silently summoned the system. 100 units of water. 0. 1 pressure. Setting successful. A nearly imperceptible stream of water surged from Chu Ye's fingertips, shooting towards the bars of the cage with incredible speed. A faint sound, barely audible, echoed as the water left a shallow mark on the bars. Chu Ye's heart raced with elation. There was hope. Although the mark was slight, it proved that, given enough time, he could indeed cut through the cage. He lifted his head to face Yang Hu, deliberately stalling for time. Yang Hu, if you wish for me to recognize you as my master, you must offer me something in return. Who would pledge allegiance to empty promises? Yang Hu lifted his chin with pride, gesturing behind Chu Ye. Do you see that door? Beyond it lies our commander's genetic research facility. If you follow me, I promise to elevate your abilities to the next level, directly advancing you to the 2nd tier. Chu Ye was taken aback. The strength of a genetic being could indeed be enhanced through acquired means? This was unprecedented. This technology, without a doubt, must be obtained. Just as Chu Ye pondered this, the sound of sharp high heels clicked closer, approaching from afar. A tall woman clad in a black leather outfit appeared at the entrance, striding confidently in her crimson stilettos. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, her features exquisite, with fiery red lips and a gaze that emanated an unsettling chill. Commander. Yang Hu and his entourage dropped to their knees in unison, heads bowed in reverence, voices trembling with awe upon seeing her. Lin Jiangwo was initially stunned by her arrival, but elation soon flooded his face. He stepped forward, exclaiming, Shen Yanqiu, it's you. Chapter 111. Third-level gene user Chu Ye turned to Lin Jiangwo. A look of confusion etched on his face. Lin Jiangwo, what is happening? Do you know her? Lin Jiangwo nodded instantly. Shen Yanqiu, the former ace agent of the Tianmu organization, codenamed Black Widow. Like Su Dehai, she was once one of my most capable subordinates. Upon hearing this, An leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, Shen Yanqiu, an old acquaintance. We are saved. He rushed to the iron cage, shouting towards Shen Yanqiu, Shen Yanqiu, Lin Jiangwo is here. We are old friends. Shen Yanqiu paused momentarily at An and Appo's voice, her gaze scanning the crowd until it landed on Lin Jiangwo. Her previously icy demeanor erupted into a fierce rage. Lin Jiangwo, I have searched high and low for you. I never expected you to come knocking at my door. A sense of foreboding washed over Chu Ye as he perceived the intensity of her anger. Shen Yanqiu's hands clenched the bars of the cage, her knuckles turning white with pressure. Her eyes narrowed like a venomous snake, locking onto Lin Jiangwo as she demanded, Lin Jiangwo, why are you still alive? Lin Jiangwo, bewildered, retorted, Shen Yanqiu, what do you mean? I don't understand your words. Shen Yanqiu's beautiful face twisted in fury, her desire to inflict pain on Lin Jiangwo palpable. How dare you ask me that? Lin Jiangwo, you coward. If you hadn't an amp, Appo's fled at the last moment, how could the Tianmu organization have fallen apart? How could it have descended into this wretched state? Her voice escalated, sharp enough to pierce eardrums, conveying the depth of her rage. Su Dehai died because of you. You are the culprit. I will kill you to avenge Su Dehai. At this moment, Shen Yanqiu's slender wrist flicked, and a glinting dagger was in her grasp. Aimed straight at Lin Jiangwo. Chu Ye and Appo's expression changed dramatically. In a desperate moment, he silently invoked, Water Curtain. The dagger sliced through the air with a shrill whistle, poised to pierce Lin Jiangwo's throat. Just then, a crystalline water curtain appeared out of thin air, shielding Lin Jiangwo. Clang! The dagger struck the water curtain, producing a crisp sound as if it had collided with an invisible wall, falling uselessly to the ground. Shen Yanqiu and Appo's pupils contracted in disbelief. She whipped around, staring intently at Chu Ye, her voice trembling slightly. What ability is this? Chu Ye smiled coldly, uninterested in explaining himself to this deranged woman. You do not need to know for. He paused, enunciating each word. You are finished. Before his words faded, a thunderous crash erupted behind him as the iron bars of the cage shattered under the collective gaze of onlookers. The broken bars, propelled by immense force, crashed to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. The ground trembled beneath them, resonating with a deafening roar. Yang Hu and his subordinates were struck with terror, their expressions frozen in shock as they gasped. How is this possible? Shen Yanqiu staggered back, her body trembling, fear and wariness flooding her gaze as she looked at Chu Ye. You have touched the threshold of a third-level gene user. This cannot be. How could someone so young reach such a level so quickly? Internally, Shen Yanqiu screamed in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before her. Chu Ye smirked. Third-level gene user? You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. I am operating on a system that surpasses your kind. Standing confidently, he gazed down at Shen Yanqiu, his tone exuding undeniable authority. Shen Yanqiu, kneel and surrender. Out of respect for Lin Jiangwo, I may spare your life. Though shaken by Chu Ye's imposing presence, Shen Yanqiu, as the ace agent of the Tianmu organization, was not one to yield easily, suppressing her fear. A glint of madness and determination flickered in her eyes. With a swift motion, she drew a long, black whip from her waist. With a flick of her wrist, the whip cut through the air, producing a sharp crack. Gritting her teeth, she declared, Surrender? Absolutely not. You have merely brushed against the threshold of a third-level gene user. I, Shen Yanqiu, have officially entered the ranks of third-level gene users today. Yang Hu trembled with excitement, his face lighting up with a fawning smile. He turned to Shen Yanqiu, bowing deeply as he exclaimed, Congratulations, Commander. Congratulations, Commander. Your promotion to third level is imminent. The other black market thugs cheered exuberantly, chanting praises. Commander is formidable. Commander is invincible. Ha ha, this kid has met his match. How dare he challenge the commander, and Appo's, as simply a death wish. Lin Jiangwo and Appo's heart raced, anxiety gripping him. Although he was uncertain of the true strength of a third-level gene user, The aura exuded by Sun Yinxiu and the reactions of those around her indicated that she was far from an easy opponent. Could Chu Ye handle this? As Sun Yinxiu advanced, whip in hand, she menaced, "Prepare to die, boy." With a fierce crack, the whip sliced down towards Chu Ye. He narrowly dodged the attack, but the whip struck the iron bars of the cage with a deafening bang, causing sparks to fly. Is this the might of a third-level gene user? Ji thought, sensing the extraordinary power she possessed, far exceeding that of Lin Jiangwo and On. However, he felt confident that he could withstand her, not one to be deterred. Sun Yinxiu launched another assault, her movement swift and ghost-like as she aimed to strike at Chu Ye's vital points. Chu Ye, fully alert, silently called upon the water curtain once more. A new water curtain materialized before him, ready to defend against her onslaught. Crack, crack, crack. Chapter 112. Conquering Sun Yinxiu, the long whip relentlessly lashed against the water curtain, producing a cacophony of sounds as droplets splashed everywhere. The two sides exchanged blows, creating an atmosphere of equal rivalry. The fierce battle continued amidst the flying water. Fine beads of sweat had already formed on Sun Yinxiu's forehead. She was nearing her limit. Chu Ye, keenly sensing the shift, felt a stir in his heart. In another intense clash, as Sun Yinxiu retracted her long whip, Chu Ye made his move. Flow at 100, pressure at 100, water flow settings complete. The system and Oppo's cold voice echoed in his mind. As Chu Ye placed his hands behind his back, an overwhelming force surged from beneath him. Boom! This sudden recoil enveloped Chu Ye and Oppo's body, propelling him forward like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards Sun Yinxiu with astonishing speed. Sun Yinxiu and Oppo's pupils dilated in shock. She could not fathom that Chu Ye possessed such unpredictable abilities. What kind of power was this? Water propulsion? Did he consider himself a rocket? In her moment of panic, she had no time to react, helplessly watching Chu Ye and Oppo's figure rapidly magnify in her sight. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Chu Ye's body collided solidly with Sun Yinxiu. The impact felt akin to being struck head-on by a speeding truck. Sun Yinxiu felt her insides shift violently, a metallic taste rising in her throat. She could no longer contain herself and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The tremendous force continued unabated, pushing Sun Yinxiu forcefully against the wall behind her. Crack! The wall bore visible cracks. Chu Ye and Sun Yinxiu were pressed tightly together. Sun Yinxiu found herself pinned against the wall, unable to move, her complexion pale, her demeanor feeble, her breath faint to the extreme. Lin Jiangwo, on! What are you waiting for? Move! Without turning his head, Chu Ye shouted sternly. Oh! Lin Jiangwo, roused from his stupor, was the first to react, seizing a broken iron cage bar and charging angrily toward Yang Hu. Damn it! On followed closely, swinging his fists as he joined the fray. The henchmen from the black market were still reeling from the shock of Sun Yinxiu's defeat. Caught off guard, they were swiftly overwhelmed by Lin Jiangwo and On. Ouch! Cries of anguish erupted, plunging the scene into chaos. Yang Hu's expression shifted dramatically. He had thought victory was assured, never imagining the situation would reverse in an instant. He attempted to resist, but Lin Jiangwo had already reached him. Bang! Lin Jiangwo delivered a powerful kick to Yang Hu's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Damn it! I and Oppo's tolerated you for too long. Lin Jiangwo mounted Yang Hu, wielding the iron rod and raining down blows upon him. Stop! Please, Don and Oppo's. Hit. I was wrong. Yang Hu curled up, shielding his head, pleading for mercy, utterly devoid of his earlier arrogance. Chu Ye paid no heed to the chaos behind him. Instead, he turned and seized the long whip from Sun Yinxiu's grasp, producing a pre-prepared rope from the oceanic space. He swiftly and decisively bound Sun Yinxiu tightly. Sun Yinxiu struggled vigorously, but found herself utterly unable to break free. Moments later, the battle concluded, with Lin Jiangwo and On standing before Sun Yinxiu, bruised and panting. Lin Jiangwo gazed at the tightly bound Sun Yinxiu, his expression complex, as he questioned her sternly. Sun Yinxiu, why did you frame me? Why did you claim to have harmed the Tianmu organization? Why did you say I harmed Su Dahai? What do you truly desire? Sun Yinxiu turned her head away, her eyes flickering with determination, avoiding Lin Jiangwo's gaze and remaining silent. Tell me, why? Lin Jiangwo's emotions flared as he stepped forward, gripping Sun Yinxiu's collar and shouting in anger. Just kill me. Give me a quick end. Suddenly, Sun Yinxiu spoke, her tone resolute as she frantically twisted her body in an attempt to escape her bindings. Chu Ye furrowed his brow and stepped forward, pressing down on Shen Yinxiu's shoulder, warning her in a low voice. Shen Yinxiu, best behave yourself. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what actions I may take. He deliberately emphasized the phrase what actions with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Feeling the weight on her shoulder, Shen Yinxiu's body stiffened. Her face flushed with shame and anger as she glared at Chu Ye, retorting fiercely. You shameless scoundrel. How dare you? Chu Ye snorted coldly, ignoring her further. He turned to Lin Jiangwo and instructed. Lin Jiangwo, lead the way. We shall investigate the genetic research facility in the black market. All right. Lin Jiangwo nodded, taking a deep breath to suppress his inner fury, and turned to lead the way. The group navigated through the wreckage of the black market, arriving at a massive metallic door. This is it. Lin Jiangwo pointed at the door. Chu Ye raised a leg and kicked the door forcefully. Boom, the door swung open, releasing a pungent wave of the metallic scent of blood. Before them lay a scene of utter horror, dismembered corpses strewn across the ground, both human and animal. Blood staining the earth, various internal organs scattered about, severed limbs everywhere, and a nauseating stench hanging in the air. Is this a slaughterhouse? Chu Ye was profoundly shaken by the sight, his stomach churning violently. How could this be? Shen Yinxiu gasped in disbelief at the scene before her. What was this place originally? Chu Ye, suppressing his nausea, furrowed his brow and questioned. This is the research base of the Tianmu organization. Shen Yinxiu's face turned ashen, her voice trembling. There were originally many researchers inside, and many living test subjects, both human and animal. She pointed toward an empty cabinet in the distance, where genetic agents were once stored. Chu Ye surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the corpses, his brow furrowed tightly. He inhaled the heavy scent of blood mixed with decay, his mind swirling with doubts. This place is excessively clean. Chu Ye slowly scanned the environment. There were no signs of struggle, no traces of battle, and even the direction of the blood splatter was incorrect. It was as if someone had cleaned the scene in advance. Shen Yinxiu, still immersed in the shock of the base and Apos' devastating condition, was jolted by Chu Ye and Apos' words, her mind racing with a sudden realization. The patroller. She murmured, as if grasping a crucial clue. What patroller? Chu Ye pressed immediately. Prior to our arrival, there was someone who claimed to be a patroller sent by the headquarters of our Tianmu organization to investigate the conditions of the Tianmu organization in various regions. Chapter 113. The Herald of the Apocalypse. Upon contemplating this, Shen Yinxiu and Apos' face turned increasingly grim. She continued to explain. He stated he wanted to inspect the progress of the base's research and the status of our supplies. At that moment, I thought little of it and took him on a tour. Damn it. As she spoke, she angrily kicked her stiletto heel against the nearby metal wall, producing a thunderous bang. Yet, as if impervious to the pain, she continued to scream, I was deceived by him. That man. He is not an inspector. He is one of the heralds of the apocalypse. The heralds of the apocalypse? This was the first time Chu Ye had heard such a name. A flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Explain to me what this Apos, herald of the apocalypse Apos, is. Taking a deep breath to suppress her rage, Shen Yinxiu explained. The Heralds of the Apocalypse are an organization formed by several powerful gene users after the world fell into chaos. They plunder resources, growing stronger, and stand as our competitors against the Tianmu organization. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye understood, quietly lamenting that they had arrived too late. He turned to Shen Yinxiu, his gaze sharp. However, I certainly will not return empty-handed. Where are the supplies in the black market? Why do you ask? Shen Yinxiu was momentarily taken aback, turning her head. Chu Ye gestured for her to ignore it. Avoiding his gaze, Shen Yinxiu clenched her jaw, remaining silent. She thought to herself, the supplies are the last hope of the black market. They must not fall into the hands of these people. Then, she fell silent. Chu Ye, seeing her noncompliance, sneered and stepped closer, lowering his voice with an undertone of threat. Shen Yinxiu, do not refuse my invitation. You should know that I have many ways to make you speak. He paused deliberately, his tone laden with implications. For instance, letting you experience what it means to suffer a fate worse than death. Feeling the chill in Chu Ye's words, Shen Yinxiu involuntarily shuddered, a tumult of humiliation and rage swelling within her. She shot her head up, glaring at Chu Ye, gritting her teeth. You. Yet the words stuck in her throat. She understood that Chu Ye was not merely trying to frighten her. He was fully capable of such deeds. After a fierce internal struggle, she reluctantly revealed a location. Follow me. Under Shen Yinxiu and Apos' guidance, they arrived before a concealed room. Without hesitation, Chu Ye kicked open the heavy iron door. With a resounding crash, the door fell, stirring up a cloud of dust. Inside the room, a dazzling array of supplies was neatly stacked. Boxes of compressed biscuits, canned goods, bottled water, piled high. Rows of brand new firearms and ammunition gleamed ominously. There were even several small generators and barrels of gasoline. Wow, we hit the jackpot. An exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, joy radiating from his face. Lin Jiangwo was equally astounded. Having never seen such an abundance of supplies, it was like discovering a vast treasure. Observing the excitement of the two men, Shen Yinxiu felt a surge of disdain and let out a cold snort. Humph, with so much, how much do you think you can take? She mused. Even if I let you take some, how much can you really carry? Such supplies would sustain the black market for a long time. She seemed to pierce through her thoughts. You are still too young and inexperienced. He approached the pile of supplies, slowly raising his right hand. A faint vibration emanated from his palm. The next moment, a jaw-dropping spectacle unfolded. The supplies in the room appeared to be drawn by some mysterious force, levitating one by one, rapidly shrinking into beams of light, flying toward Chu Ye's hand, vanishing without a trace. In mere minutes, the room, once brimming with supplies, was left desolate, save for the cold floor and walls. Shen Yinxiu's body trembled uncontrollably, her eyes wide in disbelief, filled with profound fear. What kind of sorcery is this? She gasped, her voice cracking. Chu Ye slowly lowered his arm, turning to face the horrified Shen Yinxiu, a sneer curling his lips. You are not worthy to know. Shen Yinxiu felt an unprecedented humiliation, a flame of rage igniting within her, nearly consuming her. She bit her lip hard, struggling to maintain her composure. Yet, deep inside, worries for the others in the black market surged like a tidal wave. What would they do without these supplies? Chu Ye disregarded Shen Yinxiu, turning to Lin Jiangwo and An, commanding, let's go. But just a few steps out, he halted, glancing back at Shen Yinxiu. Oh. By the way, I forgot to inform you that our path out has been blocked by our people. His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion, so you better cooperate and lead us out or else. He paused, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. I want he hesitate to unleash a massacre. You are nothing but a demon. Shen Yinxiu trembled at the sight of Chu Ye's gaze, gritting her teeth in curse. Say what you will. Chu Ye shrugged indifferently, lead the way, or face death. In humiliation, Shen Yinxiu shut her eyes, inhaling deeply, and when she opened them again, only a deadened silence remained. Follow me. Her voice was hoarse, as if squeezed from the depths of her throat. She stepped forward, with Chu Ye using a rope to bind Shen Yinxiu, positioning her in front of him to prevent any tricks. The group returned to the first-floor hall of the black market. Chu Ye, a furious roar shattered the prior silence. Suddenly, a swarm of black market enforcers surged in from all directions, armed and encircling Chu Ye and his companions, their dark muzzles aimed directly at them. The tense atmosphere was palpable, ready to erupt. Seeing this, Shen Yinxiu immediately shouted, Everyone, lower your weapons. Her voice was sharp, tinged with tremors, echoing through the spacious hall. The enforcers froze momentarily. Then, as if a kettle had boiled over, they began to chatter, lowering their weapons and clamoring at Shen Yinxiu. Sister Qiu, what is going on? Don't scare us. What do you mean the black market is disbanding? What will we do now? Are we to starve to death in this godforsaken place? Faced with the crowd's questions, Shen Yinxiu's expression was chillingly indifferent. She inhaled deeply, summoning all her strength. Silence. From today onwards, the black market no longer exists. You all, take care of yourselves. These words struck like thunder on a clear day, causing an uproar among the black market members. Why? Sister Qiu, you can and oppose. T just abandon us. Chapter 114. Dare to return to seek death. A burly man with a face full of muscle glared fiercely at Chu Ye. Is this brat threatening you? I and Amp, oppose. LL take him on. Yes. We cannot allow him to ruin our black market. The crowd was in an uproar, the black market thugs, their eyes red with fury, once again surrounded Chu Ye and his companions, leaving them no escape. Seeing this, Chu Ye's gaze gradually turned icy, a murderous intent coalescing in the depths of his eyes. He slowly raised his hands, and water began to swirl ominously in his palms. He despised trouble. Since these people insisted on seeking death, he would not hold back. After all, in a world wrought with chaos, mercy towards enemies equated to cruelty towards oneself. Shen Yinxiu, possessing a highly sensitive sixth sense, keenly detected Chu Ye's movements, causing her heart to shudder. She understood Chu Ye all too well. He was a devil who would kill without hesitation. If a fight broke out, none of the black market personnel would likely survive. After all, they were her people. No. Shinyanshio screamed, her voice hoarse and laced with urgency. She swallowed hard and abruptly turned to the black market crowd. All of you, back off. Anyone who dares to step forward will be met with lethal force. Her voice carried an undeniable authority that sent a chill through the thugs. They exchanged glances. Reluctant yet unable to defy Shinyanshio's command, and slowly retreated. They could not comprehend why, though they were trying to help her, she would threaten them so. At that moment, when tensions were taut and confusion reigned, a raucous laugh suddenly erupted from outside, shattering the heavy atmosphere. Ha ha. What a lively scene. I haven't even arrived, and you've started infighting. Chu Ye furrowed his brow and turned towards the sound. A tall man clad in a black leather jacket swaggered in. An unsettling lack of mirth on his face despite his laughter. Following him were over a dozen similarly clad, burly men, each radiating a fierce, intimidating aura. Upon seeing the newcomer, Shinyanshio's expression changed drastically, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. That confusion quickly morphed into overwhelming rage. Zhang Dixing, you traitor! How dare you return? Are you seeking death? Traitor? The man known as Zhang Dixing laughed heartily. Shinyanshio, you are pathetically naive. I told you I was an inspector, and you believed me? And now you wish to blame me? He surveyed the room with a self-satisfied smirk. As for seeking death, that's utter nonsense. If I dared to come here, I fear nothing. Let me be frank. I am now a level 3 genetic modifier. He waved his hand dramatically, pointing at the black-clad men behind him, his tone dripping with arrogance. Even they are all level 2 genetic modifiers. Today, I shall take control of the black market. His greedy gaze wandered over Shinyanshio's curvaceous figure, utterly unashamed of the desire glimmering in his eyes. And you, Shinyanshio, from now on, you shall be my woman. Zhang Dixing licked his lips lewdly, his eyes brimming with lasciviousness. The black market thugs turned pale, trembling in fear. They had never anticipated that Zhang Dixing would return with a group of genetic modifiers. The power of level 2 and level 3 modifiers was beyond their capacity to withstand. It's over. It's all over. Someone whispered in despair, their eyes devoid of light. Shinyanshio glared at Zhang Dixing, wishing she could tear him apart. Zhang Dixing, you shameless wretch. Do you truly believe you can act with impunity with such a motley crew? Act with impunity? Zhang Dixing scoffed. His eyes filled with disdain. Shinyanshio, you are truly naive. In this apocalyptic world, strength is everything. Do you think you can contend with me? He turned to Chu Ye, who was encircled in the middle. Kid, I've heard you're wanted by the black market. You have some skills to defeat Shinyanshio. Zhang Dixing appraised Chu Ye, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. Here's a proposition. Strip Shinyanshio of her clothes and eliminate the others. And I will allow you to join us, and Appos, the Horn of the Apocalypse, and Appos. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Shinyanshio and Appos, as complexion drained of color, her body trembling violently. She looked at Chu Ye in terror, her eyes filled with despair and pleading. A chill ran down her spine. She knew Zhang Dixing too well. He was ruthless and would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. The Horn of the Apocalypse he mentioned was infamous for its nefarious reputation. Worry etched on her face as she glanced at Chu Ye, her lips moving silently in a desperate plea. Please don't believe him. This scoundrel is nothing but lies. What kind of person was Zhang Dixing? He was a cunning old fox who thrived in this chaotic world, adept at reading others' emotions. He instantly saw through Shinyanshio's thoughts and grinned. Shinyanshio, why are you so nervous? Aren't you fearless? He deliberately taunted her, relishing her frustration and helplessness. With a flick of his wrist, he revealed a vial of light blue liquid in his palm, glowing faintly in the dim light. He shook it triumphantly. See, this is the treasure that can elevate someone to greatness, the level 3 genetic evolution serum. Kid, if you behave, this vial is yours. What do you think? Isn't that generous? We Horn of the Apocalypse are in dire need of talents like you. Shinyanshio's pupils constricted, exclaiming in disbelief. Impossible. The level 3 genetic evolution serum? Where did you acquire it? This must be a trap. She understood the value of genetic serums all too well. Each was a priceless treasure in this apocalypse. There was no way Zhang Dixing would be so generous as to give one away without a catch. Zhang Dixing had anticipated her response, snorting derisively. I knew you would say that. Women are always short-sighted. He turned and handed the serum to a black-clad man behind him, who received it with trembling hands, his face alight with joy. Brother, are you really giving this to me? Zhang Dixing impatiently urged, enough chatter. Drink it. Chapter 115. These individuals turned out to be corpses without hesitation. The figure clad in black tilted his head back and consumed the potion in one swift motion. The liquid coursed down his throat, causing his body to tremble violently as if a tumultuous force was rampaging within him. His muscles swelled at a visible rate, while his bones cracked ominously, twisting his already grotesque visage into something even more horrific. A primal roar escaped his lips, raspy and filled with agony and exhilaration. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from him, reminiscent of a beast awakening from slumber, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The members of the black market surrounding him were paralyzed with terror, retreating in frantic screams, fearful of being engulfed by this overwhelming presence. "What is this?" someone stammered, their voice trembling with disbelief and dread. "He has truly become a level 3 gene user. My heavens." Shock washed over everyone as they exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for words. Yet, Chu Ye's eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness. A level 3 gene evolution potion. This is a treasure indeed. If I can acquire it, my vast space will surely ascend to new heights. In this apocalyptic world, who could possibly stand against me? His heart raced, a fierce longing igniting within him. He discreetly glanced at Shinyanqiu, giving her a subtle signal. Prepare for action. Shinyanqiu, taken aback, quickly nodded in agreement, realizing that Chu Ye intended to join forces with her. At this moment, their plan was set in motion. Further inquiries were unnecessary. Observing this, Chu Ye's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Since these fools have come to seek their demise, I shall oblige them. He took a deliberate step forward, a playful grin adorning his face. Zhang Dixing, your reward is indeed tempting. However, he paused, his gaze gradually cooling. I would much prefer to slay you and seize all that you possess. Attack. Chu Ye bellowed, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging towards Zhang Dixing. Simultaneously, a black pistol materialized in his hand as he concentrated. Since he was to engage, he would show no mercy, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. A decisive strike was imperative. Bang! The sound of gunfire shattered the stagnant air, a bullet hurtling towards Zhang Dixing's forehead, carrying with it the scent of death. Shinyanqiu, witnessing this, sprang into action as well. With a fierce shout, she wielded her whip, its movements akin to a serpent, slicing through the air with a powerful gust aimed at the black-clad figures behind Zhang Dixing. Eliminate them. Lin Zhangwo and An roared, brandishing their weapons as they surged towards the enemy. Ah! The cries of anguish filled the air. The black-clad individuals brought by Zhang Dixing had not anticipated Chu Ye and his companions would strike so suddenly. Caught off guard, they fell in droves. Blood drenched the ground, and the acrid scent of iron permeated the atmosphere. The black market members initially stood in stunned silence, before erupting with ecstatic fervor. Well done. Destroy these scoundrels. Let us fight. Previously despondent, the crowd, now invigorated, joined the fray with fervent shouts, each one desperate for survival. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. Yet, no trace of joy graced Chu Ye's countenance. His gaze remained fixed upon the fallen Zhang Dixing. Something was amiss. This was far too easy, given Zhang Dixing's prowess. He should not have succumbed so readily. He dashed forward, delivering a kick to Zhang Dixing's corpse. To his horror, the body crumbled like wet clay, dissolving into a pool of blood. What is this? A corpse? Has it risen from the dead? My goodness, run. The members of the black market were engulfed in terror, scrambling backward as if their very lives depended on it. Shinyanqiu furrowed her brows, sensing the anomaly first. She cautiously approached the puddle of blood, suppressing her disgust as she crouched down for a closer inspection. To her revulsion, countless tiny maggots writhed within the blood. A nauseating sight. The severed flesh revealed not fresh meat, but rather decayed, blackened tissue, emitting a foul stench. Ugh! Shinyanqiu could no longer contain herself. Covering her mouth as she retched, her stomach churning violently as if to expel its contents. These individuals, they seemed to have been dead for quite some time. Her complexion paled, her voice quaking with fear. They have been dead for a long time? At her words, Chu Ye's heart sank, a long-buried memory surfacing in his mind. In a previous life, a sudden wave of mutated beasts had swept through his neighborhood, devouring many. The survivors struggled in despair until a mysterious team emerged, claiming to be the Undying, possessing strange powers that captured the vicious beasts, resolving the crisis. Undying, the horn of the apocalypse. Chu Ye's understanding crystallized. It was these individuals orchestrating the chaos. No wonder the black-clad figures had been so feeble. He realized they were merely experimental subjects, devoid of true combat strength. With this revelation, Chu Ye felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The horn of the apocalypse is nothing to fear. A mere collection of walking corpses dares to challenge me? How foolish. No wonder they sought to use him to eliminate Shinyanqiu. They lacked the capability themselves. Suddenly, he pondered whether someone was controlling these corpses. He lifted his gaze sharply, scanning the crowd with piercing intensity. Indeed, not far from the entrance of the black market. A man in a white robe staggered as he attempted to flee. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Chu Ye scoffed, turning to On. On, pursue him. On, brimming with pinned-up rage, sprang into action upon receiving the command. His movements were swift as he closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick to the man's lower back. Ouch! The man in white cried out, collapsing to the ground in a heap. Chu Ye rushed forward, yanking off the hood concealing the man's face. Beneath it lay a gaunt visage, riddled with wrinkles and age spots, resembling a skeleton. Speak. What was that living corpse all about? Chu Ye demanded. His voice laced with menace. The man in white coughed violently, his expression darkening, yet he remained tight-lipped, refusing to utter a word. You'd better let me go. Or else, the horn of the apocalypse will condemn you to eternal suffering. Chapter 116. To prevent your rebirth, he spoke intermittently. His voice hoarse, reminiscent of a worn-out bellows. Never to be reborn? Chu Ye laughed in fury, pressing his foot down hard on the head of the man in white robes. With your meager skills from the Apos, end of days horn and Apos, I do not fear you. He exerted force, the man and Apos, face pressed against the ground, contorting under the pressure. Speak. Where is the lair of the Apos, end of days horn and Apos? Chu Ye roared, his voice thundering like a tempest. The man in white, blood spilling from his mouth, felt his eyes bulging from the pain. In the oasis. Oasis Park, he managed to utter, ultimately unable to withstand the torment. Oasis Park? Chu Ye's heart stirred. He recognized it as the largest park within the city before the apocalypse. Now it had become a wasteland, unexpectedly claimed by the end of days horn. On, lift him up, Chu Ye commanded. On effortlessly hoisted the man in white from the ground. Without hesitation, Chu Ye pulled up Shenyanxiu and leaped onto a nearby dune buggy. Let us go. To Oasis Park. He slammed the accelerator, and the buggy roared to life, surging forth like a wild stallion. Shenyanxiu was startled by this abrupt turn of events, grasping the vehicle's handrail tightly, her complexion paling. Chu Ye, are you mad? Charging in recklessly like this is far too dangerous, she exclaimed, her voice laced with concern. Your skills are commendable, but you cannot be so arrogant. In her eyes, despite Chu Ye and Apos' prowess, he remained outnumbered. To rush into the lair of the Apos, end of days horn and Apos, was akin to a lamb entering a tiger and Apos' den. Arrogant? Chu Ye sneered, casting a sidelong glance at Shenyanxiu. You are my captive now. Do you have the right to speak? His tone was icy, tinged with mockery. Shenyanxiu was rendered speechless, her face flushed with indignation, her chest heaving. She shot Chu Ye a glare, turning away to ignore him. Here. This is the place. Suddenly, the man in white, who had remained silent, pointed ahead with agitation, his voice trembling. Chu Ye followed the direction of his finger, only to behold a vast expanse of ruins, crumbling walls entwined with wild grass, a desolate sight. Peering into the distance, he saw a massive sand dune standing alone. There was not a soul in sight, let alone any buildings. Are you mocking me? Chu Ye fumed, gripping the man in white by the throat. This old fool dared to toy with him. Choked and gasping, the man's face turned purple, yet he suddenly grinned, his smile eerie and sinister, sending chills down one's spine. Then, from deep within his throat, he emitted a sharp, piercing scream. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before the scream faded, a flurry of sharp whistling sounds erupted. A barrage of gunfire rained upon them, bullets slicing through the air, imbued with the sin of death, heading straight for the buggy. Watch out. Shenyanxiu and Apos' face drained of color as she screamed in terror, instinctively seeking cover. In the blink of an eye, Chu Ye reacted with lightning speed, thrusting the man in white in front of the dune buggy. Thud, thud, thud. Bullets penetrated the man's body, bursting forth in a spray of crimson blossoms. His already withered form was instantly riddled with holes. From beneath the sand, a man suddenly leapt out, roaring like a beast. No. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage. Fixated on Chu Ye. You dare to kill our end of days horn members? I will make you pay with your life. His voice was hoarse and frenzied, each word laced with profound hatred. He turned abruptly, his lips moving to emit a sharp whistle. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before the whistle could cease, dozens of figures emerged from the surrounding sands, each brandishing firearms, their dark muzzles aimed squarely at Chu Ye. Shenyanxiu's face turned ghostly pale, her body trembling uncontrollably as she clutched the buggy's handrail, her knuckles whitening from the strain. Chu Ye, you madman. Look at the chaos you and Apos, VE cost. We VE walked into an ambush. The man ahead is Yang Shihu, a member of the end of days horn. I faced him once before, she screamed, her voice filled with despair and reproach. Yet Chu Ye appeared unfazed, casually tossing the corpse of the man in white aside, as if discarding refuse. Thud. The body rolled in the sand, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chu Ye stepped down from the dune buggy, each stride deliberate and powerful, as if the ground beneath him were not sand. Since we arrived, I have no intention of leaving alive. Want to take action? Bring it on. I shall accompany you to the end. His voice was low yet clear, resonating with an air of defiance, overpowering the previously enraged Yang Shihu. What manner of man is this? Yang Shihu forced himself to regain composure, slowly approaching Chu Ye, his gaze dark and menacing. What brings you here? He questioned. His voice deep and gravelly. Chu Ye scoffed internally, confirming he had not come in vain. These scoundrels were indeed well hidden. Who would have thought that beneath this desolate dune lay the lair of the end-of-days horn? However, now is not the time for confrontation. He quickly calculated. He knew nothing of this organization's internal affairs. Acting rashly would bear great risks. It would be wiser to feign compliance, infiltrate, ascertain their situation. Find the location of those genetic drugs, and then strike. I am here to deliver a guest, Chu Ye grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Gesturing casually towards Shen Yinxiu. Additionally, to seek some benefits. Shen Yinxiu was struck as if by lightning, her eyes wide in disbelief. She never imagined Chu Ye would utter such words. Chu Ye, you scoundrel, you're actually colluding with the end-of-days horn? Fury coursed through her. Her voice quivering, sharp and piercing. Colluding? Chu Ye feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow, his smile growing more mischievous. Shen Yinxiu, are you mistaken? I never claimed to be a good person. Everything I do is merely to exploit you. Did you truly think I was your savior? The man opposite him felt a surge of joy at this revelation. So, this fellow intended to use Shen Yinxiu to gain favor. How foolish. The deaths of the organization members were inconsequential, but capturing Shen Yinxiu would be a significant achievement. With this in mind, the man and Appo's murderous intent gradually dissipated, replaced by a calculating gleam. He resolved to take these two back to the base, uncover their backgrounds, and then decide how to proceed. Chapter 117. You may call me the Horn Master Excellent. Yang Shibu chuckled ominously, raising his hand to signal. The members of the Apocalypse Horn surrounding them, who had previously held firearms, instantly encircled Chu Ye, Shen Yinxiu, and On, leaving no escape. Gentlemen, please check if any of you are carrying anything you shouldn't. Yang Shibu remarked with a smirk that barely concealed his malice. Inwardly, Chu Ye scoffed. These individuals were indeed overly cautious. However, they could never fathom that his greatest reliance, the Canghai space, was something they could never uncover. Search away, he thought nonchalantly, even extending his arms in a gesture of submission. Several members of the Apocalypse Horn approached him, beginning to search him thoroughly from head to toe, leaving no pocket unchecked. On, receiving the same treatment, appeared noticeably anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Only Shen Yinxiu, when they began to search her, furrowed her brows and glared fiercely at them, pointing to her attire. If you can't discern anything from my clothing, then you need not search me. The men hesitated, aware of Shen Yinxiu's strength, and promptly turned to Yang Shibu for guidance. Observing their reluctance, Yang Shibu let out a cold laugh. Enough, it's merely a woman awaiting slaughter. Searching her is futile, just skip over her. After a thorough search, the members of the Apocalypse Horn shook their heads at Yang Shibu. Brother Yang, there's nothing. His gaze swept over Chu Ye and the others. A flicker of confusion crossing his face. Could it be that this fellow genuinely bore no weapon? He was even more compliant than expected. All right, follow me, Yang Shibu commanded, leading the way forward. Seeing this, Chu Ye smirked slightly and seized Shen Yinxiu and Appo's wrist. What are you doing? Shen Yinxiu gasped, instinctively attempting to break free. Let go of me, you scoundrel. Filth. She hissed, her voice laced with fury. Yet, Chu Ye remained unfazed, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. A tone meant for only the two of them. I originally thought you were clever, yet you failed to realize I was acting? At his words, Shen Yinxiu's body jolted. The anger on her face froze, and she stared at Chu Ye, taken aback. Acting? Could it be that everything before was merely a ruse? Chu Ye offered no further explanation, merely giving her a knowing glance. Shen Yinxiu, possessing an astute intellect, finally grasped his intent. It made sense, after all. He had vanquished their puppets and harbored enmity against them. There was no way he would seek their allegiance. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to compose, her expression gradually returning to calm. The group followed Yang Shibu to a sandy hillside, where he swept aside the thick layer of sand to reveal a partially buried metallic door. Approaching the door, he pushed it open with force. Creaking. The heavy metal door slowly revealed a chilling, damp air laced with a strong metallic scent of blood. Behind the door lay a narrow, deep tunnel. Its walls lined with various corpses. Some were decayed, emanating a foul stench, while others were relatively fresh, bloodied and gruesome in their demise. This was truly a hell on earth. Shinyinsho and An turned pale, nausea roiling in their stomachs, nearly causing them to retch. Ugh. Shinyinsho could no longer contain herself, dry heaving. Young Shibu turned, a smug smile gracing his lips as he regarded Chu Ye and the others. This is the fate of those who oppose us at and Appos, Apocalypse Horn, and Appos. His voice was chilling. Once their souls are thoroughly corroded, they shall become our most loyal puppets. Puppets? Chu Ye's interest was piqued as he keenly seized upon this keyword. What exactly constitutes a puppet? He inquired, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. Yet, Yang Shibu merely shot him a cold glance, dismissing his question. Just follow along. There's no need for excessive chatter. The group proceeded deeper into the tunnel. Passing through the repugnant corridor of corpses, they emerged into a more expansive chamber. This space was dim and oppressive, illuminated only by a few flickering oil lamps casting a feeble glow. Dozens of individuals clad in white robes sat cross-legged on the ground, their heads bowed, chanting incantations as if engaged in some arcane ritual. What in the world is this place? A cult? An and Appos. S voice trembled as he clung closely to Chu Ye, fearful of falling behind. No sooner had he spoken than the robed figures abruptly lifted their heads in unison, turning to face the trio. Their eyes, filled with malice and hatred, seemed to bore into them, as if wishing to consume them whole. At this sight, Yang Shibu hurriedly approached the robed figures, gesturing toward Chu Ye and his companions. They are newcomers, unaware of the rules, having offended the master. I beseech the master for forgiveness. He paused and pointed at Shinyinsho, shifting his tone. However, this woman might prove useful. Master, she is Shinyinsho from the black market. Among the crowd, a tall man stood, his gaze fixated on Shinyinsho, pointing at Chu Ye. You brought her here. His voice was devoid of inflection. Chu Ye remained unflinching, standing silently with an inscrutable expression. The man, seeing Chu Ye's lack of response, furrowed his brow, displeasure evident in his countenance. I am the master of the Appos, Apocalypse Horn and Appos. You may refer to me as Horn Master. To join us, you must obey my commands. Chu Ye smiled faintly, shaking his head. Joining the Appos, Apocalypse Horn and Appos. That may be acceptable, but surely there must be some benefits, no? You expect me to labor without recompense? What kind of deal is that? His meaning was unmistakable. Joining was conditional upon receiving benefits. Otherwise, the conversation was moot. However, this was merely a facade. His true objective was undoubtedly to acquire the genetic serum. No sooner had he finished speaking than a tall, slender figure in white robes leapt to his feet, shouting, impudent. How dare you disrespect the Horn Master? You must be tired of living. Clearly, this man was a fervent devotee of the Horn Master, unable to tolerate any slight against his idol. Before his words had settled, he lunged forward like a leopard, his form swift as the wind, hands curled into talon-like claws, aiming straight for Chu Ye's throat. Chapter 118. What is this thing? The man struck ruthlessly, his hand slicing through the air with a fierce gust, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, Chu Ye remained unfazed, not even lifting his eyelids. Just as the eagle-like claw was about to grasp his throat, a glimmer of cold light suddenly appeared. A remarkably sharp dagger had somehow found its way into Chu Ye's hand, its blade shimmering with a chilling brilliance. The tall, gaunt figure barely had time to react before he felt a searing pain in both hands. Lowering his gaze, he was horrified to find that both palms had been pierced cleanly by the dagger. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the space, sending shivers down spines. Blood gushed from the wounds like a fountain, instantly staining the ground crimson. How could this be? Where did his knife come from? They had just thoroughly searched him, finding nothing. The members of the Apocalypse Horn stood agape, utterly bewildered. They could not fathom how Chu Ye had conjured a dagger out of thin air before their very eyes. Yang Shiwu was particularly horrified, stepping forward in a rush, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Ye as he trembled with disbelief. How did you manage this? We clearly searched you. You couldn't and Appos, possibly have a weapon. The young man before him was simply too enigmatic, far beyond his comprehension. Chu Ye casually toyed with the dagger in his hand. I haven't officially joined the Apocalypse Horn yet. How could I not keep a backup plan? Should you decide to turn against me, I would be left utterly defenseless. The leader of the Horn, who had previously been comfortably seated, could no longer maintain his composure, initially believing this person to be merely a brash individual. It now seemed he was much more than that. With this realization, he abruptly stood, bursting into laughter. Ha ha. Well done, young man. I knew I had not misjudged you. I appreciate your vigilance. Now, tell me, what is it that you desire? The leader and Apos' gaze burned into Chu Ye as he asked, his tone grave. Chu Ye did not mince words and directly stated his demands. You have summoned the black market's gene serum and research team. I wish to see them. If you cannot fulfill this request, then our cooperation will come to an end. His words were undeniably bold. The gene serum was the lifeblood of the Apocalypse Horn. How could it be easily handed over to outsiders? Outrageous, arrogant, foolhardy. The members of the Apocalypse Horn were immediately incensed, their eyes wide with fury, eager to tear Chu Ye apart. Yet the leader did not react with immediate anger. He squinted, deeply scrutinizing Chu Ye, and then spoke in a low tone. Merely capturing Shinyanxiu is far from sufficient to attain such privileges. Chu Ye scoffed inwardly, realizing that this old fox was not so easily deceived. With a mere thought, he activated the Canghai space. Pressure 100, water flow 0. 1, parameters set. In the next moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. Dozens of hair-thin streams of ultra-high-pressure water silently shot forth from the void, accurately striking the white-robed individuals who had clamored to attack Chu Ye. Ft, ft, ft. A series of faint sounds echoed sharply in the stillness of the space. Ah! The cries of agony rose and fell as those in white robes clutched their knees. Collapsing to the ground, their faces pale and drenched in cold sweat. Their knees had been brutally pierced by the slender streams of water. This was nothing short of a miracle. The leader shot up from his seat, muscles taut, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief as he exclaimed, What? What is this power? Chu Ye, however, remained unperturbed, standing there with an air of indifference, as though all that transpired around him was of no consequence. He spread his hands, fixating his gaze on the leader, and asked pointedly, Do I now have the right to see? The muscles in the leader's face twitched violently. His eyes shifting, yet internally he was stirred. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled slowly, a strange smile creeping across his face. Of course, you have the right. He nodded slowly, I will take you there. Turning, he walked toward a specific direction, gesturing for Chu Ye to follow. Chu Ye scoffed inwardly. This old fox likely harbored ulterior motives, perhaps seeking to lead him into a trap. Nevertheless, with his strength, he was unafraid of facing 10 adversaries simultaneously. As Chu Ye surveyed his surroundings, he awaited the moment to seize control of the leader. He would not allow him any opportunity to escape. With this thought, he promptly led Shinyanxiu, Lin Jiangwo, and the others to follow the leader. They slowly arrived before a heavy door, forged entirely from an unknown black metal. The surface was pitted and scarred, bearing the marks of time and Apos' erosion, exuding an air of foreboding and oppression. Right inside, the leader indicated with his bony finger. Chu Ye did not act rashly. He paused, turned back, and fixed his gaze on the leader's face, retorting, You open it. He was not foolish. Who could know what tricks lay hidden behind that door? Should it be a trap, he would be walking straight into his own demise. The leader and Apos' smile faltered, replaced by a chilling sneer. Kid, you truly are overly cautious. However, those who have touched my people must pay a price. Since you refuse to be deceived, do not blame me. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Before his words had fully left his lips, he slammed his withered palm against the door. Boom. With a resounding crash, the door swung open. A pungent stench assaulted the senses, overwhelming and nauseating. Simultaneously, the leader and Apos' figure darted back like a specter, creating distance between himself and Chu Ye. A chill ran down Chu Ye and Apos' spine. This fellow was indeed deceitful. He remained vigilant and peered into the dimly lit room. Shadows loomed, and roughly estimated, there were a dozen dark figures emerging from the gloom. They were grotesque in form, crawling on all fours like wild beasts. Their skin was dark and shriveled, resembling desiccated corpses, yet their muscles were taut with explosive power. They bared their teeth, emitting low, guttural growls as if gravel were lodged in their throats, sending chills down the spine. What on earth are these creatures? Shinyanxiu gasped, her face ashen, instinctively retreating a few steps. Though bold, she could not suppress her fear when confronted with such unknown and terrifying beings. Chapter 119. The second-generation puppet On was utterly startled, nearly collapsing to the ground in fright, letting out a frantic cry as he hastily retreated. Lin Jiangwo, seasoned and composed, swiftly positioned himself in front of the group, his legs slightly bent, adopting a defensive stance. Although his heart raced with terror, no less than that of his companions, as the shield of the team, he mustered the will to remain calm. Sweat trickled down his forehead, drop by drop. Chu Ye narrowed his eyes, immediately recognizing that these creatures resembled the puppets he had encountered at the black market genetic research facility. However, These before him appeared even more formidable and terrifying. Surprised, are we? The horned leader chuckled triumphantly, relishing the fear etched on the faces of Chu Ye and his companions. Indeed, these are the latest creations of our Horn of the Apocalypse, the second-generation puppets. He paused, a hint of arrogance threading through his tone. These puppets have integrated genes from various mutated organisms, endowing them with strength and speed far beyond that of ordinary humans, coupled with astounding defensive capabilities. The abilities of regular geneticists are utterly ineffective against them. His gaze shifted to Xin Yanqiu, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Moreover, I noticed earlier that you, little girl, are not truly afraid. You and this fellow are clearly in cahoots. He had long suspected there was an unspeakable secret between Xin Yanqiu and Chu Ye. Now, his suspicions were confirmed. Chu silently scoffed. This old fox had quite the keen eye. Nevertheless, he was not a mere geneticist. His abilities were beyond the reach of these puppets. You rejoiced too soon, old man, he thought. A dismissive smirk forming at the corner of his mouth as he focused his mind and activated the Sea of Wave space. Flow rate 100, water curtain. In an instant, a colossal water curtain materialized at the entrance. This curtain, woven from countless fine streams of water, was crystal clear yet remarkably resilient, effectively barricading the second-generation puppets outside. The puppets bellowed and hissed, relentlessly crashing against the water curtain, yet they could not breach its defenses. Their sharp claws merely stirred ripples upon the surface, failing to inflict any substantial damage. The smile on the horned leader's face froze instantly as he stared wide-eyed at the water curtain. What is this ability? He could not fathom how Chu Ye had conjured this water curtain out of thin air. It was utterly unfathomable. You are not worthy of knowing. Chu Ye coldly shot a glance at the horned leader. I had no intention of engaging with you wretches, but you leave me no choice. So, do not blame me for being ungracious. His eyes turned icy, exuding an aura of menace. The horned leader regained his composure, inhaling deeply to suppress his astonishment. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Very well. Even if these puppets cannot handle you, I shall take matters into my own hands and subdue you myself." As soon as he finished speaking, his white robe suddenly erupted into tatters. With a dull thud, the robe shattered into fragments, revealing the horned leader and Appo's escort form. His body was unlike that of a normal human, covered in layers of fine scales. These scales, an eerie dark green, shimmered ominously in the dim light, evoking a sense of dread. What kind of monster is this? Xin Yanqiu gasped, having never encountered such a grotesque and repulsive being. Feeling a wave of nausea wash over her, An could hardly contain himself, retching uncontrollably. Lin Jiangwo furrowed his brow, suspecting that the horned leader and Appo's appearance was linked to genetic fusion. Could it be he fused with snake genes? The thought sent shivers down his spine. Unless you wish to meet your demise, I suggest you retract that monstrous visage. Chu Ye swiftly drew a gun from his waist. The dark muzzle aimed directly at the horned leader's scaly face. This was not Chu Ye's first encounter with such geneticists. In truth, he was unperturbed by these so-called geneticists. Who could possibly rival the power of the water within his Sea of Wave space? However, there was no need for brute force when a gun was at hand. The horned leader, seeing the gun trained on him, felt his pupils constrict in fear. Where did you conjure that gun from? This young man had first summoned a water curtain and now produced a gun out of thin air. What other secrets did he conceal? A surge of greed washed over the horned leader. No, I must capture this boy at all costs. He is a treasure more valuable than any genetic serum. Suddenly, taking advantage of Chu Ye's momentary distraction, the horned leader unleashed a crimson tongue, a foot long, flickering in the air before twisting rapidly. His body began to sway unnaturally, mimicking a serpent preparing to strike. Bang! Chu Ye, seeing the horned leader and Appo's persistent defiance, did not hesitate to pull the trigger. The bullet whistled through the air, heading straight for the horned leader's face. Yet, the horned leader's speed was astonishing. With a slight tilt of his head, he effortlessly evaded the lethal shot. The bullet grazed his scales, igniting a shower of sparks as it embedded itself into the wall. The horned leader grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, his smile grotesque. You think this pitiful weapon can harm me? I neglected to mention that I have fused with snake genes. Speed is merely one of my many abilities. With a powerful stomp, the ground trembled beneath him. Now witness my true strength. Speed. Upon hearing this, couldn't contain his excitement. He leapt to his feet, eager to test his mettle. Old man, you've picked the right opponent. Let us have a go. Having been oppressed by the second-generation puppets earlier, he was itching to unleash his pent-up frustration on this old monster. The horned leader scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Speed? You foolish boy, do you think that's all I am capable of? Before he could finish, his form flickered, appearing instantaneously before On. His speed was ghostly, leaving no room for reaction. Watch out, Chu Ye shouted. But it was too late. On barely registered the movement before a searing pain shot through his chest. Chapter 120. Upgrade of the Gene Original Liquid System. Bang. The Horned Master's iron-like shoulder collided violently with Arwen's chest. Poof, Arwen coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body soaring backward like a kite with its string severed. Boom. He crashed heavily against the wall, producing a thunderous sound, then slumped to the ground, unconscious. Chu Ye's expression turned ashen in an instant. This old man truly possessed formidable strength. He had initially thought that by merging snake genes, the most he would gain was enhanced speed. He never anticipated such astonishing power. It seemed he had underestimated these lunatics of the end times horn. However, this would be the end of it. A glint of cold light flickered in Chu Ye's eyes as he concentrated, activating the Sea of Chaos space once more. Pressure 100, flow 30, water quantity set complete. Almost instantaneously, a stream of water materialized out of thin air, resembling an agile chain that swiftly entwined around the Horned Master's body. The Horned Master felt a tightening sensation, and before he could react, he was firmly bound by the water chain. What is this? He was filled with rage and shock, struggling desperately, but the water chain was remarkably resilient. No matter how hard he fought, he could not break free. Bang! The Horned Master collided against the water chain, attempting to force it apart. Yet, the chain acted as if it had elasticity, rebounding him back. Damn it! The Horned Master was truly panicked now. He could never have imagined that Chu Ye possessed such a method. This water chain was not only incredibly tough, but also exhibited immense rebound force. It was an existence that seemed impossible to overcome. Let me go? Let me go? The Horned Master screamed hysterically. This is the base of the end times horn. You cannot escape. At my command, reinforcements will arrive immediately to tear you apart. Chu Ye regarded him coldly, his eyes betraying no hint of fear. Was he to be intimidated by such threats? What a joke. Since the mask had been torn off, there was nothing left to hold back. Today, he would create chaos and turn the so-called end times horn upside down. Chu Ye turned his gaze towards the water curtain. At that moment, the second-generation puppets were still violently crashing against the curtain, but it was evident they were losing strength. Uncle Lin, Shinyanqiu, prepare to act. Chu Ye commanded in a low voice. He intended to eliminate these troublesome puppets while the Horned Master was trapped. All right. Lin Jianguo could hardly contain himself. He roared, his muscles bulging, and in his growl, he resembled a ferocious beast. Shinyanqiu also gripped her long whip tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Whoosh, as Chu Ye concentrated. The water curtain dissipated in an instant. The second-generation puppets, having lost their barrier, surged forward like a tidal wave. Kill! Lin Jianguo bellowed, swinging his iron fists as he charged into the throng of puppets. Each punch he threw carried immense force, sending the puppets flying. Shinyanqiu was equally unyielding. Her long whip danced through the air like a serpent, hitting the vital points of the puppets with precision. Crack! 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 The whip sliced through the air, producing a series of crisp sounds. Under the combined assault of the two, the puppets were utterly powerless, quickly being reduced to a disarrayed heap upon the ground. The Horned Master watched this unfold, his heart bleeding. These second-generation puppets had taken him countless efforts to cultivate. How could he not feel the pain of their destruction? Bastards! You bastards! He cursed furiously, wishing he could swallow Chu Ye and the others whole. Once Lin Jianguo dispatched the last puppet, he wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to Shinyanqiu. That was incredibly satisfying. It had been ages since he had such an exhilarating fight. A nostalgic gleam sparkled in his eyes. Back in the day, when we fought side by side, that was truly exhilarating. Shinyanqiu trembled slightly at his words. She said nothing, merely sheathing her long whip quietly. Some things, once past, could never return. Chu Ye paid no heed to the emotions swirling between them as he stepped into the room. It was empty, save for a transparent glass barrel on a nearby table. The barrel was filled with a green liquid that emitted a pungent odor. Chu Ye's gaze fell upon the glass barrel, a flicker of curiosity surfacing within him. He turned to Shinyanqiu. What is this? Shinyanqiu followed his gaze and spoke slowly, observing the liquid. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the original liquid for the gene agent. Original liquid? Shinyanqiu nodded. Precisely. This original liquid is the raw material for producing gene agents. Direct application on a person is far from sufficient. It requires a series of complex processing and purification before it can be transformed into the gene agents we have encountered before. For ordinary people like us, This substance is utterly useless. Forced usage would only lead to explosive death. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye felt a stir in his heart. Since this place held the original liquid, could there be other gene agents present? Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Detection indicates the presence of gene agent original liquid nearby. Would you like to absorb it for an upgrade? The system's prompt sent Chu Ye's heart racing. What? The original liquid can be absorbed? This was an unexpected delight. Without hesitation, he mentally commanded, absorb. In an instant, the green liquid in the glass barrel diminished rapidly until it vanished entirely. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability to shape water flow. The system's prompt sounded once more. Chu Ye felt a wave of clarity wash over him, as if something within him had been suddenly unlocked. He quickly comprehended the meaning of this water flow shaping ability. In simple terms, it meant he could control the water flow in the sea of chaos space and alter its shape at will. Ecstasy filled Chu Ye's heart. With this ability, his means of attack would become far more diverse and unpredictable. He suppressed his excitement, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across the corners of the room. There, a small vial of agent lay quietly, identical to the gene agents used by the previous second-generation puppets. Chu Ye hastened over, grasping the vial in his hands and scrutinizing it carefully. His confusion deepened. Why were there so few gene agents in this laboratory? Where were the others? And where had those researchers gone? Holding the vial, Chu Ye turned and exited the room, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on the horn master bound by the water chain. He demanded in a harsh tone, where are the gene agents? Where are the other gene agents? And what have you done with the researchers? Chapter 121. Director Lu Jianhong, the leader of the faction, cast a glance at Chu Ye. His previous arrogance dissipated. Want to know? Bah. He gritted his teeth and spat. You little brat, if you have the guts, let me go. If you release me, I'll tell you. Otherwise, you'll never find out. He was gambling on the notion that Chu Ye would hesitate to kill him. Chu Ye let out a cold laugh. Did this old fool truly believe he was beyond reach? Very well, let him experience what true terror feels like. It was also an opportune moment to test the efficacy of his newfound abilities. The faction leader was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the meaning behind Chu Ye's words. In the next instant, with a mere thought, the vast ocean of space activated once more. Water flows into blades, parameters set. Almost instantaneously, the water currents beside the leader underwent a peculiar transformation. The formerly gentle streams rapidly solidified, becoming razor-sharp, akin to a multitude of gleaming blades. The leader emitted a harrowing scream as his right arm was severed by the water blades, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. This. Shen Yinxiu stood frozen in shock, unable to fathom that Chu Ye possessed such a formidable technique. The water could transform into blades. Lin Jiangwo and on the other hand, were brimming with excitement. Excellent. Master Chu is magnificent. He has grown even stronger. Let us see how this old fool continues to act arrogantly. Their exuberance was palpable, as if they were celebrating their own triumphs. The leader, writhing in agony, clutched his severed arm, his eyes filled with sheer terror. He finally comprehended that Chu Ye was not jesting. This youth was indeed willing to kill him. Why you? Don't go too far. His voice trembled. How about you and I engage in a fair one-on-one duel? He attempted to invoke a challenge, hoping to secure a sliver of hope for himself. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye scoffed. A duel? This man was naively optimistic. With a swift motion, another water blade severed the leader and Appo's remaining arm. He cried out once more, writhing in pain on the ground. You will not die a good death. His voice was filled with despair. Chu Ye, expressionless, directed the water blades towards the leader's right leg. No, please. The leader was genuinely frightened now, desperately pleading for mercy. I'll tell you everything. I'll reveal everything. Just grant me a swift end. Ignoring his pleas, the water blade descended mercilessly. Crack. The leader and Appo's right leg was cleaved off, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Like a puddle of mud. I will tell you. His voice barely a whisper, filled with dread. The puppet experiments have failed. All those researchers, they're all dead. Hearing this, Chu Ye's heart sank. Dead? All dead. These were vital resources. The horn of the apocalypse was nothing but a band of lunatics, utterly wasteful. What about the puppet technology? Chu Ye demanded sternly. Hand over the puppet technology. He yearned for this knowledge, which would be invaluable for self-preservation and beyond. The leader's eyes widened with a fierce intensity, locking onto Chu Ye. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, his lips twisting into a strange smile. The puppet technology? That does not lie within our grasp at the horn of the apocalypse. You should inquire with Shin Yinxiu. Shin Yinxiu trembled. What do you mean? What do I mean? Shin Yinxiu. Do you truly believe this technology was developed by us at the horn of the apocalypse? We merely expanded upon it. It originated from Su Dehai. Chu Ye turned to Shin Yinxiu, observing her face grow pale. Something was amiss. Her expression was far too unsettling. What was happening? Moving closer, he stood before her, his voice laden with authority. Who is Lu Jianong? Lin Zhangwo shared the same bewilderment. After years in the bureau, he had encountered numerous figures. Yet this Lu Jianong was unfamiliar to him. Shin Yinxiu and Appo's gaze flickered as she took a deep breath, gathering her resolve to speak. He is the director of the headquarters of the Sky Curtain organization in my region. Chu Ye's heart plummeted. The director. This was no insignificant character. The Sky Curtain organization held dominion over the inspection teams, and the power wielded by the director was unimaginable. Could it be that the puppet technology was linked to the upper echelons of the Sky Curtain organization? The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. This puppet technology, if utilized properly, could rival the potential of genetic agents. Such knowledge must be secured. Turning back to Shin Yinxiu, he declared coldly, in that case. You will take us there now. Shin Yinxiu's complexion shifted between hues of green and white. She too wished to witness the truth behind this matter. All right, I will take you there. She gritted her teeth, nodding reluctantly. Only then did Chu Ye release his grip, pivoting towards the faction leader. This man had lost all value in living. Die. Chu Ye's voice was devoid of emotion. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the water blade coalesced once more, slicing through the leader's neck with blinding speed. A severed head tumbled to the ground, its crimson eyes wide open, seemingly still reflecting a glimmer of unwillingness and fear. Without a glance back, Chu Ye turned and strode towards the exit. Chapter 122. The method of mass-producing gene warriors. Chu Ye, accompanied by others, returned to the expansive clearing. Yang Shiwu and the other members of the Apocalypse Horn immediately approached, filled with confusion. Chu Ye, where is our Horn Master? Yang Shiwu questioned harshly, his eyes brimming with vigilance and hostility. Chu Ye did not pause for a moment, nor did he cast a glance at Yang Shiwu. He simply uttered a few words indifferently. He is dead. Dead. Yang Shiwu's pupils constricted sharply. He could scarcely believe that their leader had perished at the hands of Chu Ye. Impossible. You are speaking nonsense. He roared, his emotions spiraling out of control. The Horn Master was the very soul of their Apocalypse Horn. Brothers, attack. Slay this scoundrel and avenge our Horn Master. The members of the Apocalypse Horn, their faces twisted with rage, drew their weapons and charged at Chu Ye. Faced with this menacing horde, there was not a flicker of disturbance in Chu Ye and Appo's eyes. Just a rabble, he thought. With a mere thought, the system responded immediately. Water flows into a blade, parameters set. In an instant, a water blade several meters long materialized before Chu Ye, radiating a chilling light. This water blade was more solid, sharper, and far more terrifying than the previous water flow blades. With a gentle wave of his hand, the water blade swept out like the scythe of death. With a series of muffled thuds, Yang Shiwu and the other members of the Apocalypse Horn were cleaved in half before they could even utter a cry of despair. The ground was strewn with dismembered limbs and splattered blood, staining the earth crimson. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, inducing nausea. Chu Ye walked through the carnage with an impassive expression, as if he had merely crushed a swarm of ants. Upon witnessing the scene, Shin Yinxiu felt her stomach churn violently. She barely restrained herself from vomiting, swallowing hard against the overwhelming stench of blood. The sight of severed limbs in that small clearing was akin to a vision of hell on earth, deeply etched into her mind. She had encountered death countless times since the apocalypse, yet this was slaughter. A one-sided massacre. For the first time, as this thought crossed her mind, Shin Yinxiu's heart trembled uncontrollably. She looked at Chu Ye, a man who appeared horrifyingly calm, as if the lives he had just taken were nothing more than insects. The power and ruthlessness of this man filled Shin Yinxiu with profound fear. Chu Ye, oblivious to Shin Yinxiu's distress, regarded it as not necessarily a bad thing for him. In this apocalyptic world, instilling fear was far superior to being deemed a coward. He strode directly to Wang Dao, throwing a vial of gene serum obtained from Zhang Dishing into his hands. There is only this one vial. An and Zhang have already used theirs. It is of no effect to them now, so it is yours. Wang Dao paused briefly, then his face lit up with wild joy. The gene serum was a treasure capable of catapulting one to greatness. Following Chu Ye was undoubtedly the most astute decision of his life. Without hesitation, He uncorked the vial and downed its contents in one gulp. Wang Dao, are you insane? Shen Yinxiu exclaimed, her voice rising in pitch. Without the assistance of researchers, consuming the gene serum forcefully will lead to your demise. Shen Yinxiu was frantic, stamping her feet. This gene serum was not something just anyone could use. A single misstep could be fatal. No sooner had she spoken than Wang Dao's body began to swell at a visible rate. His skin flushed crimson, resembling a heated iron, and his veins bulged as if they might burst at any moment. Roar! Wang Dao let out a beastly howl, his eyes turning a fierce red as his rationality swiftly diminished. He began to recklessly batter the surrounding walls, the solid concrete crumpling before him as though it were mere tofu. Wang Dao, calm down. Please, regain your composure. Lin Jiangwo rushed forward in an attempt to intervene, but his meager strength was no match for the already mutated Wang Dao. At that moment, the effects of the gene serum had fully manifested. With a mere flick of his hand, Wang Dao sent Lin Jiangwo sprawling to the ground, aggravating the old injury in his knee. Chu Ye's expression shifted to one of surprise. It appeared that Wang Dao's strength had increased several-fold during the fusion with the gene serum. With a thought, he activated the power of the Sea of Waves once more. With a rush, water surged and formed a massive curtain enveloping Wang Dao entirely. Inside the curtain, Wang Dao's roars gradually subsided, replaced by heavy, labored breaths. After a moment, the water curtain dissipated. Wang Dao stood there, gasping for air, entirely unscathed. This is impossible. Shen Yinxiu's eyes widened in disbelief as she observed the unfolding scene. How could this be? Without the aid of researchers, without specialized instruments, Wang Dao had somehow endured the transformation induced by the gene serum. Moreover, it appeared that he had succeeded. Chu Ye furrowed his brow in puzzlement. Isn't it simply a matter of restraining his movements to mitigate the damage caused by the gene serum? Mitigate? Shen Yinxiu felt her entire worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. The most challenging aspect of the gene serum lay in the body's compatibility. Her voice trembled from shock. Every individual's body reacts differently to the gene serum. Rejection, genetic collapse. These are all fatal outcomes. It is not something that can be solved merely by restraining movement. Shen Yinxiu and Appo's gaze towards Chu Ye grew increasingly complex. How had this man achieved such a feat? His abilities were undeniably extraordinary. In his heart, Chu Ye was also engulfed in tumultuous waves. He had not expected that his sea of waves would possess such a remarkable utility. If that were the case, did it not mean that as long as he had sufficient gene serum, he could mass-produce gene warriors? A legion composed entirely of gene warriors. What rival could possibly stand against him in this apocalyptic world? Most critically, it could be achieved at the minimal cost. This audacious idea rapidly took shape in Chu Ye and Appo's mind. Chapter 123. The gene ability of indomitable strength. Wang Dao lowered his head, gazing at his hands. Feeling the surging power within him, he felt an unprecedented strength, even imagining that his body was as unyielding as iron. In his current state, he was confident that no one could harm him. Jiangua, why not strike me just to test? Wang Dao exclaimed excitedly to Lin Jiangua. Lin Jiangua was taken aback, then looked at Wang Dao with a hint of concern. You, be careful. Although he was unsure of what had transpired with Wang Dao, it was evident that he had transcended the limits of an ordinary person. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jiangua threw a punch. Bang! The sound echoed as Wang Dao was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Lin Jiangua was startled and rushed forward. Wang Dao, are you all right? Wang Dao stood up from the ground, his face alight with joy. I'm perfectly fine. Not a scratch on me. He shouted excitedly. My body, it possesses the strength of indomitable walls. Chu Ye wore a satisfied smile, welcoming another powerful ally. He turned to Shen Yinxiu, his gaze sharpening once more. Remembering the words of the corner master, he realized he must obtain the gene serum. Where is Lu Jianhong? Upon hearing Chu Ye's inquiry, Shen Yinxiu abruptly turned, staring intently at him. You intend to confront Director Lu? Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea who Lu is? He is not a mere half-baked character like the corner master. Shen Yinxiu gasped, her breath quickening. Director Lu's strength surpasses that of the corner master by at least tenfold. He commands more than 10 level 3 gene users. His sanctuary is fortified beyond belief. Going there would be tantamount to seeking death. Chu Ye and Appo's expression remained unchanged. He slowly advanced, closing the distance between them. Crack. His hand tightened around Shen Yinxiu's slender neck. A wave of suffocation surged through her. She struggled desperately but could not budge him. Please. Let go. Shen Yinxiu and Amp. Appo's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Ignoring her pleas, Chu Ye and Appo's tone was devoid of emotion. I do not require your guidance. The puppet technology and the advanced gene serum are mine to acquire. You now have two choices. Cough, cough. Shenyan Qiu coughed violently. Master Chu, please calm down. Lim Jiangua, seeing the situation escalate, rushed forward to intervene. Shenyan Qiu is only looking out for us. You, please don't act impulsively. Lin Jiangua felt a deep sense of despair. Just as they had quelled the impending doom of the apocalypse, they were now provoking a more formidable force, the Celestial Organization. Was this not akin to an old man hanging himself, inviting disaster? But he dared not voice his thoughts. He understood Chu Ye's temperament all too well. Once he made a decision, it was as if 1,000 bulls could not steer him away. He could only hope Shenyan Qiu would recognize the gravity of the situation and refrain from adding fuel to the fire. Shenyan Qiu, just relent. Lin Jiangua pleaded. Opposing Master Chu will yield no good outcome. Shenyan Qiu's eyes reflected deep helplessness. She knew she had no choice. This man was utterly mad. A madman of overwhelming strength. I will lead the way. Shenyan Qiu gritted her teeth, squeezing out a few words, each one seeming to drain her of all energy. Only then did Chu Ye release his grip. Phew. Shenyan Qiu collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. A few minutes later, the group emerged outside. A fierce wind swept through, carrying yellow sand that obscured the sun, creating a scene of low visibility that resembled the end of the world. Get in the vehicle, Chu Ye instructed tersely. Shenyan Qiu numbly climbed into the specially modified dune buggy, starting the engine without a word. The vehicle roared to life. Chu Ye sat in the passenger seat, closing his eyes to meditate, indifferent to the others' concerns. After all, with the power of the ocean space at his disposal, he felt invulnerable. Moreover, he had acquired the ability to manipulate water, a skill far surpassing mere water curtains. Even if Lu Jianhong truly was 10 times stronger than the corner master. So what? Chu Ye would still subdue him. To secure resources for survival, he would stop at nothing, even if it meant battling gods or Buddhas. The dune buggy sped through the desert, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. After an indeterminate time, Chu Ye suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up. Gripping the iron railings of the buggy, his gaze fixed ahead. Amidst the swirling dust, a massive shadow gradually emerged. It was a fortress, a colossal fortress, constructed of steel and concrete. It stood silently in the desert, like a giant statue, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. What is this place? Chu Ye asked solemnly. Though he already had an inkling, he looked down at Shenyan Qiu, asking for confirmation. That Shenyan Qiu's voice trembled, is Director Lu's sanctuary. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement. He gazed at the fortress, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. This stronghold was far superior to his current dwelling. Once he dealt with Lu Jianhong, this fortress would belong to him. He envisioned transforming it into his most secure bastion in the apocalypse. Stop the vehicle, Chu Ye commanded. Screech Shenyan Qiu slammed on the brakes, bringing the dune buggy to a halt at a distance from the fortress. Chu Ye surveyed the surroundings but found no visible entrance. What is going on? Where is the entrance? He questioned, his tone laced with impatience. Shenyan Qiu did not respond. She slowly exited the vehicle and walked towards the massive fortress. Upon reaching the front, she halted and turned to face Chu Ye. Director Lu is capricious and ruthless. He is a seasoned level 3 combat gene user. Once we enter, there will be no turning back. Chu Ye nodded, his expression unwavering as he urged, enough with the chatter, lead the way. Haha, this is fantastic. We can finally get to work, Wang Dao exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Lin Jiangua and An exchanged glances. Since witnessing Chu Ye and Appo's might, they were filled with hope for the future. Shenyan Qiu took a deep breath, turned around, and placed her hand against the cold wall of the fortress. With a thunderous rumble, a deafening grinding sound reverberated through the air. Under the watchful eyes of the group, the tightly sealed walls of the fortress slowly began to part, revealing a dark, gaping entrance. Chapter 124. You lost. Become my woman. Chu Ye leaned forward, peering into the interior. Contrary to his expectations of a grim and terrifying fortress, the inside exuded a refreshing comfort. This sudden coolness startled Chu Ye momentarily, invigorating his spirit. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, where the sweltering heat reigned supreme, such a breeze felt exceedingly precious. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps shattered the brief tranquility. A squad of soldiers, fully armed, surged forth from the shadows, their dark gun barrels uniformly aimed at Chu Ye and his companions. The leader, with a stern visage and piercing eyes akin to an eagle's, demanded in a voice that was not loud, yet carried an undeniable authority. Who are you? The intensity of the situation made Lin Jiangwo and An instinctively take a step back. Wang Dao, however, appeared unfazed, flashing a grin that revealed his white teeth. Eager for a challenge, this fellow had just tasted the sweetness of genetic serum and was looking for an outlet for his newfound vigor. Shen Yinxiu, unfazed, calmly produced a metal identification badge from her pocket, engraved with an unusual emblem resembling the eye of some creature. We are here to see Director Lu Jianhong. We have urgent matters to report. Her voice was cool and composed, as if the guns pointed at them were non-existent. The leader examined the badge closely for a moment, his expression shifting dramatically. He abruptly waved his hand and barked, "Lower your weapons." With a clatter, the soldiers swiftly retracted their firearms, their movements crisp and efficient, clearly indicating rigorous training. "Ah, it is Miss Shen. My apologies for the oversight." The leader's tone transformed into one of respect. "Director Lu is currently out on business and is not in the fortress. Miss Shen, you may enter and wait." Shen Yinxiu nodded slightly in agreement. "After you." The leader gestured aside, inviting her in. Shen Yinxiu stepped forward, with Chu Ye closely following, scanning their surroundings. The interior of the fortress was surprisingly spacious. At its center lay a vast expanse, comparable to the size of a football field, with a thick layer of sandy soil underfoot, surrounded by tall fences. "What is this for?" Chu Ye wondered internally. Seemingly sensing his curiosity, Shen Yinxiu pointed to a corner of the open space. Following her gesture, Chu Ye's pupils constricted sharply. There, several enormous cages imprisoned monstrous creatures. Each beast resembled a wolf, yet was more than twice its size, their muscular bodies bristling with fur as rigid as steel needles, and long fangs glimmering with a chilling light. They roared and battered the confines of their cages, creating a deafening clamor. "This is the arena for training mutated animals," Shen Yinxiu elucidated. Previously, within the Tianmu organization, battles among mutated creatures were frequently held to vie for resource distribution rights. The victor would gain access to more resources. A shiver ran down Chu Ye's spine. The Tianmu organization was indeed ruthless. Utilizing such brutal methods to determine resource allocation was a stark reality. The fortress, its technology, its resources, everything here exceeded his imagination. He had initially thought that eliminating the Horn Master would grant him ample rewards, but now he realized how naive he had been. Compared to the Tianmu organization, the spoils from the Horn Master were but a drop in the ocean. He must seize Lu Jianhong and this fortress. Only through such means could he enhance his survival capabilities in this apocalyptic world. A fierce desire for possession surged within Chu Ye. At that moment, a voice interrupted his contemplation. "Yinxiu?" Chu Ye turned towards the sound. A man appeared before them, appearing to be around 30, tall and clad in a sharply tailored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of cultured elegance. However, his gaze carried an unsettling malice. "Kai, what are you doing here?" Shen Yinxiu's brows knitted slightly, indicating a past conflict between them. Chu noted the tension. Kai scrutinized Shen Yinxiu from head to toe, his eyes shamelessly roving over her form. "Yinxiu, it has been a while. You are more beautiful than ever," he remarked with a smirk. Shen Yinxiu's expression soured. "Kai, what do you want?" Kai paused momentarily, then shifted his tone to one of provocation. "I want nothing. I lost the last match. I wish to challenge you again. Shall we have another round?" Shen Yinxiu shot him a cold glance, unhesitatingly declining, not interested. "Don't be such a killjoy," Kai sneered. "Let me share some good news. Director Lu has just rewarded me with a mutated animal's corpse. Do you know that consuming the flesh and blood of a mutated creature can refine one and Oppo's genetic abilities, significantly enhancing one and Oppo's power? What do you say, shall we wager?" He paused, his gaze growing bolder. "If you lose, you will become my woman. How does that sound?" Not interested, Shen Yinxiu firmly rejected, not even sparing him a glance as she turned to leave. "I have no time to waste on your nonsense." Upon hearing that the flesh of mutated creatures could refine one and Oppo's genetic abilities, Chu Ye felt a sudden thrill, as if a cat and Oppo's claw had grazed him. The flesh of mutated animals? This was a novel prospect. He wondered what effects it might yield once consumed. Could it perhaps evolve his Chow space further? This thought proliferated in Chu Ye's mind like wild grass. He hastily stepped forward, grabbing Shen Yinxiu's arm and lowering his voice to a mere whisper, agreed to him. Shen Yinxiu spun around, her eyes wide with disbelief. This man was actually offering her as a wager? "You." Shen Yinxiu gritted her teeth, nearly forcing the words out. She longed to slap Chu Ye and Oppo's seemingly calm face immediately. Yet, when her gaze met his, all words lodged in her throat. His eyes were cold and profound, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss, emanating a chilling aura. More terrifying was the subtle glimmer of murderous intent she detected within their icy depths. Without a doubt, Shen Yinxiu realized that should she refuse, this man would indeed kill her without hesitation. She had no doubt of Chu Ye's capability and ruthless resolve. Her body trembled slightly, not from fear but from anger and unwillingness. Chapter 125, Shen Yinxiu. You were bound to lose. Shen Yinxiu, a proud daughter of heaven, had never endured such humiliation. Yet now, she was compelled to yield. In the face of overwhelming power, dignity and pride appeared utterly feeble. Fine. I concede, she uttered. Upon hearing this, Canghai and Apos' face instantly lit up with joy. He rubbed his hands together excitedly and exclaimed, everyone heard that. Our Shen Yinxiu has personally agreed to compete with me again. He deliberately emphasized the word personally, as if fearing others might not grasp the significance. Come, gather around. Today, I shall show you what true beast fighting looks like. Canghai bellowed, his triumphant demeanor radiating an air of arrogance. Shen Yinxiu's expression darkened further. She turned to glare at Canghai, demanding, what on earth do you want? What do I want? Canghai laughed heartily, striding toward the arena where the mutated animals would clash. Shen Yinxiu, I want everyone to bear witness. After all, with such high stakes, I fear some might refuse to acknowledge their defeat. He stressed the words, some with a pointed look at Shen Yinxiu, the implication unmistakable. Chu Ye observed Canghai's smugness with a cold smile. This man was exceedingly arrogant. However, this presented an opportunity to gauge the strength of those within this fortress. Knowledge of both friend and foe ensures victory in countless battles. Calculating his next move, Chu Ye discreetly followed Shen Yinxiu to the center of the contest area. As he settled in, he noticed two men approaching, each leading a mutated wolf. The beasts had eyes as red as blood. Their heavy breaths accompanied by drool dripping from their fangs, producing a chilling sound as they moved. With each step, they exuded a foul stench that sent shivers down one's spine. Their gaping maws displayed sharp teeth, and a low growl resonated from their throats, as if they were poised to pounce and shred anyone in their path. Shen Yinxiu, I shall let you choose first, to avoid accusations of unfairness later. Canghai gestured grandly toward the two mutated wolves, a slight glint flashing in his eyes. Due to the earlier hype, a considerable crowd had gathered in the stands, eagerly craning their necks and widening their eyes at the spectacle. In a world devoid of entertainment, this was a rare diversion, drawing the attention of many. As Canghai spoke, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers, whistles, and screams, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Shen Yinxiu, hearing the raucous cheers, furrowed her brow deeply. She sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Canghai, known for his cunning, was being unusually generous in allowing her to choose first. Something was amiss. With a wary heart, Shen Yinxiu steeled herself and approached the two mutated wolves, scrutinizing them closely. After a moment and Apos' deliberation, she pointed to the slightly smaller one, declaring, this one. She led the chosen wolf to her side. Chu Ye stepped back, maintaining a discreet distance, quietly observing the two competitors. He noticed that as Canghai grasped the mutated wolf, his fingers subtly moved, seemingly injecting something into the creature's neck. The action was so discreet and swift that it would have gone unnoticed had he not been watching closely. What was that? A sense of unease crept into Chu Ye's mind, but he chose to remain silent, heightening his vigilance. Canghai, you may begin. Shen Yinxiu commanded coldly, gripping the leash of her wolf. Excellent. Canghai sneered. Shen Yinxiu, this time, you are guaranteed to lose. He yanked the rope, and the wolf, now injected with a substance, surged forward like a crazed beast, its eyes glowing even redder, unleashing a deafening roar as it lunged at Shen Yinxiu. Unyielding, Shen Yinxiu urged her wolf forward to meet the challenge. In an instant, the two mutated wolves clashed, fur flying and blood spilling in a gruesome display. The howls of the wolves and the sounds of their violent encounter echoed painfully in the open arena. Shen Yinxiu clutched the leash tightly, striving to direct her wolf to target the opponent's vital points. However, to her astonishment, her wolf began to retreat. Despite their similar sizes, the disparity in strength was unmistakable. How could this be? She was certain she could correctly assess the prowess of these mutated wolves. Their abilities were supposed to be comparable, even if there were minor differences. It shouldn't be to such a degree. A sense of dread filled Shen Yinxiu's heart. Did Canghai tamper with something? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Ha ha ha. Shen Yinxiu, just admit your defeat. Canghai cackled, reveling in her bewilderment. You were bound to lose. His voice, piercing amidst the wolves' roars, grated on the nerves. Suddenly, Chikai's movement stilled. With a resounding thud, Shinyanshio's wolf was unexpectedly knocked to the ground by Chikai's frenzied beast. Landing on its back with a pitiful whine, the crowd erupted into an uproar, their exclamations drowning out all else. Shinyanshio has lost. The excitement was palpable. With chants of Chikai is magnificent, and Chikai is powerful, ringing out, overwhelming the air. Chikai, grinning from ear to ear, savored the moment. His expression dripping with triumph. He even licked his lips in a most uncouth manner, embodying the very definition of loathsome. Hey, Shinyanshio, weren't you quite skilled? According to her wager, you will now have to obediently become mine. Upon hearing this, Shinyanshio's face drained of color, a heavy weight pressing upon her chest, making it almost impossible to breathe. She had never wanted to be here. Whirling around, she glared at Chu Ye. It was all his fault. He had insisted she agree to this beast fight. Now, she found herself trapped in an inescapable predicament. Chu Ye, you have truly brought about my ruin. Shinyanshio seethed with a mix of urgency and fury, longing to confront him with a few well-deserved slaps. Chapter 126. You wish to play tricks yet? It was precisely because of Chu Ye's formidable prowess that she felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Amidst the entanglement of various emotions, her heart was in turmoil. On one hand, she loathed Chikai and Appos, despicable nature, and detested her own predicament. On the other hand, she harbored resentment towards Chu Ye, believing him to be the architect of her current plight. All of this did not escape Chu Ye's keen observation. He discerned the flicker of panic and reproach in Shinyanshio and Appos' eyes, and a subtle smile graced his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance as if he held dominion over the entire situation. Truly laughable, Chikai was far from a match. In his 2 lifetimes, he possessed a confidence unmatched by others. A cold smirk played upon Chu Ye and Appos' lips, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He then silently chanted to the system within his mind, water flow needle, parameter settings complete. Without a sound, Chu Ye raised his hand, the tips of his fingers coalescing into a needle as fine as a strand of hair. This needle, translucent and shimmering in the sunlight, concealed within it an immense power. Go. Chu Ye intently thought, flicking his finger. The water needle shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, vanishing into the body of Shinyanshio's mutated wolf in the blink of an eye. This all transpired unnoticed, even by Shinyanshio, who had been fixated on Chu Ye. Meanwhile, Chikai, sensing his imminent victory, became increasingly arrogant. He gripped the rope tightly, urging his mutated wolf to deliver the final blow to Shinyanshio's beast. Attack! Kill it! Chikai bellowed, his visage contorted with fury. At that critical moment, an astonishing turn of events occurred. The once incapacitated mutated wolf suddenly sprang to life, leaping up with astonishing speed. Its eyes blazed crimson, emitting a deafening roar, akin to a furious beast charging at Chikai's wolf. The 2 mutated wolves clashed once more. But this time, the circumstances were entirely different. Shinyanshio's wolf appeared transformed, its strength magnified, and its speed unparalleled, each strike infused with a fierce resolve. What is happening? Shinyanshio stood agape, unable to believe her own eyes. She distinctly remembered her wolf being utterly powerless moments ago. How could it suddenly become so ferocious? What the hell? Is this wolf on steroids? Could this possibly be a reversal? The onlookers were equally bewildered, mouths agape in astonishment. They had never witnessed such an uncanny spectacle. It utterly defied their understanding. Impossible. This cannot be. Chikai was beside himself with excitement, kicking his mutated wolf in a futile attempt to galvanize it. Bite. Kill it. You worthless creature. He screeched in exasperation. Chu Ye observed Chikai's frantic demeanor, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a playful expression. He raised his hand once more, condensing 2 water needles between his fingers. Here we go again. Chu Ye silently chanted, flicking his fingers. The 2 water needles silently penetrated Shinyanshio's mutated wolf. This time, the effect was even more pronounced. The wolf, as if invigorated, went utterly berserk. It disregarded the attacks from Chikai's creature, focusing all its might on tearing into its opponent's vital areas. Suddenly, Shinyanshio lost her grip on the rope, gasping in surprise as her balance faltered, nearly toppling to the ground. Upon regaining her composure, she witnessed her wolf break free from its restraints, launching itself at Chikai and Appos' beast. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed throughout the arena. Chikai's mutated wolf was swiftly dispatched, its throat severed by Shinyanshio's wolf, dying instantly. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the ground crimson, the air thick with the metallic scent of gore. Before the spectators could recover from their shock, The ferocious wolf suddenly turned its attention towards Canghai, unleashing a low growl filled with rage and murderous intent. That sound sent shivers down his spine, causing Canghai to pale in terror. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, only to find his legs weighed down as if encased in lead, rendering him immobile. "No, please," Canghai shrieked in terror, his voice trembling. In a desperate moment, he clenched his teeth and forcefully looped the rope around the wolf's neck, yanking it with all his might. "Down," he bellowed, exerting every ounce of strength to pin the wolf to the ground. Thud. He drew a dagger from his belt, plunging it into the beast and Appos' heart. The wolf struggled briefly before falling silent. Panting heavily, Canghai collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. He stared at the lifeless creature, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and rage. Victory! Shinyinshu triumphed. Remarkable! This reversal was exhilarating. The crowd, finally snapping back to reality, erupted into thunderous cheers, rising to their feet and waving their arms in excitement for Shinyinshu. She stood there, bewildered, glancing between the corpses of the two mutated wolves and then at Chu Ye, her eyes brimming with confusion. What on earth is happening? Could it be Chu Ye? Shinyinshu speculated, struggling to comprehend who else could possess such ability to alter the course of events in such a brief span. Chu Ye, observing the confusion in Shinyinshu's gaze, smiled faintly but offered no explanation. He strolled over to Canghai, looking down at him with an air of superiority, and spoke coolly. "Canghai, you have lost. As per our agreement, you must surrender the mutated creature awarded to Lu Jianhong." Canghai shot up, fixing a furious glare on Chu Ye. Resentment and indignation etched across his face. "I refuse. Shinyinshu, you must have cheated. This match does not count." Upon hearing this, Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, stepping closer to Canghai, his expression devoid of emotion. "What? Do you wish to play tricks?" "Play tricks?" Canghai leapt to his feet, jabbing a finger at Chu Ye, spewing vitriol. "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you speak so boldly before me?" Before he could finish his tirade, Canghai's massive hand swept towards Chu Ye like a gust of wind. Chapter 127. Lu Jianhong arrives in a fit of rage and humiliation. He completely tore off the facade. A glint of coldness flashed in Chu Ye's eyes, his murderous intent palpable. Faced with Canghai's forceful strike, he neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he clenched his right fist. The joints of his fingers cracked ominously as he boldly met Canghai and Appos' palm with a fierce punch. Bang! The collision of fist and palm produced a resounding thud. An invisible force radiated outward from the two, rippling across the surroundings. Thud, thud, thud. Canghai felt an overwhelming power surging through his arm, propelling him backward uncontrollably, each step leaving a deep impression in the hard sand beneath him. His entire arm felt numb, devoid of sensation. This kid possesses immense strength. Canghai was actually pushed back by a single punch. The onlookers were stupefied by the spectacle. Canghai was notorious for his ferocity, a powerhouse whose sheer brute force rendered ordinary individuals helpless. Yet now, he had been repelled by an obscure youth with but a single blow? Regaining his balance, Canghai grimaced as a searing pain coursed through his right arm, as if his bones were on the verge of shattering. He gazed incredulously at Chu Ye, a storm of emotions surging within him. Though he had not utilized his genetic abilities, his inherent strength was undoubtedly among the elite. Ordinary level 3 genetic warriors were hardly his match. Yet, this young man had managed to push him back with a single punch? How could this be possible? Who exactly are you? Canghai seethed with a blend of astonishment and fury, directing his ire at Shinyinshu. What is the background of this brat you brought along, Shinyinshu? Shinyinshu cast a cold glance at Canghai, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips. You are not worthy to know. Now, hand over the corpse of the mutant beast immediately. That is your forfeited wager. Nonsense. Canghai bellowed, his face contorted with rage. The corpse of the mutant beast awarded to me by Director Lu is an invaluable treasure. How could I possibly give it to you? In his mind, he was well aware that the corpse of the mutant beast was worth its weight in gold, far surpassing ordinary genetic potions. He wouldn't even consider trading it for 10 ordinary mutant wolves. Canghai's eyes darted, landing on the corpse of a mutant wolf that had been killed. A sinister smile spread across his face as he abruptly lifted his foot and kicked the mutant wolf's carcass toward Shinyinshu. Here, this is my wager. With a sneer, Canghai wore an expression of a rogue. Shinyinshu's brow furrowed, his expression dark as night. Canghai, you are cheating. The flesh of this mutant wolf is utterly worthless. Huh, what of it? Canghai retorted with a cold laugh. The wager didn't specify what I had to provide. What I've given you is the corpse of a mutant beast. Is there any issue with that? He was clearly intent on avoiding the surrender of the mutant beast's corpse awarded by Lu Jianhong, deliberately using this useless mutant wolf's carcass as a diversion. As Chi turned to leave, Chu Ye called out to him, his voice firm and commanding. Stop. Did I permit you to leave? Chi's expression darkened immeasurably as he turned back, narrowing his eyes and fixing a deadly glare on Chu Ye. Brat, what exactly do you want? Let me tell you, I am a favored individual of Director Lu. If you dare to provoke me, Shen Yanxiu cannot protect you. His tone dripped with menace. He was confident that invoking Lu Jianhong's name would deter Chu Ye from further action. Chu Ye could not help but laugh coldly at the words. The reason he had not acted immediately was merely to wait for Lu Jianhong's return to ensnare them all. Otherwise, with his strength, Chi would have long since been a cold corpse. Cheating in a wager is unacceptable anywhere. Chu Ye stepped forward, exuding a palpable pressure. Today, unless you hand over the items, you shall not leave. Indeed, what kind of skill is cheating? Chi, do you still have any shame left? Hurry up and hand over the items. Do not embarrass yourself. The surrounding crowd chimed in, voicing their condemnation of Chi, although they dared not offend him. They stood firmly with Chu Ye at this moment. After all, Chi and Apos' deceitful behavior was utterly contemptible. Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Chi's face fluctuated between shades of green and white. He spun around, his eyes aflame, muscles taut, a powerful aura erupting from within him. This was the strength of a level 3 genetic warrior. He had been thoroughly provoked and was prepared to fight Chu Ye at all costs. You seek death. Stop. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a commanding voice resonated from the rear of the crowd. The authoritative command echoed like thunder in everyone's ears. The previously clamorous crowd fell silent immediately. Instinctively, they turned to the source of the voice, watching as the throng parted like the Red Sea, creating a pathway. A tall, imposing middle-aged man clad in a black trench coat strode forward with steady steps. His countenance was stern, a quintessential square face, exuding the authority of one accustomed to power. His sharp gaze swept across the assembly. Despite not deliberately exerting his presence, everyone who met his eyes instinctively lowered their heads, filled with reverence. Director Lu. It is Director Lu who has arrived. Quickly, pay your respects to Director Lu. A chorus of low gasps and greetings rippled through the crowd. As those who had gathered to spectate now bowed respectfully, their demeanor infused with utmost deference. Chu Ye narrowed his eyes, fixating on the approaching figure. Is this the commander-in-chief of the Tianmu organization, Lu Jianhong? Even from a distance, one could sense an unfathomable aura emanating from him. His power eclipsed that of the previous leaders, perhaps even surpassing them altogether. A sense of foreboding filled Chu Ye's heart as he quickly assessed the situation. Now was not the time for direct confrontation. He would remain observant. Ignoring the surrounding salutations, Lu Jianhong strode directly into the fray. He halted before Chi, his gaze cold as it swept over the contorted face twisted by rage. Just as Chi expected Lu Jianhong to side with him as before and began to speak in his defense. Slap. A sharp, resounding slap echoed without warning. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Lu Jianhong moved with lightning speed, delivering a powerful blow to Chi and Apos' face. The force was so tremendous that it sent the robust Chi staggering, spinning half a turn before crashing to the ground with a thud. Cough. Chi coughed up a small amount of blood mixed with fragments of teeth, one side of his face swelling visibly, leaving behind a glaring, crimson handprint. Chapter 128. Shen Yanxiu, the second in command beneath me. Chi stood there in a daze, clutching his stinging cheek. He gazed incredulously at Lu Jianhong, his eyes brimming with astonishment and confusion. Director Lu. Why? His voice trembled, laden with grievance and bewilderment. For so long, Director Lu had held him in high regard. How could he publicly humiliate him like this? Not far away, Shen Yanxiu furrowed her delicate brows. Lu Jianhong seemed different today. His gaze towards Chi was no longer one of admiration, but rather an unmasked disdain. The shift was jarring and abrupt. Chu Ye, standing aside, observed with a profound gaze, a barely perceptible frown crossing his brow, though he remained silent. He keenly sensed that Lu Jianhong's slap was not merely a punishment, but rather a severance, a declaration of intent. Useless. Lu Jianhong looked down at Chi with a condescending glare. A loss is a loss. If you cannot afford to gamble, do not sit at the table. His tone was sharp as ice, piercing Chi and Apos' very core. To wager and yet refuse to accept defeat, to act shamelessly in public, has tarnished the reputation of our Tianmu organization. Lu Jianhong's voice thundered. If you still wish to act in bad faith, then get out of Tianmu. We do not need someone as untrustworthy as you. His words resonated powerfully in the silent arena, each syllable striking the hearts of the onlookers. Among the crowd, An and Wang Dao exchanged glances, both unable to conceal their excitement and relief. It was exhilarating. An nearly burst forth with a shout. Chi Kai, who had once wielded Lu Jianhong and Appo's influence to act arrogantly, was now facing the consequences. What a delight! Lying on the ground, Chi Kai felt a throbbing pain in his cheek. But what terrified him more was the resoluteness in Lu Jianhong's words. He realized that the director was genuinely enraged this time. Should he truly be expelled from Tianmu, he would lose all protection in this apocalyptic world. A chill coursed from his feet to the crown of his head, panic engulfing him. He looked at Lu Jianhong with fear, no longer daring to show any disrespect. The resentment and fury he felt were forcefully suppressed deep within. Director, I was wrong. I was wrong. Chi Kai struggled to rise, disregarding the pain and humiliation etched on his face, bowing and scraping before Lu Jianhong. I concede. I accept my defeat. He quickly turned to his equally stunned subordinates, bellowing, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry, bring over the mutated beast meat that Director Lu rewarded us." His subordinates, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly retrieved a piece of meat wrapped in special materials from their insulated box. The meat, roughly the size of a basketball, exuded a faint, peculiar fragrance, distinctly different from the usual foul odor of mutated creatures, even visible through its wrapping, showcasing its vibrant color and intricate texture. One of Chi Kai's subordinates, trembling with trepidation, cautiously offered the meat to Shinyanqiu. Yet, just as she reached out to take it, Chu Ye swiftly extended his hand, firmly accepting the piece. It felt slightly heavy in his grasp, and he could sense the surging energy and remarkable vitality contained within, even through its wrapping. Chu Ye's gaze flickered as he glanced at the meat, effortlessly discerning its superior quality, far surpassing any mutated creature he had encountered before. It was remarkably tender, shimmering as if alive, pulsating with vigor. What a remarkable find! The energy within this meat could rival several ordinary level 3 gene serums. A wave of curiosity stirred within Chu Ye. He suppressed the urge to confront Lu Jianhong immediately. Now is not the time. The value of this meat, along with its origins, warranted further investigation. Casually weighing the meat in his hands, he subtly glanced at Shinyanqiu from the corner of his eye, conveying a clear message. She should ascertain the source of this meat and gather more information about this high-quality mutated beast product. Shinyanqiu instantly grasped Chu Ye's implication. Reluctant as she was to approach Lu Jianhong for information, she felt a twinge of discomfort. However, recalling that the leader had mentioned Lu Jianhong's connection to puppet technology, her curiosity was piqued. Why had Lu Jianhong, who had always favored Chi Kai, suddenly reversed his stance, punishing him while seemingly aiding her? These questions swirled in Shinyanqiu's mind. Ultimately, she gave a barely perceptible nod, indicating her understanding. Just then, having dealt with Chi Kai, Lu Jianhong slowly turned to Shinyanqiu, his gaze no longer cold, but rather imbued with a sense of scrutiny and an ineffable significance. Before the eyes of the entire assembly, Lu Jianhong announced in a calm yet unmistakably clear voice, "Shinyanqiu, from this day forth, you shall be the second in command of the Tianmu organization beneath me." At this proclamation, it was as if a colossal bomb had been dropped into a tranquil lake, sending forth towering waves. The audience erupted in astonishment. After a deathly silence, gasps of disbelief filled the air. Everyone widened their eyes, incredulous as they darted between Lu Jianhong and Shinyanqiu, questioning their own hearing. The second in command, beneath Lu Jianhong. What did this imply? This meant Shinyanqiu would wield power and status second only to the chief director. How could this be possible? Although Shinyanqiu possessed formidable strength, her tenure within the Tianmu organization was still relatively short. With many older members above her, surely this did not apply to her. No. Chi Kai, who had just risen, was the first to react. The panic on his face was swiftly replaced by sheer shock and madness. He nearly shrieked, "Director Lu, what does this mean? Why?" He could not accept that he had just been publicly humiliated while Shinyanqiu, whom he had regarded as a rival and easily manipulated, was now soaring to new heights. Shinyanqiu herself was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Lu Jianhong would make such a sudden decision. She lifted her clear, cold eyes to meet Lu Jianhong's, her voice laced with confusion. "Director, why is this?" She was perplexed by the intent behind Lu Jianhong's action. Was this abrupt appointment a reward? Or was there something more at play? Chu Ye stood by, watching the unfolding drama with sharpened intensity. Lu Jianhong had first punished Chi, ostensibly to uphold the rules, yet in reality, it indicated a severance from him, followed by propelling Shen Yanxiu to a high position. This was no simple matter. The series of actions undertaken by Lu Jianhong, while seemingly abrupt, hinted at an underlying strategy. What could he possibly be scheming? Chapter 129. The puppet and the artwork. Chi Kai's anguished screams echoed within the venue, filled with intense resentment and humiliation. Yet they were completely extinguished by Lu Jianhong's subsequent actions. Bang! A resounding crash. Lu Jianhong did not even spare a glance at Chi Kai. With a swift motion, he struck the sturdy wooden chair beside him with tremendous force. The solid chair shattered instantly, splinters flying in all directions. The violent impact reverberated through the air, causing the onlookers to recoil in fear, their faces drained of color. The venue fell into an eerie silence, as if even breathing had ceased. Lu Jianhong slowly withdrew his hand, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping across the crowd, finally landing on Chi Kai, who was still struggling, his face a mask of madness. The appointment of Shen Yanxiu was my decision. Who dares to object? He paused, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Kill, without mercy. The final 4 words sent shivers down the spines of all present. The madness on Chi Kai's face froze, replaced by boundless terror. He opened his mouth, yet not a single word escaped. He could only watch as Lu Jianhong extinguished his last flicker of hope. Ignoring the crumpled Chi Kai, Lu Jianhong turned his attention to the conflicted Shen Yanxiu. Shen Yanxiu, come with me to the office. Shen Yanxiu and Appo's delicate frame quivered imperceptibly. The office? Lu Jianhong summoned her? What did he intend to do? A wave of intense unease surged within her, prompting her to instinctively glance at Chu Ye beside her. At that moment, a warm and powerful hand gently rested on her shoulder. Chu Ye stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her, meeting Lu Jianhong and Appo's inscrutable gaze. Fear not. I am here, he whispered to Shen Yanxiu. Lu Jianhong will not stir up any trouble. Without waiting for Lu Jianhong's response, Chu Ye casually gestured to Lin Zhengwo, on, and Wang Dao behind him. Old Lin, on, Wang Dao follows suit. Though Lin Zhengwo bore an injury to his knee, his eyes remained resolute as he promptly complied. On and Wang Dao exchanged glances. Then without hesitation, they stepped forward, closely trailing Chu Ye. They held an almost blind trust in Chu Ye. Lu Jianhong observed Chu Ye's defiance with narrowed eyes, a flicker of barely perceptible emotion crossing his face. Yet, he ultimately refrained from reacting. Merely casting a deep look at Chu Ye before turning away, striding toward a corridor at the side of the venue. Shen Yanxiu steadied her breath, feeling the lingering warmth on her shoulder and the strength in Chu Ye and Appo's words. Taking a deep breath, she followed suit. The departing figures of the group inflicted a profound sting in Chi Kai's eyes. He fixed his gaze on Chu Ye's back, as if wishing to devour him whole. Humiliation, fury, and resentment churned within him, culminating in a suppressed roar. Huh. He abruptly lifted his foot and stomped down hard. The solid ground seemed to tremble in response. Shen Yanxiu, Lu Jianhong. He ground out through clenched teeth, his eyes ablaze with a mad fire. I will not let this go. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, Chu Ye and his companions silently followed Lu Jianhong through several dimly lit metallic corridors. Their footsteps echoed in the empty hall, the atmosphere oppressive and heavy. Eventually, Lu Jianhong halted at the end of a corridor. Before him stood a massive steel door, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The door bore no markings, only thick rivets and a complex electronic locking mechanism, hinting at the extraordinary nature of what lay beyond. Lu Jianhong paused, slowly turning to fix his gaze once more on Shen Yanxiu. This time, a strange glimmer lit up his eyes, as if he were appraising a precious object. Yanxiu, I have long harbored a secret concerning the future of the Tianmu organization, the greatest of its kind. Since you are about to become my successor, you are entitled to know this secret. Successor? Alarm bells rang in Shen Yanxiu and Appo's mind. What scheme was Lu Jianhong concocting? What could this secret possibly entail? Chu Ye stood beside Shen Yanxiu, his hands casually clasped behind him, his calm gaze surveying the enormous steel door. However, unbeknownst to him, he was utilizing his system. System prompt, water flow shaping, short blade form, parameter setting complete. Energy reserves sufficient, ready for activation at any moment. His thoughts stirred. Within the vast ocean of space, pure water elemental energy had already formed a razor-sharp short blade, poised for action. The more enigmatic Lu Jianhong became, the more Chu Ye sensed something amiss. Without further ado, Lu Jianhong stepped forward, placing his palm on the identifier beside the steel door. with a faint electronic sound. The heavy steel door emitted a click and slowly slid open. Creak. As the weighty door swung, an indescribable odor assaulted their senses. It was a sickening mix of dust, mildew, and something that reeked of decaying biological tissue, cold and pungent. Chu Ye furrowed his brow, his gaze immediately drawn to the interior. The space behind the door was not particularly large, dimly lit, yet sufficient to reveal the scene within. Rows upon rows of human figures that resembled withered sticks. They were densely packed together, some standing against the wall, others curled on the ground, each exhibiting a grotesque, ashen hue. Their skin clung tightly to their bones, as if all moisture and vitality had been utterly extracted, leaving behind hollow shells. The stench of decay emanated from these desiccated forms. What is this? Shen Yinxiu's face paled instantaneously, involuntarily taking a step back, her cold eyes filled with shock and an undeniable disgust. Ugh! How revolting! On nearly retched, his face turning green. Wang Dao wore a look of disdain, struggling to suppress his discomfort as he scanned the grotesque figures with uncertainty. Only Lin Jiangwo remained with a furrowed brow. Though his expression was grim, he did not lose his composure like the others, his eyes reflecting confusion and gravity. As Lu Jianhong observed the shock and revulsion on their faces, a near-manic ecstasy and fervor crept onto his countenance. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing his masterpiece. They are puppets. They are works of art. They are the future. He pointed vehemently at the desiccated corpses, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying light. This technology was inadvertently developed by the traitor Canghai, a method capable of perfectly preserving biological activity and controlling it. Though still imperfect, it is more than sufficient. This is the true ace up the sleeve of our Tianmu organization, enabling us to cleanse the wasteland, restore order, and even dominate the world. Chapter 130. The sudden cataclysm. As Lu Jianhong finished his statement, the atmosphere within the room erupted like a thunderclap. Shen Yinxiu's pupils constricted abruptly. She recalled the puppet technology mentioned by the leader. Could this be what he referred to? Wang Dao, An, and Lin Jiangwo gasped in shock, exchanging incredulous glances. To rule the world with these lifeless-looking entities? How could that be possible? What a farce! Lu Jianhong, lost in the grandeur of his vision, remained oblivious to the complex expressions of those around him. However, Chu Ye maintained his composure. His gaze was sharp as a hawk, fixated on Lu Jianhong's fervent face. Puppet technology? The trump card for global domination? Successor? All of it seemed too seamless, too deliberate. Lu Jianhong was certainly not a philanthropist eager to share power and uplift the younger generation. The ease with which he unveiled this so-called greatest secret to them, even naming Shen Yinxiu as the successor, undoubtedly concealed a deeper scheme. Chu Ye and Apos' mind raced as he pieced together the connections. It was likely that this puppet technology was far more complex than Lu Jianhong had suggested. Lu Jianhong, cease with the theatrics. Chu Ye and Apos' piercing gaze bore into him as he unceremoniously questioned, "What is your true intention for bringing us here?" At his words, Lu Jianhong and Apos' fervent smile gradually faded. He slowly turned to face Chu Ye. This time, his expression was no longer one of scrutiny or zeal, but rather bore an air of solemnity, tinged with a hint of gravity. He enunciated Chu Ye's name with deliberate clarity. Chu Ye. Lu Jianhong's gaze locked onto Chu Ye with an almost tangible intensity, the corners of his mouth twisting into an enigmatic smile. Don't be hasty. Why the panic? Just as Lu Jianhong's words, "The real show is just beginning," hung in the air, Chu Ye's figure darted backward like a specter. He propelled himself off the cold, hard ground, creating a considerable distance in an instant. His eyes narrowed, locking onto Lu Jianhong with a chilling gaze that radiated an aura of frost. This man was indeed suspicious. Lu Jianhong, Chu Ye's voice was low, laced with a barely perceptible wariness. "When did you recognize me?" His heart tightened. The invisible water blade within the vast sea space glimmered ominously, ready to strike at any moment. Lu Jianhong regarded the tense Chu Ye, the mysterious smile on his face widening. He shrugged nonchalantly, as if the fervent orator from moments ago was merely an illusion. "Recognize you? Oh, I not only know who you are," he chuckled lightly, his laughter echoing distinctly in the spacious room. "Chu Ye, I also know this gentleman beside you, Lin Jiangwo, former director of the Tianmu organization." Lin Jiangwo and Apos' expression darkened at his words, instinctively clenching his fists. Lu Jianhong and Apos' gaze then fell upon Shen Yinxiu, whose face had paled slightly from shock. "As for you, Yinxiu," he elongated her name, his eyes seemingly penetrating her very soul. Being secretly manipulated and turned into a puppet is quite an unpleasant experience, isn't it? Boom. His words struck like a thunderclap. Shen Yinxiu's body trembled violently. A flicker of panic flashing in her eyes, quickly suppressed, but leaving her countenance even more ashen. The fact that she was being controlled should have been a secret. How could Lu Jianhong possibly know? What the hell are you babbling about? On exploded first, stepping forward fiercely, his glare fixed on Lu Jianhong. Wang Dao's face turned ashen, his muscles taut, bones cracking as he assumed a combat-ready stance, his eyes brimming with ferocity. The tension in the air was palpable. Haha. Lu Jianhong observed the ready-to-strike group with a low, controlled laugh, exuding an air of composure. Young ones, temper your anger. If I truly wished to harm you, do you think you could still stand here conversing with me? You would have long been part of my collection, unbeknownst to the world. His words carried an unsettling chill, momentarily halting On and Wang Dao's fierce resolve. Indeed, given Lu Jianhong's displayed power and the fortress's eerie nature, if he intended to strike, he would have ample opportunity. As the atmosphere grew still, Lu Jianhong's smile faded, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Let me be frank with you. The Tianmu organization is not a monolith. At a higher level, within the provincial branch, there is a traitor. A traitor. Chu Ye's heart stirred. The implications were profound. Those scoundrels had coveted the puppet technology for a long time. They would soon come knocking, eager to seize everything. And he inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied determination. I will remain here and fight them to the death. This declaration left everyone present in stunned silence. Just moments ago, Lu Jianhong viewed them as potential threats, even prey, and now he was preparing for a life or death struggle. Lu Jianhong's gaze once again honed in on Chu Ye, this time imbued with complex, inscrutable emotions. Chu Ye, I have been observing you for quite some time. He admitted candidly, your strength, your rate of growth, surpasses my expectations. Quite impressive. He shifted the tone, introducing a cruel reality. However, in the face of the traitors from the provincial branch, especially their leader, your current strength is insufficient. He shook his head, his gaze sharpening. Thus, I shall not entrust the Endopos, puppet technology Endopos, to you. I cannot allow this branch to fall into the hands of someone I cannot control after my demise. His gaze finally settled on the still somewhat dazed Shen Yinxiu. This technology, I will pass on to her, Lu Jianhong stated with finality. Before his words could fully settle, boom, a violent tremor surged from beneath their feet. The entire fortress seemed to be violently shaken by an invisible giant hand, emitting a nauseating metallic distortion. Above, the ceiling quaked violently. Large clumps of dust and debris raining down like a torrential downpour, striking the heads and shoulders of those below. Chu Ye's eyes narrowed as he looked up, noticing fine cracks appearing on the once solid alloy ceiling. What is happening? Lu Jianhong and Apos' calm demeanor and resolute expression were instantly replaced by disbelief as he abruptly looked up, his eyes filled with incredulity. Impossible. How could there be such a tremor at this depth? Could it be that something has gone awry outside? Chapter 131. The rebellion strikes. He reacted with remarkable swiftness, instinctively pivoting and delivering a forceful strike to the control panel on the adjacent wall. With a sharp crack, the heavy steel door, which housed countless puppets, slammed shut with a deafening screech, locking firmly in place. After executing this action, Lu Jianhong scarcely took a moment to glance at Yi and the others, his complexion ashen as he sprinted back down the corridor from whence he came. Something catastrophic had occurred outside. His voice echoed ominously through the passage. Chu Ye observed Lu Jianhong's frantic departure, his brow furrowed in concern. The fleeting moment of panic displayed by Lu Jianhong seemed genuine. Could it be that the traitor he mentioned has truly arrived? And with such a commotion? Without hesitation, Chu Ye made a decisive call to Lin Zhangwo, Shen Yinxiu, On, and Wang Dao trailing behind him. Regardless of Lu Jianhong's ulterior motives, the current situation evidently exceeded his expectations. It was imperative to ascertain what was transpiring outside. The five quickly set their feet in motion, following Lu Jianhong as they rushed from the room, hurrying through the corridor towards the central hall of the fortress. Upon entering the hall, they were met with an even more potent stench of gunpowder and a palpable tremor. The hall was in disarray, with several members of the Tianmu organization, who had been stationed there, scurrying about in utter panic. Director Lu, a guard, clutching an assault rifle and smeared with dust and blood, stumbled towards Lu Jianhong, who had just emerged from the corridor. Outside, a large group has arrived. They are using cannons. They are bombarding our fortress gate. What? Lu Jianhong's eyes widened in disbelief as he seized the guard by the collar, his voice a fierce roar. Cannons. How could they possibly bring heavy weaponry here? Who are they? The guard trembled in fear. I don't know. The firepower is overwhelming. My brothers can't hold on much longer. Lu Jianhong violently shoved the guard aside. His expression dark enough to wring water from it, and took several rapid strides to an observation point reinforced with thick, bulletproof glass on the side of the hall. Damn it! How could these wretched traitors pinpoint our exact location? As he gazed at the scene outside, a furious roar erupted from his lips, veins bulging on his forehead. Chu Ye swiftly followed suit, peering through the glass, marred with fine cracks. Outside the fortress, what was once a desolate expanse of sand was now teeming with dozens of figures. Each individual donned finely crafted black combat attire, their faces obscured by tactical masks, moving with swift and professional precision. Most alarming of all, in the rear of their formation stood several menacing mobile rapid-fire cannons. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons belched flames as they unleashed a barrage of small projectiles that screamed through the air and crashed against the fortress and outposts, as heavy alloy gate and outer walls, erupting into clouds of sparks and debris. Each impact sent tremors through the entire fortress. This intensity of firepower far exceeded any adversary Chu Ye had previously encountered. Furrowing his brow, Chu Ye scrutinized the orderly and well-equipped attackers outside, his mind racing with suspicions. Such precise strikes, arriving here so swiftly. He turned to the furious Lu Jianhong and thought, Lu Jianhong, is it possible that there is more than one mole within your Tianmu organization? Lu Jianhong abruptly turned, his eyes bloodshot, his teeth clenched tight. There must be. He nearly spat through gritted teeth. Damn it. These scoundrels are all Tier 3 gene enhancers. The one leading them is Feng Hao. That traitor has already ascended to Tier 4. With just us, we are no match for them. Bang. A dull thud reverberated as Lu Jianhong's bloodshot eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He raised his fist, empowered by genetic enhancement, and slammed it into the cold alloy wall beside him. The solid structure dented slightly, sending a spray of yellow sand and metal shards flying. The puppet technology. Let's not fall into their hands. Gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently, his voice hoarse and tinged with near desperation, he declared, these traitors, they have destroyed Tianmu. And now they seek to seize our last hope. He suddenly pivoted, his gaze sweeping over Chu Ye and the others before settling on Shen Yanqiu, who still appeared somewhat pale. The madness in his eyes softened slightly, transforming into a painful resolve. Girl. His voice was dry. I'm sorry. But the situation has changed. The puppet technology, it cannot be passed on to you now. He inhaled deeply as if expending all his strength, his tone grave. You must leave. Take them and find a way out through the emergency passage. The farther, the better. This place cannot be held. Shen Yanqiu shuddered, a flicker of confusion and reluctance in her eyes. Director Lu. Lu Jianhong waved his hand, interrupting her words, a grim smile etched upon his face. I will stay behind and initiate the fortress's self-destruct protocol. Even in death, I will not allow that scoundrel Feng Hao to obtain these secrets. He intends to perish alongside those outside. Chu Ye and Amp. Oppo's heart sank. No. The and Amp. Oppo's, puppet technology and Amp. Oppo's. Along with the research data within this fortress and the genetic researchers. These were crucial for his future development and must not be obliterated. In a flash of inspiration, Chu Ye stepped forward, his right hand darting out like lightning to firmly rest upon Lu Jianhong and Oppo's shoulder. Director Lu. His voice remained calm and unperturbed, as if the thunderous cannon fire and tremors beneath their feet were of no concern to him. Perhaps, the situation has not yet reached that point. Lu Jianhong's movement froze, and he abruptly turned, finding Chu Ye's deep, tranquil gaze devoid of any reflection of the surrounding chaos and peril. Taken aback for a moment, his fury surged once more. You. He nearly bellowed. Boy, this is not the time for bravado. Outside is Feng Hao, a Tier 4 gene enhancer, leading dozens of elite Tier 3 operatives and heavy artillery. What do you suppose? I can help you resolve this crisis. Chu Ye interrupted him, his tone still composed, yet imbued with an undeniable force. The terms are simple: full access to the puppet technology data, ownership of this fortress, and all genetic researchers under your command. What did you say? Lu Jianhong erupted with incredulity, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. Boy, have you lost your mind? Do you even know who you're speaking to? Do you comprehend the situation outside? He raised his hand abruptly, attempting to dislodge Chu Ye's grip from his shoulder, shouting, Get away. Don't hinder me here. Although Lu Jianhong, consumed by rage and despair, had not immediately unleashed his full genetic power, he was nonetheless a high-tier enhancer, and the force behind this movement was beyond the capacity of an average person to withstand. Chapter 132. Is it not just a cannonade? However, Chu Ye's hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, as if it had taken root, utterly immobile. Lu Jianhong felt a sudden jolt of shock. This kid. How can he possess such strength? He had not sensed any fluctuation of genetic power from Chu Ye just now. Is it purely physical strength? How can that be? He looked again into Chu Ye and Appo's eyes, which bore no trace of jest, only a calmness and confidence that seemed capable of penetrating all mysteries. In this dire situation, where artillery rained down and the fortress was on the brink of breach, how could his gaze be so composed? Could it be that he truly has a trump card? The intertwining shock and despair within Lu Jianhong escalated, his teeth grinding audibly. A few seconds of profound silence followed. The sounds of cannon fire outside seemed to intensify. The cracks above spread further. Lu Jianhong abruptly shook off Chu Ye and Appo's hand. A heavy self-mockery and madness etched on his face. Good, good, good. He uttered the word thrice, his eyes sharp as knives. You want to play, do you? Fine. I shall play along. He pointed outside, nearly roaring. If you can truly deal with that rabble out there, if you can genuinely survive. Puppet technology. This fortress. Those researchers. I shall give them all to you. Deal. Chu Ye uttered 2 words, as if merely concluding a trivial transaction. He did not even cast another glance at Lu Jianhong. Turning directly to Lin Jiangwo behind him, his tone succinct and clear. Lin Jiangwo, break open that observation port. What? Not only Lu Jianhong, but Lin Jiangwo, On, Wang Dao, and even Xun Yinxu were all taken aback. Break open the observation port? That is reinforced bulletproof glass. And once broken, those outside immediately discover us and direct their fire here. Lin Jiangwo hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Chu Ye's authoritative gaze, he gritted his teeth and solemnly replied, yes. He stepped forward, took a deep breath, his bulging muscles tensed in an instant, his right fist like a cannonball, crashing violently into the cracked bulletproof glass. Boom. A tremendous sound, more terrifying than Lu Jianhong's previous blow against the wall. The thick bulletproof glass shattered in response. Countless shards exploded inward, emitting a sharp whistling sound. A massive breach appeared in the wall, and the fierce wind and acrid smell of gunpowder from outside surged in at once. Chu Ye, have you lost your mind? Lu Jianhong and Appo's eyes were about to burst. Nearly lunging forward, what do you intend to do? Quickly, tell your men to stop. He could hardly believe his eyes. Does this guy not understand what this means? This is deliberately exposing their position. This is courting death. Chu Ye's gaze was frigid as he pulled the advancing Lu Jianhong aside with swift precision. It's obvious. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Xun Yinxiu's face turned pale, her heart racing, instinctively taking a step back, her voice trembling uncontrollably. The observation port is broken. They will discover us. The shells will come crashing in, just as she anticipated. The moment the observation port was smashed, the fierce sounds of artillery outside seemed to pause for an instant. Immediately afterward, several pairs of vigilant, murderous eyes pierced through the breach, locking onto the crowd in the hall. It and Appo's, over. They and Appo's, discovered us. Lu Jianhong watched as the dark figures outside turned their artillery towards them, the color draining from his face. Despairing, he retreated, incoherently shouting, "We have no artillery. We cannot withstand this. You are courting death. Courting death." Just as Lu Jianhong's desperate howls echoed. At the very moment when the artillery outside was about to unleash its fiery breath, Chu Ye stood before the massive breach, facing the wild winds and dust storm pouring in, slowly raising his right hand. Buzz, a slight ripple coursed through the air. The next moment, to the horrified gazes of Lu Jianhong, Xun Yinxiu, and all the members of the Tianmu organization, 2 ominous, black cannons, their barrels glinting with a cold metallic sheen, materialized out of thin air. They appeared abruptly on either side of Chu Ye, firmly planted upon the floor of the hall, the cannon muzzles slightly elevated, pointing toward the fortress beyond. Where did these come from? Lu Jianhong staggered a few steps forward, his finger trembling as he pointed at the 2 mobile rapid-fire cannons. Xun Yinxiu was equally shaken. She knew that Chu Ye possessed mysterious spatial abilities. She was astonished when he previously produced food and weapons, yet she could still comprehend that. But now, these are cannons. Their size, their weight. Just how vast is the spatial domain? This unbelievable tactic has utterly transcended her understanding. Chu Ye glanced at the flustered Lu Jianhong, his expression indifferent, as if observing a trivial clown. You are not yet worthy to know. His icy words struck Lu Jianhong like a bucket of ice water, awakening him somewhat. Yet he felt a deep sense of humiliation. But gazing at the two cannons exuding an aura of death, he moved his lips a few times. Ultimately daring not to inquire further, Chu Ye paid him no mind, turning his attention to the already prepared Lin Jiangwo, On, and Wang Dao. Lin, On, Wang, one on each side. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable command. Target all moving enemies beneath the fortress. Give me, obliterate them. Yes. The eyes of Lin Jiangwo and the others ignited with fervent light. The frustration of being previously bombarded transformed into a boiling battle intent. They swiftly raced to their respective operational positions at the two rapid-fire cannons, their hands nearly blurring as they skillfully activated the fire control system. Buzz, buzz, the turret slightly turned, adjusting its firing angle. The cannon muzzles gradually lowered, locking onto those black figures below that had just been recklessly firing. The next moment, boom, boom. The two rapid-fire cannons simultaneously erupted in deafening roars. The cannon muzzles spewed forth long tongues of flame, the immense recoil causing the sturdy cannon bodies to shudder slightly. Two high-explosive shells, infused with a sense of destruction, sliced through the smoke and dust-laden air. Like two meteors plummeting, dragging a trail of death as they accurately descended upon their targets below. Chu Ye stood at the edge of the breach, coldly surveying. The explosive flames ignited below in succession. The violent shockwaves carried shards of stone and sand, wildly expanding outward. The enemies that had previously been so audacious, suppressing the fortress with their firepower, were instantly thrown into disarray. Their makeshift positions were reduced to chaos. Several points that had just been spewing fire fell silent. This moment vividly illustrated the power of these two cannons. Chapter 133. The Veil of the Vast. See the remaining enemies, paralyzed by terror, abandoned their offensive like startled rabbits, desperately fleeing amidst the ruins and debris, helmets and weapons forgotten. Excellent. Splendid. Ha ha ha. Annihilate these vile wretches. Lu Jianhong, witnessing the chaotic retreat of the adversaries below, felt a wave of despair and fear dissipate, replaced by a morbid exhilaration and ecstasy as he brandished his fists, appearing almost deranged. Shen Yinxiu, her tense body finally loosening, exhaled deeply, beads of cold sweat having appeared on her forehead unbeknownst to her. She gazed at Chu Ye's silhouette, her expression a complex enigma. Damn it. They're fleeing so swiftly. On, operating the cannon, cursed with lingering frustration, still craving more action. Do not grow complacent. Continue to lock on, and be prepared for a follow-up shot. Lin Jiangwo advised in a solemn tone, his gaze sharp as he scanned the scene below. Inside the fortress, other members of the Tianmu organization, who had previously cowered behind cover, peered out to witness the enemy's sudden rout, erupting in jubilant cheers of survival. They've been driven off. We are saved. Amazing. Amidst the jubilance, only Chi Kai's countenance remained ominously grim. He cast a venomous glance at the crowd surrounding Chu Ye and then at the overly animated Lu Jianhong. Humph. The clamorous clash. This old rogue Lu Jianhong dares to place his hopes in an outsider. Yet, perhaps this is my opportunity. If they both suffer mutual destruction, or if this Chu fellow fails, then this fortress shall belong to me. As such thoughts coursed through Chi Kai's mind, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes as he silently retreated into a deeper shadow, observing the unfolding situation. However, amidst the crowd's cheers, Chu Ye's brow furrowed slightly. Something felt amiss. Though the enemies were fleeing, their retreat seemed too coordinated, resembling not a complete rout, but rather a potential lure, or perhaps a preparation for an impending assault. Instinctively, alarm bells rang in Chu Ye's mind. Lin team, on. Wang Dao, retreat. Quickly, he shouted, turning abruptly, his voice sharp. Though Lin Jiangwo and the others were perplexed, they instinctively prepared to fall back, driven by their trust in Chu Ye. Yet, it was already too late. In that very moment, among the fleeing enemies, several suddenly halted, pivoting sharply to shoulder grotesque cylindrical objects. It was a rocket launcher. Fwoosh, fwoosh, fwoosh. 3 piercing blue flames erupted forth. 3 rockets, tipped with sharp heads and trailing long flame tails, tore through the wind and sand at astonishing speed, hurtling directly towards the fortress' escaping breach. It was the azure blue rockets. Lu Jianhong's smile instantly froze, replaced by an even deeper sense of despair and dread as he screamed in terror. It was the Tianmu organization's latest armor-piercing weapon. They have seized the armory. It's over. Completely over. This device can breach the fortress's outer wall. We cannot withstand it. Lin Jiangwo, on. and Wang Dao's expression shifted dramatically, their hearts racing to their throats. They were closest to the breach, if this struck. In that critical moment, Chu Ye stood before the breach, facing the 3 incoming rockets, advancing rather than retreating, and suddenly raised his right hand. A hum resonated, an invisible wave emanated from him. Almost instantly, a system notification echoed in his mind, generating Veil of the Vast Sea. Parameter settings, maximum defense area, optimal energy absorption structure. The next second, to the astonishment of all present, a massive, nearly transparent barrier shimmering with rippling water-like radiance appeared as if by divine intervention, perfectly situated in the path of the 3 rockets. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 high-velocity azure rockets plunged into the seemingly soft water screen. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The rockets did not explode immediately nor penetrate the water barrier, but appeared ensnared in an extraordinarily viscous mire, their speed drastically reduced. The warhead struggled to advance, the blue flames flickering uncertainly in the water's embrace. Now is the moment. Chu Ye's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion of his wrist, a uniquely designed pistol, radiating a blue energy aura, materialized in his hand, an energy weapon retrieved from the vast sea space. Without hesitation, he aimed at the 3 rockets, now sluggish and clearly visible within the water barrier, and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 slender yet powerfully charged blue beams shot through the water curtain, striking the struggling rockets with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated. It was far more ferocious than the previous barrage. A tremendous detonation occurred within the water screen. The terrifying energy shockwave instantly shattered the massive water barrier. Splash. Countless droplets soared, mingling with the explosive shockwave, cascading all around. Myriad sparkling droplets fell like a torrential downpour, drenching everything, instantly extinguishing the lingering smoke, seemingly silencing everyone within the fortress. Lu Jianhong stood frozen, drenched in water. His mouth agape in disbelief, his eyes vacant as he murmured, "Water? Where did this water come from? Was that water? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. In this apocalyptic world where water was more precious than gold. In this desert city where even drinking water was a rarity, conjuring such a vast screen of water to thwart rockets was sheer fantasy, a myth." Shen Yinqiu leaned against the wall, barely stabilizing herself, her gaze fixed on Chu Ye's back, her shock reaching unprecedented levels. She had known Chu Ye was formidable. Yet each time he revealed an even more astonishing, unfathomable power. He has grown stronger, and in a way that defies comprehension. Her heart swirled with a mixture of relief for surviving, awe for Chu Ye's prowess, and an indescribable sense of estrangement. Wow! Incredible! Mr. Chu is magnificent. After a brief silence, An was the first to recover, wiping his face from the water, his excitement rendering him incoherent as he shouted toward Chu Ye. He blocked it. We're alive. Lin Jiangwo and Wang Dao shared expressions of ecstatic relief, their gazes toward Chu Ye filled with fervent adoration. Meanwhile, the other survivors within the fortress were utterly bewildered. They exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion and uncertainty. What just happened? What was that? Was it water? How did he accomplish this? Who exactly is this person? Chapter 134. What kind of defense is this? As the bewildered murmurs of the crowd filled the air, the mist enveloping them gradually dissipated, leaving behind an oddly refreshing sensation in a world dominated by yellow sands and despair. Chu Ye slowly lowered his raised right hand, droplets of water clinging to him. And under the faint light filtering through the breach in the fortress, his gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, unwavering and resolute. He turned to Lu Jianhong, who stood as still as a statue, and spoke with a calm voice that bore an undeniable weight. Lu Jianhong, what are you waiting for? The enemy is in disarray. If we do not counterattack now, when will we? Oh, right. Counterattack. Lu Jianhong jolted as if pricked by a needle, awakening from the shock that had overturned his understanding. Water mixed with cold sweat trickled down his face as he looked at Chu Ye. His expression a tumult of emotions, ecstatic relief at surviving, awe at the miraculous curtain of water, and a hint of deep-seated fear of the unknown power he faced. Taking a deep breath to quell his racing heart, he nodded earnestly, his voice thick with emotion. Mr. Chu, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. I, Lu Jianhong, will remember this kindness. Before he finished speaking, he turned abruptly, shouting hoarsely to the survivors still stunned by the earlier spectacle. What are you all standing around for? The enemy is right outside. Grab your weapons. Charge out with me. Let us eliminate those treacherous scoundrels. Roar. Kill. The threat of death ignited their survival instincts. The remaining guards and a few fervent survivors rekindled their fighting spirit, grabbing whatever they could, steel pipes, machetes, or even mere stones. Like cornered beasts, they surged forth with Lu Jianhong into the sand that had just borne witness to their life and death trial. Chu Ye did not linger on Lu Jianhong and the others. Shifting his gaze to Shen Yinxiu beside him, leaning against the cold wall, her pallor remained, and her gaze toward him was fraught with an indescribable complexity, shock, gratitude, and a faint hint of detachment. Without uttering a word, he stepped closer, his right hand darting out like lightning to grasp her delicate, icy wrist. You. Shen Yinxiu shivered, instinctively attempting to withdraw, yet the strength emanating from his grip was both firm and warm, holding her in place. She looked up, bewildered, trying to comprehend his intentions. But Chu Ye offered her no chance for inquiry, simply murmuring, "Stay close to me." With that, he seized her hand and leaped without hesitation. The two plunged from the observation platform, several meters high. Whoosh! The wind howled fiercely in their ears, and a sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. Shen Yinxiu let out a brief, startled cry, instinctively shutting her eyes. Yet, contrary to her expectations of a violent crash, she felt a powerful arm securely wrap around her waist, dissipating the force of their descent, and her feet gently landed on the soft sand. Chu Ye steadied her, quickly releasing his grip and looking up. In his line of sight, Lu Jianhong had led a hastily assembled group of 20 or so individuals out from the fortress and Oppos, a shadow. Utilizing the faint light, they encircled the 10 or so enemies clad in matching uniforms, who remained on the sand. Tension crackled in the air. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The members of the Tianmu organization, despite being surrounded by dozens of guns, displayed no signs of panic or fear. Instead, they wore expressions of calmness, even amusement, as if toying with their prey. A remarkably imposing man, with a thick beard and a physique akin to an iron tower, stepped forward from the crowd. Casually brushing off the dust from his combat uniform, he grinned widely, revealing a set of stark white teeth, his eyes gleaming with the wildness and cruelty of a lone wolf on the prairie. Lu Jianhong, impressive. I underestimated you. You managed to withstand the Azure Blue Rocket? You've hidden your abilities well. I thought this dilapidated fortress would crumble at a mere touch. Lu Jianhong's face paled, his grip on the pistol tightening until his knuckles turned white, the muzzle aimed squarely at the bearded man's head. Wang Dahai, how did you find this place? Speak. Why have you traitors come to my territory? Unless you provide a satisfactory explanation, none of you will leave here alive today. He recognized this man, Wang Dahai, a ruthless and powerful senior leader within the Tianmu organization. His presence here boded ill. Found this place? Wang Dahai chuckled darkly, as if he had heard the greatest joke. He slowly raised his hands, palms open before the crowd. In the dim light, his hands glinted with an eerie, cold metallic sheen. The skin appeared to have transformed into some sort of alloy, hard and exuding strength. These were not the hands of a normal human. With these starving, ragtag survivors behind you, Lu Jianhong, have you been blinded by the sandstorm? Are you still asleep? His tone dripped with disdain and arrogance. In the next instant, Wang Dahai's smile vanished, his gaze turning fiercely menacing. Enough talk. Attack. Slaughter them all. Quick and decisive. Open fire. Kill them. Lu Jianhong's pupils constricted. And almost simultaneously with Wang Dahai's order, he let out a desperate roar, summoning every ounce of strength. He knew that negotiations had broken down. Only a fight to the death remained. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. 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 In an instant, the cacophony of various old firearms erupted. Dozens of tongues of flame erupted in the darkness, intertwining into a torrential downpour of bullets, unleashed upon Wang Dahai and the few individuals behind him. Yet, the ensuing scene left everyone frozen in shock, their skin prickling with dread. Wang Dahai, leading the charge, faced the barrage of bullets capable of turning an ordinary person into a sieve, without flinching or evading, not even raising a hand to block. Countless bullets struck against his metallic glinting chest, arms, and even his face. Clang, clang, clang. A series of jarring sounds echoed, akin to metal colliding, sparks flying. Those bullets, potent enough to pierce thin steel plates, merely left shallow white marks on his body, then crumpled uselessly, bouncing off. His robust frame did not even tremble. Chapter 135. Beneath the level 4 genetic modifiers, like ants meanwhile, those subordinates behind Wang Dahai, although not as abnormal as him in ignoring bullets, were all remarkably agile. With quick reflexes, they skillfully dodged amidst the hail of gunfire. The air was filled with piercing screams as the sounds of gunfire echoed. The individuals brought by Lu Jianhong were merely a hastily assembled group, armed with outdated weapons and lacking any substantial training. Faced with these well-trained Well-equipped adversaries whose physical capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary humans, it was nothing short of a massacre. Bullets pierced their bodies with precision, sending sprays of blood into the air. In just a single encounter, 7 or 8 individuals fell, writhing in agony on the sandy ground. Their cries of despair blending with the blood that quickly soaked into the earth, staining it crimson. The pungent scent of blood instantly permeated the air. How? How is this possible? This cannot be real. Lu Jianhong watched helplessly as his subordinates fell, the color draining from his face, leaving only endless shock and despair. He could neither comprehend nor accept this brutal reality before him. Wang Dahai had grown even stronger. Was this still human? Not far away, on the sandy ground. Chu Ye, having witnessed everything, furrowed his brow slightly. His gaze sharpened as it fixated on Wang Dahai. Just moments ago, when the bullet struck his metallic glimmering skin, the subtle yet remarkably resilient energy fluctuations did not escape his perception. A level 4 genetic modifier. Chu Ye whispered within. Is this the true power of a level 4 genetic modifier? To enhance specific areas of the body or even large regions to withstand ordinary firearms. Quite intriguing. This was the first time he had witnessed such a formidable genetic transformer since arriving in this post-apocalyptic world. Their strength indeed surpassed that of ordinary people. Behind Chu Ye, Wang Dao, Lin Jiangwo, and An, who also beheld this scene, were suddenly filled with an uncontrollable fervor and excitement. He instinctively clenched his fists, his heart racing, as if his very blood were igniting. Level 4. Is this the power of a level 4 genetic modifier? So powerful. A veritable human tank. Wang Dao silently shouted within, If I could reach such a level. No. Mr. Chu must have a way to make me stronger. Surely. Even. Perhaps stronger than him. The desire for power grew wildly within him, akin to rampant wheats. The intense gunfire soon dwindled. On Lu Jianhong's side, apart from himself and a few guards hiding behind cover sporadically firing their weapons, most had already succumbed in pools of blood, rendered incapable of fighting. The scene displayed an overwhelming domination. Wang Dahai slowly raised his hand, casually brushing dust off his combat uniform. He pinched a bullet that had just embedded itself and deformed upon impact. The metallic bullet, glimmering coldly between his thumb and index finger, emitted a chilling crunch as he effortlessly crushed it into fine metallic powder. He scattered the powder carelessly onto the sandy ground, his gaze cold as he looked down upon Lu Jianhong, whose face was ashen, trembling violently from rage and despair. Do you see this, Lu Jianhong? Wang Dahai's voice was devoid of emotion, akin to the frigid winds of the Arctic. This is the true strength of a level 4 genetic modifier. You mere mortals, who have yet to even grasp the fundamentals of genetic sequencing, are no different from insects that can be crushed at will before us. Now, hand over all the core data regarding the puppet technology. Wang Dahai stepped forward, his formidable presence nearly suffocating Lu Jianhong. I can grant you mercy, sparing your life as a mere dog. Otherwise, Lu Jianhong trembled violently, not from fear, but from profound rage and unwillingness. He looked at the bodies of his subordinates lying in the blood, faces of those who once struggled for survival in this apocalypse, his eyes nearly brimming with blood. Never. Think. He ground his teeth, each word spat from the depths of his throat, filled with ferocity and determination. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he raised his head sharply, summoning every ounce of strength to scream hoarsely towards the depths of the fortress. Chikai, Chikai, can you hear me? Execute the highest level command immediately. Destroy the core data repository. Hurry. I will hold them here. You old fool. You're courting death. Upon hearing this, Wang Dahai's expression darkened, his face contorted with a fierce snarl, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The puppet technology was his ultimate goal for this mission, and he would not allow it to slip away. Refusing to heed the warning. Attack. Tear him apart. Others, rush in and retrieve the data. Wang Dahai's bloodthirsty command crashed down upon every member of the Tianmu organization like hail. He did not engage personally, but simply waved his hand ominously. Charge. The group of genetic modifiers behind him lunged viciously at the already weakened Lu Jianhong and his remaining forces. Their steps were heavy, echoing with the sound of grinding metal, each footfall seeming to threaten to pierce the sandy ground beneath them. Roar. At this critical juncture, Lu Jianhong's eyes suddenly turned blood red. The veins in his neck bulged like coiling dragons, and he resembled a barrel of explosives ignited in an instant, a nearly frenzied momentum erupting from his aging body. Facing the first enemy who grinned maliciously as he closed in, Lu Jianhong did not flinch. His frail yet powerful right arm swung with incredible force. Bang! A sound so crisp and resonant it seemed to reverberate through the air. The enemy, at least a level 2 genetic modifier, had his grin freeze in place, replaced by sheer horror. He barely had time to react before he was struck as if by a speeding truck. Gush! A torrent of blood mixed with shattered teeth erupted from his mouth. The genetic transformer flew backward like a kite severed from its string, soaring through the air with a speed surpassing that of his advance, tracing a harrowing parabolic arc. He slammed heavily onto the sandy ground dozens of meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust, and after a violent spasm and a spray of blood, he fell silent. The speed was astonishing. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, including the imperious Wang Dahai. Wang Dahai's pupils dilated, disbelief flashing across his face. He stared intently at the seemingly frenzied Lu Jianhong, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible gravity. "Old man, are you burning your life force? Is it worth such a meager resistance?" Chapter 136. Kai's betrayal. He could distinctly perceive the overwhelming force unleashed by Lu Jianhong's recent strike, far surpassing the limits expected of an ordinary elder. It was undoubtedly a result of exhausting his physical potential, perhaps even sacrificing his very life. Truly reckless. Lu Jianhong gasped heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, his complexion shifting from a flushed red to a ghastly pallor. Yet, the resolve in his eyes burned even brighter. Clenching his teeth, each word seemed to erupt from between them. "I will die here, but you shall not acquire the core technology regarding the puppets." Just as Lu Jianhong and Appo's voice faded, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the dark entrance of the fortress, a figure stumbled forth. It was Kai. Lu Jianhong whipped around, scarcely believing his eyes. He had just commanded Kai to execute the highest order of destroying everything. How could he possibly emerge? And worse, he was running towards Wang Dahai. "Kai, what the hell are you doing?" Lu Jianhong's eyes bulged in rage, his voice a tempest of fury. "Return. Get back there. Execute the command." However, Kai paid no heed to his outcry. With a countenance marked by a sickly, almost frenzied excitement, he dashed to Wang Dahai's side and, with a thud, knelt before him. Leader Wang." Kai lifted his head, his face a mask of obsequiousness and urgency. "Do not kill me. I am willing to surrender. I have long been weary of that obstinate old fool Lu Jianhong. I know where the core data repository is. I will lead you there. I will help you acquire the puppet technology. All I ask is for your mercy, to spare my life and take me in." Boom. His words struck Lu Jianhong and Appo's heart like a thunderclap. His body shook violently, nearly losing his balance, the color draining from his face, leaving only a ghastly despair and profound disbelief. "Kai, you have actually betrayed me." Lu Jianhong's voice trembled. He could not fathom that this confidant of many years would deliver such a fatal blow at this critical juncture. Kai turned slowly, locking eyes with Lu Jianhong, the sycophantic smile vanishing, replaced by a deep-seated resentment and a cold sneer. "Betrayal? Old man, you have forced my hand. Just look at what you have become. This fortress, this technology, why should it not be shared with me? Why do you look down upon me? Since you show no compassion, do not blame me for my lack of loyalty." "Ha ha, excellent." Wang Dahai erupted into laughter, repeating the word excellent, his mirth laced with both pride and cruelty. He patted Kai on the shoulder appreciatively. "Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. You have made the right choice. Rest assured, once we obtain the prize, I will ensure your wealth and glory." Then, Wang Dahai's gaze shifted back to Lu Jianhong, as if regarding a corpse. "Surround him." Wang Dahai's tone was ominous, his murderous intent palpable. "If he wished to die, then let him have his wish." Several members of the Tianmu organization surged forward, encircling the faltering Lu Jianhong, their cold gun barrels and gleaming alloy weapons aimed squarely at him. Lu Jianhong managed a grim smile, the last flicker of light extinguished from his eyes. He slowly raised his hands, gathering the last vestiges of his strength, seemingly preparing for one final, desperate counterattack. At that moment, "Stop." A calm, even somewhat indifferent voice cut through the chaos of the battlefield. Everyone froze momentarily, instinctively turning towards the source. There stood Chu Ye, having stepped into the fray, merely a dozen meters from Wang Dahai. His expression remained serene, as if the bloody carnage before him bore no relevance. Wang Dahai furrowed his brow, his sharp gaze scrutinizing the suddenly appearing young man. He could sense that this individual was distinctly unusual. "Who are you?" Wang Dahai asked in a low, cautious tone. "Chu Ye." Before Chu Ye could respond, Kai screamed, his eyes brimming with venomous dread as he looked at Chu Ye. "It's him. He was the one who blocked the rocket with that strange water curtain and energy weapon. Leader Wang. It is he. He has thwarted my plans before. Kill him. Quickly. Kill him." Kai shrieked hysterically, as though Chu Ye were some monstrous calamity. Upon seeing Chu Ye, Lu Jianhong initially froze. But then a final spark ignited in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he executed an unexpected maneuver. Rather than attacking the minions surrounding him, he summoned his remaining strength and, like a cannonball, charged directly at the close proximity Wang Dahai. Simultaneously, he mustered every ounce of his energy to bellow towards Chu Ye. Chu Ye, take Xin Yadu and go to the core control room. Destroy all the data. Quickly. Wang Dahai was utterly unprepared for Lu Jianhong to launch such a desperate attack amidst this dire situation. Taken by surprise, though he avoided a fatal blow, Lu Jianhong's reckless charge sent him staggering back, falling to the ground. You old fool! Seeking death! Wang Dahai roared with fury. Scrambling to his feet from the sand, he retaliated with a powerful whip kick, striking Lu Jianhong squarely in the chest. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The sound of bone colliding clearly audible. Lu Jianhong was sent flying like a sack of potatoes, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. Wang Dahai, seeing this, steadied himself and cast a fierce glare at Chu Ye, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Want to leave? Today. None of you shall escape this place. As his words fell, those who had been attacking Lu Jianhong, as well as the members of the Tianmu organization trailing Wang Dahai, immediately surged toward Chu Ye at his command, swiftly and seamlessly encircling him along with Shen Yinqiu and Wang Dao behind him. In the next second, whoosh, a net glimmering with eerie blue arcs, woven from special alloys, descended from above, suddenly unfurling from the hands of the Tianmu organization members, crashing down upon Chu Ye and his companions, just as it seemed they would ensnare Chu Ye and the others. Kai, with a twisted grin of malice, stepped forward, his bony fingers twisting his wrist, eliciting a series of sharp cracks. He had awaited this moment for far too long and was eager to tear Chu Ye to shreds. Chapter 137. Recklessness leads to death, kid. Where an end, amp? Oppos, to you just so arrogant? Kai spat vehemently, his voice sharp and grating, brimming with the hubris of a petty victor. Now that you have fallen into our hands, let us see how you remain so boastful. If you are wise, kneel and beg for forgiveness. Perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I may grant you a swift death. His gaze, venomous as a serpent, fixated on Chu Ye, seeking to glean any semblance of fear or despair from his countenance regarding the impending doom. Yet, Chu Ye's response left him utterly disheartened. Faced with the rapidly descending electric net and Kai's malicious taunts, Chu Ye merely lifted his eyelids, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Kai and Wang Dahai as one would regard mere ants. I never claimed I would flee. Humph. Still defiant even at death and amp. Oppos, S door. Wang Dahai, observing Chu Ye's nonchalant demeanor, felt a flicker of unease. There was something unearthly about this boy, stirring a disquieting sensation within him. However, bolstered by his own confidence, he sneered, attempting to dismantle Chu Ye and amp Oppos' mental fortitude with his words. You arrogant brat. Even Lu Jianhong is no match for me. Reduced to a pitiful state. What do you think you are? You believe you can turn the tide. At this proclamation, Lu Jianhong, who had been sent sprawling and was barely clinging to life, trembled. Half sitting in the sand, his murky gaze shifted toward Chu Ye, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within him. Wang Dahai was right. It was over. This boy must be insane. How could there be any escape against a level 4 gene user like Wang Dahai, especially with this trap closing in? Lu Jianhong's heart sank into desolation. The world around him fading to gray. Standing behind Chu Ye, Shen Yinqiu felt a sharp tightening in her chest, her fingertips icy. An overwhelming terror threatened to engulf her. Yet, gazing at Chu Ye's unwavering and tranquil silhouette, a voice deep within her urged her to believe in him. He would find a way. He must. Beside them, Lin Zhangwo, An, and Wang Dao, ensnared as well, exchanged determined glances. Their muscles tensed, radiating a fierce aura, ready to fight tooth and nail. Though trapped, they would not submit passively. You ignorant fool. Kai, witnessing Chu Ye's continued derision, felt the suppressed jealousy and animosity within him erupt violently. He perceived this as a grave insult. If you refuse my goodwill, I shall show you the true meaning of despair. With a furious roar, Kai suddenly produced an object from his pocket. It was a piece of mutated animal flesh, roughly the size of a fist, exuding an eerie pink hue. Appearing translucent, as if imbued with immense energy, the surface of the meat pulsated slightly, releasing a strange, sweetish aroma. This was the very flesh Kai had wagered earlier. Without hesitation, he stuffed the meat into his mouth, chewing with a nauseating crunch. In an instant, a visible surge of violent energy erupted from Kai. His muscles expanded at an astonishing rate, veins beneath his skin writhing like worms. His eyes rapidly reddened, his aura escalating dramatically, soaring to new heights. A fierce, savage energy swept over the battlefield. This is bad. That is the core essence of a mutated beast. Shen Yinxiu's expression shifted as she gasped, urgently warning Chu Ye. That substance can amplify a gene user's strength and speed immensely. His power has increased at least tenfold. Chu Ye, do not confront him head-on. Roar. Canghai unleashed a primal roar, his crimson gaze locked onto Chu Ye, his feet propelling him forward. Boom. The sand erupted into a shallow pit. His figure darted like lightning, accompanied by a shrill sound that tore through the air. In a flash, he charged at Chu Ye, his claws, now dark and sharp from the swelling, aimed directly at Chu Ye and Appo's heart. He intended to shred to pieces the man who instilled in him both fear and envy. Witnessing Canghai's contorted face and surging malevolence, feeling the violent gust of wind rushing toward him, a flicker of deep blue light momentarily glimmered in Chu Ye's eyes. Water flows into blade, parameters set complete. In the next heartbeat, time seemed to freeze. Canghai and Appo's forward momentum faltered abruptly, halting less than 3 meters from Chu Ye. The malevolence and rage on his face solidified, his scarlet eyes filled with sheer bewilderment, as if unable to comprehend why he had stopped. Then, a nearly imperceptible line of blood materialized along his muscular neck. The line swiftly deepened and widened, becoming increasingly distinct. Puff. A soft sound echoed, reminiscent of a ripe watermelon being sliced open. Vivid red blood gushed forth. Canghai's massive head, still bearing a look of shock, detached from his body, rolling in the sand, now stained with dust. His headless form, maintaining its forward charge, staggered 2 steps further before crashing down heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. The ferocity in the air came to an abrupt halt. The battlefield plunged into an eerie silence. Everyone stood dumbfounded, stunned by this sudden, bizarre spectacle, especially Wang Dahai, whose sinister grin froze at the corners of his mouth, his pupils dilating as if he had seen a ghost. He had not even seen how Chu Ye had acted. The boy had merely stood there, not moving an inch. How could Canghai be dead? What did you do? Wang Dahai's voice trembled slightly, laced with incredulity and wariness. This. Lu Jianhong, slumped on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. He fought to rise, his face a mask of horror and confusion. What had just transpired? The Canghai who had consumed the essence of the mutated beast, whose power had surged, was simply dead, killed in an instant? Shen Yinxiu let out a long sigh of relief, the tension in her heart easing. Though her palms were slick with cold sweat, she gazed at Chu Ye's calm profile, feeling both trepidation and exhilaration. Indeed, trusting him was not a mistake. In response to Wang Dahai's inquiries, Chu Ye merely waved his hand dismissively, as if crushing an ant beneath his heel. You are not worthy to know. Chapter 138, simply a bunch of incompetence as the words fell. Chu Ye no longer paid heed to the fluctuating expressions of Wang Dahai and the silenced members of the Tianmu organization. Instead, he confidently approached Lu Jianhong, stepping forward with deliberate ease. From his elevated position, he gazed down upon the elderly man who had just been yearning for death, speaking with an unperturbed tone. I can assist you in clearing away this filth. However, do not forget our prior agreement. The suffocating despair was instantly shattered. Lu Jianhong, staring intently at the nearby Chu Ye and at the lifeless head of Canghai on the ground, was suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable elation. He trembled with excitement, nearly shedding tears of joy. Hope, an unprecedented hope. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength, struggling to rise, and bowed deeply to Chu Ye. Mr. Chu, his voice, hoarse from emotion, was imbued with an unwavering resolve. As long as Mr. Chu could eliminate Wang Dahai and his band of miscreants. Say the fortress. The puppet technology. I, Lu Jianhong, offer it wholeheartedly. There is not a shred of secrecy. My life, the research and ownership of this entire fortress are at your disposal. I, Lu Jianhong, willingly submit to Mr. Chu. The headless corpse of Canghai lay in the sand, blood flowing profusely, staining the earth red. Yet Lu Jianhong, who had just been yearning for death, now fervently pledged his loyalty to Chu Ye, his demeanor humble to the point of insignificance. Witnessing this scene, Wang Dahai's facial muscles twitched violently, his initial shock and disbelief gradually morphing into a grimace of humiliation and fury. A dignified member of the Tianmu organization, a level 4 genetic practitioner. How could he, a mere upstart, so brazenly disdain him before so many witnesses, having just dispatched his newly acquired subordinate with such ease? Arrogant. Wang Dahai's voice emerged through clenched teeth, laced with intense murderous intent, and unabashed malice. Did he truly believe himself invincible after slaying a mere waste who couldn't even control the essence of a mutated beast? He spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, casting a vicious glare at Chighai's head. That fool, who couldn't even harness his own power, deserved to die. Not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Before he could finish, Wang Dahai thrust his arm forward, veins bulging, and unleashed a frenzied roar at the Tianmu organization members, who, momentarily stunned by Chu Ye's prowess, hesitated. What are you all waiting for? Charge at him. Slay him. Turn this boy into minced meat. Whoever brings me his head will be richly rewarded. With the promise of a generous reward, valiant souls would surely emerge. Moreover, they outnumbered him. That boy had likely employed some strange ambush technique. After a brief hesitation, the remaining members of the Tianmu organization reignited with ferocity, issuing beast-like howls, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to pounce upon Chu Ye. Be careful, Shen Yinxiu and Apos. S expression hardened, and almost instinctively, a dark whip appeared in her hand like a striking serpent, the tip slicing through the air with a sharp crack, prepared for battle. Mr. Chu, I can still fight. Lu Jianhong struggled to rise, grasping a sharp metal shard nearby, his eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. These traitors, even if I die, I shall take a few down with me. Lin Jiangwo, On, Wang Dao, and the others quickly reacted, brandishing their weapons. Their expressions grave as they shielded Chu Ye and Lu Jianhong, bracing for a brutal clash. However, at this moment of palpable tension, with battle imminent, Chu Ye merely turned his head with an air of indifference, his calm gaze sweeping over the tense Shen Yinxiu and the others, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He gently raised a hand, signaling for them to remain calm. No need. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone in Apos' ears, exuding a soothing assurance that instilled dread in their adversaries. A mere bunch of incompetents. There is no need for you all to intervene. The flow of water transforms into 1,000 swords, parameters set complete. Chu Ye's thoughts, akin to a silent command, instantaneously connected with the vast oceanic space. In the next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded, leaving all present astounded and forever etched in their memories. Buzz. It was as if the very air trembled. In the dim sky above, tainted yellow by swirling dust, countless tiny, flickering azure points of light began to materialize without warning. These points coalesced at a visible speed, elongating and taking form. In the blink of an eye, thousands upon thousands of ancient, razor-sharp, crystalline longswords, composed entirely of high-density liquid water, materialized out of thin air. They hung densely in the sky, all tips pointed downward, resembling a colossal hive forged from death, emanating a terrifying pressure that rattled the very souls of those present. Sunlight refracted through the blades, casting cold and deadly glimmers. What in the world is this? The once boastful Wang Dahai, who had threatened to tear Chu Ye apart, was now utterly replaced by sheer horror. He tilted his head back, his pupils constricting to pinpricks, his body trembling uncontrollably. What kind of ability is this? Water manipulation? How could one possibly conjure such a quantity and form of water swords? This surpassed his comprehension of genetic abilities. Water-based supernatural powers. Oh heavens! Lu Jianhong, seated on the ground, was equally paralyzed with shock. His murky old eyes filled with fear and confusion. How could it be? How could someone control such an immense volume of water? This technique was unheard of. He suddenly recalled the moment Chighai was dispatched, that thin line of blood. Was it also this water flow? Shen Yinxiu gasped sharply, her palms slick with cold sweat as she gripped the whip. Instinctively swallowing hard, her heart raced uncontrollably. So he had been concealing his strength all along. From the very beginning, what he had displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Chighai's death was not in vain. Faced with such unfathomable power, even 100-fold increase in strength would be futile. In that moment, her perception of Chu Ye was once again upended, giving rise to a deeper reverence and a hint of indescribable fear. Unlike Lu Jianhong and Shen Yinxiu's shock and dread, Lin Jiangwo, On, Wang Dao, and the others, after a brief stupor, revealed expressions of unbridled fervor and excitement. So powerful! Exceedingly powerful! Chapter 139. The flowing water transforms into swords. Annihilating all this was the leader they were willing to follow. The cataclysmic display of power was nothing short of miraculous. Chu Ye disregarded the varied expressions and emotions of those around him, his gaze remaining as tranquil as water. To him, this was merely a trivial task. He observed the members of the Tianmu organization below, utterly petrified and forgetting their offensive, as well as Wang Dahai, whose face had turned pale and whose body trembled uncontrollably. Then, he raised his right hand and gently pressed downwards in the air. Whoosh! The water swords suspended in midair received their final command. The myriad water swords hovering aloft suddenly surged into action, responding to a unified order. They whistled through the air with a piercing shriek, transforming into a dense, impenetrable downpour of azure blades cascading down upon Wang Dahai and his entourage below. The scene was reminiscent of the Milky Way spilling forth, an exquisite embodiment of destruction. No, Wang Dahai let out a desperate roar, his instinct for survival igniting every ounce of latent potential within him. Block it for me. For God's sake, block it. He howled madly, swinging his fists and recklessly charging to the forefront, attempting to withstand the onslaught with his robust physique and energy defenses. Merely water. Do you think you can breach my defenses? With a sudden pft, 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 his voice was abruptly silenced. The cacophony of sharp blades piercing flesh resonated like a symphony of despair. Wang Dahai's once proud defenses crumbled like paper before these seemingly fragile, yet terrifyingly penetrating high-pressure water blades, which tore through him in an instant. In rapid succession, hundreds of water swords pierced through his body without any resistance. From head to toe, none were spared. He appeared as if he were pinned in place by countless invisible needles, his body riddled with holes, blood gushing forth like a fountain from innumerable wounds. The expression on his face was forever frozen in that final moment of terror and unwillingness. Life snuffed out in an instant. As for the members of the Tianmu organization behind him, their fate was even more tragic. They could barely muster a semblance of resistance before being utterly engulfed by this rain of death. Puffed, 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 puffed. Cries of agony rose and fell, swiftly extinguished. Whether clad in simple leather armor as common members or being slightly stronger sub-leaders, they were all rendered indistinguishable by this divine retribution. Their bodies were effortlessly pierced, turned into a grotesque sieve, collapsing onto the ground with a series of sickening thuds, quickly succumbing to silence, leaving behind a scene of carnage and a rapidly spreading pool of glaring blood. In mere moments, the torrential rain of blades ceased. The water swords in the sky dissipated quietly, as if they had never existed. All that remained was the blood-soaked, scorching sand and an overwhelming silence. The once formidable and numerous Tianmu organization had been reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, aside from Wang Dahai and Appo's grotesquely impaled corpse still standing. The rest had all turned into cold, lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The battlefield was plunged into a silence even more profound and chilling than before. What a thrill! Is this the level of a level 4 genetic warrior? Before the might of the oceanic space power, they are utterly powerless. Chu Ye slowly lowered his hand. Feeling the surging yet manageable water energy within him, a wave of unprecedented strength and confidence washing over him. After a period of nurturing and evolution, especially following his absorption of that enigmatic blue water pearl, the power bestowed upon him by the oceanic space had far exceeded his expectations. Instant annihilation. Even someone as formidable as Wang Dahai, a genuine level 4 genetic warrior, was but a mere target for him to eliminate at will. This sensation of control over life and death was intoxicating. Gulp. Lu Jianhong swallowed hard, wiping the cold sweat that had unexpectedly appeared on his brow, his heart racing wildly. He gazed at Chu Ye's still tranquil silhouette, feeling not only a profound relief at having survived, but also an overwhelming sense of awe and trepidation. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I did not choose to oppose him. Otherwise, my fate would surely have been 100 times more tragic than Wang Dahai's. This young man is not merely human. He is a deity, or perhaps a grim reaper walking among us. From the shadows of the fortress ruins, those fortunate enough to survive, the researchers and survivors, peered through cracks and openings, witnessing this scene akin to divine punishment. Each one was already pale with fear, their legs trembling, their gazes toward Chu Ye filled with indescribable shock and dread. At this moment, Shen Yanxiu felt a tempest of conflicting emotions within her. She observed the horrifying carnage on the ground and then glanced at Chu Ye, who seemed untouched by the chaos, feeling an increasing fog of mystery surrounding this man. One that grew denser and more inscrutable by the second. Water flowing into blades. Water transforming into 1,000 swords. Instantly slaying a level 4 genetic warrior. What level of existence is he? Level 5, or even higher. Does such a powerful individual truly exist in this apocalypse? For the first time, she deeply questioned her own judgments. The battlefield was enveloped in silence. It felt as though the very air had solidified. The stench of blood mingled with the heat of the sand, forming a nauseating aroma. Chu slowly turned around, his deep, tranquil eyes landing on Lu Jianhong not far away. Despite the absence of any murderous intent and even the slightest emotional fluctuation, it caused Lu Jianhong, who had just clawed his way back from the brink of death, to instinctively tighten his muscles, cold sweat beating on his forehead once more. That gaze. It was too calm, so calm it sent shivers down his spine. The fortress, the technology, and your people. Chu Ye's voice was devoid of inflection, as if merely stating an undeniable fact, yet it carried an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Now, it is time to fulfill the promise. Lu Jianhong took a deep breath, the pain from his earlier injuries and the tension still lingering in his chest. He slowly exhaled, a hint of bitter resignation coloring his breath. He understood that from the moment he chose to align himself with Chu Ye, there was no turning back. Having witnessed that miraculous, ravaging power, he felt a renewed sense of gratitude for his decision. Very well. The single word seemed to sap him of all his strength. He ultimately nodded with great difficulty, slightly turning to the side, making a gesture of invitation. Please, follow me. Without a backward glance, Chu Ye raised his hand behind him. Lin Jiangwo, on, Wang Dao, fall in. Yes, Brother Chu. Yes. Chapter 140. Initial control of the puppets. The three individuals nodded in agreement, their faces still flushed with the excitement and reverence that lingered from earlier. Following Chu Ye was undoubtedly the finest decision of their lives. With this thought in mind, they hastened to match Chu Ye's pace. Their footfalls echoed on the blood-stained sandy ground, the sound distinctly audible in the profound silence. The group re-entered the dilapidated fortress through its crumbling entrance, retracing their steps back to the place that had once imprisoned a multitude of puppets. A faint scent of charred remnants from the recent battle still permeated the air. Creak, creak. The heavy metal door groaned under Lu Jianhong and Appo's manipulation, slowly swinging inward. Chu Ye surveyed the scene, and it appeared much like the first time he had visited. Rows of humanoid puppets stood silently in the shadows, their hollow eye sockets fixed on the entrance. Unlike before, this time they did not launch any attacks. They simply stood there in a daze. They are now under my control. Lu Jianhong turned to Chu Ye, his voice somewhat hoarse and dry. He pointed towards the depths of the space. The core technology for controlling these puppets lies deep within. So that's it. No wonder he dared to lead us here. He was indeed confident. Chu Ye understood. It seemed Lu Jianhong was not without contingency plans. He simply had not anticipated his own strength to reach such heights. Chu Ye remained silent and stepped forward. A mixture of oil, dust, and an indescribable hint of decay assaulted his senses, an unpleasant aroma. Lin Jiangwo and the others followed closely, vigilantly scanning the surroundings filled with silent puppets, their hands resting on their weapons. Shen Yinqiu hesitated for a moment before joining them, her gaze flickering as she regarded Chu Ye's silhouette, lost in thought. Chu Ye's steps halted before a broad, white metallic laboratory table deep within the space. This table appeared to be the heart of the entire area, laden with an array of intricate instruments and tools. However, the most striking feature was the hundreds of transparent test tubes meticulously arranged on its surface. The tubes contained viscous liquids of varying shades, most appearing dark red, brownish red, or almost black, resembling some form of blood. Lu Jianhong approached the table, his expression complex as he regarded the test tubes. He cautiously picked up one filled with dark red liquid. This is the raw solution for creating the puppet's neural links. He held the test tube before Chu Ye, and through the dim light, the liquid inside shimmered slightly. The base of the solution consists of blood from certain powerful, mutated organisms, processed in a special manner, then blended with the blood of the controller for the final adjustment. His tone carried an explanatory note, tinged with an almost imperceptible pride, perhaps a lingering attachment to the techniques he once mastered. Whoever in Appo's blood is used, the supreme control of these puppets belongs to them. He gestured towards several half-human-sized metal cabinets beside the table and the peculiar minerals, plant roots, and unidentified blocky substances piled on the floor. The raw materials needed for preparing the solution are all here. Most of the basic materials are relatively abundant, but the core high-energy biological blood is in high demand and low supply. Lu Jianhong set down the test tube and skillfully gathered some glimmering powder and a few drops of emerald liquid from the nearby materials, carefully adding them to an empty test tube. Then, he took the previous dark red blood test tube and dripped a few drops into it, gently shaking the mixture. Soon, a new, faintly pulsating red solution was prepared. He presented this freshly concocted liquid to Chu Ye. Add a drop of your blood into it. Chu Ye's gaze sharpened as he looked at the test tube, showing no hesitation. A silver glimmer flashed at his fingertip as a drop of vibrant red blood was forced out, precisely dripping into the test tube. Hiss, the blood merged with the solution, producing an almost inaudible sound as the liquid's color deepened, becoming more vibrant, and the faint energy fluctuations seemed to strengthen. Lu Jianhong took the test tube and turned towards the nearest puppet, which remained standing and relatively intact. He extended 2 fingers, somewhat roughly prying open the puppet and Appo's tightly shut mouth, revealing a darkened and decayed tongue within. He then carefully poured the entire solution into the puppet. Almost at the moment the solution was swallowed by the puppet, Chu Ye and Appo's heart raced. A wondrous, indescribable sense of connection suddenly established itself between him and the puppet. It felt as if an invisible thread had materialized in his mind, linking him to the cold, metallic shell, allowing him to sense its existence distinctly, even enabling him to command the puppet to move at his will. It was as if this puppet had become an extension of his own body. With a slight mental nudge, he commanded the puppet to raise its right hand. Crack! The previously immobile puppet, resembling a lifeless sculpture, abruptly lifted its metallic right arm. The motion was somewhat stiff, the joints emitting faint friction sounds, yet the command was executed flawlessly. Take 3 steps forward. As soon as the words left his lips, thud, thud, thud. The heavy metal footsteps of the puppet echoed on the ground, precisely taking 3 steps forward. It then halted again, its hollow eye socket still vacant, yet seemingly imbued with a hint of obedience. Success. Excitement flared in Chu Ye's eyes. This sensation was extraordinary. To directly control such a formidable combat unit, transforming it for his own use. It was akin to commanding an entire Iron Legion. Though the combat power of each individual puppet may not rival that of advanced genetic warriors, their sheer numbers and fearless tenacity constituted an undeniably formidable force. My goodness! It truly works. This is incredible. Brother Chu, we struck it rich. From this moment on, who can stand in our way? Lin Jiangwo on, and Wang Dao witnessed this astonishing scene, collectively inhaling sharply, their eyes wide with shock, elation, and unrestrained excitement. Their gazes towards Chu Ye transformed into fervent adoration, akin to that reserved for deities. With this puppet army, the strength of their base would undergo a monumental transformation. Only Shen Yanxiu remained slightly distanced, her hands unconsciously clenched, her knuckles turning pale. Chapter 141. Is this the monster and Appo's lair? Shen Yanxiu gazed at the puppets that had been imbued with life. She turned to observe Chu Ye, whose eyes sparkled with fascination for the technology on display. A complex array of emotions stirred within her. Reason and reality dictated that this was a remarkable development, one that could significantly bolster the strength of Chu Ye's team. Yet, for reasons unknown, a subtle unease began to unfurl in her heart. The method of resurrecting deceased beings to create instruments of war that adhered to absolute obedience sent a shiver down her spine. At this moment, Chu Ye was entirely engrossed in the exhilaration of mastering new abilities. The ethical threats posed by this endeavor seemed trivial to him. Intrigued, he approached the experimental table, meticulously recalling every step and detail Lu Jianhong had just demonstrated. He picked up various raw materials and began to experiment with concoctions himself. His exceptional learning capacity, coupled with his meticulous control over his own energy and a certain mysterious intuition afforded by the ocean space, allowed him to replicate Lu Jianhong's concoction perfectly on just his second attempt. A commendable skill, full of potential. Chu Ye nodded in satisfaction, glancing at Lu Jianhong, whose complexion had turned pale. Without hesitation, he stated, I require more raw materials, particularly the core ingredients. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianhong's lips twitched uncontrollably, his face instantly betraying a mix of embarrassment and deep apprehension. Mr. Chu, it's not that I am unwilling to provide them, but the procurement of such materials is exceedingly challenging and extremely perilous. He swallowed hard, seemingly recalling some dreadful memory, his voice quivering slightly. The most effective source for these raw materials is known to be a large, gathering place of mutated creatures, located approximately 50 kilometers from here. 50 kilometers? Chi raised an eyebrow slightly, a thought flashing through his mind as his sharp gaze fixed on Lu Jianhong. Wasn't he that where Chi Kai obtained the energy-rich mutated beast meat? A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Jianhong's eyes, as if he had anticipated that Chu Ye would notice such a detail. His expression shifted, and he waved his hands frantically, his tone urgent. Mr. Chu, please, don't act impulsively. That place is practically the lair of monsters. A true hell. His voice rose involuntarily, brimming with fear. The number of mutated creatures there is staggering. Even a single one could rival a level 4 genetic warrior in strength. They are extremely bloodthirsty and ferocious. Our current manpower is far from sufficient to provoke them. The few men under Wang Dahai would hardly make a splash. His face reflected lingering dread as he hurriedly added, "The last time Chi Kai brought back that meat, I led my most elite subordinates, risking our lives, and by sheer luck, we barely managed to hunt a solitary, severely injured level 3 mutant beast. We even lost several brothers in the process. That place is certainly not one to approach lightly." Chu Ye's gaze remained composed as he surveyed Lu Jianhong's face, which was etched with terror and trepidation, merely shaking his head slightly. "Whether it is dangerous or not is not for you to decide. Your only task is to guide us." His voice was calm, even somewhat indifferent. Yet it carried an undeniable resolution, as if the gathering place of mutated creatures, feared even by level 4 genetic warriors, was merely an ordinary destination in his eyes. Lu Jianhong's heart sank, silently lamenting. Did this man truly not understand the meaning of danger, or was he simply fearless? He opened his mouth, wishing to plead once more, but upon meeting Chu Ye's penetrating gaze, all words caught in his throat. "Very well," Lu Jianhong thought with a touch of bitterness, soon replaced by resignation. "Truly, the young are fearless. It is futile to reason with the foolish. Since you are determined to court death, I shall say no more. Your fate is in your own hands." Though he inwardly cursed, the situation dictated his actions. He took a deep breath, suppressing his fear and tumultuous emotions, forcing a smile that resembled more of a grimace. "Well, since Mr. Chu has made up his mind, I will lead the way." He clenched his teeth, as if mustering immense resolve. "Follow me." Chu Ye said no more as the group swiftly boarded a modified off-road vehicle with a reinforced chassis. With a low growl of the engine, the tires kicked up clouds of yellow sand as they sped toward the direction Lu Jianhong indicated. The vehicle raced along the uneven edges of the ruins, gradually transitioning to increasingly sandy terrain. 50 kilometers in the desolate world was no trivial distance. When the vehicle came to a halt behind a relatively flat sand dune, Lu Jianhong raised his hand to point ahead. But his voice was rife with unmistakable hesitation and confusion. It should be this area ahead." Chu Ye opened the car door and stepped out first, followed closely by Lin Jiangwo, On, and Wang Dao. As he looked in the direction indicated by Lu Jianhong, his brow furrowed tightly. Before him, there was no trace of the gathering place of mutated creatures. All that met his gaze was an endless expanse of yellow sand, a deathly silence, desolation. Even the twisted, dead trees and remnants of buildings common before the apocalypse were nowhere to be found, as if this place had been a forbidden zone of life since time immemorial. The wind howled, sweeping up clouds of sand that struck against their combat suits, producing a soft rustling sound that added to the desolation and eeriness. "Is this what you refer to as the monster's lair?" Chi turned his head, his tone revealing no discernible emotion. Yet the subtle inquiry sent a trickle of cold sweat down Lu Jianhong's forehead. Lu Jianhong's face was a mask of disbelief and despair, his eyes wide with confusion. "No, this is absolutely wrong," he stammered, gesturing wildly. "The last time I brought people here, it was perilous, yes, with countless red-eyed beasts, but it was not like this. There should be numerous mutated plants and the outlines of buildings half buried in sand. How could it suddenly transform into a complete desert?" Chu Ye remained silent, his keen gaze sweeping the abnormal sandy expanse. His instincts screamed alarm. Beneath this eerie silence lay the potential for a tremendous upheaval. "Proceed forward, but slow down," he commanded, returning to the passenger seat. The vehicle started once more, gliding like a specter over the soft sands. Chapter 142, The Tragic Demise of Mutated Beasts. The vehicle rolled over, leaving 2 deep tracks that were swiftly smoothed over by the shifting sands. The atmosphere was stifling, suffocating. Suddenly, Arwen's voice pierced the tension, tinged with urgency as he pointed toward the sandy ground ahead. "Brother Chu, look over there. What is that?" The group immediately focused their attention. Beneath a slight rise of yellow sand, a segment of stark white bone was faintly visible, glistening with a chilling sheen under the dim sunlight. Chu signaled for the vehicle to halt, leaped out, and without hesitation, he stepped forward, his tactical boot displacing the surface sand. Crack! As the grains cascaded away, the true form of the bone was revealed, an extraordinarily thick leg bone, the origin of which was unknown. It was astonishingly massive, at least twice the diameter of a human thigh, with remnants of desiccated, blackened flesh and sinew still clinging to its surface. Most alarming was the irregular, jagged break at one end, resembling the aftermath of being torn savagely from its body by an unfathomable, horrifying force. A sharp intake of breath escaped Lu Jianhong. As the color drained from his face, he staggered backward, his voice trembling. How could this happen? What on earth? Chu Ye remained silent, crouching down to gently brush his fingers over the frigid bone, a profound wave of unease crashing over him like icy tide. This desolation felt too unnatural, too eerie. Everyone. Maximum alert. Chu Ye and Ampos' voice turned gravely serious. Before his words could settle, a harrowing, frenzied howl erupted from the shadows of a sand dune less than 50 meters away. Almost instantaneously, Ji spun around, catching sight of a massive, swift, gray-black figure shooting forth from behind the dune. It was a mutated giant wolf. Its size comparable to a small truck, yet its appearance was tragically grotesque. The left side of its face, including its eye, had vanished, revealing a stark skull and writhing, dark red muscle tissue beneath. Its remaining right eye burned with a blood-red intensity, radiating pure madness and a desire for destruction. Thick, dagger-like fangs dripped with foul, viscous saliva, locking onto the target, their uninvited off-road vehicle. Watch out! Lu Jianhong shouted, his voice cracking. Chu Ye's expression turned icy. It was too fast. This mutated wolf's speed surpassed any adversary they had previously encountered. Yet he was faster, with hardly a motion. His thoughts connected with the vastness of the oceanic space. Command: transform water into blade. Parameter settings: form, high-pressure water spike. Characteristics: extreme penetration, ultra-high speed. Target locked. Weakness in the head. Swoosh. A barely audible sound of tearing air resonated. A slender, azure line of water manifested, cutting through the 50 meters in an instant. Precise. Ruthless. Lethal. The water blades silently surged forward, imbued with terrifying kinetic energy, striking straight through the wolf's remaining, flame-licked right eye, exiting through the back of its skull, spewing forth dark red ichor. Thud. The frenzied, charging wolf's massive body suddenly froze. The momentum ceased abruptly, and it rolled several times on the sand, stirring up a cloud of dust before crashing heavily to the ground. Its powerful limbs twitched futilely a few times, the once fiery eye dimming rapidly until all life faded. The entire sequence transpired in a flash, clean and decisive, taking less than 2 seconds from the wolf and Ampos' appearance to its demise. Inside the vehicle, Lin Jiangwo, Arwen, and Wang Dao hadn't even raised their weapons before the battle concluded. Chu Ye and Ampos' expression remained impassive, as if he had merely crushed an ant beneath his foot. He approached the colossal corpse of the mutated wolf, crouched down, and examined the eye socket where the water blade had pierced. The edges of the wound were smooth, a hallmark of high-pressure water cutting. Yet, as he gently brushed aside the charred fur stained with ichor, his pupils constricted in sudden shock. At the edge of the water blade and Ampos' wound, he keenly observed a ring of unnaturally charred marks, small in area but strikingly clear. Before or after the water blade struck, this wound had also suffered from some form of high-temperature energy burn. This is Lu Jianhong, gathering his courage, approached tremblingly. Upon seeing the scorched edges, his face paled dramatically, and he gasped in horror. Artillery. This is the mark of artillery burns. It must be high-explosive rounds, or energy weapons. He abruptly looked up at Chu Ye, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable dread. It was them. It has to be them. Those damned traitors from the Celestial Canopy organization. His tone was laced with agitation. Have they found this place too? Did they cleanse it with heavy firepower? No wonder it has turned into this. The Celestial Canopy organization. At the mere mention of these words, a cold glint flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. The unease and suspicions in his heart had finally been confirmed. No wonder this area had become a desolate sea of sand. It was ravaged by the firepower of the Celestial Canopy organization. Those relentless bastards. They not only coveted the fortress and puppet technology, but now they sought to seize these high-value mutated biological resources with such brutal means. Damn it! Chu Ye cursed softly, rising abruptly, a surge of fury igniting within him. He glanced at Lin Jiangwo, Arwen, and Wang Dao, who shared his grave expression, his voice icy and resolute, carrying an undeniable command. You three. Immediately center your search here and fan out in a sweeping pattern. Carefully look for any signs of living mutated creatures and pay attention to any traces the Celestial Canopy organization may have left behind, whether it's shell casings, remnants of equipment, or anything else. I must secure the core materials for the puppet serum. Understood, Brother Chu. Lin Jiangwo and the others replied in unison. Without hesitation, they dispersed, cautiously searching in different directions. Without lingering, Chu Ye cast a sharp gaze toward the dune from which the half-faced mutated wolf had emerged. Chapter 143. Escape. Flee quickly. Chu Ye sensed something amiss in the distance. Perhaps there were more clues to uncover. Without a moment's hesitation, he deftly flipped his right wrist, and the specially crafted dagger, shimmering with a cold light, was firmly gripped in his palm. He strode forward, his movements lithe and swift, heading towards that direction. The howling winds and sands continued to rage, yet they could not hinder him in the slightest. Scaling a modest sand dune, the sight before Chu Ye brought his swift steps to an abrupt halt. His pupils constricted sharply. The sandy expanse was not devoid of life. A man, his body caked in dirt and congealed, darkened blood, lay there, barely clinging to consciousness. His legs were completely absent below the knees. The severed stumps were haphazardly wrapped in filthy, tattered cloths, yet they could not staunch the flow of blood. The dark red liquid had long since saturated the rags, staining the yellow sand beneath him a shocking crimson. The man's face was as pale as parchment. His lips cracked and peeling, punctuated by myriad small wounds. His chest heaved violently, each breath accompanied by labored, agonized gasps, as if he might breathe his last at any moment. Upon seeing this man, Chu Ye's heart leapt violently. An indescribable surge of excitement and relief coursed through him. There was still a survivor. With barely a moment to spare, he accelerated towards the man, quickly crouching before him. "Hey, hold on. What is wrong with you?" He reached out to check the man's carotid artery, feeling a faint yet persistent pulse, causing his heart to ease. Confirming that the man still had a flicker of awareness, Chu Ye swiftly turned his head, shouting with all his might towards Lin Jiangwo and the others who were searching below the dune. "Come quickly. There is a survivor here." Below the dune, upon hearing Chu Ye's penetrating call through the wind and sand, Lin Jiangwo, On, and Wang Dao halted their search in unison, their heads snapping up in surprise. A survivor? The trio's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Without a moment's hesitation, they stowed their weapons and sprinted towards Chu Ye's location with utmost speed. Lu Jianhong, who was closest, practically rolled up the dune. Upon laying eyes on the bloodied, mutilated figure on the sand, he stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Yet, the next moment, as he recognized the familiar face, now marred with blood and dirt, he was struck as if by lightning, standing frozen in shock. A disbelieving, terrified, and grief-stricken cry escaped his throat. "Xiao! Xiao Zhang! Zhang Chang! Is that you? How did you end up here?" In a frenzy, he lunged forward, trembling hands cautiously lifting the man known as Zhang Chang from the sand, propping him against himself. "Zhang Chang, hold on. Tell me, what happened? What about the others?" "What happened to the others?" Lu Jianhong's voice cracked with emotion, his eyes instantly reddening as hot tears mingled with the sand trickling down his face. The man, Zhang Chang, gasped for breath, his chest heaving. He struggled to open his murky eyes, his dilated pupils attempting to focus on Lu Jianhong's anxious and sorrowful visage. Lu, Commander." His voice was faint, as fragile as a whisper, intermittent as if it might extinguish at any moment. Suddenly, he coughed violently, dark red froth spilling from the cracked corners of his mouth, staining Lu Jianhong's combat uniform. Quick escape." Zhang Chang exerted his final strength, gripping Lu Jianhong's arm with nails nearly embedding into flesh, his eyes wide with a fleeting terror and urgency. Luli. That bastard Luli. He is nearby, leading men to exterminate, cough, he. Before he could finish, Zhang Chang and Appo's body stiffened abruptly, his hand slackened from Lu Jianhong and Appo's arm, his head lolling to the side. The eyes that had sought to convey a final warning now devoid of all light, frozen in a deathly pallor. The man had utterly succumbed to death. Zhang Chang. Lu Jianhong let out a heart-wrenching wail, cradling the gradually cooling corpse, tears streaming down his face. His loyal subordinate had perished here. A wave of profound sorrow and rage engulfed him in an instant. Chu Ye watched the harrowing scene unfold before him, his gaze icy, though his heart remained largely unperturbed. In the apocalypse, life and death had become a mere norm. However, that name, Luli, he keenly grasped this crucial information. Observing Lu Jianhong on the verge of collapse, Chu Ye stepped forward, his icy hand pressing firmly on Lu Jianhong's trembling shoulder, the grip steady and imbued with an undeniable authority. "Lu Jianhong." Chu Ye's voice was low and chilling. "Gather yourself. Tell me, who are Lu Shun and Luli?" The immense force on his shoulder and the cold inquiry jolted Lu Jianhong from his sorrow. He lifted his tear-streaked and dusty face, meeting Chu Ye's piercing, profound gaze. Drawing a deep breath, he gently laid Zhang Chang's body down on the sand with a reverence bordering on sacred tenderness. Then, he stood abruptly. Wiping the tears from his face, his eyes igniting with a fierce red, filled with a seething hatred and a hint of dread. Lu Shun. Lu Jianhong's voice was hoarse. His fists clenched tightly, producing audible cracks. He is the leader of the largest rebel faction in our region. A complete madman and an ambitious tyrant. The one who attacked the fortress, aiming to seize the puppet technology, besides Wang Dahai, is certainly his man. As for Lu Li, a deep wariness flickered across Lu Jianhong and Appo's face. He is Lu Shun and Appo's most trusted henchman, the fiercest enforcer. Long ago, he had already reached the rank of a level 4 genetic enhancer. Level 4 genetic enhancer. The mere mention sent a shockwave through Lin Zhangwo, An, and Wang Dao, who had just arrived, their expressions shifting dramatically. They understood all too well what that entailed. It represented a terrifying power far beyond that of ordinary genetic enhancers. Lu Jianhong's voice grew more urgent, laced with an undeniable fear. That guy Lu Li possesses an extraordinarily unique ability. It is said that his body can generate unimaginable heat, easily reaching 200 degrees. Ordinary weapons are ineffective against him. Even approaching him can lead to severe burns. He is exceedingly troublesome. He suddenly turned to Chu Ye, his tone frantic. Zhang Chang said Lu Li is nearby. It must be them. They used heavy firepower to eliminate everyone here. They took all the valuable mutated corpses with them. Mr. Chu, we must leave this place immediately. That mad dog Lu Li is a killer without hesitation. If he sets his sights on us, we're finished. Chapter 144. The gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge, however. Before Lu Jianhong could finish his words, Chu Ye's gaze suddenly sharpened. He swiftly turned his attention to the sand dune behind him. Almost simultaneously, Lin Zhangwo, An, and Wang Dao also sensed the anomaly, immediately raising their weapons and assuming defensive stances. On the crest of the dune, a line of shadowy figures emerged silently. Soon, an increasing number of silhouettes appeared, and in the blink of an eye, over 20 individuals clad in identical black combat uniforms, emblazoned with a distorted sky emblem, stood atop the dune. Each of them bore a grotesque and massive corpse of a mutated creature on their shoulders. Among them were the one-eyed giant wolves that Chu Ye had previously slain, as well as larger lizard-like beings, and even several metallic, shell-like aberrations. Each cadaver exuded a pungent stench of blood, leaving a trail of gore behind. At that moment, these 20-odd individuals were forming a semi-encirclement, directing their weapons at Chu Ye and his companions below the dune, their eyes icy and brimming with murderous intent. Chu Ye's gaze first fell upon the corpses of the mutated creatures. Such a diverse array, teeming with energy. These should have been the core materials for him to forge an army of puppets. Damn it. A surge of anger for being outmaneuvered welled up within him. These bastards had indeed gotten there first. At the forefront of the group from the Sky Organization stepped a particularly burly man, his face marred by a vicious scar, his eyes defiant. He casually tossed the corpse of a mutated Black Panther, weighing at least 500 pounds, onto the ground with a dull thud. A mocking grin spread across his face, revealing yellowed teeth stained by tobacco, as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Jianhong. Lu Jianhong? TSK, TSK, TSK. I thought it was someone noteworthy. You truly chose the path to hell when there was a road to heaven available. The man's voice was coarse and arrogant, laced with derision. Conveniently, I won't even have to send my men to your pitiful fortress to find you. Speak up. Is the failure to contact Wang Dahai related to you? Upon hearing this brazen inquiry, Lu Jianhong, who had just lost his subordinate, felt a surge of rage and resentment. His eyes turned crimson as he glared at the scar-faced man, his teeth grinding as he forced out a few words. Wang Dahai is already dead. The scar-faced man, clearly Lu Li, was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a more furious, mocking laughter, laced with disdain and contempt. Ha! Dead. Good riddance. That incompetent fool who could never achieve anything. He should have died long ago. As his laughter subsided, his expression darkened, his gaze greedily sweeping over Lu Jianhong, finally settling on Chu Ye and the others behind him, though his primary focus remained on Lu Jianhong. Since Wang Dahai is dead, what he failed to obtain should rightfully belong to me. Lu Li licked his cracked lips, his eyes glinting with unabashed avarice. Lu Jianhong, be wise and hand over your precious puppet-making technology. I can guarantee that you will serve under Lord Lu Shun as a mere dog, clinging to life. After uttering this, Lu Li's gaze shifted to Xin Yanqiu, who stood beside Lu Jianhong. He scrutinized her with a hint of amusement and contempt, then finally directed his attention to Chu Ye. A cruel smile twisted his lips as he raised his chin towards Chu Ye, his tone dripping with an undeniable command and lewd intention. This one beside you indeed has some intrigue. TSK, bring her to me, so I can have some fun. Perhaps it will allow you to meet a quicker demise. Lu Jianhong's fury ignited upon hearing this. Shen Yinxiu stiffened, her delicate features freezing over. A fleeting glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Too brazen, far too brazen. However, before anyone could react, Chu Ye stepped forward, positioning himself firmly in front of Shen Yinxiu and Lu Jianhong. His movement was subtle yet exuded an undeniable conviction. Your demand, Chu Ye and Apos. S voice was calm and unwavering, resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present. I refuse. These 4 simple words were devoid of any hesitation. Lu Li's sinister grin abruptly froze, as if he had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate youth would dare to confront him so resolutely. Soon, that rigidity morphed into a more ferocious and brutal rage. Huh! Lu Li exclaimed, as though he had heard the most ludicrous thing. He extended his robust finger, pointing at Chu Ye, then turned to Lu Jianhong, his tone rife with mockery and disdain. Lu Jianhong, is this the savior you found? A little brat who doesn't and Apos know the meaning of danger? You've truly hit rock bottom, relying on such a thing for protection? What a tremendous joke. He suddenly waved his hand, pointing to the nearest subordinate who was shouldering a mutated giant wolf-esque corpse. Commanding him like a dog, he ordered. Ehu! Take him down. Make it quick. Yes. Lu Ye, the member of the Sky Organization named Ehu's eyes gleamed with ferocity. With a sinister grin, he unhesitatingly dropped the at least 300-pound mutated giant wolf-esque corpse with a thud onto the sandy ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He then tightened his fist, knuckles cracking ominously as his bulging muscles coiled with power. With a sudden push off the ground, the sand beneath him caved into a shallow pit. He charged towards Chu Ye with a fierce and aggressive momentum. On the dune, the other members of the Sky Organization wore cruel smiles, seemingly anticipating Chu Ye's tragic fate of broken bones and shattered tendons. Lu Jianhong's heart raced, rising to his throat. Lin Jiangwo and the others instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. However, facing this violent onslaught, Chu Ye did not even flinch. Such a person was unworthy of any extraneous expression from him. He merely uttered 2 words, Wang Dao. Before his words had fully dissipated, Wang Dao, who had been standing beside Chu Ye, was already poised for action. Upon hearing his name, he let out a low, muffled roar. With a swift, broad sweep of his palm, he met Ehu's ferocious punch head-on, unyielding and unwavering. Boom! A thunderous crash reverberated through the air as the shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sending sand flying. That fist, powerful enough to shatter thick walls, struck solidly against Wang Dao's outstretched arm. Yet, Wang Dao remained unyielding, steadfast as a mountain. The violent impact merely brushed past him like a gentle breeze, failing to budge him even an inch. Chapter 145, The Inept Subordinates of Lu Li. As everyone turned to face the ferocious Ahu charging forward, the sinister grin on his face instantly froze, replaced by an uncontrollable expression of shock and agony. He felt as though his fist had struck a searing red alloy steel plate, a tremendous backlash surging violently up his arm. Crack! The unmistakable sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. Ahu let out a piercing scream, his right arm twisting at an unnatural angle, hanging limply by his side. The immense force of the impact, combined with the recoil, sent him soaring backwards like a marionette with severed strings. Thud! He crashed into the sand 8 meters away, clutching his shattered arm, writhing in pain and howling in despair. In just one move, the seemingly fierce Ahu, a subordinate of Lu Li, had been utterly incapacitated by Wang Dao. This sudden turn of events left every member of the Tianmu on the dune with their smiles frozen in disbelief. Their gazes towards Wang Dao were filled with uncertainty and astonishment. Oh? Lu Li's fury slightly subsided. He raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his lips, soon replaced by an even more pronounced disdain and amusement. Quite impressive. A defensive genetic ability? No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. There is some skill there. He licked his cracked lips, the cruelty in his eyes only intensifying. Unfortunately, merely being able to take a beating is hardly sufficient. He waved his hand again, this time directing his attention towards Chu Ye, Wang Dao, Lin Jiangwo, and On, his voice cold and laced with murderous intent. Everyone attack. Eliminate them. Spare that leader and the woman. In an instant, 4 or 5 more members of Tianmu roared down from the dune. These individuals had clearly learned from Ahu's lesson, abandoning their reckless solo tactics in favor of coordinated assaults from multiple angles. Some wielded alloy machetes, while others launched direct, enhanced strikes with their fists and feet. Damn it. Seeking death. Lin Jiangwo bellowed, no longer hesitating as he swung his fist savagely towards an approaching foe. Bring it on. On and Oppos. S eyes gleamed with excitement as he moved like a wraith, sidestepping a sweeping kick, his dagger slicing deeply into the thigh of his opponent, leaving a gaping wound. Wang Dao unleashed his strikes with tremendous force, each punch and kick accompanied by the sound of wind being shattered, sending enemies reeling backward. Bang, bam, crack. The sounds of fists and feet colliding, weapons clashing, and anguished cries intertwined in the small clearing beneath the dune. The chaos of battle was frantic, yet strikingly clear. Although Lu Li's subordinates appeared fierce in number, they paled in comparison to the genetically enhanced Wang Dao, the seasoned Lin Jiangwo, and the elusive On. Their attacks felt like mere tickles against Wang Dao's robust form. Their speed could not match On's ghostly footwork, and their strength and technique exposed glaring weaknesses against Lin Jiangwo and Oppos' seasoned combat skills. In mere moments, the descending members of Tianmu were swiftly and decisively taken down by Wang Dao, Lin Jiangwo, and On. On kicked aside one foe attempting to grasp his leg, spat a mouthful of blood, and raised an internationally recognized gesture of disdain towards Lu Li and his cohorts on the dune, his face twisted in contempt. I thought they were elite. Turns out, in the end, numbers mean nothing. Just a bunch of good-for-nothing wastrels. Chu Ye and Oppos' gaze swept across the fallen adversaries, his mind racing. The strength of these Tianmu members was weaker than anticipated, most barely at the level of secondary genetic warriors, with some not even reaching that standard. It seemed Lu Jianhong's claims about Lu Li being a fourth-level genetic warrior might hold some truth, but that did not imply his subordinates were equally formidable. Lu Jianhong's fear stemmed more from Lu Li's strange and formidable personal abilities than from this ragtag bunch of subordinates. Thus, perhaps Lu Li was not as formidable as he appeared, at least in light of his subordinates and Oppos' devastating losses. With this thought, Chu Ye and Oppos' resolve solidified, and he no longer hesitated. He raised his head, his gaze sharp as an eagle, and Oppos' locking onto Lu Li atop the dune, whose face had turned a ghastly shade. Chu Ye's voice suddenly rose, resonating with authority. Lu Li, your subordinates seem rather unimpressive. Now, hand over all the corpses of the mutated creatures you've taken. Perhaps I might consider granting you a swift death. At these words, not only the members of Tianmu on the dune, but even Lu Jianhong and Lin Jiangwo were taken aback. They had not anticipated Chu Ye would leverage his newfound advantage to so aggressively extort Lu Li. What? Lu Li appeared to have heard the most absurd joke in the world, as if he had been deeply insulted. He was momentarily stunned. And then his scarred face contorted in fury, his eyes blazing red, nearly spitting fire. You little bastard. Lu Li spat through clenched teeth, each word dripping with overwhelming malice and rage. What do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? Do you really believe that defeating a few worthless fools grants you the right to act so brazenly before me? Today, I will show you what true power is. Boom. A visibly terrifying wave of heat erupted violently from Lu Li, radiating outward in all directions. The surrounding air seemed to ignite in an instant, crackling with explosive sounds as the temperature soared. Hiss, hiss, hiss. An excruciating sound filled the air as the yellow sand beneath Lu Li's feet rapidly turned red, melting and boiling before their very eyes. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a small pool of molten lava over a meter in diameter, bubbling and emitting a blinding orange glow. His specially designed black combat suit was consumed in an instant, turning to charred ash and scattering in the wind, revealing his bronze skin, marred by grotesque scars, muscles bulging like forged iron. The overwhelming heat even reached Chu Ye and the others standing dozens of meters away, enveloping them in a scorching wave. Wow, he really stripped down. Is this a display of indignation, attempting to expose himself to us for amusement? On exclaimed in a strange tone, trying to lighten the suddenly tense atmosphere, though his eyes betrayed his seriousness. Lin Jiangwo and Oppos' expression shifted dramatically. His brow furrowed deeply as he stared intently at the melting ground, his voice grave. This isn't right. The temperature is too high. What on earth does he intend to do? Chapter 146. Molten Sand. Only Lu Jianhong, upon witnessing the molten lava beneath Lu Li's feet, seemed to recall an incredibly terrifying experience. His entire face turned as pale as a sheet, his lips trembling as he summoned all his strength to shout desperately, Mr. Chu, be careful. It's molten sand. His deadly move. He's about to strike. Almost simultaneously with Lu Jianhong's anguished cry, Lu Li, standing bare-chested atop the sand dune, displayed an exceedingly cruel and frenzied grin. He abruptly lifted his slightly reddened right foot, which had been scorched by the intense heat, and viciously kicked at the bubbling molten sand beneath him. Whoosh! That yellow sandy lava, melted by his terrifying body temperature, suddenly detached from the ground, transforming into a massive, blistering orange-red stream, exuding enough heat to distort the air and wielding destructive power as it surged towards Mr. Chu and Apos' face below. Its speed and momentum far surpassed any previous bullet. What incredible speed! What terrifying temperature! Chu Ye's pupils constricted abruptly, and alarm bells rang in his mind. He could distinctly feel the searing wave of heat rushing towards him, laden with violent energy. The temperature of the molten lava undoubtedly exceeded the 200 degrees Lu Jianhong had mentioned. Perhaps it was even higher. If struck by such a force, even his enhanced physique would likely falter. He would either perish or be severely burned, rendering him completely unable to fight. Warning: high-energy thermal attack approaching. Command confirmed. Deploying 100 units of standard water to construct a high-density, rotating water curtain barrier. Parameter settings complete. In the fleeting moment of that thought, a refreshing stream of water surged forth from the enigmatic vast space within Chu Ye. In the blink of an eye, facing the lethal attack capable of melting gold and iron, Chu Ye did not retreat but advanced instead, stepping forward with determination and raising his right hand. Splash! A crystal-clear stream of water appeared before Chu Ye as if summoned by magic. The moment this water emerged, it began to spin at an astonishing speed, instantly coalescing into a circular water curtain, approximately 1 meter in diameter, glistening with a chilling aura. The water curtain spun incessantly, generating gusts of cold wind, starkly contrasting with the surrounding searing air. Hiss! In the next instant, the blazing, turbulent stream of molten yellow sand collided violently with the rapidly spinning icy water curtain. The ultimate clash of water and fire erupted, releasing vast clouds of dense white steam and emitting a deafening, piercing screech. The scalding lava, subjected to the rapid cooling and swift slicing of the water curtain, had its energy neutralized and extinguished. The orange-red glow swiftly dimmed, and its volume drastically shrank. Eventually, the once molten mass lost all kinetic energy and temperature, solidifying into small, unremarkable black sand clumps. With a crackling sound, they fell from the water curtain, scattering across the sandy ground at Chu Ye's feet. The molten stream, capable of melting metals, transformed into a mundane array of black sand clumps, with wisps of white smoke being the only testament to their fiery existence. Chu Ye stood firm, the circular water curtain before him dissipating gradually into droplets of vapor that merged with the arid air. On the sand dune, Lu Li, bare-chested and radiating an astonishing heat wave, suddenly froze in his sadistic grin. He stepped forward, the yellow sand beneath his feet sizzling yet again, turning charred black. His eyes fixated on the unscathed Chu Ye, filled with disbelief. You can truly conjure such an abundance of water from thin air." Lu Li's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of incredulity that he himself had not recognized. This was entirely beyond his understanding of the ability system. To create something from nothing, and in such vast quantities of pure water? After a brief moment of shock, a more greedy and fervent light ignited in Lu Li's eyes. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. He suddenly burst into wild laughter, his voice brimming with excitement and a pathological fervor. What a fortunate discovery! Chu Ye, you are an absolute treasure. A mobile reservoir. He licked his cracked lips, his gaze fixated on Chu Ye. Don't think that just because you withstood one of my moves, you are anything special. That was merely a casual probe. Your petty tricks are utterly insignificant in the face of absolute power. Lu Li's voice rose sharply, dripping with condescension. Now, I shall give you one last chance. Hand over your puppet techniques, and reveal your secrets of water manipulation. Be my loyal dog, or else I shall show you what true despair feels like. Yet, in the face of Lu Li and Apos' threats and the almost incendiary heat, Chu Ye remained as calm as ever. He did not even raise an eyebrow, merely gazing steadily at Lu Li, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A level 4 geneticist? Just brute strength, coupled with some temperature control. How quaint. Chu Ye and Imp. Apos' voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present, carrying an unsettling calm. Perfect. I also wish to see if your so-called true strength can withstand my strike. What? Upon hearing this, not only Lu Li but also Lu Jianhong, Lin Jiangwo, and others behind Chu Ye changed their expressions dramatically. Mr. Chu, Lu Jianhong blurted out, his voice filled with urgency. No, he is a level 4 geneticist. His abilities are bizarre. You must not be reckless. Lin Jiangwo and Apos' brow furrowed, his grip on his weapon tightening unconsciously, anxiety flooding his mind. Chu Ye and Appo's strength was undeniable. But to confront a fully committed level 4 geneticist in such a provocative manner, the risk was too great. On the sand dune, Lu Li was momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. His entire face contorted with rage. "Madman, you are a complete lunatic." Lu Li felt his dignity trampled upon like never before. How dare this unknown brat openly scorn him? "Very well. Since you are eager for death, I shall oblige." With a roar, Lu Li and Appo's foot stomped down forcefully. In the next moment, he launched himself towards Chu Ye like an arrow released from a bow, kicking up a cloud of dust on the sandy ground. Chapter 147. The flowing chains. Under the keen observation of Chu Ye, a spine-chilling spectacle unfolded. During Lu Li's frantic charge, his hands grasped at the air, unleashing a torrent of intense heat from his palms. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everywhere he passed, the yellow sand beneath his feet melted and morphed under his touch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of molten orange-red lava, more robust and fervent than before, shot forth like javelins, piercing the air with a shrill cry, hurtling directly towards Chu Ye. They effectively sealed off any potential escape routes for him. Each stream of lava contained a temperature and power far exceeding that of the earlier probing strike. Faced with this tempestuous onslaught, Chu Ye's gaze sharpened. Yet, he did not falter. System. Command confirmed. Water flow shaping flexible chain mode initiated. Energy consumption rate. 5 units of standard water per second, dynamically adjusting. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of water surged forth, even more formidable than before. This time, instead of coalescing into a defensive water screen, it was deftly manipulated by Chu Ye's will, weaving together at an astonishing speed into several incredibly sturdy, ethereal chains of water, shimmering with a ghostly blue luster and brimming with resilience. "Break for me," Chu Ye commanded, his arm sweeping through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The water chains, akin to a raging python, danced through the air under his control, leaving a dazzling trail and producing a cacophony of slicing sounds. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sounds of explosions echoed incessantly. Upon contact with the whirling water chains, the streams of molten lava, laden with terrifying heat and kinetic energy, collided as if crashing into a net. The water chains struck, whipped, coiled, and encircled. Each precise interception erupted into billowing clouds of dense white steam. The high-temperature lava rapidly cooled and succumbed to the flexibility of the water chains, losing energy, solidifying, darkening, and transforming into harmless clumps of sand that plummeted to the ground with a soft thud. In mere moments, all the molten streams Lu Li had hurled were intercepted and vanquished by Chu Ye's commanding water chains. What? Lu Li, witnessing his ranged attacks effortlessly neutralized yet again, felt his pupils constrict. But he had already closed the distance, and now it was too late to change tactics. His expression twisted into a more ferocious snarl as he abandoned his ranged harassment, channeling all his strength into his legs, surging forward like a frenzied bull, barreling straight towards Chu Ye, attempting to crush his opponent with sheer physical might and heat. Closer. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Lu Li's fist, seared by the intense heat, was raised high, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Chu Ye. At that moment, a glint of cold light flickered in Chu Ye's eyes. Bind. He thrust his arm forward. Whoosh. The water chains, previously dancing in the air to intercept the molten streams, instantly altered their course. Like shadows, they darted forth with chilling precision, wrapping around the close approaching Lu Li in a flash. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the water chains ensnared Lu Li's limbs and torso, binding him firmly in place. The tremendous force of his charge came to an abrupt halt. Lu Li glanced down at the ethereal blue chains constricting him. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Q Chapter 148. The inevitability of exhaustion. Compete with me in endurance? Chu Ye gazed at Lu Li with a cold smile in his heart. The water reserves of the Canghai space could be described as virtually infinite. No matter how much energy you, Lu Li, have stored within you, how long can you sustain this reckless consumption? Moreover, Chu Ye's gaze fell upon the vast swathes of high-temperature steam emanating from Lu Li, a chilling smirk playing upon his lips. Though this scorching vapor could not harm me from a distance, Lu Li, bound by the water chains and situated at the very center of this steam. If this continues, you might find yourself thoroughly cooked by the sauna of your own making before your energy is even depleted. The scalding steam continued to surge violently, completely enveloping Lu Li, leaving only his heavy breaths and the occasional muffled groans of suppressed anguish to escape. Time ticked by minute. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Half an hour elapsed. The man, once so arrogant and attempting to melt everything in his path, now emitted sounds laced with evident tremors and weakness. Within the dense white vapor, a figure could be discerned, trembling violently. Sweat mingled with the condensed droplets, cascading from his body, only to be instantly evaporated by the surrounding heat. Lu Li felt as though he were trapped within an enormous steamer, every inch of his skin, every pore, enduring unimaginable searing pain. The energy within him was rapidly depleting, not only to maintain the high temperature against the water chains but also to withstand the pervasive, terrifying steam that seemed intent on boiling him alive. Huh. Lu Li gasped laboriously, his throat emitting a hoarse and agonizing sound. He abruptly lifted his head, peering through the thinning gaps in the steam, fixing a desperate gaze upon the young man across from him, who remained unperturbed, as if everything were under his control. Why? How can your water be? How can it be endless? His voice was laborious, filled with extreme horror and incomprehension. This defied all logic. Even awakened water abilities could not conjure such vast quantities of water from thin air. What manner of monster is this boy? Where lies his limit? Facing Lu Li's near-collapse inquiry, Chu Ye's expression remained impassive, as though observing an inanimate object. He barely moved his lips, uttering a few words with a tone bordering on indifference. You are not worthy of knowing. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Chu Ye's gaze sharpened suddenly, and the water chains binding Lu Li surged with a brilliant radiance. The tumultuous waves of water, more violent than before, flowed into the chains like a raging flood. Boom. The already dense white steam exploded outward as if infused with vast quantities of dry ice. Rapidly expanding in volume, it became hotter, more frenzied. A heart-wrenching, inhuman scream erupted from the core of the steam. The sound was filled with boundless agony and despair, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it, as if their hearts had stopped. Boss. Head. What is happening? Lu Li's subordinates, who had previously lingered on the periphery, clinging to a shred of hope, were now consumed by panic. Their faces were marked by fear and unease as they shouted in dismay, not daring to approach the area of death. Even Lu Jianhong furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. What just transpired? It seemed Mr. Chu had intensified the water flow, but that scream was far too harrowing. What is happening? On and Appos. S eyes widened, instinctively wanting to rush forward. Don and Appos, Tigo. Wang Dao grabbed him, his expression grave as he gazed intently at the churning white mist. It's scorching. Merely standing at the edge, the searing wave of heat already stung their skin and made breathing laborious. It was unimaginable what torment Lu Li was enduring at the center. Shun Yanqiu's complexion turned pale, her gaze fixed on the mist, her silver teeth clenched as she analyzed. The temperature of the steam has risen. It likely far exceeds what his body can endure. While he might withstand ordinary high temperatures with his abilities, this relentless, all-pervasive, ultra-high temperature steam, he is going to be boiled alive. No sooner had she spoken than, thud, a heavy thump resonated from the dense steam. Subsequently, the heart-wrenching screams ceased abruptly. The world seemed to fall silent in an instant. Chu Ye expressionlessly raised his hand, giving a gentle wave. With a whoosh, the azure water chains entwining the target lost their support, instantly transforming into the purest water and vanishing into the air. As the chains disappeared, the wildly roiling white steam, as if severed from its source, began to dissipate rapidly, fading away. Soon, the scene became clear once more. There, on the ground, lay a human figure curled up, motionless. It was Lu Li. Yet, in this moment, he had lost all semblance of his former arrogance and hubris. His skin was an abnormal, fiery red, as if scalded by boiling water, swollen in various places. Some areas had even broken open, oozing pus, emanating a nauseating scent of charred flesh and cooked meat. His eyes were wide with terror and disbelief, yet devoid of any light. He was dead. The once mighty temperature manipulator of the Tianmu organization, Lu Li, had been scalded to death by Chu Ye using the very heat he prided himself on. Gasping in horror at the ghastly sight of Lu Li, his subordinates turned pale, blood draining from their faces. He is dead. The boss was boiled alive. Run. Quick run. Fear spread like a plague. It was unclear who shouted first, but the remaining 10 or so members of the Tianmu organization scattered like birds, fleeing in all directions. They were utterly terrified by Chu Ye's inhumane methods. Mr. Chu. This. Lu Jianhong regarded Lu Li's lifeless body, then glanced at the unflinching Chu Ye, his throat tightening as tumultuous waves surged within him. Such a method of killing was utterly unprecedented. Mr. Chu's strength and methods were indeed unfathomable, terrifying beyond measure. Shinyanxiu, meanwhile, let out a long breath. Her heart finally at ease, her gaze toward Chu Ye filled with unwavering resolve and a hint of barely perceptible admiration. Indeed, he never disappoints. Think you can escape? Did you consult us first? On could no longer contain himself, letting out a sinister laugh. Today, none of you miscreants shall leave alive. Chapter 149. Lu Shun was undeniably present, and Wang Dao, upon seeing On, exuded an intense killing intent, his eyes blazing red. Act now. Lin Jiangwo commanded with a low growl, already lunging forward to target the nearest fugitive. Bang! Crack! The confrontation unfolded with little suspense. Stripped of their leader and paralyzed with fear by Chu Ye, the members of the Sky Curtain were no match for the formidable Lin Jiangwo, On, Wang Dao, and their companions. Within a mere minute or two, accompanied by cries of anguish and the sickening sound of bone shattering, all who attempted to flee were felled to the ground, either with broken limbs or rendered unconscious, sprawled in a chaotic heap. Chu Ye approached the nearest Sky Curtain member who lay writhing in pain on the ground, clutching a corpse of a mutated dog tightly in his arms. He stepped on the man's wrist, bent down, and coldly seized the lifeless body, fixing him with an icy gaze as he questioned, devoid of any warmth. What purpose do you have for killing so many mutated creatures? The Sky Curtain member trembled in terror at Chu Ye's glare, stammering incoherently in desperation. Spare me. I will tell you that the corpses of these mutated creatures, especially their cores or the energy-rich flesh, can enhance our power. Consuming them, there is a chance it can improve our genetic abilities. Is that so? Chu Ye replied, his expression unchanging as he nodded slightly. Very well. Bang! A sharp gunshot echoed. Unbeknownst to anyone, a handgun had appeared in Chu Ye's hand. Smoke curling from the muzzle as a bloody hole materialized in the forehead of the Sky Curtain member, who convulsed twice before falling silent. Chu Ye coolly tucked the gun away, not sparing another glance at the corpse. His gaze swept over the incapacitated and moaning captives, and he coldly commanded Lin Jiangwo, On, Wang Dao, and the others, leave no one alive. Eliminate them all. Yes, Brother Chu. On and Wang Dao responded eagerly, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Lin Jiangwo nodded as well, wiping the blood from his face, his expression turning steely. No, don't kill me. I beg you. We know nothing. We are merely following orders. Spare us. We surrender. We are willing to pledge allegiance. The pleas and screams for mercy erupted instantly, yet Chu Ye remained indifferent. He turned away, disregarding the carnage behind him, and strode directly to Lu Jianhong, as if he had merely crushed a few ants. He looked at Lu Jianhong, cutting straight to the point. You now know where the core materials for creating puppets are, don't you? Lu Jianhong's gaze sharpened, falling upon the shriveled corpse of the mutated dog that Chu Ye had just seized. He raised a trembling finger, pointing to the creature's head, his voice tinged with urgency and a dawning realization. Mr. Chu, the core materials you seek are likely within this creature and Appos' head. Upon hearing this, not only did Chu Ye react, but even Lin Jiangwo, On, Wang Dao, and the ever-watchful Shinyanxiu turned their attention sharply to the grotesque, withered canine head. In its head, Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing like a blade. Without hesitation, he plunged his fingers into the hardened skull of the mutated dog. With a muffled crunch, the solid bone was crushed by his bare hands. Putrid blood and shattered tissue splattered, hitting On's face, yet he was oblivious, his eyes wide with astonishment as he fixated on Chu Ye's actions. Unfazed, Chu Ye's fingers stirred within, seemingly detecting something foreign, before he swiftly yanked it out. A fist-sized mass, drenched in dark red blood and grayish brain matter, its surface festooned with strange vascular patterns, pulsated slightly in his palm, a grotesque flesh ball exuding an indescribable sweet and foul odor, as if it possessed life, gently throbbing in Chu Ye's grasp. This is it, Lu Jianhong exclaimed, his eyes lighting up, his tone quivering with excitement. This is the core biological material for creating puppets. If we blend it with a specialized genetic agent, we can activate its vitality and implant it into other organisms for complete control. Control over puppets. A surge of indescribable exhilaration coursed through Chu Ye. Should this technology fall into his hands, amidst the scarcity and peril of this apocalyptic world, it would be tantamount to acquiring an unwavering and tireless army, unafraid of death. The strategic value was simply incalculable. He regarded Lu Jianhong with fervent intensity, his voice barely suppressing his excitement. Where is the genetic agent? Present it. We must test it now. Lin Jiangwo, On, Wang Dao, and the others immediately gathered around. Their eyes filled with curiosity and fervor, fixated on the flesh ball in Chu Ye and Apos, as hand and Lu Jianhong. This thing can truly control living beings? This is utterly astonishing, if we could obtain it. However, Lu Jianhong and Apos' expression of excitement abruptly froze, morphing into bitterness and fear. He waved his hands frantically, a cold sweat beading on his forehead, his voice cracking. Mr. Chu, I don't have the genetic agent. The previous research base was attacked by the Sky Curtain organization, and all the researchers perished. Neither the formula nor the completed products could be salvaged. What? Chu Ye's enthusiasm vanished in an instant, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. His eyes narrowed as he glared at Lu Jianhong. The air thickened with a palpable, murderous pressure. Are you deceiving me? The two icy words pierced Lu Jianhong's heart like poisoned ice picks. He trembled all over, his legs quaking, cold sweat soaking his back. He had no doubt that if he hesitated for even a moment, this harbinger of death would not hesitate to snap his neck. Damn it, old man. You dare to toy with Brother Chu. On's eyes widened, the blood splattered across his face adding to his ferocity, his fist cracking ominously. Wang Dao stepped forward, his malevolence palpable, as if ready to shred Lu Jianhong to pieces at the slightest provocation. No, no. Mr. Chu, spare me. I'm not deceiving you. Lu Jianhong, terrified beyond belief, nearly fell to his knees, shouting desperately. I may not possess it, but I assure you, someone does. Lu Shun, the true second-in-command of the Sky Curtain organization, Lu Shun. He oversees logistics and core material distribution. Someone of his rank undoubtedly has that kind of genetic agent. He must have it. Chapter 150, a surge in overall strength. Chu Ye's eyes flickered, and the murderous intent in his heart gradually receded. The second-in-command of the Tianmu organization? If he truly possessed a substantial amount of genetic agents. He assessed the current situation. The Tianmu organization was numerous and powerful. Although Lin Zhangwo, On, and Wang Dao were utterly loyal, their strength still fell significantly short. If it came to a direct confrontation, casualties would be inevitable. A strategy must be devised to swiftly enhance their combat capabilities. Otherwise, not only would launching a counteroffensive against Tianmu be problematic, but even self-preservation would become a challenge. His gaze returned to the pulsating flesh in his hand, sweeping over the desiccated remains of the mutated creatures on the ground. Along with the words spoken by the Tianmu member just before his demise regarding augmenting strength and enhancing genetic abilities, a bold and enticing thought began to flourish wildly in his heart. If the blood and flesh of these mutated creatures could be utilized by Tianmu members to amplify their strength, then why couldn't they? Lin Zhangwo, On, Wang Dao. Chu Ye's voice regained its calm, imbued with an undeniable authority. Gather all the mutated creature corpses you can find and bring them here. Understood. Though the three were perplexed about Chu Ye's intentions, they acted without hesitation. Swiftly, they dragged over a dozen grotesque mutated corpses scattered around and piled them together. Once the corpses were arranged, Chu Ye casually tossed the pulsating flesh to On for safekeeping and then picked up a relatively fresh corpse that resembled a mutated hyena. He easily sliced through its tough skin with a fingernail, tearing off a sizable chunk of dark red, oddly odorous flesh, and presented it to Lu Jianhong. His gaze calm, yet unsettling. You, take a bite. Huh? Lu Jianhong was taken aback, staring at the quivering piece of meat that exuded a strong stench. And he instantly grasped Chu Ye's intention. Was he being used as a guinea pig for testing medicine? Or rather, testing poison? A chill ran down Lu Jianhong's spine, and he felt bitterly resigned. Yet, seeing Chu Ye's unwavering gaze, along with the evident impatience and fierce glint in On and Wang Dao's eyes, he realized he had no choice. It was either eat or die immediately. With gritted teeth and a steely resolve, he accepted the piece of flesh, biting down hard, chewing a few times before swallowing it with a sudden gulp. In an instant, boom, a peculiar and violent surge of heat erupted from his stomach. Lu Jianhong couldn't and Apos, help but emit a muffled groan, a mixture of pain and relief. His entire body recoiled, veins bulging on his forehead. He could distinctly feel every cell within him greedily absorbing this surge of heat. To his astonishment, the internal injury sustained from previous battles began to radiate a soothing warmth, the pain rapidly dissipating. Even the genetic energy within him, which had long been stagnant at a bottleneck, seemed to show signs of loosening. Mr. Chu, this meat is truly fine, Lu Jianhong exclaimed, lifting his head in excitement to look at Chu Ye. It worked. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Chu Ye's eyes, just as he had anticipated. The blood and flesh of these mutated creatures, transformed by the apocalypse, inherently contained special energy that could be absorbed by genetic practitioners. Although there might be risks involved, the effects were remarkable. You three, eat as well. Without hesitation, Chu Ye pointed to the pile of corpses on the ground, decisively commanding the already dumbfounded Lin Jiangwo on. And Wang Dao. Yes, Brother Chu. The trio and Apos. Eyes ignited with ecstatic fervor to enhance their strength. This was a dream come true. In this apocalyptic world, power was everything. They wasted no time, rushing forth, disregarding cleanliness, each selecting a corpse that caught their eye, tearing off sizable chunks of bloodied flesh and devouring them ravenously. Buzz. Lin Jiangwo was the first to react. He felt an overwhelming and pure force surging within him, colliding violently. It was as if an invisible shackle had been shattered in an instant. He lowered his gaze to his hands, feeling an unprecedented sense of empowerment coursing through him. His face alight with ecstasy and disbelief. I've broken through. Level 2. I've become a level 2 genetic practitioner. Ha! He babbled in exhilaration, unable to contain his joy, laughing towards the heavens. The bottleneck that had troubled him for so long had been effortlessly surpassed, simply by eating meat. Me too. Holy crap. I'm at level 2 as well. On followed suit, shouting in excitement, feeling explosive energy surging throughout his body. He could hardly wait to find a reckless, mutated creature to battle for 300 rounds. Though Wang Dao remained silent, his suddenly straightened posture, clenched fists, and the fierce light in his eyes clearly indicated that he too had successfully broken through, joining the ranks of level 2 genetic practitioners. Observing the collective enhancement of his subordinates and Apos' strength, a genuine smile of satisfaction finally grazed Chu Ye and Apos' face. The results exceeded his expectations. Although it was merely a leap from level 1 to level 2, the increase in combat capability was tangible. His gaze turned towards Shen Yinxiu, who had been quietly standing aside, silently observing everything with a complex expression. Shen Yinxiu, Chu Ye's voice remained cold, yet it carried a hint of warmth. You should also take a piece and give it a try. Shen Yinxiu lifted her head, meeting Chu Ye and Apos' gaze. A wave of indescribable warmth surged within her. Mr. Chu, is he truly considering enhancing my strength too? She gazed into Chu Ye's profound eyes, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Beyond her feelings of reverence and admiration, an inexplicable emotion began to blossom, quickening her heartbeat. She nodded vigorously, without a trace of hesitation, stepping forward and mimicking the others. She tore off a small piece of pinkish flesh from a relatively clean mutated cat corpse. The meat emitted a delicate fragrance, starkly contrasting with the foul stench of the other corpses. Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage and gently placed the piece of flesh into her mouth. Boom! A wave of heat, far more potent and pure than what Lin Jiangwo and the others had experienced, even with a touch of gentleness, exploded within her. Shen Yinxiu let out a muffled moan, her body trembling slightly, a faint glow seemingly flowing beneath her porcelain skin. She could distinctly feel her already superior genetic power, surpassing that of Lin Jiangwo and the others, rapidly ascending at an astonishing pace, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. The once formidable bottleneck at level 3 was effortlessly breached under the impact of this pure energy. Her power surged like a flood breaking through a dam. Breakthrough achieved. Chapter 151. The acquisition of Shen Yinxiu. Shen Yinxiu slowly opened her eyes, feeling the surge of power coursing through her body. In her clear, radiant eyes, disbelief and uncontainable joy sparkled. It seems that As she sensed the tumultuous strength within her, her voice trembled with excitement. I've reached the 4th level, a 4th level geneticist. At this moment, not only Shen Yinxiu herself, but even Chu Ye displayed a fleeting look of astonishment. Lu Jianhong observed the energy radiating from Shen Yinxiu, gradually calming down. Feeling the significantly enhanced aura, he swallowed hard. A mere bite of mutated cat meat. And she soared from the pinnacle of the 3rd level to the 4th level geneticist? This is simply unfathomable. Is this the disparity? Lu Jianhong chuckled bitterly. A wave of helplessness rising within him, soon overshadowed by a more intense desire. He craved greater strength. He yearned for Chu Ye's acknowledgement. Chu Ye's gaze fell upon Shen Yinxiu, and the wonder in his eyes quickly transformed into tangible satisfaction. Shen Yinxiu's potential far surpassed his expectations. The addition of a 4th level geneticist would undoubtedly bolster his future plans. Shen Yinxiu, Chu Ye's voice was steady, yet imbued with undeniable authority. From this day forth, you are officially a member of my Chu Ye base. Shen Yinxiu's delicate body trembled slightly as she lifted her enchanting eyes, now even more captivating due to her newfound power, to meet Chu Ye's gaze. She saw admiration and affirmation in his eyes, and the joy of being recognized instantly dispelled the dizziness from her breakthrough. Joining Mr. Chu's base, an indescribable excitement and sense of belonging surged within her. In this brutal, apocalyptic world, how fortunate it was to follow such an enigmatic and formidable figure. She nodded vigorously, her voice bright and resolute. Yes, Mr. Chu Ye is willing. Her words carried a hint of subtle shyness and complete trust. Done deal, Chu Ye thought to himself. Witnessing Shen Yinxiu's meteoric rise and her official acceptance into his fold, Lu Jianhong felt an intense burning within him. He could no longer contain himself, rubbing his hands together. A sycophantic smile plastered across his face as he approached Chu Ye. Chu, brother Chu, you see, I also. His eyes brimmed with anticipation, and his meaning was unmistakable. Chu Ye cast a fleeting glance his way, his expression as icy as water, instantly dousing Lu Jianhong's enthusiasm. You? Chu Ye smirked slightly, amusement lacing his voice as he gently shook his head. Find Lu Shun for me, kill him, and retrieve the genetic serum he possesses. Then we can discuss your joining. His tone was calm yet carried an unmistakable weight of decision and the essence of a transaction. Lu Jianhong's smile froze on his face, a sinking feeling in his heart. We have to kill Lu Shun first. That man has many desperate followers, and his own strength is formidable. Not to mention potential hidden traps. The risk. But then he thought of the genetic serum. It could awaken ordinary people and allow geneticists to break through swiftly. If he could get his hands on it, not only would joining Chu Ye's base become feasible, but his own strength would also skyrocket. Damn it. Let's do it. A fierce determination flickered in Lu Jianhong's eyes as he nodded vigorously. All right, brother Chu, rest assured. I will definitely lead you to that old man Lu Shun. Chu Ye paid no heed to his internal machinations, turning his gaze towards the scattered corpses of the mutated creatures they had slain. These were precious resources. With a mere thought, he waved his right hand forward. Buzz. An invisible wave rippled outward, akin to water's surface. The next moment, Lu Jianhong's eyes widened in horror. The once towering pile of foul-smelling mutated carcasses, including the massive mutated dog, vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only dark bloodstains and marks of battle remained on the ground, as if the monsters had never existed. What the hell? Lu Jianhong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He dashed to the spot where Chu Ye had just waved his hand, pointing at the empty sandy ground, his voice trembling with shock. The bodies. Brother Chu. So many corpses. Where did they all go? This was even more bizarre than the mutated creatures themselves. Was it an illusion? Yet the pungent scent of blood lingered in the air. Lin Jiangwo and the others, however, were unfazed. To them, Chu Ye had merely accomplished a trivial task. Ignoring Lu Jianhong's exclamations, they couldn't even muster the energy to explain. Chu Ye turned and headed directly towards the menacingly modified dune buggy parked a short distance away. Shen Yinxiu, Lin Jiangwo, on, Wang Dao, he commanded, get in. At his words, the four immediately set aside their doubts and hurriedly followed suit. Shen Yinxiu even opened the passenger door without hesitation. Lu Jianhong watched Chu Ye's retreating figure and glanced around at the desolate surroundings, suddenly gripped by panic. Is Chu Ye leaving? Where is he going? Is he not taking me with him? A wave of abandonment washed over him. His only support was Chu Ye. If he lost sight of him in this treacherous desert, how would he survive? Brother Chu, wait for me. Lu Jianhong thoughtlessly sprinted toward the dune buggy, grasping the rear bumper just as Chu Ye was about to close the door. Was a roar. Chu Ye ignored him entirely, turning the key and flooring the accelerator. The deafening roar of the engine erupted as the dune buggy surged forward like a runaway stallion, tires kicking up a cloud of dust. Lu Jianhong was caught off guard, his body propelled forward by the immense inertia, nearly flung off. Clinging to the bumper for dear life, he was jostled around, utterly disheveled. The wind and sand whipped across his face, stinging like daggers. Lu Jianhong turned his head, watching the direction the dune buggy sped away. A wave of confusion washed over him. Brother Chu, this isn't the right way. He shouted against the howling wind with all his might. This isn't the path to find Lu Shun, nor is it the way back to the fortress. Where are we going? Chu Ye gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead, cold and composed. The wind howled past his ears as his calm voice clearly reached Lu Jianhong in the back of the vehicle. To meet my people. Half an hour later, the dust raised by the dune buggy gradually settled as it came to a halt in front of a relatively intact villa district. Although the buildings were coated in a thick layer of dust, they appeared like a paradise compared to the crumbling ruins outside. Chapter 152. The thrill of sudden strength. Lu Jianhong gazed around in bewilderment. Just as their vehicle came to a halt, the door of a nearby villa was flung open with great force from within. "Brother Chu," a deep, excited voice boomed. A remarkably muscular man, with bulging muscles, was the first to burst forth, his face alight with uncontainable joy. It was none other than Shirley. "Brother Chu, you have finally returned." Shirley dashed to the front of the car, his face flushed with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. Following closely behind was a young girl, approximately 16 or 17 years old, with a ponytail, whose delicate features bore a resemblance to Chu Ye. She was accompanied by a smaller girl, her face like a porcelain doll, who timidly yet curiously gazed at a little girl in a white dress outside. "Brother." Chu Yin's eyes reddened as she saw Chu Ye safe and sound, her anxious heart finally at ease. "Brother Chu Ye," Bai Xiao called out timidly from behind Chu Yin. Next came a graceful woman, exuding warmth, who hurried out while cradling a boy of 2 or 3 years old, Lin Wan and her son. Accompanying her was a tall and beautiful young woman, Su Qing, who carried an air of vigor. Upon seeing Chu Ye, their faces blossomed with smiles of relief and genuine joy. "Mr. Chu, Chu Ye." A throng quickly surrounded them, chattering away, expressing their concerns and the joy of reunion. Lu Jianhong, covered in dust and grime, stood by the rear of the vehicle, taking in the heartwarming scene before him. His gaze fell particularly upon the women Chu Yin, Bai Xiao, Lin Wan, and Su Qing, and he was momentarily dumbfounded. He swallowed hard, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. These individuals, are they associated with Chu Ye? Just look at them. Despite the trials of the apocalypse, their skin remained remarkably fair and radiant, their figures well-proportioned, even described as voluptuous. Their eyes sparkled with vitality and hope, in stark contrast to the numbness, gauntness, and despair he had witnessed among other survivors outside. Especially the girl named Chu Yin and the little girl called Bai Xiao, they resembled flowers in a greenhouse, untouched by the dust of the world. Is this truly the apocalypse? Who exactly is this Chu Ye? How has he managed to achieve this? Not only does he possess unfathomable strength, but he has also cared for those around him so well. In that moment, Lu Jianhong felt an overwhelming sense of reverence for Chu Ye, akin to an unending river flowing ceaselessly. He even began to feel fortunate for having clung stubbornly to the vehicle just moments ago. Staying with such a person offers a chance for survival, a glimmer of hope. A rare softness graced Chu Ye's face as he reached out to ruffle the hair of Chu Yin and Bai Xiao, eliciting cheerful laughter from the two girls. "Be good. Go inside first." His gaze then shifted to Lin Wan, his expression returning to its usual calm. "Lin Wan, gather the essential items, food, water, medicines, and weapons. We must leave this place soon and find a new base." "Change locations?" Lin Wan paused in surprise, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Great. This place has indeed become increasingly unsafe. I and Appos, I'll start packing immediately." "Yay. Are we moving? To a bigger base?" Chu Yin exclaimed, jumping with enthusiasm. Seeing their animated expressions, Chu nodded slightly before turning his sharp gaze towards Shirley and the 5 other men who had emerged behind him, all of whom possessed similar robust physiques and vigilant expressions. These 6 were his original team, the ones he trusted. With a thought, several pieces of mutated creature flesh, exuding a potent energy, appeared in his hand. "Take this." Chu Ye tossed the pieces of meat to Shirley and the others. "Eat it." Shirley and the other 5 men hesitated, staring at the bloody, warm, and faintly fishy pieces of meat in their hands, exchanging glances filled with confusion and a hint of reluctance. "Brother, what kind of meat is this? Is it safe to eat?" Shirley inquired hesitantly, eyeing the meat as if it were something inedible. Enough with the chatter, Chu Ye's gaze hardened. "Consume it. It will make you stronger." "Stronger?" Shirley and the others' breaths caught in their throats. Their eyes ignited with fervor. In this world where life was as expendable as grass, what could be more enticing than the prospect of newfound strength? Shirley no longer hesitated. With gritted teeth, he glanced at Chu Ye and Appos. His unwavering gaze closed his eyes, and, with a mix of skepticism and determination, took a cautious bite of the dark red meat. Hiss. Almost instantaneously, an indescribable, explosive, yet pure heat surged through him, as if magma coursing through his veins. Every cell within him seemed to celebrate, tremble, and transform under the impact of this newfound power. Shirley's eyes shot open, his pupils dilating dramatically. He could distinctly feel an unprecedented explosive force proliferating and rising within him. Boom. It felt as though something shattered inside him. The power surged forth like a torrential flood. "What is this meat?" Shirley looked down at his hands, feeling the overwhelming strength within him, far surpassing anything he had ever known. His face was a canvas of astonishment and elation. He felt as if he could punch through a wall. The other 5 men, witnessing this transformation, were engulfed in a tidal wave of excitement. Gulp. Someone struggled to swallow. Stronger. Those 2 words bore an irresistible allure, instantaneously obliterating any lingering doubts and fears of the unknown they held. What does it matter what kind of meat it is? What does it matter if consuming it might turn them into monsters? As long as they could become stronger. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, what could be more vital than power? To hell with it. Let's do this. A burly man with a thick beard was the first to roar, his veins bulging. As he closed his eyes and mimicked Shirley, biting down hard on the bloody chunk. MMM. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock, nearly popping from their sockets. His face flushed crimson, the veins in his thick neck twisting as if countless serpents writhed beneath his skin. An indescribable warmth and explosive force erupted within him like a volcano. He couldn't help but let out a suppressed roar, every muscle in his body swelling, stretching his shirt to its limits, while his bones cracked audibly. With the first to take the leap, the remaining 4 men felt no hesitation left, steeling themselves as they stuffed the bloody chunks into their mouths. Hiss. Ugh. Such overwhelming strength. In an instant, the courtyard filled with muffled roars and heavy breaths. The 5 men, drenched in sweat, their muscles trembling, yet their eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. They could feel their strength, speed, and even senses surging at an astonishing pace. Chapter 153. Relocation of the fortress. Time passed slowly. The burly man with a thick beard was the first to regain his composure, feeling the surging power within him. His gaze towards Chu Ye was filled with fervent admiration and gratitude, his voice trembling slightly. Chu. Brother Chu. I feel like I could slay a bull. The others also turned their eyes towards Chu Ye, their expressions brimming with awe, their lips moving in excitement. Yet they struggled to articulate their thoughts. Thank you, Brother Chu. This is simply incredible. Chu Ye remained calm, considering it a trivial matter. With a gentle wave of his hand, he interrupted their overwhelming gratitude. All right, that's enough. If you feel it, that's all that matters. Now, go and bring out the largest wooden box from the garage. Yes, Brother Chu. The 6 men, who had just undergone transformation, were filled with enthusiasm. Without hesitation, they rushed toward the villa's garage. Soon, they emerged with a massive wooden box large enough to accommodate several adults, placing it behind the formidable beach vehicle. Chu Ye retrieved some sturdy ropes from the vehicle and swiftly secured the wooden box to the trailer hitch at the back, creating a makeshift trailer. At that moment, Chuyin, Linwan, Su Qing, and others had also gathered the essential supplies, emerging with various bags in hand. Brother Chu, we're ready, Chuyin exclaimed, proudly lifting a bulging backpack. Mr. Chu, we brought food, water, and medical supplies, along with some ammunition, Linwan reported meticulously. Chu nodded, scanning the packages without reaching out for them, merely shifting his thoughts. Buzz, an invisible wave swept through, into the astonishment of Chuyin and the others. All the bags they held, along with some items they had intended to load onto the vehicle, vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Where did everything go? Bai Xiao gasped, rubbing her eyes. Chuyin appeared bewildered at first, but then seemed to realize something, looking at Chu Ye with delight. Brother Chu, was that you? Amazing. Linwan and Su Qing also gazed at him with sparkling eyes. They had gradually grown accustomed to his miraculous abilities. Yet each first-hand experience still stirred their hearts. This man consistently provided them with boundless security and surprises. Only Lu Jianhong, who had just risen from the ground and was brushing off the dust, was left utterly stunned by the scene before him, nearly popping his eyes out. Storage ability. Or spatial equipment. Damn, just how many hidden cards does Chu Ye possess? Lu Jianhong's evaluation of Chu Ye soared to an unfathomable level. He even began to feel that opposing Chu Ye previously was akin to dancing in front of the King of Hell, foolishly oblivious to the danger. Thankfully, he had abandoned the dark for the light early on. Chu Ye paid no mind to the astonishment around him, pointing at the beach vehicle. Chuyin, Bai Xiao. Sister Lin, Su Qing, you all take Xiaobao in the front. And you, he turned his gaze toward Shirley and the other 6 men, as well as the still dumbfounded Lu Jianhong, his tone leaving no room for dissent. You will sit in the back of the box. In the box? Lu Jianhong blinked, glancing at the crude, bumpy wooden box, his face twitching. Shirley and the others had no objections and promptly jumped in. She said no more. After ensuring the women and Xiaobao were settled, he walked to the villa's entrance, placing his hands in front of him, a surge of invisible force swelling. With a few soft clicks, the internal structure of the door and oppos, S-lock seemed to transform, sealing it completely. Unless forcibly destroyed, it would be impossible to open from the outside. Having completed this, Chu Ye climbed into the driver's seat of the beach vehicle, his gaze icy and resolute, leaving no room for hesitation. Hold on tight. Roar. The engine bellowed. The beach vehicle kicked up clouds of yellow sand, dragging the wooden box behind it, where the men huddled together. The 7 sturdy men exchanged glances as they sped toward the fortress, leaving the empty villa gradually fading in the wind and sand. As Chu Ye drove the beach vehicle to the fortress's entrance, the heavy metal gates had already begun to open slowly, alerted by the watchtower. Inside the fortress, upon hearing the commotion, a crowd gathered. Most of them wore simple, uniform combat attire, their faces marked by the distinct vigilance and numbness of apocalypse survivors. However, upon seeing the beach vehicle, especially the disheveled Lu Jianhong at the back, their expressions turned uncertain. As the beach vehicle came to a halt, Chu Ye did not exit. Instead, he turned his head, casting a cold and indifferent glance at Lu Jianhong, who was still grimacing and rubbing his rear. That gaze held no commands, no words, but bore an undeniable sense of pressure. Lu Jianhong's heart sank as he instantly understood Chu Ye's intent. Struggling, he crawled out of the wooden box, dusting himself off as he surveyed the familiar yet strange faces before him, a tumult of emotions swirling within. Once upon a time, these individuals had been his subordinates. And now, he took a deep breath, suppressing the bitterness and helplessness within, straightened his back, and declared with all his might, "Listen, everyone. From today onward, the fortress will be under the command of Mr. Chu Ye. Mr. Chu will be our new commander." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in a flurry of murmurs. What? Lu boss? Who is Mr. Chu? ISNT the commander. Just as the crowd buzzed with uncertainty, An and Wang Dao suddenly burst forth from the throng, their faces radiant with unrestrained joy and excitement. Wonderful. Welcome, Mr. Chu. Brother Chu is magnificent. The people within the fortress echoed their sentiments, each voice joining in unison. This initial show of allegiance undoubtedly lent immense credibility to this monumental announcement. This individual's strength had likely reached unfathomable heights. In the apocalypse, the strong held the highest regard, an unchanging ironclad rule. After a brief commotion, one by one, individuals bowed their heads and bent their waists. "We salute Commander Chu. We pledge to heed Commander Chu's orders. Salute, Commander." The chorus of submission grew from sparse murmurs to a resounding tide. Chu Ye remained seated in the vehicle, observing coolly until all had expressed their allegiance. He then nodded slightly, directing his gaze toward the newly disembarked Shen Yinqiu. "Yinqiu, you take Sister Lin and the others to settle in and find a few clean rooms." Shen Yinqiu responded affirmatively. Now a level 4 genetic warrior, she exuded a powerful aura and sharp gaze, commanding respect, and the fortress members dared not meet her eyes. "Yes, Mr. Chu." Chapter 154. The crisis of the interceptor approaches as Chu Ye encountered Shen Yinqiu. She was accompanied by Lin Wan, Chu Yin, and others, guided by the gaze of several members from the original fortress, making their way toward the living area. Once they had completely departed, Chu Ye finally disembarked from the vehicle. Her sharp gaze swept over Lu Jianhong, Shirlei, An, Wang Dao, and the others. "Follow me." The group trailed Chu Ye through the internal passages of the fortress, ultimately arriving at a spacious office, presumably once occupied by the core figures of the fortress. Without hesitation, Chu Ye approached the imposing leather sofa positioned at the center, took a seat, crossed her legs, and scanned the assembly with a piercing gaze. "Time is of the essence. Let us be concise." Chu Ye and Appo's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear present. Lu Shun must be resolved swiftly. However, a forceful breach poses significant risks. I require more puppets to ensure absolute certainty. Yet, acquiring additional puppets necessitates genetic agents, which presents a deadlock. Is there a more advantageous approach? Those who provide a viable suggestion will receive a doubled reward. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianhong and Appo's lips stirred as he seemed to recall something. Raising his head to meet Chu Ye and Appo's gaze, he whispered, "Mr. Chu, regarding the genetic agents, I suddenly remembered a location that might have some." Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, why did you not mention this earlier?" Under the intensity of Chu Ye and Appo's gaze, Lu Jianhong felt a chill ascend his spine and hurriedly explained, "Mr. Chu, it was not my intention to conceal it. I simply did not think of it before, and that warehouse is exceedingly perilous. Thus, I never considered it." He swallowed hard, continuing, "That is where the Tianmu organization stores critical supplies and weapons. As far as I know, it is not only heavily guarded, but more critically, That madman Wang Dahai has planted numerous high explosives in the innermost area. Should an external enemy force their way in, or if the internal guards are cornered, they would not hesitate to detonate the explosives. At that point, not only would the contents of the warehouse be obliterated, but the surrounding area for hundreds of meters would be rendered utterly barren, with no one escaping unscathed. The more Lu Jianhong spoke, the more agitated he became, declaring, "That place is a colossal powder keg. It must not be touched, Mr. Chu." Upon hearing this, Wang Dao and the others also grew solemn. Explosives are weapons of mass destruction that surpass individual combat prowess. Unless one is an exceptionally powerful genetic individual, they are virtually insurmountable. However, upon concluding Lu Jianhong's account, Chu Ye's face broke into a faint, enigmatic smile. Explosives? High explosives. Internally, he scoffed. No matter how potent the explosives, as long as they remain undetonated, they are merely a collection of useless chemicals within his vast oceanic space. As for the guards, in the face of his domain, any physical defense or trap is rendered utterly ineffective. What a gigantic powder keg. In his oceanic space, it is merely a resource depot at his disposal. Danger? The corners of Chu Ye's mouth curled into a cold arc, his eyes reflecting an air of disdainful superiority. In my realm, there exists no peril. He rose, looking down at Lu Jianhong with unwavering authority. Lead the way. Lu Jianhong's head snapped up, disbelief etched across his face. Mr. Chu, did you not understand? It is filled with explosives. If we are discovered, I said, lead the way. Chu interrupted him, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable command. Lu Jianhong, gazing into Chu Ye's calm, yet frenzied eyes, felt a cold dread surge from his feet to the crown of his head. A lunatic. This man is undoubtedly a complete madman. He cares not for his own life. Lu Jianhong screamed internally, regretting his decision to mention that cursed warehouse. Now, he had become the target of this madman. If he refused to lead, his fate would likely be worse than breaching the warehouse. Yes, Mr. Chu. Under Chu Ye's icy scrutiny, Lu Jianhong ultimately acquiesced, his voice dry yet resigned. Meanwhile, he began calculating how he might escape should the situation turn awry. Satisfied, Chu nodded and turned his attention to Shirlei, Wang Dao, and the others. That place is not to be trifled with. You shall remain at the fortress. Heighten vigilance. No one is to leave without my command. Understood, Brother Chu. Though Shirlei and the others felt that storming the explosive warehouse was reckless, they chose to comply unconditionally with Chu Ye's orders. Lu Jianhong, you come with me. With that, Chu Ye strode out of the office. Lu Jianhong turned, quickly glancing at Chu Ye's profile. This man clearly did not fully trust him, hence leaving Shirlei and the others behind at the fortress. He silently muttered to himself, wisely refraining from voicing his thoughts, and instead focused on the endless expanse of yellow sand ahead. Chu Ye paid no mind to Lu Jianhong's subtle apprehensions and promptly mounted the sand vehicle, igniting the engine. Roar! The deep growl shattered the silence before the fortress, the sand vehicle kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped toward the direction Lu Jianhong indicated. The wheels rolled over the cracked earth, flanked by the remnants of a city laid to waste. Under the dim sky, the desolation and silence of the apocalypse rushed forth. Lu Jianhong gripped the handrail, feeling the vehicle and Appo's jarring movements, his emotions a tangled web of trepidation regarding the impending Tianmu warehouse and a hint of reverence, perhaps. As the sand vehicle traversed a relatively open expanse of ruins, Chu Ye's expression suddenly sharpened. An intense sense of crisis, akin to a chilling needle, pierced through him. Almost instinctively, he slammed on the brakes. Screech. The tires screeched against the parched surface, leaving deep, dark imprints. Ugh. The abrupt stop sent Lu Jianhong lurching forward, but fortunately, he reacted swiftly, gripping the seat back to prevent colliding with it. Mr. Chu? What is happening? Lu Jianhong, still shaken, began to inquire, only to find his pupils constricting sharply. Just a few meters ahead in the sand, without warning, crash. The yellow sand erupted. A thick, rusted iron chain, resembling a lurking serpent, suddenly surged from the ground. What was even more unsettling was that the chain was adorned with a multitude of sharp steel spikes, glistening ominously. Without affording Chu Ye any time to react, the spiked chain accurately ensnared and viciously pierced the front and rear tires of the sand vehicle. The robust off-road tires, in the face of these menacing iron spikes, were as fragile as paper. The ear-splitting sound of bursting tires reverberated, and the sand vehicle abruptly sank, coming to a halt. Chapter 155. A bunch of blind fools almost simultaneously as the tires were rendered useless. A clamorous commotion erupted. Over there. Surround them. Don and Appos. T let them escape. From behind the low crumbling walls and the shadows of collapsed buildings, 7 or 8 figures suddenly emerged. Chu Ye looked up and beheld these individuals. Each clad in tattered clothing, their faces bearing the marks of wind and sand erosion, yet their eyes were filled with an unusual ferocity. They brandished an assortment of weapons, old hunting rifles, rusty machetes, and even several sharpened steel pipes, swiftly forming a tight encirclement around the immobilized beach vehicle. Chu Ye furrowed his brow and turned his head, his cold gaze sweeping over these unwelcome guests. Ordinary people? No. Judging by their coordinated movements and the ruthless glint in their eyes, they resembled marauders who survived in a post-apocalyptic world through plunder. At the forefront stood an exceptionally burly man with a scarred face, his features marred by excess flesh. He hefted a gleaming machete, scrutinizing the rugged beach vehicle. Then glanced at the relatively clean and tidy Chu Ye and Lu Jianhong inside, his eyes igniting with greed. Ha! We've hit the jackpot, brothers. Look at this vehicle. It's powerful. It must hold a considerable amount of gasoline. Gasoline? Chu Ye replied, his gaze shifting calmly to the scarred man, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. What do you need the gasoline for? The scarred man was momentarily taken aback by Chu Ye's abrupt question, and then his expression darkened as if insulted. He had anticipated that these two would be either terrified or begging for mercy after being trapped. Who would have thought they would dare to retort? Moreover, the calmness in that young man's eyes irked him inexplicably. Mind your own business. The scarred man spat, slamming the machete against the ground with a dull thud. Smart ones. Get out of the vehicle. Leave the car and everything behind. I'm in a good mood today. Perhaps I'll let you leave in one piece. Otherwise, he grinned maliciously, tilting his chin. You'll get a taste of how swift my blade is. Lu Jianhong, seated in the passenger seat, caught a glimpse of Chu Ye, who remained unfazed and silently mourned for the blind fools outside. Why provoke someone like this? Such bad luck? No, it was akin to a calamity of epic proportions. He could almost envision how Chu Ye would unleash his wrath, tearing these intruders to shreds. However, Chu Ye merely curled his lips into a barely perceptible smirk, seemingly finding this encounter rather dull. Dealing with such pathetic lackeys, who were not even genetic warriors, felt like a waste of time. He couldn't and Appos to even be bothered to glance at the scarred man again, his gaze shifting to Lu Jianhong, his tone flat and devoid of emotion, as if instructing someone to dispose of trash. You handle it. Lu Jianhong nearly choked on his breath, his face turning red with indignation. Handle it. Again with the and Appos. Handle it and Appos. I just returned from the brink of death, and now I must serve as your muscle against these pathetic nuisances. Internally, Lu Jianhong raged, a mixture of frustration and fury surging within him. Yet, well aware of Chu Ye and Appos' terrifying capabilities, he could only stifle his anger and redirect it toward the oblivious bandits outside. With a sudden push, he flung open the car door, stepping out with a menacing glare that pierced through the crowd, his voice cold as ice. Speak. Who are you? What is your purpose in laying this trap? Fix the car tire immediately and leave. The scarred man was taken aback by Lu Jianhong's audacity upon exiting the vehicle. He then erupted into a fit of raucous laughter alongside his companions. Fix it. Did I hear you correctly? The scarred man pointed his knife at Lu Jianhong, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke of the century. Who the hell do you think you are to talk to me like that? You must be tired of living. Another tall, lanky thug chimed in with a sinister laugh. Big bro, stop wasting time on him. Look at this kid. He is all soft and tender. Maybe we can. Seeking death. Lu Jianhong could no longer contain the tempestuous fury brewing inside him. It was bad enough to be suppressed by Chu Ye, but now even these lowly scoundrels dared to act brazenly before him. A wild, violent energy erupted from within him. You fools. You come seeking death. Before his words had fully settled, a loud bang erupted. The sand beneath Lu Jianhong's feet exploded into a shallow crater. He surged forward like a taut spring released, transforming into a blurred shadow. Propelled by the terrifying strength of a secondary genetic warrior and unbounded rage, charging directly toward the laughing scarred man. The wind howled. The aura of death was palpable. The scarred man's laughter froze in an instant. He watched helplessly as Lu Jianhong charged at him like a nearly imperceptible phantom, the gale whipping against his face painfully. Mutant? Open fire. Quick fire. The thugs behind him turned pale, panic-stricken, instinctively raising their old firearms and pulling the triggers at the approaching figure. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire. Bullets rained down upon Lu Jianhong. Inside the vehicle, Chu Ye didn't even flinch, his gaze still fixed on the endless expanse of yellow sand outside. A secondary genetic warrior dealing with a rabble who couldn't even steady their weapons? If he still needed to intervene, Lu Jianhong would be truly pathetic. Just as this thought flickered through Chu Ye's mind, whoosh. Lu Jianhong's figure darted to the side in the midst of the gunfire, almost ethereal. Several bullets grazed past his clothing, kicking up dust in the sand. In the next moment, he lunged toward a lanky thug brandishing a hunting rifle. The thug's pupils dilated, fear flooding his eyes. But before he could pull the trigger again, bang! Lu Jianhong and Appo's foot, infused with tremendous power, struck the thug and Appo's chest with a resounding impact. Crack! The distinct sound of bones fracturing accompanied a short, agonized scream. The thug was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing against a wall 5 meters away. His chest visibly caved in, blood spewing from his mouth, ensuring he would not survive. Hit him. Kill him. Seeing this, the scarred man was filled with shock and rage, howling furiously, wildly swinging his machete yet too terrified to advance. The remaining thugs were thrown into utter chaos, firing their weapons in panic, bullets flying aimlessly. Several stray bullets struck the bulletproof glass of the beach vehicle, producing a series of sharp clinks. You worthless fools! Lu Jianhong's eyes gleamed with fury as he let out a low growl, his figure leaping once more. He plunged into the fray, amid the sparse yet chaotic gunfire. He weaved and dodged, each movement accompanied by the sound of shattering bones and piercing screams. Chapter 156. The Armored Vehicle Strikes Gold. Bang! A marauder attempting to ambush with a steel pipe found his jaw shattered by a single punch, collapsing limply to the ground. Bang! Another assailant, clutching an antiquated rifle, was met with a swift snap of his neck by Lu Jianhong before he could steady his aim. Crack! In mere seconds, the gunfire ceased abruptly. 7 or 8 marauders lay sprawled on the ground, either dead or wounded, their anguish cries resonating throughout the air. The scent of blood hung heavily in the atmosphere. Only the scar-faced man remained, pinned beneath Lu Jianhong's foot, his immense weight rendering him immobile, the machete slipping from his grasp, his expression a portrait of terror and despair. At this moment, Chu Ye leisurely pushed open the car door and strode towards a marauder clutching a severed arm, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His breath faint. From his elevated position, Chu Ye surveyed him with an air of authority, his voice devoid of emotion. What was the purpose of intercepting our vehicle? The marauder trembled under Chu Ye and Appo's icy gaze, his pain and fear pushing him to the brink of collapse as he stammered in desperation. Please, spare us. We only wanted some oil for the military armored vehicle we found. A military armored vehicle? Chu Ye's eyes sharpened with sudden intensity. Beneath his calm demeanor, a barely perceptible thrill surged within him. An operational military armored vehicle in this desolate wasteland of swirling sands signified immense value, protection, firepower, and mobility, far surpassing that of their open-top beach vehicle. With such a possession, their endeavors toward the Sky Canopy Organization's warehouse or any future perilous encounters would gain formidable support. Where is it? Chu Ye's voice bore an undeniable command. The marauder, sensing the urgency, hastily raised his uninjured hand, trembling as he pointed ahead. It's just in that building, half buried in sand. Move. Chu Ye dismissed the fallen insects at his feet, issuing a directive to Lu Jianhong before taking the lead. Lu Jianhong cast a glance at the scar-faced man beneath his foot, whose fear was palpable, a flicker of disdain crossing his face before he spat and released his hold. Hastily following Chu Ye, the two advanced towards the direction indicated by the marauder, traversing several dozen meters. Indeed, a dilapidated 5-story structure, its lower half nearly engulfed by yellow sand, emerged into view. The entrance loomed dark and foreboding. Go inside and investigate, Chu Ye instructed, halting in his tracks and gesturing to Lu Jianhong. Lu Jianhong's lips twitched in annoyance, cursing inwardly, yet recognizing the necessity of compliance. He nodded, inhaling deeply as he summoned his powers as a secondary gene user, stepping cautiously into the darkness. As he crossed the threshold, a chorus of wary whispers erupted from the shadows. Instantly, beams of flashlight illuminated the scene, momentarily blinding Lu Jianhong. At the end of the beams stood 4 or 5 ragged men, weapons in hand, their vigilance palpable, effectively blocking the entrance. Clearly, they were the sentinels left behind to guard the vehicle. Seeking death, Lu Jianhong's frustration boiled over. He had no time for idle chatter. The pent-up resentment directed at Chu Ye surged forth, and with a low growl, he transformed into a blur of motion. Bang! Crack! Ah, within the darkness, muffled sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed, accompanied by the sickening crunch of bones and the abrupt cessation of cries. In less than 3 seconds, silence reclaimed its dominion. Upon hearing the commotion fade, Chu Ye entered unhurriedly. A potent amalgamation of motor oil and dust assaulted his senses. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light, he surveyed the expansive space resembling an underground garage or a large warehouse. Indeed, it was littered with the remnants of dismantled vehicles, resembling a metallic graveyard. At the center of this debris stood a formidable figure, shrouded in a thick layer of dust yet unmistakably menacing, a camouflaged, tracked military armored vehicle. Despite its dusty exterior, the vehicle's structure remained intact, its turret poised, and its tracks showing no evident damage. The imposing barrel pointed forward, emanating a chilling aura of lethality. This was indeed a prized possession. A flicker of fervor ignited in Chu Ye's eyes. Its operational capabilities were unparalleled. Defense, firepower, and off-road prowess far exceeded that of the beach vehicle. With it, his safety would be significantly bolstered. He advanced briskly, pulling open the heavy cockpit door. The scent of leather and metal enveloped him. Settling into the driver's seat, he deftly inspected the dashboard, discovering the key still inserted. He turned the key, vroom. The engine roared to life with a deep, powerful growl, starting on the first attempt. The fuel gauge indicated nearly full. It seemed these fools had not yet had the chance to utilize it. A satisfied grin crept onto Chu Ye's lips as he leaped from the vehicle, beckoning Lu Jianhong, who had just finished with the bodies. Extract the remaining fuel from the beach vehicle and transfer it here. Let nothing go to waste. Lu Jianhong complied, swiftly siphoning the scant oil from the beach vehicle into the armored vehicle's tank, filling it to capacity. Chu Ye resumed his position, gripping the controls, and slammed the accelerator. Rumble. The heavy armored vehicle emitted a thunderous roar, its tracks rolling over debris as it forcefully exited the warehouse, halting on the sandy terrain outside. Sunlight glinted off its dust-laden surface, reflecting a cold metallic sheen. Get in, Chu Ye called out. Lu Jianhong and Appo's face was alight with excitement. This was truly an unexpected boon. He hurriedly climbed into the passenger seat, his curiosity piqued as he examined the complex dashboard and sturdy interior, unable to suppress his admiration. By heavens, this is the Tiger III model, one of the finest assault armored vehicles in the Sky Canopy organization's arsenal. We've struck gold. This contraption far surpasses that wretched beach vehicle. Rumble. The Tiger III armored vehicle left deep tracks in the sand, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lu Jianhong's excitement remained palpable as he marveled at the might of this steel behemoth from the passenger seat. Chu Ye gripped the controls, feeling the surge of power from the engine, his gaze sweeping over the desolate landscape. Suddenly, he froze, turning to the still exhilarated Lu Jianhong. You say this belongs to the Sky Canopy organization? How could it be abandoned in such a place? Chapter 157. Zhou Xiong awaits your test, Lu Jianhong. Upon hearing Chu Ye's inquiry, momentarily faltered in his excitement, which swiftly transformed into a flicker of confusion. He shook his head, uncertain. Logically, such high-caliber equipment would be treated with utmost care, akin to cherished jewels. Even if damaged in battle, it should have been transported back to the core base for repairs. Leaving it here was indeed peculiar, unless it had been seized, or some unforeseen circumstance had transpired. He pondered silently. Chu Ye chose not to press further, realizing that he could elicit no clarity on the matter. His immediate concern lay elsewhere, genetic agents. Without such substances, the puppet technology would amount to naught but worthless parchment. He continued to lead the way, his tone undeniably authoritative. All right. Lu Jianhong swiftly composed himself, gesturing toward a vague outline ahead. If we follow this sand-buried path for about a kilometer, we shall encounter a large factory, the very place I mentioned earlier. With a thunderous roar, the armored vehicle sprang to life again, traversing the sandy terrain toward Lu Jianhong's indicated direction. The tracks churned the yellow sand, producing a dull sound that reverberated unsettlingly in the desolate post-apocalyptic landscape. Approximately 10 minutes later, at the horizon's edge, there indeed loomed a vast structure. It was a single-story steel factory, its expanse considerable, yet the lower portion lay buried beneath thick layers of yellow sand. Only the rusted roof and a section of the wall remained visible, while several broken windows gaped like dark voids, exuding an air of desolation and stillness. The armored vehicle came to a slow halt about 100 meters from the factory entrance. Lu Jianhong pointed toward the entrance, his throat bobbing nervously. Chief Chu, that S ahead. Damn it, this place looks ominous. An unshakable unease gnawed at him. Chu Ye extinguished the engine, plunging the interior into silence. save for the two men's slightly hurried breaths. He scrutinized the factory with a keen gaze. Disembark, he commanded coldly. This contraption is too conspicuous. We must proceed inside. Oh, all right. Although Lu Jianhong felt that remaining in the armored vehicle was safer, he dared not defy Chu Ye's orders. He reached for the door handle. As the heavy door creaked open just a crack, Lu Jianhong instinctively glanced up, his pupils constricting in shock. Emerging from the shadows beside the factory was a ragtag group of 7 or 8 individuals, all clad in tattered attire, brandishing an assortment of weapons, machetes, steel pipes, and even 2 well-maintained assault rifles. At the forefront stood a burly bald man, his expression a blend of impatience and anticipation. Upon spotting the Tiger 3 model parked in the sand, his eyes lit up, and he grinned widely, revealing a set of yellowed teeth as he shouted in a coarse voice, "Hey, I say, Wang Yo, why are you taking so long? Damn it. Have you finally gathered enough fuel for this iron lump?" Both Chu Ye and Lu Jianhong froze mid-motion. Looking for fuel? Wang Yo? Chu Ye's eyes flickered with understanding in an instant. This group mistook them for allies intending to drive off with the armored vehicle. The warehouse guards Lu Jianhong had dealt with earlier must have included this Wang Yo. In a flash, Chu Ye devised a plan, maintaining an impassive facade. He pushed open the car door and stepped down naturally. Yes, it took a bit of effort, but we finally gathered enough. The bald man strode over, surveying Chu Ye with scrutiny, his brow slightly furrowed in suspicion. "Who are you? I've never seen you before. Where's Wang Yo? Tell him to hurry up and bring the vehicle." Indeed. Chu Ye suppressed a smirk, masking his amusement with a hint of feigned exasperation. "Don't mention it. Wang Yo encountered some trouble en route and sent me ahead to bring the vehicle. He will be along shortly." Chu Ye spoke with a calm demeanor, exuding composure. "That guy is always getting into unnecessary troubles." The bald man, evidently unperturbed, waved dismissively. "Enough. The boss, Zhou Xiong, is waiting for this vehicle to commence testing. Don't delay. You. Hurry and drive it into the factory." Zhou Xiong? Testing? A spark ignited within Chu Ye, though he feigned ignorance, skillfully exhibiting a veneer of confusion. "Testing? What are we testing? Wang Yo didn't he mention anything to me?" "Huh." The bald man regarded Chu Ye as if he were dim-witted, then suddenly smacked his bald head in realization, lowering his voice with a mix of excitement and menace. "You must be new here, huh? You don't even know this?" Boss Zhou has long had a grudge against that scoundrel Lu Shan. This time, acquiring this beast is to test its firepower and probe Lu Shan's defenses. Damn it. It'd be best to raze that scoundrel to the ground. Lu Shan. Chu Ye and Amp, Oppos, as heart raced. He instinctively exchanged a glance with Lu Jianhong, both reflecting incredulity and shock. What a fortuitous turn of events. He had been troubled about finding Lu Shan to acquire the genetic agents, yet here were these individuals, offering the opportunity on a silver platter. Zhou Xiong intended to attack Lu Shan? This was a divine chance to watch the tigers fight from the mountain. Suppressing his euphoric agitation, Chu Ye swiftly donned an expression of realization and annoyance, smacking his forehead. "Oh, so that's what it is. Damn Wang Yo. How could he not inform me about such a crucial matter in advance?" He turned to Lu Jianhong, who still appeared dazed, signaling him with a commanding glance. "What are you waiting for? Get in the vehicle." Oh. Lu Jianhong, momentarily stunned by the sudden influx of information, nonetheless instinctively scrambled back into the passenger seat. Chu Ye leaped into the driver's seat, and amidst the bald man's urging, he slammed the accelerator. With a roar, the Tiger 3 model growled to life, its tracks whirring as it barreled toward the factory entrance, rudely pushing its way inside. The light abruptly dimmed. A pungent odor of nitroglycerin and dust assaulted their senses, causing both Chu Ye and Lu Jianhong to grimace involuntarily. Utilizing the feeble light filtering through the broken roof, Chu Ye swiftly scanned the factory's interior, his pupils dilating in shock. The vast expanse of the factory was not the emptiness he had anticipated, but rather filled with rows upon rows of meticulously stacked crates, wooden boxes, metal containers of various sizes, most emblazoned with glaring red or yellow warning labels. Danger. Explosives. No smoking or open flames. This place was unmistakably a colossal armory, or rather, an explosives depot. Chapter 158. The newcomer understands Lu Jianhong had indeed not deceived me. There was something immensely significant hidden here. Chu Ye pondered inwardly, his gaze deepening. Beside him, Lu Jianhong, witnessing the scene, had turned pale, a chill creeping up his spine, as if seated atop a barrel of gunpowder poised to explode at any moment. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling uncontrollably as he leaned toward Chu Ye, whispering urgently, Chu. Boss Chu, this place is terrifying. It and Appos, S filled with explosives. Should we take advantage of their distraction and just drive this vehicle away? If that Zhou Xiong discovers us. Lu Jianhong's words quivered, nearly pleading. Flee? Chu Ye's icy glare shot over, two piercing beams that sent a shiver down Lu Jianhong's spine. Are you afraid? Chu Ye's voice was low, yet carried a chilling intensity. If you and Appos, scared, then get lost. Don and Appos, hinder me here. Get lost? Lu Jianhong and Appos. S throat tightened, his face draining of color, now a ghostly white. He gazed into Chu Ye's emotionless eyes, a primal fear gripping him from the depths of his soul. Leave? The factory was swarming with Zhou Xiong's men. Going outside was a certain death. Remaining in the vehicle, though perilous, at least Chu Ye was there. Damn it. I'll fight for it. My life was saved by Chu Ye. If need be, I'll repay him. Lu Jianhong clenched his teeth, resolutely swallowing the arguments and fears that rose to his lips. He shut his mouth firmly, turning his head away, unwilling to utter another word. Chu Ye snorted coldly, ignoring him, his sharp gaze fixed on the view outside the car window. Through the dust-covered windshield, he spotted a clearing not far ahead, where a dozen burly men stood. Each of them was muscular, wielding various weapons, their faces bearing the hardened, numb expressions characteristic of a post-apocalyptic world, clearly not a gentle bunch. Among them lay several hefty wooden crates, indistinguishable from the explosive boxes he had seen earlier. At that moment, a lean man stepped forward from the crowd, extending his hand abruptly to block the path of the armored vehicle. Creak. Chu Ye reacted swiftly, almost instinctively slamming on the brakes. The heavy armored vehicle emitted a screeching sound as its tracks dug deeply into the sandy ground, halting barely 2 meters from the man. Dust billowed, obscuring his face. Damn it. Why did it take so long to arrive? The lean man wiped the dust from his face and shouted impatiently toward the driver and Appos, S cabin. Boss Zhou has grown impatient. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Chu Ye opened the car door, descending with deliberate composure. His gaze followed the direction indicated by the lean man. At the center of the group stood a figure seated on a shabby, yet relatively clean iron chair, radiating an imposing presence. Clad in an oil-stained leather jacket, he exposed his muscular torso and a menacing scar. His hair was shaved to a buzz, his gaunt cheeks accentuated by high cheekbones, and his sharp eyes were fixed intently on the newly arrived Chu Ye, filled with scrutiny and an unmasked sense of pressure. Zhou Xiong. Chu Ye immediately recognized him as the leader the previous man had mentioned. You come here. Zhou Xiong and Appos, S voice was rough, carrying an authoritative tone born from prolonged dominance. He gestured for Chu Ye to approach the vacant space before him. Unfazed, Chu Ye advanced while rapidly calculating Zhou Xiong's intentions. Was he suspicious? Look up. Zhou Xiong spoke again, his gaze penetrating, as if seeking to see through Chu Ye entirely. Who are you? Where is that useless Wang Niu? Indeed, suspicion lingered. Chu Ye smirked inwardly, maintaining an outwardly calm facade, even feigning a hint of grievance toward Wang Niu. Boss Zhou, I am one of Wang Niu's subordinates. I've only just joined him. Wang Niu had an urgent matter to attend to and sent me ahead to bring the vehicle and await your orders. Useless and full of trouble. Zhou Xiong seemed to accept this explanation, perhaps indifferent to Wang Niu and Appos' fate, as he waved his hand dismissively. One of his subordinates immediately understood. Stepping forward and forcefully prying open the lid of a nearby large wooden crate with a crowbar. Inside lay golden, cylindrical explosives, neatly arranged, exuding a chilling and dangerous aura. Chu Ye and Appos' pupils involuntarily constricted slightly. Do you see that? Zhou Xiong raised his chin, indicating the crate of explosives before gesturing to the armored vehicle. Go. Fill that beast's cannon with these precious gems. Move quickly. What? Alarm bells rang in Chu Ye's mind. He wants me to load explosives? What does this mean? Has he seen through my identity and is testing me? Or is he seeking an excuse to eliminate me? It was unthinkable to allow a newcomer, barely acquainted with Wang Niu, to handle the artillery operations of a military-grade armored vehicle, especially the loading of ammunition. More critically, he had no knowledge of how to do so. Noting that Chu Ye stood motionless, Zhou Xiong's brow furrowed, his eyes sharpening further. Why aren't you moving? Didn't Wang Niu teach you this? The atmosphere grew tense. The men behind Zhou Xiong tightened their grips on their weapons, their gazes fixated on Chu Ye, as if poised to pounce at any moment. In the passenger seat, Lu Jianhong sensed the shift in tension. It appeared Chu Ye was at an impasse. Zhou Xiong's suspicion had nearly solidified into a tangible threat. He caught a glimpse of Chu Ye's fingers twitching ever so slightly, ready to retaliate at a moment's notice. No, he mustn't end Oppo's T-act. This was their territory, filled with explosives, if a fight broke out. Lu Jianhong was drenched in cold sweat. In a split second, he cast aside his fears, flinging open the car door and tumbling out. His face instantly adorned with a servile grin, bordering on obsequiousness. "Oh, Boss Joe, please don't be angry. Look at what you're saying." As he spoke, he nimbly approached the crate of explosives, bowing and explaining, This is his first day. He truly doesn't understand. Wang Yo treasures this vehicle like his own eye. How could he let him touch it? He is so clumsy. If he were to damage your precious asset, even 10 of his heads wouldn't suffice." Without allowing Zhou Xiong or Chu Ye a moment to react, Lu Jianhong bent down, using both hands to deftly lift a bundle of cylindrical explosives weighing at least several kilograms. With practiced ease, he turned and rushed to the side of the armored vehicle, accurately locating the concealed ammunition loading port. With a few deft clicks, he secured the bundle of explosives inside. The entire maneuver flowed seamlessly, clearly indicative of a seasoned hand. Chapter 159. Lu Jianhong takes the lead. Zhou Xiong observed Lu Jianhong's adept maneuvers, and the furrow in his brow gradually smoothed, the skepticism in his eyes dissipating significantly. He nodded in satisfaction, his gaze toward Lu Jianhong infused with newfound admiration. Subsequently, he turned, his large hand descending heavily upon Chu Ye and Oppo's shoulder once more. "Boy, did you see that?" Zhou Xiong grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of yellowed teeth stained by smoke. "Be sharp, learn well. I don't keep useless underlings." This statement served both as a reprimand and a warning. A chill coursed through Chu Ye, yet he managed to muster a sheepish smile, nodding repeatedly. Yes, Zhou Lauda, your words are wise. I will certainly learn diligently." Only then did Zhou Xiong retract his hand, directing a gesture toward Lu Jianhong, who was already sweating as he prepared the explosives. "You, aim the cannon at that patch of open ground outside." He pointed to a sand dune 100 meters away. "Let me hear a bang. Test the power of this beast." Lu Jianhong hesitated, instinctively glancing at Chu Ye. Chu Ye's expression remained impassive, but he subtly nodded. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jianhong gritted his teeth and re-entered the armored vehicle, following Zhou Xiong's command to adjust the cannon's aim. The next moment, boom! A deafening explosion erupted, causing the entire factory to tremble. Chu Ye and Oppo's pupils constricted sharply as the cannon and Oppo's muzzle flashed with fire, a visible shockwave radiating outward. Moments later, the sand patch 100 meters ahead was violently struck, creating a massive crater several meters in diameter. Dust and debris soared into the air, obscuring the sun. Fragments of rock and sand rained down upon the factory's metal roof, producing a jarring sound. Gradually, the sand settled, and the smoke from the blast dissipated. Chu Ye leaned out slightly, his gaze fixed ahead. Before him, the once flat sandy terrain now bore a colossal crater over 5 meters in diameter and seemingly bottomless. The edges were charred, and wisps of heat rose from the pit. A gasp escaped Chu Ye and Oppo's lips as he absorbed the sight. The firepower of the Tiger III's onboard cannon was astonishingly formidable. It surpassed even the modified weapons he had stockpiled in the ocean space, outclassing even some of the confiscated military arms by several magnitudes. If this contraption were aimed at a fortress, good. What a fine piece. Zhou Xiong's boisterous laughter interrupted Chu Ye's reverie. He slapped a hand heavily on Lu Jianhong's shoulder, his grin widening. "Kid, you've got some skills. Far better than that waste, Wang Yo." Lu Jianhong forced a smile, looking more pained than pleased. "Hey, Zhou Lauda, you're too kind. Too kind." Indeed, Zhou Xiong nodded with satisfaction, a glint of calculation flashing in his eyes. He then waved his hand, pointing into the distance. "When we hit Lu Shan, you're the one to fire the first shot. Blast that turtle shell to bits." "What?" Lu Jianhong froze, his body tensing. "You want me to fire the first shot? Take the lead." He instinctively turned, seeking help in Chu Ye's eyes. Wasn't he this placing him directly in Chu Ye's line of fire? What was Zhou Xiong's true intention? Chu Ye's expression remained solemn, his eyes calm and steady. He acknowledged Lu Jianhong's glance with a barely perceptible nod. His look conveyed a clear message. Take it on. Lu Jianhong swallowed hard, a tumult of emotion swirling within him, yet he dared not disregard Chu Ye and Oppo's command. He inhaled deeply to quell his uncertainties, nodding vigorously at Zhou Xiong, his voice feigning excitement. "Yes, Zhou Lauda. I promise to complete the mission." I will blow Lu Shun's lair to the sky. Humph, you dare not play tricks, Zhou Xiong scoffed, seemingly pleased with Lu Jianhong's response. Abruptly, he turned, fixing his gaze on Chu Ye with an intensity that sent chills down one's spine. Everyone, Zhou Xiong's voice rose, carrying an undeniable authority. Let us move out. Target, Lu Shun's base. The engine of the Tiger III armored vehicle roared back to life, its tracks grinding through the sand, kicking up clouds of dust as it sped deeper into the desert. Outside the vehicle, the yellow sands swirled endlessly. Zhou Xiong and his 10 or so subordinates, riding in modified SUVs and pickups, tightly surrounded the armored vehicle, advancing together. Inside the armored vehicle, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Chu Ye gripped the steering wheel, his sharp gaze scanning the vehicles accompanying them and the unpredictable expression on Zhou Xiong's face in the rearview mirror. After a moment, he lowered his voice, addressing Lu Jianhong beside him with an icy tone. Lu Jianhong, something feels off. Lu Jianhong, taut with anxiety, leaned closer upon hearing this, his expression grave. Chu Ge. I noticed it too. Zhou Xiong is acting strangely. Why did he isolate us in this tin can? Why make me the so-called vanguard? Zhou Xiong's earlier command seemed a reward at first glance, but in light of the current circumstances, it reeked of something sinister. What shall we do now, Chu Ge? Lu Jianhong asked, a hint of agitation creeping into his voice as his hand instinctively moved towards his weapon. Do not act rashly, Chu Ye interrupted, a slight smile gracing his lips, his gaze deep and contemplative. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall dam it. In the face of absolute power, any scheme is but a paper tiger. He cast a glance at the vehicles outside, his tone laced with disdain. Just a bunch of clowns. We'll adapt as the situation unfolds. Lu Jianhong observed Chu Ye's resolute profile, his own anxiety easing slightly. Indeed. With Chu Ge by his side, what was there to fear? The vehicles continued onward for approximately half an hour. Suddenly, at the edge of the swirling sands, a solitary yet remarkably intact building, towering over 10 stories high, abruptly entered their view. In the midst of the apocalyptic desert, the structure seemed utterly out of place. Chu Ge, look, Lu Jianhong exclaimed, his breath hitching as he pointed at the building, his voice a mix of excitement and caution. That's it, Lu Shun's lair. Damn, this old fox really knows how to pick a spot. His expression turned serious. But the defenses here are surely stringent. It looks calm from the outside. Yet based on the intel I received previously, there are bound to be numerous explosives and automated weapon traps concealed nearby. Charging in would be tantamount to seeking death. Almost as Lu Jianhong finished speaking, Zhou Xiong's vehicle at the front slowed down. Zhou Xiong leaned out the window, raising his right hand to signal a stop. Chapter 160. They were intended as bait upon witnessing Zhou Xiong's actions. Chu Ye firmly pressed down on the brake. The Tiger III armored vehicle came to a halt behind a sand dune, approximately 500 meters from the towering building. What transpired next elicited a sharp contraction of the pupils in both Chu Ye and Lu Jianhong. Zhou Xiong did not issue an order to attack. Instead, he summoned several trusted subordinates to carefully transport all the remaining cylindrical explosives they had brought, box by box, bundle by bundle. However, these explosives were not loaded into the cannon of the Tiger III. Rather, they were deftly stuffed directly into the rear ammunition storage compartment of the armored vehicle. An ominous premonition instantly enveloped Chu Ye and Lu Jianhong. Step back. All of you, retreat far away. Zhou Xiong waved his hand, instructing the men handling the explosives to quickly withdraw to a distance of over 100 meters. Only then did he turn around, through the swirling dust, and with a cold tone laced with unmasked cruelty, he gestured towards Chu Ye and Lu Jianhong in the armored vehicle, saying, Listen carefully. You two. Aim at that building and fire. Blast them out of there. Around them, Zhou Xiong's other subordinates also dispersed at a distance, armed and casting menacing glances towards the armored vehicle, subtly forming a siege. Chu Ye's gaze sharpened as he pushed open the car door, braving the wind and sand, taking a step forward to meet Zhou Xiong's gaze on the dune. His voice, steady yet tinged with an unmistakable edge of inquiry, pierced through the chaos. Boss Zhou? Just the two of us? Isn't that a bit insufficient? With only this vehicle, our firepower might not suffice, right? Damn it. Zhou Xiong's expression darkened to the point of dripping with malice, his eyes gleaming with ferocity as he cursed vehemently. You brat, why do you have so much to say? I told you to fire, so just fire. What else with all the nonsense? He stepped forward, nearly pointing his finger at Chu Ye's face, his tone chilling. If you want to live, do as I say. Otherwise, I'll put you down right now. The cold wind whipped up sand, stinging Chu Ye's face. The last shred of hope in his heart vanished entirely. Indeed, this man had undoubtedly discovered their true identities. Facing Zhou Xiong's nearly fiery glare, Chu Ye's lips curled into a cold smirk. He slightly turned to block Zhou Xiong's line of sight into the armored vehicle, feigning compliance as he nodded lightly. "All right, Boss Zhou, I'll follow your orders." His voice remained calm, devoid of any turbulence, as if his earlier inquiry had merely been a casual remark. Seeing him relent, Zhou Xiong and Apos' ferocity lessened somewhat, yet the suspicion and cruelty in his eyes lingered. With a cold snort, he stepped back a couple of paces, signaling Chu Ye to act swiftly. Chu Ye turned back, sliding into the driver's seat of the Tiger III. The car door slammed shut, blocking out the sandstorm yet failing to dispel the thick, palpable aura of impending death. He did not act immediately but leaned toward Lu Jianhong in the passenger seat, his voice low, almost a whisper, containing an undeniable resolve. "Old Lu, listen. When I give the signal, you jump out of the back door and run in the direction we came from, without looking back. Use all your strength. Do you understand?" Lu Jianhong trembled, his face turning ashen, lips quivering as cold sweat poured down. He swallowed hard, his throat dry and painful. "Run? Where to? This is a death sentence." His mind buzzed with chaos. Zhou Xiong was clearly intending for them to be cannon fodder, drawing fire from Lu Shun. Once the people in the building retaliated, their armored vehicle, stationed in the open, would become the most conspicuous and prioritized target. They would be the first to perish. This was not merely walking into a tiger's den. It was akin to being skinned and delivered directly to the tiger's jaws. Brother Chu, Lu Jianhong's voice quivered with desperation, nearly drowning in hopelessness. "Shut up. Trust me." Chu Ye's voice rose sharply, his gaze brooking no argument. "Do as I say. Now, fire." Lu Jianhong was taken aback by Chu Ye and Apos' commanding presence, the instinct for survival overpowering his fear. Gritting his teeth, he grasped the firing control lever, his hands trembling with cold sweat, yet he pressed the launch button with precision, eyes shut tight, as if facing a death sentence. Boom. A deafening roar erupted as the Tiger III shuddered violently. A high-explosive shell, trailing a blinding tail flame, tore through the wind and sand, hurtling towards the lonely high-rise 500 meters away. In the next moment, the shell struck the building's midsection with pinpoint accuracy. Booming. The explosive sound reverberated, magnitudes greater than the earlier test fire. Debris mixed with unknown construction materials flew in all directions, a thick cloud of dust engulfing the area in an instant. Through the dissipating haze, Chu Ye's gaze sharpened. He distinctly saw countless shadows moving rapidly behind the windows near the blasted opening and several floors above and below. The figures were numerous, far from few. A profound sense of chilling danger surged through him, striking straight to his core. This was bad. The people inside had reacted. Chu Ye abruptly turned his head, eyes fixed on Zhou Xiong in the distance beyond the dune. Zhou Xiong's rugged face was now illuminated with a maniacal grin. He even excitedly waved his fists, shouting through the wind and sand, "Damn it. Good shot. Don't stop. Keep firing. Blast those bastards out of there." The manic demeanor bore no trace of the caution and probing he had shown earlier. Chu Ye's heart plummeted to the depths. Indeed, he fully comprehended. Zhou Xiong was not merely sending them to test the firepower or to serve as vanguards. He intended to pin this armored vehicle, along with the two of them inside. Right here. This Tiger III could both draw attention with its cannon fire and, thanks to its heavy armor, temporarily withstand the initial wave of counterattack from the high-rise. This afforded Zhou Xiong and his men precious time to encircle from the flanks or seek alternative breakthroughs. They were nothing more than mobile, firing targets and shields thrust to the front lines. With this realization, a fierce, uncontrollable rage erupted within Chu Ye and Apos' chest. Zhou Xiong, Chu Ye and Apos' voice rose sharply, filled with icy fury, resonating through the vehicle's loudspeaker, cutting through the wind and sand. "Your scheme is too loud." Almost simultaneously with his words, a sharp glint flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. Without hesitation, he bellowed at Lu Jianhong beside him. "Old Lu, retreat." Chapter 161. Not my vehicle. Without even glancing at Zhou Xiong and Apos' astonished expression, Chu Ye and Apos' right hand swiftly pressed a concealed button on the control panel, while his left hand forcefully yanked the joystick. Instead of advancing, he commanded a retreat, just as the armored vehicle was about to slide backward. Chu Ye silently chanted within his heart. Buzz. An invisible wave expanded outward from Chu Ye's center. In the horrified gaze of Zhou Xiong and his subordinates, the once formidable and still warm Tiger III heavy armored vehicle astonishingly vanished into thin air. Silently, as if it had never existed, Only 2 faint tracks remained, alongside the emptiness of the sand left by the sudden disappearance of the vehicle. Where and Amp, Oppos, as the vehicle. Zhou Xiong and Amp, Oppos, as menacing grin abruptly froze, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he doubted whether he was hallucinating due to the swirling sands. His subordinates behind him were equally bewildered, mouths agape, hands trembling around their weapons, their minds completely incapacitated, unable to comprehend the supernatural scene before them. Time seemed to pause at that moment. However, the counterattack from the high-rise would not cease due to their astonishment. Just as Zhou Xiong and his men remained in shock and confusion, struggling to react, swish, swish, swish. The piercing sound of projectiles slicing through the air, akin to the scythe of death, suddenly erupted from the direction of the high building. Immediately, several shells, trailing flames, tore through the dim sky, accurately descending upon the sand dunes where Zhou Xiong and his subordinates had gathered. Damn it! Enemy attack! Scatter quickly! Zhou Xiong's men jolted awake from their stupor, shrieking in terror. But it was all too late. Boom! Boom! The earth-shattering sounds of explosions erupted in quick succession. Flames soared, sand flew. The violent shockwave carried shrapnel and debris, wildly expanding in all directions. Cries of anguish and screams intermingled with the cacophony of explosions. In just a single barrage, the dozens of men Zhou Xiong had brought were instantly knocked down in droves. Limbs and remains became entangled in the charred sand, the stench of blood quickly permeating the air. Damn it! Retreat! Quick, retreat! Zhou Xiong and Amp, Oppos, as face drained of color, and the arrogance he had moments ago vanished. He scrambled to his feet, ignoring the horrific scene of his subordinates, hoarsely shouting orders for all survivors to withdraw. Meanwhile, on the rooftop terrace of the high-rise, a man dressed in a sharp Zhongshan suit, his hair meticulously combed, and appearing to be around 50, with a grim expression, was observing the chaos below through binoculars. He lowered the binoculars, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and coldly instructed his subordinate beside him. Humph. Indeed, it is Zhou Xiong, that buzzing fly. Unaware of his fate, he dares to assault my base. Relay my orders. The man's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Fire all available shells. Aim at that area and bombard them relentlessly. Today, I shall squash this annoying fly once and for all. Yes, boss. The command was swiftly disseminated. Swish, swish, swish. More, denser shells howled from various positions atop the high-rise, covering the area where Chu Ye and Lu Jianhong had just been, as well as the direction Zhou Xiong and his men were fleeing. Watching the dense rainfall of shells, Chu Ye, who had just emerged from another sand dune with Lu Jianhong, felt an overwhelming gravity descend upon his expression. He instinctively sought to channel the water energy of the Canghai space for defense, but upon witnessing the quantity and potency of the incoming shells, a realization surged within him. Merely relying on a water curtain might not suffice. Damn it! Chu Ye cursed under his breath, gazing at the rapidly descending shells. A wild and audacious thought uncontrollably emerged from the depths of his mind. The Canghai space, if it could engulf the armored vehicle, could it also absorb these deadly shells? The moment that reckless idea surfaced, it consumed his entire consciousness. Beside him, Lu Jianhong was craning his neck, staring at the high-rise and the indistinct, glimmering cannon muzzles atop. His complexion had drained of color, his voice quivering. Crazy. Are you out of your mind? Chu Ye, there are at least a dozen heavy artillery pieces up there. Just the 2 of us charging in. Isn't that a death wish? Absolutely not. Having lived half a lifetime, Lu Jianhong had seen many tempests, but facing such a barrage of iron fire, his instinctive fear left him feeling numb. Smack. A crisp sound echoed. Chu Ye delivered a firm, yet measured slap to the back of Lu Jianhong and Oppos' head. Silence. Chu Ye and Oppos' voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable chill and resolve. If you don't want to be blown to bits by those fleeing cowards, or the shells, then stick close to me. No more chatter. Stunned by the slap, Lu Jianhong felt the icy, murderous intent in Chu Ye and Oppos' tone. Sensing the confidence radiating from him, he swallowed back the words of caution that had nearly escaped his lips. Bowing his head, gritting his teeth, he silently followed half a step behind Chu Ye. He understood that in this precarious situation, following this prodigy might offer a glimmer of hope. Staying behind or fleeing wildly would surely lead to certain doom. Their movements naturally caught Zhou Xiong's attention as he struggled to regroup not far away. Zhou Xiong wiped the sand and blood from his face. Noticing that rather than fleeing, Chu Ye and Lu Jianhong were advancing towards the source of the most intense artillery fire, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. These two fools, have they lost their minds? The few remaining subordinates around him wore expressions of incredulity, quickly morphing into malicious glee. Huh, boss, look. Those two idiots are actually charging towards the cannons. They must be stunned from the earlier explosions. Perfect, let Lu Shun's old dog deal with them. Absolutely. Let them await their demise. What fools. They eagerly anticipated the instant destruction of Chu Ye and Lu Jianhong. Meanwhile, atop the high-rise, the man clad in a Zhongshan suit, Lu Shun, was observing the battlefield through a high-definition telescope. Zhou Xiang's desperate retreat brought him immense satisfaction, and the cold smile on his lips deepened into a cruel smirk. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he adjusted the focus of the binoculars, locking onto the two diminutive yet conspicuous figures. Chapter 162, Chu Ye. You are also his lackey. Lu Shun let out a soft gasp, observing the two individuals not retreating but rather advancing towards his base. An expression of surprise and disdain flashing across his eyes. These two possess quite the audacity. He lowered his binoculars, snorting softly at his aide, relishing the cat-and-mouse game that was unfolding. They were likely mere stragglers overlooked by that fool Zhou Xiang. He issued a command with a casual wave of his hand, redirecting two cannons to give them a taste of their own medicine, to instill a sense of fear and make them aware that this was not a place for the likes of them. Yes, the order was swiftly relayed. Whoosh, whoosh. Two slightly smaller shells, shrieking through the air, were launched from the flanking artillery positions of the high-rise, tracing two precise parabolic arcs aimed directly at the sand dune where Chu Ye and Lu Jianhong stood. Master Chu, be careful. Lu Jianhong had been vigilantly watching the direction of the high-rise, and the moment the shells were fired, he felt a surge of terror, instinctively preparing to dive for cover. However, Chu Ye remained rooted to the spot, unmoving. He abruptly lifted his head, his dark pupils reflecting the two rapidly enlarging shells, exuding an aura of impending death. The sounds of wind rushing past his ears, the thunderous roar of the shells, the frantic beating of his heart. Countless thoughts flashed through Chu Ye's mind like bolts of lightning. Before him lay Lu Shun's artillery, and behind him were Zhou Xiang's remnants, which could pursue at any moment. They had nowhere to retreat. They must devise a means to counterattack. If the oceanic space could encompass all things, the armored vehicle could, then theoretically, the shells could as well. But the shells were moving too swiftly. Moreover, the explosive energy they contained was immense. Could the space endure it? Most critically, could it capture and redirect them within that infinitesimal fraction of a second before impact? Or even alter their trajectory? This thought ignited a fervor within Chu Ye's veins. A gamble! In an instant, the fire in Chu Ye's eyes blazed brightly. He had no time to hesitate. Nor was there a need to. Oceanic. Reverse flow. Chu Ye roared within as his water-based abilities surged into action with unprecedented velocity. A formidable yet subtle spatial fluctuation emanated from him, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, rippling outwards in invisible waves. At that moment, the two shells, poised to detonate above him and Lu Jianhong, were less than 10 meters from the ground. Buzz. The two metallic, glinting shells vanished into thin air. No explosion, no sound, not even a wisp of smoke was raised. They simply and bizarrely disappeared from sight. Zhou Xiang, who was eagerly anticipating the explosion that would send Chu Ye and Lu Jianhong skyward, found the sinister grin on his face frozen in disbelief, his eyes bulging wider than when he had witnessed the armored vehicle's disappearance. He instinctively opened his mouth in shock. Again, the previous armored vehicle's disappearance could be explained away as some trick or special device, but these were high-speed projectiles. How could this be possible? Zhou Xiang's mind was a cacophony of confusion. He abruptly turned his head, staring fixedly at the unmoving figure of Chu Ye on the sand dune. A chilling realization dawning upon him. It was him. It had to be him. This brat. What kind of monster is he? On the high-rise, Lu Shun and Appo's playful smile also froze in an instant, replaced by an expression of incredulous shock. He raised the binoculars again, locking onto Chu Ye's figure. And for the first time, an indescribable, fervent light flickered in his cold eyes. Spatial abilities? Moreover, not merely absorption. That fluctuation, was it an act of forceful interference and redirection? This power, if it could be harnessed for my purposes. Lu Shun and Appo's heart raced uncontrollably. He had initially intended to swat Zhou Xiang like a fly, while teaching the audacious little fish a lesson, but unexpectedly discovered a true prize. In the brief moments that both Zhou Xiang and Lu Shun were engulfed in their astonishment, on the sand dune, Chu Ye's lips curled into a cold arc. He had succeeded. The oceanic space could not only absorb but also stabilize the energy within the shells in a remarkably short time and, Control its release. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze piercing like a sword towards the remnants of Zhou Xiong, who were now in a state of chaos and confusion. Here you go, Chu Ye whispered as his thoughts stirred once more. Buzz. The invisible wave expanded again. In the next instant, the two shells that had just vanished reappeared as if teleporting, suddenly materializing above the gathering area of Zhou Xiong and his men. Then, boom, boom. The deafening explosions resounded once more. Though only two shells were involved, for Zhou Xiong and Apos, remnants, who had just suffered a devastating blow and were tightly clustered. It was still a catastrophic strike. Flames and shockwaves ravaged the area. Sand mixed with dismembered limbs soared into the sky. Run. They're back. Damn it. It was those two brats again. Zhou Xiong watched in horror as several of his remaining subordinates were once again blasted apart, 3 or 4 individuals torn to shreds. The scene more gruesome than before. He shouted in a panic, rolling and scrambling. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Get away from this cursed place. The few surviving subordinates felt as if they had been granted a reprieve from death, abandoning any semblance of formation or counterattack. They cried out as they frantically followed Zhou Xiong, fleeing away from the high-rise and Chu Ye. On the high-rise, Lu Shun observed the entire scene unfold. His shock gradually dissipating, replaced by an intense interest and admiration. Hiki. Quite intriguing. Truly fascinating. Lu Shun chuckled softly, his eyes sparkling with shrewdness. To think he could not only absorb my shells, but then throw them back at Zhou Xiong. This ability, this audacity. I had underestimated him. He licked his parched lips, his tone becoming decisive and clear. Relay my orders. Cease all attacks on those two individuals. Furthermore, instruct the men below to prioritize their assault on Zhou Xiong and Apos, remnants. The enemy and Apos, enemy is a friend. Let us assist our and Apos, new friend and Apos, in eliminating those bothersome flies. Yes, boss. The command was swiftly executed, and the artillery that might have targeted Chu Ye redirected their fire or ceased altogether. This scene sent Zhou Xiong into a frenzy of rage. He was no fool. Lu Shun and Apos, sudden halt in attacks on those two, redirecting all firepower towards him. What did that signify? Lu Shun. Zhou Xiong abruptly halted, turning back to point vehemently towards the high-rise. Then at Chu Ye, his facial muscles contorting with fury. You old dog, have you actually colluded with this brat? Is he your lackey? In that moment, consumed by anger and fear, he failed to contemplate the true nature of Chu Ye and Apos' bizarre abilities, believing instead that Lu Shun had employed some means to stage a performance alongside Chu Ye. Even if I must perish, I will take your lackey down with me. Chapter 163. Eliminate that Chu Ye. Zhou Xiong let out a frantic roar, shouting at the 2 or 3 subordinates beside him who still wielded rocket launchers. Aim at that kid. Blow him to smithereens. Fire. The few subordinates, startled by Zhou Xiong and Apos' mania, instinctively raised their rocket launchers, trembling as they directed them towards the distant Chu Ye. Master Chu. They are going to attack us. Lu Jianhong turned around, his heart racing at the sight of the dark launchers, his voice quivering. We are being attacked from both sides. Attacked from both sides? Chu Ye sneered, observing Zhou Xiong, who was roaring like a mad dog in the distance, and glancing at the high-rise that had ceased its bombardment. A glimmer of mockery and coldness flickered in his eyes. Old Lu, do you see this? This is just the beginning. This little trick is perfect for them, to annihilate each other. Before his words could settle, a series of rockets, trailing flames and emitting piercing shrieks, shot from Zhou Xiong's direction towards Chu Ye and Lu Jianhong. Chu Ye's gaze sharpened, a cruel smile curling at his lips. Instead of retreating, he advanced, taking another step forward. The power of the vast ocean within him surged silently once again. At the moment the deadly rockets were about to strike their target, they vanished without a trace. On the high-rise, Lu Shun's pupils constricted suddenly. The rockets, capable of leveling sand dunes, had disappeared again. Like stones sinking into the sea, not even a ripple remained. A profoundly ominous premonition seized Lu Shun and Apos' heart. Instinctively, he bellowed downwards, "Be careful." Before his voice faded, a strange ripple surged through the air once more. In the next instant, the very rockets that had just vanished were hurled back by Chu Ye, reappearing out of thin air. They changed direction, hurtling towards the high-rise with a speed even greater than before, carrying the shriek of death. No. Lu Shun's eyes bulged with rage. He never imagined his opponent could switch targets so instantaneously. This was no longer mere skill, it was sorcery. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions intensified, resonating violently against the side of the high-rise. The sturdy concrete walls were torn apart, The ferocious shockwave swept through Lu Shun's floor, engulfing him in a tempest of shattered glass and concrete debris. Lu Shun felt a tremendous force slam into his back, sending him flying like a broken kite. Crashing into the inner wall, he tasted blood in his throat, nearly choking on it. "Ah, my leg. My leg is broken. Help me." The air filled with screams and cries of anguish, mingling with the sound of falling debris. Lu Shun gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain. Turning his head sharply to see his subordinates, who moments ago were at his side, now sprawled in disarray, their mangled bodies amidst the rubble. Blood instantly stained the ground. The acrid scent of smoke and blood assaulted his senses, nearly making him retch. His heart bled. These were the subordinates he had painstakingly nurtured. "Retreat. Everyone back inside the building. Quickly." Struggling to rise, Lu Shun shouted into the communicator, his voice strained and hoarse. The chaos and carnage atop the high-rise did not escape Zhou Xiong's notice from afar. The madness and fury on Zhou Xiong's face froze instantly, replaced by a bone-deep terror. His body bristled with fear as he gazed at the figure standing on the sand dune like a demon, his lips trembling, struggling to articulate, "Evil. So damn evil. This is a power no human should possess. He can take the missiles back and return them intact. This is utterly unheard of. Stop. Cease fire. Everyone. For the love of God, stop." Zhou Xiong spoke gravely to the few remaining dazed subordinates. "Don't shoot. Don't provoke him any further." The remaining subordinates, jolted awake, turned to witness the explosions and screams from the high-rise. They glanced at the untouched Chu Ye in the distance, his icy gaze piercing through them. The rocket launcher slipped from his grasp and thudded onto the sand, draining the color from his face. In that brief, eerie silence, Ji moved. He did not pursue Zhou Xiong or concern himself with the chaos atop the high-rise. Instead, he leisurely approached Lu Jianhong, gripping his arm and edging closer to the space between Zhou Xiong and Lu Shun's factions. This position allowed both sides to see him clearly and placed him at the potential intersection of their firepower. "Master Chu." Lu Jianhong was pulled by Chu Ye. Glancing nervously at Zhou Xiong's remnants to the left and the wreckage of the high-rise to his right, feeling his scalp tingle and his heart race. "What are we doing? What if they join forces? If Zhou Xiong and Lu Shun momentarily set aside their enmity, even for a fleeting alliance to focus their fire against them, it would be a certain death." At Lu Jianhong's words, Chu Ye's brows furrowed slightly. Then a mocking smile crept across his lips as he glanced at the terrified Lu Jianhong. "Join forces? Old Lu, you overestimate them." He paused, his gaze sweeping between the shaken Zhou Xiong and the disheveled Lu Shun, a cold light of insight glinting in his eyes. They just fought to the death, wishing nothing more than to obliterate each other. Do you truly believe they would trust one another now? Who would be willing to risk themselves for the other? Lu Jianhong was momentarily speechless. Upon reflection, it did indeed seem to be the case. Zhou Xiong and Lu Shun harbored deep-seated grudges, having just attempted to kill one another. Establishing trust under such circumstances was nearly impossible. Yet, he still could not fathom Chu Ye's true intentions. Just as Lu Jianhong was engulfed in uncertainty, a jarring electrical sound erupted from the high-rise. Following that, a somewhat distorted yet authoritative and urgent voice resonated through a loudspeaker. Lu Shun, clutching his bleeding arm with one hand and a military loudspeaker with the other, stood at the shattered window, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Ye. To the friend below. "Impressive skills. Truly impressive skills. I, Lu Shun, am in awe. As long as you lay down your weapons and submit to me, I guarantee you and your people will receive ample rewards. Status, resources, women. What I, Lu Shun, can offer will be the finest." In a bid to win over this formidable adversary with mysterious powers, Lu Shun directly presented an enticing proposition. Zhou Xiong's heart raced upon hearing this. He understood Lu Shun's cunning nature all too well and recognized the value of Chu Ye's abilities. If Lu Shun succeeded, Zhou Xiong knew he would not survive the day. Chapter 164. Demonstrating one's sincerity. "Hey, kid. Do not heed that old dog's nonsense." Zhou Xiong, momentarily setting aside his fear, shouted hoarsely at Chu Ye. "You should inquire about Lu Shun's true nature. He excels at burning bridges and eliminating those who have outlived their usefulness. Come over here. Stand by my side." Zhou Xiong indicated the ground beneath his feet, declaring that the previous events would be bygones. "As long as you assist me, I, Zhou Xiong, assure your safety." Upon hearing this, a hint of amusement flickered across Chu Ye's face as he regarded Zhou Xiong. "Bygones? If my memory serves me right, just moments ago, you intended to use me as bait to draw fire from Gao Lu, did you not? Now, you expect me to trust you with a mere phrase of bygones? Your sincerity seems rather cheap." Zhou Xiong was momentarily taken aback, his complexion shifting from green to pale, cursing silently in his heart for Chu Ye and Appo's grudges. However, the current situation compelled him to offer something tangible. Humph. Zhou Xiong suppressed his anger, thinking that this kid was indeed no fool, yet he seemed too young and easily swayed by self-interest. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Kid, you want sincerity, do you? Fine. I can provide that. In my base, there exists a batch of military-controlled genetic serums. While the quantity is limited, if you join me, I can allocate one to you. It will enhance your power. Genetic serums? Chu Ye's heart raced with excitement. This was true hard currency, far more alluring than any status or resources. His expression perfectly conveyed a mixture of surprise and intrigue as he nodded towards Zhou Xiong. Genetic serums. That condition sounds rather enticing. Zhou Xiong, witnessing this reaction, internally sneered, realizing that Chu Ye was indeed a naive youth easily tempted by the prospect of genetic serums. As long as he could deceive him into coming over. Isn't that right? Zhou Xiong displayed a sincere smile, his tone noticeably softer, laced with persuasion. Kid. Those who recognize the times are the wise. Lu Shun, that old dog, cannot save himself. There is no future in following him. Come to my side. Together. We shall eliminate that old scoundrel Lu Shun. The more Zhou Xiong spoke, the more fervent he became, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. He suddenly turned, pointing towards Gao Lu, and let out a boisterous laugh. Lu Shun. You old dog. Did you hear that? Today marks your demise. Ha ha. On the high tower, Lu Shun's face turned as dark as storm clouds upon hearing Zhou Xiong's words, especially at the mention of genetic serums. The sight of Zhou Xiong's arrogant demeanor further enraged him, causing his body to tremble with fury. Zhou Xiong, you despicable scoundrel. Lu Shun cursed vehemently, his clenched fist cracking, nails nearly embedding into his flesh. A chilling, bone-deep killing intent surged uncontrollably from within him. Yet, this murderous intent was not solely directed at Zhou Xiong. A significant portion was firmly aimed at the distance, at Chu Ye. No, I cannot allow Zhou Xiong to obtain this kid. If that bizarre ability is further enhanced by genetic serums, the consequences would be dire. Zhou Xiong's raucous laughter continued to echo across the sandy terrain. However, Chu Ye did not immediately approach Zhou Xiong. He slowly turned, disregarding Zhou Xiong's urgent gaze, and redirected his attention to the pallid-faced Lu Shun atop the tower. Chu Ye's voice, though soft, clearly reached the high tower. Leader Lu, you have also heard it. The price set by Leader Zhou includes genetic serums. So, what is your sincerity? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiong's finger trembled as he pointed at Chu Ye, incredulity washing over him as he glanced at Lu Shun on the tower. What the hell are you doing? Zhou Xiong's voice was hoarse, filled with rage and a sense of humiliation from being toyed with. I am negotiating with you, and you run off to ask him. This brat dares to leverage his offer to raise Lu Shun's price. Preposterous. On the tower, Lu Shun was momentarily stunned before erupting into a thunderous laugh. Ha ha. His laughter reverberated across the barren sands, brimming with triumph and merciless mockery directed at Zhou Xiong. Zhou Xiong, look at yourself. You truly celebrated too soon. Lu Shun wiped his face, ceasing his laughter, yet the derision in his eyes grew ever more pronounced. He redirected his gaze towards Chu Ye, a scrutinizing and unabashed admiration evident. This friend, quite impressive. You possess both courage and wisdom. Lu Shun declared loudly. What Zhou Xiong can offer, I, Lu Shun, can certainly match. Genetic serums? Naturally, I have those as well. He paused before continuing. Moreover, I possess a portion of the prime blood of a second-tier mutated tiger. After special processing, its effects far exceed those of ordinary genetic serums. It will significantly enhance your strength and speed, far superior to Zhou Xiong's meager offerings. The prime blood of a mutated tiger. Chu Ye's pupils involuntarily contracted as his heart raced. This was far more precious than mere genetic serums. Directly sourced from a powerful mutated creature's core, the energy it contained was purer and more volatile. Indeed, this tactic of leveraging one party's offer to provoke the other has worked brilliantly. Behind Chu Ye, Lu Jianhong felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head. Mr. Chu is playing with fire, navigating between two great powers. Using one side's offer to provoke the other, a slight misstep could lead to utter ruin. How audacious. Lu Jianhong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his astonishment. Chu Ye gradually subdued his excitement, yet an appropriate hint of hesitation and greed surfaced on his face. He suddenly turned back, his gaze cold as ice, slicing through Zhou Xiong's reddened face, the corners of his mouth curling into a frosty arc. Leader Zhou, You have also heard it. Leader Lu's sincerity seems somewhat more substantial. It is now your turn to make a new offer. You. Zhou Xiang's lips twitched violently, his forehead bulging with veins, nearly exploding from rage. Damn it, this little brat. He truly knows how to take advantage of the situation. Yet, trapped in a predicament, he had already revealed the card of genetic serums. If he withdrew now, he would not only face ridicule from Lu Shun, but might also entirely forfeit the opportunity to win over Chu Ye. Should Chu Ye side with Lu Shun, then he. Zhou Xiang's teeth clenched with an audible grinding sound, a flicker of madness igniting in his eyes. Fine. You've got guts. He practically spat out these words through gritted teeth. I also have mutated tiger meat. While not the prime blood, it is still fine flesh. Not only that, Zhou Xiang slammed his thigh. Committing further, I will add a portion of third-tier mutated giant elephant spinal fluid. This substance can greatly enhance one's physique. Most importantly, it significantly alleviates the pain and rejection reactions when consuming genetic serums. It increases the success rate of fusion. Kid, what do you think? Is this sincerity enough? Chapter 165. Such abundant rewards, mutated elephant meat. Alleviating pain? Chu Ye and Appos, as heart trembled violently. This is simply tailor-made for his sister Chu Yun, as well as the relatively weaker female members of the team. The injection process of ordinary gene serums is excruciatingly painful, and the success rate is far from guaranteed. Should it fail, the consequences would be dire. With this mutated elephant meat, they could safely and smoothly acquire genetic powers. Zhou Xiang, unexpectedly, had delivered a much-needed gift. Oh, the spinal fluid of a third-tier mutated giant elephant? Chu Ye's interest intensified. On the high-rise building, Lu Shun's expression shifted once more. He was astonished that Zhou Xiang still possessed such a valuable item. The worth of the mutated elephant meat, in certain respects, surpassed even his tiger blood. No. Zhou Xiang must not succeed. Humph. What is elephant meat? Merely a means to strengthen the body. It cannot compare to a direct enhancement of combat power. Lu Shun immediately countered, Kid, I'll add another vial of enhanced gene serum. It has been modified by the military, yielding 5 times the effectiveness. Zhou Xiang's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared. Nonsense. What use is the enhanced version? A failed fusion means death. I'll give you 2 vials of ordinary serum, plus half a piece of elephant meat. Choose for yourself. Lu Shun retorted sharply. I'll give you a complete vial of second-tier tiger blood, plus 1 ordinary serum. And my prized tactical dagger. It cuts through steel like mud. Zhou Xiang panicked and blurted out, Damn it. I'll give you my modified off-road vehicle, armed to the teeth, fully loaded with firepower. I'll offer you a position as deputy captain, second only to me. I'll share half the women from my base with you. The 2 men, like roosters in a fierce duel, spat back and forth, their faces flushed. Entirely devoid of any leaderly dignity, they continued to escalate their offers, undermining one another. In the midst of this heated contention, Zhou Xiang abruptly halted, gasping for breath. As the madness in his eyes gradually gave way to a sense of frustration and awakening. Enough. He suddenly waved his hand, roaring at Lu Shun atop the building. Lu Shun, you better stop. Lu Shun also came to a halt, his chest heaving, clearly infuriated. Zhou Xiang's bloodshot eyes fixed intensely on Chu Ye, then turned to Lu Shun, his voice laden with extreme reluctance and fury. Why should we fight to the death here, allowing this kid to benefit? Huh? Tell me why. Upon hearing this, Lu Shun gasped a few times, the madness in his eyes swiftly replaced by cold rationality. Indeed, after battling Zhou Xiang for so long, with so many brothers lost, why were they now, like fools, raising bids to win over a kid of unknown background? He cast a scrutinizing and murderous gaze at Chu Ye. Exactly. Zhou Xiang, you are right. Lu Shun's voice regained its former coldness and authority. Our grievances can be settled later. He slowly raised his hand, pointing down at Chu Ye, his tone ominous. Now, perhaps, we should join forces and eliminate this audacious brat. No matter how peculiar his abilities, he is ultimately just one person. Excellent. Zhou Xiang's eyes ignited with a bloodthirsty gleam, unhesitatingly agreeing. Let us take him down first. Then we'll settle the score. Before the words had barely left his mouth, dozens of armed members of the Sky Curtain organization erupted from the shattered windows and corridors of the high-rise, their guns all aimed squarely at Chu Ye below. Simultaneously, Zhou Xiang and Appos, as subordinates, previously scattered around, quickly turned their weapons, closing in from behind, their footsteps frantic and hurried. In an instant, a more impenetrable encirclement, composed of both factions, firmly trapped Chu Ye and Lu Jian hung in the center. The atmosphere grew heavy with murderous intent. Lu Jianhong's face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Instinctively, he pressed closer to Chu Ye, his voice trembling ever so slightly. "See, Chu, what do we do now? We're surrounded, with wolves in front and tigers behind. We are truly in a desperate situation." Yet Chu Ye remained calm, seemingly oblivious to the ominous barrels surrounding them. He even took the time to pat Lu Jianhong and Appo's tense shoulder reassuringly. "Don't panic." His voice was tranquil, imbued with an unusual soothing power. He then raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the viciously grinning Zhou Xiong and the now resolute Lu Shun, his lips curling into a smirk. "Do the two of you feel assured of your victory over me? Have you reached a consensus so swiftly to join forces against me? Do you think I would stand here bargaining with you without any preparations?" He gently shook his head, his tone laced with mockery. "Naive." Lu Shun stepped forward, his gaze locked onto Chu Ye, letting out a cold snort. "Kid, your abilities are indeed mysterious and unpredictable, capable of redirecting military-grade shells, making it difficult to defend against you. However," Lu Shun and Appo's voice suddenly rose, filled with certainty and disdain. "From my observation, your powers appear limited to diversion and defense, altering the trajectory of shells or creating some invisible spatial barrier. Humph, mere tricks. In the end, you possess no offensive capability. Now, surrounded by our forces, let us see how you plan to evade. Even if you can block bullets, we can outlast you." Zhou Xiong's heavy breathing steadied slightly as his gaze flickered between Chu Ye and Lu Shun above. Ultimately, it settled on Chu Ye, nodding vigorously. "Exactly. Lu Shun is right. Your abilities are nothing but a fade." He grinned wide, revealing yellowed teeth, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery. "Kid, when you had the chance, you squandered it, being greedy. And now, you've brought this upon yourself. In our hands, let us see how you can still act so arrogantly. Such foolishness. To throw yourself into a dead end for trivial gains. It's a pity about that peculiar ability. However, once we eliminate him, perhaps we can uncover some secrets from his corpse?" Zhou Xiong mused, his gaze towards Chu Ye resembling that of a predator eyeing its prey. In the face of Zhou Xiong's mockery and Lu Shun's icy murderous intent, Chu Ye's smile deepened instead. The smile bore a hint of amusement, a trace of disdain. "Have you finished your speeches?" A languid laugh escaped his throat. He lazily raised his eyelids, glancing at the two. "Since you both wish for my demise, why hesitate any longer? Enough with the idle chatter. You two, and your men, come at me together. Don't waste my time." Arrogant. Chapter 166. A clash of enemies. Lu Shun bellowed furiously, his countenance ashen. How could he, as the leader of a division in the Tianmu organization, endure such disdain from a junior? He abruptly raised his hand, pointing at a muscular subordinate with a fierce gaze. "Zhang Ming, step forward." The man named Zhang Ming stepped forward, emanating an aura of brutality. "At your command." Zhang Ming was already a level 4 genetic warrior, specializing in close combat. "You think you and Appo's so arrogant? Allow him to teach you how to spell and Appo's, death and Appo's." Lu Shun and Appo's voice was ominous. "Cripple him. A level 4 genetic warrior?" This piqued Chu Ye and Appo's interest. Though his expression remained impassive, his reaction was unexpected to all. He did not even cast a glance at the menacing Zhang Ming. Instead, he turned his attention to Lu Jianhong, who was pale and visibly anxious beside him. His tone was as calm as if he were assigning a trivial task. "Old Lu, why don't you stretch your limbs a bit?" Lu Jianhong was taken aback, almost believing he had misheard. Chu, sir? Me?" His voice trembled, heart racing. Was he joking? Opposite him stood a master of combat. This. Chu patted his shoulder, a smile that could incite ire still gracing his lips. "Yes, you go. This fellow is not worthy of my attention. You're seeking death." Zhang Ming erupted in rage, feeling profoundly humiliated. This brat not only displayed boundless arrogance, but also dared to belittle the seemingly ordinary Lu Jianhong beside him. It was more painful than a slap to the face. He roared, gathering strength in his legs. Boom. The stones beneath him shattered under his tremendous force. Clenching his fists tightly, knuckles cracking, he lunged at Lu Jianhong. "I'll tear you to shreds." Zhang Ming's eyes glinted with malice as his fist, slicing through the air with a deafening roar, swung towards Lu Jianhong's face. Lu Jianhong internally lamented his fate, but with Chu Ye having spoken, he was compelled to act. He inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening. The instincts honed from years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world surged forth, replacing his previous anxiety with a seasoned ferocity. As Zhang Ming's massive fist, imbued with overwhelming power, approached, Lu Jianhong advanced rather than retreating. He deftly slid to the left at a precarious angle, narrowly evading the violent gust of the punch. Simultaneously, he launched his right elbow upward with astonishing speed. Bang! A resounding thud echoed. His elbow struck precisely at the exposed soft spot beneath Zhang Meng and Apos' right armpit, which had been compromised by his reckless charge. Ugh! Zhang Meng felt a piercing pain surge through him, his breath catching, his fierce momentum instantly disrupted. His body involuntarily halted. Lu Jianhong seized this fleeting opportunity, pressing his advantage. He swiftly grasped Zhang Meng and Apos' unyielding right arm, which had just been thrown forward and not yet retracted, with his left hand. Then, using his waist and Apos' strength, he twisted the arm outward and downward. A blend of skill and his level 2 genetic power erupted instantaneously. Crack! A chilling sound of dislocated bones echoed, sending shivers down the spine. Zhang Ming's elbow joint was forcibly dislocated, hanging at an unnatural angle. The excruciating pain contorted his features. Without granting Zhang Ming any time to react or scream, Lu Jianhong surged forward, armed with a sharp dagger. He aimed a vicious strike at the critical juncture where Zhang Ming's remaining arm met a shoulder. Crack! Another bone-crushing sound erupted, even more harrowing than the first. Zhang Ming could no longer contain himself, unleashing a grotesque howl of agony. Lu Jianhong had shattered the joint of his left shoulder with that strike. Blood instantly stained his sleeve. With his arms rendered useless, he stumbled backward, ultimately collapsing heavily to the ground, curling into a ball, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat pouring down. Beyond pained groans and writhing, he could muster no further action. Silence enveloped the surroundings, a strange and eerie stillness settling in. Members of the Tianmu organization, previously brimming with confidence from their high vantage point, and those on the ground awaiting a spectacle, were left dumbfounded, disbelief etched on their faces. How could this be? Zhang Ming, a level 4 genetic warrior, a fierce specialist in close combat. Yet, within mere 3 moves, he had been utterly incapacitated by this unremarkable subordinate. This was a complete upheaval of their understanding. Zhou Xiong's pupils constricted as he gazed at Lu Jianhong. His expression filled with astonishment and scrutiny. This old fellow was no ordinary person. He had concealed his true abilities well. On the crumbling heights, Lu Shun and Apos' previously cruel smile froze in an instant. His icy gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, fixating intently on Lu Jianhong, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, breathing slightly heavily. Furrowed brows reflected his scrutiny, mixed with an almost imperceptible familiarity. This skill, this explosive power, and the technique used to disable Zhang Ming's second arm. So familiar, hauntingly familiar. I must have encountered this before. Or perhaps, I have heard of it. Thoughts raced through Lu Shun's mind. Just then, Zhang Ming, curled on the ground in agony, suddenly lifted his contorted face. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Lu Jianhong. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he hoarsely and intermittently shouted, It's you. He struggled to turn his neck, pointing with his dirt and blood-stained chin at Lu Jianhong in the arena. Lu Jianhong, former vice officer. Lu Jianhong. That name detonated like a bomb in the silent air, reverberating throughout the surroundings. Instantly, all gazes, whether from the Tianmu members or Zhou Xiong and Apos' men, were drawn to Lu Jianhong, filled with shock, confusion, realization, and a hint of fear. Lu Jianhong's complexion drained of color, paler than when he faced Zhang Ming. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickled down his cheek. He felt the piercing stares around him, his heart racing uncontrollably. Yet he forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, hastily waving his hands. You are mistaken. You have the wrong person. I don't Apos, Tino any Lu Jianhong. You must be hallucinating due to your injuries. He vehemently denied it, his voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. Suddenly, a cold, mocking voice echoed from above. Mistaken identity? Chapter 167. Where does so much water come from? Lu Shun suddenly let out a low, cold laugh, his figure shifting as he silently leaped down from the crumbling wall. He landed firmly within 10 meters of Lu Jianhong, his gaze instantly locking onto him. Others may be deceived by your appearance, but you cannot fool me. Lu Jianhong. He pronounced the name with deliberate precision, his eyes glinting with a near-manic excitement and an unabashed cruelty. Just now, when you incapacitated Zhang Ming with that sudden surge of power, and your final blow shattered his shoulder blade, that unique, shattering genetic energy fluctuation. What else could it be but your Lu family's ancestral second-tier genetic ability, stone-crushing hand? Lu Shun licked his cracked lips, the murderous intent in his eyes palpable. I was just lamenting my inability to find you. I had even planned to dispatch an elite team to drag you out of your dilapidated fortress. Yet here you are, presenting yourself on a silver platter. Truly, to tread upon iron shoes in vain, only to find it all without effort. He suddenly swung his hand, his voice rising sharply, filled with the aura of slaughter. Everyone, heed my command. Surround and eliminate these two, especially Lu Jianhong. He must not escape today. Lu Jianhong? The deputy of the fortress, Lu Jianhong. On the other side, Zhou Xiang suddenly came to a realization, his face shifting to one of fury. Damn it. No wonder I felt something was off about you two. It turns out these two wretches were masquerading. No wonder this kid dared to be so arrogant. It seems he was backed by the former deputy of the fortress. Zhou Xiang's understanding ignited a blazing wrath within him. He immediately roared at his equally shocked armed personnel. Get your act together. Block every escape route. If we let them slip away today, you can all forget about living. With that command, the already tightening encirclement compressed further inward. Though the members of the Sky Curtain organization and Zhou Xiang's men remained hostile toward each other, they astonishingly united in their goal to eliminate Chu Ye and Lu Jianhong. Seeing this, Lu Jianhong and Appo's face turned pale, cold sweat soaking his back. He felt the greedy and murderous gazes converging from all directions, his throat dry. His heart nearly leaping from his throat. Now, it appeared that the consequences of revealing his identity were far graver than he had imagined. He abruptly turned to the calm-faced Chu Ye beside him, his voice laced with despair and a final glimmer of hope. Chu Ye, it seems. I must rely on you now. I truly have no more options. This time, I've kicked a hornet's nest, with Lu Shun and Zhou Xiang teaming up. Along with so many genetic warriors, it's a deadlock. Lu Jianhong's heart chilled, his only hope lay with the young man beside him, who always managed to create miracles. Chu Ye met Lu Jianhong's nearly broken gaze with a subtle, playful smile. He took a step forward, a seemingly minor movement that instantly commanded everyone's attention. He surveyed the surroundings, finally resting his gaze on the grim-faced Lu Shun and the furious Zhou Xiang. With a nonchalant tone, his voice clear yet soft, he remarked, I thought this was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, but it appears to be merely a gathering of clumsy fools. His tone dripped with disdain. Perfect. I was just pondering where to replenish my supplies, and here you are, delivering yourselves to me. So let us keep you all here. Has this fellow gone mad? This thought surged in the minds of nearly everyone present. Seeking death, Lu Shun's eyes turned sinister in an instant. Being humiliated by a seemingly inconsequential youth ignited his wrath. Arrogant brat. To be so defiant at death's door. Zhou Xiang trembled with rage, his grip on his weapon tightening, his veins bulging. Attack. Lu Shun roared first. Kill. Zhou Xiang issued his command simultaneously, as the orders were given. Dozens of genetic warriors and armed personnel surged forward with a frenzied momentum toward the two in the center. However, just at this critical juncture, a barely perceptible blue light flickered deep within Chu Ye and Appo's eyes. System activate. Water flow chain. Flow rate 100. Parameter setting complete. Buzz. Almost instantaneously, an indescribable wave of energy radiated outward from Chu Ye. With a tremendous rush, dense water vapor crazily condensed in the parched desert wasteland. It forcefully manifested into a massive flow of liquid water. Upon its emergence, the water twisted and shaped itself, in the blink of an eye transforming into several stout, shimmering azure chains. These water chains were immense and serpentine, coiling and hovering around Chu Ye, emanating a chilling aura and an unsettling energy wave. What is this ability? Lu Shun's pupils constricted, his sinister grin freezing into disbelief. Controlling water? Impossible. Where would so much water come from in a desert? And this form? I've never seen anything like it. This ability is unheard of. A mere trick. Zhou Xiang initially froze, but then a cruel smile spread across his face. No matter how bizarre the ability, what of it? Just a flashy display. Too bad. You're about to become a corpse. Kid, your time is up. The leading genetic warriors paused slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing their eyes. Yet more than that, a bloodthirsty madness and confidence in their own strength surged forth. A few water chains could not possibly impede their enhanced might. Break through it. A brawny third-tier genetic warrior bellowed, swinging his alloy gauntlets to smash down upon the suspended water chains. You think you stand a chance against us? A cold smile crept across Chu Ye's lips. With what seemed like a casual gesture, he replied, Let's see just how ignorant you truly are. Before his words faded, whoosh. The enormous water chains floating around Chu Ye suddenly quaked, followed by a piercing wail as they swept outward. Their momentum was monumental. Their force, unparalleled. Thud, thud, thud. The leading genetic warriors and armed personnel felt their sinister grins freeze in an instant, replaced by sheer terror and disbelief. The strength and speed they took pride in crumbled before the ferocious water chains, as fragile as paper. All that could be heard were the cacophonous sounds of impact and the shattering of bones. Chapter 168. Joining forces to vanquish them. Dozens of figures, regardless of their levels or the quality of their equipment, were effortlessly swept away by the torrent of water chains, akin to flies being swatted aside, with no resistance whatsoever. They fell like kites severed from their strings, tracing chaotic parabolic arcs in the air before crashing heavily into the distant sands and ruins. A cloud of dust erupted, accompanied by the anguished cries and wails that echoed in succession, as a multitude lay prostrate in an instant. Just one strike. The encirclement was forcibly cleared, leaving a vast sector devoid of foes. The previously fierce assault had vanished without a trace. The battlefield descended into an eerie silence. Both Lu Xun and Apos, S and Zhou Xiong and Apos, S men stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief, staring blankly at the miraculous scene unfolding before them, their minds rendered void. The shock on Lu Xun's face was beyond description. He fixed his gaze intensely on Chu Ye and the water chains still swirling ominously around him, his lips trembling slightly. Zhou Xiong and Apos, a sardonic smile had long since dissipated, replaced by horror and a hint of fear. His grip on his weapon tightened unconsciously, his knuckles whitening. How is this possible? After several tense seconds, Zhou Xiong managed to force the words from his dry, hoarse throat. One move, just one move. And it has shattered so many of our subordinates. What kind of monster is this? Chu Ye coldly surveyed the fallen minions, his gaze ultimately settling on Lu Xun and Zhou Xiong. A bunch of worthless fools. He uttered these 4 words with a casual disdain that struck the hearts of the 2 men like a hammer. Now, it and Amp, Apos, it's your turn. Upon hearing this, Lu Xun's expression darkened to the point of near fury. He abruptly turned to Zhou Xiong, whose face mirrored his own displeasure, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Zhou Xiong, this kid is too peculiar. Let's join forces to eliminate him. Otherwise, none of us will leave here alive today. We can settle our scores later. Zhou Xiong inhaled deeply, internal conflict evident in his eyes, but upon witnessing Chu Ye's unfathomable strength in the circling water chains, he ultimately nodded gravely. All right, let us kill him first. As his words fell, Zhou Xiong's gaze sharpened, and he bent down swiftly to retrieve a gleaming, thick-backed steel knife from beside the body of an already unconscious subordinate. With a swift motion, he aimed the knife's tip at Chu Ye, exuding an aura of ferocity. Kid, prepare to die. Let me show you the fleeting blade I've honed for over a decade. Simultaneously, Lu Xun stepped forward, subtly positioning himself to flank Zhou Xiong. He raised his hand slowly, an unseen force emanating from him and spreading outward. The ground around them trembled, scattered metal fragments, broken rebar, and discarded car parts began to quiver, defying gravity as they gradually levitated. A sharp, cold metallic aura filled the air. 4th-level gene ability, magnetic grasp. Lu Xun's eyes glinted with a cruel light as he locked onto Chu Ye. My power is to control metal, no matter how strange or swift your water chains are. Can they outpace the omnipresent steel? The pressure of a 4th-level gene wielder surged forth like a tangible force. At that moment, as tensions escalated and the impending battle loomed large, Lu Xun, a voice filled with boundless rage and deep-seated hatred, erupted like thunder. It was Lu Jianhong, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening as he glared at Lu Xun, his body trembling with extreme fury. Having just slain Zhang Meng, he felt a surge of confidence. You traitor of the Celestial Organization, you've caused the deaths of so many brothers. Today, I will personally slay you to avenge them. He recalled the comrades who had perished in internal strife and betrayal, a surge of bloodlust igniting within him. Chu Ye tilted his head slightly to glance at Lu Jianhong, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. He nodded, his voice calm and unwavering. Very well. I grant you this opportunity. With me watching over you, you need not worry for your safety. Go all out. Hearing Chu Ye's indifferent promise, as if Zhou Xiong did not exist at all, both Lu Xun and Zhou Xiong felt a surge of indignation. Especially Zhou Xiong, whose temper flared. He felt deeply humiliated. Arrogant brat. The muscles in his face twitched, eyes burning with malice. Let's see what gives you the right to speak so boldly here. Do you truly believe you can run rampant with just a few paltry water chains? This bastard dares to disregard me so openly. I will ensure your head rolls for this insolence. Before he could finish his thoughts, Zhou Xiong propelled himself off the ground, sand flying in his wake. He shot forth like an arrow, exuding an unparalleled ferocity toward Chu Ye. The thick-backed steel knife in his hand traced a chilling arc in the dim light. Its tip, infused with years of his power and skill, aimed directly at the water chain floating before Chu Ye. "Break from me," Zhou Xiong bellowed. With a soft sound, accompanied by a splash of water, the seemingly indestructible water chain was indeed pierced by Zhou Xiong's blade, creating a small opening. Although the water quickly reformed, the blade had breached the outer defense, darting toward Chu Ye's heart with increased speed. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Xiong's face twisted into a savage grin. "Kid, do you see this? This is the true power of a gene wielder. Your flashy tricks are nothing but a joke before me. Merely that." However, just as Zhou Xiong believed victory was within his grasp, his expression morphed into one of shock as he heard Lu Jianhong and Apos' furious roar resounding from the other side. "Lu Shun, your life is forfeit." With eyes ablaze, fueled by towering hatred and rage, Lu Jianhong charged at Lu Shun with reckless abandon. "Humph, overestimating yourself." Lu Shun's eyes gleamed with contempt. He appeared unfazed by Lu Jianhong's frenzied assault. With a flick of his hands, the scattered metal fragments and rebar were manipulated by an unseen force, rapidly coalescing into an irregular metal shield before him. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Jianhong and Apos' powerful fists hammered against the metal shield, producing a deafening clamor of metal clashing, sparks flying. Simultaneously, several sharp metal spikes erupted silently from the edges of the shield, aimed directly at Lu Jianhong's vital points. Lu Jianhong reacted swiftly, dodging with a roar. Using both fists and feet in a fierce collision with Lu Shun and Apos' metal constructs. In that moment, the sounds of metal striking metal resonated loudly, waves of pressure rolling through the air. Yet it was evident that Lu Jianhong, facing Lu Shun and Apos' fourth-level gene ability of metal manipulation, was on the defensive, struggling against the overwhelming force, perilously retreating. Chapter 169. Lu Shun quickly calls for reinforcements on the other side, confronted with Zhou Xiong's lethal strike. She merely swayed half a step to the left. The blade, capable of piercing steel, narrowly grazed the hem of his garment, the resultant gust stirring his hair. Chu Ye did not spare Zhou Xiong a glance. Instead, his gaze drifted towards Lu Jianhong, who was entangled in a fierce battle with Lu Shun, shaking his head slightly. Lu Jianhong, despite his brute strength and fury, lacked the awareness of combat, leaving him vulnerable to numerous openings. Zhou Xiong, startled by his missed strike, soon noticed that Chu Ye had the audacity to look elsewhere in such a critical moment, igniting his fury. This was an utter humiliation. "How dare you disregard me?" Zhou Xiong bellowed, his eyes aflame with rage. Seeking death, with a twist of his wrist, he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, his speed surging exponentially. In an instant, the flash of his blade enveloped Chu Ye's vital points, each slash accompanied by a piercing whistle, fierce and unyielding, determined to end Chu Ye's life swiftly. Prepare to die. In the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Chu Ye finally turned his head slowly. His gaze calm as he met the glinting tip of the blade mere inches away. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint, bored smirk. "Engaging you is rather dull. What does that mean?" Zhou Xiong was momentarily stunned, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. The next instant, before he could react, a chilling, slippery sensation, accompanied by a suffocatingly terrifying constriction, surged from behind him. He looked down in horror to find a robust water chain, having silently coiled around him from behind, binding him tightly from his waist to his chest. "Ah!" Zhou Xiong let out a furious scream, his muscles tensing as he tried to break free. He frantically swung his steel blade at the water chain coiling around him. Thud, thud, thud. The blade struck against the chain, producing a dull sound, water splashing, yet failing to budge it in the slightest. The chain was both pliable and sturdy, holding him fast. How is this possible? My blade. Zhou Xiong's arrogance was swiftly replaced by terror, disbelief flooding his eyes. His swift blade could not even breach the chain's defense. Chu Ye regarded his futile struggles with a frigid gaze. "Before me, you lack even the right to struggle. Merely a stronger insect." In that instant, as his words fell, Chu Ye's expression remained indifferent, a slight shift of intention. Crack. A sound reminiscent of bones being crushed echoed. The water chain constricting Zhou Xiong tightened suddenly. A horrific pressure engulfed his entire body. Ugh. Zhou Xiong and Apos' eyes bulged, bloodshot and wide, his mouth agape yet unable to produce a sound. Splurt. In the next moment, blood gushed forth like a fountain from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose simultaneously. His body resembled a balloon crushed by an invisible hand, instantly drained of all strength, his head tilting as life slipped away entirely. Thud. The heavy corpse thudded onto the sandy ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The entire sequence transpired with a heart-stopping swiftness. What? Lu Shun, who had just repelled Lu Jianhong with a palm and was preparing to launch another fierce offensive, caught sight of this horrifying scene from the corner of his eye. His pupils dilated, an icy chill coursing through him like a venomous serpent, from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Zhou Xiong, the formidable and ruthless Zhou Xiong. He didn't even survive a single exchange, instead being strangled to death by that bizarre water chain. Lu Shun felt his scalp tingle, his gaze towards Chu Ye now filled with an uncontrollable fear. Instant kill. This was an absolute instant kill. As he fended off Lu Jianhong's increasingly frenzied attacks, he kept a wary eye on Chu Ye, his voice trembling with terror. Who on earth are you? This power? Could it be? Are you a level 5 genetic warrior? In his view, only the legendary and exceedingly rare level 5 genetic warriors could possess such overwhelming and terrifying strength. Chu Ye slowly shifted his gaze from Zhou Xiong's lifeless body to Lu Shun, whose face had turned pale and whose eyes were filled with horror, gently shaking his head. Level 5? His tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. I am nothing at all. No. Impossible. Lu Shun could hardly believe it. And as if struck by a thought, his fear deepened, and he exclaimed, You are one of Huang Ambu's people, aren't you? You were sent here as one of his 10 guardians to silence me. It must be that way. Once this notion took hold, Lu Shun could no longer afford to engage Lu Jianhong. He forcefully pushed Lu Jianhong back several steps, rapidly retreating. Trying to escape, Lu Jianhong steadied himself, roaring in anger, preparing to pursue recklessly. At that moment, as Lu Shun was retreating, he swiftly produced an object from his pocket, a compact signal gun. A glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes as he unhesitatingly aimed the gun at the dim sky, his finger poised to pull the trigger. However, whoosh. A sharp sound sliced through the air. Chu Ye's eyes narrowed suddenly. Almost simultaneously as Lu Shun drew the signal gun, a water chain, hovering beside him, shot forth with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, as swift as lightning. Crack. A resounding crunch echoed across the silent battlefield. Lu Shun let out a scream that pierced the air. The swiftly approaching water chain strikingly impacted the arm, holding the signal gun with pinpoint precision. The terrifying force instantly shattered his arm bone. The signal gun flew from his grasp, landing in the sand. Meanwhile, Lu Shun collapsed to the ground, clutching his grotesquely twisted arm, writhing in agony, cold sweat instantly soaking through his clothes. Chu Ye approached with an expressionless demeanor. Under Lu Shun's terrified and desperate gaze, he placed a foot heavily beside the uninjured hand, pressing his face deep into the sand. A cold, cutting voice echoed. Who are you signaling to? Huang Ambu. Who is he? Lu Shun, beneath Chu Ye and Appo's foot, struggled to turn his head. He fixed a haunting gaze on Chu Ye and Appo's ankle, letting out a strange, derisive chuckle. Pretending not to know Huang Ambu in front of me. Do you think it's of any use? His voice was intermittent yet laced with madness. My leader has long seen the signal, even if I did not send it out. His spies have noticed the commotion here. He will arrive. He will arrive immediately. A flicker of vengeful delight shone in Lu Shun's eyes, as if he could already envision the scene of Chu Ye being torn to shreds. By then, it won't just be you. Even that old fool Huang Ambu. You will all die. Chapter 170. Yu Shuang, Huang Ambu? This individual appears to hold considerable significance. A fleeting thought crossed Chu Ye's mind. Yet his visage remained as unyielding as ever, an eternal mask of frost. He regarded Lu Shun, who was still cackling madly beneath him. Threats? Utterly meaningless. With a subtle shift of intent, a stream of water suspended nearby instantaneously coalesced and sharpened. Swoosh. Without a hint of premonition, a razor-sharp azure water blade sliced through Lu Shun and Appo's neck in an instant. The laughter ceased abruptly. Lu Shun and Appo's solitary eye widened in shock and disbelief, soon succumbing to a swift dimming of light. Thud. A head rolled onto the sandy ground, its visage frozen in a grotesque expression of twisted mirth, rendering it particularly eerie. The headless body gushed forth a fountain of blood, staining the surrounding sand red before collapsing limply. Hiss! Lu Jianhong gasped in shock, feeling a chill surge up his spine, spreading throughout his entire being. How decisive! He watched the severed head roll away, then glanced at the impassive Chu Ye, his heart racing uncontrollably. Fear, arising from Chu Ye and Appo's unfathomable prowess and his merciless decisiveness. Mr. Chu. Lu Jianhong's voice trembled slightly. This Lu Shun. I have crossed paths with him before. He undoubtedly possesses the strength of a level 4 genetic user. His leader, Lu Jianhong, swallowed hard, his face etched with gravity and concern. I fear he is one of the legendary 10 generals of the Tianmu organization. That is, a terrifying existence of level 5, perhaps even level 6. General? Chu Ye slowly turned his head, his obsidian eyes fixed upon Lu Jianhong, a hint of inquiry glimmering within. The generals of the Tianmu organization? Why have you never mentioned them before? A trace of bitterness appeared on Lu Jianhong's face as he hastily explained. Mr. Chu, I too have only heard rumors. It is said that these generals are the core combat strength of the Tianmu organization, seldom revealing themselves, known only to the upper echelons. I chanced upon this information while dealing with members of Tianmu in the past. The specifics I cannot ascertain. I see, they are well concealed, Chu Ye acknowledged. He cast his gaze downward at the lifeless head, his expression devoid of any disturbance. Level 5? Level 6? What of it? Bang! Chu Ye lifted his foot and, as though kicking a ball, sent Lu Shun's still warm head flying, where it rolled far across the sandy terrain. Humph, even if they are generals, they will require time to arrive. Chu Ye and Appo's tone was as indifferent as water. The name that would instill terror in any surviving faction was merely inconsequential. Let us first enter this building and thoroughly scavenge the Appos, treasures and Appos. Within. This. Lu Jianhong stared at Chu Ye and Appos' retreating figure, momentarily dazed, but soon resolutely clenched his teeth and suppressed his fear. Damn it, what is there to fear? With Mr. Chu here. He inhaled deeply, his gaze regaining determination, and quickly matched Chu Ye's pace. Yes, Mr. Chu. The two swiftly advanced toward the entrance of the building, the remaining members of Zhou Xiong and Lu Shun's subordinates. Upon witnessing Chu Ye approach like a harbinger of death, were struck with terror, some attempting to flee while others bravely raised their weapons. Chu Ye spared them not a glance. With a mere thought, several water arrows shot forth. Puff, 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 following a series of dull thuds. All who dared resist or flee were accurately pierced through their vital points, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Only one who appeared to be a minor leader remained, tightly bound by a water chain and thrown onto the ground. Speak. Where are the genetic agents, mutated biological meat, and the armory located within the building? Chu Ye loomed above, his voice frigid and devoid of emotion. The individual trembled under Chu Ye's gaze, stammering out all he knew in a frantic outburst, fearing he might be crushed to death if he hesitated even for a moment. Having acquired the desired information, Chu Ye and Appo's expression remained apathetic. Crack. The water chain tightened slightly, producing a crisp sound from the man's neck as his head grotesquely tilted to one side, his voice extinguished in an instant. Chu Ye turned to glance at Lu Jianhong, who was still inspecting the corpses. The information has been obtained. Proceed directly to the location he indicated. Yes, Lu Jianhong affirmed, immediately dashing toward the direction pointed out by the captive. Chu Ye then ventured down another corridor, arriving at a heavy metal door secured with an electronic lock. Clearly a significant location. He halted, surveying the tightly shut door without a trace of hesitation. With a swift motion, his right leg lifted, muscles tensing instantly, as if an invisible force empowered him. Bang! A deafening roar erupted. The sturdy metal door, capable of withstanding a small explosion, was violently kicked open by Chu Ye. The entire door frame warped and buckled inward, the locking mechanism scattering in all directions. Amidst the tremendous clamor and swirling dust, Chu Ye gazed inward. Beyond the door lay a spacious and brightly lit chamber, filled with an array of intricate instruments and glassware. The air imbued with a faint scent of disinfectant and some chemical reagent. Within this space, a dozen or so individuals clad in white lab coats and donning masks and goggles looked up in terror, their movements stiff as they stared at the entrance. Upon seeing the figure emanating a chilling aura, panic flooded their eyes. Who goes there? Shrieks and exclamations erupted. Lu Jianhong, arriving just in time, widened his eyes in astonishment at the sight. Goodness, Lu Shun had concealed so many researchers. Yet, a cold smile slowly crept across Chu Ye's lips. A delightful surprise. Truly a delightful surprise. These researchers, in this apocalyptic world, may prove to be even more valuable than the genetic agents and weaponry. Excellent. A surge of indescribable excitement and possessiveness welled up within Chu Ye. These individuals, I will claim them all. They shall serve my purpose. His voice, though not raised, carried an undeniable authority, penetrating the ears of every researcher within the room. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp female voice pierced the air. Not so fast. A relatively petite woman in a white lab coat, her goggles pursed atop her head, flashed a look of resolve and madness in her eyes. Her hands clenched tightly, knuckles paling from the strain, her gaze fixed fiercely upon Chu Ye at the doorway. A troublesome woman. Chu Ye's brow furrowed slightly, an inkling of impatience flickering within him. Yi Gong, Yi Shuang, do not act rashly. The researchers behind her instinctively inched closer, their faces ashen, bodies trembling. Yet their eyes betrayed a suppressed fury and fear as they whispered her name in unison. Chapter 171. Why trust this man? Chu Ye understood that the woman named Yi Shuang was their cornerstone. Yi Shuang took a sharp breath, her chest heaving violently. Her voice piercing yet filled with a resolute determination akin to a martyr's. We will no longer be accomplices to evil. That beast Lu Shun forced us into countless heinous experiments. You want us to follow you? To continue those vile deeds? Only over my dead body. Her voice echoed in the vast laboratory, laced with intense hatred and a chilling madness. So they were coerced, and they loathed Lu Shun? Upon hearing this, Chu Ye felt a flicker of interest. This certainly spared him considerable effort. The coldness on his face softened slightly, though his tone remained neutral. Lu Shun? He is already dead. What? Dead? A low murmur of disbelief rippled through the researchers behind Yi Shuang, their expressions a mix of shock and incredulity. Follow me. Chu Ye commanded, his gaze sweeping over each of them. I will not compel you to act against your conscience. I require your expertise, nothing more. Yi Shuang froze momentarily, her eyes flashing with deeper vigilance and suspicion as she sharply questioned. Dead? You say he is dead, but who can ascertain you are not of his ilk? Merely adopting a different guise to deceive us? What is your true intent? Foolish woman, unable to discern the circumstances. Chu Ye scoffed inwardly, his patience waning. That so-called General King under Lu Shun could arrive at any moment. Once entangled, even he would find it challenging to extricate himself. These researchers, they were invaluable assets that could not be lost. Time was of the essence. He had no luxury to waste on idle talk. Suddenly, Chu Ye turned sharply to Lu Jianhong behind him, his voice turning icy. Lu Jianhong. Yes, Mr. Chu. Lu Jianhong immediately stood upright. Go, bring me his head. Chu Ye ordered, his tone resolute. Understood. Lu Jianhong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended Chu Ye's intent. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he turned and hastened out. The atmosphere in the laboratory plummeted to a frigid silence, the remaining researchers holding their breath, fearfully glancing between Chu Ye and Yi Shuang, uncertain of what would unfold next. Yi Shuang's face turned pale. Her lips pressed tightly together as she fixed her gaze on Chu Ye, as if seeking answers from his impassive expression. Before long, Lu Jianhong returned, holding a disheveled head. Eyes wide open, the visage still etched with terror and defiance. It was Lu Shun. With no mercy, Lu Jianhong tossed the head onto the cold ground, where it rolled twice on the smooth floor before coming to a stop near Yi Shuang's feet. Those lifeless, unblinking eyes seemed to glare at her. It is truly Lu Shun. He really killed Lu Shun. A wave of suppressed gasps and exclamations erupted in the laboratory. A few timid researchers nearly collapsed to the floor, their legs giving way in terror. Yi Shuang's pupils dilated, instinctively covering her mouth, her body shaking uncontrollably as she gazed at the head she knew all too well. Her eyes brimmed with utter shock and disbelief. Lu Shun, the nightmare that had loomed over them, was dead, killed by this man before her, who seemed like a demonic figure. Engineer Yi. A voice trembled. What he said, is true. Lu Shun is dead. We might really be able to. Another researcher echoed in hushed tones, their voice laced with a glimmer of hope. Seeing Lu Shun's head, some of the researchers clearly wavered, their gazes toward Chu Ye shifting from sheer fear to a complex mix of emotions. Yi Shuang suddenly snapped back to reality, her voice sharp and commanding. Everyone, stop. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure, her eyes sharpening once more. Even if Lu Shun is dead, why should we trust him? Who knows if he is a more ruthless demon than Lu Shun? We cannot. Suddenly, rumble. A faint yet unmistakable tremor resonated from afar. The ground and walls quaking slightly, glassware on the shelves clinking softly. Chu Ye's expression shifted, his gaze snapping toward the source of the disturbance. Lu Jianhong, go check. Yes. Lu Jianhong's expression grew serious as he swiftly approached the laboratory entrance. Mr. Chu, this commotion, it must be Lu Shun's reinforcements. Those so-called General Kings may have arrived. So they have come. Chu Ye felt his patience evaporating. He turned back, his icy gaze sweeping over Yi Shuang and the hesitant researchers behind her. Lu Shun's reinforcements are nearly here. Anyone wishing to survive, now, immediately, follow me. After a pause, his voice carried no hint of emotion. Those who do not wish to leave, remain here and join Lu Shun in death. Having delivered his ultimatum, Chu Ye could barely spare them another glance. His focus shifting to the shelves deep within the laboratory, laden with finished gene serums, specially sealed mutated biological specimens, and various precious experimental materials and data hard drives. These were the true treasures. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing forward. Buzz, an invisible, arcane wave emanated from him, rippling outward like water. Then, an unforgettable scene unfolded before Ye Shuang and all the researchers, leaving them astounded. The test tubes, containers, sealed specimens, precision instrument parts, hard drives, all that was placed upon the shelves, regardless of size or weight, seemed to be gently yet dominantly lifted by an unseen hand, defying the laws of physics. They floated in midair. In the next moment, these suspended items, akin to pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, were engulfed by another realm, sending forth imperceptible ripples through the air, before vanishing into thin air, one after another, within mere breaths. The area that had once brimmed with invaluable materials and research achievements became utterly barren, leaving only bare metallic shelves. What? Where did everything go? It vanished. Into thin air. The color drained from Ye Shuang's face in an instant as she whirled around, desperately searching for the missing items. But the surroundings revealed nothing but cold walls and empty racks. Her understanding, her scientific perspective, faced an unprecedented assault at that moment. The other researchers beside her were similarly aghast, their mouths agape. They gasped, their expressions frozen in shock, utterly captivated by this extraordinary, almost miraculous spectacle before them. Chapter 172. The unspoken path the gazes directed at Chu Ye transcended mere fear. They were now infused with an ineffable awe. Just as the crowd was utterly dazed by his incomprehensible prowess, a pale-faced researcher, adorned with spectacles, trembled as he pointed at Chu Ye, his voice sharp with disbelief. It was him. Just now. I saw it. It was his hand that moved. Those things. He made them vanish. Upon uttering these words, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been hurled into a boiling pot of oil, causing an explosive reaction. What? It was truly him. How could this be possible? The astonished eyes of the crowd converged on Chu Ye, fear intertwined with a subtle hint of envy and reverence. This was nothing short of divine intervention. To possess such power amidst the apocalypse. Unfazed by the multitude and Apos' gaze, Chu Ye merely nodded slightly, tacitly acknowledging the researcher and Apos' assertion. His icy gaze swept over the assembly, his voice flat yet imbued with undeniable authority. Follow me, and you shall lack neither food nor drink. With my presence, you need not fear any danger, nor will I compel you to partake in any research against your will. In this world of despair, what is most precious? Safety, sustenance, and hope. His words resonated like a stone cast into a placid lake, stirring tumultuous waves in the hearts of the previously despondent researchers. No more worries about food? No more threats? No longer would they be coerced into inhumane experiments by Lu Shun? This was a promise akin to paradise. I wish to follow you, cried one eager researcher. Mr. Chu, I too wish to join. Almost instantaneously, two young researchers, unable to contain their excitement and thirst for life, dashed forward. Their eyes fervently fixed on him, fearful he might change his mind. With one taking the lead, the last remnants of hesitation among the others swiftly dissipated. The instinct for survival overshadowed all. I want to go too. Take me with you, Mr. Chu. An ever-growing number of people surged towards Chu Ye. The once dense line behind Ye Shuang now dwindling. A subtle smile graced the corners of Chu Ye and Apos' mouth, clearly pleased with the outcome. He turned slightly and gestured to Lu Jianhong. Keep an eye on them. Yes, Mr. Chu. Lu Jianhong responded solemnly, his gaze vigilant as he surveyed the newcomers to prevent any potential chaos. Stop. You all stay right there. Ye Shuang's complexion darkened as she rushed forward, attempting to block those advancing towards Chu Ye, her voice a mix of urgency and anger. Have you all lost your minds? You know nothing of who he is. He killed Lu Shun, and his methods are insidious and ruthless. Can you truly guarantee he isn't an even more terrifying demon? Don't be deceived by him. Her sharp words momentarily caused a few researchers to hesitate. Chu Ye slowly lifted his eyelids, his cold gaze landing on Ye Shuang and Apos' anxious face. His tone laced with sarcasm and blatant indifference. If you seek death, no one will stop you. But do not obstruct those who wish to live. Foolish woman. Even at death's door, you remain oblivious to the circumstances. No sooner had he spoken than boom. A more intense, thunderous roar erupted from outside the building. This time, it was not a mere tremor but a tangible shockwave. The entire laboratory seemed to sway violently, the ceiling lights flickering wildly, dust cascading down. What is happening? Outside. The laboratory erupted into chaos, screams and gasps filling the air as everyone instinctively turned to look around, their faces etched with terror and confusion. Damn it! Chu Ye cursed under his breath, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Lu Shun's lackeys were swift in their actions. Reinforcements had arrived downstairs. He turned sharply, addressing the newly allied researchers, who now trembled in fear. Those who wish to live, follow me. Quickly. Lu Jianhong reacted swiftly, darting to a window near the outer wall. Cautiously peering outside, his complexion paled, and he turned back to shout, Mr. Chu. Outside, there are hordes of people. Armed vehicles as well. We are completely surrounded. At this revelation, the faces of the researchers, who had only just felt a flicker of hope, turned ashen once more. Surrounded? How could they escape now? Chu Ye furrowed his brow imperceptibly. He glanced at the despairing faces of his followers and surveyed the laboratory structure, his tone tinged with resignation. As if stating a harsh truth, I can escape, but for you, it may be difficult. With such a conspicuous group, their objective was far too apparent, making them easy prey for those outside. What? Mr. Chu, you can't abandon us. Please, take us with you. We don't want to die. We will serve you like beasts. We beg you. Panic ensued as they desperately pleaded, some even collapsing to their knees. They feared Chu Ye would forsake them. Amidst the tumult and wails, a seemingly frail researcher with thick glasses suddenly recalled a glimmer of hope. He lifted his head, pointing towards Yi Shuang, and shouted with all his might, Yi knows. She knows of a secret passage, right beneath this building. It and Apos, very concealed. She said, it leads to the mountains over 100 miles away. In an instant, all eyes, including those of Chu Ye and Lu Jianhong, focused intently on Yi Shuang. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Ye and Apos' eyes, quickly followed by unmistakable ire. Why didn't Apos you mention this sooner? There was a way out all along. He no longer hesitated and barked to those still surrounding him. Get up. Back to your positions. He then led Lu Jianhong and the group of researchers back towards the heart of the laboratory with determined strides. As they re-entered, they found the place had descended into utter chaos. Remaining researchers were in a state of panic, some crying out desperately, while a few timid souls lay crumpled on the ground. Yi Shuang stood in the center, futilely urging everyone to calm down, her voice drowned out by the overwhelming tide of fear. Silence. Chu Ye's voice rang out, low yet imbued with a peculiar power that instantly quelled the clamor. The chaotic scene froze momentarily. All were stunned into silence by his authoritative command, instinctively ceasing their actions and gazing at him, eyes wide with terror. With an impassive expression, Chu strode through the crowd, coming to a halt before the pale and trembling Yi Shuang, his penetrating gaze locking onto her eyes. Yi Shuang, tell me the location of the passage. Chapter 173. Together in death or accompanying the deceased Chu Ye's tone brooked no dissent, exuding an air of unyielding authority. I assure you, every person here who wishes to survive will depart safely. This is your sole opportunity, as well as theirs. Yi Shuang's lips pressed tightly together, her gaze a tempest of inner turmoil. Instinctively, she clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. To entrust the lives of everyone to this man, who had just slain Lu Shun and whose methods were inscrutable. Yet, what was to be done about the enemies outside? What should she do? Trust him? Or perish together? Observing the profound conflict and hesitation etched across Yi Shuang's face, Chu Ye's brow furrowed slightly, his patience waning, his tone growing colder. What? Would you prefer to die here alongside them? To accompany Lu Shun in death? This heart-wrenching statement struck Yi Shuang with force. She abruptly lifted her gaze, meeting Chu Ye's fathomless eyes, which seemed to pierce through everything. She perceived coldness, indifference, yet found no trace of murderous insanity. Perhaps he truly sought only the supplies and the expertise of these researchers. Drawing a deep breath, as if expending her very essence, Yi Shuang finally resolved her stance. Her eyes regained their sharpness, imbued with a fierce determination. Very well. I shall tell you. She paused, stepping forward, unflinchingly meeting Chu Ye's gaze, articulating each word with utmost clarity. But Chu Ye, I must issue a warning. If you dare to act inappropriately towards any of them within the passage, or take any detrimental action. Her voice rose abruptly, laced with a chilling intensity and reckless fervor. I, Yi Shuang, will ensure that you pay the price, even if it costs me my life. Yi Shuang's resolute and fervent warning reverberated within the stifling laboratory, the atmosphere seemingly thickening. Upon hearing this, a cold smirk graced Chu Ye's lips. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them to mere inches. His tall figure radiated an invisible pressure, causing Yi Shuang to instinctively hold her breath. Yi Shuang, it appears you have misunderstood the crux of the matter. Chu Ye's voice was low, yet resonated clearly in every ear present. I have never been interested in your lives, or rather, in the lives of the weak. His gaze was piercing, fixed intently upon Yi Shuang, akin to observing an ant. What I value is your intellect, the technology you possess, and the worth you hold in this apocalyptic world. As for everything else, it is of no consequence. Was he truly only interested in their abilities? Yi Shuang found herself momentarily entranced by the profound, indifferent gaze of the man before her. His words were brutally candid yet seemed to carry an unusual sincerity. Just as she pondered how to respond, a deafening explosion resounded from outside, shaking the very foundation of the building. Immediately following was a barrage of gunfire and the roar of vehicle engines. Mr. Chu, it appears they are launching a full-scale assault. Lu Jianhong and Appo's urgent voice pierced through from outside, his face betraying an unmistakable anxiety. Yi Shuang and Appo's heart raced, her complexion draining of color. She bit her lip fiercely, the imprint of her teeth sinking into her soft flesh. No longer hesitating, she resolved to trust this man and turned abruptly. Follow me. She surged toward the laboratory exit, her steps imbued with a sense of desperation. Everyone, keep up. She commanded sharply to the startled researchers, signaling Lu Jianhong to take the rear, while he followed closely behind Yi Shuang. A throng of individuals surged forward, striving to keep their voices low as they traversed the disordered corridor, hastily descending to the first floor. Ultimately, Yi Shuang halted before a storage room brimming with discarded equipment and tattered boxes. Dust thickly coated the area, the air heavy with the scent of mildew and rust. This is the place. Her voice trembled slightly as she approached the farthest corner of the storage room. Chu Ye and Appo's gaze swept the area, landing on a heap of broken lab benches and an assortment of indistinguishable objects. Most conspicuously was a large, filthy plastic sheet, nearly obscuring half the wall. Under the watchful and anticipatory eyes of the others, Yi Shuang inhaled deeply, extending her hands to forcefully push aside the heavy plastic. With a whoosh, the sheet stirred up a cloud of dust, revealing what lay hidden behind it. A dark, gaping hole appeared in the corner of the wall. The opening was not large, just enough for a person to bend down and enter, its edges irregular, as if it were violently breached, with debris and soil scattered around. More peculiarly, the rim of the hole was covered with a fine layer of yellow sand, stark against the concrete surroundings. A tunnel. There is truly a tunnel. How wonderful. We are saved. Hurry. Get in. The exhilaration of narrowly escaping death surged through the researchers. They were nearly bouncing with excitement. This opening was discovered by chance while we were clearing waste months ago. Yi Shuang gasped, pointing towards the entrance. At that time, Lu Shun and the others were unaware. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. If it had been found long ago, why was no effort made to escape? Why wait until now? As this question lingered, the previously jubilant researchers froze, their faces paling. Many instinctively took a step back, their expressions betraying fear and hesitation. A hint of bitterness and helplessness crossed Yi Shuang's face as she sighed softly. Mr. Chu, I have my reasons. Let us enter first. We cannot afford to waste time. HM? Chu Ye's suspicions deepened. He noted the researchers' evidently strange reactions, indicating that the tunnel was likely fraught with peril. This woman, indeed, harbored secrets. Mr. Chu, the enemy's firepower is intensifying. I hear heavy weaponry. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Lu Jianhong urged anxiously, the cacophony of gunfire serving as a relentless reminder of their urgency. Understood. Chu Ye nodded, ceasing to ponder further. He turned to Yi Shuang, his tone leaving no room for argument. You, lead the way. Yi Shuang shuddered slightly but ultimately nodded, bending down to enter the dark opening. You all follow. Move swiftly. Chu Ye commanded the group behind him. Though the researchers were apprehensive about the unknown within the tunnel, the external artillery posed a far greater threat. Survival instincts overshadowed their fears, and one by one, they hurriedly bent down and leaped into the opening. Chapter 174. How could there be a baby elephant? Chu Ye surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that everyone had entered before he stepped in last. Lu Jianhong followed closely behind, forcefully toppling a heavy, discarded metal cabinet as he jumped down. The loud crash effectively blocked most of the opening, and he hastily pulled over a thick plastic sheet to obscure any traces. The interior was shrouded in complete darkness, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. A stifling air, mixed with the scent of damp earth and an unknown creature, enveloped him, making it difficult to breathe. The ground beneath was soft sand, uneven and treacherous. Chu Ye channeled his internal energy, a faint blue light flickering in his pupils, rendering the oppressive darkness inconsequential to him. He looked around and discerned that they seemed to be in a naturally formed sandy passage, slightly widened, winding downward into the unknown. He followed closely behind Ye Shuang, the line stretching long before them, only the sound of heavy breathing and shuffling feet breaking the suffocating silence. After walking for about 100 meters, the passage widened slightly. Yet it remained dark and stifling. Suddenly, a low, suppressed roar, seemingly emanating from some large beast, reverberated from the darkness ahead. The sound was not loud, yet it carried an unmistakable warning and threat, echoing ominously in the silent tunnel. What was that sound? Is there something ahead? A mutated creature? The researchers behind him erupted in a flurry of terrified whispers and inquiries. The group came to an immediate halt, many trembling in fear. Chu Ye's gaze sharpened. Almost instantaneously upon hearing the roar, his right hand flipped, revealing a gleaming military knife. The blade was aimed toward the source of the sound. "What is ahead?" he inquired, his voice cold and laced with an imperceptible hint of malice. "Stop. Don't engage." Just as Chu Ye was about to step forward to investigate, Ye Shuang, who had been leading, suddenly screamed in panic. She turned, arms outstretched, blocking Chu Ye's path. Her face was etched with terror and pleading, as if the knife in his hand might harm something of utmost importance in the next moment. A glint of cold light flashed in Chu Ye's eyes, and the doubts and concealed fury within him erupted. This woman's reaction was far from normal. With no hesitation, Chu Ye's left hand, swift as lightning, grasped Ye Shuang's slender neck, lifting her slightly off the ground. Ugh! Ye Shuang found herself gasping for air, her face reddening, hands futilely clawing at his wrist, her eyes wide with terror and disbelief. "Speak. What is lurking in this place?" His voice was filled with violent intent. "Are you trying to endanger us all?" His grip was powerful. Ye Shuang felt as if her throat might shatter. Just then a clearer, plaintive cry echoed, filled with urgency. In the darkness, a small, round shadow, stumbling with tiny legs, rushed directly toward Chu Ye and Ye Shuang. The shadow was not tall, perhaps reaching only to Chu Ye's thigh, and its outline resembled that of a baby elephant. The shadow charged swiftly, aiming straight for Ye Shuang, who was struggling under Chu Ye and Appo's grip, seeking death. Chu Ye's eyes narrowed, murderous intent surging forth. Regardless of what it was, any obstruction would be met with ruthless elimination. With a violent motion, he flung Ye Shuang aside without a glance. "Ugh!" she cried out in pain as she hit the ground hard, coughing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Chu Ye's thoughts raced, energy surging within him. System notification, water blade formation, energy guiding in progress. Parameter settings complete. A deep blue light coalesced in his right hand, transforming into a razor-thin, deadly water blade. The blade pointed menacingly at the approaching shadow. "Don't!" Just as the water blade was about to be unleashed, the recently thrown Ye Shuang, unexpectedly, surged with remarkable strength, rolling and scrambling toward them, arms wide open, desperately positioning herself between Chu Ye and the baby elephant. Her eyes brimmed with despair and madness as she screamed, "Do not harm it." Chu Ye's pupils constricted. This woman was willing to risk her life for this baby elephant. In the blink of an eye, he had no time to fully retract his power. But he twisted his wrist with great force. The gathered water blade narrowly grazed Ye Shuang's shoulder, hissing as it vanished into the sand behind her, leaving a bottomless hole. However, for safety's sake, his right leg, now raised with immense force, shifted from a killing blow to a repelling kick, landing a powerful strike on the approaching baby elephant. Bang! A resounding thud echoed. An excruciating wail erupted. The baby elephant was sent flying, crashing against the earthen wall of the narrow passage. Rolling to the ground, whimpering in pain, its small body convulsing, the dark, confined tunnel was suddenly filled with its heart-wrenching cries, piercing to the ear. "Baby elephant!" Ye Shuang and Appo's eyes widened in horror, calling out. She disregarded her own pain, rushing toward the injured creature, cradling it tightly in her arms, tears streaming down her face. "I and Appo's am so sorry. I and Appo's am so sorry." She trembled, repeatedly caressing the convulsing baby elephant, her voice choked with endless regret and sorrow. The researchers behind them stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. What was happening? Was Dr. Ye acquainted with this mutated creature? What did it all mean? Confusion and fear spread among the crowd. whispers beginning to circulate. Chu Ye slowly retracted his water blade, the blue glow dissipating. He approached Yi Shuang, who knelt on the ground, weeping for the baby elephant towering over her, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "Explain yourself." A simple phrase, yet it bore immense pressure. Yi Shuang abruptly lifted her head, her tear-streaked face filled with rage and an almost frenzied hatred. She glared at Chu Ye, her voice hoarse yet resolute. "You want to know? Fine. I will tell you." Cradling the whimpering baby elephant with utmost care, she ceded. "This is my secret. Mine. This passage is where I secretly dug to hide it. It is my only solace. I warn you, if you dare to harm it, Yi Shuang, will fight you to the end, even if it means my own destruction." Chapter 175. The genetic serum saves the young elephant. Her gaze was filled with reckless madness. It was no wonder she reacted so intensely. She understood. Looking at the young elephant that continued to wail in agony, its body trembling. The force behind his earlier kick was beyond what an ordinary creature could endure. His tone softened slightly, yet remained icy. "If you had confessed sooner, there wouldn't and oppose to have been this much trouble. Concealment only leads to greater complications, as is evident now." He did not wish to squander time in this wretched place. Although the sounds of artillery outside were largely muffled, the threat had not dissipated. "Get up," Chu Ye commanded. "Take it. Lead the way. Now." Yi Shuang's body stiffened as she gazed at the suffering young elephant in her arms. She glanced at the frigid Chu Ye and ultimately yielded. Cautiously, trembling, she attempted to lift the young elephant and stand. Amwell. Perhaps disturbed by its wounds, the young elephant emitted an even louder and more sorrowful cry. The sound reverberated powerfully within the narrow, enclosed tunnel. "Make it quiet." Chu Ye's expression darkened suddenly, his voice a fierce growl. "Do you want to attract everyone above? If you do, we will all perish here." Yi Shuang's face turned pale, her body shivering in fear as she hurriedly covered the young elephant's mouth, exerting all her strength to soothe it. "Be good. Don and Amp. Oppos. T cry. It and Amp. Oppos. S all right." However, just as she was desperately trying to calm it, the young elephant coughed violently. A dark red blood erupting from the gaps between Yi Shuang and Oppos' fingers that covered its mouth, splattering onto her hand. Yi Shuang and Oppos' pupils constricted sharply. Her entire being froze. She hastily released her grip and looked down at the young elephant and Oppos' condition, only to find it gasping weakly, its eyes vacant, and blood tinged with foam seeping from the corners of its mouth. "Damn it, I must have been too rough just now." Chu Ye and Amp, Oppos' brow furrowed ever so slightly. His kick could shatter steel plates, and this little creature, seemingly tough-skinned, likely had severely damaged internal organs. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The feeble breaths of the young elephant and Yi Shuang's suppressed sobs became the only sounds in the tunnel. Just then, rustle, rustle. A subtle tremor emanated from above. A few grains of dry sand fell from the tunnel and Amp, Oppos' ceiling, landing on Chu Ye and Amp, Oppos' shoulder. Chu Ye abruptly looked up. His gaze sharpened. His hearing surpassed that of ordinary people. Amidst the faint vibrations he detected a cacophony of footsteps, heavy, chaotic, and undoubtedly numerous. There were many people above. A warning bell rang loudly in Chu Ye's mind. They were coming. His low voice shattered the silence, tinged with gravity. Right above us. The vibrations from above clearly signaled pursuers had arrived. The rustling grew more pronounced, the falling sand almost forming a line, as if the entire tunnel were on the verge of collapsing at any moment. The heavy and chaotic footsteps echoed in everyone's hearts. Heavens, they truly have found us. Right above us. We've been discovered. What do we do? What do we do? We're doomed. There's no way we can escape. Panic erupted instantaneously in the cramped tunnel. The researchers turned pale, despairingly looking upwards. Their trembling bodies and suppressed cries filled the space. The shadow of death loomed closer than ever before. "Everyone, quiet down." Chu Ye's low roar cut through the chaos, his voice not loud, yet imbued with an undeniable authority and icy menace. It instantly quelled all noise and disorder. His sharp gaze swept over the terror-stricken faces, as if asking if they wished to be dug out like moles by those above. Those who did not wish to die remained silent. Threats are the most effective commands. The researchers trembled at his words, based on Chu Ye and Oppos' earlier display. They understood he was not jesting. They immediately clamped their mouths shut, not daring to breathe, only their terrified eyes flickering. In the tunnel, the only sounds now were the heart-pounding footsteps from above and the faint yet persistent cries of agony from the young elephant in Yi Shuang's arms. All eyes converged on Yi Shuang and the ailing young elephant she held. The cries, amidst the stillness, sounded particularly jarring, ready to betray their location. Yu Shuang sensed the fear and a hint of unspoken reproach in those gazes. Her face turned ashen as she desperately tried to cover the young elephant and Apos' mouth and nose, striving to silence the deadly sound, her body involuntarily shrinking back. Her eyes pleading with Chu Ye, filled with utmost terror. He would kill it. He would surely kill it. All because of its cries. Chu Ye's cold gaze fell upon the young elephant, feeling the footsteps above draw ever closer. His patience was wearing thin. Its cries would drag us all into hell. Chu Ye's voice held no warmth. Yi Shuang, for everyone to survive, you know what must be done. He raised his hand, making a grasping motion in the air. Though he did not condense a water blade, the intent to kill in that gesture sent chills through Yu Shuang. No, Yu Shuang screamed. Tears streaming anew as she clutched the young elephant tightly, resembling a mother beast protecting her young, using all her strength to roar. You cannot kill it. It is my everything. Chu Ye, if you dare touch a single hair on it, I will die here at once. I swear. Her voice was piercing and resolute, laced with a madness of mutual destruction. Deep within Chu Ye's eyes, a flicker of intense impatience and murderous intent finally surfaced. This woman was truly troublesome. Perhaps directly snapping her neck would create a quieter environment. His gaze swept past Yu Shuang and Apos' tear-streaked and dirt-smeared face, slowly shifting to the group of researchers behind her, who were silent as mice, their eyes averted. But that would not suffice. Killing her would only further incite chaos among these useless beings. Moreover, given the current situation, he needed her to stabilize the morale temporarily. At least until she revealed the tunnel and Apos' end, she still held value. In a flash, Chu Ye suppressed his murderous intent, stabilizing the situation, gathering intelligence. And escaping the perilous predicament was the priority. He took a deep breath, forcing his tone to sound more composed, though it remained cold. Is there any other way, besides letting it die, to immediately quiet it down? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of faint hope ignited in Yu Shuang's desperate eyes. As if she had grasped a final lifeline, she spoke rapidly. Yes, there is a way. The genetic serum. If we inject it with the genetic serum, it will undergo mutation. Its injuries will heal rapidly. It can survive. It will be quiet. Chapter 176. Discovered. Gene serum? Applied to it. Chu Ye furrowed his brows. He recalled that the injection of this substance seemed to be an excruciating process, and quiet. Surely it would only amplify its cries? However, he refrained from immediate rebuttal. Instead, he turned his head, his piercing gaze sweeping over the researchers. Was what she said true? Could the gene serum revive this creature and render it silent? The researchers felt a chill run down their spines under his scrutiny, yet their instinct for survival compelled them to nod vigorously. Yes, Doctor. Yi is an authority in this field. Theoretically feasible. Higher-order mutated organisms possess remarkable regenerative abilities. As long as the mutation stabilizes, it should no longer cry out. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye ceased to hesitate. Time was of the essence. The footsteps above were drawing alarmingly close. With a seemingly casual motion of his right hand, a metallic syringe gleaming with an ethereal blue hue, pulsating with mysterious energy, materialized in his palm. It was the gene serum he had previously scavenged from the laboratory. Dr. Ye's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the serum in Chu Ye's hand, instinctively rubbing her eyes. What was happening? Where had he conjured that from? Just moments ago, his hands were empty. Could it be? A bizarre thought flashed through her mind, but was swiftly quashed by her survival instinct. Not just her, but the surrounding researchers were equally astonished, mouths agape, faces etched with shock and confusion. Such a seemingly magical feat of conjuring was entirely beyond their comprehension. Chu Ye scoffed, indifferent to their astonishment, his tone imbued with unyielding authority. My abilities are beyond your understanding. Before his words could fade, he flicked his wrist, and the precious gene serum traced a precise arc, landing firmly in Dr. Ye's hands. You have 3 seconds. Inject it immediately. If it cries out louder or attracts pursuers. Chu Ye's voice suddenly turned sharp, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. I will crush its skull with my own hands, and then yours. Yes. Dr. Ye trembled at his words, too terrified to hesitate any further. Her hands shook as she swiftly removed the needle cap, aimed at the relatively intact muscle of the small elephant's hind leg, and plunged the syringe deep, forcefully pushing the azure serum into it. Whoa! Almost the instant the serum was injected, the ailing elephant erupted into a scream that was higher and more anguished than any before. The sound was suffused with indescribable agony and fury. It was as if countless searing irons were swirling within its body. Damn it, Chu Ye cursed inwardly. He had forgotten that the injection of the gene serum would trigger excruciating pain. He had no time to chastise Dr. Ye, for the sounds from above intensified. In the blink of an eye, Chu Ye stepped forward, seizing the wildly thrashing, screaming elephant from Dr. Ye's arms amid her terrified gaze. Simultaneously, a brilliant azure light surged from his left palm. With a whoosh, a torrent of pure water erupted into being, as though imbued with life, swiftly enveloping the elephant entirely, forming an airtight, violently undulating water sphere. Inside the water sphere, the elephant's cries were abruptly muffled, reduced to vague, muted whimpers, accompanied by the turbulent sound of rushing water. This was Chu Ye's precise manipulation of water elements through the vast ocean space, creating a temporary soundproof barrier. Having completed this, Chu Ye cradled the roiling water sphere in one hand, while pointing toward the depths of the passage with the other, issuing an unequivocal command to the paralyzed researchers, those who wish to live, now, immediately, follow me, quickly, holding the still thrashing, whimpering water sphere, in which the small elephant was enduring the agonizing transformation induced by the gene serum. Chu Ye and Appo's other hand swept forward, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Crashing down upon the dazed researchers, move. Taking the lead, Chu Ye advanced into the deeper darkness ahead. Lu Jianhong followed closely, his tall figure shielding the flanks of the group. Driven by the terror of death, the researchers shoved against one another, stumbling as they hurried to keep up, the passage echoing with their heavy breaths and chaotic footsteps. Dr. Ye bit her lip, tears long dried, leaving only streaks of dirt upon her face. She glanced back at the water sphere in Chu Ye's hands, her expression fraught with complexity, both worry and an indescribable fear. Meanwhile, above the underground passage, the wind and sand howled, yet in this area, an eerie gathering of figures had formed, clad in uniform dark green combat attire and equipped with formidable gear. A palpable aura of menace enveloped them. Dozens of gazes converged upon the man at the center of the group. This was a middle-aged man with harsh features, approximately in his 40s or 50s. Though not particularly tall, his eyes were sharp as an eagle and Appo's, exuding a disquieting pressure merely by standing there. He was none other than Yang Haichang, the mysterious leader spoken of by Lu Shun and Zhou Xiong. Silence reigned, broken only by the wind sweeping over the dunes. Yang Haichang suddenly raised his right hand, making a steady gesture that commanded silence from all. His bodyguards immediately held their breath, not daring to exhale. Then, Yang Haichang slowly crouched, his movements seemingly languid, yet imbued with an instinctual sharpness. He removed his tactical gloves and gently pressed his ear against the scorching, cracked surface of the sandy ground below. Time appeared to stand still. Moments later, Yang Haichang sprang to his feet, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His eyes reflecting a decisive judgment. There is movement below. His voice was low yet clear, reaching every subordinate's ears. The rhythmic footsteps, along with some form of energy fluctuation. Indeed, they had dug a rat hole here. His gaze swept over a muscular man beside him, wielding heavy demolition tools. His tone resolute. Dig it out. Yes, boss. The burly man roared, raising the heavy, glinting hydraulic pliers and spade in his hands, and brought them down forcefully at the spot where Yang Haichang had just listened. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds echoed across the desolate sandy ground, sending clouds of dust flying. Each strike was forceful, causing the earth to tremble violently. Before long, a sharp crack mingled with the sound of earth shattering reached their ears. Boom. The ground suddenly collapsed, and amidst the swirling dust, a nearly 2-meter-wide, pitch-black opening emerged before them. A wave of damp, musty air wafted forth from the cavern. Chapter 177. No one left behind. Yang Haichang and Appo's eyes gleamed with intensity as he advanced swiftly, lowering his gaze to scrutinize the contours of the passage below. Indeed, it was a tunnel. This group of laboratory rats had proven adept at concealing themselves. With a disdainful snort, he waved his hand decisively, issuing a command to pursue. They thought they could escape through here. Everyone, descend. Chase them down. Not a single one must be spared. Yes. The dark green figures moved without hesitation, promptly sliding down the edges of the collapsed pit into the enveloping darkness of the tunnel below. Deep within the tunnel, a thunderous rumble reverberated above, accompanied by the sound of rapid footsteps, echoing like thunder in the narrow passage. Debris and sand cascaded down, striking the individuals below. Chu Ye abruptly halted, spinning around, his pupils constricted. Damn it! They discovered us so swiftly. They had breached the ground directly. An overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him instantly. He could distinctly sense several powerful presences rapidly approaching from behind. They had excavated the tunnel. Chu Ye and Amp, Appos, S voice thundered in everyone and Amp, Appos, S ears, filled with an unprecedented urgency. The ones above are coming down. Accelerate. All of you, run out with the utmost speed. If you wish to survive, then flee. His words ignited a powder keg of panic. They are pursuing us. Run faster. Don't push me. Panic spread like wildfire among the researchers. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else as they screamed and cried out, some even using hands and feet to propel themselves forward recklessly, the scene spiraling into chaos. In the confusion, several individuals were knocked to the ground, trampled by those behind them, emitting agonizing cries. Amidst the turmoil, Ye Shuang, positioned at the forefront and nearest to the exit, suddenly lifted her head, pointing toward a faint glimmer of light in the darkness ahead. Expending every ounce of her strength to shout, her voice was tinged with desperation and a touch of madness. Light. There is light ahead. It's the exit. The exit is right in front of us. Everyone clutched onto this final lifeline. Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding the dangers, they surged forward at an astonishing speed. They lunged toward the faint light, their figures swiftly emerging from the opening. Seeing this, Chu Ye wasted no time, his form darting forward in pursuit. Upon stepping out of the tunnel, blinding sunlight flooded his vision, and the scorching air hit him like a wave, as if it would sear his skin. Chu Ye squinted slightly, quickly acclimating to the light, and surveyed his surroundings. What lay before him was an endless expanse of desolation. Vast sand dunes undulated before him, shimmering with golden hues under the relentless sun, while acrid dust permeated the air, and waves of heat rolled through, revealing a barren landscape devoid of any vegetation or water. Only the silent, despairing yellow sands. What a wretched place. He seized Ye Shuang, who had just staggered to her feet, her expression still fraught with terror. The force of his grip nearly toppled her again. Chu Ye's voice was icy and laced with urgency. Where's this? Ye Shuang trembled at the murderous glint in his eyes, her gaze darting around the unfamiliar desert, her face etched with fear and confusion, her voice quivering. I don't know. I only knew there was this secret passage. It is said to lead to the mountains. But I have never truly emerged from it. Useless. Chu Ye mentally cursed. He had initially thought they were out of danger. But that was far from the truth. However, now was not the time for accountability. After all, the sounds of footsteps from behind were already faintly audible. He released Ye Shuang, directing his finger toward a relatively flat expanse of sand ahead, commanding the bewildered individuals who had emerged behind him. All of you. Forward. In that direction. Do not stop. Run if you wish to live. The researchers, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, dared not linger, immediately plunging forward, stumbling and rushing toward the direction indicated by Chu Ye. Chu Ye remained in place, turning to Lu Jianhong, who had just emerged from the tunnel. Old Lu. We'll hold the rear. Buy them some time. Understood, Chu Gu. Lu Jianhong wiped the sweat and sand from his face, his expression serious as he nodded. Stretching his limbs alongside Chu Ye, vigilantly watching the tunnel and Appos' exit, the group fled desperately across the seemingly endless sea of sand. After merely covering a few hundred meters, Chu Ye's peripheral vision keenly caught movement at the tunnel's exit. Several agile dark green figures swiftly and silently emerged from the inky blackness of the tunnel. Damn it! Why are these bastards so fast? Chu Ye's heart sank, cursing inwardly. Leading the charge, Yang Haichong, almost the instant he emerged from the tunnel, cast a sharp gaze across the distance, precisely locking onto the fleeing researchers and the two at the rear, Chu Ye and Lu Jianhong. He spotted the pulsating, faintly glowing water orb in Chu Ye's hand, a cruel, confident smirk playing upon his lips. It is indeed you. He raised his hand, pointing in Chu Ye's direction. His voice low yet filled with an undeniable murderous intent, reaching the ears of all his subordinates. The target is over there. Pursue them. Remember, leave no one behind. Yang Haichong and Appos' cold, chilling command struck the hearts of each fugitive. Leave no one behind. These 4 words, steeped in a thick sin of blood, shattered the already frayed nerves of the fleeing researchers. Some instinctively turned back, and in a fleeting glance, they beheld the dark green figures surging from the tunnel, closing in at an astonishing speed. They are upon us. Run. Hurry. Fear gripped their hearts with an iron fist. The desire to survive obliterated all rational thought. And screams mingled with cries filled the air. The crowd surged forward like headless flies, the chaos even more pronounced than in the tunnel. Don't look back. Keep moving forward. Chu Ye's roar drowned out the cries, filled with an undeniable ferocity. He He did not glance back. His gaze sharp as it swept toward Lu Jianhong beside him, his voice lowered. Old Lu, it seems we are destined to see blood again today. Lu Jianhong panted heavily, wiping the sweat and sand from his face, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, tinged with self-deprecation. Huh. If I fall here, Chu Ye, remember to collect my body and bury me in a sunny spot. Damn it. This old fool is still thinking about sunbathing at a time like this. Chu Ye chuckled softly. Rest assured, I will ensure your ashes are scattered. Cough. Find you a prime resting place. Chapter 178. Madness to dare return at this moment. Chu Ye instinctively turned around, curious about how far the researchers had fled. Preparing to take action. In his line of sight, a figure was staggering against the flow of people, rushing towards him and Lu Jianhong. Chu Ye's pupils constricted. The approaching individual was none other than Yi Shuang. Had she lost her mind? Fury surged within Chu Ye. He shouted angrily, Yi Shuang, get the hell back. Are you trying to die? Yi Shuang and Appo's face was streaked with tears and dirt, yet her gaze was unwavering, ignoring Chu Ye and Appo's furious outburst. She fixated on the small elephant in Chu Ye and Appo's hands, crying out, Little elephant. My little elephant. I want to take it with me. Give it back to me. For such a trivial thing, she was willing to risk her life. Chu Ye could hardly believe it. Was her mind made of iron? Noticing the footsteps and energy fluctuations approaching from behind, time was of the essence. Chu Ye had no time for idle chatter. This was not the moment for discussions. He abruptly thrust the small elephant towards Yi Shuang. Take it. Hurry and go. Yi Shuang trembled with anticipation, her hands reaching out to grasp it. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, accompanied by a deathly whistle. Oh no, a sniper. Chu Ye and Appo's scalp prickled. Almost instinctively, he shouted, Be careful. At the same time, he yanked Yi Shuang, who had just embraced the water balloon, forcefully into his arms. With a thud, a high-velocity bullet grazed the spot where Yi Shuang had just stood, burying itself deep into the sand and sending up a small cloud of scorching yellow dust. Yi Shuang felt an overwhelming force as she collided with a hard, heated chest, the thunderous sound of a heartbeat echoing in her ears. Along with the nearby whistling of the bullet, the scent of death loomed so close, sending chills through her entire body. Dazed, she looked up at Chu Ye's cold profile. An indescribable sense of gratitude and fear flooding her heart. He saved me? However, before Yi Shuang could fully process her shock, a sudden, mocking round of applause echoed from their front. Clap, clap, clap. The applause, leisurely and unhurried, sounded particularly jarring in the desolate desert. Chu Ye abruptly lifted his head, pushing Yi Shuang away, his gaze icy as he focused on the source of the sound. There, in the shadow of the sand dunes, Yang Haichang leisurely clapped his hands, a smirk on his lips reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. He approached them step by step. Behind him, his subordinates silently spread out, completely blocking their escape route, subtly forming a siege. Upon seeing this, Chu Ye's expression remained unchanged as he coldly stared at Yang Haichang. You are the reinforcements Lu Shun called? Yang Haichang paused his applause, studying Chu Ye with interest, nodding slightly. Ah, your reaction is quite swift. No wonder Lu Shun and Zhou Xiong, those two useless fools, fell to your hands. He shifted his tone, shaking his head as his eyes grew frigid. However, it and Appo's pity. Those who kill my Tianmu, no matter where they flee, face only. His voice suddenly rose, laced with intense malice, a dead end. It and Appo's over. Completely over. With enemies in front and pursuers behind. Yi Shuang gazed at the menacing Yang Haichang and his elite warriors, feeling the suffocating pressure, her face turning pale as paper. Her arms trembled around the small elephant, whispering in despair, We shouldn't have come out. Perhaps dying in the tunnel would have offered a glimmer of hope. Shut up. Chu Ye barked, interrupting Yi Shuang's hopelessness. He locked his eyes on Yang Haichang, a rebellious smirk gracing his lips. What's the rush? We haven't even fought yet. Isn't it a bit premature to decide who lives and who dies? Oh. Yang Haichang raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Chu Ye's reaction. Then he scoffed. Interesting. You are the first to dare act so arrogantly before me. He no longer regarded Chu Ye. In his eyes, Chu Ye was merely meat on the chopping block. He waved dismissively to his subordinates. Loosen this kid up a bit, so he understands what despair truly feels like. Whoosh, whoosh. Before his words faded, two figures clad in dark green surged forward. Boom. A powerful and oppressive aura erupted, bearing down on Chu Ye and Lu Jianhong. It was the presence of fourth-level Jin warriors. And there were two of them. Lu Jianhong's face changed dramatically, his breath caught in his throat, his pupils constricted. My God! 4th level. How could two mere subordinates possess power comparable to Lu Shun? How on earth could they fight? Despair spread uncontrollably within him. Hearing Lu Jianhong and Amp, Appos, gasps of shock. Observing his rapidly tightening pupils, Yang Haichang wore a sneer of contempt, akin to looking at a naive bumpkin. He nodded lazily, his voice dripping with condescension. Indeed. 4th level Gene warriors. In your eyes, struggling at the bottom, they are truly unimaginable beings. He waved his hand at the two terrifying figures, his tone growing impatient. Dawn and Amp, Appos, waste time, give this and Amp, Appos, hero and Amp, Appos, a taste of despair. Yes. The deep, resonant reply echoed, and the two dark green figures moved with astonishing speed. Tearing through the air in an instant. So fast. Lu Jianhong's heart raced with alarm, feeling an icy, bone-chilling killing intent rushing towards him. He barely had time to assume a defensive posture, relying solely on instinct as he hastily raised his arm to block. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Lu Jianhong felt an irresistible force collide with his arm. Crack! Pain surged through his body. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the searing sand. Kicking up a cloud of dust. Blood mixed with sand erupted from Lu Jianhong's mouth. He struggled to rise, but found his body felt as though it had been shattered. His chest tightened, nearly suffocating him, each breath igniting searing pain. With just one blow. He hadn't even seen his assailant clearly. As a 2nd-level Gene warrior, he was utterly helpless before a 4th-level powerhouse. Ha 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 ha. Yang Haichang erupted into a piercing laugh. Unabashedly reveling in mockery and disdain. Useless. Can't even withstand a single blow. With your kind, you dare accompany others to their death? A disgrace. Lu Jianhong's face drained of color, humiliation and fury surging within him as he grit his teeth, glaring at Yang Haichang, wishing he could pierce him with his gaze. Yet the excruciating pain and overwhelming sense of powerlessness extinguished any will to resist. He could only collapse to the ground, helplessly watching as his enemy reveled in their triumph. Chapter 179. The cost of provoking Yang Haichang. The commotion heightened Yu Shuang's already overwhelming fear, causing her to instinctively retreat, her steps unsteady. In her hasty withdrawal, the small creature she had been clutching tightly slipped from her grasp. The little elephant, startled by the recent chaos, emitted a faint yet distinctive cry. Ee! The sound, though soft, resonated eerily in the stillness of the desert. Yu Shuang's face paled as she hurriedly covered the creature's mouth, attempting to conceal it once more. However, it was too late. Almost the instant the cry pierced the air, Yang Haichang's previously mocking gaze, fixed on Lu Jianhong, abruptly sharpened, as if sensing something. His eyes snapped to Yu Shuang and Appos' arms. Upon recognizing the small black creature, a look of disbelief ignited in his eyes, laced with a tinge of greed and fervor. Is that a rare species of mutated elephant? Yang Haichang's voice faltered, his gaze fixated on the little elephant, his breathing becoming ragged. To encounter such a high-level mutated creature here was nothing short of astonishing. Chu Ye felt a stir within him. He had always sensed that the small creature was extraordinary, but he had not anticipated it would provoke such a reaction from Yang Haichang. Maintaining an impassive faade, he turned his attention to Yang Haichang, his tone devoid of inflection. Oh, what is so remarkable about this little creature that warrants such excitement? Yang Haichang appeared to be in high spirits, perhaps believing that Chu Ye and his companions were already trapped. Uncharacteristically, he refrained from lashing out immediately and instead began to explain in a tone tinged with arrogance. Humph. I don't mind sharing, especially since you are all about to become desiccated corpses in the desert. He paused, his gaze blazing as it lingered on the little elephant. With the apocalypse upon them, mutations had proliferated, yet they varied greatly in caliber. The vast majority were mere ordinary mutations, possessing brute strength but limited potential. However, a scant few were classified as rare species. These mutated beings boasted initial strength and future growth potential that far exceeded that of ordinary mutants. With proper nurturing, they could. Yang Haichang left the thought hanging, yet the fervor in his eyes conveyed everything. So it was. A tempest of emotions surged within Chu Ye, yet his exterior remained as tranquil as a still pond. A rare species. Its potential was several times that of ordinary mutated creatures. This was an unexpected windfall. If he could safely transport this little elephant back to the base and nurture it, it would undoubtedly serve as an invaluable asset for the future development of the entire base. Heaven is on my side. Chu Ye forcibly suppressed the smile that threatened to emerge at the corners of his mouth, his gaze still icy as he fixed it upon Yang Haichang. a hint of mocking sarcasm lacing his words. Ah, I see. Thank you for the enlightening information, Captain Yang. In light of your generous sharing of such critical intel, I may consider leaving you with a complete corpse. What did you say? Yang Haichang and Appo's triumphant grin instantly froze, morphing into a mask of rage. He could scarcely believe his ears. This boy, facing imminent death with his companion laid out like a beaten dog, dared to speak such audacious words. Seeking death. Yang Haichang's complexion darkened, murderous intent surging in his eyes. He ceased all further dialogue, sharply gesturing to the two fourth-level Jin warriors who had just defeated Lu Jianhong. Finish him. I want him to regret ever being born. Boom. The two fourth-level Jin warriors, receiving their orders, unleashed a surge of formidable energy without hesitation. This time, their target was Chu Ye. One approached from the left, the other from the right, their momentum tearing through the air as they lunged toward Chu Ye. It's over. This time, it is truly over. Yi Shuang watched the two figures charging toward them, the oppressive aura of despair weighing heavily upon her. Her face turned as pale as a sheet, her arms trembling uncontrollably as she clutched the small elephant, her heart filled only with endless hopelessness. No matter how formidable he was, how could he possibly contend with two such terrifying foes? We are all going to die here. Yang Haichang's lips twisted into a cruel smile, as though he could already envision Chu Ye being torn to shreds. Arched on the ground, Lu Jianhong endured excruciating pain. His gaze fixed on Chu Ye, filled with worry and a flicker of faint hope. Brother Chu, you must hold on. Yet, facing an onslaught capable of instantly annihilating any third-level Jin warrior, Chu Ye seemed utterly unfazed. He stood tall, unperturbed, with no trace of panic on his face. Even as the two fourth-level Jin warriors surged toward him, they appeared as insignificant flies. His calm demeanor starkly contrasted with the surrounding tension and despair, creating a dissonance that was both unsettling and eerily captivating. Just as the two figures were about to make contact with Chu Ye's body, water flow needle strike. Parameters set complete. The system prompt echoed in Chu Ye's mind, and time seemed to stretch infinitely. The two fourth-level Jin warriors, brimming with rage and ferocity, their iron fists charged with violent energy, were poised to strike at Chu Ye's temple and heart. Their faces bore a bloodthirsty grimace, ice cold with the anticipation of completing their mission. They envisioned the target being obliterated in an instant. Yu Shuang and Appo's heartbeat nearly ceased, her eyes shutting in despair. Lu Jianhong struggled to scream, but could only emit a strangled sound. Yang Haichang's cruel smile widened. However, just as the fists, laden with terrifying power, were mere fractions of an inch from Chu Ye's form, buzz, a barely perceptible tremor resonated through the air. Then, thud, thud, two sickening sounds echoed almost simultaneously. It was not the sound of fists striking flesh, but rather, the sound of sharp instruments piercing through leather. Ah, ugh, ah. In the next instant, two heart-wrenching cries, filled with disbelief and agony, erupted over the desolate expanse of the desert. The two previously ferocious fourth-level Jin warriors suddenly halted, their forms frozen, and then, as if electrocuted, they emitted inhuman wails. Everyone, including Yang Haichang, who had been preparing to relish in the spectacle of slaughter, and his subordinates clad in green combat gear, were left dumbfounded. Yi Shuang and Appo's eyes shot open, her pupils constricting at the sight before her. The two fourth-level Jin warriors remained in their striking posture, but their fists were bizarrely suspended in front of Chu Ye. More precisely, at the very center of their fists. An invisible, yet seemingly substantial, spike had pierced through. Chapter 180. Does Chu Ye want to wash his feet? Blood gushed forth like a raging torrent, pouring from the center of their pierced fists, staining their dark green combat uniforms, and dripping onto the scorching yellow sand, where it instantly evaporated into wisps of steam. This was not a defense at all. Rather, it was an attack. At the very moment they were about to strike their target, a counterattack materialized from thin air, swift to the extreme and impeccably precise. How was this possible? One of Yang Haichang's subordinates gasped in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out, his face a canvas of horror and confusion. Captain, their hands, another voice trembled as it pointed at the two agonized companions. Yi Shuang shuddered, instinctively taking a half-step back, her beautiful eyes wide with incredulity as she gazed at Chu Ye. She hadn't seen anything at all. No weapon, no motion, not even a hint of energy fluctuation. How did he accomplish this? Could it be the pale blue water orb from earlier? He actually used that seemingly harmless water to block to severely injure two level 4 Jin warriors. Lu Jianhong collapsed on the ground, was gasping for breath, the excruciating pain somewhat dulled by the shocking spectacle before him. He stared intently at Chu Ye's upright silhouette, his eyes bursting with indescribable ecstasy and reverence. Brother Chu is so powerful. I underestimated him. Truly, I underestimated him too much. This is nothing short of miraculous. Ah, my hand. My hand. Damn it. What is this thing? The two level 4 gene warriors, who had their palms pierced, finally snapped out of their agony and shock, abandoning their assault on Chu Ye, retreating in panic as if they had seen a ghost. They pressed their hands, bleeding profusely, against their wounds, their faces contorted in pain and fear as they stumbled back to Yang Haichang's side. Their eyes filled with terror as they looked at Chu Ye. The sinister smile on Yang Haichang's face had long vanished, replaced by a look of shock and gloom. He swiftly turned to the two subordinates clutching their hands in anguish, when he clearly saw the smooth, perfectly pierced wounds on their fists. Created by some extraordinarily fine and sharp object, his pupils contracted sharply. His expression instantly transformed into one of extreme displeasure. Kid. Yang Haichang inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous waves of his emotions, and turned to fix a fierce, incredulous glare at Chu Ye, his voice laced with incredulity and rage. What kind of trick did you employ? Chu Ye slowly curled his lips into a cold arc, his gaze serene and unruffled, as if he had merely swatted away a couple of mosquitoes. You are not worthy to know. You are courting death. Yang Haichang erupted in fury. As a level 5 gene warrior, commanding his territory, when had he ever been subjected to such contempt? Especially after witnessing his two capable subordinates being severely injured by an uncanny method. This was an utter humiliation. Very well. Very well. Yang Haichang, furious to the point of laughter, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. I had intended to grant you a swift end. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze sinister. Kid, do you think you can defeat me with such trivial tricks? Do not be naive. I am a level 5 gene warrior. My genetic abilities allow me to manipulate my body freely and burrow into the ground. He surveyed the searing yellow sand around him, a cruel smile resurfacing on his face. In this desert, I am the omnipresent harbinger of death. I will make you truly experience what despair is. You will pay with blood for that remark. In the instant his words fell, Yang Haichang abruptly raised his hands high above his head. The next moment, as Chu Ye, Yu Shuang, and Lu Jianhong looked on in astonishment, Yang Haichang's body sank bizarrely downwards as if devoid of bones. The yellow sand surged, swallowing him like a torrent. In the blink of an eye, Yang Haichang, who had been standing there, completely vanished, as if he had never existed. Only a shallow pit in the sand remained. Proof that what had just transpired was not an illusion. Where is he? Where did he go? Lu Jianhong's face paled, struggling against the excruciating pain. Attempting to rise, his eyes filled with panic as he gazed towards the spot where Yang Haichang had disappeared. This ability to burrow underground is simply indefensible. Chu Ye, run. Yu Shuang was even more terrified, her face losing color as she clutched Chu Ye and Appo's arm and retreated repeatedly, her voice tinged with a sob. He has gone underground. It is too dangerous. We must leave. Kid, just wait to die? No one can escape our captain and Appo's pursuit, especially in this desert. He will emerge like a venomous scorpion or a lurking sand python, striking from the most unexpected places to snap your neck. Yang Haichang's subordinates clad in dark green combat uniforms, far from panicking at their leader's disappearance, revealed savage and excited smiles. They fixed their predatory gazes on Chu Ye, chattering excitedly, attempting to dismantle Chu Ye and Appo's psychological defenses with their words. Yet, Chu Ye remained rooted in place, his face betraying not a hint of disturbance. Oh, has he burrowed underground? Chu Ye sneered inwardly. This old fellow resembles a burrowing mole, unfortunately. I am least afraid of such hiding and revealing tricks. For one who possesses the vastness of the ocean and can deftly manipulate the water element, the ground is not an impenetrable zone. Water flow carpet, parameter settings complete. The cold mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Almost simultaneously, beneath Chu Ye's feet, a pale blue stream of water surged forth unexpectedly. This water did not scatter chaotically. Rather, the moment it appeared, it seemed to possess life, swiftly expanding and spreading, adhering to the scorching surface of the sand, transforming into a smooth, mirror-like carpet of water that covered several square meters, emanating a gentle coolness. This sudden spectacle left Yang Haichang's subordinates, who had been jeering moments before, momentarily dumbfounded. They stared, agape, at the bizarre blue water carpet beneath Chu Ye's feet, their faces etched with confusion and disbelief. What is that? Water? What is he doing with water at this moment? What is this guy up to? Is he planning to wash his feet? Lu Jianhong, enduring the agonizing pain of his severed arm, was drenched in cold sweat, his gaze fixed on the suddenly materialized pale blue water carpet beneath Chu Ye. His eyes filled with bewilderment and confusion. What is this operation? Creating a puddle of water at this moment? Is he attempting to cool this scorching sand? Beside him, Yu Shuang wore a similarly perplexed expression, glancing between Chu Ye and Appo's calm profile and the strange water carpet, utterly unable to comprehend Chu Ye and Appo's intentions. This water, aside from appearing somewhat peculiar, seemed utterly useless. Chapter 181. The ineffectiveness of power as Lu Jianhong and Yu Shuang were engulfed in confusion. Chu Ye's previously calm gaze suddenly sharpened. With his head lowered, his eyes seemed to penetrate the thin layer of the watery carpet, landing upon the yellow sands below. Has it arrived? Like a cunning mouse, it truly knows how to burrow. A barely perceptible cold smirk curled at the corner of Chu Ye's mouth as he sensed an astonishing surge of earthy energy rushing up from deep within the sand beneath his feet, targeting his ankles. In that instant of realization, Chu Ye abruptly lifted his right foot and then stomped down fiercely. A deafening explosion erupted, as if explosives had detonated beneath him. Scorching yellow sand mixed with debris erupted violently upwards. A figure of earthy hue, propelled by an unmatched force, broke through the ground like a demon emerging from hell, none other than Yang Haichang, who had just burrowed underground. At this moment, a savage and manic grin adorned his face. His muscular arms tensed as he thrust upwards towards Chu Ye's feet. You brat, prepare to die. Yang Haichang's laughter echoed in the sweltering air, filled with cruelty and arrogance. He was confident that this strike would shatter Chu Ye's leg bones and send him flying. The overwhelming force surged as expected. Chu Ye was instantly propelled skyward by the violent energy. Captain, magnificent. Destroy him. Yang Haichang's subordinates erupted in excited roars, believing that Chu Ye was doomed. Yet, suspended in midair, Chu Ye remained remarkably composed. He executed an astonishing twist, forcibly stabilizing his form, looking down at Yang Haichang, who was still in a toppling posture. Laughing maniacally. Old fool. Chu Ye's voice was icy, cutting through the howling wind. Before you revel in your triumph, why not take a moment to glance upward and observe your current state? Yang Haichang's maniacal laughter was abruptly silenced as if caught in an invisible vice. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Chu Ye's indifferent expression, and his own arms and chest, coated in a damp, sticky, and faintly steaming mixture of mud and sand. The watery carpet. At the moment he burst forth from the ground, attempting to deliver a lethal blow to Chu Ye. The seemingly innocuous pale blue water carpet had been lying in wait, precisely covering the path of his assault. The rapidly emerging sand mixed with water instantly transformed into a viscous mud, smothering him entirely. How could this be possible? The arrogance and ferocity on Yang Haichang's face were swiftly replaced by shock and disbelief. He felt as though he had just emerged from a quagmire, utterly disheveled. This brat actually anticipated his attack. He reflexively retracted his arms, plummeting back to the sand with a splash. Staggering as he swung his arms to rid himself of the repugnant wet sand, his expression dark as ink. Meanwhile, Yang Haichang's subordinates, who had been cheering moments ago, now wore expressions of shock, their smiles frozen as they gazed in disbelief at their captain's pitiful state. Just moments before, he had been imposing. The ruler of the desert. How had he transformed into a drenched chicken in an instant? Wow. Chu Ye, you are incredible. Yu Shuang exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth, her eyes shining with admiration as she looked at Chu Ye. She had truly been terrified moments ago, never expecting Chu Ye to so easily defuse the crisis and deliver a blow to that arrogant man. Lu Jianhong secretly exhaled in relief, enduring the pain while regarding Chu Ye with admiration. The methods of this Mr. Chu were indeed unfathomable. The utilization of water elements was nothing short of extraordinary. Yang Haichang's complexion darkened, his gaze fixed upon the now grounded Chu Ye, his chest heaving violently, flames of fury and a hint of unnoticeable apprehension igniting in his eyes. All right, you little brat. He spat through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse. I admit, I underestimated you. You are far more troublesome than I imagined. His gaze turned vicious once more, but don't think this is over. That was merely an appetizer. This time, you will undoubtedly perish. Just wait. Before his words faded, Yang Haichang hesitated no longer, employing the same tactic once more. With a whoosh, his body sank eerily downwards, the yellow sand swirling as it once again engulfed him. Watching the spot where Yang Haichang vanished, Chu Ye's face broke into a chilling and playful smile. Just now, you struck first. He extended his hand towards the area of the watery carpet, now slightly disordered from Yang Haichang's emergence, but still shimmering with a pale blue hue, and waved gently. Now, it is my turn. With his gesture, the water carpet that blanketed the ground no longer remained merely superficial. It began to seep into the scorching, dry sand below as if it possessed a life of its own. The pale blue water silently saturated the grains of sand, spreading rapidly like ink on rice paper. Dry sand allows you to traverse freely, but wet sand will become a cage that binds you. Your genetic abilities allow you to conceal yourself within the earth, like a fish in water, but the water of my-oceanic space can turn your water into a mire, a tomb that entombs you. Let me witness how this self-important groundhog struggles in the sludge. Meanwhile, having just delved beneath the sandy layer, preparing to gather strength for his next ambush, Yang Haichang suddenly sensed a dramatic change in his surroundings. The originally dry, scorching sand, which had allowed him to move freely, was rapidly transforming into a damp, sticky, and chilling substance. An ominous premonition enveloped his heart. What is happening? Yang Haichang was alarmed, acutely aware that sand from all directions was swiftly being saturated with water. Clinging tightly to his battle suit, even the icy sensation of water seeping through the fabric into his skin. Humph! A mere trick. You think you can trap me with this? Naive. A flicker of disdain crossed Yang Haichang's face as the power of a level 5 genetic warrior surged within him. The earthy energy radiated around him as he abruptly adjusted his direction, preparing to force his way upward. Yet, boom! A dull thud resounded beneath the sandy layer. Yang Haichang's head, propelled upwards with all his might, collided violently against a mud panel that had become exceptionally hard and dense after being soaked. The tremendous impact left him dizzy and seeing stars. What? How could this be? Yang Haichang's mind erupted in turmoil. His prideful ability to burrow had inexplicably failed? Chapter 182. The suffocation of Yang Haichang. The surrounding sand, which remained sand, had transformed into an impenetrable barrier, resolutely obstructing him. In disbelief, he summoned his strength once more, attempting to break through sideways or downward, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Bang! Bang! Regardless of the direction he charged. It was as if he collided with an invisible, remarkably resilient wall of wet mud. He was ensnared, trapped by this omnipresent, damp, and viscous earth. This cannot be. What on earth is this? Yang Haichang was engulfed by a profound panic, a primal fear overwhelming him. Above the surface, Chu Ye keenly sensed Yang Haichang's futile struggles and the growing terror emanating from deep underground, and the corners of his mouth curled into an increasingly cold and cruel smile. Do you feel it, old man? Chu Ye's voice was low, at last. I have ensnared you in my trap. He slowly raised his hands, cradling something intangible before him, as if manipulating an unseen force. Now, it is time to close the net. As Chu Ye's words fell, the wet sand, saturated with water elements, received the command and began to frantically compress towards the center, where Yang Haichang was trapped. It was akin to a terrifying cage of wet sand, continuously shrinking. Ugh! Ah! Yang Haichang felt the suffocating pressure closing in from all directions. The wet sand pressed tightly against his body, squeezing his chest, gradually extracting the air from his lungs. He struggled desperately, unleashing the full might of a level 5 genetic warrior, attempting to pry open this quagmire of death. Yet, the surrounding wet sand seemed boundless, and no matter how fiercely he resisted, the compressive force only intensified. No, no, let me go. Despair and ultimate terror filled Yang Haichang's eyes. He felt as though he were being buried alive in cement, every bone moaning in agony, each breath becoming unbearably difficult. He yearned for rescue, for mercy, but the wet sand clutched his throat, forcing forth indistinct, pitiful gasps akin to a dying beast. Chu Ye observed with indifference as Yang Haichang's figure vanished beneath the sand, sensing the last desperate and futile struggles from below. As he slowly clenched his hands into fists before him, a muffled sound, like a heavy object crushing mud, echoed from the depths below. Immediately afterward, the sand in that area suddenly sank, as if something had been utterly flattened and ground to dust beneath. Then, tranquility returned. Only the still moist sand, still emanating faint wisps of vapor, silently recounted the events that had just transpired. Yang Haichang, the arrogant level 5 genetic warrior who prided himself as the desert and Apos' death god, left behind not even a proper farewell as he was crushed and suffocated by the very sands he cherished, mingled with the water elements under Chu Ye's command. His ultimate fate was to be entirely interred by the very soil he had mastered, buried deep within this searing, desolate desert, leaving not a trace behind. A profound silence, capable of swallowing all sound, enveloped the sand that had just witnessed a silent massacre. The air was thick with a faint mist, mingled with the scorched scent of yellow sand, and a barely perceptible hint of blood. Time seemed to freeze. A minute felt like a century. The genetic warriors accompanying Yang Haichang, initially alert and vigilant, gradually replaced their expressions with deepening confusion. "Boss, why is there still no movement?" A scar-faced man murmured under his breath, unease creeping into his gaze as he scanned the surroundings, particularly the noticeably damp and slightly sunken patch of sand beneath Chu Ye's feet. Indeed, with their leader's strength, it was inconceivable that even if that young man had any peculiar tactics, he could remain trapped for so long. Another chimed in, anxiety seeping into their voices, a sentiment they were reluctant to acknowledge. They were Yang Haichang and Appo's loyal subordinates, well aware of their leader and Appo's terrifying powers. A level 5 genetic warrior combined with the ability to burrow underground. The desert was supposed to be their domain, Yang Haichang and Appo's hunting ground. Yet now, the hunters seemed to have vanished. Not far off, Lu Jianhong, who had narrowly escaped death, clutched the wound on his severed arm, his face as pale as parchment. Beads of sweat rolled down his brow. His breath was rapid, his gaze fixated on Chu Ye, his heart racing uncontrollably. Although he had witnessed Chu Ye dissolve Yang Haichang's underground assault with water, he could scarcely fathom how a level 5 genetic warrior could vanish without a trace. Yu Shuang trembled slightly, instinctively clutching the sleeping baby elephant in her arms, her beautiful eyes wide with fear and disbelief. She glanced at Chu Ye's calm, almost cold profile, then at the eerie wet sand, a chill surging from her feet to the crown of her head. A faint yet unmistakable cold laugh shattered the stillness. Chu Ye turned slowly, his gaze sharp as icy blades sweeping over Yang Haichang's remaining subordinates, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Are you still waiting for your boss?" His voice was low, yet it resonated with a penetrating force. "Waiting for him to emerge from the depths and surprise you?" The scar-faced man's expression shifted, and he barked, "Kid, what do you mean? Our boss is he is dead." Chu Ye interrupted mercilessly, his tone flat as though stating an undeniable fact. "I crushed him beneath his favorite sand, like squashing an ant." "What?" A chorus of disbelief erupted. "Impossible. Nonsense. Our boss is a level 5 genetic warrior, the king of the desert. You dare spread such alarmist claims?" Yang Haichang's subordinates erupted in chaos. Shock, anger, and a sliver of suppressed fear mingled on their faces. They could not accept that someone as formidable as Yang Haichang could perish at the hands of a youth who appeared scarcely over 20, and in such a humiliating manner. "Don't believe it?" Chu Ye's sarcasm deepened, and he could scarcely be bothered to elaborate further, casually lifting his chin, gesturing toward the damp patch of sand at his feet. "Dig it up and see for yourself, and you will know the truth." His seemingly light words struck like a hammer upon their hearts. Yang Haichang's subordinates exchanged glances, their expressions rife with struggle and hesitation. Reason dictated that this was impossible. Yet Chu Ye's unwavering confidence, coupled with the eerie calm of that area, only fueled their growing unease. Finally, the scar-faced man gritted his teeth, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Dig. I shall see what tricks this young man is playing, if he dares to deceive us." Chapter 183. Are you insane to drink that? Before his words could fully escape his lips, he and several audacious subordinates surged forward, disregarding the sticky, wet sand, and began to frantically dig with their bare hands. The wet sand was rapidly excavated, splattering in every direction. All eyes remained fixed on the area being unearthed. Breaths held in instinctive silence. Lu Jianhong's heart raced to his throat, while Yu Shuang, gripped by anxiety, felt her knuckles whiten. They dug. They had found it. A soldier responsible for the excavation suddenly cried out, his voice trembling with indescribable fear. All gazes instantly converged. Beneath the wet sand, a distorted and mud-caked combat boot emerged first. Following it was a similarly contorted calf, bent at an unnatural angle, as the body, grotesquely crushed and unrecognizable, with features blurred and bones seemingly shattered, was dragged partially from the wet sand. A wave of profound despair and terror engulfed all of Yang Haichang's subordinates present. That familiar combat uniform, that vaguely discernible outline. Who else could it be but Yang Haichang? "Boss. No, it can't be. How is this possible?" "Ah, devil. You are a devil." The piercing screams and cries of despair echoed across the desolate landscape. The once fearsome Jin warriors, now witnessing the most horrifying sight imaginable, turned pale, trembling all over, their eyes towards Chu Ye filled with utmost dread. Yu Shuang covered her mouth, her stomach churning violently, on the verge of expelling its contents. The grotesque corpse before her stood in stark contrast to the arrogant figure of Yang Haichang, who had just proclaimed himself a level 5 powerhouse. Her gaze towards Chu Ye transformed entirely, a mixture of shock, fear, and a hint of unspoken awe reflected in her eyes. What kind of monster is this man? With a long exhale, Lu Jianhong released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, his tightly wound nerves finally unwinding. Though the pain from his recent beating still throbbed intensely, the relief of survival overshadowed all else. His gaze towards Chu Ye, once marked by caution, now bore a genuine sense of submission. This young man was terrifying, his methods ruthless, and his strength unfathomable. Chu Ye paid no heed to the astonished and fearful murmurs around him. His cold gaze swept over the demoralized remnants of the once formidable warriors. Lu Jianhong. Here. Lu Jianhong gritted his teeth against the pain and responded promptly. Clean it up. Chu Ye's tone was devoid of emotion, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yes. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Lu Jianhong's eyes. The overwhelming instinct for survival and the respect for Chu Ye compelled him to comply without hesitation. The second-level gene power was more than sufficient to deal with these demoralized ordinary gene warriors. Kill. Lu Jianhong let out a low growl, charging at the nearest enemy. Chu Ye also moved, joining the fray. The pale blue water swirling at his fingertips, condensing into sharp ice spikes or flexible chains. Each strike was precise and efficient, claiming lives with deadly accuracy. This was a slaughter without suspense. Faced with the unfathomable strength and bizarre tactics of Chu Ye, alongside the desperate commitment of second-level gene warrior Lu Jianhong, Yang Haichang's already paralyzed subordinates could muster no effective resistance. The sounds of screams, clashing weapons, rushing water, and breaking bones intertwined into a gruesome symphony of death. In mere moments, when the last gene warrior attempting to flee was obliterated by Chu Ye's water whip, silence once again enveloped the desert. Yet this time, the air was thick with the nauseating scent of blood. Yu Shuang could no longer hold back, rushing aside to retch violently. Her face pale and her eyes brimming with uncontrollable fear. She had never witnessed such a horrific scene, and what terrified her even more was that Chu Ye, the orchestrator of this carnage, wore an expression devoid of any emotion throughout. Chu Ye slowly approached Yu Shuang, looking down at her from above. Sensing his proximity, her body involuntarily tensed, even stopping her heaving, as she stiffly raised her head, avoiding his gaze, unable to meet his eyes. As long as you do not provoke me. Chu Ye's voice remained flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. I will not harm you. After speaking, without waiting for Yu Shuang's response, he willed forth. With a hum, a ripple of invisible waves spread through the air, and in the astonished gaze of Yu Shuang, a military armored vehicle, with sharp lines and a metallic sheen, materialized out of thin air upon the sandy ground. Where did this come from? Spatial ability. He has such a trump card. Yu Shuang's heart raced anew with shock. Get in. She commanded succinctly, opening the passenger door. Lu Jianhong swiftly climbed into the driver's seat. Yu Shuang hesitated for a moment, before reluctantly taking a seat in the back. Drive, catch up with the others. Chu Ye instructed Lu Jianhong. Yes. Lu Jianhong promptly started the armored vehicle, the engine roaring to life as it rolled over the sand, speeding toward the direction the main force had fled. Inside the vehicle, Chu Ye leaned against the passenger's seat, closing his eyes momentarily before opening them again. From his pocket, he retrieved the glowing blue gene potion he had previously confiscated. Just one Yang Haichang had compelled me to utilize so many water element reserves from Canghai space, and I even had to resort to stratagems to trap and kill him. Chu Ye pondered silently. This apocalypse is even more perilous than I had anticipated. Level 4 gene warriors are already so troublesome. Yang Haichang, a level 5. Nearly caused my downfall. Who knows what level of monsters I will encounter in the future. These potential enemies will only grow stronger. I must elevate my strength swiftly. System level, along with new system abilities, all are pressing matters. He glanced at the gene potion in his hand. Then through the rearview mirror at the still anxious Yu Shuang in the back seat, and at Lu Jianhong, focused on driving, yet harboring complex emotions in the depths of his gaze. Though Lu Jianhong was temporarily submissive, his loyalty remained to be tested. This potion should not be shared with him for now. As thoughts raced through his mind, Chu Ye made his decision. He no longer hesitated. Unscrewing the metal cap of the gene potion, tilting his head back, gulp. The ethereal blue liquid was consumed in one swift motion. Chu Ye, what are you doing? Lu Jianhong, catching sight of this scene from the corner of his eye, gasped in shock, nearly losing control of the steering wheel. Are you insane? Chapter 184. Level 3 Ability. Water erosion in the back seat. Yi Shuang abruptly lifted her head, her scream piercing the air, her face a canvas of disbelief and horror. I study this. Such a high concentration of genetic original solution, taken without dilution or clinical trials, would cause one's body to explode. You are courting death. Yet, there was no anguish on Chu Ye's face. Amidst the astonished gazes of Lu Jianhong and Yi Shuang, a chilling and familiar mechanical prompt resonated clearly in Chu Ye and Apos' mind. High-purity genetic energy source detected, meeting system upgrade criteria. The Canghai system is commencing upgrade. Upgrade progress, 1. 15. 40. Upgrade progress, 75. 90. 100. A crisp mechanical sound echoed within Chu Ye and Apos' consciousness like a celestial bell. Congratulations, host. High-purity genetic energy source absorption completed. System upgrade successful. Current system level, level 3. Canghai space synchronized to level 3. Unlocking level 3 water manipulation ability. Water erosion. Water erosion? A flicker of curiosity ignited within Chu Ye, prompting an inquiry within his mind. Water erosion bestows the host's manipulated water with potent corrosive properties. This characteristic can affect the vast majority of organic and inorganic substances, with a degree of corrosion related to the host and Apos' current mental strength, precision in water element manipulation, and purity of the water element. The system and Apos' explanation was succinct and efficient, instantly igniting a fervor within Chu Ye and Apos' heart. Corrosion? This is simply divine power. Waves of exhilaration surged through Chu Ye's being, nearly causing him to tremble. Not merely a physical impact, cutting, or binding. Now, my water can directly dismantle the molecular structure of materials, whether it be formidable alloy armor, heavy defensive fortifications, or those tough, mutated creatures, even the robust bodies of genetic warriors. In an instant, a myriad of cunning and effective tactical applications flashed wildly through Chu Ye's mind. The emergence of this ability undoubtedly granted his combat prowess and survival capacity a monumental leap. This was undeniably an extraordinarily formidable trump card. As Chu Ye reveled in his elation, Lu Jianhong in the driver's seat was already drenched in cold sweat. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain, anxiously locking his gaze on Chu Ye's inscrutable face through the rearview mirror, his voice dry. Mr. Chu? Are you all right? How do you feel? In the back seat, Yi Shuang's face had drained of color, clutching the fidgeting little elephant tightly, her voice trembling with uncontrollable despair. It's useless. He must be in excruciating pain, ready to explode. Such a high concentration of genetic original solution cannot be absorbed directly. It's over, he assumed. However, before her tearful words could fully escape her lips, Chu Ye, who had seemed to endure a purgatorial agony with his eyes shut, suddenly opened them. His gaze was deep and piercing, devoid of any trace of suffering or struggle, instead exuding a clarity that was almost frightening, even carrying a hint of subtle amusement. He cast a calm glance at the rearview mirror, where Yi Shuang's face was etched with terror and despair. Who was beyond saving? The cold and tranquil retort swept through the stifling confines of the vehicle. Yi Shuang's scream and sobbing abruptly ceased. Her eyes widened, pupils constricting in sheer shock. You. She pointed at Chu Ye, her slender finger trembling violently, her lips quivering, unable to form a coherent sentence. Ultimately squeezing out 3 words filled with absurdity and disbelief. Impossible. How could this be possible? That was a high-concentration solution capable of causing even level 4 genetic warriors to explode instantly. How could he appear unscathed? Is he a monster? Huff. In the driver's seat, Lu Jianhong gasped for air, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He raised a trembling hand to wipe the sweat from his face, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears, his tone imbued with an indescribable awe after surviving a disaster. Mr. Chu, you truly never fail to bring surprises and Apos. This was no surprise, it was sheer terror. Ji withdrew his gaze, maintaining the same calm, indifferent expression, as though he had merely consumed a sip of ordinary mineral water rather than a lethal poison. This genetic agent, he stated matter-of-factly, was devoid of any side effects for me. He paused slightly, his sharp gaze shifting to Lu Jianhong beside him, who instinctively straightened his back. Hand me your clothing. Chu Ye's command was abrupt and straightforward. Pull a corner over. Lu Jianhong was taken aback, confusion etched on his face, completely unable to follow Chu Ye's train of thought. What does he need my clothing for? Chu Ye, evidently lacking patience for explanations, did not wait for Lu Jianhong's response. His long fingers expertly grasped the corner of Lu Jianhong and Appos' sturdy special operations uniform at his left shoulder, gently tugging it toward himself. Simultaneously, he issued a command to the system in his mind. Lock onto this fabric. Prepare to activate the water erosion ability. Water erosion ability has locked onto target. Special operations fabric. Current ability settings completed. Almost instantaneously after the system's prompt, swoosh. A nearly colorless, translucent stream of water seeped from Chu Ye's fingertips, silently saturating the small piece of fabric he held. In the next moment, a transformation erupted. Sizzle. A pungent odor, reminiscent of concentrated sulfuric acid splashed on organic matter, mingled with a strange scent of charred meat, suddenly permeated the vehicle. Then, under the horrified gazes of Lu Jianhong and Yi Shuang, the corner of Lu Jianhong's special operations uniform, designed to withstand ordinary cuts and resist fire and wear, began to disintegrate as if ignited by an invisible flame or corroded by a potent acid. The fabric swiftly turned black, carbonizing, releasing wisps of smoke, emitting faint sizzling sounds. Ultimately, it was grotesquely eaten away, leaving an irregular hole the size of a fingernail. The edges continued to dissolve and expand. "Ah, my clothes!" Lu Jianhong screamed in terror, instinctively retracting his arm, his body jerking back as if electrocuted, the back of his head colliding heavily against the armored vehicle's interior wall. Ignoring the pain, he stared wide-eyed in horror, pointing at the still smoking hole on his shoulder. What is happening?" In the back seat, Yi Shuang let out a short, sharp scream, equally terrified. Chapter 185. Where did everyone go? Yi Shuang instinctively clutched the frightened little elephant in her arms, desperately shrinking into the farthest corner of the vehicle, wishing she could meld herself into the steel walls. Her gaze towards Chu Ye was filled with an unprecedented terror. The force was even more formidable than she had anticipated. Merely the slightest mental energy manipulation and a trace of water element were sufficient to wreak such swift havoc on this specialized fiber. Yet, within Chu Ye's heart surged an exhilarating thrill. He had gained a more profound and intuitive understanding of the terrifying power of water erosion. This was truly a weapon of immense destructive potential. Casually retracting his finger, the troublesome stream of water dissipated into nothingness. Observing his two terrified companions, he raised his hand, maintaining a tone of calm indifference. "Do not be anxious. It is merely a new ability I have recently acquired. Just experimenting." Lu Jianhong, still shaken, leaned against the back of his seat, gasping for breath, his heart pounding wildly. He glanced at the charred hole in his shoulder and then at Chu Ye's unnaturally calm face. The awe in his eyes deepened, yet from that reverence arose an uncontrollable fear. This man was becoming increasingly inhuman. Yi Shuang swallowed hard, her throat dry and constricted. The grip she had on the little elephant turned her arms pale from exertion. Looking at Chu Ye's profile, an icy chill coursed up her spine, reaching the crown of her head. How terrifying, this person, truly terrifying. How many more horrifying methods could he possibly be concealing? The vehicle was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the low rumble of the armored car's engine. In the suffocating quietude, Chu Ye slightly tilted his head, his gaze penetrating the thick bulletproof glass, sweeping across the vast expanse of desert, tinted a dismal yellow by swirling sands. In this desolate realm, the only sound was the engine's deep growl. He furrowed his brow imperceptibly, seemingly lost in thought. "How far have we traveled?" Chu Ye's voice shattered the silence, maintaining its emotionless monotone. Lu Jianhong, startled, quickly refocused, casting a swift glance at the monotonous scenery receding in the rearview mirror. After gauging the speed and time, he hesitantly replied, "I estimate, Mr. Chu, we have covered at least 7 to 8 kilometers. At this distance, they should have already glimpsed the retreating troops they had earlier provided cover for. Stop the vehicle." Chu Ye's command was succinct and unequivocal. With a screech of tires, Lu Jianhong reflexively slammed the brakes, bringing the heavy military vehicle to an abrupt halt, leaving deep ruts in the soft sand. The force of inertia propelled the unprepared Yi Shuang forward, but fortunately, her seatbelt restrained her, resulting in only a muffled grunt. Lu Jianhong steadied the steering wheel, his face etched with confusion, turning to Chu Ye in the back seat, tentatively inquiring, "Mr. Chu, do you have any discoveries? Have you perhaps detected traces of the enemy?" With a sharp crack, Chu Ye raised his hand, delivering a light but firm pat to the back of Lu Jianhong's head, leaving him bewildered. "Did I say something wrong? 7 to 8 kilometers. Chu Ye's voice suddenly deepened, laced with a barely perceptible chill. Not a single figure in sight. Not even a trace of tire tracks. What is wrong with your mind? Lu Jianhong's complexion drained of color. He abruptly grasped the gravity of the situation. Cold sweat erupting on his forehead. Indeed, 7 to 8 kilometers. Although their retreat was chaotic, how could dozens of people leave no trace whatsoever? Unless they never managed to flee this far. Or they encountered something extraordinarily dreadful. An ominous premonition swiftly coiled around his heart. In the backseat, Yi Shuang also grasped the implication of Chu Ye's words. She, too, gazed out at the despairingly empty sands, her once flushed face now drained of color. Her voice trembled with a mix of pleading and fear as she looked at Chu Ye. Mr. Chu, they want to have come to harm. Will they? Please, I beg you, you must find them. Zhang Chong is still inside. The thought of that honest, simple man tightened her heart. Chu Ye remained silent, his expression growing exceptionally grave, his eyes glinting with icy intensity. He commanded in a low voice, Lu Jianhong, reverse the vehicle. Move slowly. Reduce speed to the minimum. Keep your eyes sharp, and be alert for any movements, especially on the ground. Yes. Lu Jianhong, devoid of any hesitation, gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He immediately shifted into reverse, cautiously controlling the throttle as the armored vehicle began to retrace its path. The wheels crushed the soft sand, producing a whispering sound. Around them, aside from the wind's mournful wail, there was only the maddening monotony of yellow. The entire world seemed engulfed by this boundless desert. The oppressive silence was suffocating. Each passing second felt like an eternity. Suddenly, the little elephant, still cradled in Yi Shuang's arms and previously subdued by fear, unexpectedly lifted its head, emitting a sharp, agitated cry towards a certain direction outside the right side of the vehicle. Its tiny body squirmed in her embrace, seemingly eager to leap forward. Chu Ye's gaze sharpened, instantly perceiving the anomaly. Stop, he commanded sharply, halting Lu Jianhong's reversing motion. Lu Jianhong slammed on the brakes once more. Chu Ye and Appo's eyes were fixed on the area where the little elephant was calling out. There seemed to be something amiss in the sands over there. Utilizing the vehicle's height and excellent visibility, he squinted and scrutinized the terrain. Indeed, on that seemingly level stretch of sand, faint irregular drag marks could be discerned. It appeared as though some heavy object had been forcibly dragged across. The marks were shallow, easily overlooked unless one looked closely, and they seemed partially obscured by the windblown sand. Drive towards it. Ji pointed decisively, maintaining a state of alertness, ready for battle. Lu Jianhong's heart raced, and he swiftly turned the vehicle's direction, proceeding cautiously towards the indicated spot. As he drove, he lowered his voice, laden with anxiety. Mr. Chu, do you think they might have encountered a large-scale mutated animal horde? Who knows what monsters lurk in this desert? Otherwise, how could so many people vanish without a trace? Chapter 186, Trouble Afoot. A life lost. Lu Jianhong's speculation indeed stands as one of the most plausible explanations, and regrettably, it also represents the direst of circumstances. The armored vehicle advanced with caution. As it drew nearer to the area, the drag marks on the ground became increasingly pronounced, chaotic, and deeply indented, as if something had struggled fervently in this very spot. The little elephant nestled in Yi Shuang and Appo's arms let out a more desperate cry, its small hooves kicking restlessly. Were it not for Yi Shuang's firm embrace, it would likely have bolted at once. Chu Ye's expression grew increasingly grave. He leaned most of his body out of his seat, his face nearly pressed against the bulletproof glass, his gaze piercing as it meticulously scanned the ground ahead. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply. Not far ahead, in a slightly sunken patch of sand, lay a human figure, clad in the same combat uniform they had worn when setting out. Stop the vehicle. Chu Ye's voice carried an urgent tone. Without needing further instruction, Lu Jianhong slammed on the brakes. It's Xiaoli. It's Xiaoli from the reconnaissance team. Yi Shuang in the back seat recognized the clothing and shape of the figure, her voice rising in shock, tears streaming down her cheeks. She knew him well. He was a young team member responsible for perimeter security. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ye flung open the car door and leapt out like a cheetah, swiftly dashing to the side of the corpse. The biting cold wind whipped sand against his face. Yet he remained oblivious to it. He crouched down, carefully flipping the face-down body over. A pale, youthful visage emerged, eyes wide in terror, frozen in an expression of extreme fear and disbelief. His skin was an eerie white, as if all the blood had been drained from his body. Chu Ye quickly examined the corpse, his brow furrowing deeper. There were no visible fatal injuries, no signs of being mauled or gnawed by a large beast. This was certainly not the work of an ordinary mutated creature. The manner of death suggested human intervention, or perhaps it was inflicted by some exceedingly bizarre entity. Lu Jianhong, secure the perimeter. Chu Ye commanded coolly without lifting his gaze. Understood. Lu Jianhong immediately grabbed the assault rifle from the passenger seat, exited the vehicle, and pointed the muzzle warily at the surrounding expanse of sand. Positioning himself firmly against the armored vehicle to create a defensive formation with Chu Ye. However, just as Chu Ye finished his orders, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow several hundred meters away, darting behind a sand dune, hastily fleeing deeper into the desert. The speed was anything but human. An assailant. A glint of cold light flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. Almost without a moment's thought, he sprang to his feet, tossing a command over his shoulder to Lu Jianhong and Yi Shuang. Stay in the vehicle. I'll pursue. Before the words fully escaped his lips, he was already launching himself forward, as swift as an arrow released from the bowstring. His toes barely touched the soft sand as he propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, kicking up a cloud of dust as he chased after the rapidly vanishing shadow. The yellow sand erupted beneath his feet, his figure darting like a specter. In just a few breaths, he had caught up to the fleeing figure. The individual evidently sensed the pursuit, accelerating in a desperate attempt to escape Chu Ye and Apos' grasp. Alas, it was futile. A flash of cold determination ignited in Chu Ye's eyes, and he unleashed another burst of speed. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ye executed a powerful kick, striking the assailant and Apos' calf with precision. A cry of pain escaped the man and Apos' lips as he lost his balance, crashing forward into the sand. Before he could struggle to rise, Chu Ye was upon him, his cold military boot pressing firmly on the man's back, pinning him to the ground. Speak. What are you doing here clandestinely? Where are the others? Chu Ye's voice was devoid of warmth, each word striking the man's nerves like shards of ice. The man, nearly breathless beneath the weight, twisted his head, a grotesque and frenzied grin spreading across his sand-coated face. Hey, do you dare touch me? Listen, kid, it's not just you. Your companions, they all die. Not a single one will survive. His gaze brimmed with malice and a peculiar, unfazed glimmer. Chu Ye and Apos' mind raised. This man was remarkably fearless. It appeared the missing individuals were still alive and had fallen into their hands. Was this a trap? Or did some other force lie behind this? First, he needed to stabilize the situation and locate the others. At that moment, he eased his grip on the man's collar, allowing a touch of warmth to seep into his demeanor as he lowered his voice, subtly probing. We share no enmity. Why have you captured our people? For profit? Or do you have other motives? Release them, and I can pretend nothing has transpired. The man, still grasped by his collar, coughed violently, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the distant armored vehicle, where the fragile figure of Yi Shuang clutched the agitated little elephant. Despite the distance, the direction was unmistakable. Suddenly, his attention snapped back to Chu Ye, his eyes locking with the latter and Apos', and the twisted smile deepened, exuding a sickly excitement. Hey, want to know? Want to save them? Sure, follow me. As long as you dare to come with me, you'll find out. At that moment, Lu Jianhong had cautiously driven the armored vehicle closer, halting not far away. He flung open the door and hastened to Chu Ye's side, gripping his assault rifle tightly. Scanning the surroundings with vigilance, before leaning closer to Chu Ye, his voice heavy with concern and alertness. Mr. Chu, be wary of treachery. This guy is definitely up to no good. Who knows what ghastly entities lurk in this desert? Chu Ye nodded subtly, responding in a low, resolute tone. I understand. But since he dares to speak so boldly, it implies the hostages are likely still alive. Now, even if it leads me into the jaws of danger, I must proceed. He turned to Yi Shuang, who had exited the vehicle, her expression filled with worry as she gazed their way. Yi Shuang, stay close to my side and remain vigilant. Be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Yi Shuang nodded vigorously, her pale face betraying her anxiety. Yet she held tightly to the restless little elephant and positioned herself beside Chu Ye. Chu Ye released his grip on the man's collar, delivering a cold command. Lead the way. Chapter 187. This place is our territory. A glint of cunning malice flickered in the man's eyes as he rubbed his injured calf. Turning away without uttering a word, limping deeper into the desert, the three of them trudged through the endless yellow sands, one in front and two behind, their steps uneven, After a short distance, they stumbled upon a cluster of crumbling walls, clearly remnants of a city that once thrived before the cataclysm, now reduced to skeletal structures eroded by wind and sand. Beneath the dim, blood-red sky, an ominous atmosphere hung heavy. As they navigated around a half-collapsed wall, a sight made Chu Ye's pupils constrict sharply. In the center of an open expanse of ruins stood a group of individuals, a dozen or so researchers clad in white lab coats, their faces etched with fear and despair, huddled together, trembling. They were the missing members of the research team. Surrounding them were 5 or 6 men wielding automatic rifles, their expressions fierce, dressed in worn yet functional leather armor, herding the researchers like livestock. The researchers, upon spotting Chu Ye and his companions, instantaneously ignited with a flicker of hope in their despondent eyes. Mr. Chu. It and Appos. S. Mr. Chu. Help us, Mr. Chu. Save us. Please. Save us. Several agitated researchers, as if grasping at the last straw, cried out desperately, their voices piercing, filled with the terror of surviving a calamity and the yearning for life. What's all this racket? Shut up, you fools. If you keep shouting, I'll put you down first. A burly man with a brutish face and a menacing glare raised the butt of his rifle and brought it crashing down onto the back of a middle-aged researcher who attempted to surge forward. Thud. The researcher let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground, curling up in agony. Only then did the armed man retract his weapon with satisfaction. Turning to the leading man, grinning widely, Monkey. Well done, you sharp-eyed little brat. You've brought us 3 new goods. Looks like 2 men and a woman. Monkey? New goods? A deep frown creased Chu Ye's brow. He fixed his gaze on the man dubbed Monkey, the very one he had captured and subsequently released. His voice chilling as he demanded, what is the meaning of this? Monkey, now devoid of the earlier embarrassment and fear from his capture, wore a triumphant smirk. He hurried over to the group of armed men, standing proudly beside them, then turned back to scrutinize Chu Ye with disdain, erupting into a raucous laugh. What is the meaning? Ha! You're truly Navi. Fool. I tricked you. Did you really think I'd be afraid of your little tricks? Let me tell you. He puffed out his chest proudly, then quickly shifted to a sinister expression, waving his hand menacingly towards Chu Ye and his companions, barking orders to his cohorts. Brothers, don't just stand there. Tie up these 3 blind fools, especially the woman. His gaze fixated greedily on Yi Shuang, whose fragile demeanor was accentuated by her fear and anxiety. Licking his cracked lips, he expressed unabashed lust and avarice. Hee. Big Boss Huang has specifically instructed that this woman is of great use. You dare. Lu Jianhong exploded in fury. He exuded a fierce aura born from countless battles. He stepped forward, glaring at Monkey and the armed thugs. Humph. Dare? Monkey laughed derisively, as if he had heard the biggest joke, letting out a scornful snort. Pointing his gun at Lu Jianhong, then sweeping over the grim-faced Chu Ye and the pale Yi Shuang. I believe it is you 3 who do not comprehend the situation. In this cursed place, having fallen into our hands, to dare resist? That is merely courting death. Before his words had fully settled, clatter. A harsh cacophony of metal grinding and gun bolts being pulled back erupted. The 5 or 6 armed men surrounding the researchers unhesitatingly turned their weapons, the cold, metallic barrels aligning ominously at the entrance of the ruins where Chu Ye, Lu Jianhong, and Yi Shuang stood. The icy muzzles of the guns locked onto the trio like a vice, and the air seemed to freeze in that moment, leaving only the muffled sobs of the researchers and the heavy breathing of the armed thugs. Yi Shuang trembled in fear, instinctively clutching the restless little elephant in her arms, almost instantaneously sidling up to Chu Ye, seeking the solitary refuge that provided her solace. Her pallid cheeks bore no color, with only her terrified eyes retaining a glimmer of defiance fixed unwaveringly on Chu Ye's back. Big Boss Huang? Chu Ye and Appos' keen gaze swept past the dark muzzles of the guns, ultimately settling on the triumphant visage of Monkey. His voice was devoid of discernible emotion, yet bore an invisible weight. Who is this Big Boss Huang? What is his full name? The unexpected calmness of his inquiry momentarily stunned Monkey. He had anticipated Chu Ye to panic or meekly resist, but was taken aback by his composure. Did this lad have some hidden strength? Monkey pondered briefly, but soon the allure of imminent accolades and allure clouded his judgment. He puffed out his thin chest, once more donning a bravado-laden expression, spitting out his words with fervor. Hey, even at death's door, you still have so much to say. It's no harm to tell you. Our boss is called Huang Qiao. Who in our area doesn't know the name of Big Boss Huang? Those who are wise should obediently lay down their weapons and come with us. Otherwise, Wang Qiao. A barely perceptible frown creased Chu Ye's brow. This name was unfamiliar to him. Was he a newly risen power after the catastrophe? Or merely a clown from some obscure corner? Observing the attire and quality of his men, they seemed hardly formidable, their combat gear nothing more than tattered leather armor. However, to muster a group in this desert and capture researchers suggested he might possess some resources. A fleeting thought flashed through Chu Ye and Apos' mind. Perhaps he could feign submission to probe Huang Chao and Apos' true strength and discern whether there was any value to extract. Just as Chu Ye's thoughts raced, Lu Jianhong, unable to contain himself, tightened his arm muscles. He leaned in closer, whispering urgently, "Mr. Chu, when do we strike?" "Dawn and Apos, team move." Chu Ye subtly gestured, discreetly pressing down on Lu Jianhong's arm, which was eager to rise. His voice remained calm and steady. "Let us not resist." Yet. Chapter 188. The treasure is a great treasure. Lu Jianhong abruptly turned his gaze towards Chu Ye, his eyes brimming with astonishment and confusion. What? Given Mr. Chu's prowess, dealing with these lowly ruffians should be a mere trifle. Why then did he choose to surrender? What is his intent? Lu Jianhong yearned to inquire. Yet years of military discipline and his unwavering trust in Chu Ye compelled him to suppress his rising doubts and fury. He nodded solemnly, retreating a step back, though the fiery wrath in his singular eye seemed poised to incinerate the monkey before him into ash. The monkey observed their subtle movements with keen interest, and upon witnessing Chu Ye genuinely obstructing his comrade, a sneer of contempt spread across his face. "Ah, you've chosen to be sensible," he spat derisively, dismissing Chu Ye as nothing more than a hollow shell, believing the earlier calmness to be mere bravado. "What are you waiting for? Go, bind all three of them tightly." The monkey commanded his accomplices with an air of authority. His murky, triangular eyes then brazenly roamed towards Yishuang, fixating on her trembling form and the rise and fall of her chest fueled by fear, emitting a repugnant, lewd chuckle. "Especially that woman. Be gentle, don't injure her. Heh. Before we offer her to Boss Wang, let us ensure the brothers have their fun first, savoring the experience." Indeed. It has been ages since I laid eyes on such a delicate creature. This idea of monkey brother is splendid. Let the brothers enjoy themselves. Ha! Just looking at her is exhilarating. The surrounding thugs immediately erupted into knowing laughter, licking their parched lips, their gazes akin to ravenous wolves spotting prey, filled with unabashed desire and cruelty. The encircled researchers, upon hearing this, turned pale with terror, and several female researchers began to weep softly. "Ah, no. Mr. Chu, save me. Save me." Yishuang could no longer maintain her composure, her terrified screams piercing the air as tears streamed down her face, her desperate gaze fixed upon Chu Ye, as if he were her sole lifeline. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. He had initially intended to feign submission a while longer to extract more information. However, the monkey's words, along with his unabashedly vile intentions, had utterly crossed his threshold. It seemed the charade of surrender could no longer be upheld. Very well. It was the perfect opportunity to test the newly acquired level 3 ability. A cold snort escaped Chu Ye's heart. He swiftly pulled the terrified Yishuang behind him, shielding her from the lewd gazes. His voice turned icy, each word imbued with a chilling murderous intent. "Truly tiresome. Close your filthy mouth. If you dare to lay a finger on her, I assure you, your death will be excruciating." Oh. The monkey was momentarily daunted by Chu Ye's sudden surge of energy, yet his embarrassment morphed into rage, as if he had been gravely insulted. "How dare you defy me? Weren't you just cowering? What now? Are you willing to sacrifice your life for a woman? What a foolish, oblivious wretch." He had completely lost his patience, viciously waving his hand. "Damn it. You're asking for trouble. Attack. Maim the men. Capture the women alive. Quickly." As the monkey's command resonated, Chu Ye's mind stirred. The core of energy within him surged. A wave of icy and ferocious power coursing through his body instantaneously. Now I must act. It is time to test the power of water erosion. Flow 100, water erosion. Parameters set. A cold electronic prompt flashed in his mind. The next moment, sizzle. A faint yet clear sound of flowing water emerged. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, a slender, ethereal stream of blue water, akin to a sinuous serpent, silently slithered from the tip of Chu Ye's slightly raised index finger. In this arid wasteland where the air felt as though it might ignite, the sudden appearance of water, even in such a fine thread, was enough to incite madness in anyone. Water. It's water. The monkey's eyes widened in disbelief, scarcely able to accept what he was witnessing. Immediately, unparalleled joy and greed supplanted his fury, and he screamed, his voice cracking. He can produce water. Quick, capture him. Seize this little treasure. He is a gem, an absolute treasure. Boss Huang will reward us handsomely. We must capture him alive. Not only the monkey, but the other thugs also erupted into a frenzy. Water. In this damned apocalypse, water is life. More precious than gold, weapons, or even women. This man before us can conjure water out of thin air. The colossal temptation rendered these desperate souls utterly irrational. Their eyes gleamed with frenzied light. Disregarding all commands and the plight of Yu Shuang, their singular focus was now Chu Ye. Seize him. The water is mine. Eliminate those two nuisances. This lad belongs to me. Amidst the excited howls, 5 or 6 thugs, their eyes bloodshot, hastily discarded their automatic rifles. Those contraptions only hindered them here, drawing out machetes, rusted iron rods, and even sharpened steel pipes, howling as they lunged towards Chu Ye. Their expressions were twisted and greedy, gazing at Chu Ye not as a man, but as a veritable moving reservoir of pure, inexhaustible water. Mr. Chu, be careful. Lu Jianhong bellowed, poised to rush forward and shield him with his body. Only to be seized by the shoulder by Chu Ye. Lu Jianhong turned in astonishment, meeting the depths of Chu Ye's icy gaze. In the next moment, he witnessed the seemingly slender stream of blue water at Chu Ye's fingertip swell dramatically. Splash! The water transformed from a mere trickle into a sinuous and lethal whip. Infused with an indescribable corrosive aura, it lashed out at the foremost thugs at an almost imperceptible speed, accompanied by a sound that pierced the air. As the ethereal blue whip materialized, dancing like a serpent, the monkey was momentarily taken aback before a bizarre grin spread across his face. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, smirking at the water whip with a tone thick with mockery. Oh, you've got quite the flair, don't you? What's this? Hoping to give us a bath and wash off the sand? Ha. Monkey brother is right. This lad intends to serve us, producing such a trifling amount of water. Not even enough to clean between our teeth, and he thinks to intimidate anyone? Damn it, once we capture him, I'll make him spit out enough water for me to wash my feet. His accomplices erupted into raucous laughter, their foul language echoing around them. Chapter 189. Erosion of flesh and blood. The gaze directed at Chu Ye was laden with mockery and disdain, akin to observing a foolhardy jester. To them, this mere trickle of water served only to validate Chu Ye's worth, posing no genuine threat. Meanwhile, the researchers cornered in despair had drained of the last vestiges of color. They watched helplessly as the menacing ruffians brandished their weapons and lunged at Chu Ye. While the seemingly peculiar flow of water in his hands appeared fragile enough to shatter at a touch, it was over, utterly over. This young man might possess some unique abilities, yet before these desperate criminals, he was ultimately a grasshopper attempting to stop a chariot. They could almost envision Chu Ye being mercilessly slain by a flurry of blades, and they themselves could not escape a grim fate. Despair engulfed them like frigid seawater, drowning them in an instant. The ignorant, the fearless. Very well, let them experience true terror in their final moments. A cold smile crept into Chu Ye's heart, his expression unwavering. The next moment, just as the monkey's taunting words were yet to fully resonate, crack. A sharp, explosive whip crack echoed. The ethereal blue water whip struck with unparalleled speed, landing precisely on the foremost monkey. A howl erupted. The monkey and Apos' derisive grin froze, contorted into an expression of excruciating agony. He felt a searing, unbearable pain erupt where the water whip had struck, as if a red-hot, acid-laden iron had been pressed mercilessly upon his flesh. Simultaneously, the water whip, as if imbued with life, flicked its end deftly, sweeping across the weapons clutched by the other ruffians. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A cacophony of corrosive sounds filled the air. The knives, iron rods, and steel pipes, wherever they came into contact with the azure flow, instantly emitted acrid white smoke. The rusted metal surfaces rapidly became pockmarked, as if doused with potent acid. The sharp blades of the knives curled and blackened at an astonishing rate, dissolving before their eyes. My knife. What in the world is this? The ruffians gaped in horror, eyes wide with disbelief, before they could process the situation. The seemingly pliable water whip slithered like a maggot along their arms, racing upward. Heartrending screams pierced the air, echoing over the winds of the ruins. Those ruffians, once brimming with arrogance, now discarded the remnants of their weapons, clutching their water-affected bodies, lamenting inhumanely. Their skin and garments blackened rapidly under the onslaught of the azure flow, rotting and emitting a foul odor. In a heartbeat, the 5 or 6 previously menacing ruffians collapsed to the ground, writhing and struggling in a futile attempt to extinguish the searing pain that clung to them like a parasite. This sudden, earth-shattering reversal left everyone in shock. What? What is happening? The water. Is it poisonous? No, it's corrosive. My heavens! What has he done? The researchers stared in disbelief, their expressions of despair replaced by sheer astonishment. They gazed at the writhing ruffians on the ground and then at the composed Chu Ye, standing with an air of icy detachment, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Yu Shuang trembled, recalling the moment in the armored vehicle when Chu Ye had silenced them with that strange water orb. At that time, she had deemed it miraculous. Not realizing that this water possessed such terrifying lethality, she instinctively swallowed, her gaze towards Chu Ye filled with incredulity and a hint of unspeakable reverence. This man was far more formidable than she had ever imagined. Only Lu Jianhong, after a brief moment of astonishment, could hardly contain his excitement, unconsciously clenching his fists. Mr. Chu is indeed unfathomable. This ability is astonishing. Chu Ye remained indifferent to the reactions around him. He strode towards the writhing monkey on the ground. Looking down upon him, the spots struck by the water whip on the monkey and Appo's body were already tattered, the flesh charred, revealing glimpses of white bone. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt protein. The water erosion ability has indeed met my expectations. It is highly corrosive and appears to carry a sustained burning effect. It is perfectly suited for dealing with these scoundrels, Chu Ye mused, feeling quite satisfied with the power of his newly acquired third-tier ability. The monkey, feeling Chu Ye's approach, struggled to lift his head, enduring the torment that threatened to consume his very soul. Upon meeting Chu Ye and Appo's cold, emotionless gaze, an unprecedented fear seized his heart. He finally comprehended the magnitude of the being he had provoked. Pardon. Please spare me. The monkey summoned all his strength and, disregarding the sand and debris beneath him, fell to his knees before Chu Ye, his forehead striking the ground with fervor. Hero, Grandmaster, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please, spare this wretched life. The excruciating pain made his speech falter, his body convulsing uncontrollably from the unbearable suffering. Chu Ye and Appo's expression remained impassive, his voice devoid of emotion. Now you realize your error? Had you known this day would come, why did you act so foolishly? Yes. It was my reckless tongue. I deserved to die. The monkey wept and wailed, his tears mingling with the blood seeping from his wounds, his appearance utterly pitiful. Just spare me. I will give you anything. Anything. I know where the resources are hidden nearby. I know the secrets of Boss Huang. Please. I implore you, show mercy. Chu Ye's gaze flickered. Huang Qiao. Tell me everything you know about him. The monkey paused, momentarily stunned, enduring the pain while looking up in confusion. Boss Huang, why do you seek him? It seems the torment you endure is insufficient. Chu Ye and Appo's voice suddenly turned sharp, his right index finger imperceptibly twitching, a hint of azure light flickering at his fingertip. That subtle change did not escape the monkey and Appo's notice. No. I and Appo's LL tell you. Please. The monkey, frightened to the core, repeatedly bowed his head, speaking incoherently. Chu Ye snorted coldly, his thoughts shifting. The azure water swirling around the monkey and the other ruffians receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. As the power of erosion withdrew, the excruciating pain that had plagued them diminished significantly. Chapter 190. The sudden arrival of Huang Qiao. Though the wounds still throbbed with pain, the relentless, terrifying burning sensation had finally subsided. The monkey and several other surviving thugs collapsed simultaneously, as if their bones had been entirely stripped away, crumpling to the ground. They gasped for breath, their bodies drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. The surrounding researchers appeared to have shed an enormous burden. Many of them buckled at the knees and sat helplessly on the ground. The monkey lay there, trembling incessantly, a mixture of relief at having survived and fear of Chu Ye overwhelming him to the brink of collapse. At that moment, Chu Ye stepped forward, his cold military boot pressing mercilessly down on the monkey's back, pinning him to the earth. That icy boot seemed to shatter not mere gravel, but the last vestige of the monkey's hope. Under the dual torment of excruciating pain and fear, the monkey quaked violently, on the verge of fainting. Yet the heavy weight on his back kept him teetering on the edge of reality. I'll tell you. The monkey, no longer daring to hesitate, spoke urgently, his voice hoarse and trembling. Huang. Boss Huang is our leader. This desolate wasteland is his territory. We are all just earning a living under him. With great effort, he turned his head, pointing with his still functioning arm at the recently freed researchers, who were still in shock. See, capturing them is also Boss Huang and Appo's intention. The monkey gasped, explaining hastily. Boss Huang said, that Lord Huang Anbo and Apo's birthday is approaching, and we should capture some useful researchers to present as gifts to curry favor with him. Huang Anbo. At these words, Chu Ye paused his foot on the monkey's back, his gaze sharpening suddenly. He bent down abruptly, seizing the monkey's tattered collar, half lifting him up. His icy stare piercing into the very soul of the monkey. Huang Anbo. What is his relationship with Huang Qiao? Chu Ye and Apo's voice was low, laced with an imperceptible gravity. He recalled that Huang Anbo, that fool Lu Shun, had once mistakenly believed I was sent by Huang Anbo as a protector. To his astonishment, that name resurfaced here. Thoughts raced through Chu Ye and Apo's mind. Under Chu Ye and Apo's almost suffocating gaze, the monkey nearly wet himself and quickly shook his head. Lord Huang Anbo is our boss Huang's superior. A true big shot. Boss Huang Qiao is merely one of Lord Huang Anbo's 10 protectors. One of the 10 protectors. Chu Ye and Apo's pupils contracted, his judgment crystallizing instantly. The self-proclaimed level 5 gene user, Yang Haichong, though his strength was dubious, was certainly not weak. To be a protector of the formidable Huang Anbo, Huang Qiao and Apo's strength must be at least that of a level 4 gene user, if not stronger. With so many people here, should Huang Qiao entangle them with these defenseless researchers, the consequences would be dire. We cannot remain here. With this thought, a glint of cold light flashed in Chu Ye and Apo's eyes. He forcefully slammed the monkey back to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Ignoring the groans of the monkey and the other injured thugs, he scanned the terrified researchers, his voice rising sharply, tinged with an undeniable command. Everyone, get up. If you wish to avoid dying here, follow me immediately. His deep and powerful voice pierced through their fear and despair. The recently freed researchers were momentarily stunned, but soon erupted with overwhelming joy and a desperate will to survive. We are saved. We are saved. Quickly, follow this noble lord. Thank you. Thank you. Like drowning individuals clutching a lifeline, the researchers were overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in their eyes. One by one, they struggled to rise from the ground and stumbled towards Chu Ye, who stood as the sole beacon of hope in the darkness. Chu Ye subtly moved his palm, signaling to Lu Jianhong beside him. Lu Jianhong instantly understood, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. Mr. Chu intends to eliminate future threats. This is wise, to prevent these scum from causing trouble later. He stepped forward, calling out in a firm voice, "Everyone, stay calm. Follow me in an orderly manner. We will leave here immediately." Under his guidance, the researchers, though excited, quickly settled down, following Lu Jianhong and Yi Shuaiying as they hastily retreated towards the location of the armored vehicles. In an instant, the once chaotic expanse of ruins was left with only Chu Ye and the 5 or 6 wretched thugs writhing on the ground. The monkey watched as Lu Jianhong led away the precious gifts and the woman who instilled terror in his heart. Meanwhile, Chu Ye stood like a frigid statue, unmoving, an ominous premonition seizing his heart. Struggling against the searing pain in his back, the monkey raised his head to look at Chu Ye, forcing a smile more grotesque than tears, nervously swallowing. Hero, you see, we have released everyone, and we have done as you instructed. What are you going to do? Chu Ye slowly turned around, his face devoid of any expression, save for a deep blue light flickering in his eyes, reminiscent of the icy depths of the ocean, sending chills down one and Apo's spine. A faint, yet brutally cold smile crept across his lips. I only instructed them to release the hostages. I never said that I would spare you. This declaration struck the monkey and the remaining thugs like a thunderbolt, shattering their last glimmer of hope. And no, spare us. Run. The terror of death overwhelmed their pain. And the monkey emitted a piercing scream, abandoning all thoughts of his injuries as he scrambled away in the opposite direction. The other thugs, still capable of movement, fled like frightened rabbits, rolling and crawling with every ounce of strength, desperate to distance themselves from this demon. Chu Ye's gaze was frigid as he slowly raised his right hand, the bluish light coalescing at his fingertips, the air thick with an aura of destruction. Just as he was about to unleash a fatal blow to cleanse these wretches once and for all, whoosh! A fierce, unparalleled gale, as if capable of tearing steel, swept in unexpectedly from the side. The wind howled sharply, stirring up a storm of dust, forming a visible wave of murky air that surged towards Chu Ye and Apo's back with astonishing speed. So fast, such immense power. Chu Ye and Apo's expression tightened, almost instinctively turning around. In a split second, his mind raced. Canghai Space Command. Flow 100, water quantity 100, water shield formation, parameters set complete. Buzz. The next instant, a torrent of bluish water surged forth, rapidly swirling, compressing, and solidifying before him. Chapter 191. The gene ability of wind with a sharp crack, a robust circular water shield. Gleaming with an ethereal blue hue, swiftly materialized, steadfastly shielding him from the impending danger. Bang! Almost simultaneously with the formation of the water shield, a ferocious hurricane struck with tremendous force, resounding like a thunderous drum. The shockwave erupted, sending countless droplets scattering, only to be instantly drawn back to the shield by Chu Ye's command. The water shield trembled violently, rippling with waves, yet ultimately held firm against the sudden, overwhelming assault. Chu Ye's keen gaze pierced through the shield, directing his attention toward the source of the gale. As the dust settled, a young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, emerged not far from him. Clad in a relatively neat combat uniform, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage. Yet his countenance bore an unmistakable air of arrogance and indifference. With his hands clasped behind his back and chin slightly raised, he scrutinized Chu Ye and the peculiar water shield with a chilling gaze. At that moment, the monkey, once despondent and slumped on the ground, suddenly glimmered with uncontained joy upon recognizing the newcomer. As if grasping the last straw of hope, he scrambled towards the young man with all his might, hoarsely screaming, "Boss Huang! Help! Help me, Boss Huang!" His cries resonated in the ears of others. The remaining able-bodied thugs, seeing a glimmer of salvation, struggled to their feet, excitement mingling with desperation as they rushed toward the young man, their safe haven. "Boss Huang is here. We and Appos, re-saved. Boss, kill this brat." Chu Ye's expression darkened at their words as the formidable water shield dissipated into an intangible mist. Frowning slightly, he glanced toward the retreating researchers, realizing with a sinking heart, not good. Lu Jianhong and the others Haven T escaped far. This unexpected foe possessed formidable strength. That gust of wind was at least at level 3, perhaps even higher. Lu Jianhong and his team were likely under control. The young man, known as Boss Huang to the monkey, was Huang Qiao. He shifted his scrutinizing gaze away from Chu Ye, turning to the injured group of thugs who had gathered around him like eager puppies. Upon witnessing their battered state, weapons corroded beyond recognition, a flicker of surprise crossed his handsome features, quickly replaced by a furrowed brow and a tone laced with displeasure. "What happened? Who did this to you?" "It was him, Boss Huang." The monkey, grimacing from the searing pain inflicted by the corrosive water, shakily pointed toward Chu Ye, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury. "It's this brat. He struck us hard. He destroyed our stuff." The other thugs echoed his cries. "Yes, it's him. He wants to kill us. Boss, you must stand up for us." Huang Qiao's gaze snapped back to Chu Ye, his previous arrogance now shrouded in unmistakable anger. He appraised Chu Ye, particularly noting the faint ethereal blue energy waves surrounding him, his voice cold and accusatory. "Who are you? What audacity you possess to lay a hand on my people?" "Huang Qiao? A subordinate of Huang Anhua? So, you are indeed here for these researchers." Chu Ye and Appos' mind raced. Yet his demeanor remained unyielding as he met Huang Qiao's gaze, his voice steady and resolute. "They captured my people first with malicious intent. I was merely defending myself." Huang Qiao followed Chu Ye's gaze, observing the researchers who were timidly retreating under Lu Jianhong and Yu Shuqing's urging, clearly too afraid to advance further. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes, followed by a derisive sneer as he pointed at the group. "Your people? Huh, so you are in cahoots with them." Pausing for effect, he raised his chin higher, speaking in a condescending tone. "Very well, these individuals now belong to me. You, leave immediately. I can pretend nothing has occurred and spare your life. Otherwise," his eyes glinted with a cold light, "do not blame me for being rude." Chu Ye shook his head, his gaze unwavering as he replied firmly, "I must take them with me." "Ha!" Huang Qiao erupted into laughter, his voice dripping with disdain and cruelty. "What audacity! To dare say and Appos, no and Appos, in front of me." His laughter abruptly ceased, his expression darkening, malevolence swirling in his eyes. "Kid, that gust of wind was merely a test. I have gauged your abilities, a water elemental ability user. Your energy intensity barely reaches level 3, yet your control is commendable. Regrettably, in my presence, it is insufficient." With a thunderous roar, his voice reverberated through the desolate ruins, infused with immense energy. "It seems you prefer punishment over kindness. Allow me to show you. My gene ability is wind manipulation. In this desolate desert, where sand reigns supreme, my power is exponentially amplified." Whoosh! Before his words faded, a tempest even more violent and ferocious surged forth from all directions. A piercing wail tore through the air as the ground's sand, debris, and remnants of dilapidated structures were swept into the swirling chaos. The sky was instantly obscured by a colossal, spiraling vortex of sand, ensnaring Chu Ye at its core. The wind and Appo's force was so great that even Lu Jianhong and his companions struggled to maintain their footing. Visibility plummeted to less than a meter. The air thick with choking dust, as minuscule shards of sand sliced through all obstacles like a myriad of tiny blades. It was as if the entire world had been consumed by this tempestuous maelstrom. Ha! Boss Huang is magnificent. The monkey, covering his mouth and nose, shouted with glee. Watching Chu Ye being engulfed by the sandstorm, his eyes gleaming with vengeful delight. Kid, you're done for. Let us see how you block this. Turn into minced meat. The other thugs wore expressions of malicious glee, reveling in the chaos. In the distance, Lu Jianhong and Yi Shuqing, who were struggling to protect the researchers, couldn't help but feel a chill of dread for Chu Ye. Mr. Chu, Lu Jianhong shouted against the howling winds, but his voice was swiftly swallowed by the storm. Clenching his fists, the wounds on his arms throbbed painfully as worry and gravity filled his gaze. This wind manipulation ability is too crippling against close combat, especially with such an extensive range. This is dire. Chapter 192. My erosion is not so simple. Yu Shuang and Appo's face turned ashen. Instinctively grasping a somewhat stable fragment of the wall beside her, her delicate form swaying in the raging wind, her heart filled with an indescribable unease. This person is incredibly strong. Can she manage this? Meanwhile, the researchers sheltered in the center wore expressions of utter despair. They had just escaped from a group of thugs, only to find themselves under the control of an even more terrifying powerhouse. The flickering flame of hope extinguished in an instant, leaving only desolation and quiet sobs. It and Appo's over. It and Appo's completely over. This wind is too frightening. Are we going to perish here? In the eye of the storm, Chu Ye's garments flapped violently in the gale, his hair dancing wildly. He squinted, allowing the slicing grains of sand to strike his skin, summoning a nearly imperceptible layer of water film for defense. This fellow's wind manipulation ability is indeed more troublesome than Yang Haichang's sheer brute strength, especially in this environment, where he appears to be in his element. Chu Ye assessed quickly. Although Yang Haichang's earth-based abilities are formidable, his methods of attack are relatively straightforward. In contrast, Huang Qiao and Appo's wind control not only boasts a wide range of attack but also utilizes the surrounding sand and dust for mixed assaults, obscuring vision and disrupting movement, making it far more versatile. However, area-wide attacks imply a relative dispersal of energy. No matter how strong the control, there is ultimately only one core. Furthermore, wind, sand, they remain forms of matter. A cold smile curled at the corners of Chu Ye and Appo's lips. My and Appo's erosion and Appo's is far more than mere corrosion of metal. With this thought, Chu Ye's gaze sharpened. The azure energy within him began to surge rapidly. Canghai Space Command. Flow rate 100. Erosion. Parameters setting complete. Buzz. As Chu Ye and Appo's will surged, the azure energy radiance spread from within him. Pure water coalesced out of thin air, like two flowing azure ribbons, gently floating and spiraling before him, creating a barrier that kept the surrounding violent sand at bay. The water refracted a glimmer of light, standing out conspicuously amidst the yellow dust storm. A desperate struggle. This guy can still gather water elements under such circumstances? Quite interesting, but that is all. In my domain of wind, any struggle is futile. Huang Qiao's voice pierced through the storm, dripping with scorn and disdain. Kid, my storm comes from all directions, penetrating every gap. With just your little water? What can it possibly block? A delusion. Chu Ye's expression remained tranquil, as if the cataclysmic winds and sands surrounding him were merely a gentle breeze. He even kept his eyelids lowered, whether it can withstand or not. His voice, steady and clear, resonated in Huang Qiao's ears. Does not lie with you. In the next moment, Chu Ye pushed both hands forward with sudden force. The two azure streams did not become shields or water arrows as Huang Qiao had anticipated. Instead, they erupted explosively. Splash! Countless minute water droplets instantaneously spread, transforming into a dense azure mist, so thick that it was nearly impossible to see one's fingers. It surged outward in a frenzied expansion. This mist was no ordinary vapor. It contained the unique energy fluctuations of Chu Ye's upgraded erosion ability, exuding an indescribable corrosive aura. Canghai Space Command. Erosion. Activate. Huang Qiao's brows knitted tightly. a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. What trickery is this? Water mist? Do you think you can rely on this moisture to block my winds and sands? Ridiculous. Humph. Foolish theatrics. The monkey, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth against the pain, his face a mask of disdain as he shouted towards Huang Qiao. Boss, Dawn and Amp, Oppos, be deceived. I see yes merely at his wit's end, resorting to these flashy tricks. The other thugs nodded in agreement, regarding Chu Ye's actions as a path to his demise. Meanwhile, the researchers, who had just glimpsed a flicker of hope, found it extinguished once more. They gazed at the rapidly expanding blue mist, their hearts filled with despair. It's over. To use mist against such a fierce sandstorm? This is akin to a mandish trying to stop a chariot. We are doomed. However, Lu Jianhong harbored a different perspective. He paused for a moment, then suddenly seemed to grasp something crucial. His pupils constricted, hands instinctively clenching into fists. Wait. Water. Erosion. Mr. Chu previously used this technique to corrode the weapons of those thugs. Could it be? His breath quickened. He exclaimed in shock. I understand. Mr. Chu intends to use erosion against the sand. Huh. Yi Shuang looked utterly bewildered, completely unable to comprehend Lu Jianhong's meaning. Only growing increasingly anxious as she gazed at the bizarre blue mist. Erosion of sand? How is that even possible? Zzz. Just as everyone's thoughts diverged. The azure mist collided violently with the swirling wall of sand. An extraordinarily strange scene unfolded. The hard grains of sand, lifted by the tempest and capable of eroding steel, upon contact with the mist, emitted a subtle yet dense sound of corrosion, akin to red-hot iron meeting ice water. The surface of the sand rapidly became pockmarked, its structure disintegrating and dissolving. In the next moment, countless sand grains, corroded and dulled, could no longer be ensnared by the wind, transforming into a murky, muddy liquid that dripped down from the sky like a filthy rain. Plop, plop, leaving behind damp, dark brown pits on the ground. The outer edges of the storm, once a towering barrier of sand, visibly began to thin and become translucent. What? This is impossible. Huang Qiao's mocking and arrogant expression instantly froze, replaced by an incredulous horror. He could distinctly sense that his prideful, invincible sandstorm was being rapidly corroded and dismantled by that bizarre blue mist. The very sand that constituted the storm was losing its potency in droves. Holy crap. The sand is truly melting. It has actually been blocked. The grins on the monkey and his companions' faces solidified, their mouths agape in disbelief, as if witnessing the most astonishing event in the world. Heavens! The sand has melted. The wind seems to be diminishing. Some researchers trembled, voices quaking with emotion, their despairing gazes reigniting with the brilliant light of hope. They fixed their eyes on the hazy figure at the storm and Oppos, as center, as if seeing their savior. Indeed. It is like this. Lu Jianhong was nearly jumping with excitement, slamming a fist against the nearby wall, sending fragments flying. I should have realized it sooner. Mr. Chu's erosion ability can corrode even specialized alloys, let alone these ordinary sands. Huang Qiao's wind control is formidable, but once he loses the sand as an attacking medium, its power is at least halved. Huang Qiao, you are finished. Chapter 193. Chu Ye always creates miracles. Yi Shuang finally comprehended the situation. The anxiety that had lingered in her heart was now completely alleviated. She exhaled deeply, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance as she gazed at Chu Ye and Oppos' silhouette. This man always manages to perform miracles. Despicable scoundrel. Huang Qiao erupted in fury, his handsome features contorted in rage, appearing somewhat grotesque. I admit, I underestimated you. Your bizarre water-based abilities are indeed formidable. But do you truly believe this will allow you to defeat me? He suddenly howled towards the heavens, unleashing the energy within him with reckless abandon, his veins bulging with intensity. Break for me. A tempest far more violent and pure than before surged forth, devoid of the previous sand and dust, generated solely from the elemental force of wind. The strength of this gale seemed capable of tearing apart space itself, its sharp howls piercing the eardrums, and its terrifying pressure sweeping in all directions. Those nearby, caught off guard, were flung away by the overwhelming shockwave, crashing into the ruins in the distance, crying out in agony, on the brink of unconsciousness. Be careful. Everyone get down. Quickly. Lu Jianhong's expression shifted dramatically as he felt an immense force approaching, gripping a sturdy piece of debris to steady himself and prevent being swept away. He shouted hoarsely to the researchers behind him. The researchers, already terrified beyond measure, disregarded their dignity, screaming and crying as they desperately pressed themselves to the ground. Battered by the flying rubble and fierce winds, their bodies trembling like leaves in a storm. In the eye of the storm stood Chu Ye, his garments clinging tightly to him as the pure gale whirled around, his hair dancing wildly. Observing Huang Chao's desperate and reckless demeanor, he merely shook his head slightly. A hint of near pity in his gaze. Sand is no longer useful. Is this all you can do? Just increase the wind's strength? His tone was calm yet laced with a mocking insight. With this level of power, you dare to attempt to see something? Pathetically weak. You seek your own demise. Huang Chao, incensed by Chu Ye and Apos' nonchalant assessment, felt his rage boiling over. To be humiliated by someone he deemed easily crushable was an unbearable disgrace. His eyes turned crimson, murderous intent surging as he ceased his idle chatter and gathered all his energy for a deadly strike. Show me your move. Chu Ye's eyes narrowed as he faced this furious assault of pure wind elements, his own ethereal blue energy swirling rapidly within him. Since the sand is gone, I shall crush you with pure power. Flow rate 100, water erosion, parameters set. Water flow shield, parameters set. Two chilling commands resonated within him almost simultaneously. The ethereal blue light surged before him once more. Buzz. The commands took effect. Instead of bringing his hands together to form a traditional shield, Chu Ye abruptly spread them apart. The ethereal blue mist, previously set to disperse, suddenly contracted and coalesced, forming a rapidly spinning, spherical shield that continuously absorbed blue light and corrosive energy. Outside the shield, the ferocious gale howled, screeching as it carried remnants of debris that crashed violently against it. Yet within the shield, Chu Ye remained utterly composed, his attire undisturbed, his demeanor eerily calm, as if the chaos surrounding him had no bearing on his existence. Is this the wind control ability of a level 4 genetic warrior? Stripped of sand and dust, its might has indeed increased significantly, but regrettably, it remains woefully inadequate. Chu Ye shook his head slightly, his thoughts unperturbed. With my current level 3 strength, combined with the properties of water erosion, even facing 10 ordinary level 4s would pose no challenge. This thought flitted through his mind, and he felt no inclination to waste further time on this pathetic clown. Fixing his gaze on Huang Chao, who appeared somewhat pale from exertion, he gently pushed his right hand forward. Swish. The rapidly spinning ethereal blue mist shield did not dissipate. Instead, it advanced as a whole, resembling a blue meteor imbued with terrifying corrosive power. In an instant, it tore through the gale and crushed the remaining debris, hurtling directly towards Huang Chao. Its speed was such that it left a faint blue afterimage in the air. Boss, be careful. That monster is coming. The monkey, sprawled amidst the ruins, suppressed agonizing pain, witnessing this scene, and screamed in sheer terror, exerting all his strength to warn. Humph. Child's play. Huang Chao and Apos' eyes flickered with doubt momentarily, but his overwhelming self-confidence prevailed. With a derisive grin, he did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward. My body has undergone 3 rounds of genetic enhancement, its hardness rivaling that of steel. Do you think a mere mist can harm me? Watch me shatter it with a single punch. Just a bunch of empty tricks. As long as my core power is strong enough, any ruse is but a paper tiger. As soon as these words left his mouth, Huang Chao inhaled deeply, his right arm and Apos' muscles bulging, veins standing out as he maximized the wind element energy and physical strength within him. The air around his fist crackled ominously under the strain. His gaze fierce, he summoned all his might and delivered a powerful blow towards the rapidly approaching ethereal blue mist sphere. Hiss! The moment his fist made contact with the mist, instead of a resounding explosion, an unsettling, teeth-gritting sound of corrosion echoed. It was akin to plunging a red-hot iron into a potent acid solution. Aya! Huang Chao's arrogant grin froze instantly, morphing into sheer agony and disbelief. A pain that felt as if it could dissolve his very soul surged from the point of contact, swiftly enveloping his entire right arm. His eyes bulged in terror, nearly popping out of their sockets, bloodshot with fear. Instinctively, he jerked his right hand back in a flash. Upon closer inspection, even Huang Chao, known for his ruthless disposition, couldn't help but gasp in horror, his stomach churning violently. His once formidable fist, gleaming with metallic luster, had now lost all semblance of form. Skin, muscle, tendons, everything had been thoroughly eroded, reduced to a charred mass intermingled with dark red blood, revealing the grotesquely twisted bones beneath. Moreover, the corrosion showed no signs of abating, continuing to creep up his wrist, accompanied by a chilling hissing sound. What the hell? Boss and Apos' hand. It's ruined. Chapter 194. The corrosion of Huang Qiao and Apos, leg the remaining thugs, along with the monkey, were struck with sheer terror at the sight before them. They scrambled away with all their might, wishing fervently for more legs to flee faster. What? What is that water? Just a touch, and it disintegrates. The researchers stood pale as ghosts, trembling uncontrollably. Some covered their mouths, suppressing the urge to vomit, their eyes filled with profound fear and awe as they gazed at Chu Ye. This had surpassed their understanding of abilities. Yu Shuang instinctively covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with shock, her heart racing violently as if it might leap from her throat. As she swallowed hard, looking at Chu Ye's commanding figure, admiration mingled with a deeper sense of trepidation and relief washed over her. Thankfully, I did not truly betray him. This man is nothing short of a demon. Good, Lu Jianong exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he raised his fist and shouted. Well done, Mr. Chu. Incredible! Finish him. Quickly. Eliminate this reckless fool. Chu Ye remained unfazed by Lu Jianhong's exuberance, merely raising a hand to signal for silence. Do not rush to celebrate. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, exuding an air of composed authority. He then took measured strides towards Huang Qiao, who was writhing on the ground, clutching his severed arm and wailing in agony. Huang Qiao was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, his muscles spasming, cold sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking the ground beneath him. He watched in horror as Chu Ye approached like the Grim Reaper, the shadow of death looming ever closer. A paralyzing fear eclipsed the physical agony. He struggled to prop himself up with his still functioning left hand, his voice trembling with desperation. Do not come any closer. What kind of monster are you? I tell you, my elder brother is Huang Anbo, the strongest in the base, a level 5 genetic warrior. If you dare to kill me, he will surely tear you limb from limb. He will not let you escape. However, before his threats could fully escape his lips, Chu Ye had already reached him. Bang! With a chilling gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation, Chu Ye delivered a powerful kick to Huang Qiao and Apos' chest. PFF. Huang Qiao felt an overwhelming force strike him, as if his ribcage would shatter. He was sent flying, crashing against a wall several meters away before rolling onto the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his own insides. Before he could catch his breath, Chu Ye had appeared before him like a specter. He bent down, grasping Huang Qiao's disheveled hair, forcing his agonized and bloodied face upward to meet his gaze. Eliminating Huang Qiao would indeed bring significant trouble. Yet, having already provoked the situation, a decisive strike was now unavoidable. Huang Anbo would undoubtedly unleash his full might in pursuit, and with so many researchers present, the target was too large to conceal for long. Rather than live in constant fear, subjected to passive torment, why not? Chu Ye's thoughts raced, a glimmer of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. Why not take the initiative and eradicate the threat before it could escalate? Huang Anbo, what of a level 5 warrior? It was the perfect opportunity to seize his resources along with those of his subordinates. In this apocalyptic world, only the dead posed no further complications. With this thought, a chilling, bloodthirsty smile crept onto Chu Ye's lips as he gazed down at Huang Qiao's eyes filled with dread and despair. His voice calm, yet resonating with a bone-chilling coldness. Huang Anbo, what is he to me? How convenient it will be to spare myself the trouble of searching for him later. I shall personally escort both of you brothers to hell for a reunion. Huang Qiao, grasped by his hair, was compelled to gaze up at the young, merciless visage of Chu Ye, listening to words more despairing than a death sentence. His fraying nerves ignited completely. He coughed violently, spitting out a mixture of blood, dust, and shattered teeth, a deranged grin breaking across his face. Ha ha ha, cough. You overestimate yourself. Who do you think you are? Do you know what a level 5 genetic warrior represents? Huang Qiao and Apos' voice was hoarse and shrill, utilizing every ounce of strength within him. That is a power you cannot fathom. My brother could crush you with a mere finger. Even if you kill me, you will not escape. He will find you and, cough, dismantle every bone in your body. This fool was far too arrogant. He had no comprehension of the chasm between level 4 and level 5. Once his brother intervened, death was certain. Chu Ye remained expressionless, his eyes betraying not a flicker of emotion. The so-called level 5 warrior, capable of destroying the world, appeared to him as nothing more than a stone by the roadside. He released his grip on Huang Qiao's hair, allowing him to collapse to the ground, his tone devoid of any sentiment. Very well then. Tell me where Huang Anbo is now. Huang Qiao gasped heavily, the agony of his severed arm and fear of death causing him to tremble. Yet, he clenched his teeth, resentment and a final flicker of hope gleaming in his eyes. You wish to know? Not a chance. Unless, if you have the guts, kill me. Or, if you let me go, I can. I can act as though nothing ever happened. Huang Chao understood that uttering the truth would mean certain death. As long as he could survive. As long as he could hold out until his brother arrived. Clearly, you have yet to grasp your predicament. Chu Ye shook his head slightly, growing impatient. This was a sheer waste of time. With a flicker of thought, the ethereal blue energy surged within him once more. Flow rate 100. Water flow transformed into sword. Parameters set complete. Buzz. A shimmering blue light materialized in Chu Ye and Appo's right hand, swiftly coalescing into a translucent water sword. As delicate as a cicada and amp, Appo's wing yet exuding a lethal chill. Around the sword, tiny azure specks swirled like stardust, a manifestation of the highly compressed corrosive energy. Huang Chao and Appo's pupils constricted, an even more intense sense of impending doom seizing him than when his arm had been severed. What are you going to do? Chu Ye offered no reply. He merely waved his hand casually, as if brushing away dust, and gently swept the water sword across Huang Chao and Appo's right leg. Swoosh. There was no resistance whatsoever. The seemingly fragile water sword contained terrifying cutting and corrosive power. With a sickening sound, Huang Chao and Appo's right leg was cleanly severed just below the knee. The severed end was not drenched in blood. Rather, it had been scorched and carbonized upon contact with the water sword, emitting wisps of smoke and a foul odor. My leg. My leg. Chapter 195. Striking first to prevent future troubles. Huang Chao emitted a shriek of agony, tenfold more harrowing than before, as he writhed on the ground like a dying fish cast ashore. Waves of excruciating pain crashed against his nerves, threatening to shatter his consciousness utterly. Kill me. Please, grant me a swift end. He pleaded, tears and blood streaming down his face, completely unraveling into the primal instinct to die. Chu Ye and Appo's gaze remained icy, devoid of any compassion. He raised the water sword in his hand once more and swung it towards Huang Chao's remaining left leg. Swoosh. In the same spot. The same result ensued. Huang Chao's left leg was severed in an instant, engulfed in flames. Hiss, hiss. Huang Chao's screams abruptly ceased, replaced by a wheezing sound as if air were escaping from a punctured tire. His eyes rolled back, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, yet an overwhelming will to survive, coupled with boundless fear, compelled him to cling to the last vestiges of clarity. Run. Flee quickly. In the distance. The monkey's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets upon witnessing his leader being so brutally reduced to a mere stump. Terror gripped him, and he scrambled to his feet, ignoring the searing pain coursing through his body, and turned to escape deeper into the ruins. The remaining thugs, realizing the gravity of the situation, were similarly struck by fear and struggled to rise, desperate to flee in all directions. Humph. Thinking of escaping? Did you seek my permission? Lu Jianhong and Appo's eyes flashed with menace as he moved like lightning, blocking the retreat of the monkey and his cohorts with just a few strides. Though his broken arm was still bandaged, the remaining left arm was robust, bolstered by the might of a second-level genetic power, standing like an iron tower in their way. A bloodthirsty smile curled upon his lips. Mr. Chu has not granted you passage. Anyone who dares take a step forward will find themselves torn apart by me. The previously trembling researchers found their courage in this moment. Despite their fear of Chu Ye, they feared these heartless thugs even more. Their instinct for survival drew them closer to Lu Jianhong, forming a sparse yet resolute human wall, effectively barricading the monkey and his companions. Their eyes were filled with dread, yet a fierce determination emanated from them, coupled with a sense of relief at having survived thus far. They must not escape. Otherwise, we shall all perish. The monkey and his gang, glancing at the furious Lu Jianhong ahead, then at the fearful yet fierce-eyed researchers behind, and finally at the imposing figure of Chu Ye standing like a demonic entity, felt their legs weaken. With a flump, they collapsed to the ground, entirely devoid of the courage to flee. Chu Ye appeared wholly indifferent to the chaos unfolding behind him. He approached Huang Chao, who was now reduced to a torso and a head, looking down at him from above, his voice as level as ever. Now, can we speak? Where's Huang Anbua? Huang Chao convulsed, blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs spilling from his mouth. The excruciating physical torment and total psychological collapse finally obliterated his last line of defense. Summoning his final ounce of strength, he managed to rasp out a few indistinct words. East, the base at the foot of Da Huang Mountain. Very well. Chu Ye nodded slightly, pleased with Huang Chao's answer. He raised the ethereal blue water sword, its tip aimed at Huang Chao's brow. His tone as if stating an established fact. You may depart in peace. I shall honor my promise and grant you a swift end. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, thud, the water sword pierced cleanly through Huang Qiao and Apos' skull, emerging from the back of his head. The water-corrosive energy erupted instantaneously, reducing his brain to a pulpy mass. The last flicker of light in Huang Qiao's eyes extinguished, his body stiffened for a moment before collapsing lifelessly, devoid of sound. Ah! Spare us! Have mercy! Mr. Chu, please spare us. We were all coerced by Huang Qiao. We knew nothing. Witnessing Huang Qiao's swift execution, the monkey and the remaining thugs were utterly paralyzed with fear. They felt as though their spines had been severed, hastily dropping to their knees. Frantically bowing and pleading for mercy, their faces smeared with tears and snot, creating a pitiful scene. Chi slowly retracted the water sword, not even glancing at the supplicating cowards. The ethereal blue sword flickered, sweeping horizontally toward the kneeling thugs. Thud, 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 thud. The dull thuds echoed in succession, accompanied by the sound of heads rolling and blood gushing forth. The monkey and his companions did not even have the chance to emit complete screams before they met the same fate as Huang Qiao. Their bodies sprawled lifelessly on the ground. The pungent scent of blood mingled with the stench of charred flesh wafted through the ruins, inducing nausea. A few timid researchers could no longer contain themselves, covering their mouths and darting aside to retch violently. The remaining individuals turned pale, instinctively retreating a few steps. Their gazes toward Chu Ye filled with an indescribable mix of fear and reverence. Decisive in slaughter, unyieldingly cold, this young man was more terrifying than the apocalypse itself. Yi Shuang trembled slightly, biting her lip to stifle any sound, feeling fortunate for her earlier choices. The water sword in Chu Ye's hand slowly dissipated, transforming into specks of ethereal blue light that melted into the air. He approached Lu Jianhong, calmly surveying the pale, silent researchers, his voice low yet clear. Resonating in every ear, have you comprehended the situation? This is the fate awaiting those who attempt to conspire against me or disobey. Remember it well. I do not wish for a repeat of this occurrence. His chilling words struck each researcher like small hammers, sending shivers through their very souls. After a brief pause, Chu Ye's gaze shifted eastward, towards the Huang Mountain, his expression profound. I intend to meet with Huang Anbua. He turned to Lu Jianhong and the researchers. You will remain here, overseeing the area. Clean up the scene and gather all useful resources. Await my return. Lu Jianhong gazed at Chu Ye's profile, which seemed shrouded in ancient frost. He cast a glance at the still twitching, bloodied corpses on the ground, his throat involuntarily bobbing. The heavy stench of blood and charred flesh assaulted his senses, causing the wound on his arm to throb anew. This man is a complete lunatic. He inhaled the mixed air of dust and blood deeply, stepping forward, his voice tinged with an imperceptible tremor. Yet it was underscored by a profound subservience to power. Mr. Chu, do we truly need to seek out Huang Anbua now? He hesitated, concern evident in his tone. He is a level 5 genetic warrior. Although Huang Qiao spoke arrogantly, the disparity between level 5 and level 4 is likely as vast as the heavens and the earth. Furthermore, we only just learned the location of his base. Is it not too reckless to venture there? Chapter 196. This is exceedingly perilous. It is akin to placing one's neck upon the edge of a blade. Level 5. What does that even signify? A mere flick of a finger. And we collectively would not suffice to fill the gaps. Chu Ye slowly turned his head, his obsidian eyes tranquil and unperturbed. Lu Jianhong's words about a cataclysmic level 5 warrior were nothing more than a stone by the roadside, lacking even the merit to warrant a second glance. Risky? A smirk, almost imperceptible, curled at the corners of Chu Ye and Apos' lips, his voice as frigid as the night winds in the desert. Yang Haichong, Lu Shun, Zhou Xiong. And that Huang Qiao from earlier. Do you believe that after we have slain so many, Huang Anbai would simply dismiss it as if nothing has transpired? He gestured toward the corpses strewn upon the ground, his tone devoid of warmth yet imbued with unmistakable resolve. The news will inevitably reach his ears. Rather than awaiting his gathering of forces to ensnare us in a web of vengeance, we should act now. While he might still be reveling in the joy of his brother procuring researchers for him, let us pay him and Apos, surprise and Apos. Visit. A glint of cold determination flickered in Chu Ye and Apos' eyes. Strike preemptively, lest you suffer the consequences of delay. This principle is especially applicable in this cannibalistic apocalypse. It is wiser to take the initiative rather than remain passively defensive, extinguishing all threats in their infancy. Lu Jianhong felt a shiver run down his spine under Chu Ye and Apos' icy gaze. the bone-deep chill extinguishing all thoughts of dissent. He straightened his back, the worry etched on his face replaced by a firm resolve, and replied in a deep voice, "I understand. Rest assured, Mr. Chu. I shall handle matters here. I promise to safeguard the researchers and gather all supplies, ensuring no one approaches. Enough. To follow such a ruthless leader means to either survive together or perish together. Hesitation is the most foolish of choices." Chu Ye inclined his head slightly, choosing silence. With a mere flicker of thought, the air before him rippled like waves upon water. Buzz. Accompanied by a subtle spatial distortion, a massive black armored vehicle, adorned with menacing horns and heavy armor, materialized above the chaotic ruins. Sunlight glinted off the cold metallic exterior, reflecting a chilling radiance. The surrounding researchers were once again rendered speechless by this extraordinary feat, their gazes toward Chu Ye filled with a mixture of reverence and fervor. Yu Shuang instinctively covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with awe. This is the capability of the Canghai space? Simply unfathomable. Chu Ye, expressionless, opened the vehicle's door and took his place at the driver and Oppo's seat. Roar. The engine emitted a low, ferocious growl. Chu Ye slammed on the accelerator, the armored vehicle kicking up a cloud of dust as it crushed the debris and blood upon the ground. Racing eastward toward the boundless sandy sea indicating the direction of Dawang Mountain. Lu Jianhong, along with the group of researchers, remained behind, surrounded by corpses, watching as the steel behemoth vanished into the horizon. The wheels rolled relentlessly, grinding the dry, cracked earth beneath. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was a monotonous hue of ochre. The rolling yellow sands stretched infinitely, heat waves distorting the distant view, with the sun hanging in the sky, emitting a scorching glow that seemed eternal. The world appeared to consist solely of this solitary armored vehicle traversing the desolate desert. Chu Ye's gaze was sharp, gripping the steering wheel as he followed the information provided by Huang Qiao before his demise, heading eastward. Time passed unmeasured, and on the horizon, the outline of a colossal mountain gradually came into focus. The mountain, entirely the same ochre as the surrounding desert, appeared to be formed from an accumulation of endless yellow sands. Its slopes were not steep but undulated, exuding an air of desolation and weightiness. Is that Dawang Mountain? Chu Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. As the distance closed, the contours of the mountain's base became clearer. He steered the armored vehicle away from the relatively flat area, halting behind the leeward side of a sand dune. Turning off the engine, he once more connected with the Canghai space, and the enormous armored vehicle vanished amidst a ripple of space, as if it had never existed. He disembarked and surveyed his surroundings. The desert winds carried faint voices from afar. Chu Ye's eyes sharpened, ears pricking up, and he quickly concealed himself behind a mound of sand. Soon, a patrol team clad in matching ochre uniforms, armed with assault rifles, ambled past, grumbling. Damn it, this weather is unbearable. I can't fathom what Huang Laodao was thinking, throwing such a grand spectacle for a birthday. A shorter man wiped the sweat from his brow, complaining. Keep your voice down. If the boss hears you, you and Oppos, LL be in for it, warned a companion, glancing around warily. Have you heard? This birthday celebration is extraordinary. Not only are our base personnel attending, but it seems numerous dignitaries from outside are coming to pay their respects to Huang Laodao. Another team member chimed in. The boss has issued a strict order. Anyone without an invitation or exhibiting suspicious behavior approaching the base is to be killed on sight. We must not allow any interlopers to disrupt Huang Laodao's birthday feast. A birthday banquet? An invitation? Kill on sight. Concealed behind the sand dune, Chu Ye absorbed every word, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. What a fortuitous turn of events. Storming the base would be fraught with peril. Acquiring an invitation to infiltrate and ascertain the situation may indeed be a more prudent course of action. And these individuals. Chu Ye's gaze fell upon the approaching patrol, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. They would serve as the perfect source for my invitation. With resolve set, Chu Ye no longer hesitated. He abruptly rose from behind the sand dune, brushing off the sand from his clothes, and strolled leisurely toward the patrol team. Who goes there? Stop right where you are. The patrol, clearly taken aback by the sudden appearance of an individual, instinctively reacted, pulling their weapons with a cacophony of clicks. Their dark muzzles aimed squarely at Chu Ye, demanding answers. Who are you? What are you doing lurking here? Chu Ye appeared oblivious to the weapons trained upon him, his pace unbroken, even sporting a slight, enigmatic smile, as he continued to approach, step by deliberate step. His calm demeanor only intensified the psychological pressure on the patrol members. This fellow, is he unafraid of death? Or does he possess some form of assurance? As the distance between them narrowed to less than 10 meters, a ghostly blue light flickered in Chu Ye and Oppos, SIs. Flow 100, water flow chain, parameters set. Chapter 197, Surrender the Invitation Bus. Without any premonition, several streams of ethereal blue water shot forth from Chu Ye's palm like serpents infused with life. They twisted and intertwined in the air, producing a faint sound reminiscent of flowing water, moving with unparalleled speed, accompanied by a sound that pierced the atmosphere. Striking like lightning towards the bewildered patrolmen. Sizzle! The watery chains ensnared their limbs and bodies with precision, even binding their fingers that were poised to pull the trigger. The immense force yanked them backward, causing several to lose their balance and crash to the ground, their firearms slipping from their grasp and scattering upon the sandy earth. Enemy attack. Ah, help! The leading patrolman barely opened his mouth to scream for assistance when a whip-like blue water chain struck his face with a resounding crack. The force was so great that it drew blood, forcing him to stifle his cries. Crack! 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 More sharp slaps echoed as the other patrolmen, who attempted to call out, suffered the same fate, their eyes filled with stars as blood trickled from their lips, rendering them mute save for pained whimpers. These patrolmen, who had previously been so arrogant, now writhed helplessly on the sand, their eyes brimming with terror and despair. Woo-woo, hero, spare us. What? What do you want? We are under the command of Master Huang Anbo. One of the more astute individuals among them, suppressing his pain and fear, pleaded with a sorrowful expression, attempting to invoke their powerful benefactor. Chu Ye approached, towering over the disheveled group, his tone neutral, devoid of any emotion. Surrender the invitation. INV. Invitation? They were taken aback, their faces revealing a dawning realization, yet mostly fear and hesitation. This man, does he intend to infiltrate the base? Clearly, you do not wish to live. Chu Ye's voice turned frigid, the water chains constricting around them abruptly. All right, we'll give it to you. Don't kill me. The invitation is in my possession. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation and the threat of death shattered their psychological defenses in an instant. The leading patrolman, struggling desperately, fumbled with trembling fingers to retrieve a card from his pocket, shakily presenting it to Chu Ye. It was a beautifully crafted red card, embossed with golden lettering proclaiming Mr. Huang Anbo's 50th birthday, complete with a special anti-counterfeiting mark. Chu Ye, his expression inscrutable, extended his hand and accepted the red card. A symbol of entry, firmly within his grasp. Hero, spare us. We have given you the invitation. Please, have mercy and grant us a chance to live. The patrolman, bound by the watery chains on the scorching sand, beheld the red card that dictated their fate, tears streaming down their faces as their voices turned hoarse. Filled with ultimate dread of death. He has obtained what he desires. Surely he will spare us, right? Surely. Chu Ye turned his head, his profound gaze sweeping over the struggling figures on the ground, his face devoid of warmth. He slowly shook his head, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips, as if stating an undeniable truth. Spare you? His voice was soft yet crystal clear, resonating in each ear with a despairing calm. And then wait for you to return and inform Huang Anbo that his patrol was ambushed and the invitation was seized? No. That won't happen. We swear. We will say nothing. The leading patrolman clung desperately to his last hope, swearing an oath. Chu Ye let out a soft scoff, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. An oath? In this apocalyptic world, promises are worth less than sand. He paused, his gaze pressing down upon them as if it were a tangible weight, his tone chilling. For my own safety, only the dead can keep secrets. The moment those words fell, a bone-chilling murderous intent erupted. Run. The patrolmen, sensing their impending doom, felt their survival instincts overpower their fear, summoning an unknown strength as they desperately struggled to flee. Yet it was all in vain. The ethereal blue light in Chu Ye's eyes surged. Flow rate 300. Water flow transforms into blades, target locked. Buzz. The water chains entwining them instantly morphed, and countless sharp, ethereal blue water blades coalesced from thin air. Like petals scattered by a celestial maiden, they surged towards their vital points with relentless fury. Uft, uft, uft. The sounds of blades slicing through flesh resonated, accompanied by short, desperate screams. Blood erupted like a geyser, instantly staining the yellow sand beneath. In the blink of an eye, those who had been pleading for mercy moments ago became mangled corpses, their bodies twitching a few times before falling silent. The thick scent of blood rapidly permeated the sweltering air. The execution was decisive, leaving no room for future retribution. This is the law of survival in the apocalypse. Chu Ye remained expressionless, his heart undisturbed. He stepped forward, his will causing the sand beneath to writhe, as if alive, swiftly engulfing the bodies and their scattered weapons, burying them until the ground returned to its former flatness, as if nothing had transpired. Only the lingering scent of blood in the air testified to the brief yet brutal slaughter. Having erased all traces, Chu Ye adjusted his collar and securely tucked the red invitation into his bosom. Turning his gaze towards the heavily guarded gates of the base built against the mountains in the distance. As he approached, he noticed a line had already formed at the entrance. The queue consisted mostly of men and women clad in various outfits, some tattered and fierce-looking, unmistakably the desperate and ruthless, while others appeared relatively well-dressed and haughty, suggesting they had some standing. They all waited patiently for the guards at the gate to conduct their inspections. Clearly, Huang Ambo's banquet was creating quite a stir. Chu Ye mused inwardly, blending seamlessly into the end of the line, lowering his head slightly to avoid drawing attention. Just as he steadied himself, a small, wiry man in a worn leather jacket with a sharp, pointy face and darting eyes turned around stealthily, nudging him with his elbow. "Hey, brother." Chapter 198. The nosy Wang Ershu Chu Ye's brow furrowed imperceptibly as he lifted his gaze, his piercing eyes sharp as a chilling blade, locking directly onto the man's stare. Almost instinctively, the azure energy within him momentarily hesitated, a faint ripple of water-like energy gathering subtly at his fingertips. "Is there something you need?" His voice was low and indifferent, laced with a hint of barely detectable wariness. The man, with his sharp features and shifty demeanor, felt a jolt in his chest under Chu Ye's intense gaze. This individual exuded an overwhelming presence. His eyes were like knives, unlike any ordinary person. A shiver of unease washed over him, yet he noted the man's solitary nature, perhaps an opportunity to strike up a conversation. Wang Ershu thought to himself, instinctively retracting his neck while plastering a sycophantic smile on his face. "Hey there, brother. No need to be tense. I noticed you queuing alone, and you seem unfamiliar. I thought I'd introduce myself and make a friend." He rubbed his hands together, cautiously offering his introduction. "I'm Wang Ershu. My friends in the underworld call me Brother Shu. What is your surname, brother?" Observing his lewd and somewhat roguish demeanor, Chu Ye's vigilance lessened slightly, though he maintained his distance. "Wang Ershu." The name suggests a small-time player. "Chu." He succinctly stated his name. "Chu, brother." Wang Ershu immediately adopted a familiar tone, his lewd grin widening as he leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Brother Chu, you must be here to witness the festivities and perhaps try your luck?" "Witness the festivities?" A glimmer of confusion flickered in Chu Ye's eyes. "What kind of luck?" "Oh dear. Brother Chu, you're quite out of the loop, aren't you?" Wang Ershu's eyes widened in disbelief as he leaned in closer, as if sharing a monumental secret, spitting as he explained. "Don't you know? Tonight is Boss Huang Ambo's 50th birthday. There's a grand gift prepared for the event." He held up 4 fingers, his tone brimming with envy and fervor. "I heard it's a gene serum that can elevate someone directly to level 4. Level 4. Goodness. Whoever emerges victorious in the contest at the banquet will claim that prize." Once this news spread, every capable gene warrior nearby couldn't help but feel envious. Everyone wants a shot at it. A level 4 gene serum? Contest prize? Chu Ye's heart stirred slightly at his words. Initially, he sought to infiltrate and assess Huang Anbo's true nature, but he hadn't anticipated such an unexpected boon. A serum that could grant a direct breakthrough to level 4 if he could acquire it, whether for personal use or to offer to the system for energy. It would be a significant gain. "It seems this birthday banquet is more eventful than I imagined." "So that is the case." Chu nodded imperceptibly, feigning ignorance as if he had just learned this revelation. At that moment, the queue began to move forward, and soon it was their turn. 2 rows of armed guards stood at the entrance, their sharp gazes scanning every approaching individual. The lead guard exuded a calm demeanor, his eagle-like eyes revealing considerable strength. Wang Ershu, with a sycophantic smile, presented his invitation, and after the guard's inspection, he waved him through. When it was Chu Ye's turn, he calmly retrieved the crimson invitation from his pocket and handed it over. However, as the guard took the invitation, his body stiffened abruptly, surprise and suspicion flickering across his face as he instinctively looked up at Chu. Chu Ye's brow furrowed sharply. What is going on? He keenly sensed the guard's momentary aberration, a warning bell ringing within him. The azure light at his fingertips shimmered slightly, a cold aura of menace surfacing subtly. "Is there a problem with the invitation?" Chu Ye's voice carried an undercurrent of icy tension. The guard, under Chu Ye's frigid gaze, felt a shiver run down his spine, as though he had been targeted by some dreadful specter. He promptly lowered his head, concealing his surprise, and hastily shook his head, his voice unnaturally hurried. "And no. Everything is fine. Please, sir, enter." He quickly returned the invitation to Chu Ye, stepping aside to allow passage, gesturing for him to enter. Chu Ye observed the guard's disconcerted expression, catching a fleeting glimpse of panic in his eyes. Indeed, something is amiss. He scoffed inwardly, yet refrained from acting rashly. Now was not the time to stir the waters. He gradually retracted his poised hand, which still held the faint azure mist, expressionlessly accepting the eerily crimson invitation and returning it to his pocket. "Thank you." The two words were devoid of emotion. Without casting another glance at the guard, he stepped forward, crossing the heavy metallic threshold of the base. The dull thud of the door closing behind him sealed off the swirling sand and searing heat from the outside world. As he entered, a slightly oppressive atmosphere greeted him. Surrounding him were rough concrete walls, cold and unyielding, with meager lighting fixtures casting a dim glow. The temperature was indeed cooler than the outside desert. Yet it still bore an uncomfortable warmth, mingled with sweat, oil, and an indescribable foul odor. A stark environment, the temperature barely lower than outside, poorly ventilated. And laden with impurities, is this a place fit for habitation? Even those of such caliber reside in such conditions. Chu Ye surveyed his surroundings, a subtle frown crossing his brow, a flicker of disdain igniting within him. Wang Ershu, trailing behind, was curiously scanning the area when he caught Chu Ye's almost self-reflective comment. He quickly approached with a grin that dripped with a hint of mockery. "Hey, brother Chu Ye, your words seem a bit detached from reality." Wang Ershu scoffed, a tinge of bitterness coloring his tone. "In these times, having a roof over your head is a blessing. Although Boss Huang's base cannot compare to the grand cities of the pre-catastrophe era, it stands as a top-tier safe zone in this desolate wasteland. Do you dare claim your dwelling is better? My dwelling?" Chu Ye shot him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "If this rat knew that my vast ocean space is a perpetual spring, brimming with fresh food and crystal-clear springs, his jaw would surely drop to the ground in astonishment. However, such matters are unnecessary to flaunt to a mere passerby." Chapter 199. The first appearance of Iron Mountain. Chu Ye extended his hand and gently patted the shoulder of the sharp-featured Wang Ershu, interrupting his incessant chatter. "Enough of this sentimental waste of time. Did you not say there was excitement to behold? Lead the way to the venue." "Ah, certainly." Wang Ershu, momentarily taken aback by Chu Ye's gesture, quickly remembered his true purpose and eagerly nodded, guiding the way ahead. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the base, the guard who had admitted Chu Ye appeared somewhat pale. He clutched tightly the registration slip of Chu Ye and Apos' invitation, hastening to report to the captain of the guard. His voice barely above a whisper, tinged with unmistakable apprehension. "Captain, that individual from earlier, his invitation." The captain furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp as a blade. "What is it? Is there a problem?" It was red, a hard card, embossed with Apos, Mr. Huang Envoy Apos' 50th birthday Apos, in gold lettering. "Isn't that a special invitation reserved solely for our internal core members and esteemed guests personally invited by old Huang?" The guard spoke rapidly, but that fellow seemed unfamiliar, and his demeanor was quite unsettling. He appeared to be a lone wolf. How could he possess such a high-level invitation? Another guard approached, echoing in a hushed tone, "Indeed, Captain. Those red invitation cards are extremely limited in number. Each one is meticulously recorded. Logically, they should not be in the hands of outsiders. Could it be?" The captain's expression darkened, a flicker of gravity passing through his eyes. A red invitation. Could it belong to a notable figure in Apos' entourage? Or perhaps, was it stolen? He pondered briefly before decisively issuing orders. "Old 3. Follow him discreetly. Ascertain the origins of that fellow and whom he meets. Report any developments immediately. Remember, do not alert him." "Understood, Captain." A relatively slender and agile guard accepted the order and silently melted into the crowd, pursuing the direction in which Chu Ye had departed. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, he appeared completely oblivious to the potential tail following him, perhaps entirely indifferent. He trailed after Wang Ershu through a narrow, yet extraordinarily crowded, concrete corridor. On either side, tightly shut metal doors bore indistinct numbers, while personnel in matching uniforms hurried past with urgency. The air was thick with a cacophony of sounds, conversations, footsteps, and the distant hum of machinery merging into a distinct clamor peculiar to a post-apocalyptic base. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the corridor opened up to a vast expanse reminiscent of an indoor basketball court from the pre-apocalypse. Surrounding the area were countless individuals, easily numbering in the hundreds. These individuals were clad in various attire, displaying a range of expressions from the brutish, fierce mercenaries to the furtive, shifty-eyed scavengers. And a handful of relatively well-dressed figures exuding an air of arrogance, seemingly leaders of minor factions. They formed a tight circle around a spacious central area. Their gazes fixated ahead. There, a makeshift dais stood approximately 2 meters above the ground. A long table was set atop it, behind which sat around 10 men. Chu Ye and Wang Ershu squeezed into a relatively rear position. The moment they settled, Wang Ershu could no longer contain his excitement. Elbowing Chu Ye and discreetly pointing at the dais. "Look, Brother Chu. Up there." His voice was low yet brimming with enthusiasm and reverence. "Do you see him?" The one in the center, clad in a black tank suit, with white hair yet an invigorated demeanor. "That is Huang Anbua, the leader of the Dawangshan base. And those flanking him, each exudes a calm demeanor, their gaze as sharp as knives. They are Huang's trusted guardians. It is said they are all peak level 3. Some even nearing level 4. Their strength is unfathomable. Just one of them could sweep away a multitude. With them present, who would dare cause trouble on Huang's territory?" Following his pointed direction, Chu Ye's calm gaze fell upon the elder, Huang Anbua, at the center of the dais. The man appeared to be in his 60s. A discrepancy from the 50 years indicated on the invitation. Perhaps the apocalypse had aged him prematurely. His face was gaunt, eyes partially closed, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. He seemed tranquil, yet an aura of long-held authority and subtle malice lingered about him. So this is Huang Anbua. His mental energy fluctuates significantly, likely at the mid-level 4 range. The guardians beside him indeed include a few at the pinnacle of level 3. Chu Ye assessed swiftly within himself. It seems a direct confrontation would be unwise. I must seek a suitable opportunity, ideally for a single, decisive strike, or first locate the research team as confinement. At that moment, Huang Anbua abruptly opened his eyes. His furrowed brow revealed his displeasure as he scanned the audience, his voice resonating throughout the venue. Clear yet not loud. "Where is my brother, Huang Chao? Why has he not yet arrived? Has anyone seen him?" An immediate stir rippled through the crowd, faces exchanged glances, shaking heads in unison to indicate ignorance. "Huang Chao?" A nearly imperceptible smirk curled at the corner of Chu Ye's lips, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. "His luck has run out. Having crossed paths with me, he is now alongside those ruffians, feeding sandworms in the desert. I fear you shall never lay eyes upon him again." Seeing no one respond, Huang Anbua's expression darkened further, a flicker of irritation and concern crossing his features. He abruptly raised his hand and slammed it down on the table with a resounding bang. "Incompetence. Go find him. Dispatch someone to locate him. Alive. I want to see him. Dead. I want to see his corpse." He barked orders at a nearby guardian and then turned, his piercing gaze sweeping across the entire assembly. His tone laced with undeniable authority. "No more waiting. My birthday banquet also serves as an opportunity for you all to showcase your prowess and earn rewards. The competition begins now." No sooner had his words echoed than a primal roar erupted. From the throng, a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, muscles rippling like iron, leaped forth with a thunderous crash onto the central area, shaking the ground beneath him. Bare-chested, his bronze skin marred with fierce scars. His eyes gleamed with ferocity as he surveyed the crowd, voice booming like thunder. "Who dares to challenge Iron Mountain in battle? That level 4 genetic serum is mine for the taking." Wang Ershu gasped in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out in shock as he violently tugged at Chu Ye's sleeve. His voice trembling. "Good heavens! It is Iron Mountain. Why has he jumped in first? How are we supposed to fight this?" Chapter 200. Jesus could not save him. Chu Ye raised an imperceptible brow, glancing sideways at the nearly jumping Wang Ershu. "Taishan. Quite intriguing. Is he well known?" His tone remained flat, as if he were merely posing a casual question. "Well beyond mere renown." Wang Ershu and Appo's expression conveyed a sense of having encountered the naive. He lowered his voice dramatically, saliva flying. "Brother Chu, you're new here and unaware. This Taishan is among the most formidable figures at our Dawangshan base. A bona fide level 3 gene warrior. His enhancements focus primarily on strength and defense. His physique is as solid as iron. Ordinary blades may not even wound him. Countless lives have perished at his hands. Once he steps in, I doubt anyone else will have a chance at that level 4 serum." Before Wang Ershu could finish, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. "I have come to face you." A figure leapt from the crowd, moving with astonishing speed and a fierce aura. Directly lunging at Taishan, the individual was lean and agile, wielding a gleaming short blade, clearly a gene warrior specializing in stealthy assassinations. Seeking death, Taishan sneered. facing the oncoming blade without flinching. His massive hand shot forward. Sizzle! The short blade skated across his bronze arm, producing a shower of sparks, leaving only a faint white mark. The challenger's expression changed drastically, but it was too late. In an instant, Taishan's hand clamped around the challenger's wrist. Crack! The unmistakable sound of shattering bones echoed. Ah! The challenger let out a chilling wail. Taishan and Appo's eyes gleamed with malice. And with his other fist clenched like a battering ram, he struck the challenger's chest with devastating force. Bang! A dull thud accompanied the sound of collapsing ribs. The challenger was sent flying like a rag doll, blood spraying from his mouth, convulsing on the ground twice before falling silent. In mere moments, a life was extinguished. Blood stained the ground, the acrid scent of iron permeating the air. Chu Ye's gaze hardened slightly. Quite ruthless, quite direct. Is this a fight to the death? With no regard for the most basic rules? He looked toward the high platform, where Huang Anbo and his followers hadn't even lifted their eyelids, as if the loss of life were as trivial as squashing an ant. Hey! Seeing Chu Ye's bewilderment, Wang Ershu nudged him with his elbow, a trace of cruel, habitual mockery on his face. Brother Chu, are you dumbfounded? Let me inform you. Here, the size of one and Appo's fist dictates the rules. Once on the stage, life and death are your own responsibility. No one intervenes. Do you see? This Taishan is that domineering. Anyone who steps up must weigh their chances. I reckon that level 4 serum is surely within his grasp. How utterly dull. I had hoped for a more entertaining display. Not necessarily. The 3 words fell lightly, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Chu Ye slowly rose to his feet. Wang Ershu was momentarily stunned. Then his complexion drained of color, and he abruptly gripped Chu Ye's arm tightly, his voice trembling. Chu, Brother Chu, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Sit down. That is Taishan. People die in these situations. Are you willing to throw your life away? Chu Ye's actions drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. Instantly, numerous gazes converged on him, filled with shock, confusion, followed by unabashed ridicule and pity. Who is this kid? I've never seen him. Look at his frail form. He wouldn't even suffice to fill the gaps in Taishan's teeth. Has he gone mad? Is he willing to sacrifice his life for a level 4 gene serum? TSK. Yet another fool aiming for the stars only to fall to their demise. Whispers of discussion and derisive laughter surged toward Chu Ye like a relentless tide. On the high platform, Huang Anbo finally turned his gaze toward Chu Ye, his brow furrowing slightly. Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar. The few guardians beside him wore similar expressions of confusion, murmuring softly among themselves, all expressing they had never encountered this individual. There seemed to be no powerful energy emanating from him, unlike a hidden expert. In the center of the arena, Taishan, who had just ruthlessly dispatched his opponent, reveled in the awe of the crowd. Upon seeing the frail figure of Chu Ye daring to step forward, he was taken aback, then erupted into a raucous laugh. What sort of little wretch are you? You dare to come here to seek death? I could crush your skull with a single punch. Chu Ye paid no heed to the surrounding commotion or Taishan's taunts. He simply pulled his arm free from Wang Ershu's grasp effortlessly. His calm gaze swept across the high platform, finally landing on the level 4 gene serum, securely guarded and glimmering enticingly in the center of the arena. That item I have set my sights upon. It shall be mine. His voice was soft yet resonated with an undeniable certainty. Wang Ershu watched Chu Ye and Appo's not particularly imposing yet resolutely determined silhouette step toward the center of the arena, feeling a chill run through his body. His lips quivering as he murmured to himself. It's over. Absolutely over. This kid truly disregards his life. He is doomed. Beyond any doubt. He is doomed. Chu Ye came to a halt about 10 meters from Taishan, contrasting starkly against the latter's mountainous physique. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent, as though he were facing not a fearsome level 3 gene warrior, but rather an inconsequential insect. He even slightly raised his chin towards Taishan, calmly stating, "You may take the first strike." A hush fell over the crowd, followed by an eruption of laughter far more intense than before. "Ha! Did I hear incorrectly? He is allowing Taishan to strike first? This lad is either insane or a complete fool. Has he come to show off before Taishan? Does he wish for a premature end? He is doomed." Not even Jesus could save him now. Wang Ershu, in despair, covered his face, unable to bear witnessing further. His mind already calculating how to discreetly retrieve Chu Ye's remains later. On the high platform, Huang Anbo was first taken aback. Then a cold smirk curled his lips as he gently shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain. Quite amusing, yet alas, he is too eager to showcase his prowess. This young man is oblivious to the peril he invites. Soon, he shall pay the ultimate price for his arrogance. In the arena. You little bastard. You seek death. Taishan was utterly incensed by Chu Ye's nonchalant demeanor. He felt an unprecedented humiliation. The fury ignited a crimson glare in his eyes, his muscles tensing as his bones creaked under the strain. Chapter 201. Shall I shatter you? Taishan's iron fists clenched tightly. A faint earthy hue emanating from the tips of his fingers, a manifestation of his genetic power pushed to its zenith. I will obliterate your head with a single punch, he roared. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath Taishan buckled and cracked. His massive frame surged forward like a cannonball, propelled by an unparalleled ferocity, slicing through the air as he barreled toward Chu Ye. His fist, as large as a cooking pot, was aimed straight at Chu Ye's face, a sight that was nothing short of terrifying. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic blow, Chu Ye appeared utterly unfazed. He stood calmly in place, allowing the violent wind from the punch to tousle his hair as the colossal fist neared his nose, at the very brink of catastrophe. In a moment of sheer precision, Chu Ye's figure swayed slightly to the left, a minuscule shift of his body. Whoosh! Taishan's colossal punch, powerful enough to shatter stone, narrowly missed, gliding past Chu Ye's nose. The ferocious wind even stirred a few strands of his hair. Throughout this ordeal, Chu Ye maintained an expression of serene indifference. He even had the leisure to utter 3 words in a tone reminiscent of critique. Too slow. These words, light as a feather, struck like 3 invisible slaps across the faces of Taishan and all the mockers outside the ring. Suddenly, Wang Ershu, who had previously despaired and covered his face, sprang up in disbelief. His eyes bulged, jaw nearly dislocated, pointing at that seemingly frail figure in the arena, his lips trembling, struggling to form coherent words. How can this be? He dodged it so fast. His heart raced, threatening to leap from his throat. What astonishing speed! I could barely see how he moved. This lad, is he not just a pretty face? That was pure luck, right? The crowd, which had moments ago erupted in laughter, fell into a stunned silence, soon giving way to whispers of astonishment and incredulity. The mocking expressions froze on their faces, replaced by profound shock. On the high platform, Huang Anbai, who had previously sported a disdainful smile, tightened the curve of his lips, his brow furrowing deeper. The guardians beside him exchanged apprehensive glances. Had they misjudged? This young man possessed some skill. Huang Anbai mused, reevaluating the indifferently composed youth in the arena. He moved with remarkable speed and an enigmatic grace, clearly not an ordinary genetic warrior. Yet, why did he feel a complete absence of power emanating from him? In the arena, after his punch missed, Taishan's enormous frame stumbled forward a few steps before regaining balance. He whirled around, his bronzed face reddening with rage, veins bulging in his neck, presenting a particularly menacing visage. Humiliation. This is blatant disgrace. You little wretch. You merely got lucky. Taishan gasped, his eyes ablaze, fixating on Chu Ye. I was careless. Now, I shall offer you no mercy. I will grind you into paste. Cursed be this insolence. How dare he toy with me? Taishan's mind screamed. With a feral roar, Taishan launched himself once more. This time, his speed seemed even greater, his power more ferocious. Both fists flew forth like colossal battering rams, generating a piercing sound that sealed off all of Chu Ye's avenues for evasion, raining down like a tempest. However, Chu Ye's figure transformed into a blur once more. Taishan's frenzied fist struck at vacant air, failing to graze even the hem of Chu Ye's garments. He could distinctly sense the opponent's light-footed movements skirting the edges of his punches, as if strolling leisurely, radiating an infuriating calm. Bang! 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 Taishan's fist relentlessly pummeled the hardened ground, sending shards of stone and clouds of dust flying, yet they could never reach that elusive figure. You coward! Are you nothing but a rodent, scurrying about? Taishan bellowed in fury, his attacks growing more frenzied, yet increasingly chaotic. Chu Ye's form abruptly halted. Standing a few meters outside Taishan and Appo's striking range, his expression still tranquil, as though the recent narrow escapes were merely a warm-up. He lifted his gaze, casting a mild glance at the exasperated Taishan, the corners of his mouth curling into an almost imperceptible smile. Patience, Chu Ye's voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. I am merely assessing the strength required to eliminate you. What? Taishan faltered, momentarily halting his assault. What nonsense is this? Kill me? Him? A wave of confusion mingled with furious indignation flooded his mind. The next instant, before Taishan could react, Chu Ye surged forward. Without any forewarning, his form shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, no longer evading, but transforming into a straight, ethereal blue specter, charging directly at Taishan. Such speed. It even left a faint afterimage in the air. Come on. Taishan and Appo's eyes gleamed with ferocity as Chu Ye finally ceased to evade and chose to confront him head-on. He let out a fierce roar, crossing his arms defensively across his chest, muscles bulging, the thin layer of earthy light around him solidifying with intensity. My defense is beyond your capacity to breach. Shatter for me. His confidence surged as he prepared to withstand Chu Ye's blow, waiting for the moment to counterattack. If I catch him, I will crush his bones. Brother Chu. No, don't confront him head-on. Wang Ershu shouted in panic, stamping his feet in despair. It and Appo's over. How could he be so foolish? Does he wish to compare strength and defense with Taishan? That is a death wish. Oh, he cannot escape this time. Head-on. This lad is doomed. The spectators shook their heads, gazing at Chu Ye with renewed pity and schadenfreude. To them, his actions were akin to throwing an egg against a stone. In the blink of an eye, Chu Ye's figure had reached Taishan. His right fist, which appeared rather unremarkable, was enveloped in a faint, nearly imperceptible blue luminescence, devoid of any grandiose flourish. It merely landed, unceremoniously, upon Taishan's crossed arms, which were heavily muscled and radiant with earthy light. Bang! A sound, almost trivial, resonated. Taishan and Appo's massive body merely swayed slightly. He lowered his gaze. Fixated on Chu Ye's fist still pressed against his arm, a grotesque sneer of derision spreading across his face. Is that all? Chapter 202. The Shattering of Iron Mountain's Bones. Chu Ye gently shook his head at Iron Mountain. Indeed, even scratching my back was insufficient. Alas, Wang Ershu, in a state of despair, closed his eyes, raised his hand to cover his forehead, and swayed his body, nearly collapsing onto the ground. It was utterly over. This time, there was truly no hope. I should never have brought him here. On the high platform, the guardians beside Huang Anbai wore expressions of resigned anticipation, shaking their heads lightly. Huang Anbai himself had just lifted his teacup again, preparing to witness the unfolding spectacle. What does speed matter if one lacks sufficient strength? Ultimately, however, at the moment when everyone believed the outcome was certain, and Chu Ye was undoubtedly doomed, a sudden shift occurred. Huang Anbai's teacup, which was just about to reach his lips, abruptly halted. His pupils constricted sharply, and his piercing gaze fixed intently upon the scene below. Something was amiss. He sprang to his feet, his voice filled with urgency. Swish! In the next moment, all eyes were drawn to Huang Anbai's reaction, instinctively refocusing on the unfolding drama. They beheld Chu Ye slowly retracting his fist, his expression still indifferent. An Iron Mountain, on his arms, crossed defensively before him, which were as solid as rock. Fine, web-like fissures were rapidly spreading from where Chu Ye and Appo's punch had landed. Crimson blood was seeping slowly from those cracks. More and more. In an instant, it stained his bronze skin. The smirk on Iron Mountain and Appo's face froze. He incredulously lowered his gaze to his arms. The excruciating, piercing pain surged forth like a tidal wave at that moment. A shrill, distorted wail erupted from Iron Mountain's throat. His once powerful arms now hung limply by his sides. The bones, they seemed, shattered. Wang Ershu's eyes flew open, and upon witnessing this scene, he was left utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and pinched his thigh hard. What is happening? Iron Mountain and Appo's hands are ruined. His voice trembled, filled with incomprehensible shock. Surely, I'm not dreaming. My heavens! What has transpired? Iron Mountain's defenses have been breached? Just from that one punch. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The crowd surrounding them erupted into chaos. Each person stood agape, as if they had encountered a ghost. The uproar in the venue drowned out Iron Mountain's cries. On the high platform, several guardians beside Huang Anbai exchanged glances, their eyes filled with horror and profound confusion. What kind of power was encapsulated in that punch? How could it silently dismantle Iron Mountain and Appo's genetic defenses? In the arena, Chu Ye gazed at Iron Mountain, who clutched his arms in agony. Lamenting his complete loss of combat capability, his gaze icy, devoid of any compassion. He lifted his foot. Bang! With the force of a trash kick, he struck Iron Mountain squarely in the chest. Iron Mountain and Appo's massive frame flew backward like a torn sack, crashing heavily onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. After a few feeble struggles, he could no longer rise. Chu Ye slowly withdrew his foot, his calm gaze sweeping across the entire arena, passing over the stunned onlookers. and lingering on the darkened faces of Huang Anbai and his guardians on the platform. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly across the field. Carrying an undeniable authority, who else wishes to come forward and test their strength? Chu Ye's indifferent tone was like a chilling wind, sweeping over every heart and instantly silencing the previously boisterous crowd to the point where one could hear a pin drop. All gazes were firmly fixed on the proud figure standing tall. Their eyes were filled with reverence, fear, and profound disbelief. One punch, merely one punch, had incapacitated the third-level genetic warrior, known for his defenses, Iron Mountain. What kind of monster was this fellow? On the high platform, Huang Anbai's expression darkened to an alarming degree. He fixated on the young man in the arena, his gaze flickering uncertainly. The banquet competition, which he had thought to be a sure victory, had taken such an astonishing turn. Iron Mountain and Appo's dismal defeat felt like a resounding slap across his face. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anger and shock surging within him, and turned his gaze to a stern-looking middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes to his right. Wang Sheng, go check on the situation. We must ascertain Iron Mountain and Appo's condition. Additionally, it is imperative to uncover this young man and Appo's background. The guardian known as Zhou Wangxing nodded impassively. Swish. He flickered and leapt down from the high platform, landing silently beside Iron Mountain. His movements were swift and decisive, displaying strength that far surpassed Iron Mountain and Appo's. Zhou Wangxing crouched down, checked Iron Mountain's breath, lifted his eyelid, and finally paused his fingers on his carotid artery for a moment. Throughout the process, his expression remained unchanged, as if inspecting a lifeless object. After a brief moment, he stood up and turned to Huang Anbai on the platform, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Boss Huang, he is dead. The sternum is collapsed, and the internal organs have been shattered. Hiss. Zhou Wangxing's words, though not loud, detonated like a bomb in the hushed crowd. Dead. Iron Mountain had just died like that. That kick had killed him outright. Dead. Dead. Wang Ersh's shock morphed instantly into terror, causing him to stagger backward 2 steps, collapsing onto the ground. His face turned as pale as a sheet, his lips trembling. No, it can't be. Iron Mountain was a third-level genetic warrior. How? How could this happen? It's over. This time, it is truly finished. This young man is merciless. He has killed Iron Mountain. Huang Anbai will never let him off the hook. I will be implicated too. Fear tightened its grip around his heart. A devil. He is a devil. So terrifying. He killed Iron Mountain with a single kick. Get away from him quickly. This guy is a remorseless madman. The crowd was thrown into utter disarray. The glances directed at Chu Ye were stripped of their previous disdain and mockery, replaced solely by profound fear. They instinctively began to retreat, shaken by Chu Ye's actions. Zhou Wangxing's icy gaze swept over the restless crowd, and he waved his hand, signaling the base guards on standby. Remove Iron Mountain's body. 2 guards hurriedly approached, carefully lifting Iron Mountain's massive, limp corpse away. After attending to this grim task, Zhou Wangxing's gaze, sharp as 2 poisoned swords, suddenly pierced through to Chu Ye in the arena. In his eyes, there was neither fury nor sorrow, only an extreme coldness and a potent killing intent. Iron Mountain was my brother. Zhou Wangxing spoke slowly, his voice low, each word laced with chilling resolve. You have killed him, and I will take your life. Anyone who dares to harm my kin, regardless of who you are, shall meet their end. Chapter 203. Self-destruction. Upon hearing this, Ji raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh? He could sense the unrestrained murderous intent emanating from the other party, far more perilous than that of Taizan earlier. Perplexed, he glanced past Zhou Wangxing and directed his gaze towards Huang Anbo on the high platform, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Boss Huang, this seems rather out of order, does it not? The contest has concluded. One opponent has been struck down, and another appears? Is this a war of attrition? It seems this so-called birthday banquet contest is indeed more complicated than it seems. Huang Anbo and Appo's previously dark expression softened slightly, a barely perceptible cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He regarded Chu Ye, nodding slowly, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Rules? Here, my words are the rules. Pausing, his gaze fell on Zhou Wangxing, a flicker of approval crossing his features. Wangxing is right. Taizan was a brother to me. To avenge a brother's death is a matter of principle. This battle is permitted. Humph. Boy, what if you possess some strength? Wangxing's prowess far exceeds that of Taizan, and he is seasoned in combat. It is perfect to utilize his hand to test your mettle. As for the precious genetic serum, It was originally intended for the victor of this contest to bolster the strength of my base. With Taizong gone, I cannot allow this mysterious boy to obtain it. Huang Anbo had already made up his mind. What? Permitted? As soon as Huang Anbo's words fell, the recently risen Wang Ershu leaped up, disregarding his fear. Pointing at Huang Anbo on the high platform, and exclaimed in exasperation, "Boss Huang, what do you mean by this? The contest was agreed upon. Brother Chu has won. Why must there be further combat? Are you cheating? You cannot play fair. There is a conspiracy afoot." Wang Ershu's words ignited a powder keg. Indeed, a victory is a victory. How can one seek vengeance? This is unjust. Unfair. Boss Huang, you cannot do this. Is this not bullying? Must the victor perish? The onlookers, who had previously been filled with trepidation towards Chu Ye, were now incited with fury by Huang Anbo's blatant unfairness, voicing their doubts in unison. In an instant, the atmosphere became chaotic once more. They may fear Chu Ye's strength, but Huang Anbo's open disregard for the rules unsettled and enraged them even more. Huang Anbo's expression darkened, his sharp gaze sweeping over the clamorous crowd below, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He subtly nodded to the bodyguards on either side. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, save for Zhou Washing, the remaining 8 bodyguards slammed their hands heavily on the tables in front of them. Their movements were synchronized, producing a resounding noise. 8 powerful auras surged down like a tempest, instantly suppressing the din of the crowd. They rose abruptly, their cold gazes surveying the people below. One of them barking sharply, "What is all this noise? Silence yourselves." Another sneered, "This is the Dawangshan base. Our boss's territory. What rules and regulations? Our boss's word is law. Anyone who dares to make a sound will find us unmerciful." A swarm of ants dares to question the boss's decision, seeking death. The bodyguards shared similar thoughts, and their formidable presence rendered the crowd below mute. Chu Ye observed this clumsy and tyrannical display, a cold smile playing on his lips. Indeed, the so-called birthday banquet contest was merely a fade. These individuals harbored ill intentions. However, as his gaze traversed the flushed but defiant Wang Ershu and the ordinary survivors who dared to voice their dissent, a rare ripple stirred within him. In this apocalypse, not all were numb and selfish. Enough, everyone be quiet. Chu Ye's calm voice resonated, not loud, yet possessing a powerful penetrating quality. It instantly overshadowed the bodyguard's intimidation. Drawing all eyes back to him, he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze tranquil. Since we have arrived at Boss Huang and Appo's territory, we must naturally abide by the Appo's rules and Appo's here. Turning his head, he locked eyes with Huang Anbo on the high platform, a cold smirk gracing his lips. His voice rang out clearly across the venue. "Boss Huang, this bodyguard may seek revenge for his brother, and that is acceptable. However, I tend to be rather indiscriminate in my actions. Once I have defeated him, you will need to keep your remaining people in check. I dislike complications." "You." Huang Anbo trembled in rage at Chu Ye's words, his face turning an ashen hue. He slammed his hand on the armrest, bellowing furiously. "Arrogant! What an audacious young man! How dare you disregard me, Huang Anbo? Once Wang Sheng has incapacitated you, we shall see how you prance about." Chu Ye's nonchalant yet exceedingly arrogant statement struck like a boulder into the already turbulent waters, stirring up 1,000 waves. Listen, what is he saying? He expects Boss Huang to keep us in check? Truly laughable. On the high platform, a bodyguard with a scarred face slammed the table, pointing at Chu Ye in the arena, roaring with laughter. "Ha! This boy is truly mad. He thinks that defeating Taizong means he can challenge Brother Wangxing?" Another slender bodyguard chimed in, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain, unaware of his own limitations. Brother Wangxing could crush him with a mere finger. Just wait and see how Brother Wangxing tears him apart. The remaining bodyguards joined in, their words brimming with contempt for Chu Ye and absolute confidence in Zhou Washing, as if Chu Ye were already a corpse. This boy, so close to death, yet still dares to be defiant? Truly, he will not weep until he sees the coffin. Wang Ershu turned pale, the flicker of hope extinguished by sheer terror. He quickly lowered his voice, almost in a whimper. Master Chu, please, say a few less words. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. This Zhou Wangsheng is Boss Huang's fiercest general, merciless in killing. You, do not provoke him further. It is over. How could this calamity be so stubborn? Just moments ago, he was speaking in support of him. And now he has pushed himself toward destruction. Even the gods cannot save him now. Wang Ershu lamented internally. Meanwhile, the onlookers, who had previously held discontent towards Huang Anbo, now shifted their disdainful and distant gazes towards Chu Ye upon hearing his words. Hey, truly asking for it. Indeed, just a moment ago, we thought Boss Huang was being unjust, but it seems this boy is a lunatic, seeking his own demise. Yes, such arrogant individuals deserve to perish. We were just helping him speak. What were we thinking? Those who bring about their own demise are hardly worthy of sympathy. Chapter 204, Zhou Wangsheng. You are truly too slow. Such actions embody the survival rules of the apocalypse. One moment, filled with righteous indignation, and the next, ready to strike a blow. Chu Ye and Oppos, as heart coldly sneered, yet he paid no heed. In the arena, Zhou Wangsheng slowly raised his chin, his gaze imbued with a condescending arrogance. Kid, did you hear that? Everyone is advising you. He paused, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as his icy glare swept over Chu Ye. You are not my match. Now, sever your own arms and kneel in supplication, and I might consider sparing your miserable life. Humph. How dare an insignificant creature challenge me? To kill him would simply soil my hands. For him to take his own life would be a tremendous mercy. Yet, Chu Ye merely stepped forward, his posture as upright as a pine, his face betraying not a hint of turmoil. He met Zhou Wangsheng's gaze with calmness. His voice detached yet crystal clear. I return your words to you, unaltered. In an instant, the arrogance on Zhou Wangsheng's face froze, swiftly replaced by a profound darkness. His eyes flashing with fierce intensity. A palpable aura of dread permeated the air. Wild, unrestrained, he abruptly turned his head, addressing Huang Anbo on the elevated platform. His voice quaking with barely contained rage. Boss Huang, grant me permission to eliminate him immediately. How dare he humiliate me so? I shall make him understand what true despair is. A flicker of delight danced in Huang Anbo's eyes as he saw Zhou Wangsheng thoroughly provoked, exactly as he desired. He laughed heartily. Excellent. Wangsheng, I too am eager to witness whether your strength has grown during this time. His voice lingered, casting a predatory glance at Chu Ye. Unmasked malice evident, akin to surveying a beast destined for slaughter. Tell me, how many breaths will it take to end him? The sooner, the better. Let this boy die in a most disgraceful manner. And let this group of fools below witness the consequences of opposing me, Huang Anbo. Zhou Wangsheng and Oppos' eyes gleamed with ferocity. And he thrust out 3 fingers, knuckles widening with the force of his grip, resolute and unwavering. 3 breaths. That is sufficient. Within 3 breaths, I shall take your wretched life. You shall learn the cost of provoking me. As his words fell, Wang Ershu despairingly shut his eyes, emitting a barely audible sigh. It's over, utterly over. 3 breaths. Zhou Wangsheng never makes empty boasts. He is a man capable of tearing apart mutated beasts with his bare hands. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock and awe. 3 breaths. Good heavens. Protector Zhou is formidable. What confidence. That boy is doomed. There is no chance of escape. When the protector strikes, it is indeed extraordinary. An invincible presence. To them, Zhou Wangsheng was synonymous with invincibility. 3 breaths, perhaps even insufficient time to react. However, at the eye of the storm, Chu Ye merely shook his head slowly. A faint smirk gracing his lips. Those who boast excessively seldom endure for long. 3 breaths? You truly overestimate yourself. In my presence, you are far from swift enough. You seek death. Chu Ye's disdain ignited Zhou Wangsheng's fury. He ceased his prattle, fists clenching violently, joints cracking with an explosive sound. A fierce, tumultuous aura erupted from within him, causing his garments to billow. I shall show you. Your demise is imminent. Before his words could fade, Zhou Wangsheng propelled himself backward with tremendous force. Bang! The solid ground trembled under the weight of his might, leaving 2 shallow indentations. His leg muscles bulged, veins protruding, his entire being akin to a cannonball unleashed. With a shrieking velocity that tore through the air, he became a blurred shadow, hurtling toward Chu Ye. The speed was dazzling. It's over, it's over. Wang Ershu, terrified, clutched his face, not daring to peek through his fingers, muttering in despair. This time, it's truly over. Not even a deity can save him. The onlookers held their breath, hearts racing, eyes wide. Almost all believed that in the next instant, that arrogant youth would be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh beneath Zhou Wangsheng and Oppos' violent assault. Yet, just as Zhou Wangsheng and Oppos' fist, imbued with catastrophic force, was about to collide with Chu Ye's visage, Chu Ye moved. He did not retreat. He merely leaned slightly, his right foot seemingly casually stepping aside, resembling a willow swaying in the wind. Like a fish gliding through water, he evaded the thunderous blow with an almost imperceptible yet masterful maneuver, narrowly escaping the lethal strike. Zhou Wangxing's ferocious punch merely grazed Chu Ye's nose. In fact, Chu Ye had the leisure to shake his head slightly, softly uttering 3 words. His voice not loud, yet crystal clear to all. Too slow. Is this all? Not even worthy of my serious attention. What? Huang Anbai on the platform felt his pupils constrict. The relaxed expression of one enjoying a spectacle froze instantly. He straightened abruptly. How is this possible? Wangxing's speed. How could he evade it? And so effortlessly? What? The other 8 protectors wore expressions of astonishment, scarcely believing their eyes. They knew well Zhou Wangxing's speed and strength. Had any of them been in his place, they would not dare to claim such ease and evasion. This boy is peculiar. Could it be he has concealed his strength? Wang Ershu, sensing that the anticipated cries of agony and the sound of bones shattering had not materialized, felt the surrounding air grow still. Cautiously, he peered through trembling fingers into the arena. Upon seeing Chu Ye standing unscathed, even his garments untouched by the wind of the punch, while Zhou Wangxing stumbled forward a few steps before regaining his footing, his heart, which felt as if it would leap from his chest, suddenly relaxed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Look, quickly look. Protector Zhou, he has turned around. Among the crowd, someone was the first to exclaim, trembling fingers pointing toward the arena. They saw Zhou Wangxing, who had just surged forward due to overexertion, now abruptly pivoting. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Chu Ye, as if intent on devouring him whole. In the next instant, Zhou Wangxing surged forth once more. This time, he no longer charged in a straight line, but his form became agile and unpredictable. His feet moved in a swift dance, raising clouds of dust, circling Chu Ye at a rapid pace, seeking a fatal flaw. Whoosh, whoosh. The fierce winds of his fists and claws, akin to a tempest, rained down upon Chu Ye's vital points. Each strike reverberated with a deep sound, as if to rend the very air. Chapter 205. This must be a dog. Chu Ye remained as composed as ever, standing firm like a rock amidst turbulent waves, impervious to the ferocious onslaught of Zhou Wangxing. With each perilous moment, he deftly evaded all attacks with minimal movement and astonishing angles. Sometimes he would sidestep, at other times he would slightly raise himself, retreat a half step, or advance a mere inch. To the onlookers, he appeared as a flickering flame in a tempest, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Yet, remarkably, he consistently eluded deadly strikes with breathtaking grace, his movements imbued with a certain poetic calmness. This fellow's agility, is nothing short of miraculous. Wangxing and Amp, Oppos, S strikes Kuden and Amp, Oppos, to even graze the hem of his garment. Wang Ershu and Amp, Oppos, S eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing. On the high platform, Huang Anbai clenched his fists tightly, veins throbbing on his forehead. He abruptly rose to his feet, unable to maintain his previous composure. His gaze fixated on the 2 combatants entangled in a fierce struggle. There was a hint of incredulous fury in his tone. Wang Sheng, what are you doing? Why the delay? Hurry up and finish him off. Useless. A mere brat who appeared out of nowhere has you at a standstill. You've utterly disgraced me. Huang Anbai seethed inwardly. The expressions of the surrounding guards shifted from mockery to somber concern. Wang Sheng seems to have truly encountered a formidable opponent. This young man's agility is too peculiar. It's impossible to discern his techniques. Could it be he has been concealing his strength all along? Unlikely. Though Iron Mountain is not the pinnacle, he is no pushover. This brat easily defeated Iron Mountain and now holds his ground against Wang Sheng for so long. Who exactly is he? The scarred-faced guard was engulfed in tumultuous thoughts. In the arena, Zhou Wangxing, hearing the discussions of his peers and sensing their skeptical gazes, felt a surge of unprecedented humiliation and rage directed at the calm Chu Ye, who seemed to toy with him. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Why is this brat so slippery? My attacks have all missed? No, this cannot continue. Gritting his teeth, a sinister glint flashed across his face as he bellowed. Brat, you have successfully enraged me. I was merely toying with you before. Now, witness my true power. Before his words faded, a far more violent and ferocious aura erupted from Zhou Wangxing. The sound of grinding bones filled the air as his once normal teeth rapidly elongated and sharpened at an observable pace. In an instant, 2 rows of menacing fangs protruded from his twisted lips, glistening ominously. His entire demeanor transformed, his eyes exuding a bloodthirsty wildness, emanating an unsettling and formidable presence. The full might of a level 4 gene warrior was unleashed without reservation. Oh, Chu Ye raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze fixed on Zhou Wangxing's terrifying fangs, murmuring pensively, "This is a fusion of canine genes? Those teeth resemble some kind of large dog. However, this aura seems somewhat different." "You insolent fool!" Zhou Wangxing, feeling deeply insulted, erupted in fury. His eyes turned crimson as he pointed at Chu Ye, roaring like a beast. "It is a wolf, the most ferocious mutated wolf of the wasteland. You ignorant imbecile! How dare you compare the noble wolf to the despicable dog? I will tear you to shreds and use your flesh to cleanse this disgrace." On the high platform, Huang Anbai grinned with a sinister smile, witnessing Zhou Wangxing finally unleash his true power. "Humph, so you are finally willing to show your real abilities? Boy, being able to provoke Wangxing into utilizing his wolf transformation gene, you have indeed met your end. Excellent. Tear him apart. Let him know the consequences of angering me." However, the expressions of the other guards were somewhat complex. Alas, Wangxing has been forced to this point. To deal with such a brat, he must resort to his ultimate gene ability. How embarrassing. Nevertheless, this should finally come to an end. The wolf transformation gene. Wang Ershu, upon hearing Zhou Wangxing's roar and witnessing his horrific transformation, was terrified to the core, nearly screaming, "It's over. It's over. Master Chu, run." It is said that after Zhou Wangxing undergoes wolf transformation, his strength and speed increase several-fold. Moreover, he becomes exceedingly brutal and bloodthirsty. He once tore apart a level 3 mutated bull with his bare hands. You will be shredded to pieces, not even leaving a bone behind. Heavens! How did this calamity provoke such a monster? This is truly the end. Even a deity could not save you. Wang Ershu's face turned ashen, his body trembling. The spectators around them gasped in horror, their gazes towards Zhou Wangxing filled with fear and reverence. Hiss. Is this the true power of Guardian Zhou? It is terrifying. The wolf transformation gene. No wonder he is known as Huang Boss's fiercest subordinate. That brat is utterly finished. There is no chance of survival this time. Alas. Why provoke Guardian Zhou with such bravado? The crowd murmured, their gazes towards Chu Ye now akin to those observing a corpse. Yet, in the face of this terrifying might that could instill fear in anyone, and amidst the despairing whispers surrounding him, Chu Ye merely smiled calmly. He slightly raised his right hand, a barely perceptible azure hue shimmering in his palm. "A wolf, you say? Just the opportunity to test the might of my new technique." With that thought, the cold, synthesized voice of the system echoed in his mind. Flow rate 50. Water stream transformed into fine threads. Parameters set complete. Water erosion synchronization activation successful. Buzz, almost simultaneously, dozens of azure water lines, finer than a strand of hair and nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, materialized in the air before Chu Ye, quivering as if alive, exuding an extreme sense of danger. What is this? Zhou Wangxing, now fully engulfed in his frenzied state, paused upon seeing the faint blue glow and the elusive water lines before Chu Ye, before breaking into a sinister grin. "Brat, are you scared, silly? Do you think such a trivial trick can stop me? Come and die." He mistakenly believed that Chu Ye was intimidated by his overwhelming aura. Struggling in a final act of desperation, with a roar, Zhou Wangxing lunged forth again, transforming into a blur, embodying the ferocity and madness of a beast. His claws, glinting with a cold light, shot straight for Chu Ye's heart. The speed and strength were magnitudes greater than before. Chapter 206. Why did you kill him? It was over. There was no escape. Wang Ershu, in a state of despair, closed his eyes tightly. All the onlookers held their breath, their hearts racing in their throats. In their eyes, under that strike, Chu Ye was undoubtedly doomed. There was no chance of survival. However, what they anticipated, a scene of carnage with flesh and blood flying, bones breaking and tendons snapping, did not materialize. The furious Zhou Wangxing, in a sudden rush, froze as if a pause button had been pressed just before his fist was about to make contact with Chu Ye's chest. His fierce and menacing expression remained frozen on his face, yet his forward momentum abruptly halted. What is happening? Why has Zhou Hufa stopped? A wave of confusion and disbelief swept through the crowd. Wang Ershu felt a sudden jolt in his heart, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. Something was amiss. It was too quiet. How could Zhou Hufa and Apos' attack possibly cease? On the platform, Huang Anbai furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with confusion and impatience. He suddenly pointed at Zhou Wangxing in the arena and demanded, "Wangxing, what on earth are you doing? Hurry up and strike." Just as his words fell, a faint sound, akin to fabric being torn, sliced through the air. Then came a dull thud, under the horrified gazes of all. Zhou Wangxing's right hand, which had remained poised to strike, was severed at the wrist as if an invisible blade had sliced through it in an instant. The severed hand, accompanied by a spray of blood, fell to the dust-laden ground with a dull thump. The cut was smooth as a mirror. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The air thick with the metallic scent of blood and an overwhelming sense of horror. That solitary severed hand lay desolate in the dust, its edge impeccably smooth. Still losing blood, contrasting grotesquely and terrifyingly with Zhou Wangsheng and Apos' body, which retained its forward posture, his expression still contorted in malice. Gulp. Wang Ersha struggled to swallow. His eyes wide with disbelief, nearly bulging from their sockets. He instinctively stepped forward, wanting to see more clearly, but the incomprehensible scene before him rendered his legs weak, almost causing him to collapse. What is happening? How did his hand get severed? What just occurred? I saw nothing. His mind was blank, his heart racing as if it would explode. Hiss. The crowd, after a brief moment of stunned silence, erupted with gasps of shock. Their expressions transformed from initial anticipation and amusement to sheer terror and disbelief. His hand severed? Zhou Hufa and Apos' hand. Just like that? Oh my heavens! How was this possible? That young man didn't even move. Could it be that fleeting blue light? What on earth was that? The crowd buzzed like a boiling pot, filled with fear and confusion, their gazes toward Chu Ye now transformed, as if looking at a monster or a deity. Wangsheng. On the platform, Huang Anbai and Apos' eyes widened, bloodshot and filled with rage, as he fixated on the frozen Zhou Wangsheng, letting out a roar akin to that of a wounded beast. He could not accept the reality before him. Just a second ago, his formidable subordinate was poised to tear apart his opponent, and now, his hand severed. The other guardians beside him appeared as if they had been struck by a spell. Mouths agape, their eyes glazed over, utterly devoid of thought. Impossible. Wangsheng's wolf transformation Jane. How could this happen? What sorcery did that young man employ? Amidst the chaos and horror, Chu Ye finally moved. He didn't even glance at the severed hand. Instead, he cast a dispassionate gaze toward Zhou Wangsheng's eyes, which were losing focus due to intense pain and shock. Then, as if performing an inconsequential gesture, he raised his right hand slightly. The dozens of nearly invisible azure water threads entwined around Zhou Wangsheng tightened abruptly. Thud. Zhou Wangsheng's towering and powerfully built body collapsed backward, as if all support had been stripped away, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. His contorted expression had yet to fully fade, but his gaze had entirely lost its luster, vitality draining away rapidly like the receding tide. Wangsheng, quickly, go check on him. The other guardians on the platform finally reacted, screaming as they rushed down like whirlwinds to Zhou Wangsheng's side. One trembled as he reached for Zhou Wangsheng's carotid artery, while another checked his pupils and breathing. Moments later, the guardian checking the pulse raised his pale face, his voice quivering with tears and uncontrollable fear as he looked toward Huang Anbai. Boss Huang. Wangsheng, he has no pulse. His heart has stopped. He is completely dead. The finality of those 4 words struck each person's heart like a hammer. Wang Ersha felt darkness envelop him, his legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Dead. Just like that. With a single blow. No, it wasn't even a full blow. Severed hand. And then, dead. I had the audacity to question him earlier. I even wanted to warn him to run. I must be out of my mind. A wave of immense terror suffocated him, cold sweat soaking his back. A god. A true deity. Killing without a trace. This is what true power looks like. Zhou Hufa was so formidable. Even in wolf transformation, he couldn't withstand a mere gesture. How terrifying. How could we have dared to discuss him earlier? The crowd erupted in a frenzy. The previous fear morphed back into awe, even fervor. Their gazes toward Chu Ye brimmed with admiration and trepidation. In this apocalyptic world, such a clean and decisive act of slaughter, bordering on the miraculous, was enough for anyone to revere him as a deity. Huang Anbai, upon hearing his subordinate and Apos' report, trembled violently not from fear, but from sheer rage. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes reddened and terrifying, fixating on Chu Ye, each word forced through clenched teeth. Why did you kill him? Zhou Wangsheng was not only one of his strongest guardians, but also a trusted confidant for many years. To have died so inexplicably at the hands of an unknown young man was something he could not tolerate. In the face of Huang Anbai's nearly predatory gaze and raging fury, Chu Ye merely clasped his hands behind his back, his expression remaining indifferent, as if he had simply crushed an annoying insect moments before. Chapter 207. "This man is a spy," he replied with a calm tone. "Isn't it you who established the rules? Life and death are determined by fate. He lost, so he should die. What? Does Boss Huang now wish to go back on his word?" After a brief pause, he slightly raised his chin, his gaze sweeping over Huang Anbai's face, twisted with rage. "Or are you planning to renege on the prize? Present the level 4 gene enhancement serum." "Shut your mouth." Huang Anbai erupted in fury, pointing an accusing finger at Chu Ye. "You killed my man, and now you want my things. You must be dreaming. If you manage to walk out of this door alive today, I'll write my surname backward. Kill him. He must die. Who cares about the rules? My authority cannot be challenged." His anger had obliterated his reason. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye not only remained calm, but a cold smile graced his lips. He slowly turned his head, his eyes scanning the crowd that had tensed once more due to Huang Anbai's fury. He spoke loudly, his voice resonating clearly throughout the venue. "Did you all hear that? The esteemed boss Huang of the Dawangshan base, who has set the rules himself, now stands before so many, ready to break his word. Seeking to evade the wager and resorting to murder?" The impact of his words was immediate. "Yes, Boss Huang, this was your own challenge." At that moment, Wang Ershu, who had come to regard Chu Ye as a lifeline and a formidable force, quickly chimed in, his voice tinged with excitement. "Master Chuan with true skills. You can't go back on your word. If this gets out, who would dare trust you in the future?" With Wang Ershu leading the charge, and bolstered by the terror of Chu Ye's recent display of power, the crowd erupted in a chorus of support. "Indeed, Boss Huang, a wager must be honored. We are all watching. The rules must not be broken. Hand over the gene serum." "Yes, hand over the gene serum." The crowd was fervent. They might not dare to confront Huang Anbai directly, but under the banner of rules and fairness, especially in the presence of a clearly superior being, they felt emboldened to raise their voices. This is rebellion, utter rebellion. The few guards by Huang Anbai's side were seething with rage. They drew their weapons and encircled Chu Ye, exuding a murderous aura. "You dare incite the crowd, seeking death. How dare you oppose the boss? We will kill you today, together. Let an amp, Oppos, slay him for Brother Wang." Their eyes gleamed with malice, as if ready to tear Chu Ye apart in the next moment. However, at this moment of tension, Huang Anbai and Oppos, his heart suddenly sank. "No, we cannot act here." He observed the fervent faces in the crowd and heard their piercing support, a chill creeping up from his core. Killing this brat would certainly relieve his anger. But, with so many eyes watching, how could he overturn the rules he had just declared, resorting to surround and kill the victor? How would he, Huang Anbai, stand in the future? Where would his prestige go? If the hearts of the people scatter, how would he maintain control over his faction? Especially at this critical juncture. Weighing the pros and cons, a profound sense of frustration and unwillingness surged within him, yet he forcibly suppressed his murderous intent. "Everyone, step back." Huang Anbai grit his teeth, squeezing out those words through clenched jaws. The guards were taken aback, glancing at Huang Anbai in disbelief. "Boss, step back." Huang Anbai roared again, his eyes filled with a chilling glare. Although the guards were reluctant, they dared not disobey his command. They could only glare at Chu Ye with fury and humiliation, reluctantly retreating a few steps while still maintaining a vigilant stance. Huang Anbai fixed his gaze on Chu Ye, pulling out a metallic syringe shimmering with an eerie blue light, filled with a viscous blue liquid, the level 4 gene enhancement serum. He thrust the syringe toward Chu Ye, his voice icy and cutting. "This is what you wanted. If you have the guts, come and take it yourself. Kid, you are indeed formidable, but this isn't over. Once the banquet concludes, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Heh, at least you know your place." A faint smirk of derision appeared on Chu Ye and Oppos' face, as if he regarded Huang Anbai and his guards and Oppos' threats with utter disdain. He remained composed, finally taking a step toward Huang Anbai. Yet, just as his foot touched the ground, "Halt. Don't move." Several urgent and furious shouts erupted from the entrance. A group of men clad in base guard uniforms, appearing disheveled and anxious, rushed in, shouting loudly. "What?" This sudden change left everyone in the room stunned, turning to look at the intruding men. What was happening? Who were these people? Huang Anbai furrowed his brows, looking up at his subordinates who had rushed forward, his face showing evident displeasure as he questioned sternly, "What is this chaos? Why are you not properly guarding the entrance?" The leading man, his face a mask of fear from a narrow escape and uncontrollable rage, first glanced at the standoff between Chu Ye and Huang Anbai. Then, he abruptly pulled out a crumpled, crimson invitation from his coat. If one were to look closely, they would recognize it as the very invitation Chu Ye had obtained from the patrol team. He held the invitation high, pointing at Chu Ye. His voice hoarse as he shouted, "Boss Huang, he is a spy, a cold-blooded killer." The patrol team outside, the one we sent to escort young Master Huang Qiao, was completely annihilated by him. It was him. He stole this invitation to infiltrate. What? As these words left his mouth, the entire venue was thrown into disarray. Wang Ershu appeared as if struck by lightning, exclaiming in disbelief, "Impossible. This cannot be true. How could Master Chu be a spy? He came with me." He intended to say that Chu Ye had accompanied him, but the words caught in his throat as he realized he did not know Chu Ye and Appo's true origins. The crowd, which had just rallied in support of Chu Ye, now buzzed with confusion and disbelief, exchanging glances filled with shock and uncertainty. Killed the patrol team? Stole the invitation? Is this true? Though incredulous, many began to waver upon witnessing the guard's adamant expression of grief and rage, along with the unmistakably read invitation. Huang Anbai's pupils constricted sharply. He stepped forward, locking his gaze onto the informing guard, his tone urgent and severe. "What did you say? The patrol team was killed. The invitation was stolen. You. Explain this to me in detail. What on earth happened?" Chapter 208. A whole body left for you. The guard who delivered the message trembled under Huang Anbo and Appo's piercing gaze. Yet, recalling the gruesome fate of his comrades and the terror he had just experienced, he mustered his courage once more. He raised the blood-stained invitation higher, his voice quivering with excitement and fear. "Boss Huang, there is no mistake. This is the invitation. It belongs to Huang Sanner. Only our core personnel are entitled to possess this special pass, sent specifically to escort young Master Huang Qiao and the patrol. But now Huang San and Appo's, along with the entire team we dispatched, have all vanished. Not a signal has been sent back. And this invitation, which should have been with Huang Sanner, has ended up in the hands of this unknown brat. Who else could it be if not him who committed the murder and seized the item?" Each word struck Huang Anbo's heart like a heavy hammer. Internal personnel. Special invitation. Escorting Huang Qiao. The annihilation of the patrol team. All clues instantly connected, pointing towards a chilling possibility. He abruptly extended his hand and snatched the invitation from the guard. A brutal glance confirmed the special mark on it, and an uncontrollable rage surged through him, shattering the last vestige of his sanity. "So that is how it is." Huang Anbo's teeth ground together, his eyes burning red, fixated on Chu Ye as if he wished to devour him whole. "Good. Very good," he roared, flinging the invitation to the ground. "Surround him." He swung his hand violently, his voice hoarse with fury. "Surround him and kill him," with a single command. The few law enforcers who had just been forced back, now seething with anger, lunged forward, their weapons openly aimed at Chu Ye, encircling him with palpable murderous intent. Heavens! Could it be a spy? Fall back! Fall back! The onlookers, after a brief moment of shock, erupted into an even greater panic. The courage they had briefly mustered due to the rules was utterly shattered by this sudden, earth-shattering reversal and Huang Anbo's thunderous wrath. They screamed and surged backward, fearing they would be caught in the impending, more terrifying storm. The scene descended into chaos. Chu Ye. Wang Ershu's face turned as pale as a sheet, his lips trembling, nearly unable to stand. He gazed in disbelief at Chu Ye, who remained calm despite being surrounded by the law enforcers, his voice barely above a whisper. What on earth is happening? Is what they said true? You really are. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chu Ye is so powerful. How could he be a spy? But that invitation, the patrol? What is going on? What kind of person have I followed? His mind was a whirlwind, fear and confusion threatening to consume him. Huang Anbo did not immediately order an attack. He suppressed the murderous intent surging within him, standing about 10 steps away from Chu Ye. This distance ensured a degree of safety while also asserting his dominance. His gaze was cold and calculating as he scrutinized Chu Ye, his tone frigid. "Boy, do you have any final words to say? Killing my confidant, slaughtering my subordinates, stealing my token, infiltrating my base into Huangshan. You have some audacity. Speak. Who sent you? Tianmu? Or some other blind fool? Kill him. Boss, why waste words on him? Just snap his neck. Anyone who dares to touch someone from the Huang family deserves to die without a corpse." The law enforcers surrounding Chu Ye glared with murderous intent, ready to tear him apart at Huang Anbo's command. However, faced with this lethal situation, Chu Ye remained unfazed, his demeanor as calm as ever. He didn't even raise an eyelid, his hands still clasped behind his back, regarding the lethal enforcers as mere trifles. Slowly, he lifted his head. his gaze transcending the enforcers to meet Huang Anbua's twisted face, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. If not, how could I so easily stand here? What? He admitted it. He casually acknowledged that he had infiltrated by committing murder and theft. Wang Ersha gasped sharply, a chill racing up his spine. A madman. He must be insane. How could he dare to acknowledge it in such a situation? What could he possibly want? Heavens! He truly entered by killing. So arrogant. Utterly contemptuous. The distant onlookers, still in the process of scattering, were utterly terrified by Chu Ye's calm yet earth-shattering admission. Their expressions shifted from awe to sheer terror. This was no longer a mere strong man. He was clearly a complete and utter outlaw. Huang Anbua was furious to the point of explosion. He had never encountered such an audacious individual. On his territory, he was publicly humiliated like this. He stepped forward, closing the distance between him and Chu Ye to mere paces, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You dare to be defiant even when death is imminent. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Or do you truly fear nothing? What support do you have? Is there some power behind you? No. Even if there is, it can't save you now. Why are you so composed? A flicker of doubt crossed Huang Anbua and Apos' mind, quickly overshadowed by a greater rage. In response to Huang Anbua's interrogation, Chu Ye slowly shook his head, a hint of an elusive smirk gracing his face. That smile was laced with icy mockery. Fear death? I find that notion exceedingly laughable. Your worthless brother, Huang Qiao, asked me the same question before he died. As the words fell, time seemed to freeze once more. Huang Anbua and Apos' furious expression stiffened abruptly, his pupils constricting to their utmost. He stared at Chu Ye, every pore exuding horror and disbelief. Why, you said what? Huang Qiao. My brother Huang Qiao. What happened to him? His voice was hoarse, trembling slightly. Chu Ye's smile vanished, replaced by an icy indifference. He looked at Huang Anbua, enunciating each word with clarity and cruelty. He asked dead. I killed him with my own hands. After a pause, his gaze swept over the equally dumbfounded law enforcers behind Huang Anbua, and the shimmering blue light of the level 4 gene enhancement potion announced the final judgment. Now, hand over that potion, along with all usable resources and research materials in the space. In exchange, I may consider leaving you with a whole corpse. Chapter 209. The Terrifying Water Boom. If the earlier news was akin to a thunderclap, then this revelation was truly a cataclysmic disaster capable of annihilating everything. Huang Qiao is dead, killed by the very hands of the man before him. Moreover, he has not only slain Huang Qiao, but also Zhou Wansheng, the patrol team, and now seeks the resources of the entire base. He demands Huang Anbua's life and expects to leave him whole. Run. Madness. Complete insanity. This time, the onlookers could no longer withstand the horrifying shock. They screamed and cried, scrambling away in a frenzied dash for safety. The scene was left in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the heavy, oppressive breaths of Huang Anbua and his subordinates. Gulch. Wang Ershuzi emitted a strange sound from his throat. Unable to hold on any longer, his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. His face was ashen, his gaze unfocused, mumbling incoherently. It's over. All over. He no longer valued his life. Kill the young master. Slaughter the protectors. And seize the base. This was a catastrophe beyond comprehension. How could I have attracted such a calamity? The sheer terror rendered him devoid of strength to flee. Following a brief silence, a more furious roar erupted. Kill him. Avenge young Master Qiao. You bastard. I will tear you limb from limb. Huang Anbua's protectors were driven to madness. The news of Huang Qiao's death, coupled with Chu Ye's nearly humiliating demands, ignited their fury and bloodlust. One of the protectors, closest to Chu Ye and most volatile in temperament, could no longer restrain himself. He let out a thunderous roar, his muscles bulging, gleaming with a genetic enhancement. He lunged fiercely at Chu Ye. The fist cut through the air with a menacing wind. Here it comes. Chu Ye's eyes turned icy as he faced this violent onslaught. He did not budge an inch, but slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, before clenching it into a fist. A deep blue glow converged within his palm, compressing. Flow rate 10, pressure 100, parameters set complete. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in the depths of his mind. In the next instant, whoosh, a high-pressure water column, roughly the width of a forearm, condensed to perfection, shimmering with a dazzling blue light, shot forth from Chu Ye's fist. The speed was so rapid that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The rushing protector, his face still contorted in a snarl, barely had time to register the lethal blue light in his pupils before he could react. The high-pressure water column effortlessly pierced through his chest. A shocking spray of blood and shattered innards erupted. The protector and Appos, S momentum halted abruptly, his body rigid in midair, his face frozen in agony and disbelief. Before he crashed heavily to the ground, twitching twice before falling silent. The smooth, horrifying blood hole that pierced through his chest silently testified to the terrifying power of that strike. Old Third. Huang Anbo felt a chill rush from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He staggered backward a few steps, barely regaining his balance. Gazing at the corpse that had instantly succumbed, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. His eyes bulged, bloodshot. The remaining protectors were instantly overtaken by shock and fear, their expressions shifting from rage to horror. Their feet halted instinctively, even taking a slight step back. Faces a mix of confusion and dread as they stared at Chu Ye's fist, still faintly glowing with blue light. One hit kill, another instant defeat. Old Third was also a second-level genetic enhancer. How could he be pierced by a water column? What monstrous ability is this? Water. How could it possess such terrifying power? An overwhelming fear, like a frigid tide, engulfed their hearts. The crowd that had fled to a distance, still shaken, turned back in disbelief. Many covered their mouths to stifle screams, unable to comprehend the horrifying scene unfolding before them. Wang Ershuzi collapsed on the ground, gaped, his eyes wide. His mind was a blank slate, filled only with endless, numbing shock. Ji slowly lowered his fist, the blue glow fading. He glanced expressionlessly at the warm corpse beneath him, then casually kicked it aside. Having completed this, he lifted his head, his cold gaze sweeping over Huang Anbo and the few protectors who were now pale and silent. His voice, though soft, reverberated clearly across the scene. Who else wishes to meet their demise? The air seemed to freeze, with only the faint sound of wind and sand brushing against the ground. The lifeless body, still emitting faint warmth, bore a blood hole so smooth it resembled a piece of art. The remaining protectors fixed their eyes on their fallen comrade. Color drained from their faces, replaced by a twisted expression of pure terror and seething rage. Their fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, veins throbbing in their arms. He is dead. Old Third has perished just like that, pierced by a water column in an instant. What kind of cursed power is this? Fear spread. But more so, the brutality ignited by the death of their comrade. Damn it, let us fight him. One protector whipped around, his eyes ablaze, fixed on Chu Ye. He is but one person. Let us gang up on him. We'll avenge Old Third. Yes. Together. Let us take him down. Kill. Driven by the dual forces of fear and vengeful fury, the remaining protectors reached a tacit understanding. They roared as they advanced from different directions, gradually encircling Chu Ye, cutting off all possible escape routes. Wang Ershuzi, lying on the ground, witnessed this scene and despairingly closed his eyes. It's over. This time it's truly over. With so many masters attacking together, even a rumored 6th-level genetic warrior would surely perish on the spot, right? No matter how strong you are, ultimately, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Why must he be so reckless? Why must he? He felt that in the brief time he had followed Chu Ye, he had experienced a level of madness and despair beyond his wildest imagination. In the distance, the few survivors who had lagged behind and were still peeking back saw the protectors regrouping for another attack, murmuring and sighing lowly. Alas, what a pity. This young man possesses incredible strength, but he is far too arrogant. Indeed, killing young Master Huang and daring to acknowledge it to his face. And now attempting to seize the entire base? Isn't that courting death? He had a chance to escape, but now he has completely enraged Boss Huang. Not even a deity could save him. Such arrogance will ultimately demand a price. Chapter 210, Witnessing the True Power of the Guardians in Their Eyes. Chu Ye's fate seemed to be already sealed. Huang Anbai gazed at the few remaining loyal guardians, rallying their courage once more. A flicker of ruthlessness and anguish crossed his features, but predominant was the exhilaration of revenge. His countenance was so dark it appeared as though it could drip water, and his voice emerged from clenched teeth, laden with deep-seated hatred as he commanded fiercely, "Charge. Do not kill him. Break his limbs. I want him alive for dismemberment. Use his bones to honor my brother, Huang Qiao. You think you're invincible, boy? You claim not to fear death. I shall make you regret your very existence." "Yes, Boss Huang. As you command." Upon receiving Huang Anbai's orders, the guardians seemed to find their resolve, their spirits surging once more, echoing in thunderous agreement. "Break my limbs? Honor my brother?" Hearing Huang Anbai's venomous words, Chu Ye exhibited no fear. Instead, he slowly lifted his head, a chilling smile curving his lips. He stretched out his arms, disdainfully surveying each guardian encircling him, his tone dripping with mockery akin to that directed at ants. "Very well, it seems you are ready to descend together into the abyss. Seeking death, are we? Arrogant fool. First, I shall silence that foul mouth of yours. Chu Ye's provocation ignited the last vestiges of reason within the Guardians. They bellowed in rage, no longer hesitating, their bodies glowing with energy as their muscles bulged and contorted. From all directions, they unleashed their most ferocious assaults upon Chu Ye. Fists, claws, and energy blades wove together into an impenetrable net of death. Here they come. Chu Ye remained calm and collected, facing the onslaught of lethal strikes while his mind raced. The moment was nigh. Flow 100, stream form, great blade mode, parameters set. The cold system prompt echoed once more in the depths of his consciousness. Buzz. In an instant. Centered around Chu Ye, the air seemed to tremble. A torrent of deep blue water elements surged forth, coalescing and compressing. A menacing, over 2-meter-long great blade, shimmering with a profound azure hue. Seemingly forged from a fusion of liquid metal and ice, abruptly materialized before him. The blade surged with rushing water, emanating a heart-stopping energy pulse and a bone-chilling cold. What? What is that? Water has transformed into a blade. Such a massive blade. How is that possible? The onlookers, including those who had just concluded Chu Ye's demise, were momentarily stunned, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets at this unimaginable spectacle. They gaped in disbelief. A weapon formed of water? And such a colossal blade. What kind of ability is this? Unheard of. Wang Ershu, who had previously kept his eyes closed, abruptly opened them, witnessing the emergence of the azure blade. He stood frozen, his mind blank, only the colossal, menacing blade shadow remaining. A blade? Made of water? So large. Can this even work? It looks intimidating, but won't it shatter upon contact? After all, they are several genetically enhanced beings. Following the immense shock, doubt and concern still loomed heavily. Huang Anbai's pupils contracted sharply. He could distinctly sense the perilous aura emanating from the water blade. An inexplicable sense of foreboding and unease surged within him once more. This kid is indeed peculiar. This water is no ordinary water. Instinctively, he shouted to the rushing guardians, "Be cautious. Do not underestimate him." However, the arrow was already knocked, and it had to be released. The guardians had closed in, readying their attacks against Chu Ye. Though Huang Anbai and Appo's warning instilled uncertainty, they were more fueled by their ferocity. Playing tricks, are we? Watch me shatter your pathetic water blade. Whatever it is, we shall crush him together. Kill. They roared, not ceasing their assault, but rather pushing their power to the utmost limit. Fists gleaming with metallic sheen. Clawed appendages shrouded in bone armor, energy orbs sparking with electricity. They struck from various angles, aiming directly at Chu Ye and the immense azure water blade before him. Just the right moment. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. And rather than retreating against the encircling force, he advanced. He raised both hands, seizing the seemingly sentient, quivering water blade's hilt. In the next moment, he drew upon his core strength, his arm muscles bulging, wielding the heavy, ominous water blade. He swept it toward the two guardians charging directly at him. Break. Boom. The earth-shattering sound erupted suddenly. The azure blade clashed violently with the guardians' gathered energy, unleashing a ferocious shockwave that radiated outward like a tsunami. The hardened concrete beneath them shattered as if struck by a heavy hammer, instantly fracturing into a spiderweb of cracks, collapsing. Countless fragments and dust were swept up by the shockwave, shooting in all directions. Retreat. Those onlookers who were too close were engulfed in the terrifying aftermath, struggling to maintain their footing, shrieking as they tumbled further away, their faces etched with horror. Just the residual force of the battle made them acutely aware of the specter of death looming over them. What? It was blocked? The two guardians who had confronted Chu Ye head-on felt an overwhelming force surge from the blade. Their arms tingled, and their palms cracked. Their once proud strength and defenses crumbled before the seemingly ethereal water blade, as if they were made of paper. The guardians attacking from the sides and rear were also jolted by the sudden, terrifying shockwave, their movements stalling. How could this guy possess such strength? This blade is extraordinary. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, they grasped the terrifying nature of Chu Ye and that water blade. A flicker of fear ignited uncontrollably from the depths of their hearts. No holding back now. Let us unleash our trump cards. Among them, one guardian, quick to react, roared as he was pushed back. Roar. As his voice fell, the remaining guardian's eyes flashed with determination. There was no turning back now. In an instant, they unleashed their most formidable techniques. Some guardians were immediately encased in a thick, rocky armor, their presence becoming as solid as a mountain. Others saw their arms swell grotesquely, transforming into two stout metallic cannon barrels, their mouths gathering intense light. Yet others manifested shadowy beastly forms behind them, their speed and power surging dramatically. In that moment, an array of energy auras flickered and shimmered, saturating the atmosphere with a terrifying presence. Chapter 211. The Great Blade sweeps across thousands heavens. They are serious. That is stone skin transformation, a pinnacle level 2 defensive genetic technique. And the thermal cannon, its might rivals that of a small bomb. Is that Beast Soul Possession? A level 3 genetic ability? The spectators in the distance gasped in astonishment, utterly shocked by the hidden cards displayed by the Guardians. This has become a life or death battle. Huang Anbai, witnessing his subordinates unleash their trump cards, felt his tense expression soften slightly. His fists remained tightly clenched, a cold scoff echoing in his heart. Boy, even if your water blade possesses some finesse, facing the full force assault of my loyal subordinates, you are undoubtedly doomed. Prepare to be buried alongside your fate. He envisioned the scene of Chu Ye being pulverized into shards. However, in the face of this more ferocious and lethal onslaught, a chilling and cruel smile slowly emerged on Chu Ye's face. Hidden cards? Oh, they arrived just in time, he exclaimed, gripping the flowing water blade tightly. As the power of the vast ocean surged within him, buzzing, the originally 2-meter-long azure water blade suddenly expanded once more. 3 meters, 5 meters, even approaching 10 meters. The enormous blade nearly obscured the sky, its flowing azure light deepening and condensing, emanating a terrifying pressure capable of freezing souls. Get away from me. Now. Chu Ye gripped the terrifying water blade with fervor, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, unleashing an unreserved sweep across thousands. Swoosh. The gigantic azure blade, wielding the might to obliterate all, sliced through the air, indiscriminately sweeping towards the Guardians attacking from all directions. In an instant, mist enveloped the scene. The yellow sand swirled. The violent energy turbulence engulfed the entire battlefield. As the swirling sand and mist gradually settled, the chaotic scene at the center of the contest was revealed. The ground lay fractured, debris scattered everywhere, everything transformed by that earth-shattering blow. Wang Ersha knelt a short distance away, craning his neck, straining to see into the still hazy area, his throat tight with trepidation, swallowing hard. What has happened? Have they been stopped? Or, his heart raced, a massive fear and a flicker of hope pulling him in conflicting directions. Cough, cough. Is it over? Is there even a question? The 9 great Guardians joined forces and unleashed their ultimate skills. How could that boy possibly survive? Alas, he's doomed. Reduced to dust, no doubt. He deserves it. Who told him to be so arrogant? Killing young Master Huang and wanting to seize the base, it's like an old man hanging himself. Asking for a longer life. The crowd of onlookers leaned in, coughing and brushing off the sand, whispering with certainty. In their eyes, Chu Ye's fate was already sealed, leaving no chance for survival. On the high platform, Huang Anbai's tense body gradually relaxed, collapsing back onto the metal chair with a thud. He panted heavily, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his gaze lingering with remnants of shock. Yet, more than that, there was a ruthless sense of finality. Phew, finally resolved. What manner of monster is this boy? Such control over water is unheard of. What a pity. If he could be subdued, he would be an invaluable asset. However, daring to kill Huang Qiao, no matter how powerful his abilities, he is destined for a dead end. His heart was a tumult of regret and bitterness, ultimately yielding to the satisfaction of revenge. Just as everyone believed the outcome was settled, swoosh, a faint sound, like the bursting of a bubble, echoed. The final wisp of mist at the center of the contest vanished entirely. A tall figure stood silently amidst the devastation. It was none other than Chu Ye. He remained pristine, not even a single wrinkle in his clothing, as if the cataclysmic clash had no bearing on him. Surrounding him, the 9 Guardians, once brimming with arrogance and murderous intent, held their various offensive and defensive postures, frozen in place. Chu Ye slowly raised his hand, and the nearly 10-meter-long azure water blade, emanating a terrifying pressure, rapidly disintegrated, contracting into points of azure light that merged into his palm, disappearing from sight. At that moment, puff, 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 puff. A series of dull thuds resonated almost simultaneously. The 9 frozen Guardians abruptly opened their mouths, simultaneously spewing forth a torrent of blood mixed with internal fragments. Their eyes dimmed and scattered, and then, thud, thud, thud. 9 towering figures toppled one after another, kicking up clouds of dust, leaving not a whisper in their wake. Silence. The world seemed to be muted. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Wang Ersha sprang up from the ground, his eyes wide as saucers, his mouth agape as if to swallow a fist. Pointing towards the figure in the center, he exclaimed in disbelief. No, it's impossible. This cannot be. 9. 9 of them. All dead. With one strike. He trembled violently, not from fear, but from overwhelming shock and elation. Wow. After the silence came an uproar akin to a tsunami. Heavens, what have I witnessed? They are all dead. The 9 great guardians. All perished. In an instant. How is this possible? This must be an illusion. The crowd, who moments ago were certain of Chu Ye and Appo's demise, now felt as if they had been dealt a harsh blow. They leapt from their seats, their faces etched with horror, confusion, and disbelief. They rubbed their eyes, questioning if they were dreaming. No. On the high platform, Huang Anbai's expression of ruthlessness and satisfaction froze instantly, replaced by boundless terror and rage. He slammed his hands onto the metal table with a deafening crash, the sturdy surface denting under his force. He leapt from his seat, stumbling to the edge of the platform, leaping down several meters. Thud. He landed heavily, staggering towards the nearest fallen guardian's body, trembling as he reached out to check for a pulse at the guardian's neck. Cold, stiff, without a beat. Huang Anbai recoiled sharply, his body trembling violently, his eyes bloodshot and crazed. They are dead, truly dead. His most trusted subordinates, cultivated over many years, the 10 guardians, were slaughtered in mere moments by this young man. In a massacre. Chapter 212. You little beast, little beast. Huang Anbai suddenly raised his head, his face contorted in fury. He extended a trembling finger, pointing towards the indifferent Chu Ye in the arena, his voice hoarse and filled with resentment. You dared to slaughter my people. I will have your life. I shall reduce you to ashes and bury you alongside my brother. Boom! A surge of overwhelming, destructive energy erupted from Huang Anbai, far exceeding any previous guardian and Appo's power. The aura of a 5th-level genetic warrior was unleashed without restraint. The ground of the entire base began to tremble violently. The metallic roof above groaned under the strain, a cascade of dust falling as if it might collapse at any moment. An earthquake. Wang Ersha looked around. His face drained of color. Feeling the suffocating pressure, he panicked and shouted, No, it's Huang Anbai. He's going mad. Is he going to destroy this place? 5th level. Is this the power of a 5th-level warrior? Terrifying. It's like a natural disaster. Run. Huang boss has gone insane. It's a fight to the death. Run. Get out of here. The onlookers, terrified by this overwhelming force, abandoned their astonishment at Chu Ye's strength and screamed, scattering in all directions. Humph. Think you can flee? A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Huang Anbai and Appo's eyes, his voice as chilling as ice. Stop them. Today, no one shall leave alive. With that, a thunderous, synchronized sound of heavy footsteps echoed from all entrances of the base. Soldiers clad in black combat gear, wielding the latest energy rifles, poured in like a relentless tide, expressionless. Swiftly occupying all exits, their dark gun muzzles aimed at everyone present. The air shimmered with lethal intent, transforming the entire base into a colossal, airtight cage. We're surrounded. It's over. We can't escape. Whoa, I don't want to die. Witnessing this scene, the fleeing crowd fell into deeper despair, their terrified screams and cries filling the air, while some of the more timid individuals collapsed to the ground. In a moment of desperation, someone pointed a finger at Chu Ye. It and Appo's. It's all your fault. You brought this upon us. A pale-faced man shouted, pointing at Chu Ye, his voice frantic. Surrender quickly, please. Don and Appo's. Implicate us innocent people. Yes. Surrender. Bow to Huang boss and admit your mistakes. If you die, that and Appo's. That's one thing. But Don and Appo's. Drag us to our doom. We are innocent. In an instant, the crowd and Appo's fury erupted, a tide of accusations and pleas crashing towards Chu Ye. What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Ershu, seeing this, trembled with anger and could not help but leap forward to defend Chu Ye. It was Huang Anbai and Appo's indiscriminate slaughter. They attacked first. Chu Ye was acting in self-defense. How can you blame him? Shut up. You know nothing. The crowd retorted. Huang boss is a 5th-level warrior. This is his territory. He can kill whoever he wants. We can and Appo's afford to provoke him. Exactly. If it weren't and Appo's for this brat angering Huang boss, we wouldn't and Appo's be in this predicament. Get lost. You must be in cahoots with him. Do you want to die together? The enraged and frightened crowd refused to listen to Wang Ershu, turning on him as well with fierce hostility. Wang Ershu, rendered speechless by their accusations, felt his face flush with embarrassment, ultimately squatting down, cradling his head in despair, overwhelmed by helplessness and sorrow. At that moment, Chu Ye, who had remained silent, slowly turned around. His calm gaze swept over the panicked crowd, and he spoke softly. Yet his words resonated clearly in every ear. There is no need to panic. His tone was eerily calm, as if the tense life and death situation before him was merely a gentle breeze. A mere Huang Anbai. Chu Ye's gaze finally settled on the imposing figure of Huang Anbai below the platform. A faint smile gracing his lips. Perfect. I shall deal with him as well. Wang Ershu's eyes widened in disbelief. What did he just say? He intends to deal with Huang Anbai too? Faced with a fifth-level warrior and all these guns, he still. An indescribable surge of excitement and hope coursed through Wang Ershu's veins. He sprang to his feet, shouting to those around him, "Did you hear that? He can handle it. We must believe in him." However, the response was met with fierce rebuttals and mockery. He's lost it. This kid has completely lost his mind. Deal with him? Who does he think he is? A god. That is Master Huang Anbai, the overlord of this region. He may have defeated 9 guardians. But against Huang Boss himself and all these guns, what can he do? Stop dreaming. We're doomed. A mere Huang Anbai. Perfect. I shall deal with him too. Chu Ye and Appo's calm words ignited a frenzy in the crowd. Madman. He is definitely insane. To speak so recklessly when death is imminent. 5th level. That is a 5th-level genetic warrior. Does he think they're just stray cats and dogs? The cacophony of derision and fury threatened to tear the very roof of the base apart, fear stripping them of reason, leaving only misplaced wrath directed at this audacious figure. Wang Ershu trembled with excitement, about to defend Chu Ye once more when a companion seized him, hissing, "Do you want to die? Stay out of this, little beast." Huang Anbai stood in the arena, his chest heaving, his crimson eyes locked onto Chu Ye as if he intended to devour him whole. The terrifying pressure of a 5th-level genetic warrior crashed over Chu Ye like tangible tsunamis, attempting to crush him. He clenched his fists tightly, the joints cracking audibly. His voice a venomous hiss, dripping with endless resentment and murderous intent. Unruly and unrestrained. You disregarded my guardians. Today, I, Huang Anbai, shall flay you alive. Reduce you to ashes. Before he could finish, a sudden transformation occurred. Huang Anbai abruptly spread his arms, his fleshly hands undergoing a grotesque metamorphosis at a visible pace. Skin shed, flesh writhed and reformed, ultimately morphing into 2 horrifying spikes. These spikes, dark as the abyss, seemed to absorb light. Glimmering with an eerie sheen of metal and bone, their tips flashing with a deadly glint, exuding an aura of unyielding sharpness and chilling silence. Chapter 213. Do not rush. There is more to come, Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, a flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze. Transformation? Or perhaps a peculiar manifestation of genetic mutation? It did not resemble pure elemental control. Rather, it seemed akin to the weaponization of the body. He pondered silently. The water elements within the vast ocean space stirring restlessly, ready to respond at any moment. Heh. Huang Anbai observed the slightly perplexed expression on Chu Ye's face and let out a low, deranged chuckle. Kid, have you never seen this before? Allow me to enlighten you. My hands are infused with the pinnacle of and Appo's, dark matter alloy and Appo's, from the world before the apocalypse, and after being refined and merged with my level 5 and Appo's, physical enhancement and Appo's, genetic ability. They have long transcended the limits of flesh and blood. Indestructible, unbreakable. To validate his claim, Huang Anbai abruptly swung his right hand downward. Swoosh. The obsidian spike pierced through the incredibly hard ground of the base as effortlessly as if it were tofu. Thud. With a muffled sound, the spike embedded itself deeply, leaving only the wrist visible. Huang Anbai slowly extracted the spike, revealing a smoothly edged, bottomless hole in the ground. It is worth noting that the base and Appo's floor had been specially reinforced. Even a full-force strike from an ordinary level 3 or 4 genetic warrior would only leave slight scratches. This ground, I couldn't leave such a mark even with all my strength. Level 5 genetic power, coupled with this technological enhancement, is indeed stronger than I had anticipated. Chu Ye quickly assessed in his heart. Yet, that was all. Be careful. Wang Ershu, witnessing the terrifying penetration power, felt his heart nearly stop and Kuden and Appo's. He helped but scream, his hands clenched tightly, palms slick with cold sweat. Go for it. Master Chu will definitely win. Win? Win what? Did you see that? Who can withstand Boss Huang's abilities? That kid is doomed. No matter how powerful that water blade was, can it block such piercing force? Alas, it's all over. We are all going to be killed by him. The spectators, surrounded by soldiers blocking their escape, were now utterly despondent. Gazing at Huang Anbai and Appo's godlike stance, They collectively lamented and cursed, pouring all their grievances onto Chu Ye. In the face of Huang Anbo and Apos' intimidation and the crowd and Apos' despair, Chu Ye's expression remained unfazed. He slowly raised his right hand, casually beckoning with his index finger towards the grotesque Huang Anbo. The gesture was nonchalant yet suffused with profound disdain. You seek death. This action ignited the last remnants of Huang Anbo's sanity. He felt an unprecedented humiliation wash over him. With a furious roar, he propelled himself off the ground, the hard surface cracking beneath him. Enveloped by a suffocating tempest of rage, he charged towards Chu Ye. His two obsidian spikes cut through the air, leaving dark trails behind. Emitting a piercing shriek aimed directly at Chu Ye's head. The speed was such that it nearly surpassed the limits of the naked eye. Whoosh! The sharp sound of slicing air resonated clearly in Chu Ye and Apos' ears. Command received. Water flow manipulation, parameter settings. Energy mobilization, ocean space, flow rate 100 units. Skill generation, water shield, form solidified, defense parameters set. In an instant of concentration, the water vapor in the air before Chu Ye coalesced. With a rush, a circular water shield, approximately 1 meter in diameter and radiating a ghostly blue sheen, with swirling water within, materialized out of thin air and hovered before him. Humph! A mere parlor trick. Huang Anbo scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain and cruelty. That level of water shield could have been conjured by those guardians I just dispatched. It is utterly laughable. Without losing momentum, he launched his gleaming right arm spike. Without a hint of hesitation, directly towards the ethereal blue water shield. Swoosh boom. The anticipated stalemate did not occur. The obsidian spike penetrated the water shield as though it were hot iron piercing through butter. A faint sound of bubbles bursting was followed by a cacophony of splashing water. The swirling water was instantly shattered by the overwhelming force, and the entire shield exploded, transforming into a mist of droplets. Huang Anbo's spike, having faced virtually no resistance, continued its relentless trajectory toward Chu Ye and Apos' face. It and Apos' over. Wang Ershu, witnessing this scene, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. The flicker of hope in his eyes was extinguished, leaving only despair. It cannot be blocked. Master Chu is no match. See? I told you it was futile. This flimsy defense is like paper in front of Boss Wang. We are all doomed because of this kid. He is merely courting death. The other spectators were pallid, as if they could already envision the gruesome scene of Chu Ye being pierced through the skull by the spike. Ha! Kid, do you see this? With a single strike, I have triumphed. Huang Anbo was exhilarated, his face exhibiting an even more frenzied expression. Any flamboyant tricks are rendered insignificant before my absolute power. They are no match at all. Now, prepare to die obediently. However, just as the lethal spike was about to graze Chu Ye's brow, he displayed no sign of panic in the face of imminent death. Instead, a playful smile crept across his lips. He parted his thin lips, his voice, though soft, clearly overshadowed Huang Anbo's manic laughter and the surrounding clamor. Do not rush. This is merely the first round of retaliation. There is still more to come. More to come? Huang Anbo's manic laughter abruptly ceased, his crimson eyes fixated on the playful smile adorning Chu Ye's face as his heart plummeted. An ominous premonition gripped him instantaneously. The spike was mere inches from Chu Ye's brow, the fierce wind even ruffling Chu Ye's hair. Yet, the eerily calm gaze of his adversary doused his boiling murderous intent like a bucket of ice water. You, what do you mean? At the brink of death, what trickery do you still intend to employ? Huang Anbo growled, his voice a facade to mask his inner turmoil. Chu Ye did not even lift his eyelids. He merely pointed his chin towards Huang Anbo's outstretched right arm. Look at your masterpiece. Huang Anbo instinctively lowered his gaze, following Chu Ye's indication. Upon inspection, his once obsidian, gleaming, indestructible spike arm, where it had made contact with the shattered water shield, was now emitting wisps of acrid white smoke. Sizzle, sizzle. The faint yet spine-chilling sound of corrosion reached his ears. The resilient alloy and bone fusion seemed to have encountered the most terrifying nemesis. Before everyone's eyes, it was dissolving and disintegrating at a visibly rapid pace. This is impossible. Chapter 214. He aims to detonate the bomb. Huang Anbo gasped in horror, his face paling in an instant, leaving only shock and disbelief. My hand. What on earth is happening? That water. It is not ordinary water. The eerie blue sheen. It is strange. Is it poison? No. It is corrosive. A terrifying force capable of eroding even the strongest alloys. His mind was a chaotic whirlwind, fear engulfing him like a tidal wave. Before he could finish his thought, A searing pain abruptly surged from the nerve endings in his arm. Ah! Huang Anbo let out a wretched scream, yanking his hands back with lightning speed. Onlookers gasped in collective shock. His once proud weapons of slaughter had been horrifically eroded at the tips, revealing ghastly white bone beneath the now vanished blackened surface. The edges were a grotesque mess of flesh and bone, oozing a putrid pus. His stingers, ruined. Under the excruciating pain, Huang Anbo could no longer maintain his mutated form. He howled, forcibly reverting his hands to their original flesh and blood state. Yet, the restored hands were even more grotesque. Charred skin, withered muscles, fingers twisted and deformed, joints protruding, nothing resembling a human hand. They resembled the claws of a chicken soaked in acid. Hiss. Wang Erho covered his mouth, his eyes wide with terror, his heart racing uncontrollably. Chu Ye. Is the water from Chu Ye this formidable? That water shield is not a defense, it's a trap. An oppressive silence enveloped the area. The survivors, who moments ago were lamenting and cursing Chu Ye, now fell silent, their gazes towards him filled with a deeper fear than when facing Huang Anbo. It was a primal dread of the unknown, of a power beyond comprehension. This young man, is he a devil? Boss, how are you? Your hand. Huang Anbo and Apos, loyal subordinates finally snapped out of their shock, rushing forward in a panic to surround the staggering Huang Anbo. Get away. Huang Anbo pushed them aside, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. His body trembled from pain and fear. He fixed his gaze on Chu Ye, his eyes still filled with resentment, but now tinged with deep caution and despair. The dignity of a level 5 gene warrior and the fury of revenge were utterly shattered by that all-corroding blue water. He realized he might truly not be a match for this young man. I cannot die. I cannot perish here. Even in death, I will drag this little beast down with me. Desperation birthed madness, a fierce determination flickering in Huang Anbo's eyes. Little beast, do you think you have one? Dream on. Even if I die today, I will ensure you accompany me to the grave. I will take you down with me. Before he could finish, Huang Anbo abruptly turned, ignoring Chu Ye, and frantically dashed deeper into the base. Chu Ye's eyes flickered as he observed Huang Anbo's fleeing direction. Is he not fighting for his life, but fleeing? No. He is going to. Oh no. The boss is heading to detonate the bomb. A subordinate, seemingly aware of the situation, turned pale and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Run. The core area of the base is loaded with high explosives, enough to bury us all along with the entire base. What? A bomb? Huang Anbo has lost his mind. He intends to blow up the entire base. Run. Quick, run. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. The already panicked survivors, hearing this, completely broke down. The instinct for survival overshadowed all else. They screamed and cried, rushing towards any potential escape route, be it the exits sealed by soldiers or otherwise. The scene descended into chaos, the sounds of trampling and anguished cries echoing. Chu Ye, hurry and leave. Wang Erho, terrified beyond reason, clutched Chu Ye's arm with all his might, desperately trying to pull him away. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. We will be blown to bits. We will be buried alive. However, Chu Ye remained steadfast. His stance is solid as a rock. He gently brushed aside Wang Ersh's grip, his gaze still fixed on the direction Huang Anbo had vanished. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. You wish to perish together? To bury everything with a bomb? A commendable thought, but alas, it will not work on me. The water element barrier of the ocean space is sufficient to withstand the impact and entomb it. As for you, Huang Anbo, I am very much intrigued by the gene serums you have concealed. He not only did not retreat but took a leisurely step towards the direction Huang Anbo had fled. Chu Ye. Wang Erho stared at Chu Ye's retreating figure, scarcely believing his eyes, his voice cracking. What? What are you doing? That way is a dead end. Seeing Chu Ye ignore him, Wang Erho stomped his feet in frustration, but ultimately, fear triumphed over all else. And he let out a cry of despair. Madman, you are a complete lunatic. He no longer hesitated, shielding his head with his hands, rolling and crawling into the crowd towards what he deemed a safe exit. Meanwhile, deep within the base, Huang Anbo stumbled into a vast storage room. It was filled with metal boxes adorned with skulls and flames, the air thick with the sickly sweet scent of nitroglycerin. Indeed, the high explosives stored within the base. In one corner of the explosive pile, several specially designed cold storage boxes emitting a blue glow stood out prominently. Inside were neatly arranged gene serums of various levels, including the precious level 4 serum. Huang Anbo gasped for breath, gazing at the gene serums, a spark of hope igniting within him once more. Yes, the gene serums. As long as I inject the level 4 serum, My injuries will heal. My strength will increase further. Then I can kill that little beast. He suppressed the excruciating pain in his hands, staggering towards the cold storage box containing the level 4 gene serum, trembling as he reached to open it. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the lid of the box, whoosh, a swift line of blue water shot through the air, striking the back of his outstretched right hand with pinpoint precision. The water line, seemingly soft, possessed astounding penetrating and corrosive power. Huang Anbo let out another agonizing and heart-rending scream, as the wounds that had just begun to heal were instantly pierced and corroded, causing him to curl in pain. He looked up in horror, witnessing that the water line that struck him did not dissipate, but rather coiled skillfully. It wrapped around the enticing gene serums glowing within the cold storage box, including the most precious one that could elevate a level 4 serum to level 5. Chapter 215. The entire base collapses in the next instant. The waterline violently tugged back. With a resounding crash, all the genetic agents were swept away by the torrent. As if grasped by an invisible hand, they abruptly detached from the refrigeration unit, soaring towards the doorway of the storage room. Among the ethereal blue glow at the entrance, several uniquely shaped glass vials exuded a deadly allure, particularly one inscribed with Roman numerals, which caused Huang Anbai's breath to catch in his throat. That was his last hope. He abruptly turned, his eyes almost bursting with rage. There stood Chu Ye, having quietly taken position at the storage room's entrance, with a single, careless hand extended. The lively azure stream obediently delivered all the genetic agents into his palm. Bathed in the azure light, Chu Ye's countenance remained calm and unperturbed, as though he had merely picked up a stone from the roadside. Is it you? Huang Anbai let out a beastly roar from his throat. His eyes, inflamed with pain and fury, locked onto Chu Ye. You, how dare you chase me in here? This little wretch, how could he dare? Does he not fear death? Or does he not regard this room filled with explosives at all? Fear and humiliation surged within Huang Anbai, nearly shattering his already frayed nerves. Chu Ye weighed the vials in his hand, feeling the chilling sensation, especially from the 4th-level agent. The surging energy within seemed on the verge of seeping through the glass. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips, his gaze barely lingering on Huang Anbai. As if admiring a trophy, I cannot leave empty-handed without obtaining what is rightfully mine. His voice was soft yet struck Huang Anbai and Appo's heart like a hammer. Obtaining the goods, and then leaving. What does he take this place for? His own backyard? Huang Anbai went completely mad. The last thread of rationality snapping at that moment. He turned abruptly, no longer facing Chu Ye, but instead hurled himself towards the towering stacks of metal explosive crates. Bang! Summoning every ounce of strength, he clutched a large explosive box emblazoned with a skull and flame symbol tightly to his chest. His hands, mangled and bloodied, gripped the detonator apparatus with fierce resolve. Give it back to me. Return the agents to me. He shrieked hysterically, his face contorted. Otherwise, I will detonate it now. We shall die together, reduced to ashes. Seeing his deranged demeanor, Chu Ye's smile deepened, and he gently shook his head. Die together? His tone carried a hint of barely concealed mockery. You? Huang Anbai, you lack the courage. A coward who would drag others down with him in death could never possess the true bravery for mutual destruction. He was merely grasping at a pitiful gamble with his last shred of madness. I wouldn't dare. These 3 words ignited the final flicker of hope within Huang Anbai. His eyes bulged, bloodshot and frantic, as he trembled violently, not from fear, but from extreme rage and hysteria. Watch me, dare I not? Let all of you perish. As his words fell, a sharp sound erupted. Huang Anbai yanked the detonator. A blinding spark ignited instantly. His frenzied, desperate scream became his last echo in this world. Chu Ye's pupils constricted. The faint smile that had lingered on his lips vanished, and a barely perceptible frown creased his brow. A madman. He truly ignited it, reacting in an astonishingly swift manner. He focused his thoughts. Flow rate 100, water shield, parameter settings completed. Virum. In an instant, a torrent of azure water surged forth from his body, transforming from a mere single-sided defense into an impenetrable azure sphere, enveloping him from head to toe. The surface of the water sphere shimmered, countless tiny water element runes flickering into view, constructing the most formidable barrier. At the moment the water shield formed, boom, before Chu Ye. An expanse of blinding white consumed all. The terrifying flames instantaneously engulfed Huang Anbai, who clutched the explosive box, tearing him apart. Not a trace remained. Following this was a cataclysmic shockwave and wave of heat, mercilessly crashing against his water shield. Outside the base, booming thunderously, the earth trembled violently, more ferociously than when Huang Anbai unleashed his fifth-level power, tenfold, 100-fold. Wang Ershu and the other fortunate survivors, having barely fled 100 meters, were thrown to the ground by the sudden upheaval. They turned back in horror. Before them, where they had just escaped the great yellow mountain base, a colossal, heart-stopping pillar of fire shot into the sky. Immediately after, an earth-shattering roar erupted, as if shattering eardrums and fracturing the heavens. Boom! The visible shockwave, laden with countless shards of sand and metal, wildly expanded outward. The sky seemed to be stained orange. Countless grains of sand were hurled high into the air, obscuring the sun. Crack, crack, crack. Amidst the relentless sounds of breaking, the once majestic Great Yellow Mountain began to collapse from within. The mountainous body descended at a visible rate. Thick smoke and dust surged into the clouds. Chu Ye. Wang Ershu lay on the ground, hands pressed tightly to his ears, his face drained of color, lips trembling, eyes filled with despair and incomprehensible sorrow. It's over. Chu Ye. Such a terrifying explosion. At the deepest part of the base, there is no way you could have escaped. The thought of the young man who had always been expressionless, yet had saved his life time and again, perishing within, gripped Wang Ershu's heart like an invisible hand, causing him to struggle for breath. Heavens, did this destroy the entire base? How terrifying. No one could survive. Absolutely not. What a pity. That young man was so formidable. Yet, the surrounding survivors fell into a deathly silence. Their relief at having survived quickly replaced by the apocalyptic scene before them and their lament for Chu Ye's fate. They had witnessed Chu Ye enter that direction, and now it had transformed into a hell of destruction. The few remaining subordinates of Huang Anbai now bore ashen faces, their eyes hollow. The boss is dead. The base is gone. Everything is lost. With the simultaneous destruction of their leader and their foundation, they were left utterly directionless and despondent, collapsing to the ground like soulless beings. The violent tremors and sinking continued for a full 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the earth's roar gradually subsided. The smoke and dust began to settle slowly. Chapter 216. How wonderful that you are still alive. The crowd trembled as they rose unsteadily. Gazing ahead, the former Dawangshan base had completely vanished, replaced by a colossal, unfathomable pit of terror. Nearly half of the entire Dawangshan had been explosively collapsed. Only the shattered edges of the mountain remained, continually shedding sand and gravel. Chu Ye. Wang Ershu stared at the vast ruins, a wave of sorrow washing over him. He suddenly leaped to his feet, rushing madly toward the edge of the debris. Chu Ye. For heaven and Appo's sake, respond. Chu Ye. He threw himself onto the crumbled edge, frantically digging through the scalding sand and stones with his bare hands, seemingly oblivious to the pain. Stop digging, brother. A survivor sighed, stepping forward to pull him back. It's futile at this magnitude of explosion and collapse. It's impossible for anyone to survive. Indeed. Let us leave. It's too dangerous here. It might collapse further, another person urged. More and more began to turn away, none believing there could be any signs of life beneath the wreckage. Huang Anbai's subordinates, utterly despondent, leaned on each other, aimlessly trudging deeper into the desert, their silhouettes imbued with despair and desolation. Wang Ershu's frantic movements gradually slowed, staring at the bottomless pit before him, still emitting wisps of smoke. And at his hands now caked with mud and sand, the light in his eyes dimmed little by little. How could it possibly be that he is still alive? He slowly withdrew his hands, kneeling on the ground, trembling as he traced two characters in the sand before him. Chu Ye. Chu Ye. His voice cracked, thick with emotion, as tears finally streamed down his face. You can rest easy now. In your next life, may you be born into a better fate, far from this wretched apocalypse. Just as he prepared to bow in homage, a clean, slender hand gently rested on his shoulder. A familiar voice, imbued with calm yet tinged with curiosity, echoed in his ear. Wang Ershu, what are you doing? That voice, that tone. Wang Ershu jolted, as if doused in icy water or seared by a scalding iron. He stiffly turned his neck, inch by inch, moving with excruciating slowness. When he finally beheld the familiar, tranquil face behind him, his eyes widened in astonishment. His mouth hung agape, and he emitted a strangled sound from his throat. Chu Ye. Wang Ershu's voice trembled uncontrollably, laced with disbelief and a hint of tears. Are you human or ghost? You're not dead. How is this possible? With such an explosion, such a collapse. How could you possibly still be alive? Could it be? Could it be that I am hallucinating from the shock? Chu Ye stood there, immaculate, as if he had merely taken a stroll in the desert, rather than emerging from a base obliterated by high explosives. His deep-set eyes scanned Wang Ershu's bloodied and dirt-streaked hands, then fell upon the hastily written characters in the sand, a barely perceptible brow raised in intrigue. I am, of course, human. Such a trivial explosion cannot affect me. His gaze returned to Wang Ershu, carrying a note of scrutiny. And you, Wang Ershu? Lying here wailing like a banshee, what on earth are you doing? Not only Wang Ershu. The survivors who had turned to leave, upon hearing the commotion, instinctively glanced back. When they beheld the spectral figure that had silently emerged, they froze in their tracks. Silence. An unbearable silence. Then, like a tsunami, the crowd erupted into exclamations of astonishment. It's him. My heavens. He is still alive. He truly lives. Oh my God. This is nothing short of a miracle. I knew it. This fellow is so formidable. How could he possibly perish in such a place? Everyone was ablaze with excitement. Shock, elation, reverence, a myriad of emotions intertwined, causing them to gaze at Chu Ye as though he were a deity traversing the wasteland. The few despondent subordinates of Huang Anbai, however, were paralyzed with fear. They trembled uncontrollably, their faces drained of color, their eyes filled only with boundless terror. A monster. He is nothing but a monster. What on earth has our boss entangled himself with? How could he survive even such an explosion? Fear utterly shattered their final psychological defenses. Several of them collapsed to their knees, bowing repeatedly toward Chu Ye, incoherently pleading for mercy. Amidst the crowd and Oppo's reaction, Chu Ye remained indifferent. Wang Ershu, flushed with embarrassment at being questioned by Chu Ye, glanced at the ground and then at his own disheveled appearance. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head and chuckling sheepishly. I wasn't doing anything, Chu Ye. His gaze flickered, and he stammered. I thought perhaps you, well, I was just thinking, to erect a monument for you, at least something to remember you by. Wang Ershu may seem a bit lewd and slippery, but his intentions were not ill. His earlier heartfelt sorrow did not appear to be feigned. In this apocalypse, such genuine souls were a rarity. Chi felt a stirring in his heart as he regarded Wang Ershu, softening his tone slightly. Rise. His gaze swept over the varied expressions of the surrounding survivors, ultimately returning to Wang Ershu. Wang Ershu, would you care to join me? Come to my sanctuary. Chu Ye extended an invitation. In a world so ravaged, a stable and safe refuge was undoubtedly the greatest temptation, given Wang Ershu's decent character and loyalty in critical moments. He could indeed be a valuable addition to bolster the ranks of the sanctuary. Wang Ershu paused momentarily, a flicker of temptation evident in his eyes, but it quickly faded. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Chu Ye. I think I'll pass. As he sought an excuse to decline, he suddenly sprang to his feet, his movements too abrupt. A few items clattered from the tattered pockets of his coat and fell to the ground. Several dark, unrecognizable pieces of compressed biscuits, along with 2 small bottles of murky drinking water, rolled onto the sand. Wang Ershu's expression shifted dramatically, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He scrambled to collect the items, hurriedly stuffing them into his arms, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Chu Ye's eyes. Chu Ye's expression instantly turned cold. Though these items appeared trivial, in this resource-scarce apocalypse, they represented tangible currency. Chapter 217. The bestowal to Lu Jianhong. Chu Yan observed Wang Ershu's nervous demeanor. The origins of his possessions were all too apparent. It seems a dog cannot change its instinct to eat excrement. Just moments ago, he had felt a twinge of appreciation for him, but that sentiment vanished in an instant, revealing his true nature. Such unscrupulous individuals would only bring calamity if brought back to the base. The fleeting admiration and desire to win him over dissipated entirely. Chu Yen's assessment of Wang Ershu plummeted once more. He refrained from further questioning, merely casting a cold glance at Wang Ershu, whose heart quaked under the weight of that indifferent gaze. Without another word, Chu Ye turned away and strode towards the open expanse. Seeing Chu Yen's intent to leave without taking anyone with him, the survivors were initially taken aback, but then a spark of realization ignited in their eyes, shining with greed. This person was alive. That meant, hurry. The base must not be completely collapsed. There surely are treasures within. Food, weapons, even genetic serums. We're going to strike it rich. They rushed towards the smoldering, bottomless pit of ruins, jostling one another in a fervent frenzy to seek out the so-called treasures. Chu Ye glanced back at the frenzied survivors, a barely perceptible smirk playing on his lips. He casually tossed a few genetic serums he had been toying with, particularly the one encased in a deep blue vial that shimmered enticingly in the dim light. A bunch of fools. The most valuable items in this base have long been secured in my possession. What remains are merely scraps. With a thought, a faint hum resonated in the air. In the next moment, a menacing black armored vehicle materialized on the sandy ground beside him. Chu Ye opened the door, settled into the driver's seat, skillfully ignited the engine, and turned the vehicle around, following the tracks he had made in his arrival, leaving this tumultuous place behind. The thunderous roar of the armored vehicle and Oppo's engine echoed like distant thunder across the desolate desert ruins. In the distance, Lu Jianhong, tasked with vigilance and assistance, had been anxiously watching the direction of Mount Dahuang. Upon seeing the familiar steel beast emerge from the swirling dust, he was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed by an uncontrollable wave of joy. It's Chu Yen's vehicle. He has returned. Lu Jianhong excitedly waved his arms, shouting towards the armored vehicle. Beside him, Yu Shuang and several other rescued researchers also exhibited their exhilaration. Their eyes filled with gratitude and awe as they craned their necks towards the approaching beacon of hope. With a screech, the armored vehicle came to a halt before Lu Jianhong and the others. The door swung open, and Chu Ye calmly stepped out of the vehicle. Chu Ye, you're unharmed. How wonderful! Lu Jianhong exclaimed, rushing forward, his voice trembling with emotion. Yu Shuang and the other researchers gathered around him, their eyes brimming with appreciation and reverence. Chu Ye surveyed the crowd, nodding slightly, his voice clear as it resonated in everyone's ears. Huang Anbo is dead, and the Dahuang base has been obliterated. The crisis here has been resolved. He paused, looking at everyone. All of you, return with me to the fortress. Oh, how splendid. We are finally safe. Long live Chu Ye. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers. The long-suppressed fear and despair transformed into ecstasy at the prospect of rebirth. Chu Ye raised his hand for silence, then turned to Lu Jianhong. Lu Jianhong used the spare materials from the armored vehicle to construct a makeshift large sled, one that can carry people. Yes, Chu Ye. Lu Jianhong immediately acknowledged, rallying several individuals to swiftly get to work. Soon, a somewhat rudimentary yet sturdy sled made from alloy panels and ropes was assembled. Have the researchers sit on the sled, Chu Ye ordered. Though the researchers were puzzled, they complied, cautiously squeezing onto the sled. Yu Shuang, Lu Jianhong, you two get in the vehicle. Chu Ye returned to the driver's seat, securing a resilient towing rope to the rear of the armored vehicle, connecting the other end to the sled. Everything was in readiness. Hold on tight. Chu Ye slammed the accelerator. The armored vehicle roared, dragging the enormous sled filled with survivors across the swirling sands towards the fortress. The modified armored vehicle raced through the billowing sands, its heavy engine sound reminiscent of the roars of an apocalyptic beast. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere, following the brief cheers, grew subtly tense. The survivors on the sled engaged in hushed conversations, interspersed with occasional jolts, while the front cabin remained unusually quiet. Chu Ye deftly controlled the steering wheel, his gaze fixed on the vast sandy sea ahead through the bulletproof glass. Yet, his peripheral vision caught Lu Jianhong seated beside him. Breaking the silence, his voice was flat, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Lu Jianhong, at your service. Lu Jianhong's body instinctively tensed, responding immediately. Do you genuinely wish to join my fortress? Chu Ye's tone bore no inflection, as though it were a mere inquiry, yet his profound gaze seemed capable of piercing through the soul. Lu Jianhong was momentarily taken aback. Is Chu Ye testing me? Or does he doubt my previous loyalty? Thoughts raced through his mind, but he did not allow a hint of hesitation to cross his face. He straightened his back, responding resolutely. Chu Ye, how could you even ask? Since I, Lu Jianhong, have chosen to follow you, I have entrusted my life to you. There is no second thought. Through fire and water, I shall not falter. His voice was loud and unwavering, his gaze fixed on Chu Ye, filled with determination. Chu Ye nodded slightly, seemingly unsurprised by the answer. With a subtle motion of his empty left hand, a test tube shimmering with a deep blue hue, even more profound and energetic than the one he had tossed to Wang Ershu, materialized in his palm. The test tube bore no markings, yet the overwhelming energy radiating from it made the air in the vehicle feel almost stagnant. This was Huang Anbo's final trump card, the very essence he had fought to protect with his life. Chu Ye extended the test tube towards Lu Jianhong. If all goes well, this will elevate you to level 5. Level 5 genetic enhancer? Lu Jianhong's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his breath quickening. He stared intently at the deep blue vial, as if beholding a peerless treasure, his hands trembling slightly. Chapter 218. Defying Yi Shuang's logic. Chu Ye. This is far too precious. It is. It is a divine object. I absolutely cannot accept it. He waved his hands repeatedly, his voice trembling. Level 5. That is the legendary realm. Huang Anbai. That old dog established the Dawangshan base with the power of level 5. Chu Ye actually intends to give me something like this? In the back seat. Yi Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief, her red lips slightly parted. My heavens! A level 5 gene serum. He just casually gave it away. Even for his most trusted subordinates, this is exceedingly generous. The value of this item is enough to drive any faction mad. What on earth does Chu Ye intend to do? Just how grand is his vision? There is nothing to hesitate about. Chu Ye's tone remained calm yet carried an undeniable authority. My fortress does not harbor useless individuals, but neither will I shortchange anyone who sincerely follows me. The opportunity lies before you. Whether you seize it is up to you. He nudged the test tube forward. Accept it. This is what you deserve. Lu Jianhong gazed into Chu Ye's tranquil eyes, then at the alluringly lethal azure test tube within arm's reach. A surge of fervor rushed to his head. Chu Ye. This is true trust. He truly values me. No longer refusing, he took a deep breath, his hands trembling as he accepted the heavy test tube. His voice thick with emotion and gratitude. Chu Ye. I am forever grateful. I will find a safe place to consume it as soon as possible. I will not disappoint your high hopes. There is no need to wait. Chu Ye shook his head, his words causing Lu Jianhong and Yi Shuang to freeze in shock. Use it now. And now. Lu Jianhong was bewildered. But this is in the vehicle. What if the energy goes out of control? The energy of a level 5 gene serum is incredibly volatile. With a slight misstep, not only might he fail to break through, he could even die on the spot. To consume it in this armored vehicle? That is tantamount to seeking death. Chu Ye, are you out of your mind? Yi Shuang could not help but exclaim, her tone laced with urgency and a hint of reproach. Do you not realize the terrifying impact of a level 5 gene serum? He will die. Even if luck is on his side and he survives, he may become a mindless monster. We must stop and find a place for him to prepare. Perhaps there is still. With me here, he will not lose control. Chu Ye interrupted Yi Shuang, his tone calm, yet imbued with a disquieting confidence. He turned to Lu Jianhong, his gaze sharp. What? Are you afraid? Lu Jianhong looked into Chu Ye's unfathomable eyes, feeling a sense of composure that seemed capable of controlling everything. He gritted his teeth, his resolve crystallizing. Since Chu Ye dared to let him use it now, he must have his reasons. He could easily slay Huang Anbai and emerged unscathed from that terrifying explosion. What was there that he could not accomplish? It was a gamble. Fortune favors the bold. If he crossed this threshold, the world would be his oyster. I trust Chu Ye. Lu Jianhong and Appo's eyes glinted fiercely. He no longer hesitated. With a swift motion, he removed the test tube stopper, tilted his head back, and swallowed the viscous azure liquid. Boom! It felt as though a small bomb detonated within him. An indescribable, magma-like, searing energy surged through Lu Jianhong's limbs and body. He emitted a muffled groan of agony, his body arching violently. His skin turned a fiery red at a visible pace, with veins bulging like twisted worms on his neck and arms, writhing. He trembled violently, beads of sweat forming instantly, soaking through his clothes in the blink of an eye. It felt as though he had been thrown into an erupting volcano. Chu Ye, look. He.S. losing it. We must stop the vehicle. Yi Shuang and Appo's face turned pale with fright, her voice tinged with panic, nearly lunging for the steering wheel. Do not interrupt. Just watch closely. Chu Ye remained unfazed, not even furrowing his brow. He merely glanced at the writhing Lu Jianhong before raising his right hand. Whoosh! A stream of crystal-clear water appeared out of nowhere, resembling living azure silk. It swiftly and precisely enveloped Lu Jianhong and Appo's body. The water did not merely cover him. It formed a transparent cocoon that continuously flowed, radiating a soft glow, tightly encasing him. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The violent energy impact seemed to be bizarrely guided, smooth, and even absorbed by this flowing water. Although Lu Jianhong's expression remained contorted in pain, the violent tremors of his body significantly subsided, and the bulging veins no longer writhed as they had before. Yi Shuang stared, dumbfounded, her mouth agape, the words stuck in her throat. What is this? Using water to suppress the explosive energy of a level 5 gene? How is that possible? His water can achieve such a feat? She felt her understanding of reality shatter in that moment. Time appeared to stretch infinitely. for the tormented Lu Jianhong and the astonished Ye Shuang. 10 minutes felt like a century. The armored vehicle continued its steady course across the desert. Finally, Chu Ye waved his hand again. With a whoosh, the azure water cocoon enveloping Lu Jianhong receded like the tide, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. The moment the water disappeared, Lu Jianhong's body trembled violently, and he slowly lowered his head. The crimson hue of his skin had faded, returning to its normal color, and his breathing grew long and powerful. He gradually lifted his head, opening his eyes. Within those eyes sparkled a brilliance reminiscent of destructive thunder. A formidable, unsettling aura emanated from him. Lu Jianhong looked down at his hands, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him, as though he could shake mountains. A euphoric expression spread across his face. I succeeded. Ha! I succeeded. He threw his head back, laughing heartily, his laughter filled with strength and excitement. Level 5. This is the power of a level 5 gene. This is it. Ha! He abruptly turned to Chu Ye, his knees buckling, and he fell to the ground. Chu Ye, I am forever grateful. From this day forth, my life. Enough. Chu Ye gently interrupted, supporting him to stand. Just remember your promise. Lu Jianhong, flushed with excitement, nodded vigorously. Yes. Chu Ye. Ye Shuang, witnessing all this, was left speechless, shaking her head vigorously, seemingly unable to believe the events that had just transpired.